I, Suyu, crossed over to an era where everyone became lords, only to awaken the blocked domain that everyone regarded as useless. Only I knew that this originated from the masterpiece Minecraft. Everything in the game I could materialize. Starting with a heavenly village, manually crafting an iron farm to spawn an army of iron golems. Leveling up with enchantments at lightning speed. They mock my realm as trash, unaware that I can endlessly control monsters, loot 100-fold, and chug potions like water. Will the extraterrestrial demons attack in 7 days? No, that will be the beginning of my counterattack. And when I raise the universe-dominating sword capable of infinite damage, facing the horde of celestial demons, I only wish to ask one question. What kind of astonishing modular marvel can your minds come up with? Chapter 1, The Cubic Realm. System activated. Watching number 1 high school. Teacher's office. Li Jianguo, the homeroom teacher of class 1 grade 10, frowned slightly as he looked at the student Suyu before him, his tone carrying both bewilderment and a final attempt at confirmation. Suyu, you've awakened an unheard-of block domain and still insist on becoming a lord? Domains aren't necessarily better just because they're rare. On the projection screen, the domains awakened by other new generation lords were diverse and varied. Some were vibrant grasslands from the life system teeming with massive beasts, others were creation-based mountain ranges rich with ores, and still others were regions brimming with flames or thunder. Only Suyu's, a starkly geometric world assembled from countless small blocks, stood out incongruously among all the dazzling icons. I'm certain, Professor Li. Suyu spoke unhurriedly, his tone resolute. Keep in mind, Li Jianguo instinctively intensified his voice. Once confirmed, in 7 days your domain will face its first wave of extra-dimensional demon attacks. This is no joke, it's a matter of life and death. Do you want to die? Having spoken, Li Jianguo realized his words had been too harsh and softened his tone as he added. If you feel this domain isn't suitable, it's not too late to give up now. True, not becoming a lord means missing out on many coveted benefits, but at least you won't have to face the coming dangers. A wise man knows when to yield, there's no shame in that. Your liberal arts grades are excellent, and you're a top student who got in from another school. Even if you don't become a lord, you'll still land a quite respectable job in the future. Suyu was among the top 20 liberal arts students at Huaqing number 1 high school, with striking looks that made him stand out in any crowd like a swan among geese. With such qualifications, he could secure a bright future through other paths. All eyes in the teacher's office were fixed on Suyu, filled with curiosity, confusion, and a hint of schadenfreude. Facing the teacher's gaze, Suyu repeated without the slightest hesitation, "Teacher, I'm certain." Li Jianguo gave him a deep look, finally sighed, and handed Suyu a faintly glowing card retrieved from the drawer. This is the initial resource card. Once you've signed the confirmation, take it and develop it carefully. Remember, you have 7 days, not a single minute or second can be wasted. Thank you, Professor. Suyu signed the confirmation document to become a lord, then received the resource card. The moment it touched his hand, he felt a strange surge of energy from it. Right, Li Jianguo added, tomorrow morning at this time, go to the campus lord management office to collect a portion of body tempering elixir. Your new dormitory is assigned to Huaqing Garden Room 106. Get along well with your roommates. If possible, focus more on defense. That way, if your attacks aren't strong enough, you can still develop in the defensive aspect. Value your life a little more. Suyu nodded and turned to leave. After walking out of the office, low murmurs could be heard inside from students who had come to help the teacher organize assignments. The block domain? What's that? Never heard of it. Looks like a discarded option to me. What's the point? Using blocks to block heavenly demons? What was Suyu thinking? With so many good domains available, he chose this thing. Probably lacking talent, only picking up what others left behind. He won't survive the first wave in 7 days. Wait, he was assigned to the Huapingjuan dormitory? This is getting interesting. That place is full of extraordinary people. Isn't that great? Now there's one more of them. Suyu didn't hear these comments, or if he did, he paid no attention to them. His uplifted lips simply couldn't be contained as he stepped out of the office. Only Suyu himself knew the true potential hidden within this seemingly simple cubic domain. That was not a product of this world, but rather something originating from the depths of his past life memories, a game called Minecraft. When he saw this familiar square icon in the domain selection list, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Suyu was a transmigrator, more familiar than anyone with how formidable this sandbox game, which had taken his previous world by storm, truly was. An infinitely extending blocky world, trees and ores that can be mined bare-handed, freely constructible buildings, and those familiar creatures. More importantly, a clear message surfaced in his mind. As his domain level increases, he can unlock the mods that once fascinated him so deeply. The dazzlingly intricate slash-blade system. The fog people teeming with monsters. Equivalent exchange for all things. A catastrophe of excessive boss encounters and exploding weapon stats. Foreign demons? Once his domain matures, all such foreign demons shall become his nourishment. After school, Suyu didn't linger for even a moment, quickly returning to the dormitory assigned to him by the school. Every lord is entitled to a one-bedroom single apartment, ensuring each has the optimal cultivation space without disturbances. Is this Huaqing Garden? Suyu stood in front of a standalone dormitory building. Unlike the other student apartments, Wakinjuan was located far from the student housing area, resembling an independent residential complex. We must enter the domain to develop as quickly as possible. The first wave of attacks from the outer demons is inevitable. Suyu entered and went straight to his room, showing no intention of greeting other residents. After locking the door, he sat on the living room sofa and immediately entered his domain world. When he regained his senses, Suyu looked around. Beneath his feet was ground composed of yellowish-brown blocks, while the azure sky stretched above. In the distance, indistinct blocky mountains loomed, and the air carried the fresh scent of earth and trees. Suyu flexed his limbs. Looking down, he found his entire body had completely transformed. Everything is made of blocks. This is his realm, the world of blocks. My body feels much lighter, and my strength seems significantly enhanced. It appears this is the buff from being within the domain. A panel suddenly popped up before Suyu's eyes. Realm, Block World. Lord, Suyu. Lord rank, 0 tier beginner. World type, Vanilla Infinite World. Note, this world is in hardcore mode. Death without special equipment means permanent deletion. Extraterrestrial demon invasion countdown. 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes. 300 years have passed since the extraterrestrial demons invaded Blue Star. Some individuals, nurtured by the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, awaken a small realm within themselves, cultivating unique abilities or retainers to resist the extraterrestrial demons. A newly formed domain world emits peculiar energy that attracts the extraterrestrial demons. Failure to fend off their attacks could result in the destruction of the Lord's domain at best, or at worst, break through the world's dimensions and invade Earth once more. This is why Suyu's homeroom teacher didn't hold back when delivering that warning in the faculty office. It was both a reminder and a disclaimer of responsibility, proving that the choice was made by Suyu himself without coercion. Ding! Player system activated. Players can perform all actions within the block realm, including but not limited to everything achievable in-game. By completing the highest achievement in any individual world or mod, you'll qualify to obtain new mods. The world's highest achievement, slaying the Ender Dragon. Suyu's eyes flashed with intensity, his barely contained excitement causing the corners of his mouth to tilt upward slightly. Glancing at the countdown flashing in his mind. There's no time to waste, hurry up and grow stronger. Taking a deep breath, Suyu focused his mind, and the resource card he had obtained earlier materialized in his hand. The card flicked forward, transformed into a wisp of light drifting toward the ground ahead, materializing into a loot chest on the surface. Resource cards can be adapted to any domain world, and upon entering a domain world, they will automatically transform into resources corresponding to that world. Suyu stepped forward to open it, and the contents inside made him raise an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 2, Heavenly Opening Gambit, Defying Capital. 3 diamonds, 2 stacks of wood, 1 iron chestplate, 1 pair of iron boots, and 5 monster control stones that can command creatures? Monster control stones? Never heard of such things before. Suyu's vision displayed a detailed explanation box specifically for monster control stones. Monster control stone, special player reward. Players can control any hostile creature killed by players or player-created entities. This item does not need to be used on any creature created by the player's hand. Any creature made by the player will have absolute obedience to the player. I don't remember this being in the original game. It must be something unique to this world. These resources are quite useful. Suyu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was very curious about whether this monster control stone could be crafted. If it could be made, obtaining classic mods like Calamity or the Twilight Forest in the future and controlling their bosses would be incredibly profitable. I hope to get a JEI mod that can show the crafting list later. The top priority now is to first create the iron golems, and moreover, in large quantities. Suyu's goal was clear, to forge an army of iron golems and overwhelm the extraterrestrial demons through sheer numerical superiority. The iron golem is the strongest creature players can craft in the original block world. It has 100 health points and can deal up to 32 points of damage in a single hit. Suyu's gaze shifted, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There was actually a village not far away. There were also some pumpkins scattered nearby. Excellent. Saves me the trouble of trekking to a village to make an iron farm. What a lucky start. Iron is one of the most crucial minerals in the blocky world, and it's also an essential resource for creating iron golems. In the blocky world, basic mineral resources ranked from lowest to highest in strength are copper, gold, iron, diamond, and netherite. Iron golems require iron ingots, 1 iron ore smelts into 1 ingot, 9 ingots craft into an iron block, and their construction needs 4 iron blocks plus a pumpkin head. So you could mine iron ore and smelt it himself, but that would be too slow. To mass-produce iron golems, you have to rely on contraptions like iron farms. The principle of an iron farm is to exploit villagers being frightened by zombies, causing them to spawn iron golems nearby. These spawned iron golems are then killed by an execution device to obtain large quantities of iron. I can't make high-output iron farms right now, so I'll have to settle for some budget versions first. So you remembered the design of a quad-core iron farm, which generates and executes 4 iron golems at once, achieving an hourly output of over 1,400 iron ingots. That amounts to producing and processing 38 iron golems per hour. After spending some time, Suyu successfully built the iron farm using village resources. The iron farm operates as expected. Suyu seized this opportunity to do some mining in the caves near the village. By the time he emerged, the night had already descended like a heavy swathe of ink-dyed velvet. Beyond the village, in lightless areas, undead monsters spawned just like in the game. From the distant woods came the relentless growls of zombies, mingled with the creaking sounds of skeletons wielding bows and arrows, while the occasional hissing of spiders sent chills down one's spine. So it's already night? Seems time flows differently in my block domain compared to the outside world. Suyu dashed and leaped his way to the iron ingot collection box beneath the iron farm. Upon opening it, he found several stacks of iron ingots, each counting 64 units. The abundance of iron ingots allowed Suyu to craft a full set of iron armor, along with an iron sword and an iron axe, all essential tools for his self-defense. Immediately, an iron golem was created. Form a T-shape with iron blocks, then place a pumpkin on top right in the middle. With a soft sound, a golem over 2 meters tall appeared before Suyu. Its pale gray body gleamed cold and hard under the moonlight, while its square head bore crimson eyes that stared fixedly at Suyu. Suyu suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if a mental link had formed between him and the iron golem before him. Is this what they call absolute loyalty? Suyu concentrated his thoughts, and the iron golem attacked any creature or monster according to his will. Its sudden appearance instantly made it the target of every monster's assault under the night sky. 2 or 3 zombies closed in from different directions. Once they entered a certain range, the iron golem standing beside Suyu suddenly moved, striding straight toward them with a sweeping motion of its arms. The zombie was swung upward into the sky, then slammed heavily onto the ground, dissipating into a wisp of white mist. Suyu followed behind it, as the monster's hatred was entirely focused on the iron golem, allowing him to easily harvest the creatures from the side with the iron sword he had crafted. After the monster's death, a small, flickering yellow-green sphere fell to the ground. As Suyu approached, the sphere floated toward him and merged into his body. In Suyu's field of vision, his character information appeared, complete with an experience bar at the very bottom. The sphere he had just absorbed turned out to be the experience points generated from killing the monster. During this period, killing monsters instantly to accumulate experience points is far from enough. Just by building an iron farm, enchanting equipment must also be prioritized. Just as Suyu was lost in thought, a sharp whoosh sound sliced through the air. Suyu's scalp tingled, and he instinctively ducked almost reflexively. An arrow grazed past his scalp, embedding itself in the tree trunk behind him, its shaft still quivering with a faint hum. Suyu looked up and saw a skeleton holding a bow on a slope about 10 meters away, already drawing its bowstring again. Little white skeletons are the most troublesome. Suyu tightened his grip on the iron sword in his hand. The most annoying thing about these monsters was their ranged attacks. If he'd been half a second slower, that arrow would have struck his shoulder. Subconsciously activating the mental link, Suyu inwardly shouted, "Block the front." The iron golem responded immediately, its massive body moving like an impenetrable shield to instantly position itself before Suyu. Almost simultaneously, the second bone arrow thudded into the iron golem's body. Now's the time. The skeleton's momentary pause between shots was its most vulnerable moment. Using the iron golem as cover, Suyu suddenly pushed off the ground, sliding half a meter across the surface to flank the skeleton from its rear. The skeleton archer had just drawn its bow to full tension and was about to turn to adjust its aim when Suyu switched to his iron axe, dealing a devastating single-target damage of 9 points, and closed the distance in an instant. He swung the axe for a powerful jump strike, followed by a standard horizontal slash. Crack! The sharp, brittle sound of bone shattering was unmistakable as the skeleton's ribs were split cleanly in half. The skeleton collapsed with a clatter, its bones scattering across the ground before dissolving into white mist. Left behind were a bow, a few arrows, and a bone. Luckily, among the original monsters, these are the lowest level and easiest to handle. Perfect for training combat awareness, can't just rely on iron golems. Suyu had another idea for killing monsters, leveling up his experience bar. After this, he still needs to craft an enchantment table to enchant his equipment and items. Experience is absolutely essential. The process of training combat awareness would naturally accumulate experience. Later, when mining in caves and obtaining diamonds, he could directly upgrade his gear to diamond tier. With that, he would be confident in both defense and offense when facing the extraterrestrial demons. Suyu gazed at the monsters lurking in the night ahead, a flicker of fervor rising in his eyes. Let's spend the entire first day grinding monsters for XP. The iron axe twirled in Suyu's hand as he summoned 2 more iron golems for cover, then charged headlong into the horde of monsters beneath the night sky. Chapter 3, Domain Specialization. Mastering all 3 systems. Time flew by. The next morning, Suyu surveyed the dense swarm of iron golems surrounding the village. After a full day of operation, the iron smelting machine had produced enough ingots to craft hundreds more. The only shortfall was the pumpkin yield failing to keep pace. However, Suyu had already increased cultivation output by clearing a substantial plot of farmland adjacent to the village, dedicated solely to growing pumpkins. I'm already level 45. After a short rest, I'll get the hellwort and enchanting table sorted out. And this monster control stone is pretty interesting too. Might as well try controlling a monster with it. Lost in thought, Suyu exited the block realm. Back in his room, Suyu was covered in dust, looking thoroughly worn out. He lowered his gaze to his right hand. In his palm lay several square iron ingots, the iron blocks he'd brought back from the block realm. In his hand, they resembled a delicate miniature model. Suyu pinched one of the iron blocks and flicked it lightly with his finger. The tiny cube, originally only as long and wide as the first two knuckles of his finger, instantly transformed into a massive 1 cubic meter block. Interesting. Could this be considered a unique form of domain deployment? Domain deployment was the primary combat method for lords in the real world. It heavily drained a lord's spirit and stamina, but once deployed, it granted the same bonuses as being within the domain world. It was also the only way to summon beings residing within the domain. In that case, perhaps I only need 1 cube placed outside to summon an iron golem. As he pondered this, Suyu dismantled it. The 1 cubic meter iron block transformed back into a small cube, which he casually placed on the nearby table. Grabbing his change of clothes, he headed toward the bathroom. Domains are categorized into 3 types: the spirit domain for controlling beings, the creation domain for crafting objects, and the healing domain for restoring others. It seems mine encompasses all 3. That's downright godlike. Suyu realized something. Diamonds from the domain might be worthless in this world, but gold. In this world, it remained hard currency. If Suyu could bring it out from his domain, it meant he'd possess unimaginable wealth in reality. Exhaling a shaky breath, Suyu couldn't contain his excitement in the steamy bathroom. The benefits of the block domain were simply too numerous. He probably hadn't even scratched the surface of its potential yet. Next, I must strengthen my body as much as possible. I need to adapt to fighting for a full day and night as soon as possible. Needing rest disrupts the rhythm too much. The hot water washed away the fatigue from a day of combat. Suyu stared at his gaunt reflection in the mirror. Standing at 180 centimeters tall, his weight barely reached 140 gene, placing him on the lean side. A lord's physical constitution only begins to significantly improve starting from the 3rd tier of the domain. Before that, strengthening the body relies entirely on the body-forging elixir produced by creation-type lords. Every novice lord receives 1 vial weekly. I wonder how the potions crafted in the cube world compare to this body-forging elixir. Suyu's thoughts drifted uncontrollably. In the game Minecraft, players enhance their strength through several methods. Equipment upgrades are the most straightforward method, where gear quality directly determines a player's individual defense and attack power. Equipment enchanting: by crafting an enchanting table and combining the mineral lapis lazuli with character experience, players can imbue items with enchanted properties. Finally, potion brewing allows players to concoct elixirs with special effects, including but not limited to strength boosts, speed enhancements, and resistance increases. In-game, Suyu rarely brewed potions. But since domain items could be brought out, Suyu wondered how terrifying the uproar would be if such things were brought into reality. A faint smile tugged at Suyu's lips. The benefits of this cube domain might be even greater than I initially imagined. After showering, Suyu felt refreshed. He dressed and headed to the Lord Management office on campus. After becoming a lord, his school schedule differed from regular students. Ordinary students had to adhere to an 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. schedule, sometimes even until 10 p.m. Lords were exempt. They only needed to develop and enhance their domains. Lord ranks were divided into 9 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Above the 9th tier lay the 4 great realms: king, emperor, sovereign, and saint. A powerful lord could manifest their domain across reality, spanning tens of millions of miles. They formed the pivotal force resisting the celestial demons from beyond the realms. The path to advancement lies in continuously developing one's domain and strengthening within it. Body-forging elixir directly fortifies a lord's physique, making it a precious commodity crucial for advancing their rank. In the outside world, it could fetch a price of millions. Soon, Suyu arrived at the Lord Administration office. Here is your body-forging elixir. Good luck. Suyu smoothly received a portion of body-forging elixir from the administrator. The palm-sized conical vial contained a blue and red liquid that must be brought into a domain and consumed within it. Typically, one needed the enhancement of a domain to absorb it. Staring at the forging body elixir, an absurd thought surfaced in Suyu's mind, causing him to mutter to himself. What if I drink it in the real world? What did you say? Don't do anything foolish. Before Suyu even left the room, the administrator, in the quiet space, clearly heard his mutter and was startled. What would happen? You'd explode. This was common knowledge and strictly forbidden. Lords below tier 3 simply cannot withstand the effects of body forging elixir directly. You're a top student, I needn't remind you of that, right? The administrator recognized Suyu immediately, adding only this one sentence. I know. Don't worry. I was just saying. There's no way I'd actually do something like that. Suyu stowed away the body forging elixir. The calm smile on his face eased the administrator's mind. The latter had genuinely feared he might do something foolish. Watching Suyu walk away, the administrator sighed, picked up his phone, and scrolled through his contacts. Better contact this kid's homeroom teacher. With the world he's chosen, it wouldn't be good if he went down some extreme path. Outside. Facing the sunlight, Suyu furrowed his brow as he pondered the words spoken moments ago. In reality, consuming body-tempering elixir before reaching the third tier would inevitably lead to violent death for an ordinary lord. But what if? What if Suyu possessed a potion capable of instantly restoring his condition and boosting his body's resistance to negative effects? How might the outcome change? The thought ignited like wildfire in Suyu's mind, spreading uncontrollably. Suyu! 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 The repeated shouts carried a distinct tone of impatience, forcibly snapping Suyu out of her deep contemplation. Looking up, Suyu recognized the girl who had called out to him. On the Lord Awakening roster, he had seen the photos and names of 9 other lords from his school. The one blocking his path now was Li Xiangning, a rich kid. She had a sharp, angular face and large eyes, wearing the short skirt uniform of Huaqing First High School. Her long legs were prominently displayed, and several other girls followed behind her. At a glance, Suyu recognized her as the type of schoolyard queen bee. What do you want? Suyu, hand over the body-tempering elixir. Li Xiangning's opening words were loaded with hostility. Oh, she's here to pick a fight. Idiot. Ignoring such idiotic remarks, Suyu tried to walk past her. But before he could move, Li Xiangning swung her fist straight at his cheek. After a night of combat, Suyu's reflexes had sharpened dramatically. He dodged the punch in an instant, narrowing his eyes at her. Well, quick reflexes. Li Xiangning seemed surprised by his speed, sneering coldly as she pointed at Suyu. You think some block domain loser like you deserves forging spirit elixir? Only us spirit-taming lords who chose fire or thunder domains are worthy. What good is your pathetic domain anyway? Healing? Creation? Taking the body-tempering elixir is a waste. Hand it over and get lost. Don't slow us down when the demons from beyond attack. Chapter 4, Block Throwing? Domain activated. Why am I not surprised at all? Suyu shook his head with a wry smile. From the moment he chose the unpopular block domain, he knew he'd face all sorts of challenges. Being looked down upon and picked on was the first obstacle that came to mind. But even when confronted with physical attacks, taunts, and insults, Suyu couldn't be bothered to respond. Urgent. So urgent. The thought that the body-tempering elixir might be drinkable in the real world before reaching the third tier made Suyu feel like 1,000 needles were pricking him, his whole body tingling with anticipation. All he wanted now was to dash back to his dorm, enter his domain, set up the brewing station, and concoct dozens of potions to down them all at once. He had no idea what changes reality might bring. He had no time to deal with people like that. With that thought, Suyu spoke up. Instead of wasting time forming cliques, why not go into your domain and focus on cultivation? Pulling stunts like this is pretending to be a little delinquent really that fun? What did you say? Li Xiangning's eyes widened. Having been pampered her entire life, no one had ever dared speak harshly to her, let alone with such bluntness. A loser chooses a loser's domain and actually thinks she can turn herself into a phoenix? I'm not picking on you. I'm offering guidance, both sparring and learning. If you're too scared, you can turn tail and run right now. I wouldn't force a weakling to fight anyway, it'd be pointless. Li Xiangning's hands went limp. Though she claimed it wasn't coercion, her words were relentlessly aggressive. After she finished, the girls beside her chimed in with laughter, whispering among themselves while occasionally glancing at Suyu, erupting into the snickering characteristic of a clique. The commotion naturally drew the attention of many passers-by. Such snide remarks prompted some trouble-loving onlookers to pull out their phones and secretly record the scene. Huaqing First High School had only 30 lords, distributed across grades 1 through 3. As first-year lords who had just transferred up, Suyu and Li Xiangning were undoubtedly the center of attention. Such an incident naturally piqued the curiosity of many. I heard Li Xiangning's domain is the living element's blazing flame domain. Fire-based attacks even at low-tier lord strength, her combat power surpasses other elements. When the new lords faced the demonic attack, I bet she was the one who shone brightest. How can you even compare? Fire has inherent advantages with its powerful attacks. As for Suyu's cube domain, judging by the name, it must be creation type. Creation type? Creating cubes? Throwing cubes at people? Who knows? Suddenly, a crisp crackle echoed from afar, growing louder as light footsteps approached. A figure pushed through the crowd of onlookers. Hey there! Bullying our dorm's underclassmen? I, Lingwei Shan, won't just stand by and watch. A girl in a white t-shirt and denim shorts appeared before everyone. Her slender waist was faintly visible in the sunlight, and her long legs beneath the denim shorts gleamed white. Her arms were bulging with a bag of snacks, potato chip crumbs clinging to the corner of her mouth. Even as she spoke, she stuffed chips into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out as she chewed. The moment her words fell, the surrounding area fell silent for half a second before a chorus of gasps erupted. Dan! Dan Lingwei? Oh my god, is that second-year leader Shan Lingwei? Why would she be involved in this sort of thing? You idiot, didn't you hear her say their dorm? Suyu lives in Huaqing Garden too. Whispers filled the air, each word dripping with disbelief. Last year, during her freshman year, when the first extraterrestrial demon attack struck, Shan Lingwei single-handedly slayed over 100 of them, leaving the runner-up more than 60 behind. Among them were even numerous second-tier demons. The record she set single-handedly slaying 100 demons was something even third-year lords might struggle to match. Not only was she immensely powerful, but she was also stunningly beautiful and impeccably dressed, the dream crush of countless boys and girls alike. Seeing Shan Lingwei's arrival, Li Xiangning's expression darkened. She glared at Suyu with a sour look. Suyu, you wouldn't be such a wimp as to have a girl fight your battles, would you? So what? Having a girl fight for me is a form of strength too. Suyu's smirk left Li Xiangning speechless. If Shan Lingwei truly fought, Li Xiangning wouldn't stand a chance. But Suyu spoke again. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I can handle this matter myself. Are you sure? Shan Lingwei stared at him, crunching on potato chips. Seeing the earnestness beneath his smile, she dropped her attempts to persuade him. Just handle it quickly. Tonight we'll throw you a victory celebration and a housewarming party will give you a huge surprise. Hope it's a surprise, not a scare. Infected by her liveliness, Suyu turned to Li Xiangning. Alright, let's get this over with. Poof. Li Xiangning snorted coldly. Domain activation. She stomped her foot. Suddenly, raging flames spread outward from beneath her feet. 100 meters in every direction became a fiery inferno. The flames coalesced into a 3-meter-tall inferno bear, its body covered in molten-like fur, roaring furiously at Suyu. Fire bear, gasps erupted from the crowd. Li Xiangning actually cultivated such a creature within her domain from the very start. Fire bears are high-tier creatures, with top-tier strength and defense. Add their devastating fire-based attacks, and Suyu is in for a world of trouble. Most elemental domains choose smaller creatures for easier control. To command a flame bear, her dominion rank must be on the verge of breaking through to the next tier. Reaching tier 1 on the second day? How much body tempering elixir must she have invested? Look at that domain spanning nearly 100 meters, that's already the caliber of a tier 1 lord. The astonished reactions around her were music to Li Xiangning's ears. She crossed her arms with pride and sneered coldly. Well, dare you accept the challenge? If you kneel and beg for mercy while handing over the body tempering elixir, I might consider letting you off. The size of a domain directly reflects a lord's strength. First tier, 100 meters. Second tier, 1,000 meters. Third tier, 10,000 meters. Each subsequent tier increases the range by at least 10,000 meters. If even low-tier lords possess such terrifying domains, the scale of higher-tier lords' expansions is unimaginable. Enough talk. Suyu remained calm, one hand in his pocket while the other retrieved an object and flung it forward. Boom! A white mist erupted. What met their eyes made them stare wide-eyed. A perfectly square block, gleaming with a metallic sheen, appeared before everyone's eyes. What the heck is that, a cube? It really is a cube. It really is a cube. I was wondering what kind of thing Suyu's cube domain would be. Looks like iron. But I've never seen a block of iron this perfectly square. It's a creation-type domain, yet it's so small? It looks barely a meter in any direction. What's the point of that? A 1-meter domain? That's ridiculous. Dan Lingwei stared at the iron cube in astonishment, her reaction unlike anyone else's. She blinked her large eyes with keen interest. Impressive, Junior. I've never seen such a perfectly square block before. Chapter 5, Instant Creation? Impossible. Do you like it, Senior? I can give you one to play with later, Suyu smiled. Amidst the puzzled stares, countless pixel-like cubes surged forth from the iron block, densely assembling into a humanoid form. A 2-meter-tall iron golem with a block-like body materialized behind Suyu, its cold metal frame gleaming in the sunlight. Is that a living being? No, it doesn't look like a living being, more like a creation. This iron contraption is pretty intimidating. Judging by its appearance, its defense must be formidable. But Li Xiangning's flame bear excels in both offense and defense. This is going to be a head-on clash. Li Xiangning's smile grew colder. Artifact type? Tear it apart. The fire bear let out a deafening roar, its 4 legs pounding the ground as it charged forward, the gust of wind it created sending pebbles flying. The flame patterns on its head flared brightly. Charging forward like a fully loaded freight truck, the fire bear clearly intended to smash the iron golem with sheer brute force. In the blink of an eye, the fire bear reached the iron golem, hoisted it up in a bear hug, and hurled it skyward with a roar. The iron golem, which had appeared exceptionally heavy, was hurled high into the air by the fire bear. Witnessing this, everyone present shook their heads in disappointment. That reaction is way too slow. It didn't even register until it was right on top of it. Looks like Li Xiangning's going to smash Suyu's creation to pieces. What kind of grudge is that? If it's truly shattered, who knows how long it'll take to repair. Suyu probably used up all his resource cards just to create this one golem. If it's destroyed, how will he face the first wave of extraterrestrial demons? Many shook their heads in regret. Facing a fire attribute lord, maintaining distance to avoid flames is common sense. Not to mention that some lords wielded primordial flames born from the heavens and earth. Even their ordinary flames could severely wound any lord except water or ice elemental masters. The iron golem, engulfed in flames, was hoisted high into the air by its massive frame, tossed a full 70 or 80 feet. Some spectators couldn't bear to watch, already envisioning the scene of it crashing to the ground in pieces. Li Xiangning curled her lips in scorn as she turned to Suyu. Your creation's useless. It can't even move. Is its only purpose to stand there and take hits? With a body this big, it'd make a decent shield. Amidst the scorn, the iron puppet plummeted. Thud. A soft thud. The imagined shattering into pieces never happened. The iron golem stood firmly planted on the ground. Its contact with the ground produced no thunderous crash, only a soft thud. The previously noisy surroundings fell silent for a moment, and some people couldn't help but gape. What just happened? Nothing happened? That can't be right, a body that big falling down and not a scratch? Not only is it fine, it didn't even make a sound. Could it be that this thing is actually very light? Snap. A sharp snap of fingers rang out crisply in everyone's ears. It was Suyu. Fall damage negated. As expected. We can proceed. The snap faded. The iron golem, frozen in place, suddenly lit up with a fierce glow in its crimson eyes. Its massive frame surged forward with unexpected speed, closing the distance to the fire bear in an instant. Its thick arms clamped down like steel pincers, snatching the beast and hurling it high into the air. The fire bear's massive form traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, its impact reverberating with a deep, muffled thud. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, carrying fragments of scorched rock mixed with searing sparks and a wave of heat. Spectators instinctively covered their faces and stumbled back, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The contrast in the impact was stark. Especially since Suyu's creation had remained perfectly still after its previous landing. The fire bear's fur, covered in lava-like patterns, now bore several patches of charred, flaking debris. Clearly, the impact had taken a heavy toll on it. The mockery on Li Xiangning's face froze instantly, her body trembling. As its master, she could clearly sense the state of the creature under her control. Suyu's creation had dealt a blow that had actually reduced her flame bear's health by nearly a quarter. And what had Suyu just said? From the way he phrased it, it seemed that puppet had deliberately remained stationary, intentionally absorbing the attack from her fire bear? Students admitted to watching first high were no fools. What Li Xiangning grasped, they understood instantly, exchanging stunned glances filled with uncontrollable astonishment. No way. So you actually took Li Xiangning's attack head-on? That's insane. It's not just brave, it's like he had the upper hand. Is there any other new generation lord whose domain creation or creature could withstand the fire bear's strike unscathed? Probably not. The fire bear is way ahead as a high-tier creature, and being fire-type means its damage multiplier isn't just simple addition. Holy crap, Suyu's creation is something else. Could Li Xiangning actually lose? The surrounding murmurs grew louder. Upon hearing someone suggest she might lose, Li Xiangning immediately shot furious glances in their direction. Her little minions all yelled at them to shut up. Suyu! No more tricks! Li Xiangning commanded the fire bear to attack again. Flames erupted violently from the fire bear's body, unleashing a scorching heatwave that slammed into the iron golem. Its massive paw, now engulfed in raging flames, slammed down with brutal force. The iron golem caught fire from the blow, its body shaking uncontrollably. Yet, the moment the fire bear paused its attack, the iron golem countered. With the same strike, the iron golem raised both arms once more, hoisting the flame bear aloft. Just like before, it was flung into the air and slammed down. Despite being engulfed in flames, the iron golem showed no loss of power, inflicting damage equal to the first strike. Li Xiangning could sense the fire bear's condition had deteriorated significantly. Could she really be losing? Li Xiangning shook her head violently. She couldn't lose. She couldn't even imagine losing. I've never lost a single battle since childhood. Ignite the source. Ignite the source for me. Li Xiangning roared furiously. She no longer cared what would happen to the fire bear afterward. All that filled her mind now was tearing this iron lump before her to shreds. The flames engulfing the fire bear suddenly swelled. The surrounding space warped faintly under the intense heat. The sight sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Has Li Xiangning lost her mind? Burning a living being's essence? Even if she wins this, her life force will be drained for a long time. She's lost her mind, truly lost her mind. Is this really necessary for a friendly spar? This is a genuine killing move. Damn it, Senior Ling Wei is releasing her spiritual pressure. Is she going to intervene? Spectator Ling Wei frowned, pausing mid-bite on her snack. The destruction of living beings or creations would inevitably bring backlash upon the domain lord. With the attack from the Outer Realm demons just 7 days away, sparring was acceptable, but going all out was excessive. Shan Lingwei took a step forward, ready to intervene, but then Suyu turned her gaze toward her. Faced with this situation, Suyu actually gave her a reassuring look, showing no sign of panic. Shan Lingwei froze. Could this junior classmate of hers have a hidden card up his sleeve? Under the watchful eyes of all, the fire bear charged toward the iron golem once more. This time, its speed far surpassed its previous charge. In the blink of an eye, it reached the iron golem, its high-temperature palms slamming forward. Before the palms struck, flames already engulfed the air. Raging flames instantly engulfed the iron golem's entire body. Under the scorching flames, visible cracks appeared on the iron golem's body, rapidly spreading. The sheer power of its flames was evident. Heh, your creation is ablaze. The outcome is already decided. Seeing Suyu's iron golem engulfed in flames, Li Xiangning felt a surge of confidence. Oh, is that so? Suyu remained as unruffled as ever, scratching his head as another iron block suddenly materialized in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the iron block transformed into palm-sized iron ingots. Before anyone could react, Suyu flung several iron ingots directly at the iron golem. Instead of the expected impact, the ingots fused directly into the iron golem's body. To the onlooker's eyes, the visible cracks in the iron golem's body healed in the blink of an eye. It was instantly restored to its original state. Whoa! A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. What is this? Instant repair creation? Chapter 6, Senior, I really like you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone who just became a domain lord achieve instant creation? Repairing artifacts can only be done within a domain using the lord's spiritual energy. Outside the domain, the required spiritual energy increases exponentially. To achieve such rapid repair speed, it can only be a healing type lord. Suyu is already a creation type lord, how could she be a healing type? For a true artifact type lord to rapidly repair their creations outside their domain, they'd need at least tier 3 power. How could Suyu possibly be tier 3? No matter how gifted someone is, they can't possibly go from 0 to 3rd tier in a single day. Holy crap, am I still asleep? The wind swept across the scene, revealing one comically stunned face after another. Even among those present elites among their peers, if not lords themselves, then deeply knowledgeable about lords, no one could explain this phenomenon. But in the midst of battle, there was no time for contemplation. The iron golem's eyes flared crimson as it lunged forward. Even engulfed in flames, its speed did not waver. Its attack pattern remains simple, yet its power remains immense. Each successive knockback sent the fire bear crashing down, making the ground tremble with every impact. Flames flickered on its body like candles in the wind. Li Xiangning, watching from the sidelines, screamed frantically for the fire bear to counterattack. Yet its worsening injuries caused each counterattack to grow weaker. The iron golem, however, showed no sign of weakening. It remained utterly unfazed by the flames, and no matter how many cracks appeared, Suyu, standing behind it, would fling 2 iron ingots forward. In an instant, the cracks on the golem's body would be repaired. The onlookers were stunned. No one had anticipated the situation turning around so swiftly. Li Xiangning, whom they had favored, now screamed like a madwoman, while Suyu, the underdog, remained calm and composed. Li Xiangning's spirit is about to collapse. Someone noticed this and realized the next move would be the final one. The fire bear collapsed to the ground. The iron golem stood just 3 meters away. That distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. The outcome was sealed. Gazing at the iron golem mere inches away, the fire bear, a high-tier sentient being possessing basic consciousness, propped itself up with its front paws, struggling to rise. Yet no matter how hard it strained, it could no longer lift its massive frame. Its roar, once powerful enough to shatter mountains, had lost all its initial menace. It now sounded more like the whimper of a wounded cub, its eyes filled with terror. No, no! Don't kill it! Li Xiangning's earlier arrogance vanished, her voice cracking as she screamed. In 7 days, the fire bear would be her only hope against the celestial demons from beyond the domain. If the fire bear vanished, forget defending their territory, they might even become sustenance for the celestial demons. Some students couldn't bear to watch. There was no way around it. Li Xiangning had provoked them and summoned a domain spirit. If someone killed it, who could blame them? Just as everyone thought Suyu was about to strike a fatal blow, the iron golem halted its advance and quietly returned to Suyu's side. Boom! The iron golem vanished, recalled into Suyu's domain. Dead silence hung over the area. After a long moment, someone cautiously spoke up. Suyu won? It wasn't just a win, it was a complete rout. Suyu's creation is ridiculously overpowered. Not only is it incredibly resilient and devastatingly strong, but it can repair itself on the spot. It's practically invincible. Why did Suyu spare the fire bear? Why did he spare Li Xiangning? The murmurs grew louder, eyes fixed on Suyu with a mix of awe and curiosity. Those who had mocked Suyu earlier now wished the ground would swallow them whole. Their gazes toward Li Xiangning were equally strange. That she could lose? They hoped for a draw at best, never imagining such a crushing defeat. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Suyu calmly addressed Li Xiangning, who was still on the verge of collapse. You're welcome, senior. Let's head back to the dorm. Ah. Oh. Shan Lingwei finally snapped out of her daze, trotting over to him. Curiosity prompted the question on everyone's lips. Junior, you had the chance to kill Li Xiangning's spirit being. Why didn't you strike? It wasn't necessary, Suyu replied indifferently. She was arrogant and I didn't mind beating her into submission. But there was no need to kill her spirit. After all, we'll all be allies fighting against the demons of the beyond in the future. There's no point in weakening our own forces by killing our comrades before we even step onto the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Shan Lingwei stared blankly at Suyu. The surrounding murmurs died down considerably upon hearing these words. Li Xiangning, of course, heard every word clearly. Her cheeks burned fiercely this time. She had truly lost utterly. That bastard. Li Xiangning glared at Suyu's retreating figure, her cheeks flushed crimson. After a long moment, Dan Lingwei suddenly threw her arms around Suyu, completely disregarding how her body pressed against his, and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Impressive, my junior. Not only did you win with strength, but your character is miles ahead too. Senior, I really like you. Only someone like you deserves to be my junior. Senior, you're crushing me. It's fine, consider it your reward. This isn't a privilege others get, so enjoy it. Could you please withdraw your reward? Thank you. No. Shan Lingwei's warmth left the surrounding boys and girls so envious their jaws nearly hit the floor. Shan Lingwei was an outgoing and lively girl who never lacked for outstanding admirers at school. Yet she always kept them at arm's length, never once seen to have any physical contact with any of them. Seeing her, with her stunning figure, embrace Suyu like that, many were envious enough to cry. At the same time, they were filled with admiration for Suyu. Damn, that guy's got guts. Getting mocked like that and not even laying into them? Honestly, if it were me, I'd have gone all out. He was playing along with Li Xiangning from the start. He won in both skill and character. What a total victory. Did you record it? Send me a copy. Got it, got it. I predict this will easily hit 1 million views. Unbelievable. What exactly is this cube domain? Amidst Shan Lingwei's chatter, the two returned to Huaqing Garden together. Junior, you should take the body tempering elixir first. By the time you've finished digesting it, it should be dinner time. Then I'll introduce you to everyone in the dorm, Shan Lingwei teased with a playful smile. All right. Suyu, who had finally wriggled free from Shan Lingwei's embrace, hurried back to his own room. She was hugging and clinging to me the whole way, drawing so many stares. This senior is way too enthusiastic. I hope the others in the dorm are more normal. After locking the door, Suyu exhaled deeply and pulled out a chair beside his desk to sit down. This fight wasn't for nothing. Now I know for sure the game mechanics within the domain still work in reality. That's the same as with the other lords. During the recent battle, Suyu had conceived a potential money-making scheme. If others using iron golems could repair them this way too, wouldn't that mean I could rake in a fortune under the banner of instant repair of creations? The iron golem's repair was solely due to its inherent properties. Damaged parts could be directly fixed with iron ingots. It wasn't because Suyu possessed any special ability. Yet this very trait would be terrifying if revealed to the outside world. Repair had always been the most troublesome aspect for both creation-type lords and life-type lords, which was also one reason why healing-type lords were so popular. They could swiftly repair both creations and living beings, sparing these two types of lords the need to transport their items back to their respective domains for repairs. Consequently, healing lords often collaborate with creation lords to develop tools capable of instant repairs on both creations and living beings. Such individuals command valuations measured in billions. After we get through the first wave of the outer heavenly demons, we can explore developing something along these lines. Suyu suppressed this thought. His immediate priority was entering hell to hunt flame men for their flaming rods and locate the essential ingredient for brewing potions, hellwarts. Chapter 7, Monster Control. Teleportation acquired. Suyu entered the domain world directly. Time within the domain did not pause when Suyu exited. It continued to flow as before. During his first day of development, Suyu also crafted a new device, the villager breeder. The original intent behind the villager breeding machine was to expand the scale of the iron farming setup, laying the groundwork for a future villager market. With a villager market, he could save significant mining time on gear. Villagers alone could gather a decent set of diamond equipment. After completing it, he immediately cranked out over a dozen identical quad-core iron farming machines. Each quad-core iron generator produced over 1,400 iron per hour, and now more than a dozen were operating simultaneously. The harvested iron easily filled over a dozen chests. He no longer lacked materials for crafting iron golems. Excellent. Next stop, the Nether. I absolutely must test how the zero-tier body forging elixir actually works in reality. Suyu took stock of his gear. His iron gear was maxed out, a sweeping iron sword and a high-damage iron axe for weapons, plus a shield for defense. The first day of monster grinding had also allowed him to stockpile some arrows, so ranged combat was no concern. Let's go! The initial reward chest yielded 3 diamonds. A newer player might choose to craft a diamond pickaxe, mine for obsidian to build a nether portal, and then manually construct the portal. But for a veteran like Suyu, such waste was unnecessary. He saved the diamonds for a better use, crafting an enchanting table to imbue his weapons and armor with powerful effects. He picked up a bucket he prepared during the monster spawning session. Near the village lay a lava pool. Suyu was about to pour a nether portal. Casting a nether portal wasn't particularly difficult. When still lava comes into contact with flowing water, it solidifies into obsidian. Suyu ran to the lava pool with a bucket. Facing the magma pool, Suyu confirmed a grass block on the right side was mineable, then poured the water to the left of that block. Suddenly, a slender dark shadow flashed in Suyu's peripheral vision. Suyu instantly recognized what it was. A neutral monster, an enderman. Staring directly into its eyes would enrage it, triggering a frenzied attack with devastating damage. Suyu ignored it, intent on continuing to pour his nether portal. Just as he was about to proceed to the next step, the grass block beneath his feet vanished. Suyu plummeted downward, landing directly above a pool of lava. Fortunately, he grabbed hold of something nearby just in time, preventing himself from falling into the molten lava. Damn that little black thing. The enderman had lifted the grass block, causing Suyu's fall. He instantly drew his axe and leapt into a powerful swing. Though endermen dealt high damage, they weren't difficult to handle. Suyu dispatched it in a few swift strikes. After resolving this minor hiccup, Suyu was about to continue pouring the nether portal when a box with an exclamation mark suddenly appeared before his eyes. A high-value monster capable of using the monster control stone has been killed by the player. Recommended for use. High-value monster? Suyu froze, then clenched his palm. A monster control stone, which had been tucked away in his backpack, flashed into his hand. The monster control stone resembled crystal in material, appearing smooth on the surface yet possessing a textured, matte feel to the touch. Within the stone now flickered the information of every hostile monster Suyu had slain in the game thus far. Zombie, low-tier monster, no special abilities. Skeleton, intermediate monster. Player possession grants basic archer skill. Shooting ability enhanced. Accuracy improved. Creeper, intermediate monster. Player equipped gains basic blast skill. Explosive damage increased. Enderman, intermediate monster. Player obtains basic teleportation skill upon possession. These abilities share a common prerequisite: control must be maintained without damaging or losing the monster's control stone. Basic? Suyu noticed this keyword. If it's basic, does that mean this stone can be upgraded? Without hesitation, Suyu opened the workbench and arranged the 4 monster control stones into a 2-2 grid. A monstrously purple monster awakening stone instantly appeared on the right. Intermediate monster awakening stone deepens control over monsters, enabling more effective use of their abilities. Seeing this, Suyu was both shocked and delighted. It was now certain that at least an advanced monster control stone existed. I'll save this intermediate one for later, it'll be perfect for controlling the Ender Dragon. Riding a dragon into battle, nothing could be cooler than that. After a moment's thought, Suyu applied slight pressure to his palm. The basic monster control stone, imbued with Enderman abilities, emitted a faint glow. Its texture, previously matte, suddenly transformed into a glossy finish, slippery to the touch. Is that all it takes to possess it? Suyu felt a bit puzzled, as he hadn't sensed any changes in his body. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air from afar. Suyu merely thought about using teleportation to dodge to the side. The next second, his body abruptly shifted to the side. Can I really teleport now? Suyu turned to look. The one shooting at him was a skeleton named Little White, hiding beneath a tree. The skeleton drew its bow again, but Suyu teleported out of the way. At least 10 squares away, Suyu teleported directly behind the skeleton. Before it could draw its bow a third time, a single axe swing split it in two. Not bad. It's quite useful. Just wonder how far it can reach. After dealing with this minor interruption, Suyu didn't dwell on the Enderman's abilities and continued pouring the nether portal. The instant the water source touched the lava, white mist billowed up, replacing the lava's original position. Obsidian blocks named left 1 and up 1 generated to the left and above the water source. Suyu dismantled the mineable blocks on the right. As the flowing water source touched the external magma, it generated a top 2 and right 1 alongside the upper obsidian. Stepping back, Suyu built a 3-block high stone pillar protruding 1 block forward behind the left one. He then placed 2 blocks extending leftward behind the right one. At this point, the basic framework for casting the nether portal was complete. Suyu removed the 2 blocks beneath the initial water source, poured lava from the magma pool to form obsidian, then repositioned the water source to the right of the stone pillar. Water flowed down, leaving the spaces above left 1 and right 1 empty, with flowing water occupying the 2 central blocks. Suyu scooped bucket after bucket of lava and poured it over the top of left 1 and right 1, continuously generating obsidian. Finally, the top was sealed. Hellgate casting complete. Igniting the Hellgate required a flint and steel made from iron ingots and flint. Suyu had collected the flint on her first day while waiting for the iron generator to spawn its first batch of iron and venturing into the mine shaft. The flint ignited the hellgate, instantly generating a purple haze. Suyu stepped into it and his vision began to warp. Seconds later, everything flickered. He found himself in a world of crimson. This was one of the dimensions of the original block world. The Nether. Chapter 8, Potion Synthesis. Chugging Spirit Elixir. In the original Nether, the most valuable locations were the Nether Fortress and Nether Fortress Ruins. The former contained the hellwort Suyu needed for alchemy, while the latter held gold nuggets and the game's most valuable or netherite ingots. Hope I find them soon. While the vanilla world without mods is relatively dull, the base game alone should be enough for me to make a name for myself in the real world. Suyu glanced around and suddenly froze. If this were a game seed, countless players would flock to it for survival challenges. The Nether portal opened, and right beside it stood a Nether fortress. This is truly a stroke of luck. Suyu switched to his pickaxe and began digging blocks beside him to use as stepping stones. Soon, he had built a staircase. The Nether fortress only had 3 types of monsters: blazes, wither skeletons, and blaze men. Wither skeletons' wither ability and blazes' fireball ability are both quite useful. If I have any spare monster control stones later, I can acquire those abilities too. With the Enderman's teleportation ability, exploring the Nether fortress was a breeze for Suyu. He could easily dodge Blaze's fireballs by teleporting out of the way. Within 10 minutes, Suyu's inventory had grown with blaze rods, wither skulls, netherwort, and soul sand. Excellent. A bountiful haul. Next up, brewing potions. Choosing not to continue exploring the Nether, Suyu stood before his newly crafted brewing stand, his goal clear. If you try to force down forging body elixir at 0 tier, the most direct outcome is your body exploding from its overwhelming potency. If you can recover quickly enough, you might avoid that fate. But this recovery must be instantaneous. I have no idea how severe the damage from the forging body elixir will be. If recovery is too slow, I might not survive. Therefore, the potion I must choose is Instant Healing Potion. Instant healing potions instantly restore large amounts of health, whereas regeneration potions slowly replenish it over time. To craft an instant healing potion, brew a rough potion using a water bottle and netherwort. Then add a shiny watermelon slice to complete it. When brewed with gunpowder, the finished potion becomes a splash potion. Brewing with glowstone dust increases its potency level, while brewing with redstone extends its duration. Brewing with dragon's breath transforms it into a lingering potion. Looks like that villager generator I built just in case will finally come in handy. Following the quad-core iron farming machine and the villager generator, Suyu set about constructing his third machine, the villager market. To make shimmering watermelon slices, I need to find watermelons in the tropical rainforest. Who knows how long that might take, but I have plenty of villagers. I can use the compost bin to turn villagers into farmers, then upgrade them to master level so they can trade 4 shimmering watermelon slices. With the plan in mind, Suyu immediately got to work. Transporting villagers was straightforward: use rail tracks to deliver them to designated spots, place a compost bin, and wait for their occupation to change to farmer. Trading required emeralds, the villagers' official currency. Suyu wasn't worried about obtaining them. He'd specifically hunted skeletons during monster kills, filling his inventory with several stacks of bones. Bones could be crafted into bone meal to accelerate crop growth, yielding harvests faster. Farmers would immediately collect the crops and exchange them for emeralds. Only after its trading level upgrades will it begin selling items requiring emeralds for purchase, including the shimmering watermelon slice Suyu needs. Theory established, experiment begins. Guided by a clear plan, Suyu swiftly set up the villager market he needed. He then continuously harvested carrots and sugar beets from the village's existing farmland. Once he had accumulated sufficient stock, he immediately sought out farmers to exchange for emeralds, steadily progressing through the upgrades. Soon, the shimmering watermelon slice he needed appeared in his hands. First, add hellwort. Then, add watermelon slices. Finally, use fluorite powder to enhance the potion's level. Level 2 Instant Healing Potion complete. To be cautious, Suyu crafted 10 bottles of level 2 instant healing potions. With everything prepared, Suyu immediately exited the domain. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Suyu uncorked the bottles, a refreshing fragrance wafting toward him. He placed all 10 vials of instant healing potion within easy reach, then tilted his head back and poured the body-tempering elixir straight into his mouth. The moment it touched his throat, it felt like swallowing boiling water, burning its way down his throat. Countless needle-like sensations pierced his blood vessels, and Suyu's skin instantly flushed crimson. His entire body convulsed violently. The excruciating pain made him tremble uncontrollably, unable even to maintain a seated position. He collapsed onto the ground, shaking as if his internal organs were being torn apart, only to be constantly reassembled and strengthened. Yet the excruciating agony overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly oblivious to any benefits from the enhancement. Suyu clenched his teeth, beads of sweat the size of beans falling from his forehead. The intense agony made him feel dizzy in waves, nearly causing him to collapse several times. Each time, he shook his head violently, forcing his consciousness back into focus. I can't hold on any longer. Suyu reached tremulously for a bottle of instant healing potion. His trembling hand failed to grasp it, knocking the bottle over instead. His vision blurred as he reached for another bottle. Ignoring the potion spilling from his trembling hands as he pried open the cap, he shoved the mouth of the bottle into his mouth and gulped it down in one go. The cool liquid flowed down his throat, colliding with the burning heat within his body. In that instant, Suyu felt the pain in his body lessen by about 30%. This undoubtedly gave him a boost of confidence amidst the excruciating agony. It works. As the pain receded, Suyu felt his muscles grow firmer. The medicine was indeed taking effect. Second bottle. As the excruciating pain surged again, Suyu downed another bottle of instant healing potion. This time, the pain subsided much more than before. His body absorbed the body-tempering elixir at an accelerated rate. Suyu repeated this cycle of drinking instant healing potions. By the fifth bottle, the pain within his body had subsided to a tolerable level, and he refrained from reaching for a sixth. After a long while, the intense heat gradually subsided. Suyu lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, looking as if he'd just been pulled from water. He pushed himself up from the floor and smiled, too exhausted to laugh aloud. Glancing at the time, it was now noon. Digestion took nearly 4 hours, not bad. I just wonder how effective the absorption was. Suyu stood up, his body emitting a crisp crackling sound. He clenched his fists, the surging power making him feel somewhat incredulous. He tried throwing a few stray punches in place, each one accompanied by a whistling wind. The increase in his physical strength was almost absurdly significant. Ding! Lord rank upgraded to Tier 1. Unlocked player exclusive vassal skill all under heaven serve me. Chapter 9, rank up. Vassal members. I've jumped straight to Tier 1? Suyu was somewhat surprised. Based on what he knew, reaching Tier 1 was only possible on the 5th day at the earliest. Reaching mid-tier rank 1 by the 8th day during the battle against the outer heavenly demons would already mark one as exceptionally gifted. To reach Tier 1 on the 2nd day? That was a feat only a handful of lords could achieve. The so-called clans were family-like groups centered around a domain lord, who they followed. By becoming part of a lord's household, one could share in the lord's spiritual power, granting even ordinary people the chance to fight the extraterrestrial demons. This is a shared ability possessed by all lords from the moment they ascend. The creatures controlled by life domain lords are their innate followers, making them easier to command and granting stronger domain bonuses. However, Suyu had never heard of vassals granting any special skills. This might be the unique aspect of possessing both the system and the cube domain. What kind of ability is this all under heaven serve me? Suyu's gaze fell upon the system panel that had popped up, revealing more detailed ability information before his eyes. All under heaven serve me skill description. 1. Players may select any friendly creature to recruit as a kin, granting it intelligence and the ability to level up. 2. Experience gained by vassals from defeating others or objects can be distributed to the vassal or absorbed entirely by the player. 3. Players may freely allocate and utilize resources produced by their vassals. 4. The number of follower skills usable is influenced by the lord's rank. Current maximum followers 10. 10. Note, if the lord's rank remains unchanged and the follower recruitment limit is reached, new followers cannot be recruited unless existing followers are eliminated. This ability made Suyu's eyes light up. What an overwhelmingly powerful effect. Suyu's gaze immediately locked onto an iron golem. He dashed toward it, raised his palm, and turned his hand toward it. Add this iron golem to my family. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a black halo materialized from Suyu's palm. In an instant, it enveloped the iron golem, rolling down its body once before sinking into its flesh. The iron golem's crimson eyes flashed with a sudden red glow. The next second, the clumsy giant performed an action Suyu never anticipated. It knelt on one knee, its square skull emitting a dull sound. My master, please bestow a name upon your servant. So this is gaining wisdom, Suyu observed it curiously. After a moment's thought, he chose a simple name. Henceforth, you shall be called Iron One. Thank you, my master, for bestowing this name, Iron One replied respectfully. A dedicated interface for it popped up before Suyu's eyes. Name, Tai-E. Species, Iron Puppet. Follower tier, Common Tier 1. HP, 100. Attack, 15. Armor, 0. Stored EXP level, 0-100. Common? Is this what they call leveling up? Suyu was intrigued. The strength of a vassal stemmed from its lord. Typically, the strongest vassals possessed roughly 70% of their lord's power. Yet he'd never heard of specific tier distinctions. We'll see how this leveling up works when the monsters respawn after nightfall tonight. Before exiting the domain, he casually brewed several bottles of strength potion 2 to carry with him. After all, it only required blazing powder, the simplest potion to brew. Suyu planned to save it for later use. He washed off the sweat from earlier when he'd been chugging the spirit elixir, dressed, and headed out. Consuming body forging elixir in reality is incredibly useful. If I could obtain more, I feel far more confident facing the celestial demons beyond the domain on the 8th day. Besides direct cash purchases, the best place to acquire it is undoubtedly here. Lost in thought, Suyu arrived before a colossal structure. 3 characters, written in elegant calligraphy, adorned the entrance. Spirit Cultivation Hall. The spiritual energy cultivated by lords originates from the cosmic essence scattered across this world when celestial demons from beyond the realms tear open dimensions. To help lords clearly understand their power tier, spirit cultivation halls were erected across the world. Lords could test their power at any time, and those who made the rankings would receive rewards. Among these rewards was the Body Forging Spirit Elixir. Basic Forging Body Elixir is just the foundation. If only I could obtain intermediate or higher grades, Suyu murmured. Indeed, Body Forging Elixir varies in quality. Based on potency, they are categorized into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. A standard basic forging body elixir carries a market value of over 1,000,000 yuan. Even a low-tier lord would need to work for over half a year to afford a single vial. After all, besides body forging elixir, there are many other expenses to contend with. Suyu walked up to the front desk and handed over her student ID. I'd like to open a lord account. The front desk attendant, dressed in a black uniform with long legs encased in black stockings, lit up upon seeing Suyu. Hearing he wanted to open a lord account, her demeanor grew even more respectful as she promptly took the card with both hands. Certainly. Is this your first visit? If you haven't been here before, would you like me to explain the main services offered at the Spirit Cultivation Hall? No need. Just tell me where the spiritual power assessment is, Suyu asked. Certainly. The receptionist promptly opened an account for Suyu, guiding him to the location while completing the process. Soon, she returned not only his student card but also a black identity card. This ID card functions like a bank card. Any earnings from selling domain items will be deposited directly onto it. Alright, thank you. Suyu had no desire for further conversation. He took the card and left. What a handsome guy. Let me see, his domain is the square domain? What's that? The front desk attendant froze. She'd never heard of that domain before. She wanted to ask Suyu more questions, but he had already vanished without a trace. Soon, Suyu arrived at the Spiritual Power Assessment Station. Spiritual Power Assessment was conducted in private rooms. After queuing and receiving a number, each person had 10 minutes. In the waiting area of the Spiritual Power Testing Hall, Suyu leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, resting. His mind was still calculating his cultivation plan once he obtained the body-tempering spiritual liquid. Hey, isn't this Suyu? A shrill female voice interrupted his thoughts, and Suyu opened his eyes. A mother and daughter beamed at him. The woman wore luxurious attire, and her daughter beside her was also dressed in designer clothes. Behind them followed a man whose clothes were covered in patches. The girl was Suyu's junior high classmate, Zhang Kur. Arm in arm with her was her mother, Li Qimen, while her father, Zhang Shan, trailed behind. Suyu merely nodded, feeling no desire to speak further. On one hand, he didn't get along with Zhang Kur. She had always compared herself to Suyu over trivial matters, and he found her irritating. On the other hand, Suyu was preoccupied with thoughts about the upcoming spiritual power assessment and had no desire to engage with others. Seeing Suyu's half-hearted acknowledgement and half-hearted disregard, Zhang Kur was furious. She swept him up and down with a dismissive glance, a sneer curling her lips. What? You're here to test your spiritual power too? Did some blind lord take you in as a retainer? Li Qimen, aware of her daughter's relationship with Suyu, chimed in from the side, her tone tinged with smug satisfaction. Kor is now the favorite follower of Lady Li Shangning, the most dazzling spirit element lord among Huaqing First High's new generation. Little you'd better buckle down. Stop obsessing over books. What good are top grades? In this era, having a lord's protection is what truly matters. Hey, are you even listening? Ha? Suyu was deep in thought about how far the effects of the level 2 strength potion might take him. At the sound of her voice, he merely lifted his eyelids lazily, looking past the two women to greet the middle-aged man standing behind them. Uncle Zhang, long time no see. Chapter 10, Strength Potion. Extraordinary Grades. Zhang Shan and his parents were old acquaintances. Despite his wife and daughter giving Suyu such a hard time, Suyu still greeted him. Zhang Shan gave an awkward smile. Xiaoyu, long time no see. How have you been lately? Before he could finish, Li Kemen shot him a glare, and Zhang Shan immediately shut his mouth. Suyu's lukewarm demeanor made Zhang Kor feel like punching cotton. Not seeing Suyu break down was breaking her down instead. A thought struck her: this was Suyu's insecurity. After all, his lord was nowhere near as prestigious as hers. Right. A bookworm who only knows how to study by rote, how could he possibly think to seek out a lord? What a waste of your proximity to Huaqing No. 1 High School. Zhang Kor snorted coldly, about to deliver more scornful remarks, when a voice suddenly called out from the testing room. Number 37, Suyu, come in for testing. Suyu immediately stood up and strode straight toward the testing room, completely ignoring Zhang Kor's trailing words. Him. Zhang Kor stomped her foot in fury, her delicate features twisted with anger. He dared to ignore me. Li Kemen hurriedly patted her daughter's back soothingly. Forget it, forget it. He's an orphan, spoiled and ill-mannered. Don't stoop to his level. Just wait until he sees Kor's spiritual power level, it'll make him blush with shame. After soothing her daughter, she shifted her tone. Zhang Shan, look at this kid. The older he gets, the ruder he becomes. What kind of parents raised a child like this? What sort of unsavory friends have you been keeping? Zhang Shan clenched his teeth and fists, unable to utter a word. Mother and daughter chatted cheerfully, oblivious to his presence, discussing how they'd spend Zhang Shan's year-end bonus on meals and jewelry after the test without once acknowledging him. At that moment, inside the spiritual power testing room, the hum of metal clanging had yet to fade. Suyu stood before the testing apparatus, her slender fingers slowly retracting. Across from her, the tester pushed his glasses back up his nose, his expression unreadable as he watched the final score flicker on the screen. He picked up a pen and made a mark on the record sheet. First tier beginner, 101 points. Barely passed. Not bad at all. He said it was good, but his tone was flat, clearly indicating that such results were nothing unusual to him. Suyu said nothing. He pulled a glass vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and tilted his head back to drink its contents in one gulp. The crimson liquid slid down his throat, instantly transforming into a wave of heat that surged through his limbs and bones. A subtle tingling sensation spread through his muscles and joints. The tester, busy organizing forms, caught the movement out of the corner of his eye and muttered casually. Drinking an enhancement potion? Young man, it's just a test. There's no need. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Suyu had already thrown another punch. The wind cutter sound accompanying this punch was sharper than before. When his fist struck the test plate, it didn't produce a dull thud, instead, a piercing metallic wail echoed. The numbers on the instrument screen shot up like they'd gone mad. The red needle shattered through the upper limit of the scale, trembling wildly at the very top. Buzz! The tester snapped his head up, the pen in his hand clattering to the floor. Staring fixedly at the frozen numbers on the screen, the tester's pupils suddenly contracted. The sound of his sharp intake of breath echoed distinctly in the quiet room. 363 points? Second tier? Seeing such a result, the tester rubbed his eyes as if he'd seen a ghost, then slapped the side of the machine hard. The screen flickered twice, but the numbers remained unchanged. Impossible, the tester cried out, his voice cracking. Ordinary enhancement potions were considered effective if they boosted power by 10% to 30%. But Suyu's second punch had skyrocketed to 363 points. Such a score was completely on par with second-tier standards. Whose potion could deliver such terrifying amplification? If word got out, people would pay any price to get their hands on it. But the tester had never heard of such a thing before. Meaning this was unique to Suyu, a product of his domain. This is a product of your domain? The tester's demeanor shifted noticeably. Suyu gave a faint nod. The tester scrutinized Suyu repeatedly, frowning as he struggled to place the lord. Suddenly, the tester's breathing instantly quickened. Staggering back half a step, he pointed at Suyu, then at the screen, his lips trembling. The 7-day trial period. You're still in the 7-day trial period? Throughout the entire Spirit Energy Revival era, the first 7 days for newly awakened lords were the most critical growth period. Simply stabilizing at the initial stage of Tier 1 during this time was cause for immense gratitude. Those who reached the intermediate stage were considered prodigies. Since he hadn't made his public debut yet, his domain abilities remained largely unknown to outsiders. Otherwise, with such prowess, he should have stunned the world during his first confrontation with the heavenly demons from beyond the realms. How could he possibly remain unknown? What sent chills down the tester's spine was that within the 7-day trial period, reaching the intermediate stage of Tier 1 already signaled extraordinary talent. To directly attain Tier 2 strength. Unheard of. The tester's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. His previously businesslike expression was now plastered with fawning smiles, his back bent so low it resembled a shrimp. He nearly twisted his ankle while picking up the pen. Su, Your Excellency. Your talent. TSK. If you were to establish a lord's organization now, countless would be clamoring to join your household. The tester rubbed his hands together as he approached, his tone warm as if they were old friends. He respectfully handed over a business card. Should you ever need anything, just give the word. I hold some standing here at the Spirit Cultivation Hall. Please wait in the outer waiting room. I'll have someone fetch your body-tempering spirit elixir immediately. Suyu glanced at the newly updated names and scores on the leaderboard. The record for the first punch had already been logged, first tier, beginner. To obtain the body-forging spirit elixir, one only needed to break the tier record, advancing from first tier, beginner to first tier, intermediate. Suyu, however, had shattered 3 records in one go. Intermediate Stage 1, Advanced Stage 1, Stage 2. He could claim 3 portions of basic forging spirit elixir at once. Confirming his guaranteed rewards, Suyu withdrew his gaze. He didn't even lift an eyelid at the tester's fawning attentions, merely uttering a faint MHM and a curt thanks before turning to walk out. The tester continued to babble praise from behind, but Suyu's figure had already vanished behind the door. Left standing before the empty doorway, the tester stared blankly at the astonishing numbers, unable to snap out of his daze for a long while, muttering to himself. Second stage, 7-day trial period. If those guys found out, their jaws would drop right. I need to tell Supervisor Sean about this first. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Suyu spotted Jungkoor and the others still standing not far away, chatting animatedly with someone. Spotting that someone, Suyu raised an eyebrow, surprised to see her here. The person across from them froze in place the moment they spotted Suyu. What a small world. After being defeated by Suyu in front of so many people that morning, Li Xiangning wore a dark expression. After returning to the dormitory to rest for a while, she couldn't calm her mind no matter what. Her best friend suggested venting her frustration by practicing on the wooden dummies at the spirit cultivation hall, so she came. As soon as Li Xiangning arrived, Zhang Kor, not far away, lit up instantly. She shook off her mother's hand and scampered over, her face plastered with a fawning smile. Sis Xiangxiang. What brings you here? Li Xiangning ignored Zhang Kor's flattery completely, having no interest in engaging. Zhang Kor quickly pulled her mother over and announced, Mom, this is my lord, the esteemed Lady Li Xiangning. Zhang Shan and Li Qimen immediately bowed and scraped, Honorable Lady Li, thank you for looking after our daughter. Noticing Li Xiangning's sour expression, Zhang Kor quickly pulled one of the young ladies accompanying Li Xiangning aside to ask what was wrong. The young lady then embellished the story of Li Xiangning's battle with someone, though she didn't mention any names. Before the words had even finished, the group saw Li Xiangning's body suddenly tremble, as if she had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Before they could turn around, a cold voice rang out from behind them. Move aside. Before Li Xiangning could respond, Zhang Kor spotted the newcomer and shrieked. Aha, Suyu. Do you know who you're talking to? Chapter 11, Power Surge. Slaps galore. The testing room door creaked open. As Suyu stepped out, he collided head-on with Li Xiangning and her group. The air froze instantly. The gloom on Li Xiangning's face hadn't yet faded. The moment she recognized the person, her pupils suddenly contracted and her face flushed white. Her entourage froze in terror, their legs trembling. Their mouths, which had been spewing indignation moments ago, now seemed sewn shut. They dared not even breathe loudly. Suyu's gaze remained impassive as she walked straight toward them. When she reached them, her tone was flat, move aside. Li Xiangning's fists clenched so tightly her nails nearly dug into her flesh. The humiliation of being crushed by Suyu that morning still burned deep within her bones, yet the fear ingrained in her marrow left her frozen in place. Yet the thought that Suyu had held back, sparing her life, made any further mockery from Li Xiangning seem laughable. Just as she was about to step aside, Zhang Kor beside her erupted in fury. She stormed up to Suyu, pointed an accusing finger at his nose, and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Suyu, how dare you? Do you know who this is? This is Lady Li Xiangning. What kind of creature are you to demand she make way for you? I think you've had enough of living. Her rant continued, spittle flying, completely oblivious to the fact that Li Xiangning's expression had turned grim, her forehead beaded with fine, cold sweat. Li Qimen, seeing this as an opportunity to prove her loyalty, shrieked in agreement. Exactly. Lady Li Xiangning is of noble status and you expect her to give up her seat? Have you no manners? Turning to glare at Zhang Shan, Li Qimen spat venomously. And you useless piece of trash. I told you back when we were neighbors with the Su family this kid's hopeless without proper parenting, and you still defended him? Now you see how wrong you were. Zhang Shan's face flushed crimson. His fists clenched tightly, his teeth chattering as he ground out through gritted teeth after a long pause. Don't say anymore. Shut up? I won't shut up. Li Qimen's eyes widened, her voice rising to a shrill pitch. You good for nothing. Your own daughter gets bullied, and you just play dead? I must have been blind to marry you. Zhang Shan hung his head so low it nearly touched his chest, unable to utter another word. Finished? Suyu's calm voice suddenly cut through Li Qimen's tirade. Li Qimen and Zhang Kor exchanged glances, both convinced he'd been intimidated. Smug expressions immediately spread across their faces. Scared now? Li Qimen stood with her hands on her hips, chin thrust high. Apologize to Lady Li Xiangning this instant. Or else this won't end today. Zhang Kor joined in the taunts, exactly. Kneeling to apologize wouldn't be too much. Before the words had fully faded, two sharp slaps echoed through the corridor. Suyu's gaze was chillingly cold, yet her hands remained at her sides. Those two slaps were for my parents. Li Qimen and Zhang Kor froze, their cheeks burning with pain, unable to react for a long moment. You dare hit me? Zhang Kor snapped out of it first, screaming as she raised her hand to slap Suyu across the face. Suyu deftly flipped her wrist, catching Zhang Kor's arm. Using her momentum, she spun around, suddenly yanking Zhang Kor into an uncontrolled whirl before slamming her hard onto the floor. The pain made her wince and grimace. Lee Keeman, already seeing stars from her own blow, went completely berserk upon witnessing her daughter being struck. Like a rabid lioness, she lunged at Suyu, claws extended. "I'll tear you to shreds, you little." Suyu shifted effortlessly, dodging the attack. Her tone turned icy. "Get lost." "Get lost? You tell me to get lost?" Lee Keeman raved, her words spilling out in a frenzied torrent. "You fatherless, motherless orphan. Your parents died because of you. You're nothing but a curse, you deserve to die." Jungkoor, lying on the ground, suddenly flew through the air. As if kicked in the waist, she slammed into Lee Keeman as she charged forward, knocking her heavily to the ground. Her teeth and nose made intimate contact with the pavement. A broken tooth flew out, stars danced before her eyes, and blood poured freely. Mother and daughter screamed in agony, clutching each other as they crashed to the ground, grimacing in pain. "Mom, don't move. My back feels like it's broken, and my butt hurts so bad." "Ah, I hurt too. This damn. You. What do you think you're doing?" Lee Keeman's face was frozen in terror. Suyu held her foot suspended above her head, her expression as calm as ever, showing no sign of emotion. "One more word, and I'll crush you." Lee Keeman couldn't tell if the threat was real, but the icy chill in her voice sent shivers down her spine. To onlookers, the scene was gruesome, teeth gritted, gasps of horror, yet it carried an inexplicable thrill. "Sister Shang Xiang. Save me." Jungkoor struggled to lift her head, wailing toward Qian Buyo. "Li Xiangning, this isn't spanking my bottom, it's slapping your face. I'm a member of your clan. You must deal with him." Pwa ha ha ha. Low snickers echoed around them. Li Xiangning nearly lost her composure at the words, inwardly cursing Jungkoor as an idiot. Her back was soaked through with cold sweat, her legs trembling slightly. She had clearly sensed that the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Suyu were now several levels stronger than they had been that morning. And she hadn't even seen when Suyu had struck. If she had been the one hit, she might not have dodged it. Impossible. Li Xiangning raged inwardly. Did he use body-tempering spirit elixir? No. A single vial of basic elixir couldn't possibly grant such terrifying enhancement. When Suyu had attacked earlier, she'd nearly lost control and intervened. She'd even calculated whether she could suppress him with her own strength alone, without summoning her domain. But now it seemed thank goodness she hadn't. Otherwise, she might have joined him on the ground. Li Xiangning stared fixedly at Suyu's upright figure, her heart filled with shock and bewilderment. What kind of monster was this Suyu? How could his strength have grown so rapidly? "Mr. Su!" A shout suddenly rang out from nearby. Suyu turned his head. A man dressed in leather and fine garments strode swiftly toward them. Though still dozens of meters away, he seemed to appear before them in the blink of an eye. Manager Sean? Upon recognizing the arrival, both Li Xiangning and Jungkoor's eyes widened. Sean Lingqing, a 6th-rank lord and steward of the Cultivation Pavilion. Despite his youth, he not only held a high lord rank but also served as the pavilion's chief administrator. "Senior Sean?" Suyu greeted him. Sean Lingqing was a graduate of Huaqing First High School and the older brother of Sean Lingwei, Suyu's dormmate and senior. Among Huaqing No. 1 high school's promising young talents, Sean Lingqing was among the most outstanding. On the day Suyu enrolled, he had seen Sean Lingqing's name on the list of outstanding graduates from Huaqing No. 1 high school. Suyu's simple response broke the ice. Realizing Suyu wasn't averse to interacting with him, Sean Lingqing promptly adjusted his form of address. "Hey, Suyu," Sean Lingqing approached and asked, "What's going on here?" "He disrespected my parents with his mouth and got beaten up," Suyu replied, his expression returning to its usual calm. Sean Lingqing nodded. "He certainly deserved it. Manager Sean, you have to stand up for us." Lee Keeman, clutching her sore spot, stepped forward and pointed at Suyu, her voice sharp. "This little bastard just attacks people. How can your spirit cultivation pavilion just stand by and do nothing?" Sean Lingqing shifted aside expressionlessly, simultaneously pulling his phone from his pocket and holding it to his ear. "Hello?" Smack. A resounding slap landed squarely on Lee Keeman's face. Suyu's palm made intimate contact with Lee Keeman's cheek. Beside them, Sean Lingqing held his phone, muttering hello? Hello, into it, seemingly lost in his own conversation. Turning his head, he saw Lee Commander flying backward from the blow and jumped in surprise. What just happened? Such blatant self-deception. Who couldn't see Sean Lingqing was feigning ignorance? While others wondered why Sean Lingqing would do such a thing. A tester jogged over and handed something to Suyu. "Mr. Su, this is your body-tempering elixir." When they saw the quantity of body-tempering elixir placed in Suyu's hands, everyone gasped in shock. 3 vials of body-tempering elixir. Chapter 12, Elixir Upgrade? Feasible or not? The Cultivation Pavilion only distributed body-tempering elixir through one method, breaking one's own record. Breaking records meant advancing level by level. It wasn't like if you started with level 1 beginner, then got level 2 intermediate on your next attempt. They wouldn't just give you level 2 intermediate once. Instead, it progresses as first tier intermediate, first tier advanced, then second tier. Suyu now holding 3 vials meant he had just broken his personal record 3 times in a row. Li Xiangning stared at him in disbelief. Breaking 3 records meant Suyu now possessed at least upper tier 1 strength? She was only just preparing to challenge the first tier beginner level herself. Shockwaves crashed over her like tidal waves, relentlessly pounding Li Xiangning's body until she murmured involuntarily. It's only the second day. How could he possibly reach this level? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Suyu collected the body tempering elixir. He had one. Absorbing 3 forging body elixirs in reality might just let me break through to the second tier in one go. Suyu knew his true current strength was only at the first tier beginner level. His ability to perform at a second tier level was entirely due to the second tier strength potion. Looks like after finishing these body tempering elixirs, I'll need to test with strength potions again. If only these elixirs could upgrade when brought into the domain. A sudden thought sent a shiver through Suyu's body. Bringing it into the domain. Enhancing the body tempering elixir with potions. Goosebumps of excitement broke out across Suyu's body. If it worked, it would be utterly game-changing. A beginner-level potion could be boosted to intermediate. Would that mean intermediate could be enhanced to advanced? And advanced forging body elixir? That's not something you'd find on the market. They circulated privately among high-tier lords, used to upgrade themselves or their vassals. If Suyu could use the brewing station in the Cube Realm to upgrade basic forging body elixir to advanced forging body elixir, it could be said that Suyu would become the wealthiest person on this planet. The profits would far exceed the costs. Even with Suyu's composure, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this moment. The potential gains were simply too immense. Junior Suyu? Shan Lingqing gently called out when Suyu suddenly fell silent. Senior Dan, are there private cultivation rooms available here? Suyu inquired. Of course, Shan Lingqing nodded. Would you like to rent one? Some lords suddenly realized that the cultivation pavilion provided dedicated rooms for them to comprehend their own transformations. Yes, thank you for your help, Senior Dan. I'll have someone escort you. I need to handle matters here first. Shan Lingqing raised his hand, summoning a uniformed beauty who then led Suyu to his room. Passing by Li Xiangning, Suyu didn't even turn his head as he tossed out a parting shot. Lordly, get a brain. If the lord is brainless, the vassals will be brainless too. Li Xiangning trembled with rage, her teeth grinding audibly. She had lost. Her own vassal had been publicly humiliated, and she couldn't do anything about it. As Suyu's figure vanished, Li Xiangning dug her nails into her palms until blood seeped out, yet she remained oblivious, her mind consumed by those words, the lord is brainless, and so are the members of his household. Sis Shangxiang, your hands, her attendant stammered from the side. Li Qimen and Zhang Ke lay on the ground, whimpering. Zhang Ke's face was swollen on one side. Clutching her jaw, she cried and cursed, Lady Li Xiangning. You can't just let him go like that. Not only did he hit me, but he also insulted you. Shut up. Li Xiangning snapped, whipping her head around. Zhang Ke flinched at the glare, her sobs abruptly halting. Li Qimen, about to speak up for his daughter, caught Li Xiangning's gaze a look that could devour a person and wisely swallowed his words, though his mouth still twitched in defiance. Li Xiangning took a deep breath, recalling the 3 vials of body tempering elixir Suyu had taken. That number stung her eyes like needles. It had taken her 17 years of preparation, with her family providing all manner of spiritual medicines, just to reach the threshold of the first-tier beginner level on the second day after becoming a domain lord. Yet Suyu, a newcomer who had only awakened her domain 2 days ago, had already reached the finish line she had been desperately chasing? Impossible, Li Xiangning murmured again, her voice tinged with despair. She hadn't even noticed herself. Even if she consumed the finest treasures on the second day after domain awakening, it's absolutely impossible. Beside her, Shan Lingqing cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. As the resident steward of the Spirit Cultivation Hall, he had been specifically entrusted by Suyu to handle the aftermath before she departed. Now, surveying the chaotic scene, he spoke calmly and without condescension. Lordly, this is a public space after all. Perhaps you should have your people get up first? Li Xiangning finally snapped back to reality. A crowd had already gathered, peering curiously around the edges. Her face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. She shot a fierce glare at the mother and daughter on the floor, her voice as cold as ice. What are you still standing there for? Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Only then did Li Qimen and Zhang Ke get up from the ground, supported by Zhang Shan. The very act of rising made them wince and groan in pain, grimacing as they struggled to stand. Seeing them like this, Li Xiangning felt her face burn. Suyu's words, the Lord has no brains, and neither do the members of his household, echoed in her mind once more. She suddenly stopped and turned to Zhang Ke. You really are a bit brainless, going around offending everyone. Before you cause even bigger trouble, I think it's best to revoke your status. Ha! Before Zhang Ke could react, Li Xiangning raised her hand and waved it. A fiery red light shot out from Zhang Ke's body and vanished into Li Xiangning's palm. Power drained from her like receding tide. Zhang Ke's face drained of color. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she lunged forward and clung to Li Xiangning's leg. Sis Shangxiang, you can't do this. You can't just casually take back your power like this. Let's go. Li Shangning broke free, uttered 3 words, and turned to walk out. Left behind were the bewildered mother-daughter pair, Zheng Kor and Li Qimen, along with Zheng Shan, who had remained silent throughout. Shan Lingqing cast a faint glance at them, shaking her head helplessly. Cleanup was always such a hassle. He looked up at the direction Suyu had departed, murmuring with a smile. That kid's quite something. I'm genuinely curious to see how he'll handle his first confrontation with the Outer Realm demons. Meanwhile, Suyu was led by the uniformed beauty to a room. The uniformed beauty explained softly, once inside the room, you can insert your ID card into the slot by the door. The system will charge 500 yuan per hour. That expensive? But I just got this card and haven't loaded any funds yet, Suyu said, twirling the card between his fingers. No worries. New cards come with a 5,000 yuan free credit. Once that's used up, charges will be automatically billed to your account. You can top up later, the uniformed beauty smiled. That's generous. Got it, thanks. Suyu pushed open the door and stepped inside. The cultivation room was well equipped, a single soft bed, a desk, a refrigerator, a bathroom, and an ordering system. Suyu scanned the menu options. The dishes were incredibly luxurious meals that might cost hundreds or even thousands outside were priced here at just over 100 yuan or a few hundred yuan. Being a lord sure comes with perks. Pushing aside irrelevant thoughts, Suyu immediately entered his domain. His mind was consumed by that single, relentless thought. Upgrade the body tempering elixir using the brewing station in the block domain. Chapter 13, Secluded Realm Enhancement. The Slender Ghostly Shadow. From basic to intermediate, intermediate to advanced. High-grade body tempering elixir. That was a treasure even high-tier lords would fight tooth and nail for. If he succeeded, he could not only rapidly boost his strength but also unlock unimaginable wealth beyond others' grasp. The moment Suyu entered his domain, he headed straight for the brewing station. Placing the basic body forging elixir on the brewing platform, Suyu positioned the glowstone powder for upgrading the potion into the infusion slot above. His eyes fixed intently on the brewing interface that popped up. If possible, the down arrow progress bar on the UI interface will display progress. If not, it won't show anything. The very next second after Suyu placed the fluorite powder, the progress bar moved. Tick 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 tick. 10 seconds later, a new forging elixir appeared in the retrieval slot. However, its volume had significantly decreased. The originally full bottle now held only a quarter of its original capacity. Essence Body Forging Elixir, a refined and upgraded version of the body forging elixir processed through the brewing station, delivering far greater effects than standard market versions. Refined? Isn't it supposed to become intermediate forging body elixir? Suyu noticed the term. Body tempering elixir only reached the high-grade tier. At most he'd never heard of any essence variant. Was this a unique variant brewed by his own distillation platform? But with my current constitution, I definitely can't handle this essence elixir. Recalling the agony of swallowing the basic forging body elixir, he shuddered involuntarily despite having endured it. If this essence was even more potent, Suyu doubted he'd even have a chance to grab a quick heal potion. But leaving this essence potion unused feels like a waste. And I'm genuinely curious what effects it might have. Suyu stared at the small amount of essence spirit liquid. The pain from the basic body forging spirit liquid still lingered in his heart, impossible to forget. He didn't believe his current state could withstand this refined essence, yet he was intensely curious about the changes it might bring. Could the creatures I control take it too? Another peculiar thought struck Suyu, and he instinctively glanced at the iron golem. Though if the iron golem changed, Suyu wouldn't be particularly curious. A flash erupted from his palm, revealing the monster control stone imbued with the power of the Enderman. What would happen if the Enderman consumed it? The Enderman under Suyu's control suddenly materialized before him. Even staring directly into its eyes did not provoke the anger of the controlled Enderman. After a moment's thought, Suyu handed it the essence spirit liquid. Without hesitation, the Enderman took it and poured it directly into its mouth. In that instant, a system notification rang in Suyu's mind as the Enderman before him began to transform. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Enhancement beyond the world. Its square limbs softened into the rounded, slender form of a typical human. A meticulously tailored, high-quality black suit covered the surface body, complete with a bright red tie that stood out strikingly. The once square, purple-eyed head now resembled that of an ordinary person except it lacked facial features and hair. What remained was a pale, featureless skull. It stood motionless before Suyu, head bowed low. Whether observing her or paying respect remained unclear. Even Suyu, with his composure, couldn't help but narrow his eyes at this transformation and appearance. Is this the Slender Man? The Slender Man, known in English as Slender Man, is a monster from Western urban legends and also the inspiration behind the Enderman. Legend has it that the Slender Man primarily targets children. Before hunting its prey, it would playfully stalk, intimidate, and torment them, silently appearing in photographs behind people. Among urban legends worldwide, the Slender Man undoubtedly ranks among the most dangerous. The essence spirit liquid can materialize things within its domain into tangible objects? Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. If monster control stones could be mass-produced, then Endermen could be controlled in bulk. Which meant the Endermen could also appear in droves. Suyu pointed toward the distance. The same purple snowflakes that marked the Enderman flickered on the slender ghost's body, and in the next instant, it materialized at the spot he'd indicated. The Enderman's teleportation ability remains intact. Are there any other functions? The thought barely crossed Suyu's mind. 4 pitch-black tentacles immediately surged from behind the slender ghostly figure, writhing in its wake. Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. He carved a dirt block in his hand and tossed it toward the sky. One of the black tentacles suddenly moved, instantly piercing the mud block mid-air. Impressive. Its combat strength is formidable. This upgrade is significant. Suyu was thoroughly satisfied with the Enderman, or rather, the slender ghostly figure. Gripping the monster control stone, his heart raced with excitement. I've got a few days left. I need to take down the Ender Dragon ASAP and see what mod I get first. It absolutely has to be JEI so I can view the crafting recipes. If this monster control stone can be crafted, just being able to control vanilla monsters in bulk would let me do whatever I want in real life. Suyu glanced at the iron golems surrounding him, a sudden thought striking his mind. Hundreds of iron golems, which had been patrolling the village, immediately gathered before him. If I can control their movements, I can certainly direct them to mine. First, they'll gather or to achieve mineral independence. After dinner tonight, I'll set up the villager market. Then, through trading with villagers, I'll acquire a full set of diamond armor. In an instant, Suyu conjured hundreds of iron pickaxes and numerous torches, tossing them out. The iron golems swiftly picked them up. Before him, over 100 iron golems stood silently and in perfect order, awaiting his commands. He quickly assigned numbers to the group. Numbers 1 to 30, the 29-member main world mining team. Begin excavation at a location 100 blocks from the village and collect every mineral within sight. Numbers 31 to 50, 20 of you will protect the main world mining team, clearing all monsters that spawn around the mining site. Numbers 51 to 100, 50-person nether exploration team. Radiate outward from the nether portal in groups of 5. Search for nether ruins and fortresses, collecting chests and monster drops from these structures. Members 101-150, you are responsible for constructing the main world's rail transport system to carry mined resources, ensuring all extracted minerals are transported back to the village. Execute. The eyes of 150 iron golems flashed crimson as they marched off in a mighty procession. Suyu, meanwhile, set to work on a new machine, a rail laying machine. Rail transport requires an endless supply of tracks. While iron rails aren't scarce, they're painfully slow. For practical use, we'll need to craft powered rails. Charged rails were costly, 6 gold ingots, 1 stick, and 1 redstone dust. The latter 2 were easy to obtain, but gold was the real challenge. Suyu didn't know how to build a piglin tower, so mass-producing gold was impossible. To obtain large quantities of powered rails, building a rail generator was the only option. 10 minutes later. Once the rail generator began production, the assigned iron golems took over collecting and laying the rails. Suyu cleared a large plot of land, built a warehouse, placed numerous crates, and meticulously organized them into categories. The iron golems tasked with transporting minerals placed copper ore, iron ore, and diamonds into their designated sections within the warehouse. Though the iron golems move slowly and aren't efficient miners, their sheer numbers and tireless work make them practically perpetual motion machines. Once a batch of iron golems was deployed, the village's defenses suddenly became lax. Suyu immediately retrieved iron ingots and crafted a new batch of iron golems for guard duty. After finishing, Suyu wiped his brow and suddenly remembered another matter. Fluorite powder upgrades spirit potions? What about redstone powder? Redstone powder added to potions extends their duration. Could it also extend the duration of spirit elixirs? Suyu still had 2 vials of basic body tempering spirit liquid left. He immediately took one to test. As expected, placing redstone powder and the basic body forging spirit liquid on the brewing stand produced a reaction. Clink, 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 clink. The new basic body tempering elixir didn't gain any new prefixes, but its surface was now shrouded in a faint glow. Has the potency been extended? Suyu grabbed the 5 remaining bottles of level 2 instant recovery potion he had left and exited the cube realm. What changes? Only by testing them would he know. Chapter 14, Alleyway Farce. Filthy scoundrel. The fortified body tempering elixir hit his stomach, and the exact same pain as the first time surged through him. Having experienced it before, Suyu handled it much better this time. He could even feel vast amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi continuously pouring into his body, expanding like a balloon inside him. Feels like another level up is imminent. Could ascending so rapidly cause harm? Must suppress it. Several hours later. Shivering all over, Suyu struggled to his feet. Feeling the sticky residue and lingering pain, the sweat-drenched Suyu shook his head helplessly. This time took nearly 6 hours. The pain of the second round was no less intense, but the duration definitely increased. The improvement is real. Still only a low-tier first-stage cultivator, but my current level might be stronger than the average first-stage practitioner. Suyu clenched his fists, clearly sensing the enhanced power within his muscles. A faint smile spread across his lips. The pain remained as intense, yet the duration grew longer. Pros and cons. Suyu took a shower and went to withdraw the card exactly 6 hours later. The 5,000 yuan free credit limit on the card was now down to 2,000. 3,000 gone in one go. That's a hefty expense, Suyu lamented inwardly. Stepping out of the room, he saw large windows lining the corridor. Outside, the sun had already set. My seniors are waiting for me to eat. I'll call it a day for now. I'm feeling pretty tired too. Taking 2 vials of body-tempering elixir daily strengthened his physique, but the mental fatigue remained undeniable. He had barely stepped out of the room when a familiar voice called out nearby. Junior Su. Shan Lingqing hurried over. Senior Shan? You weren't just waiting here for me, were you? Suyu's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Of course not. I just finished my own business, Shan Lingqing replied. Suyu nodded. Shan Lingqing appraised Suyu and remarked with some surprise, Junior Su, you seem to have improved again? Just luck, Suyu replied, unwilling to delve deeper into the subject. He shifted the conversation. I'm sorry for causing you trouble today, Senior Shan. Handling disturbances caused by guests at the Spirit Cultivation Pavilion is part of my duties, Shan Lingqing replied with a smile. He could easily tell Suyu didn't want to discuss that topic, so he naturally took the hint and steered the conversation elsewhere. Having to deal with that trouble-seeking madwoman must have been a hardship for you, Senior. Suyu walked beside him. Along the way, many people greeted Shan Lingqing while casting curious glances at Suyu walking alongside him. Looking for trouble. After acknowledging the greetings, Dan Lingqing stared ahead and murmured, that girl's so used to being arrogant. Looks like she meant well but ended up making things worse again. What? Nothing, Shan Lingqing shook his head with a smile, handing him a business card. Get some rest when you get back. If you need anything at the Spirit Repair Pavilion, feel free to contact me first. Thanks, Senior. Suyu accepted it without pretense. Stepping out of the Spirit Cultivation Hall, the setting sun stretched Suyu's shadow long behind him. The Spirit Cultivation Hall was only 3 kilometers from Huaqing First High School's dormitory area. Suyu planned to run back, taking the opportunity to feel the changes in his body. He jogged along, savoring the cool evening breeze. What's going on over there? Mid-jog, Suyu spotted a crowd gathered at an alley entrance nearby. The chatter drifted on the breeze, drawing him to a halt. Did I just hear Li Xiangning's voice coming from the alley? Pushing past several tiptoeing onlookers at the edge of the crowd, Suyu stepped inside only to find her brows involuntarily knitting together. A girl slumped on the ground, her Huaqing First High School uniform skirt dusty, her face bruised and swollen, a thread of blood still clinging to the corner of her mouth. It was none other than Li Xiangning, the very girl he had reprimanded that morning. Behind her, a junior wearing the Huaqing No. 1 middle school junior high uniform clutched a manila envelope tightly, huddled against the wall and shivering. The collar of his uniform was torn and crooked. That uniform, is it from Xianling? Suyu recognized the group's affiliation. A group of boys wearing identical khaki uniforms, all had shaved heads, an unusual trait. This was one of the distinctive features of Xianling High School. Xianling Academy was a unique institution among high schools, pursuing a pure combat path. The school offered no liberal arts programs whatsoever, not even classes devoting itself entirely to martial arts combat prowess. It was a combat-focused institution. In peaceful times, such an institution would undoubtedly be labeled as ignorant or a gathering place for scum. But in this era of constant warfare, such individuals become highly effective combatants. Many elite frontline fighters originate from this academy, though their conduct remains that of street thugs. Consequently, Xianling's internal chaos was particularly rampant, with numerous gangs vying for dominance, none willing to yield to another. Why is that guy picking a fight with Li Xiangning? Is she causing trouble again? Suyu asked the person beside him in confusion. What's going on? Standing beside Suyu was an elderly man. He glanced at her and sighed. That group from Xianling was chasing that kid, demanding some lord protection fee. The kid refused to pay and ran off. That girl saw it and stepped in to help, but she couldn't win. They'd stoop to such shameless tactics? Suyu narrowed his eyes. Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's the lord we're talking about. You don't want to die, do you? Someone nearby gasped, urgently silencing him. But Suyu's voice, unchecked, still reached Xianling's men. Several of them turned their heads toward him. A bald man approached Suyu, bending slightly and leaning in close. Just now, was that you talking? Standing slightly taller than Suyu at about 1.9 meters, he bent slightly to listen. His right hand hung casually at his side, yet his fingertips discreetly hooked the leather strap of a short stick strapped to his outer thigh. Without lifting an eyelid, Suyu drawled, yes. The word yes barely left his lips when the bald man's wrist snapped. The baton whistled through the air like a knife, slashing straight for Suyu's crown. The motion was so fast it left only a blur. Yet the next second, every expression froze. The burly man, who moments ago had been strutting with bravado, suddenly seemed struck by an invisible force. His entire body flew backward faster than the stick had been swung, crashing like A into the backs of his companions behind him. The bald men who had just taken a step forward were knocked sprawling, 4 or 5 of them piled on top of each other, groaning in pain. Who the hell? The leader of the bald men spun around in shock. Before Li Xiangning could look up, a familiar voice spoke from in front of her. Didn't you tell them you're a new lord who hasn't passed the 7-day trial period? Seeing the newcomer, Li Xiangning's eyes widened. Su Yu. Li Xiangning thought she must be seeing things. She never imagined the person who had beaten her senseless that very morning would step forward to help her at this moment. Chapter 15, Purple Snowflakes? Shaving the weak. Su Yu stared at her face, his brow furrowing even deeper. Li Xiangning was quite attractive for a girl, but now her delicate face was covered in bruises and cuts. Blood mixed with dust stained the corners of her mouth, making her look utterly miserable. Answer my question, Su Yu said calmly. Though there was no trace of anger in his expression, nor had he raised his voice, Li Xiangning inexplicably felt the air around her grow several degrees colder. Su Yu's current mood was entirely different from when she had offended him or when Zhang Kor had provoked him. Beneath that calm exterior, something unsettling seemed to be churning. Of course I did. Li Xiangning snapped, her teeth clenched. But these people just wouldn't listen. They're so completely out of control. Su Yu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Ding Ruifeng. His tone held no discernible emotion. They knew our people hadn't even participated in the first confrontation with the extraterrestrial demons, yet they beat them like this. The worst outcome? The defenses collapse, the domain is destroyed, lives are lost. Dude, aren't you being a bit inhumane? Ding Ruifeng's face darkened at the accusation of anti-human, spittle flying as he roared back. Bull. I'm just teaching a rookie who doesn't know the rules a lesson. What the hell does that have to do with being anti-human? His rebuttal fell on deaf ears, instead prompting the onlooker speaking cautiously from the alley entrance to whisper among themselves. Yeah, the heavenly demons are still lurking outside the city walls, and here they are fighting amongst themselves. An elderly man with graying hair, leaning on his cane, stepped forward. Seeing the bruises on Li Xiangning's face, he sighed heavily. Back when the city walls first fell, how many lords sacrificed their lives outside these walls to protect us common folk? And now look, the very warriors capable of fighting the heavenly demons are turning their blades on their own kind? His words caused the murmurs around them to swell. Others chimed in. The old man's right. Every lord who awakens a domain is a precious treasure. Lose one, and our strength against the heavenly demons weakens. My nephew just became a lord last year. He never returned from his first battle against the heavenly demons. Seeing these children fighting amongst themselves breaks my heart and chills my soul. Battles between lords aren't forbidden, they're encouraged. But crippling someone before their first fight against the heavenly demons? That's handing them an assist. What after are we even talking about? Ding Ruifeng, drowned in a sea of scornful spittle, stubbornly held his ground. None of your damn business. This is our internal code among lords. Elders instructing juniors, it's only right. Guidance is only right? Is that the same line you bullies use every time? Su Yu shot a half smile, half glare at Li Xiangning. Li Xiangning's face flushed crimson as she stammered. Seeing Su Yu still standing in front of her, she felt both embarrassed and anxious. She hurriedly shouted. This has nothing to do with you. Run. Their leader is Ding Ruifeng, a second-tier high-ranking lord. You can't beat him. Though hostile toward Su Yu, Li Xiangning understood the vast gap between lords. Even after witnessing Su Yu's absurdly impressive performance at the Spirit Cultivation Hall, Li Xiangning was convinced he must have used some trick one he couldn't possibly replicate anytime soon. He was no match for Ding Ruifeng. Run? Ding Ruifeng flicked his wrist and his henchmen instantly surrounded Su Yu. You've been spouting off non-stop and even hit one of our guys, and now you think you can just run? Don't you think you're underestimating us a bit? Ding Ruifeng let out a vicious laugh. Another junior who needs disciplining. Go. Teach him a lesson. Getting straight to the point is a good choice. I don't want to waste words on scum either. A sudden, light chuckle echoed from behind Ding Ruifeng. Every face present paled dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu, who had been 5 or 6 meters away from Ding Ruifeng and surrounded by the others, suddenly appeared behind Ding Ruifeng. The people surrounding him hadn't moved at all. Purple snowflakes? Li Xiangning stared at the spot where Su Yu had been standing. There, purple flakes resembling snow floated in midair, slowly dissipating. Accompanying this was Su Yu twisting his body, unleashing a whistling roundhouse kick. What? Ding Ruifeng gasped in shock. The kick came fast and fierce, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Ding Ruifeng felt a chill on the back of his neck before a tremendous force slammed into his back. Snap! The crisp snap of dislocated bones mingled with a muffled groan as Ding Ruifeng was sent flying forward like a battering ram had struck him. He crashed heavily to the ground in an utterly wretched posture, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ugh! The surrounding area fell instantly silent. The bald henchmen who had been itching for a fight moments ago now froze in place, their arrogance replaced by terror. They stared at Suyu as if they'd seen a ghost. No one had seen how Suyu had broken through the encirclement and slipped behind Ding Ruifeng. Even fewer could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary freshman could kick a high-level second-tier lord flying. You. Ding Ruifeng lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a long moment. The excruciating pain in his back nearly choked the breath from him. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he roared, "What are you all standing around for? Beat him to death." His bald-headed henchmen finally snapped out of their shock. With a roar meant to bolster their courage, they all charged forward in a chaotic rush. "He's alone, and we're many. The advantage is ours." All at once. Before the words had fully left their mouths, Suyu shifted slightly, and purple snowflakes flashed once more in the same spot. The next second, screams erupted in rapid succession. The henchmen surrounding Suyu saw only a blur before an irresistible force hurled them to the ground. Some clutched their stomachs, curled into balls, their faces flushed crimson like liver. Others clutched arms twisted into unnatural angles, screaming in agony. Not a single one remained standing. From the moment Suyu moved to the moment he dealt with them all, it took only a few breaths. The hem of his robe was slightly soiled. Suyu brushed off his clothes. "I heard a rumor at Xianling Academy only the strong can keep their hair, while the weak must shave their heads. Seeing it today, it seems true." Li Xiangning was so stunned she couldn't speak, her eyes wide as saucers. Staring at that calm, composed figure, her mind went completely blank. A second-tier high-level lord kicked flying like that? And those henchmen were as flimsy as paper? This was nothing like she had imagined. Wasn't Suyu, who scored absurdly high in the spirit cultivation hall, using some underhanded trick? Or was he genuinely this powerful? Suyu's single sentence not only insulted the men lying on the ground but also included Ding Ruifeng, who was still standing. Ding Ruifeng's face turned an ugly shade of green because Suyu was right. Weaklings have no place at Xianling Academy. You little brat, think you're hot stuff now that I've shown you a little color? Just wait till I knock both your legs off and make you kneel down calling me grandpa. Domain activation. In an instant, a black mist billowed out from Ding Ruifeng's body, spreading outward. The entire alley's terrain shifted, transforming into a misty plain. Creak creak. The sound of bones grinding echoed through the mist. A hooded figure, clutching a longbow, materialized within the fog. Beneath the hood revealed a skull face glowing with an eerie blue flame. Chapter 16, The Slender Ghostly Shadow. A shrill scream pierced the air. "It's the stealth archer." The crowd erupted in gasps. Last year, during the defense against the heavenly demons from beyond the realms, Ding Ruifeng used this creature to slay 30 of them. Its arrows possess potent corrosive effects. It said that demons struck by them dissolved into a pool of sludge within half a minute. Summoning a creature like this, does he intend to kill outright? Ding Ruifeng basked in the surrounding stares, his pride evident as a savage grin spread across his lips. "Boy, I certainly won't take your life. But crippling both your legs and arms? That's no trouble at all. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. I might consider letting you off." Behind him, the stealth archer's compound eyes flared crimson as a jade-green arrow slid onto the bowstring of his longbow. Suyu merely smiled. "Take another look behind you." Ding Ruifeng's smile froze. He saw those standing in front, those who could see behind him, whether his own men, the onlookers, or even Li Xiangning, all wearing expressions of sheer terror. Such expressions hadn't even appeared when his own stealth archer had materialized. A prickling chill shot up Ding Ruifeng's neck. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow. He spun around and looked up, his voice cracking. "What the hell is that? I suggest you don't look up at its face." Suyu's warning came at the same moment as Ding Ruifeng's movement. As Ding Ruifeng's gaze followed the shadow upward, his heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand. It was an exceptionally tall man, his limbs thin as stretched noodles. A black suit enveloped his frame, the bright red tie knotted at his collar particularly striking. Most unsettling of all was his face, where features should have been. There was only a flat expanse of grayish-white, like an oversight in a painter's work. Ding Ruifeng found himself staring at it. Without warning, a crack suddenly split open across that porcelain-smooth face. It wasn't the curve of parted lips, but rather as if intact skin had been forcibly torn apart, the pitch-black gash extending all the way to the base of his ear. Immediately, an indescribable howl erupted from the gash. It sounded like countless fingernails scraping against glass, or the collective wails of tortured souls. Ugh! Ding Ruifeng clutched his head and stumbled backward, blood gushing from his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. The surrounding onlookers descended into chaos. Some screamed and fled, others collapsed in terror, trembling violently, while some stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, unable to react. Li Xiangning was petrified, numbness washing over her like waves crashing against her body. Her eyes were wide, her mouth agape in terror, saliva dripping uncontrollably as if she had witnessed the deepest horror imaginable. "Only slay the creator." The soft words echoed through the alley, now filled with terror. The next instant, the stealthy archer, poised to fire, was instantly ensnared by 4 pitch-black tentacles. Helpless, he was dragged into the darkness of the alley. What had happened? No one saw it, only hearing screams echoing from the darkness. 10 seconds later, the slender, ghostly figure emerged from the darkness once more, as composed as when it had first appeared. It still wore the crisp black suit, not a speck of dust on it. It did nothing further, merely standing silently beside Suyu as if nothing had transpired. Impossible, impossible. Ding Ruifeng's teeth chattered, his pupils frozen with utter terror as he felt his life force drain away. How could my stealth archer? I'm a second-tier lord. The slender ghostly figure suddenly materialized before Ding Ruifeng. Its towering form bent down, its featureless cheek inches from his face, tilting its head. Ding Ruifeng erupted in a blood-curdling scream, the piercing sound shattering eardrums. His voice carried the desperation of someone on the brink of collapse. He frantically clawed at his own eyes before turning and running away. Boss! His henchmen snapped out of their stupor, scrambling to their feet. Not one dared glance back at Suyu or the slender, ghostly figure beside him. They scrambled toward the direction Ding Ruifeng had fled. Only Ding Ruifeng's agonized scream still echoed faintly from the distance. That lesson was harsh enough. Suyu snapped his fingers, and the slender ghostly figure vanished. Without another word, he shoved his hands into his pockets and walked straight ahead, as if nothing had happened. Wherever he passed, no one dared come within 10 meters of him. Suyu turned and approached Li Xiangning, the girl still slumped on the ground. His voice was calm. Go back and tend to your injuries properly. And don't dump the demonic beings you should be dealing with onto me later. Li Xiangning remained utterly blank-faced, showing no reaction whatsoever. Whether it was the shock of the creature Suyu had summoned or the sheer power he had displayed. Seeing her lost in thought, Suyu paid her no mind and started to walk past her. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. Suyu turned his head to dodge, frowning as he looked behind him. A slightly flippant voice echoed from the other end of the alley. Impressive, truly impressive. Watching Middle School has produced quite the remarkable junior. A group of people marched over from across the street, one on the left dragging another along like a dead dog. Yet something felt off. To the naked eye, they didn't appear as a cohesive unit. It seemed more like a smaller group of tough individuals forcibly escorting a larger, timid crowd. Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. The man being dragged like a dead dog was none other than Ding Ruifeng, who had stumbled away earlier. The timid-looking individuals surrounding him were his underlings. What a bunch of losers. Not only did they lose, but they lost so badly. And they still dare to use our Xianling name? They're a disgrace to us. Heh, Ding Ruifeng's expression is priceless. First time I've seen him look like that. Let's snap a pic and plaster it all over campus. That'll really get under that guy's skin. Hey! Watching's freshman, you're quite something. Staring our guys like that. Watching First High has got an extraordinary youngster now. Hearing the voices, Li Xiangning, who had been slumped on the ground, scrambled to her feet and approached Suyu, whispering. Those guys up front are all second-year elites from Xianling. Their starting combat power is already a tier 3. Even without Li Xiangning's explanation, Suyu had already caught on. Though he didn't recognize the group before him, they wore the same Xianling uniforms. And they had hair. Having hair meant they were at least elite students of their grade. As he pondered, a miniature grass cube and a miniature iron cube silently appeared in Suyu's hand. He didn't throw them instead, he rolled them around in his palm like antique walnuts. Beat the young ones and the elders show up? Does Xianling enjoy playing these games too? Facing formidable foes, Suyu remained as calm as ever. As he spoke, Suyu observed them. The one in the center sported silver-gray short hair. To his right stood a long-haired man holding an umbrella, while to his left was a man with golden hair. Suyu's remark startled Li Xiangning, who hurriedly whispered. Don't provoke them. They're all third-tier lords. If we really come to blows, this situation will be impossible to resolve. Chapter 17, No Association. Reliable Senior. There was indeed a gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2, but if a creature or artifact was bizarre, an outcome like Suyu's earlier wasn't uncommon. The gap between Tier 1 and Tier 3, however, was simply too vast. Don't get the wrong idea. We wouldn't stoop to defending such trash. The leader, a silver-haired boy with a skull earring in his left ear, snorted derisively. His foot crushed Ding Ruifeng beneath it, drawing agonized screams from the fallen man. But you've slapped our Xianling's face. Such a grand gesture deserves a return favor, that's our style. Ding Ruifeng was now a shadow of his former self, eyes rolled back, drool hanging from his mouth. The earlier encounter with the Gaunt Spectre had shattered his mind, leaving him a broken shell. Li Xiangning's face paled further. Clutching Suyu's sleeve, her voice trembled. The leader is called Wang Yu. He's a creation-type lord who's already touched the threshold of the 4th tier. Those around him are all core members, each at the high 3rd tier. Wang Yu's smile remained unchanged, though a chill deepened in his eyes. Junior, the creature you summoned does have some skill. But don't think that gives you the right to act tough in front of the immortal bell. To us, creations below the 3rd tier are no different from ants. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, he added, I've always valued talent. If you're willing to join the immortal bell, today's incident will be forgiven. As for that good-for-nothing Ding Ruifeng? Consider him your apology. The words left everyone around them stunned, even Li Xiangning seemed taken aback. Wang Yu had always been arrogant and condescending at Xianling. When had he ever shown such leniency toward a newcomer? Join you? Su Yu laughed. Become partners with a bunch of bullies who oppress men and women? I'm not that desperate. The three from Xianling exchanged glances. Instead of anger, they burst into laughter. Interesting. Truly fascinating. Hua Qing has produced quite the remarkable individual. To remain so arrogant against three enemies vastly superior in combat strength, either he's fearless of death, or he's incredibly confident in his own abilities. At this reaction, Su Yu slowed the rotation of the cube in his hand, casually beginning to survey his surroundings. Those easily provoked tend to lose their composure, making them easier to deal with. But those who aren't easily provoked analyze their surroundings calmly. These three clearly belong to the latter category. Dealing with them is going to be a real pain. Su Yu's mind raced, considering the most viable escape route. A direct confrontation held no chance of victory. Quite the commotion, Wang Yu. Can't beat us, so now you're picking on our juniors? A sudden voice rang out behind Su Yu and his companion. Three figures pushed through the crowd and stepped in, positioning themselves behind Su Yu and his companion. Li Xiangning's eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing them. Seniors? Su Yu turned to look, and a familiar face appeared before him. Senior Dan? Still calling me senior? Shan Lingwei approached Su Yu with a playful smile. Didn't I tell you on the way back to the dorm that you could just call me Lingwei? Don't worry, we're here now. You'll be fine. Alright, Lingwei. Su Yu nodded helplessly, then asked, what are you doing here? Grocery shopping. Shan Lingwei held up the plastic bag brimming with vegetables, beaming. We're throwing you a welcome party tonight, gotta get some good food, right? You're just using your junior as an excuse to satisfy your own cravings. Beside Shan Lingwei, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking young man shot her an exasperated glance before turning to Su Yu. He gave him a polite nod, but instead of introducing himself first, he stepped past Su Yu and positioned himself in front of him, facing Xianling and the others. We saw what happened earlier. How about it? If you want to fight, we're ready. Zhao Yuchuan? Wang Yu's smile faded considerably at the sight of the newcomer. Your people scared ours half to death. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Tape? Zhao Yuchuan advanced instead of retreating, pulling a nearly empty roll of clear tape from his pocket and tossing it toward Wang Yu. Here. For you. Wang Yu caught it with one hand, his expression darkening. Messing with me? So what if I am? Wang Hu, the burly man beside Zhao Yuchuan, clenched his fists and chuckled. Your guys came looking for trouble because they couldn't hold their own. If you want an explanation, I suggest you tuck your tail between your legs and crawl back now. Otherwise, you'll get beaten and still have the nerve to demand answers. If you can fight, fight. If not, get lost. The two companions behind Zhou Hao and the others dropped their flippant grins, their eyes turning serious. The group before them was their equal, perhaps even slightly stronger. Zhao Yuchuan's strength ranked among the top second-year lords in the entire college realm, not to mention Wang Hu by his side, a martial arts maniac capable of withstanding a full power strike from a third-tier artifact. Zhao Yuchuan, you insist on protecting this punk? Wang Yu slammed the tape down hard on the ground. He injured our Xianling people. This isn't going to be so easy. Ding Ruifeng from your side struck first. Don't try to turn the tables, plenty of people saw it. Li Xiangning, who had remained silent until now, shouted. I'm the living proof of that assault. Zhao Yuchuan pushed his glasses up, his tone thick with pressure. Wang Yu, I know you've been fighting over the allocation of resource points lately, but don't set your sights on our school's new students. The outcome is barely balanced now. If you try to stir trouble again, your faction might not even make it to the upcoming 100 Schools tournament. The words resource points made Wang Yu's eyes flicker. These were the extraterritorial demon hunting zones allocated to each school by the 100 Schools Alliance. Everything obtained from slain demons belonged entirely to the respective school, directly impacting the cultivation speed of its lord. Recently, Xianling and Hua Qing had clashed over the allocation of one such resource point. Now that Zhao Yuchuan had exposed his true intentions, his expression darkened further. Fine. Very fine. Wang Yu gritted his teeth, shooting Su Yu a fierce glare. I'll remember this today, kid. You're definitely entering the 100 Schools tournament. Pray you don't face me then. Two companions immediately stepped forward to support Ding Ruifeng, and the group slunk out of the alley in disgrace. The crowd, finding no further spectacle, gradually dispersed. Phew. That scared the life out of me. Li Xiangning patted her chest, her expression finally relaxing a bit. Thank goodness the seniors arrived in time. Wang Hu grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, but his tone carried a hint of disappointment. Too bad. I was really looking forward to a fight. Shan Lingwei sidled up to Su Yu, sizing him up. Not bad for a freshman. Beating a second-tier lord into a little cutie at just first tier. And what's the deal with that black suit creation of yours? Su Yu smiled but didn't respond. The existence of the slender ghostly shadow was too peculiar, it couldn't be revealed to too many people just yet. Zhao Yuchuan sensed his hesitation and smoothly changed the subject. Alright, let's not scare the newbies. The welcome feast is waiting to be cooked. If we get back too late, Fatso will have eaten all the braised pork. Right. Braised pork. Shan Lingwei was instantly distracted by the promise of food, tugging Suyu toward the alley exit. Come on, freshman. Delicious food tonight. As they stepped out of the alley, the setting sun painted the sky a golden red. Suyu glanced up at the evening glow on the horizon. He'd expected a fierce battle, but things had taken an unexpected turn. However, one detail from Wang Yu's earlier words had caught his attention. The 100 Schools Tournament. This tournament seems to offer quite a lot of body-tempering elixir. Chapter 18, New Objectives. Defensive Works. The 100 Schools Tournament is a nationwide competition launched in the 10th year since the descent of the heavenly demons and the emergence of lords. It not only commemorates the early lords who charged against the tide of demonic forces but also provides a premier stage for the new generation of lords to prove their strength and win generous rewards. The most direct path to qualification is undoubtedly through direct recommendation by one school. To secure such a recommendation, one need only distinguish themselves in the first battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Fame and fortune aside, that reward is non-negotiable, Suyu's eyes flashed with a determined gleam. The combat power of the slender ghost far exceeded my expectations. If I could cultivate a few more like it, I doubt any lord from beginner to intermediate tier could stand against me. Resolution hardened within him. It seemed he had no choice but to participate in this 100 Schools tournament. Thinking about the tournament? Zhao Yuchuan's voice suddenly came from beside him. Suyu snapped back to reality and quickly replied, right. I forgot to thank you seniors earlier. Thank you all for standing up for me just now. It was nothing. How could we stand by and watch someone bully our students, especially students from Watching Garden? Zhao Yuchuan said with a smile. Let me introduce us. I'm Zhao Yuchuan, a healing type lord. This is Zhongli, a life-form type lord. Suyu nodded in greeting, then couldn't help voicing the question that had been on his mind since earlier. From what Wan Yu said earlier, why would I face him in the 100 Schools tournament? Our tiers are so vastly different, doesn't the tournament separate by tier? Of course it does, Zhongli, with his muscular build, took over the explanation. It's school versus school. You'll be facing opponents from Xianling's first year class. Scared of your junior? Zhao Yuchuan teased. Just asking, Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. Hee, if Suyu also placed in the 100 Schools tournament, it would uphold Watching Garden's consistent style, Shan Lingwei chuckled. Oh? So everyone from Watching Garden placed in the 100 Schools tournament? Is it really that simple? How could it be that simple? Li Xiangning's voice rang out from behind them. It's because you Kinji people are all freaking abnormal, okay? Only then did Suyu notice, you're still here. Li Xiangning's expression shifted slightly as she stiffened her neck. What do you mean still here? This is the only way back to school. I'm just passing by, okay? You two, have you made up? Zhao Yuchuan clearly knew what had happened earlier that day. Seeing their exchange, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Suyu remained unflappable. I never had any beef with her. She came looking for trouble, so I beat her up. Whether she holds a grudge or not, I have no idea. The moment the words left his mouth, every pair of eyes in the room turned to Li Xiangning, making her squirm uncomfortably. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? Li Xiangning retorted irritably. You took me down in public, then dealt with my former followers. Now you've even easily handled opponents I couldn't defeat. How could I dare to resent you? She genuinely couldn't muster any anger. She'd lost fair and square. Holding on to it now would only alienate everyone. We're all classmates here. Who knows, we might even become comrades in arms someday. There's no grudge that can't be resolved. Zhongli laughed heartily, patting both of their shoulders. Ouch, senior. Li Xiangning rubbed her sore shoulder, her eyes darting towards Suyu from time to time. Suyu paid her no mind, his thoughts still lingering on the fight in the alley moments ago. The slender ghostly figure's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. With this kind of strength, we could take down the Ender Dragon tonight. I wonder if the Ender Dragon mutates. The iron golems, endermen, and potions of strength that had appeared so far were already astonishing enough. And this was likely just the tip of the iceberg in the block world. After a moment's thought, Suyu apologetically said, Senior, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to tonight's dinner. Before they could respond, Suyu explained his reasoning. I've gained new insights and plan to enter the realm as soon as I return. If I go to dinner, I fear that feeling might fade. Zhao Yuchuan and the others froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Zhao Yuchuan said, of course, now that I think about it, we were too abrupt. With only 7 days to race against time, spending hours on a meal would be too extravagant. How about this, once you successfully pass the celestial demon confrontation, we'll celebrate properly then. You truly live up to my expectations achieving enlightenment so swiftly, Shan Lingwei teased, retrieving an item from her belongings and handing it to Suyu. I meant to give this to you after dinner as a gift. Since that's the case, take it now. Zhao Yuchuan and Zhang also produced identical items. Su Yu's eyes widened slightly as he examined them. They were 3 vials of basic body tempering elixir. These? Su Yu hesitated, his hand suspended in mid-air as he stared blankly at the others. Under Li Xiangning's envious gaze, Zhao Yuchuan stepped forward, grabbed Su Yu's hand, and stuffed all their body tempering elixirs into it, smiling as he said, "These are welcome gifts from your seniors. Think of it as an investment. Keep up the good work, Su. Don't forget us when you become a big shot. Take it. This is a token of our collective goodwill." Zhang Li patted his shoulder, his tone brimming with generosity. Before confronting the heavenly fiends, every ounce of strength counts. No need for formalities. Su Yu clenched the 3 vials of elixir in his hand. The cool blast bottles seemed to carry a warm current, spreading from his palms to the depths of his heart. He wasn't one to like owing favors, but looking into their open, honest eyes, the words to refuse simply wouldn't come. Then I'd be rude to refuse, so you took a deep breath and carefully stowed the elixirs. I'll remember this favor. Oh, right, your homeroom teacher came looking for you in the dorm once, Shan Lingwei suddenly recalled, her gaze lingering on Su Yu for a moment. Didn't you bring your phone? Ah. I haven't bought one, Su Yu lowered his eyelids slightly. What did he want with me? Sensing there was more to the story, Shan Lingwei didn't press further. Instead, she said, he asked me to pass on a message. He wants to know what position you plan to take in the heavenly demon trial. Position? Different lords have different divisions of labor, Shan Lingwei explained. Typically, the creation division builds defenses, the life division fights on the front lines, and the healing division handles logistics in the rear. I assumed you'd choose defense. That iron golem clearly bore the hallmarks of the creation division. But that slender, dark shadow just now. Recalling the spine-chilling shadow in the alley, Shan Lingwei couldn't help but shiver. That monster gave me the creeps just looking at it. That you could command it makes sense if you're a life crafting type. So what exactly are you? Could that puppet not be a creation, but a life crafting entity? Su Yu fell silent. He had deliberately avoided this question all along, for he couldn't be defined by a single discipline. Chapter 19, Defensive Works? Building Material Selection. The Iron Golem was a genuine creation type artifact, while the Gaunt Spectre unquestionably belonged to the life type. And the healing potions he brewed? If ever released on the market, they'd leave every healing type lord speechless. Mastery across all 3 disciplines sounded impressive, yet hidden dangers lurked in the shadows. The healing element is particularly unique. It's both the most coveted mobile fountain on the battlefield and the enemy's top priority target. The outcome of a battle often hinges on which side maintains more enduring healing power. Revealing this trump card carries unpredictable risks and rewards. A lord mastering all 3 elements, offense, defense, and restoration, would be a force to reckon with. If such power fell into the wrong hands, it could spell utter ruin. I'll choose defensive structures, Su Yu finally said calmly. Compared to the others, this role suits me best. Alright, I'll relay that to your homeroom teacher. Shan Lingwei didn't press further, adding a reminder. Also, the spiritual energy detected from this demonic entity is unusually potent. You'd best prepare thoroughly. Su Yu nodded and smiled. Could it be that you knew this too, which is why you sought me out and brought me the body-tempering spirit elixir? That's one reason, Zhang Li replied with a smile. Alright, Zhao Yuchuan's voice interjected at the perfect moment, pointing toward the Huaqing Garden dormitory now visible in the distance. Head back quickly. Don't let this delay your enlightenment. We won't disturb you any longer. Alright. After a brief farewell, Su Yu turned and strode swiftly toward the dormitory. Li Xiangning watched his retreating figure, then glanced at Zhao Yuchuan and the others, her tone brimming with envy. Are you always this generous to new students at Huaqing Garden? 3 bottles of basic body tempering elixir, that's enough for me to save up for ages. Depends on who it is, Shan Lingwei raised an eyebrow. Su Yu isn't just any freshman. Didn't you notice how unconventional his moves were when he took down Wang Yu? Plus, his domain feels unusual. I suspect there's more to it. Maybe later I'll see if he'll let me take a look inside. Zhang Li nodded in agreement. True. To display that kind of power at the beginner stage, this kid's definitely a raw gem. Worth investing in. He's practically a monster, Li Xiangning muttered. From provoking her in broad daylight to eliminating her subordinate at dusk and then clashing head-on with mid-tier Lord Wang Yu just now, this guy's power felt like a bottomless pit, impossible to gauge. By the way, seniors, Li Xiangning asked, so you killed that guy who created Xianling? That's bound to draw retaliation. Should we do something? Zhang Li raised an eyebrow. You're worried about him? Li Xiangning's expression shifted. I'm not worried about him. It's just that his domain seems incredibly powerful. I don't want someone as talented as him from our school to be ambushed by outsiders. That would be a loss for us too. Ha, you're starting to think like Su Yu, Shan Lingwei chuckled, ruffling her hair. Seeing the others so relaxed, Li Xiangning said, I remember that Wang Yu. His brother is also from Xianling, one of the 10 great sins of Xianling. Su Yu beat up his brother like that. There's bound to be retaliation later. The Xianling 10 Sins were the 10 strongest individuals in Xianling Academy. In that terrifying academy where war was waged to end war, these 10 stood at the pinnacle. Their combat prowess surpassed not only their own peers but even the elites of other schools. The group exchanged glances and smiled. Shan Lingwei chuckled, so what? They have their 10 crimes of Xianling, but we have our 10 heroes of Huaqing. If they dare come, we'll make sure they retreat in utter defeat. Li Xiangning's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands. Right. Huaqing Garden has 2 of the 10 heroes. Dan Lingwei nodded, glancing toward the dormitory. Those 2 would be thrilled to know they have such an interesting freshman classmate. I can't let him get too far ahead. Li Xiangning clenched her fists and turned to run toward her own dorm. The remaining 3 strolled leisurely, chatting about the delicious food and drinks they'd enjoyed that evening. Suyu raced back to the dorm, flicked the door shut behind him, flopped onto his bed, and let out a long sigh. The day's battle, Wang Yu's provocation, the gifts from the seniors, news of the 100 schools tournament. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, ultimately coalescing into one clear goal. Get stronger. Alright, tonight I'll take down the Ender Dragon and subdue it. Suyu entered the block realm. Defensive structures, right? I recall that constructing them involves a creation-type lord building advantageous terrain within their domain. Then, when facing demon hordes, they deploy their domain, causing the defensive structures within it to manifest in the real world. Up until now, Suyu had never performed a large-scale domain deployment. Summoning creations or beings only required a single block. Not wanting to expend excessive spiritual energy, Suyu opted for a single block summon. Block. Suyu watched the bustling iron golems ahead, then walked to the warehouse and casually opened a crate. As instructed, the ores were neatly categorized. Among them were already 2 sets of diamonds, and even ancient remains capable of being smelted into netherite ingots amounted to more than half a set. Not far away, iron golems steadily descended in minecarts, while others laid tracks and constructed new railways. What was utterly impossible in the game, Suyu now accomplished within his domain. Watching this scene unfold, he felt a peculiar sense of wonder. Wait, I can build with blocks in reality. I could stack them into a great wall. What could be stronger than that? The thought sparked an immediate decision about which blocks to use. Obsidian. A defensive great wall built with obsidian would absolutely withstand the onslaught of the celestial fiends from beyond the realms. I wonder how strong obsidian is in the real world and what kind of blows it can withstand. Should we find someone to test it? Suyu retrieved some previously excavated obsidian from a storage crate and carried it directly out of the domain. Meanwhile, Zhongli and the others had just stepped through the dormitory door when, before they could catch their breath, a frantic voice echoed closer from afar. Li brother. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Suyu had already swept past like a whirlwind, grabbing Zhang Li's arm and yanking him outside. Come with me to the courtyard. His manner left no room for refusal. Zhao Yuchuan and Shan Lingwei exchanged puzzled glances, their faces full of question marks, but they quickly followed suit. In the courtyard. Suyu said, Li Ge, test the hardness of this block. With that, Suyu tossed a miniature black cube. The moment it hit the ground, it transformed into a perfectly square black stone block, measuring a full cubic meter. Its edges were sharp and defined, its surface gleaming with a deep, mysterious luster. What the hell is this? A product of your domain? Zhang Li stared at the dark, solid block, asking with keen interest. Yep. I plan to use it for defensive structures, building a wall to test its real-world hardness. Suyu replied. As far as I know, Brother Li is a life domain lord, and his life domain creature is the Titan ape. When it comes to raw power, he's absolutely top tier among lords of the same rank. If you want to test hardness, you couldn't find a better person than him. Flattered by his junior's praise, Zhongli couldn't stop smiling. Alright, I'll give it a shot. He cracked his neck, a faint popping sound echoing from his body as a faint green spiritual light rippled around him. Zhao Yuchuan and Shan Lingwei drew closer, their curiosity piqued by Suyu's mysterious cube. Zhang Li took a deep breath, clenched his right fist tightly, muscles bulging like coiled dragons. With a force that seemed to split the air, he slammed his fist into the obsidian block. Thud! A thunderous thud reverberated through the small courtyard, making their eardrums buzz. Suyu's pupils contracted slightly as he stared intently at the point of impact. As the dust settled, the obsidian block remained flawlessly intact, not even a single white scratch marring its surface. Zhongli, meanwhile, was shaking his slightly numb fist, his face etched with astonishment. Holy crap! Zhang Li exclaimed, his jaw dropping. That hardness is insane. A punch like that would have smashed through a regular reinforced concrete wall. Shan Lingwei stepped forward, running her fingers over the cold surface of the obsidian. The dense, solid texture met her fingertips. Suyu, is this solid obsidian? Suyu nodded. Zhao Yuchuan couldn't hide his astonishment either. Using this for walls is certainly solid, but you need to think this through. Blocks this heavy will consume a lot of spiritual energy when expanding your domain. Don't push yourself too hard during the heavenly demon trial. A weight lifted from Suyu's heart and a smile spread across his face. Don't worry, senior. I've got it covered. He had been worried the obsidian might shrink upon entering the mortal realm, but now it seemed the creations of this block world were far more reliable than he'd imagined. Chapter 20, Village Market. Mass-produced resources. Oh, right, Suyu suddenly remembered something, pulling another dusty block from his pocket. And this one, could you take a look at it too? The cube landed, transforming into a pitted stone, the most basic cobblestone in the block realm. What, testing ordinary stones now? Zhangli raised an eyebrow and swung his fist at it. Crack! This time the sound was much crisper, and the cobblestone shattered into pieces on the ground. Nowhere near as good as obsidian, Zhangli remarked, withdrawing his fist. It might work for a makeshift shelter, but it won't hold up against a heavy assault. Suyu nodded. The test results were clear. Obsidian was undoubtedly the best choice for defensive structures. Thanks for your help. Sorry to interrupt your rest. No need to be so polite, Zhangli waved it off. Get back and prepare quickly. The heavenly demon trial is no joke. Suyu re-entered his domain. Having decided to use obsidian for the fortifications, mass production was now essential. Build machines? Better stick with the human wave tactic. Machines were efficient, but their construction was incredibly labor-intensive. Suyu always preferred the laid-back approach. The contraptions he tinkered with now were the simplest tools, barely functional at best. Even if he knew how to build complex, precision machinery, he couldn't be bothered to expend the effort. With his mind made up, Suyu immediately crafted 100 iron golems, forming an obsidian mining team. He dispatched them in groups of 10 to scatter across the area, also instructing them to simultaneously lay railway tracks for ore transport. This operation completely emptied the diamond stockpile in his chest, leaving Suyu feeling a pang of regret. Looks like the villager market needs to be prioritized. If I want diamond gear, that's the only way to get it. In the original game, acquiring diamond gear came down to 3 methods: mining and crafting it yourself, trading with villagers, or opening treasure chests. Now, trading with villagers was the most suitable option for Suyu. Simply placing the corresponding workstation allowed unemployed villagers to change professions. As trade volume increased, villagers would advance from novice, apprentice, skilled worker, expert, all the way to master level. The higher the rank, the better the quality of items available for exchange. The villager professions I need to mass produce are these: armorsmith, for trading enchanted diamond armor. Fishermen, who trade fishing line for emeralds. Emeralds are the universal currency for trading with all master-level villagers. Librarians, who provide rare enchanted books like experience repair, eliminating the need to endlessly enchant at the enchanting table without the desired book. Toolmakers and weaponsmiths. Unlike armorsmiths who trade armor, toolmakers trade tools, while weaponsmiths trade weapons. Iron golem mining teams need massive quantities of pickaxes. A diamond pickaxe with efficiency 4 and durability 3 can drastically boost mining efficiency. With a clear plan in mind, Suyu immediately set about constructing the villager market. Fortunately, he had already prepared the villager spawner and had ample rail production, making the market setup much smoother than anticipated. Armorers required furnaces, fishermen needed wooden barrels, librarians demanded lecterns, toolmakers relied on forging tables, and weaponmakers used grinding wheels. As Suyu busied himself transporting villagers to their assigned posts, he suddenly caught sight of the lanky ghostly figure idly shifting grass blocks nearby. Even as a ghostly apparition, this guy can't shake his old Enderman habits, Suyu chuckled, shaking his head. Yet his hands froze abruptly. Wait, I think I've fallen into a mental rut. Why must villagers be transported in minecarts? He'd been following the game's standard routine, pushing villagers onto minecarts and transporting them to their posts. But this was the real-world domain. Based on the game, it possessed both game mechanics and real-world logic. There was absolutely no need to stick rigidly to the old ways. With that realization, Suyu tossed aside the minecart, walked straight to the villager, hoisted him onto his shoulders with a heave, and strode purposefully to the designated spot before setting him down. It actually worked. What a waste of time before. Suyu chuckled at his own slowness. If I can carry them, so can they. Sure enough, several iron golems stepped forward. Just as he'd anticipated, they lifted villagers straight from the breeding machines and carried them to their destinations. Ghost Shadow. Suyu called softly. The slender Ghost Shadow, who had been idly moving grass blocks, instantly flashed to his side. Seeing him lift his chin, the Ghost Shadow immediately understood and flashed into the carrying team. Seeing this, Suyu also activated his newly acquired teleportation ability. The transport speed suddenly increased several-fold. I'd completely forgotten I possessed such formidable abilities and servants. Ah, right. Suyu retrieved the monster control stone that governed the Enderman. The Enderman's form reflected within the stone had already transformed, now taking on the shape of a slender ghostly shadow. Could I now wield the slender ghost's powers too? Like these pitch-black tentacles? No sooner had the words left his mouth than 4 pitch-black tentacles, identical to those of the slender ghost, extended from his back, swaying gently behind him. Suyu tried focusing his mind, and the tentacles curled nimbly. They could even precisely wrap around a scattered cobblestone at his feet, tossing it up and catching it again. This unexpected delight invigorated Suyu. The slender ghost's teleportation was already useful, and now with these tentacles, his combat power had increased. This could be considered domain possession, right? If I were to reveal this ability, the uproar it would cause would be impossible to contain, Suyu mused. Domain possession and ability unlocked only at Tier 3. Life-type lords could imbue themselves with the abilities of creatures within their domain. Frequent use granted permanent enhancements. For instance, Zhongli could crush stones bare-handed thanks to the physical reinforcement gained from possessing a powerful creature. The creation type applies the properties of created objects to oneself. For instance, if the creation is iron, a creation type lord could transform their body or held objects into iron as well. The healing system grants items or food certain buffs or debuffs. The black tentacles behind Suyu represented domain possession of the life entity type. However, such phenomena should not manifest in a mere first-tier lord. This should save us a lot of trouble later on. For now, the village market took precedence. Suyu gathered his thoughts and walked to the pre-planned area, where 20 small compartments stood neatly arranged, each with designated spaces for work blocks. Suyu first placed the blast furnace in the first compartment. The moment it was set down, the unemployed villager standing blankly beside it suddenly lit up. The distinctive occupational emblem of an armorer instantly appeared on his body. It worked! Suyu nodded with satisfaction. He then proceeded to place a wooden barrel, a lectern, a forging bench, and a grinding wheel into their respective compartments one by one. One by one, specialized villagers appeared exactly as Suyu had anticipated. Suyu surveyed the nascent villager market before him, while the iron golem continued to transport new villagers in a steady stream to expand the workforce. Those already assigned to their roles began organizing their stalls, and Suyu felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. Chapter 21, All Aboard. Departure for the Dragon Hunt. Next, we'll build several thread spinning machines. Trade silk thread with the fisherman for emeralds. Let's stockpile those emeralds first. Suyu synchronized his consciousness with the nearest iron golem. As he sketched the structure of the spawner in his mind, the iron golem sprang into action immediately, swinging its arms to haul materials and assemble the frame, its movements matching Suyu's vision perfectly. Other iron golems followed suit, their assembly line efficiency skyrocketing. Within minutes, 50 threading machines stood neatly arranged beside the market. The rhythmic clacking of machinery filled the air as threads cascaded down like waterfalls. Now, Emerald won't have to worry about supplies anymore. Suyu watched as the automatic thread collection boxes filled rapidly, unable to suppress a smile. He glanced at the villagers at the front of the market. He had set up 10 fishermen, intentionally placing more than necessary to account for the villagers needing to restock and prevent unlimited transactions. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and Suyu's eyes flickered. Wait, doesn't the spirit essence elixir evolve Endermen into ghostly shadows? Could that be useful for villagers? This conjecture rippled through his mind like a pebble tossed into a lake. Suyu still had 4 bottles of his basic body tempering elixir in stock. He immediately took one out and placed it in the brewing station for enhancement. I'll use it on the fisherman. Suyu held the faintly glowing bottle of essence elixir and walked to the fisherman at the front row of the village market, handing him the vial. The man mechanically raised his hand to take it, tilting his head back to drink it in one gulp. The expected dramatic transformation never materialized. The blocky fisherman neither twisted like a gaunt specter nor glowed with strange halos. The only change was a crimson cord now wrapped around his signature straw hat. The red cord wound a full circle around the straw hat, its end tied into a neat little knot, standing out conspicuously among the other fishermen. Suyu frowned, circling the red hat fisherman twice. Every detail matched the others perfectly, save for that red cord and abrupt mark. Could it be that its function is different? Suyu retrieved a full backpack of silk thread from the nearby threading machine and opened the red hat fisherman's trade UI. The first trade option listed 20 silk threads for 1 emerald. The silk threads in her backpack diminished at a visible pace, while emeralds piled up on the other side without the usual lag that occurred when villagers reached their trade limit. Even after the last thread was spent, the exchange interface still glowed green, indicating available trades. The effect is removing the trade limit. Normally, trading with villagers would halt after a certain quantity, requiring them to restock. But Suyu stuffed an entire backpack full of silk threads into it, and it kept exchanging. So this is the benefit of the essence elixir for villagers: it removes their trade limit. What if I recruit him as a domain follower? Suyu immediately claimed the red-hatted fisherman as his second domain follower. The red-capped fisherman shed his wooden demeanor, his eyes gaining a hint of humanity. Facing Suyu, he bowed and respectfully said, "My lord, please bestow a name upon your servant." His reaction mirrored that of the iron golem, Tai. After a moment's thought, Suyu casually said, "Let's call him Yui." "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing my name," the villager Yui said respectfully. A dedicated interface for it appeared before Suyu. Name, Yui. Species, villager. Affinity tier, common tier 1. Occupation, fisherman. Occupational level, apprentice. Stored experience level, 6100. Description: as a fisherman, consuming the essence elixir unlocks unlimited trading. Upon becoming a follower, you can manage all villagers of the same profession within a 100-block radius. Suyu stared at the word management and raised an eyebrow. What exactly does your management authority entail? My lord, Yui straightened his posture, his voice growing clearer. Within my jurisdiction, the exchange ratio for all fishermen's trade goods can be lowered to a minimum of 1. Furthermore, all fishermen within this area will have unlimited trade capacity. So you mean? Suyu's heart stirred, a single silk thread could be traded for an emerald? Yui nodded his blocky head firmly. Yes, my lord. Can you automate this? Take the silk thread yourselves and release the emeralds? Suyu inquired further. Only subordinates blessed by my master can do so. Other fishermen remain uninitiated and incapable of this task, Yui replied. But I don't seem to need that many fishermen, Suyu mused, stroking his chin. You yourself already have unlimited transactions. Why do you need the others? Yui responded immediately. If my lord chooses not to bestow blessings upon the other fishermen, he may have other familiars hold the silk thread to trade with them. As long as it occurs within my subordinate's jurisdiction, the limitless trading trait will activate. Suyu pressed further. What if you were merely a follower without the essence spirit liquid? Yui answered, my unlimited trading ability was obtained through the essence spirit liquid. Without it, I would lose this power and could only trigger the effect where the exchange ratio for all villagers of the same profession within a 100 grid range can be reduced to as low as 1. That's still quite good, Suyu remarked, satisfied with the explanation. After hearing Yui's explanation, Suyu had a clear plan for assigning the vassal positions. Of the remaining 8 domain follower slots, several must be allocated to villagers of other professions, creating village team leaders modeled after Yui. The artificer and armorer could wait for now, but the toolmaker must be prioritized. They could exchange for diamond tools with efficiency attributes, which was crucial for automating the iron golem mining team. 1 minute later. Toolmaker Worker 1 appeared. Head to the mining team and equip all iron golems with enchanted diamond pickaxes. Suyu instructed Worker 1 before turning toward the armor smith's stall. He needed a set of reliable diamond armor to prepare for the upcoming operation. Worker 1 bowed in acknowledgement and turned, his steps slightly stiff as he headed toward the mining area. Suyu patiently selected items at the armorer's stall, eventually crafting a set of diamond armor with protection 4 and durability 3. He paired it with a diamond axe featuring sharpness V and a bow with power 3, stowing 2 quivers of arrows in his backpack. An hour later, Suyu was fully prepared. Iron 1, retrieve all the ender pearls from the warehouse. He had previously ordered some iron golems to handle clearing wild mobs, naturally including endermen. Soon, an iron golem arrived carrying a heavy wooden crate containing 30 ender pearls. After crafting the ender pearls into ender eyes, Suyu gripped one tightly and flung it forward. The bead traced a graceful arc through the air, humming softly as it flew toward the distance, pointing steadily in the direction of the stronghold. The slender ghostly figure flickered and appeared beside Suyu. As they raced forward, the 2 shadows darted through the terrain, moving so swiftly they left afterimages in their wake. In less than 10 minutes of racing, guided by the ender eye, Suyu reached the stronghold. The ancient stone bricks were cracked and weathered by the passage of time, the air thick with the scent of long-forgotten dust. Suyu and the slender ghostly figure reached the ender portal within the fortress. As the ender eyes were embedded one by one into the frame screws until the final one was placed. A thunderous boom. The nether portal was successfully activated. Countless star-like points of light swirled and flowed within, as if an endless starry sky had been embedded inside. Suyu gripped his diamond axe tightly, his gaze sharpening as he leapt into the dazzling expanse of starlight. Let's go slay the dragon. Chapter 22, Slaying the Colossal Dragon. Mod Extraction. The moment they passed through the end portal, the surroundings abruptly transformed. Gone were the dim stone corridors of the stronghold, replaced by a void shimmering with an eerie purple glow. Suyu stood upon an obsidian platform floating in the void, with undulating obsidian pillars stretching into the distance. Over there. The obsidian platform Suyu stood on was still a short distance from the end island. He and the slender ghostly figure teleported onto it together. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the sky. Suyu snapped his head up to see a massive black dragon circling above the obsidian pillars. Its wings resembled membranes woven from dark matter, each beat sending ripples of energy through the air. It was the ruler of the end, the Ender Dragon. Above Suyu's field of vision, the Ender Dragon's health bar appeared. The slender ghostly figure instantly blocked Suyu's front, for black tentacles extending from its back, clearly entering combat mode. Suyu lifted his head. 16 meters long, 8 meters tall, with a wingspan reaching 16 meters. Though he'd seen the Ender Dragon countless times in the game and knew its power well, witnessing this colossal dragon in person still left him awestruck by its overwhelming presence. Ghost, Suyu took a deep breath to suppress his shock and acted decisively. First, take out the crystals atop those obsidian pillars. The Ender Dragon absorbs their energy to regenerate health. Unless we destroy them, we can't kill it. The slender ghost shadow offered no reply, merely flickering and vanishing from its spot. The next instant, it materialized atop an obsidian pillar. 2 tentacles shot out from its back, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle as they lunged toward the healing glowing ender crystal. Boom! The ender crystal exploded with a thunderous boom. The slender specter teleported again, darting between the surrounding obsidian pillars as identical explosions erupted in rapid succession. This provoked the ender dragon, which unleashed a purple dragon's breath toward the specter. But the slender specter's teleportation perfectly countered the ender dragon's breath attack. Excellent! The wraith has drawn all the aggro. Now I only need to focus on dealing damage. Seizing the opening, Suyu drew his power bow. The enchanted arrow glowed faintly as he aimed for the ender dragon's belly and released the bowstring without hesitation. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a meteor, striking its target with pinpoint accuracy. The ender dragon roared in pain, its wings beating violently to unleash a gale. Countless shards of black dragon scales flew toward Suyu like projectiles. Attacks outside the game? Suyu planted his foot firmly, rolling nimbly across the end stone to evade the onslaught while simultaneously knocking another arrow and drawing his bow. The defense provided by his diamond armor meant he didn't have to worry about being injured by these fragments, but he dared not let his guard down. Defense values existed, and health could indeed regenerate, but he wasn't some blocky character in a game. Getting hit hurt like hell, and he dared not let his guard down for a moment. The slender ghostly figure teleported relentlessly between the obsidian pillars, like a phantom assassin, shattering an ender crystal with each apparition. That's enough. Suyu watched as the last ender crystal shattered under the slender ghost's blow, his gaze sharpening. Ghost, work with me. Distract its attention. Suyu intended for the ghost to teleport near the descending ender dragon and land a few hits. Instead, upon receiving the command, the ghost used its pitch-black tentacles to dig up the end stone beneath its feet and hurled it relentlessly at the ender dragon. Blocks that shouldn't possess any attack power whistled through the air as the ghost's projectiles rained down on the ender dragon like a Gatling gun. The lower 2 tentacles excavated and passed the blocks, while the upper 2 tentacles grabbed them and hurled them directly of flawless coordination with blistering attack speed. The hail of enderstone pelted its wings and torso like ice pellets. While not fatal, the barrage disrupted its smooth flight path, making its movements clumsy and jerky. Suyu was stunned. How is this even possible? The moment he realized what was happening, pitch-black tentacles identical to the slender specters appeared behind Suyu. The block throwing seems to lack offensive power. Looks like arrows are still the way to go. The black tentacles replaced Suyu's feet, propelling him like Dr. Octopus as he dodged the ender dragon's breath attacks. Meanwhile, Suyu himself continued to draw and fire arrows. The arrows, empowered by the bow's enchantment, dealt devastating damage. With the slender specter distracting it, the ender dragon flew slowly, taking arrow after arrow. The final arrow flew. The ender dragon let out a wail that echoed across the entire end, its massive body freezing mid-air as it shattered into pieces. Countless purple beams erupted from the cracks in its body. Hum! A long-forgotten sound echoed in Suyu's mind. Original world achievement unlocked. Defeat the ender dragon. Reward for clearing the world, mod selection chance 1. Hearing the voice in his mind, Suyu couldn't help but smile with delight. After collecting all the experience dropped by the ender dragon, he finally had time to check out this so-called reward. Ghost, keep watch. After giving the order, Suyu examined the reward. Reward details: mod draw chance. Players may select any mod type for a mod draw. The obtained mod content will spawn throughout the entire world. Mod types include technology, modules based on real-world scientific theories such as engineering, genetics, quantum physics, gravity, electricity, and thermodynamics. Magic features fictional worldviews including but not limited to spells, runes, altars, barriers, and magical energy. Adventure adds challenging combat elements to the entire world, introducing diverse new creatures, equipment, dungeons, and alternate dimensions. Agriculture focuses on farming, forestry, animal husbandry, or enhanced dietary systems. Decoration enhances or expands the uses of blocks and items in the vanilla world, such as building materials or decorative elements, making the world more visually appealing. Utility adds wildly imaginative creations or expands upon existing mods with additional content. Utility, supportive mods. Players may opt for random selection. First-time users of random selection will have an increased chance of obtaining premium mods. Scrolling down to the last sentence, Suyu selected the random draw. My luck's always been terrible. If I pick a specific category myself, with my crappy luck, I'd probably end up with some obscure, third-rate mod. Better stick with random selection. Suyu made his choice, and a roulette will appear before his eyes, displaying icons representing various module categories. The tech icon resembled Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, magic was a pentagram, adventure featured a shovel atop dirt, agriculture showed a fruit, decoration was a chest, utility displayed an anvil, and support depicted a hammer. Soon, the pointer on the wheel began spinning. After a few seconds, it slowed to a stop on one segment. Anvil icon utility module. Amid Suyu's anxious heartbeat, a module introduction panel and acquisition notification popped up before her eyes. Ding! Acquired module, Lucky Block. Chapter 23, Lucky Cube. Starting with gold. Lucky Cube? Suyu stared at the name on the panel, his mind going blank. This mod was all too familiar to him, a love-hate existence. Opening it could mean diamonds scattered everywhere or TNT exploding in your face. The thrill was comparable to gambling your life away with a blind box. First draw never disappoints. Suyu couldn't help but rub his hands together, his breathing quickening. My luck might just be skyrocketing starting right now. Ding! Player special reward acquired, Infinite Luck Cube. Infinite Luck Block, obtained randomly when crafting luck blocks. Can unlock various mods and rewards within them. First synthesis of lucky blocks has an increased chance to obtain infinite lucky blocks. Suyu's pupils contracted. Another expert? He was certain this was something the original lucky block definitely didn't have. In the original game, mods weren't unlockable content within the base game, they were additional data players had to install themselves. It was impossible to obtain one mod through another without first installing that mod. It was one thing for this infinite lucky cube to yield items from other mods, but it could actually yield mods themselves. This is truly a treasure trove. Let's test it out right now. Unable to contain his excitement, Suyu picked up the dragon egg and returned to the main world alongside the slender ghostly figure. Fortunately, the luck cube was a classic mod engraved in her DNA, and Suyu still remembered its crafting recipe. Arrange 8 gold ingots in a circle, place a dispenser in the center, that's how you craft a luck block. That's a lot of gold ingots. Suyu headed to the warehouse. The warehouse did hold some gold or stockpiles, but only a sparse 3 stacks. 364 is equal to 192. 192.8 is equal to 24. That means I can only craft 24 lucky blocks. Way too few. Iron golems can mine relentlessly without stamina, but relying solely on mining minerals is far too inefficient. We'd constantly need to swap out new diamond pickaxes to keep them going. Looks like we'll have to build machines after all. Suyu sighed deeply. He genuinely hated building machines. While the machines he crafted were mere slapdash creations to true machine building enthusiasts, for a casual player like him, it was already an incredibly demanding task. To mass-produce gold, there's only one option: pigmen towers. When killed, hell pigmen could drop gold ingots. By exploiting the game's mechanics to mass-produce pigmen and execute them, one could collect their drops. Such a setup was known as a pigmen tower. Let's open these lucky cubes first and see what we get. Suyu used up all 3 sets of gold ingots in his inventory, ending up with 24 lucky blocks. The first 2 lucky blocks were indeed infinite lucky blocks. The lucky blocks were solid golden yellow, each face covered in identical white question marks. The edges of the infinite lucky blocks were outlined with a ring of diamond lines, clearly distinguishing them from regular lucky blocks. Suyu took a deep breath, placed the first one on the ground, and then smashed it. The object fell, revealing a pair of black wings glowing with a faint blue light, lying quietly on the ground. This is a carapace? Suyu stared blankly at the thing. No, it's not a carapace, but it is definitely a type of wing. In the game, wings had always been limited to elytra. Suyu had always thought elytra resembled cockroach wings, utterly lacking any sense of elegant lines. But this pair of black dragon wings before him were the genuine article dragon wings. The distinct scales and feathers formed a sharp curve as the wing bones spread out. Even lying still, they radiated an air of arrogance and dominance. The game only had one type of wings, elytra, but they looked like cockroach wings. These black dragon wings, however, were the real deal, with a particularly imposing appearance. Suyu's heart raced as she bent down to pick them up, eagerly opening their information panel. Item: Black Dragon Wings. Enchantments: Experience Repair, Durability 3. Description: Wings imbued with dragon essence. Once airborne, they require no additional power to sustain flight. Ding! Item acquired: Black Dragon Wings. Luck is off the charts. Acquired modular attachment, elytra slot. This is insane? Suyu's heart raced. It even came with 2 enchantments that boost durability. To fly through the skies while wearing the elytra, one must craft firework rockets to provide propulsion. To be precise, the elytra enabled gliding, not true flight. Yet these black dragon wings clearly stated flight in the description, a completely different concept. And it comes with an extra slot. Suyu's eyes scanned the system prompt, a smile spreading across his lips. While this slot can only be bound to the black dragon wings or the elytra, making it unusable with other gear, an extra slot means more options. This is an absolute steal. Elytra and chest armor share the same equipment slot. Choosing chest armor means forfeiting elytra, and vice versa. In the game's design, elytra and chestplates share the same equipment slot. Choosing chestplates meant sacrificing elytra, and opting for elytra meant foregoing chestplate protection, a classic dilemma. Now, with an additional dedicated slot, the biggest pain point is finally resolved. Let's try it. Suyu hesitated no longer and immediately equipped the black dragon wings. In an instant, 2 dark shadows abruptly emerged from his back. With a whoosh, 3 to 4 meter long pitch black wings abruptly unfurled. A single gentle flap of the massive wings stirred a howling wind, causing the surrounding air to tremble. His entire body began to float, suspended in midair. Suyu tentatively fluttered the black dragon wings. The next second, his entire body lifted off the ground, slowly drifting upward until he hovered steadily mid-air. As the dragon wings spread behind him, the air currents lifted the hem of his robe. An unprecedented sense of freedom instantly swept through his entire body. Suspended mid-air, Suyu flapped his wings and soared forward. Looking down at the ground below, he felt the wind roar past his ears. Each steady flap of his black dragon wings propelled him forward with powerful momentum. Awesome! Suyu couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his lips, letting out a loud cry as indescribable excitement surged through his chest. This wasn't the stiff gliding of a game propelled by fireworks, this was true, unadulterated flight. The air currents generated by the dragon wings supported his body, allowing him to hover steadily even when motionless. With a mere thought, the wings adjusted their angle according to his will, taking him wherever he desired. After all these years of gaming, this was his first taste of the exhilarating sensation of completely breaking free from gravity. After circling briefly, Suyu gently folded his wings, and his body descended as lightly as a falling leaf. The moment his feet touched the ground, the black dragon wings on his back transformed into a faint glow, silently retracting beneath his clothing as if they had never been there. This convenience is absolutely insane. He touched his back, still feeling the lingering warmth, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his lips. Looks like this infinite luck cube really holds a big surprise. And I still have 23 more to go. Chapter 24, Fortune Strikes Again. Demon Blade Yama. Calm down, calm down. Save the last one for the infinite luck cube. Suyu decided to save the second infinite luck cube for last. The dull thud of the ordinary luck cube hitting the ground had barely faded when he raised his hand and smashed it. Item obtained, all category wood original 64. Obtained item, all types of food original 64. Obtained item, all wool types original 64. Obtained item, full set chainmail original 64. 4 in a row. Though all were full category items, they were all vanilla tools. Suyu unconsciously clenched his fists before finally relaxing them, shaking his head with a wry smile. Well, I guess it can't always be good luck, right? Suyu continued drawing, but the items were either all types of wood, all types of minerals, all types of food, or all types of crop seeds, along with a few scattered experience repair enchanted books. Among these, only the full variety mineral blocks and the experience repair enchantment books were somewhat useful, and even those only appeared twice each. Compared to the first two draws, it was better but not by much. Along the way, he triggered several trap-filled blocks. Fortunately, Suyu possessed teleportation and avoided being ambushed by these ill-fated blocks. On the 23rd block. This time, a set of diamond armor glowing with enchanted effects exploded out. At first glance, Suyu was stunned. Helmet, water breathing, night vision, protection 4, durability 4, fire protection 4, blast protection 4, projectile protection 4, durability 3, thorns 3. Chestplate, protection 4, durability 4, fire protection 4, blast protection 4, projectile protection 4, durability 3, thorns 3. Leg guards, protection 4, durability 4, fire protection 4, blast protection 4, projectile protection 4, durability 3, thorns 3. Boots, protection 4, durability 4, fire protection 4, explosion protection 4, projectile protection 4, durability 3, thorns 3. Divine gear. Every enchantment possible for armor is here, even incompatible protection enchantments coexist. The helmet even boasts a night vision effect. Truly divine gear. If I could just combine this with a netherite set, my defense would be maxed out. Amidst his excitement, Suyu suddenly remembered something and rushed over to the anvil with one piece of armor. The anvil, crafted from 3 iron blocks and 4 iron ingots, was used for repairing or enchanting items. Suyu placed the diamond armor on the left and the enchantment scroll on the right. A message quickly appeared below: too expensive. Those 4 words sent a chill through Suyu's heart. So, this diamond armor set can't be enchanted with new spells after all. When an item already had too many enchantments, the message "too expensive" would appear, preventing new enchantments from being applied. This meant that although all 4 pieces of diamond armor had the durability 3 enchantment, it only extended their lifespan and did not grant them eternal, infinite use. But I shouldn't worry too much. Armor only takes damage when struck, and I'm strong enough now that the armor should last a long time with normal use. Now, only one remains: the infinite luck cube. So you placed the block down and knocked it out. What fell out was a long sword in a black scabbard. The scabbard lay to one side, while the blade stood upright in the ground. The black scabbard, white hilt, and circular pommel made it look like an ordinary Japanese katana. Yet Suyu felt strangely familiar with it, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suyu stepped forward to pick it up. The name displayed upon retrieval was Demon Sword Yama's Blade. His entire body instantly perked up. Yama's Blade? The sword drawing mod. Among the classic mods in the blocky world, the sword drawing mod was undoubtedly one of the most iconic. All sorts of flashy long swords and sword techniques could be found here. And the Yama's Blade is the strongest sword in the original katana mod. The way to obtain it is by slaying the Ender Dragon. Suyu's eyes burned with intensity as he gripped the long sword in his hand. A faint glow shimmered along the black scabbard, and the subtle vibrations emanating from the blade seemed to echo his own power. This feels incredible. He swung it casually. The weight was perfectly balanced. He could feel the blade's substantial heft throughout its length, yet it felt neither top-heavy nor unstable. Amidst his excitement, Suyu considered a possibility. So far, this blade seems to be an in-game item. Since the ghosts and others can evolve by consuming essence potions, what about the blade? Could it? With only 3 forging body elixirs left in his possession, Suyu hesitated for a moment before deciding to refine them as well. Refining all 3 meant Suyu had none left for himself to consume. While there was still a chance with the basic forging body elixir, refining the forging body elixir was something Suyu could only safely attempt after reaching the 2nd tier. If only I could unlock a module that increases my maximum HP by eating things. Raising my HP cap would let me consume more refined elixirs. As Suyu pondered this while crafting the refined potion, a sudden flash of insight struck his mind. His entire body trembled as he stared at the refined potion in his hands, his limbs tingling uncontrollably with excitement. In reality, taking potions is less effective because there's no domain enhancement. The potency is higher within the domain. If I consumed it inside the domain, not only could I utilize my domain-enhanced physique to handle it, but I'd actually see my health bar. In his vision, he could see his own health bar, armor value, and experience gauge. I underestimated it before. In reality, as long as you can endure the effects, the physical enhancement truly surpasses that within a domain. But my domain has another unique feature: it lets me see my own health bar. By precisely timing the consumption of level 2 rapid recovery potions with my health depletion rate, I can recover in time. Also, I forgot about another item that can boost health right now: the golden apple. Golden apples are special food items craftable by players in the game. Golden apples come in 2 types, regular and enchanted. The former requires 8 gold bars encircling the apple, while the latter needs 8 gold ingots encircling it. The effects of a regular golden apple are nothing special, but the enchanted golden apple is truly game-changing. It provides a fixed health pool for damage absorption, restores health per second, grants immunity to fire damage for 5 minutes, and boosts resistance by reducing all damage taken by 20% for 5 minutes. Among these, the damage absorption and resistance boost effects are incredibly powerful. With an enchanted golden apple and healing potions working in tandem, Suyu no longer has to worry about exploding from overconsumption. She could freely pop all kinds of enhancement potions. The thought alone made Suyu's heart race wildly, refusing to settle. I should just... Damn it, I'm out of gold ingots. No time to build a pigment tower. Maybe I can enchant precision gathering and mine in the nether instead. The nether was dotted with gold veins. Mining them with a regular pickaxe yielded only gold nuggets. But with precision gathering enchanted, the entire ore vein drops intact. Smelting these veins yields whole gold ingots. But damn it, the mining crew in the nether probably already dug up all the gold ingots. Suyu felt a bit frustrated. He shouldn't have let the iron golem mine everything in the first place. Master, the gold ore in the nether remains untouched. Chapter 25, the trial begins. Demons from beyond the realm. The speaker was Iron 1. It was overseeing the iron golem's operations. It was responsible for assigning more detailed tasks to each iron golem. Suyu had only outlined the general plan. The specifics of execution were left to Iron 1, the golem with awakened sentience. Your arrangements? Suyu inquired. The iron golem bowed respectfully and replied, yes, sir. I have observed that mining the gold ore in the lower realm only yields gold dust. This is highly inefficient for excavation and results in significant waste of mineral resources. Considering you might have urgent needs later, I reserved this ore for future tool upgrades, when collection can proceed. Suyu clapped his arm in delight. Well done, big guy. It is my duty. Tai bowed again in response. Worker 1. Suyu immediately turned to call out to another side. Toolsmith Goni hurried over. Suyu handed him a vial of refined spirit elixir, unlocking the unlimited trading trait, then asked, do you have anyone who can trade for a pickaxe with precision gathering? Is there anyone under you who can trade for a pickaxe with precision gathering? Yes, the spirit enlightened Goni nodded, indicating several locations. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can all trade for them. Excellent. Exchange for these items. Tiei, distribute them out. First, retrieve all the reserved hellgold ore and smelt it. I need it urgently. Upon hearing Suyu's instructions, Tai and Goni sprang into action simultaneously. While the two were busy, Suyu was also contemplating plans for the pigment tower. Mining gold in hell is only a temporary solution. With the lucky block, gold has suddenly become my most critical resource. Thankfully, I know a bit about the beggar's version machines. Now it's just a matter of grinding. The term beggar's version referred to something as rudimentary as a beggar's belongings. Such basic machines clearly couldn't meet the high-intensity mining demands, and since Suyu couldn't build a full-fledged version, he settled for making more of the beggar-grade machines, compensating for quality with quantity. The pigment tower was primarily constructed in hell. When Suyu stepped into the nether for the second time, the scene before him was completely different from his first visit. Centered around the nether portal, the surrounding ground was entirely paved with obsidian to prevent fireball-spewing ghasts from shattering the surface. Not far away, iron golems busily mined and transported ore from several suspended gold deposits. The entire area was open and expansive, completely devoid of the enclosed feeling of layered mountains upon mountains that had greeted her on her first visit. This spectacle truly is built on sheer manpower, so you couldn't help but marvel. The iron golem's setup actually saved him a lot of trouble, sparing him the need to deliberately level the land. Alright, let's get started. It took Suyu nearly 3 hours to construct the first rudimentary pigment tower. He rarely built such structures himself, possessing only a theoretical understanding of the principles, so mistakes were inevitable along the way. After completing it, he tested it repeatedly before finally obtaining the mining results. Gold nuggets, 29,500 per hour. Gold bars, 830 per hour. Crafting the gold nuggets into bars would yield about 3,277. Adding it all up, we're looking at roughly 4,100. Converting that 4,100 into luck cubes gives us 455. Haha, perfect. For the next few days, I won't need to do anything else, just build pigment towers and wait for the gold ingots to synthesize into luck blocks. As Suyu daydreamed about a pile of luck blocks, Taiyi's footsteps echoed behind him. He carried half a crate of gleaming gold ingots on his shoulder, his footsteps thudding loudly on the obsidian floor. Master, the first batch of precision mining pickaxes is now in use. These gold ingots were smelted from newly mined gold ore. Taiyi set the crate down steadily. As the lid swung open, the refracted brilliance of the gold bars illuminated his rough, metallic face. Very well. Continue gathering. Yes, sir. Taiyi said no more, turning to leave. Alright, looks like I'll be busy for the next few days. While Suyu bustled about within the cube domain, time outside flowed by in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, the 8th day arrived. This day marked the first assessment for all new lords, a mandatory confrontation with the celestial demons beyond the domain. Nearly the entire student body from freshman to senior year had gathered. Students lined the corridors of the academic buildings, packed the bleachers around the edge of the sports field, and even clung to the branches of the camphor trees near the school gates, eager for a glimpse of the spectacle. Outside the school gates, the road was jam-packed with private vehicles, license plates ranging from neighboring cities to out-of-state plates. Clearly the lord's parents had made the trip specifically to watch the event. Some held up support signs bearing their children's names, red backgrounds with yellow letters that stood out vividly in the sunlight. Lu Qing, Class 1-3, the icy blade strikes first, her spear strikes like a dragon. Grade 10-2 class, Jinyu healing light, shielding my comrades. Zhang Meng, grade 10-5, defense as solid as a mountain, impenetrable by 10,000 men. Private orchestras had even been hired for the occasion. Their battle hymns, played during combat, effectively stirred the young lord's fighting spirit, a proven method for boosting morale. Old Li. Has that Suyu you're bringing not arrived yet? Only 10 minutes left until the start. Principal Wang from the Academic Affairs Office pushed through the crowd, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. The attendance roster in his hand was crumpled at the edges from his tight grip. Watching the seconds tick away, a spot in the queue remained empty, making him so anxious his voice cracked. Li Jiangwo's back was already drenched in cold sweat, his light blue shirt clinging to his skin. He pulled out a tissue and roughly wiped his face, his voice thick with anxiety. Director Wang, I genuinely can't reach him. I sent a student to his dorm earlier, but his roommate said he went into the domain 3 days ago and hasn't been seen since. Not seen? Director Wang's brow furrowed as his pen tapped rhythmically on the roster. What time is it now, and he's still stuck in the domain? Could it be something happened? It shouldn't be. Li Jianguo shook his head hastily, his words denying the possibility while his fingers unconsciously gripped the edge of his phone case in nervous tension. If a lord encounters mortal danger within the domain, it automatically collapses, forcibly ejecting the individual back to reality. His roommate said the dorm was empty, that means he's still stuck inside, most likely. Despite his words, a heavy weight settled in Li Jiangwo's chest. So you always seemed so steady, why was he faltering at a time like this? But we can't just dawdle like this. Director Wang pointed at the formation in the center of the field. Look at the other classes, they're all perfectly aligned. Only your class is missing someone. If the heavenly fiends charge in, that gap will be their breakthrough point. Then it won't just be one person affected. Li Jianguo gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone again, his fingers trembling slightly with tension. I'll try contacting his roommate one more time. The moment the call connected, he practically shouted, "This is Li Jianguo. Zhao Yuchuan, has Suyu come out of the domain yet? It's about to start. Teacher Li, this is Zhao Yuchuan." Zhao Yuchuan's voice on the other end was unusually urgent, with murmurs of his roommates in the background. I just checked the domain entrance again. The light gate is still glowing, but he hasn't come out. We called out several times, but there's no response inside. I've already dispatched other teachers to wait in cars below the dorm building. Li Jianguo shouted into the receiver. The moment he emerges, have them grab him and sprint toward the sports field, run red lights if necessary. We absolutely must make it before. Everyone jolted at the sudden deafening roar. The once bustling playground fell instantly silent, filled only with the sound of gasps. Then, someone pointed skyward and screamed in horror. Look! The spatial confinement is breaking. Chapter 26, Celestial Demons Emerge. Can they be stopped? Heads snapped upward in unison. The sky, clear and cloudless moments before, was now being swallowed by thick, dark clouds at a visible pace. It resembled an overturned ink bottle, its contents wildly spreading across paper. Within the churning clouds, countless twisted shadows could be glimpsed darting about. Some resembled giant serpents with 7 or 8 heads, others like monstrous birds unfurling wings vast enough to obscure the sun. Others were merely indistinct gray mists. This indescribable, unnameable eeriness sent chills down everyone's spine. The reason these beings were called outworld demons wasn't because they lived beyond the city limits, but because they existed beyond dimensions. These beings dwell in another dimensional plane, perpetually attempting to shatter the spatial restraints and breach the barriers to invade the Blue Star world. Their purpose, to hunt its creatures and absorb the spiritual energy of this realm. These spatial restraints have always been maintained by lords capable of constructing defensive fortifications. The demon trial, conducted for newly ascended lords, deliberately relaxes these restraints in specific areas. This allows demons from the opposing dimension to enter this world in a controlled manner, serving as a test for the new lords. This was both a trial and a real battle, the first conflict to truly impact lives. Even if powerful lords were present that day, they could not intervene. The spiritual energy of a mighty lord is like thick, rich blood spilled into the ocean. It attracts not small fish, but ferocious sharks. All new lords, heed my command. The principal's authoritative voice suddenly crackled over the broadcast. Celestial demons from beyond the realms are poised to breach the safety layer's spatial confinement and enter the first danger zone. Effective immediately, activate level 1 alert. All stations, prepare for engagement. Heavy, oppressive clouds weighed down the atmosphere, making breathing feel like struggling against leaden air. Each breath came with a stifling resistance. The spatial confinement was divided into 3 layers, the safety layer, the first danger layer, and the second danger layer. The new lords suppressed their fear and took their positions in the pre-assigned sectors. Position 1, Combat Lords and Defense Lords, coordinate your stances. Combat Lords lead the assault, protect the Defense Lords at all costs. Do not let the Celestial Fiends breach our defenses. Defense Lords reinforce the barriers while aiding the attack. Use vines, earth, stone, ice walls, whatever works. Healing Lords. Hold the edge of Position 2. Monitor all Lords' spiritual energy fluctuations. Provide immediate support at the first sign of abnormality. The clear commands echoed across the open ground as each Lord found their position. Only the frontmost position, Position 1, belonging to Suyu, remained perpetually vacant. It stood out like a jarring patch, glaringly conspicuous. Whose spot is that? How dare they be absent at a time like this? I think it's Suyu from Class 1, Grade 10. He awakened some kind of block domain and is supposed to be the defensive lord. A cube? Never heard of it. I knew there'd be a coward among the freshmen. This isn't child's play, it's fighting celestial demons. How much extra pressure will we have to bear because of one missing person? I know him. I saw that video. One of his creations defeated a creature made by a life domain lord. I saw that video too. Impressive, sure. But impressive or not, where is he? 666, could he have chickened out and not shown up? The murmurs surged like a tide, brimming with discontent and accusation. Mid-tier Tier 1. That gray mist carries the aura of a mid-tier Tier 1 heavenly demon. At the edge of the field, a veteran teacher with over 30 years of service suddenly turned ashen-faced. Pointing at the faintest shadow within the dark clouds, he cried out in shock. In past freshman assessments, we'd be lucky to see a few wandering mid-tier level 1 heavenly demons. How could we start with a mid-tier 1 right off the bat? His words exploded like thunder among the crowd. The parents section erupted in an uproar. A middle-aged man in a suit abruptly stood up. He was the father of Chunyu, the first-year lord. His eldest daughter, also a lord, had nearly failed the assessment last year. Now, he pointed at the podium and roared. This is beyond what freshmen can handle. A mid-tier level 1 demon can easily tear through a low-tier level 1 lord's defenses. Why is this demon trial so ridiculously difficult? The low-tier level 1 demons my eldest daughter faced last year couldn't even break through an earthen wall. Exactly. This is clearly a spatial confinement malfunction. Another mother trembled, arms crossed. My son Zhang Meng is a defensive lord, yet his earthen barriers could barely withstand 10 low-tier first-stage demonic beasts. Mid-tier ones? Impossible. How could any freshman lord possibly build walls strong enough to withstand such monsters? Why isn't the school intervening? Are they waiting for a tragedy to happen? The murmurs instantly turned into furious accusations, countless stares piercing like arrows toward the empty spot in the group. Still waiting for that Suyu? He's nothing but a cowardly turtle. We're missing a key combatant and facing intermediate tier demons? This is sending the kids to their deaths. The school must halt the trial immediately. We refuse to continue. Director Wang's temples throbbed violently as he gripped the walkie-talkie, bellowing into it. Notify the defense team. Deploy all backup spirit gathering array discs. The defense system lords must rescue the students the moment the demons breach our defenses. Have the healing system lords gather their spiritual energy immediately. Hurry! But his words were instantly drowned out by an even louder chorus of parental protests. Look! They're descending! With a piercing shriek, the dark clouds seemed torn apart by countless invisible rifts. The first to descend weren't the expected giant serpents or monstrous birds, but a dense swarm of green figures. Barely half a man's height, their skin resembled rotting moss. They clutched rusted bone clubs or spiked clubs, orange-red flames flickering in their eye sockets. As they landed, they emitted shrill, piercing screeches. Goblins, flesh-eating fiends. An upperclassman recognized these celestial fiends, identifying them by name. Though they're the lowest-tier mid-first-rank demons, they always appear in swarms. But this number is absurdly excessive. All eyes fixed on the scene as the green figures poured endlessly from the rift in the clouds, descending to the ground. After landing, they surged like a tidal wave toward the central formation of the Lord's forces on the field, only to be halted by an invisible wall blocking their advance. Many parents and teachers watching through binoculars trembled violently at the sight. The goblin sky fiend, still thousands of meters away, seemed to sense the gaze it shouldn't have detected. It raised its wolf tooth club, pointing it unfortunately straight at the person holding the binoculars. Whoa! A chorus of gasps rippled through the crowd. Its perception is that sharp. Someone roughly counted in just over 10 seconds, dozens had already charged forward, while the rift behind them continued to spew forth new carrion demons, seemingly without end. This spine-chilling spectacle struck the deepest fear into the hearts of the new lords standing in the second most dangerous layer at the front, preparing to engage the enemy. Within the formation, a girl in a tight-fitting combat suit pressed her lips together. Li Shangning. Beside her, her classmate and fellow lord, Zhou Hao, clenched his fists in indignation. His voice crackled through the school-issued communicator, reaching Li Shangning. Li Shangning, you've dealt with that Suyu before. What's his deal? Was all that toughness just an act? Does he chicken out when it really counts? Chapter 27, Dangerous Checkpoint? I'm late. Li Shangning stared at the empty seat, her brows slightly furrowed. She was confident Suyu's strength far surpassed every other freshman lord present. She found it hard to believe he'd back down. Yet his absence was puzzling. At such a critical juncture, he should have arrived at least an hour early. Let's just focus on our own duties. He'll definitely show up. Li Shangning took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the goblins continuously appearing in the distance. You sure have faith in him. You just lost to him, and now you're already won over? From the front ranks, a boy sporting an exaggerated mohawk Shen Xianming let out a cold laugh audible over the squad channel. TSK, you. Li Shangning was about to snap back when another voice crackled through her headset. Stay calm, don't panic. I'll handle the first wave of the heavenly demon charge. Though numerous, goblins possess the lowest combat strength among Tier 1 heavenly demons. Handled properly, they can be easily dealt with. A girl wielding a spear stepped forward, her posture bold and spirited. She thrust the spear diagonally into the ground, causing it to vibrate with a crisp hum. Someone gasped, it's sovereign spear Lu Qing. The most promising spirit domain lord among Huaqing First High's freshmen. Not only does she command the mighty high-tier spirit, the Grey Wolf, but she also masters her family's spear technique, Sovereign Spear. She'll undoubtedly be the most dazzling presence in this battle. Before Lu Qing could feel proud, goblin flesh-eaters poured through the rift in the dark clouds like a green tide. The clatter of their bone clubs striking the obsidian ground coalesced into a deafening torrent. Several goblins in the front ranks had already reached the edge of the defenses, their rusted bone clubs dripping with dark green venom slamming viciously against the earthen wall. Amid the crisp crackling of splintering earth and stone, the waist-high barrier crumbled like a biscuit struck by a sledgehammer, instantly collapsing into 3 gaping breaches. Attack now, roared Zhang Meng, the defensive commander, channeling his spiritual energy to try and seal the gaps with newly formed stone pillars. But the moment his spiritual energy touched the gaps, it sizzled and crackled as it was scorched by the orange-red flames spewing from the goblins' eye sockets. That fire isn't ordinary, it's corrosive spirit fire that devours spiritual energy. The moment Zhang Meng's spiritual energy barrier touched the flames, it rippled like plastic film corroded by strong acid. Healer, heal me. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Veins bulged on Zhang Meng's forehead as he felt his spiritual energy draining at a visible rate. Here it comes. The voice of the healing-type Lord Chen Yu came from behind. Pale green orbs of spiritual energy drifted like dandelion seeds in all directions. When they landed on Zhang Meng, his collapsed spiritual energy barrier barely regained a faint glow. What the hell? Zhang Meng roared in confusion. Chen Yu's face was equally pale. Her spiritual energy pool felt like a punctured bucket. Nearly half the newly formed orbs dissipated before reaching the front lines. She stared ahead for a moment, quickly analyzing the cause. The foul stench emanating from the goblin swarm contains erosive healing miasma that dilutes healing spiritual energy. This miasma is interfering with my healing effects. Lu Qing. The left flank is breached. Li Xiangning swung her long sword, directing the fire bear to tackle and slash the nearest goblin. Yet another goblin's bone club grazed her shoulder. The dark green venom instantly burned a hole through her fabric, searing her skin with excruciating pain wherever it touched. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the left defensive line collapse completely. 7 or 8 goblins were squeezing through the breach into the formation. And the one responsible for defending the left flank was none other than Lu Qing, the new recruit's top combatant, renowned for his mastery of the spear. Lu Qing's silver spear now pierced through the chests of 2 goblins, its tip dripping venom that corroded the ground into sizzling pits. She spun on her toes, sweeping her spear horizontally to repel 3 more goblins. But just as she moved to withdraw her spear, a goblin suddenly lunged from behind, crouching low as it charged forward. Grinning savagely, it swung a wolf tooth club straight at her spear-wielding right hand. This goblin was clearly more cunning than its kin, deliberately crouching behind its comrades until Lu Qing's strength waned and her new energy hadn't yet built up before launching its surprise attack. Lu Qing's mind registered the danger, but her body couldn't react fast enough. Her allies were too far away to offer any support. Just as the bone club was about to smash into Lu Qing's wrist, a deep purple cold light suddenly whistled down from above. It was a broad sword, entirely black, its blade swirling with dark purple patterns like a frozen starry sky. The gust of wind it generated as it sliced through the air even dispersed the surrounding corrosive miasma. Thud! The broadsword pierced precisely through the goblin's skull, sinking deep until only the hilt remained exposed. The creature's movements froze instantly. The orange-red flames flickering in its eye sockets flickered violently twice before extinguishing completely. Lu Qing seized the moment to draw his spear and spin, the silver arc of its tip flicking 2 charging goblins aside. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the black broadsword embedded in the goblin's corpse. Whose weapon is that? Staring at the uniquely shaped weapon, Lu Qing's eyes brimmed with unmistakable curiosity. Before an answer came, a dense chorus of whistling sounds suddenly split the sky. Everyone looked up to see countless arrows tracing parabolic arcs, falling like sudden rain from the edge of the clouds. Some arrows struck legs, causing goblins to stagger, others grazed arms, forcing them to alter their attack trajectories, still others pierced torsos without inflicting fatal wounds. Yet this relentless hail of arrows succeeded in slowing the goblin charge by more than half. Block formations. Li Xiangning stared at the arrows refracting into peculiar angles mid-air. An indescribable surge of elation instantly swept away her anxiety, and she couldn't help but shout toward the direction the arrows came from. Su Yu! The cry ignited like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly kindling every bewildered gaze. The murmurs from the parents section abruptly ceased. The previously angry parents suddenly widened their eyes. Even the head of discipline on the podium leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance to the playground. At that very moment, a dark figure materialized like a ghostly apparition at the gap in the defensive barriers. No one saw how he materialized. One moment the ground was empty, the next, he stood there. In his hand was a black longsword identical to the broadsword wielded earlier. Its blade flashed so rapidly it left only after images, and all that could be heard were successive thwack, thwack sounds of cutting. Accompanied by the goblin's shrill screams, a dozen greenheads rolled to the ground like overripe fruit. The dark green blood spurting from their severed necks didn't even reach the hem of his cloak. The foremost goblin horde froze in unison, their orange-red eye sockets reflecting the blood-soaked figure standing before them. Su Yu wore strangely shaped deep purple armor, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet the icy coldness in his eyes struck fear into the very souls of the famously vicious carrion goblin. Within 30 meters, the goblin seemed blocked by an invisible wall, instinctively retreating half a step as their bone clubs dragged across the ground, leaving chaotic scratches. Sunlight pierced through a gap in the clouds, illuminating his face, a face bearing traces of youth yet radiating an unusual composure. It was Su Yu, who had arrived nearly 10 minutes late. Sorry, I'm late. Chapter 28, Unthinkable. Unheard of. All eyes focused on the sudden apparition, even the demonic entities circling within the dark clouds seemed to pause. TSK, that outfit doesn't quite suit you. Su Yu's gaze swept over Li Xiangning's battlesuit, scorched by venom into gaping holes, and her slightly disheveled appearance. Had he not intervened in time, that wound would have been 3 times deeper. Li Xiangning shot him a fierce glare, wiping the grime from her cheek. Save your cool act for later. Next time you see me, it'll be at the Martyrs' Memorial. Seeing Su Yu standing before her in the flesh, Li Xiangning's taut nerves inexplicably relaxed, her breathing easing noticeably. This reaction startled her, and she quickly diverted her attention. What exactly happened in your domain? How could you let things drag on even at a time like this? It's a long story. Su Yu shrugged, flicking his sword blade with a finger. The shaken-off venom dripped onto the ground, corroding it into a fine white mist. The power lines for the last 3 pig man towers were misconnected. Midway through debugging, I discovered a makeshift semi-automatic furnace for smelting gold gear had overloaded. Only after handling those issues did I make it over here. As he spoke, Su Yu glanced at the restless goblin horde in the distance. But it seems I'm not too late after all. I don't understand a word you're saying. Hey, how did you even get in here? Li Xiangning scanned the surroundings but saw no school-arranged vehicles, nor the spiritual energy fluctuations of a high-tier lord tearing through space. Didn't they say a teacher was waiting for you downstairs at the dorm? Suyu shrugged with a smile. You'll find out soon enough. You're just being mysterious. Li Xiangning pouted reproachfully. Suddenly, Zhang Meng's furious shout rang out from behind the defensive works. Is this the time for flirting? The heavenly demons are launching their second wave. Hey! Suyu! What are you doing? Everyone turned to see Suyu striding toward the goblin horde, his black broadsword twirling in a graceful flourish. Without turning his head, Suyu waved his hand behind him. Everyone fall back 50 meters. Leave this to me. Are you out of your mind? Director Wang's furious roar blared over the intercom. Those are mid-tier first-rank heavenly demons. Over 120 of them. How could you possibly handle them alone? After walking a short distance, Suyu halted and turned to face the formation. The new lords all wore varying degrees of fear on their faces. Even the formidable spearmaster Lu Qing's brows were tightly furrowed. Even Lu Qing, with her high ponytail and dashing demeanor, looked slightly flustered by the overwhelming goblin horde. The gap in tiers was too great to be compensated for by sheer numbers and coordination. Clearly, no one believed he could handle 100 mid-tier first-rank goblins alone. Dirt smudged Lu Qing's fair face as she shouted, Suyu, don't act rashly. There are too many of them. We need to strategize before moving. Hey! Before he could finish, a pink glass bottle and a golden radish flew from Suyu, landing in their respective hands. Eat well, drink well, recover properly. But watch this first. Suyu's voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the entire field. Quantity? Well, quantity happens to be the least scarce thing I possess. He pulled something from his pocket. Li Xiangning, standing closest, clearly saw it was a small square cube sprouting grass. He snapped his fingers behind him. The grassy cube shot forward, landing in an open space dozens of meters away. Following its trajectory came Suyu's soft murmur. Domain, activate. In an instant. The tiny grass cube instantly expanded into a 1 square meter cube. During this expansion, countless tiny, faintly glowing cubes radiated outward from it, spreading and spreading. The patchwork grassland glowed with a soft, tender green. Distant mountains of stacked cubes resembled a child's building blocks, while the sky itself transformed into a cartoon dome composed of pale blue cubes. It forcibly separated Suyu from the other lords. Suyu's first complete domain deployment. Before the shock could subside, everyone witnessed. A 3-meter-tall iron golem suddenly stepped out of a cave entrance on one of the block mountains. That's the artifact Suyu used when she fought Li Xiangning. Someone recognized the iron golem. Just a single creation, what good can it do? The heavenly demon's defenses are already breached. It's too late to build defensive structures now. The words trailed off abruptly. After the iron golem emerged from the cave, a second and third followed immediately. They filed out in perfect order, their massive bodies moving with surprising agility, while unidentified pink and blue bubbles fizzed and bubbled from their surfaces. In less than half a minute, a dense yet perfectly aligned formation of iron golems roughly 200 strong. They now stood silently in formation upon the grassy plain, their crimson eyes fixed upon the distant goblin army. An indescribable aura of grim killing intent shot straight into the heavens. Such overwhelming numbers not only intimidated the distant goblin sky demons, whose previously frenzied faces now paled at the sight of the vast, grey-clad army, but the true shockwave rippled through the human ranks. The headmaster, who had been mocking moments before, dropped his thermos with a clatter. Scorching tea spilled, soaking his trousers, yet he remained utterly oblivious. How many creations are these? How could Suyu possibly create so many? The sheer number of creations wasn't surprising. What was strange was where Suyu had obtained the materials. The materials used by artifact lords must either be purchased from outside or produced within their domains. Mid to high tier lords could achieve self-sufficiency in material supply within their domains, but a tier 1 lord absolutely required external financial backing. Yet Suyu had spent most of this time within his domain. This means his only external support came from the resource cards distributed at the outset. To forge such a vast army without relying on anyone else's assistance. Unbelievable. Unheard of. Li Jiangwo's glasses slid to the tip of his nose. As he watched the endless tide of iron golems still pouring out of the caves, he suddenly recalled Suyu's unwavering certainty and decisiveness when he had tried to dissuade him from choosing this domain. Did he know this domain could do all this? Impossible. This domain must be brand new. No one should have any information about it. The same shock rippled through the audience. Among the visiting schools, one group kept their students at least 10 meters away. It was the notoriously infamous Xianling Academy. Ding Ruweifeng stared fixedly at Suyu, who stood calmly before hundreds of puppets. The latter's serene expression made Ding's Adam's apple throb violently as he watched the scene, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Impossible. How could his domain energy sustain such a massive number of creations? No wonder he defeated our second-year students as a freshman. Impressive, Ding Ruweifeng. Getting crushed is no surprise. A mocking voice came from beside him, a hooded figure whose face remained hidden. You think you can do better? Go ahead and get your ass kicked, Ding Ruifeng retorted, his face darkening. The hooded man grinned, cracking his knuckles as he stared back. Whether he could beat me is another matter, but with you stripped of your constructs, I'd be beating you like a dead dog for fun. You. Enough. Shut up. Wan Yu, seated up front, suddenly spoke up. If you don't want to watch, get out. This is unbearably noisy. At his command, both the hooded man and Ding Ruifeng fell silent, though their glances still sparked with tension. The second-year group from Xianling Academy that Suyu had encountered that day, Wan Yu and the others were all here. Curiosity had drawn them to watch, but they never expected to witness something so shocking. Ding Ruifeng stared at Suyu's retreating figure, his thoughts darkening. If I can't do it openly, then I'll have to do it secretly. The next second. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Suyu pointed his broadsword directly at the goblin in the distance, then slanted the blade. Kill. Chapter 29, Black Blade Unsheathed. Dimensional Slash. Suyu's command was as crisp as ice. Before the words faded, over 200 iron golems simultaneously stepped forward. Their seemingly cumbersome metal bodies erupted with agility disproportionate to their size. Heavy fists swung, smashing viciously into the goblin at the forefront. Squeak! The goblin didn't even have time to scream before being sent flying by the crushing blow. Its dark green innards, mixed with venom, splattered across the square grass, sizzling as they corroded the turf. The battle erupted instantly. Iron golem and goblins clashed in an instant. Facing the goblin's onslaught, the iron golem showed no hint of hesitation. Its attacks came in rapid succession, repeated like clockwork as it hurled and struck again and again. Lu Qing stared blankly at the scene, the silver spear shaft trembling slightly as he counted the iron golem's attacks, a mere 3 strikes from start to finish. Lu Qing, who had always prided herself on her spear speed, found that pride crumbling before the iron golem. She herself had needed a full 5 thrusts to slay that goblin earlier. The iron golem seemed to know neither fatigue nor fear of death, relentlessly charging forward, attacking without defense. Between punches, it would free a hand to grab a charging goblin, tearing it apart with brutal force. Such sustained combat prowess was something even many lords below the 5th rank couldn't match. Is this the creation of the square domain? Wan Yu from Xianling Academy raised his binoculars, his eyes flickering with unease for the first time. To produce so many constructs, this domain is terrifying. Just as the crowd gasped in awe, the goblin horde abruptly changed tactics. Dozens of goblins abandoned frontal assaults, instead exploiting their small stature to flank the iron golems from behind. Their poison-coated bone clubs slammed viciously into the golem's joints. With a sharp clang, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the bodies of the 10 iron golems at the forefront. 2 had their arms shattered clean off. This outcome undoubtedly gave the goblins a shot of adrenaline. Each let out excited roars and surged forward toward the remaining iron golems. Found it. Their weakness is speed. A gasp erupted from the spectator stands, with some students from other schools even slamming their fists on the tables. Just attack their joints from behind, and these iron golems are scrap metal. Li Xiangning's heart leapt into her throat. She gripped her long sword, ready to charge in support, but was pulled back by someone beside her. Look at Suyu. Suyu still slung his broad black sword over his shoulder, one hand casually tucked into his trouser pocket, as if the casualties unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Why isn't he moving? Zhang Mang was sweating profusely with anxiety. At this rate, the iron puppets will be wiped out. Li Xiangning didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the pink glass vial in her hand. A square label was affixed to the bottle, bearing the crooked handwriting, healing potion. Suyu's words from when he tossed her the bottle still echoed in her ears: eat well, drink well, recover well. But first, take a look at this. What exactly is this? She unscrewed the cap, and a sweet, fruity fragrance mingled with herbal notes wafted toward her. Beside her, Lu Qing held up an identical bottle, her brow furrowed. A product of the healing field? But I've never seen a healing potion in this form. Who cares? He wouldn't poison us in broad daylight, would he? Zhang Meng suddenly shouted. His left arm, stung by a drop of venom, was now throbbing painfully. He twisted open the bottle and downed it in one gulp, chewing and swallowing the golden radish in a few bites. Wait! Director Wang on the podium gasped in alarm, but it was too late to stop him. Zhang Meng's parent in the spectator seats turned deathly pale, nearly leaping over the barrier onto the field. Menger! How could you just drink that? Before he could finish, Zhang Meng suddenly gasped, holy! The burns on his arm healed at a visible pace, the charred skin peeling away to reveal fresh, pink flesh. The spiritual energy depleted within him surged back like a spring being nourished, instantly replenishing to levels even higher than his peak state. Zhang Meng instinctively swung his arm, the overwhelming sensation of power making him exclaim again, this is too incredible. Lu Cheng and Li Xiangning exchanged glances before quickly downing their potions and devouring the golden radishes. Warm energy instantly coursed through their bodies, the stinging pain from their wounds vanishing without a trace, even the taut nerves from moments before relaxing. What kind of healing potion is this? The healing-type lords in the viewing gallery erupted in astonishment. restoring stamina and healing injuries simultaneously? Nationwide, fewer than 5 individuals can craft such dual-effect remedies. And the form is completely different. Our healing energies require direct contact to take effect. How could this seemingly ordinary vial produce such a transformation? This is an entirely new system. Amidst the astonishment, the battle within the arena grew increasingly dire. The goblins' bloodthirsty nature was fully unleashed. They charged at the iron golems like madmen, showing no retreat even as comrades were torn apart by hand. Before dying, they would smash cracks into the iron golems with their bone clubs. Within 2 minutes, nearly 40 iron golems lay collapsed on the ground. With each goblin swing, the metal bodies shattered instantly, scattering into 2 palm-sized iron ingots that clattered to the floor. Protests erupted once more from the parents' section, though this time their voices carried not anger but concern. Enough! It's good enough! This child has done his best. Losing so many creations, even the best domain can't withstand that. Suddenly, Suyu snapped his fingers. From the cave that had continuously spewed iron puppets earlier, heavy footsteps echoed once more. A brand new iron puppet marched out in perfect step, swiftly joining the torrent of battle. Then a second, a third, as if the earlier casualties had been nothing but an illusion. They can replenish? The spectators in the viewing gallery gaped in disbelief. Are these creations mass-produced? This is never-ending, a student rubbed his eyes, doubting his own senses. Suyu yawned, tilting her head to gaze into the depths of the dark clouds. Her voice, though soft, carried clearly across the entire field. If you don't come out now, do you really intend to watch all your little soldiers die? A thunderclap suddenly split the sky. Purple-black lightning ripped through the clouds, coalescing into a human figure at the tear. The figure stood a full 5 meters tall, its dark green skin crackling with arcing lightning. The mace it wielded was even larger than the iron golem's massive axe, each spike flashing with dangerous thunderbolts. Whoa! It's a thunder goblin, someone screamed. A second-tier heavenly fiend. An elite goblin mastering the power of thunder. The entire crowd fell silent. Parents froze as if petrified, erupting only seconds later in deafening shouts. Stop the trial. Stop it now. Some parents even stormed the podium, grabbing the Dean of Education by the collar and yelling. Have you lost your minds? A second-tier heavenly fiend. This is no match for freshmen. Evacuate the crowd immediately. Call in the high-ranking lords. Stop it. Teachers at Watching First High scrambled to activate emergency protocols as high-ranking lords began channeling their spiritual energy, preparing to forcibly intervene. Hold. Suyu's voice rang out again, eerily calm. A second-tier demon is perfect. The monsters in my domain are too weak. This one will be ideal for testing new techniques. Are you insane? Lu Qing snapped. That's a second-tier heavenly fiend. It's at least 10 times stronger than a mid-tier first-tier monster. Suyu. Don't be reckless. Li Xiangning also shouted in panic. The thunderous pressure emanating from the thunder goblin crackled audibly even from that distance. Suyu didn't turn back, but the weapon in his hand suddenly changed. Those who noticed froze, then stared wide-eyed. How did Suyu's weapon change? It was a broadsword just now, how did it become a sheath-long sword? Where did the previous weapon go? The scabbard was jet black, its hilt wrapped in white cloth, a simple katana. Suyu fixed his gaze on the goblin elite lurking behind the goblin minions. The latter, shouldering a massive club, clearly had no intention of moving so soon. It felt like a provocation, daring him to come forward. Looks like I'll have to clear my own path to get close to you. So many monsters? Perfect dimension slash. A sharp gleam flashed in Suyu's eyes. As he murmured, his form abruptly dissolved into a blur. In the blink of an eye, he teleported before the goblin horde, drawing his blade for a sweeping horizontal strike. The goblins, roaring and flailing just a second before, froze in place as if frozen by an invisible force. Suyu had already sheathed his blade and retreated several steps. His left hand pressed against the scabbard of the Yanma blade, adopting the standard draw stance at his left hip as his aura abruptly sharpened. Only then did the goblins snap out of their paralysis. The stinging pain in their flesh made them frantically lunge forward, but Suyu's movements were already lightning fast. Drawl. Clang. A sharp piercing sound tore through the air. The blade's light cascaded like a waterfall, dazzling and chaotic, moving so fast it blurred into a single streak of light. In that instant, he had already unleashed dozens of strikes, the sheer velocity seemingly tearing the surrounding space itself apart. To onlookers, only a dazzling explosion of blade light erupted. By the time they blinked and refocused, Suyu had already drawn his sword a second time. Clang! With his back to the goblin horde, Suyu's blade was fully sheathed. The wounded goblins, their injuries seemingly delayed in their reaction, exploded into a scattered mess of flesh and blood only after Suyu's blade had vanished into its scabbard. Chapter 30, Perfect Coordination. Monster Mutation. The moment Suyu sheathed his blade, the battlefield fell into deathly silence. The goblins that had been snarling and thrashing moments before now lay as dark green fragments, the air thick with the acrid stench of evaporating venom. What kind of attack was that? From the front row of the viewing gallery, a white-haired elder lord suddenly raised his trembling hand, pointing toward Suyu. His cloudy eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Having presided over the domain for over 40 years and witnessed countless new lords' trials, he had never encountered such terrifying combat prowess. That horizontal slash had clearly torn through space itself, a capability not even mastered by mid to high-tier lords. Many eyes fixed on Suyu, all speechless with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Was this truly the trial ground for a new lord? To the uninitiated, it could easily be mistaken for a seasoned lord's power display. This can't be. How could he be this strong? Lu Qing murmured, the tip of her silver spear trembling slightly. She had long been recognized as the strongest among the newcomers, her brutal and swift dominating spear technique leaving peers of the same rank in the dust. Yet in those mere 10 seconds, Suyu's blade flashes had outpaced even her swiftest spear thrusts. Each strike landed with pinpoint accuracy on the goblin's vital points, a level of control far exceeding what any new lord should possess. Suyu seemed utterly oblivious to the shock around him. His figure flickered ceaselessly among the goblin horde, his sword drawing and sheathing flowing as smoothly as water. Each swing sent a spray of dark green blood mist flying, and the once dense horde of goblins visibly thinned with each passing moment. The iron golems stood like the most loyal shields, using their massive bodies to block flanking attacks. Even when pounded by bone clubs until covered in cracks, they remained unshaken. How could his spiritual energy sustain such expenditure? Wan Yu lowered his binoculars, his expression grave, his voice carrying an imperceptible tremor. Such slashes clearly demanded immense spiritual energy. Even mid to high-tier lords would exhaust themselves from continuous use. Yet Suyu had already delivered 7 strikes, his aura remaining steady as if performing the most ordinary of tasks. Could it be that this slash doesn't consume spiritual energy? But how could such a devastating attack exist without it? Just then, a goblin suddenly darted through a gap in the iron golem's armor, its poison-coated bone club striking straight for Suyu's back. Clearly enraged by the recent slaughter, this goblin had even rammed through the iron golem's defenses to launch a suicide attack. Watch out! Spectators with excellent vision spotted the ambush instantly, their cries of alarm filling the air. Whoosh! A silver spear shot out like lightning. The spearhead precisely hooked the goblin's bone club, using the momentum to spin it violently to the ground. Before the goblin could struggle, the spearhead pierced through its skull. Suyu glanced at her. Ready to join the fight? The spear tip traced a silver arc, flicking away 2 more charging goblins. Lu Qing gripped her silver spear tightly and hummed lightly, "How could I let you steal all the glory?" In an instant, the long sword and spear attacks intertwined, forming a remarkable synergy. Suyu's dimensional slashes cleared the goblins ahead, while Lu Qing's dominant spear technique guarded the flanks. Their figures darted through the green torrent like battle-hardened comrades who'd fought together for years. How can they be so in sync? Could they have known each other before? Zhang Meng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Their movements flowed with the precision of 1,000 rehearsals, the clash of blades and spears utterly seamless. Even more astonishing was Suyu's speed. Lu Qing's overlord spear technique was renowned for its speed, amplified by her elemental wolf domain or realm of speed. Often, a flash of cold steel arrived first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. Even masters of light swords rarely matched her rhythm. Yet Suyu's figure consistently maintained a half-step distance from her. The speed of his long sword swings even seemed to subtly outpace the silver spear. Whenever Lu Qing's spear tip was about to pierce its target, Suyu's blade light would already have descended in advance, clearing all obstacles for her. Such seamless coordination thrilled not only the fledgling lords on the battlefield but also the spectators watching from the sidelines. Many pulled out their phones, filming the scene with fervent enthusiasm. It was precisely this seamless and ferocious synergy between the two that seemed to inject a powerful adrenaline shot into the other new lords. Li Shangning clenched her teeth, stamped her right foot, and her flame domain spread out. "We're not here to watch a show. Once you're recovered, we're all going in together." For some reason, witnessing Suyu and Lu Qing, who should have been meeting for the first time, coordinate so effortlessly stirred a flicker of displeasure within Li Shangning. She couldn't pinpoint the source of this unease. "Whoa! Those two had me so transfixed I nearly forgot what I came here for." "Charge!" The stalemate instantly shifted. The goblin horde retreated like a receding tide, collapsing into disarray. Soon, they were wiped clean from the battlefield. In the center of the square, only the 5-meter-tall thunder goblin remained. Suyu shouldered his long sword, while Lu Qing gripped his blood-stained silver spear. Standing shoulder to shoulder before the thunder goblin, their breathing was still slightly ragged, but their gazes remained sharp. "They mean trouble." "Scared?" Suyu glanced sideways at Lu Qing. "Don't underestimate me. Even with you, we can take down this trash." Lu Qing lifted her fair chin, her silver spear pointing straight at the thunder goblin's head. The two shared a knowing smile, poised to strike. But suddenly, the thunder goblin let out a piercing, agonized howl. Veins bulged across its dark green skin, its eyes blazed crimson like blood, and viscous saliva dripped from its mouth. It appeared both enraged and tortured by some unseen force. This eerie sight caused Suyu and the others, who had just taken a step forward, to retreat. "What's it up to now?" Suyu frowned. I've never heard of goblins having other forms, Lu Qing remarked. With a sudden crack, the thunder goblin's back split open. 6 hair-raising spider legs, covered in black hair, shot out, supporting its massive body. Its human-like face twisted violently, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Purple-black lightning arcs crackled within its jaws. It mutated. Horrified screams erupted from the viewing gallery. That's the mark of a spider celestial fiend. This thing's been parasitized by one. Damn it, why are the bugs showing up now? The mutated thunder goblin flickered into motion, its speed now several times faster than before. In an instant, it closed in on Suyu and Lu Qing, its massive wolf tooth club crackling with purple-black lightning as it swung viciously toward the pair. Lu Qing's silver spear was just raised to block, his mind reacting in time, but his body couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. He could only watch helplessly as the massive club descended. Suyu's long sword rose only half an inch before the shadow of the mace engulfed both their heads. A slender, dark figure suddenly flashed in from behind at an unbelievable speed. Slender arms seized Suyu and Lu Qing by the collars. In a blur, both men found themselves 10 meters away. Where they had stood moments before, the wolf's tooth club had smashed a smoking crater into the ground. Even the mutated goblin elite was startled by the scene. Its face, transformed into a spider's mandibles, twisted in confusion, utterly baffled by what had just transpired. Many spectators in the stands leapt to their feet, staring at the abruptly materialized black figure, their expressions a tangled mix of shock and terror. Ding Ruifeng from Xianling Academy tumbled from his seat, pointing at the battlefield with terror etched across his face, his voice cracking. It's that monster. The monster that killed my creatures. The crowd caught sight of the dark figure. It wore a neat, well-fitted black suit. Its slender body resembled an elongated bamboo pole, and its head bore no facial features, only a grayish-white skull. And now, 4 pitch-black tentacles had sprouted from its back. Chapter 31, My Own Methods. Slow and steady wins the race. How come this creature has tentacles too? Could it be insectoid? But it doesn't look like it. So this is what tore Ding Ruifeng apart? Interesting. Wan Yu studied the slender specter with a hint of curiosity. Several classmates beside him instinctively took half a step back, clearly terrified by its eerie appearance. Lu Qing, still shaken, stared at the slender specter and was about to ask when Suyu waved his hand. Stay put. Leave this to me. Are you crazy? Lu Qing's eyes widened as she pointed at the mutated thunder goblin. It's at least mid-tier second stage now. How could you possibly? Before she could finish, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. Behind Suyu, 4 pitch-black tentacles identical to those of the slender specter extended outward. Simultaneously, several black-purple broadswords materialized in Suyu's hands, their blades wrapped in an eerie purple glow. He gripped one in each of his own tentacles, conjuring extra blades for the gaunt specter and its tentacles to wield as well. Since you've grown spider legs, Suyu's lips curved slightly, then these lower realm alloy swords, the Arthropod Killer V, are perfectly suited to deal with you. The slender ghostly shadow was one of Suyu's trump cards. From the very start of the battle, he had kept the slender specter in ambush, waiting for this extreme situation to strike. The netherworld alloy sword in his hand was precisely the product of his recent luck cube openings. Suddenly, Suyu and the slender ghost shadow simultaneously transformed into 2 dark shadows, charging toward the mutant goblin elite. Several broadswords swung out simultaneously, purple light effects slicing through the air in crisscrossing trails. They collided with the thunder goblin's wolf tooth club, erupting in a deafening clang. The mutant goblin elite's spider legs were incredibly hard. Suyu's broadsword only left shallow white marks when it struck. Each swing of its mace carried a force that seemed to tear through space, forcing Suyu and the slender ghost to dodge relentlessly. Fortunately, their evasion relied on teleportation, sparing them physical exhaustion. The frenzied mutant goblin elite's stamina, however, was visibly depleting. This can't go on. Lu Qing stamped her foot in frustration. Seizing an opening, she thrust her silver spear forward only to find it couldn't even leave a scratch. How could it be this hard? Before Lu Qing could process it, the mutated goblin elite hurled her away, cutting off any chance of further intervention. Stay back. I've got this. Suyu's shout halted the other newbie lords who were about to rush in to help. The others wanted to ask what she planned to do, but seeing the 3 figures in the center of the arena fighting at breakneck speed, they abandoned the thought. Time ticked by, and the fierce battle raged on for a full 10 minutes without pause. Suyu's breathing grew increasingly ragged. Her clothes were scorched with several charred holes, while the slender ghostly figure had lost 2 tentacles, its movements noticeably slowed. Finally, Suyu suddenly dropped to one knee, propping himself up with his sword to prevent collapse. This vulnerable posture was seized upon by the mutated goblin elite. Grinning savagely, it darted beside him and swung its club down. A gasp rippled through the crowd. But Suyu's lips curved upward. Getting you to take the bait was harder than I thought. The slender ghostly figure suddenly accelerated, wrapping its remaining tentacles and limbs around the mutated goblin's spider legs, forcibly dragging it to a halt for half a second. In that split second, a blinding light erupted from Suyu's eyes. All his spiritual energy surged into the broadsword as several lower realm alloy blades simultaneously slashed at the joints of the spider legs behind the mutated goblin. Thud! Thud! 6 crisp snaps echoed in succession as the mutated goblin's spider legs were severed cleanly. With a piercing scream, its massive body crashed to the ground, utterly immobilized. A deathly silence fell over the square, followed seconds later by deafening cheers. We won! We won! Suyu is amazing! This battle was absolutely unbelievable. Suyu has truly made a name for herself today. Suyu's homeroom teacher, Li Jianguo, watched the scene unfold in stunned disbelief. Several teachers nearby hurried over, patting his shoulders ecstatically as they offered congratulations. Congrats, Old Li! Your class has produced a truly extraordinary student. This will make Huaqing First High School famous for sure. That cube domain is so powerful. Ask Suyu if he can open it up to the public during the upcoming domain showcase. We're all dying to see it inside. Li Jianguo couldn't hide the smile on his face, yet he didn't want to seem too eager. He picked up his old school teacup, took a sip, and said, I always believed in his choice of the block domain. He's truly made something of himself. While I played a small part in his success, ultimately, it's all down to Suyu's own hard work. Oh, right. Yes. The other teachers chimed in with praise. Looking toward the arena, the cleanup crew had already begun tallying the demonic beasts slain by each new lord. Back in the rest area, the makeshift tent zone for new lords was buzzing with excitement. Everyone swarmed around Suyu, chattering away. They were all asking about his domain, what elemental type it was, why it encompassed creation, life, and healing. They also pressed him about his abilities drawing swords, manipulating tentacles, and teleporting, all of which seemed downright godlike. With no other choice, Suyu demonstrated teleportation in front of everyone. He teleported to the tent next door. Only after settling down did Suyu finally catch his breath. But when he focused his eyes, he froze. In front of him, Lu Qing, who had been halfway through dressing and had her back to him, caught sight of Suyu suddenly appearing in her tent through the mirror. Their eyes met, and the moment grew awkward. At that moment, Lu Qing's top was only halfway on. Standing behind her, Suyu could still see her incredibly slender, fair waist. Are you just going to stand there staring? Lu Qing's voice carried a hint of irritation at being disturbed, the last syllable trembling slightly. Sorry, Suyu quickly turned away, explaining his presence. It was too noisy over there, so I borrowed this place to hide. I didn't mean to. I didn't know it was you next door, and I didn't know you were changing. The rustling sound of fabric brushing against itself came from behind. Moments later, Lu Qing's voice sounded again, calmer than before. Turn around. She turned back again. Lu Qing had already changed into her regular clothes. The smoky gray short-sleeved shirt accentuated the elongated curve of her neck, while the jeans hugged her straight legs, the cuffs casually rolled up to her ankles, revealing a sliver of pale skin. She was securing her long hair into a neat ponytail with an elastic band. The contours of her profile softened under the light. Were it not for the silver spear leaning against the edge of the dressing table, its tip still stained with traces of dark green blood, the scene could have been mistaken for an ordinary campus silhouette. I really envy you. It's so quiet here. Suyu pulled up a chair and sat right beside her, leaning back against the vanity and letting out a long sigh. A bottle of mineral water thudded into his lap. You sure are friendly, Lu Qing remarked, glancing repeatedly at the boy beside her. Suyu smiled as he unscrewed the cap. We've slashed goblins side by side. Why beat around the bush with you? Just as he was about to take a sip, a slender hand reached over and took the bottle away. I couldn't get it open. Thanks. Lu Qing tilted her head back, the bottle's mouth lightly touching her jade-like lips as the water flowed into her mouth. Suyu looked away and teased. The fierce woman who just blew a goblin's head off with a single shot is now telling me she can't unscrew a bottle cap? TSK, what a contrast. Lu Qing shot him a glance and gave a light snort. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden noise came from outside. Miss Lu, the post-battle debrief is about to start. Please hurry up. Okay, I'm coming. Hey, what are you doing? Before she could finish, Suyu had already snatched the mineral water bottle from her hand. Give me a sip. I'm dying of thirst. A flush spread across Lu Qing's cheeks. Watching him tilt his head back and gulp it down, even the tips of her ears turned slightly red. Suyu drank with such urgency and speed that the 500 milliliters bottle was empty in an instant. The last few gulps were accompanied by a slight hissing sound as he sucked the bottle's mouth slightly out of shape. Sorry about that, I was just so thirsty. As Suyu handed back the empty bottle, he met Lu Qing's wide, almond-shaped eyes. You? Lu Qing took the empty bottle, her palm brushing against its lingering warmth. Her words trailed off abruptly. Instead, she turned, grabbed a hair tie from the dressing table, swiftly tucked the stray strands hanging by her cheek behind her ear, and hurried out of the tent, her long rifle in hand. Suyu belched and followed her out. Chapter 32, Block Food, Unbelievably Restorative. The two emerged from the tent one after the other, instantly becoming the center of attention as several pairs of eyes turned toward them. How did those two come out of the same tent? Lu Qing's expression looks off. Whoa, could it be? What the hell could they possibly be what the hell about? They were only in there for a few minutes. Though the demon trial had concluded, the crowd hadn't thinned. If anything, it had grown larger. The scene was now filled with cameras and microphones. Upon hearing the news, media outlets had immediately dispatched most of their personnel. Many latecomers had specifically rushed over after hearing the news. Without exception, they were all holding someone else's phone, flipping through the videos captured earlier. Watching Suyu's performance in the footage, no one would have believed were it not for the irrefutable evidence of the phone videos and eyewitness accounts that Suyu had actually led the kill count in this battle. Yet Suyu, the center of everyone's attention, paid no heed to the stares around him. He walked straight to the waiting area for new lords, took a seat in the back row, and remained lost in his own thoughts, even harboring a hint of regret. If that goblin elite hadn't mutated suddenly this time, it might not have been so easy to handle. These past days, Suyu had been completely absorbed in the lucky cube. The netherite sword he wielded against the mutated goblin elite, enchanted with Arthropod Slayer V, had been obtained from the lucky cube. What he regretted was not being able to use the enchanted golden apples in reality. For this celestial demon trial, he had specially prepared a set of them, also obtained from the lucky cube. There's no breakthrough in the domain aspect for now, but there is something worth noting. During these days of intensely opening lucky chests, Suyu had acquired a peculiar counter that specifically tracked the cumulative number of lucky chests opened. What made it peculiar was that it didn't track the chests Suyu himself had opened, but rather those opened by others. Suyu raised his hand and clenched his palm, revealing a compass-like object. Instead of a north-south needle, it resembled a clock face with a pointer pointing to 0 and a total of 50 segments around the circle. So I need 50 different people to open lucky cubes for this one to count as cleared, then I can get the new module. That must be how lucky cubes work for me. Suyu felt a headache coming on. If it counted his own openings, he'd already surpassed 100. But this counter stubbornly tallied others' openings instead. But counting others' attempts made Suyu ponder something. What if combat power collapses? After this battle, Suyu was certain. He didn't know about high-level combat, but within the mid-tier realm, his domain held an absolute, gaping lead. Endless iron golem creations. The formidable power of the slender ghost shadow. Golden carrots and potions that instantly restore status or stamina anywhere, anytime, with no side effects. And weapons enchanted to counter any enemy state. In the lower and middle tiers, no lord had ever been this powerful. Once Suyu brings the lucky cube into reality, these treasures might just disrupt reality itself. I wonder what opening a lucky cube in reality would be like. The thought barely formed before Suyu acted. A lucky cube materialized in her hand. In reality, it could be dismantled without needing to be placed on the ground. This lucky cube felt large in her hand, roughly the length and width of a smartphone. Suyu simply squeezed it. No flashy effects, just the contents inside the cube exploding onto the ground. It was a pile of roasted meats, a full assortment of cooked dishes. Damn it! Suyu's quick reflexes caught it all. In an instant, the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, enveloping the entire area. Everyone present felt their stomachs growl. What's that smell? It smells so good. It's chicken. Roasted chicken. Damn, why does Suyu have a pile of stuff in his arms? So that's where the smell was coming from. I just saw him crush a yellow cube in his hand, and then conjure up this huge pile of food out of thin air. And this magical thing too. The new lords present all turned to look at Suyu, leaving him feeling incredibly awkward as he spoke up. You must all be hungry? Want some? Since it was just ordinary meat, Suyu didn't plan to keep it all to himself. If he could share, he would. Given what had just happened, the items Suyu pulled out now sparked intense curiosity. Others crowded around, gratefully accepting his offerings. Holy crap, meat in cube shapes? First time I've seen this. This is incredible. These foods look like they're made of tiny cubes. Can you actually eat this? Of course it's edible. The radishes and potions Suyu gave us earlier look just like this. Under the curious stares of the crowd, everyone began crunching away, eyes wide with astonishment. Despite their peculiar appearance, the food tasted exceptionally delicious. The meat was tender and juicy. And, is it just me, or do I suddenly feel energized? It's not an illusion. I felt the same way when I ate that golden radish earlier. My strength came back instantly. Instant stamina boost? That's insane. Suyu, if you just sold these, you'd be a god. It doesn't feel heavy in my stomach after eating it, but I feel completely full. So amazing. Huh? Is that how it is? Hearing these reactions, Suyu was genuinely surprised. He hadn't given it much thought when he'd shared the golden radish with them. Now it seemed his block domain had gained yet another extraordinary ability. Food within the block domain possessed the same stamina restoring effects in reality. And at the same time, it leaves no food residue. Once consumed, the food was completely converted into restored stamina, eliminating any need to worry about eating, drinking, or bodily functions. This was an incredibly game-changing development, especially on the battlefield, where it saved an enormous amount of effort. But Suyu frowned, showing no sign of delight. Such an extraordinary ability was far too outlandish. Revealing it rashly could easily spark a scramble for it or even lead to deadly consequences. The post-battle debrief is about to begin. I've obtained the combat analysis reports. Everyone should review their performance during the engagement. A sudden voice interrupted. Lu Qing walked over holding a stack of forms, slamming them down on the table. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him. Let me see. My damage output was only 5% this round. I was expecting 10%. 5% is pretty good. Mine was only 2%. Well, this trial was basically just Suyu and Lu Qing doing the damage. Suyu got MVP. Amidst the chatter, Lu Qing walked over to Suyu with a form in hand, your registration form. Oh, thanks. Suyu reached out to take it, but Lu Qing used the motion of handing over the form to lean closer to him and speak quickly. You absolutely can't give anyone else your cube realm food anymore. It leaves no food residue and boosts stamina, at least not so casually. With that, she shoved the form into Suyu's hands, instantly reverting to her usual demeanor. She turned to organize other items while chatting with the others. Suyu clutched the form, slightly taken aback. This guy, is he distracting the others for me? Chapter 33, S rank. Love at first sight? He glanced up at Lu Qing's retreating figure. She was surrounded by several new recruits asking for battle details, her brow slightly furrowed as she pointed out data on the form. Her tone wasn't exactly gentle, but her explanations were clear and logical. He really is helping me, Suyu concluded silently. The astonishment from everyone eating the cube-shaped food hadn't fully faded yet. If Lu Qing hadn't promptly diverted their attention with the post-battle summary, someone would have already pressed for details about the food's origin and effects. Folding the registration form and tucking it into his pocket, Suyu stared at the peculiar counter in his palm. The cool metal touch brought him a measure of calm. More troublesome than Lu Qing's warning was the task associated with these 50 lucky cubes. Get 50 different people to open a cube. Suyu clicked his tongue, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. Among these lords, some would surely be willing to try opening a cube for unknown benefits. But if what emerged disrupted the balance of power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lost in thought, a boy approached him, holding half a grilled pork chop, his face smeared with sauce. Bro Su, do you still have any of those yellow cubes? Could you? Before he could finish, the person beside him jabbed his elbow. Don't be ridiculous. That's definitely Suyu's trump card. Suyu smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Nope. Just the one. He made it sound casual, but his eyes were fixed on the other guy's reaction. Sure enough, the boy looked disappointed, muttering too bad, before turning to discuss the battle video with his friends. Suyu breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as he acted nothing special, most people wouldn't probe further. But this wasn't a long-term solution. The counter's needle remained firmly stuck at 0. He couldn't keep stalling forever. Maybe find some trustworthy people? Several names flashed through his mind before he quickly shook his head. The celestial demon trial had only just ended. Who could guarantee that so-called trustworthy individuals wouldn't turn on each other over the treasures within the blocks? Suddenly, a teacher entered and announced loudly. Quiet, everyone. The list of lords promoted in rank is about to be announced. Follow me outside. The crowd instantly fell silent and followed the teacher out. Outside, a sea of people waited for the rating list to be announced. A rating promotion meant access to greater resources. For lords seeking rapid development, external support was indispensable. Grade A, Lu Qing. When Lu Qing heard his own name called, his face remained expressionless. He merely nodded in response to the crowd's gasps. Grade B. As a string of names was read aloud, Suyu listened distractedly until the very end, when she finally heard her own name. S rank, Suyu. Whoa. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Hundreds of eyes instantly fixed on him, filled with shock, confusion, and undeniable jealousy. Suyu himself froze for a moment. He had anticipated a Class A rating, but never imagined it would be Class S. Many outstanding graduates from Huaqing University had only achieved a rank during the demon trial. Teacher, did you misread it? Someone blurted out, their voice trembling with disbelief. Suyu performed well, but this is S rank. No mistake, declared the Dean of Education, stepping forward. During this trial, Suyu single-handedly eliminated 172 goblins, including elite and common goblins, accounting for 89% of the total kills. He also defeated a second-tier heavenly demon. This achievement warrants an S rank. The crowd fell completely silent, broken only by the rustling of flags in the wind. The skeptical gazes that had once fixed upon Suyu now carried a hint of awe. Before Suyu could recover from his shock, someone tapped his arm. Turning his head, he found Lu Qing had appeared beside him, a barely perceptible smile hidden in his eyes. Congratulations, Lu Qing murmured, a hint of teasing in her voice. Seems someone's strength is a bit stronger than they thought. Suyu shrugged with a smile. Just luck. Lucky? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. The elite mutated goblin was so resilient, yet you landed such precise critical hits. And the timing of that slender bamboo-like creature's final ambush. These aren't things luck alone can explain. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, he'd studied every detail of his combat style. As if reading his thoughts, Lu Qing remarked calmly, I am an A-rank lord, after all. A little observational skill is the least I can manage. Just then, the instructor began calling his name. Suyu, come forward to receive your medal. Suyu took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, and stepped toward the podium. The spotlight fell warmly upon him. A silver medal engraved with the Huaqing emblem and the letter S was handed to him. Suyu took it. The badge felt cold to the touch, heavy and substantial in his palm. Suyu scanned the crowd. Among the new lords, many were staring at him with eyes full of admiration and longing. If finding 50 people to open the square had been a concern before, that worry was now gone. A rule within the domain stated, within this domain, the Lord is God. Thus, no one would rashly enter another's domain. That's why Suyu had previously planned to bring the lucky cube out and sell it to others for them to open. But now things were different. Many were curious about Suyu's domain, and plenty would surely want to enter. As long as the lucky cubes were opened within the cube domain and the items weren't brought into reality, wouldn't that prevent any repercussions? If others want to bring their items out, they'll need the domain lord's permission. Feasible. We'll do it that way later, but first, we need to find someone trustworthy to test it. As Suyu pondered this, his gaze instinctively lingered on Lu Qing beside him. Her recent actions and behavior on the battlefield revealed her to be someone cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He didn't know how good a person she was, but at least she wasn't a bad person. Perhaps she could be the one. I'll seek her out after the meeting to ask. Thoughts about his own blot domain swirled through his mind like a kaleidoscope, and Suyu didn't even notice how intensely he was staring at Lu Qing. It was a gaze blending trust, curiosity, and a touch of youthful candor, one that to others appeared as unabashed concern. Especially now, standing under the spotlight, every action was magnified. Staring so unabashedly and intently at a girl had the reporters below the stage already fuming. Zoom in. Zoom in with the camera. Get a close-up. A newspaper editor swiftly grasped the significance of the moment. Spotting Suyu's expression, he immediately urged his reporters to capture the scene. That look, it's priceless. Are these two actually dating? Wait, my intel says they didn't know each other before. Then it must be love at first sight on the battlefield. After all, their coordination just now was impeccable. Wow, this is great. We've got tomorrow's front page headline. This guy. Suyu didn't notice, but Lu Qing did. She glanced at the reporters below the stage, then caught Suyu's gaze fixed on her out of the corner of her eye. Her fair face flushed instantly, turning bright red. Idiot. What are you staring at? Don't you see all the reporters taking pictures? Chapter 34, The 100 Schools Tournament, Special Affection? Lu Qing mentally cursed Suyu 1,000 times over, yet dared not glance his way again, forcing her gaze down to stare at her shoe tips. Growing up, Lu Qing had received enough love letters to fill her desk, and she'd been secretly admired by boys countless times. Yet never before had she felt so utterly uncomfortable. Could he be doing this on purpose? Lu Qing stole a quick glance at Suyu and the guy was still staring straight at her. The heat on her cheeks flared up again. Forget it, forget it. I'm definitely overthinking this. He's just focused on his stupid blocks. Lu Qing pinched her palm hard, trying to drown out the strange flutter in her chest with pain. Yet her lips curled into an involuntary, faint smile, a hint of awkwardness she hadn't even noticed herself. Li Xiangning, watching from the corner of the group, saw it all clearly. She tried hard not to look at the two of them, but her gaze kept drifting back. Li Xiangning couldn't quite pin down her own feelings. She felt like she'd known him first, albeit through a quarrel, and that made her the original one. Yet now, the one who seemed closer to Suyu was Lu Qing, someone she'd only met today. They really do make a good pair. A vague, indescribable bitterness welled up inside her. Li Xiangning gave a self-mocking smile and hid herself in the shadows of the crowd. The camera lights didn't reach here, perfectly concealing the complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, the spotlighted pair remained lost in their own thoughts. Suyu pondered how to invite Lu Qing to the realm, while Lu Qing contemplated how to interact with Suyu without seeming too deliberate. Just then, a stir rippled through the crowd. All eyes turned to a middle-aged man dressed impeccably, his bearing commanding and dignified, approaching this way surrounded by several teachers. His appearance instantly stirred a ripple of excitement. It's Vice Principal Wang Xianqing from Huaqing. Holy crap, the Vice Principal himself? He's usually as elusive as a dragon. I heard the Vice Principal is actually a 7th rank lord himself, and this Vice Principal position is just a side gig. He must be here to present awards. If such a big shot is personally handing them out, could it be that this trial's results are terrifying? The highest grade before was a rank, but even that was awarded by the Dean of Studies. Now Vice President Wang is personally presenting the award. Whoa! Under a flurry of eager gazes, Wang Xianqing had already approached Suyu, pulling a palm-sized box from his robe and opening it. Resting quietly inside was a dark gold badge. Intricate cloud patterns adorned its edges, while the top center bore the engraved characters Huaqing. At its core, a bold, flowing S stood out, the S-Class badge, one of the rarest honors Huaqing had ever bestowed since its founding. Student Suyu, Wang Xuanqing's voice boomed clearly throughout the entire school, seemingly without the aid of a microphone. For the strategic thinking and adaptability you demonstrated during the Heavenly Demon trial, you are hereby awarded the Huaqing Trial S-Class badge. In addition to the S-Class badge, Wang Xuanqing continued announcing the rewards. The school will provide you with 3 bottles of basic body tempering elixir weekly for 1 year to aid your cultivation of spiritual power. The moment these words were spoken, waves of envious stares rippled through the crowd below the stage. Providing 3 bottles of basic body tempering elixir weekly for an entire year, such a reward had never been granted even to those who achieved an A-grade trial rating. Additionally, Wang Xuanqing paused, his gaze sweeping the audience. There is a cash reward of 100,000 yuan to support your future development as a domain lord. Just as Suyu was about to express his gratitude, Wang Xuanqing raised his hand to signal him to wait. He then turned to the teachers behind him and nodded his head. Next, I have even more important news to announce. Following a joint assessment by the Academic Affairs Office and the Combat Training Department, our school will send 2 freshmen to participate in the 100 Schools Tournament 1 month from now. The 100 Schools Tournament merely being selected signified one was among the elite of student lords. The mere experience of competing was enough to secure a head start over other lords in gaining admission to top universities. Achieving a high ranking would make their future prospects truly limitless. Yet the audience below the stage seemed less than enthusiastic. Given the stark disparity in their records, it was no surprise who the 2 participants were. Representing Huaqing First High School is Suyu, the top scorer of this year's Heavenly Demon trial. And the runner-up, Lu Qing. A murmur rippled through the crowd, as if everyone was saying, I knew it would be them. On stage, Suyu wore a pensive expression. The 100 Schools Tournament, the place where I can earn more rewards. Looks like I can only rest briefly before diving back into grinding. Suyu's current combat power might seem high, but he didn't think it was that impressive. It was mainly the combination of all 3 disciplines that made it unprecedented and intimidating. But when it came to unleashing his full power, those 2nd and 3rd tier lords weren't necessarily weaker than him. Still gotta grind. My top priority now is turning this Yama sword into the true Yama sword. But the Yama sword in Suyu's hands was still merely the block game version. Though it possessed the dimension slash and a secondary skill called phantom sword akin to a lightsaber or flying blade, though when used its strength wasn't particularly formidable. To unlock its full potential, he'd have to do what he did before, infuse it with essence elixir. But previously, the essence potion was administered to living beings. I wonder if it can be used directly on this blade. Or perhaps it could be synthesized into some item and then combined with the Yama blade? Too many unknowns. Suyu felt like he was playing with an ultra-realistic mod pack packed with content but lacking any manual. He had to fumble around in the dark, completely clueless about how to proceed. Well, time will tell. Suyu sighed inwardly when suddenly, someone nudged him with their elbow. Snapping back to attention, he found the entire group staring at him, with Wang Xuanqing still standing directly before him. Ha! What is it? I was just spacing out. Wang Xuanqing looked at Suyu and smiled faintly. It seems this battle took a toll on Suyu. Well, no need to dwell on it. Everyone, you've worked hard today. Head back and rest. Any further arrangements will be announced later. As the crowd dispersed, Suyu was inevitably swarmed by reporters, their cameras and microphones thrust in his face. Suyu, now that you've achieved an S rank rating, what are your future development plans? Regarding your coordination with Lu Qing during the trial, does this imply you'll form a permanent partnership? Rumors suggest your domain produces special foods. Is this related to your combat power enhancement? The reporter's questions pelted him like hailstones. Trapped in the center of the crowd, Suyu nearly lost the S rank medal in his hand. Listening to the barrage of questions, he felt no desire to respond. Suyu, please address that look you gave on the podium. Do you have special feelings for Lu Qing? A shrill voice pierced the crowd, dripping with unabashed gossip. Ha! The question made Suyu halt in his tracks, his face a blank expression of confusion. Had his brief moment of distraction really been interpreted with so many layers of meaning by this pack of reporters? When he looked up, he caught Lu Qing turning around, their gazes locking instantly. Chapter 35, Counting Task, the Beloved Class? Suyu clearly saw the lingering flush at her ears. The instant their eyes met, Lu Qing flinched away as if scalded, hastening her pace to follow the teacher toward the classroom building, her steps quickening noticeably. See? There's definitely something going on. The reporters grew even more excited, their camera shutters firing rapidly once more. Suyu felt both annoyed and amused. He was annoyed at himself for not keeping his distance earlier, and even more annoyed at these reporters for jumping to conclusions. Yet, he found himself oddly anticipating the chaos unfolding. You've misunderstood. I was just thinking about matters related to my field, specifically, inviting Lu to join my research group. It's not what you're imagining. With that, Suyu ignored the barrage of questions behind her and slipped away toward another direction. No one present could stop her departure. Little did she know that to the reporters, her words took on a whole new meaning. A single battle, and he wants someone to join his domain to help develop it? These two definitely have something going on. The strongest transfer student at Huacheng and the freshman prodigy. This rumor is going to be a real spectacle. The whispers behind her grew increasingly wild. Suyu felt that saying anything more now would sound like she was making excuses, so she chose to ignore them. Seeing both protagonists vanish from the scene, the reporters shifted their attention to the other participating freshman lords. Suyu slipped around the corner of the academic building and breathed a sigh of relief once he was out of sight. "You're a big star now, huh?" A light chuckle came from beside him. Lu Qing, carrying a long spear, walked over with a smile and tossed him a bottle of mineral water. Suyu shook his head with a wry smile and sat down on the curb. "I really don't like this kind of attention. My old life as a nobody suited me just fine." Lu Qing sat beside him and teased. "You weren't exactly invisible before either." Choosing such an odd square domain piqued a lot of curiosity about what it could do. "And the power you showed today blew everyone's expectations out of the water." Suyu shrugged. He wanted to say this wasn't even his full potential yet. His dragon wings and enchanted golden apple hadn't been revealed. If he brought those out, taking on a second-tier heavenly demon solo wouldn't even register as a challenge. "That's beside the point. I came to talk about something else. Could you enter my domain? I have a favor to ask." "Enter your domain?" Lu Qing turned back in surprise. "You know this isn't something you can do casually, right?" "Of course I know," Suyu understood the concerns. "We can enter through the Spirit Cultivation Hall. If you go in with me on the official registry, you won't have to worry about me pulling any tricks." Within another's domain, the domain lord was like a god, able to do as they pleased. That's why ordinary people rarely entered another's domain unless they had extreme trust or were a domain's vassal. "The Cultivation Pavilion registration." Lu Qing murmured the words, weighing her options. "What exactly is going on in your domain that absolutely requires my presence?" Suyu touched the lucky cube counter in his pocket and fabricated a task for it. "There's a peculiar cube in my domain that needs to be opened 50 times by different people. But it can't be taken out, so I can only bring in those I trust." 50 people? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. "In that case, you shouldn't count on me at all. Adding you, the domain lord, to the upcoming vassal class would make exactly 50 people." "The vassal class? I've heard of it but don't know much. Care to explain?" Suyu replied honestly. "It's a unique feature of Huacheng First High," Lu Qing explained. "Lords can recruit talent to become their vassals and grant them spiritual power. You know that, right?" Seeing Suyu nod, Lu Qing continued. "At Huacheng No. 1 High School, we might not have the most lords, but we definitely have the most outstanding students. Among them, there are a great many spirit disciples, those who have awakened spiritual power but haven't yet opened their domains. So rather than lords spending considerable time searching for suitable candidates, the school recommends a group of outstanding students to form classes for lords to select from. This benefits the lords, provides the students with a sense of belonging, and allows the school to gain even more exceptional students, a win-win-win situation. The assignment to the vassal classes usually occurs 2 days after the Heavenly Demon trial." 2 days later, Suyu nodded in sudden understanding. "I never knew such a practice existed. It certainly streamlines things. But once students are assigned, can't the lords screen them again?" "Of course they can," Lu Qing replied. "Ultimately, it's the lord's wishes that take precedence." "That's great." Suyu stroked his chin. This truly saved him a lot of time. Moreover, with real people in his domain, Suyu could teach them how to play with this cube domain. Their future development would be far more powerful than if he were going it alone. Lu Qing watched Suyu's pensive expression and pursed her lips. "So if your cube truly needs 50 people to activate it, just call over a few after the retainer class assignments are done. No need to bother me specifically." Suyu smiled and said. "You can't say that. You're different. We worked together during the trial, and your control over spiritual energy is exceptionally steady. I just feel that if you try it, the cube might react differently." The words were half truth, half flattery, praising Lu Qing without revealing any weakness. Sure enough, Lu Qing's frown eased slightly. "Cut the flattery, I'm not buying it. But just going in to look around isn't out of the question. I am genuinely curious about your domain." When Suyu's domain unfolded, there were no sparks of fire or thunderous roars, only a serene world composed of blocks. Such a domain suddenly unfolding on the battlefield felt utterly incongruous. It made Lu Qing genuinely curious about what lay within his domain. Lu Qing suddenly looked up. "The vassal class assignments aren't for another 2 days. We can rest these days. Are you in such a hurry to open the blocks now?" "There's no rush. If you have time, you can come in early, or you can wait and join everyone else in 2 days, Suyu replied. "I'll see if I have time these next 2 days. If I do, I'll come find you." Lu Qing turned to leave, then paused and turned back as if remembering something. "Oh, and while the school recommends the members for the family class, it's a mixed bag. If you're really going to pick someone, remember to keep your wits about you, don't just look at their spiritual power level." "Got it. Thanks." Watching Lu Qing walk away, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. Alright, time to head back, take a shower, and get some proper rest. Suyu flashed back to the dormitory. What would take an ordinary person 10 to 20 minutes, he covered in under 3. Back in the dorm, he followed his usual routine of showering first. Suyu didn't have many pleasures in life, but bathing in slightly scalding hot water was one of them. After a shower, he always felt more alert, and much of his fatigue would vanish. Moreover, Wakinjiwan's bathrooms were private single-occupancy stalls, making the experience especially pleasant. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, Suyu entered his own little world. 2 whole days. I can finally rest properly and do other things. For the past 7 days, Suyu had been preparing for the celestial demon trial. While it wasn't exactly grueling, it was genuinely busy, so much so that he hadn't left his domain at all, staying holed up inside. The items obtained from the lucky cube filled a full 30 large chests. Among them were 4 infinite lucky blocks that could yield other modules or modular items. He hadn't opened them, preferring not to have too many distractions before the trial. But now that things are settled and I have 2 days to rest, I might as well open them. Just as Suyu was about to enter the domain, the door suddenly rattled urgently. Suyu, the victory banquet has begun. Chapter 36, the 10 Elite of Hwaking Academy seat acquisition? Suyu had forgotten to lock the door. He had barely stepped behind it when it swung open. A soft body suddenly wrapped around him. Breathing in that now somewhat familiar scent, Suyu sighed helplessly. Lingwei, you're getting too close again. The one bursting into the room was Lingwei, a second-year senior who'd always been boundary-less around Suyu since they met. Shan Lingwei laughed heartily as she wrapped her arms around Suyu's shoulders. You truly live up to my expectations. You've made us proud, so very proud. You've brought immense honor to Hwaking campus, ha. Now you're a superstar at Hwaking High School. No, in all of Beihai City? What superstar? Suyu was completely baffled. You don't know? You're not just a big deal at our school anymore, you're famous all over North Hwai City. I bet it won't be long before the whole country knows about you. As she spoke, Shan Lingwei handed over her phone. The screen displayed a short video from the app, and the footage clearly showed Suyu battling the heavenly demon. Not only that, but it even included footage of Suyu battling Li Xiangning. Her gaze shifted to the right, where the like count had soared to 1.5 million. Comments exceeded 30,000. And with every refresh, the likes and comments kept climbing. Lingwei, did you do this? Suyu recognized the video user's profile picture. It was a selfie of Shan Lingwei. She casually scrolled through a bit more and discovered it was actually a blogger with over 400,000 points. Yep. Thanks to you, my follower count skyrocketed by over 200,000 today. It's insane. Suyu's mouth twitched. But I was determined to be the class wallflower and level up alone. Shan Lingwei grinned. Looks like your wish didn't come true, Su Superstar. Clicking into the comments section, all she saw were comments like live action freak. At the scene, the demon barely surfaced before he pinned it down and beat it so cool I spilled my bubble tea. Who knew Suyu was the hidden ace? I'm joining his fan club. I've already signed up, the enrollment numbers are skyrocketing. Wonder if I'll even get in. Spoiler alert. This guy might be the one to break into the ranks of high-tier lords. Mastering all 3 elements? That's insane. I heard Suyu and Luqing are a couple. No wonder they're always exchanging glances. We might just see a freshman make it into the top 10. Suyu paused his finger as it swiped across the screen. He casually brushed off all the praise about his abilities. But when he caught sight of the comments forcing him and Luqing together phrases like sparkling glances and battlefield romance, he couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his temples. His shoulders slumped imperceptibly, and he shook his head in resignation. We just fought a battle side by side. How did people invent so much drama? Lingwei, what exactly is this 10 elite position? Is it like the student council? Suyu suddenly looked up, tapping the term 10 elite on the screen with his fingertip. He'd heard of it before but never delved into its specifics. At the mention, Lingwei's eyes lit up instantly. She leaned forward slightly. The 10 elite? Are you interested? Of course. Come in and sit down. Suyu stepped aside to clear the doorway, gesturing for her to enter. Just as the door was about to close, Suyu blocked it, leaving it open instead. This subtle gesture deepened the smile in Shan Lingwei's eyes. She walked over to the living room sofa and sat down, speaking with clear logic. It's not complicated. The top 10 are the 10 most outstanding students at Hwaking First High. Though still students, their abilities are more than sufficient to serve as teachers. Suyu fetched 2 bottles of mineral water, handed one to her, and sat down across from her. So what are the perks? The perks are substantial, Shan Lingwei's tone grew earnest. Though students, the 10 elite hold status equal to if not surpassing any teacher. Even the principal and vice principal must heed their suggestions. Crucially, they report directly to the Hwaking Board of Directors. So naturally, the cultivation resources they receive are far beyond the ordinary. That powerful? Suyu raised an eyebrow. He knew full well the weight the Board of Directors carried. Board members were investors who collaborated with the school on funding and held direct authority over major institutional decisions. Typically held by high-ranking lords of 8th tier or above, their status far surpassed that of the principal, who executed decisions. The distinction lies in their roles. Board directors formulate decisions, while the president executes them. The 10 elite being directly managed by the board of trustees meant even the principal had no authority to interfere. Truly astonishing power. So how does one get selected? Suyu asked bluntly. 2 ways, Shan Lingwei replied, a hint of amusement lighting her eyes as she held up a slender hand, first raising one finger. First, the most straightforward one, find a member of the 10 elite, propose terms they'll agree to for a duel, and if you win, you inherit their seat. For example, if you duel the chief of the 10 elite and win, you become the new chief. What cultivation level is the top 10 elite? Suyu pressed. 8th tier High Lord. Wang Lin from the 3rd year, Shan Lingwei replied with a smile. You're ambitious, aren't you? Wanting to challenge the top seat? 8th tier advanced? That's higher than the vice principal. Suyu was genuinely astonished, recalling Vice Principal Wang Xiansheng who had presented his award earlier, a mere 7th tier lord. Surprised? Shan Lingwei tilted her head. Quite surprised, Suyu admitted frankly. Shan Lingwei took a sip of mineral water to moisten her throat. Principal Wang Xiansheng is a healing type lord. Lords of this type face tougher advancement than the other 2 types. But don't underestimate his 7th rank. Even 9th rank lords and even sovereign level powerhouses rely heavily on his restorative items. A high-tier healing type lord is more sought after than either life-type or creation-type lords. After all, they still get injured and weakened. With consistent supplies, a combat lord who remains perpetually at peak strength is terrifying. So healing lords possess a kind of one man holds the pass quality? Suyu mused thoughtfully. Shan Lingwei chuckled, setting her mineral water bottle on the coffee table. Pretty much. In warfare, logistics always trump blades. Principal Wang's healing power can directly repair spirit vein damage. After a 9th tier lord fights to the death, he can restore them to full strength in half a day with just a touch. Talk about invaluable, right? Suyu nodded in agreement before steering the conversation back to the 10 elite. And the second method? The second method is much gentler. Shan Lingwei held up a second finger. After the annual 100 Schools tournament concludes, the Board of Trustees comprehensively evaluates the most promising freshmen based on their year-round performance, trial results, tournament rankings, and even field duty records outside the domain. They are then directly granted seats among the 10 elite. However, this scenario is extremely rare. Only one such case has emerged in the past 5 years. The 100 Schools tournament. Suyu's eyebrows arched slightly as she recalled Vice Principal Wang's recent announcement. Looks like we'll have to take this competition seriously. Chapter 37, Hidden Talents, Registration Numbers. Oh, already strategizing? Shan Lingwei raised an eyebrow teasingly. But I should warn you, the top 10 hides many hidden talents. First-ranked Wang Lin's frozen domain can freeze a kilometer-wide area. During last year's Demon Tide, when 7th-tier demons appeared, he single-handedly froze the charges of 5 of them. Lin Xia, the second-ranked, is a creation-type lord who can conjure spatial cages out of thin air. Rumor has it they can even trap teleportation. The remaining 8 aren't weak either. I have to burst your bubble. While your performance today was impressive, it only stands out among freshmen. School-wide, you're not that strong. Suyu remained silent, turning to gaze at the clouds streaking past the window. He was still in the early stages of development, with much left to accomplish: an undead totem resistant to fatal blows, an enchanted golden apple with a string of beneficial effects, and the Yanma blade, yet to be enhanced with essence spirit liquid. Once he developed all these, he might just be able to hold his own in battle. Seeing his hesitation, Shan Lingwei suddenly leaned forward, her tone carrying the solemnity of someone who'd been there. The 10 elite is treacherous territory, especially the top 5. Who among them hasn't rolled in the mud of life and death battles? Your block domain is novel, but face Wang Lin's ice seal, and your iron golem will be frozen solid in an instant. Encounter Lin Xiao's prison, and your teleportation might not even come into play. I understand. Suyu's contemplative gaze softened into acceptance. Let's focus on the 100 Schools tournament first. The 10 elite can wait. That's more like it. Shan Lingwei leaned back with a sigh of relief, grabbing her phone from the coffee table and swiping through it. Speaking of which, the backstage for the Disciples class is about to burst at the seams. Over 30 applicants have spirit power levels above the 5th rank, and several were personally recommended by the school board. Suyu paused, taken aback. Personally recommended by the board members? You bet, Shan Lingwei murmured in admiration. Probably saw how you handled things today and decided to place an early bet. But I'd advise you to take it easy. Those personally recommended candidates all have family clans backing them. Easy to bring in, but if you can't keep them in line, you're in for trouble. Before she could finish, Suyu suddenly raised a hand to signal her to pause, his gaze shifting toward the doorway. Faint, hurried footsteps echoed beside the open doorway, as if someone was pacing outside. A slightly embarrassed cough sounded from outside, followed by a clear female voice. Suyu, it's Lu Qing. Lu Qing? Why are you standing outside? Come right in. Lu Qing appeared at the doorway. I've been thinking entering your domain doesn't have to be so complicated. Your dorm room works just fine. I overheard you discussing the top 10 talents earlier. Did I interrupt? Not at all. Come in and sit down, Suyu replied. Shan Lingwei suddenly stood up with a smile. Since Lu Qing is here, you two continue chatting. I've said what I needed to say, so I'll be off. Remember to come down for dinner in an hour, okay? Lu Qing, you should join us too, right? Ha? If it's not bothering you. Not at all, not at all. As she passed Suyu, Shan Lingwei deliberately nudged him with her elbow and winked. If you want to know more about the 10 elite, ask Lu Qing. Her brother is the 7th seat, you know. Before her words had fully faded, she had already slipped out the door with a light step, taking care to close it firmly behind her. Suyu shook his head helplessly. As he turned, his gaze met Lu Qing's, and both froze for a moment. Your brother is the 7th seat? Suyu spoke first, breaking the silence. Lu Qing nodded, her expression cold. Yeah, but I don't like talking about him. Let me guess, it's because your brother's brilliance is too overwhelming. Your family constantly compares the two of you, making you swear you'll surpass him? Suyu's words caught Lu Qing off guard. How did you know? It's an old story. Suyu leaned back into the sofa, his tone softening. A formidable elder brother is like a mountain. Others only see its majestic height, never the pressure hidden in its shadow. Lu Qing gritted her teeth. His 7th seat? I'll take it from him sooner or later. Suyu, don't even think about eyeing that position. This seems like more than just a typical rivalry. Suyu blurted out instinctively. The moment he did, he saw Lu Qing's gaze sharpen to a murderous glint. He quickly cleared his throat twice and shifted the topic. Earlier, Ling Wei mentioned there might be a way to get into the family class through connections. Do you know how to get in? I know. Lu Qing pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and handed it to Suyu. The screen displayed a login page bearing the Hucking First High School emblem. Log in and take a look. Your username is your student ID, and the password is the last 8 digits of your ID card. Suyu nodded and proceeded with the login. The interface was clean and simple, the family class management platform. Lord, Suyu. Number of class members, 0. Follower class details, none. Clan class tournament participation, none. Affinity class rewards, none. Number of applications for vassal class, 359. 259 applicants? How many students are in our grade? Suyu was slightly startled by the number, only then noticing the slightly resentful look in Lu Qing's eyes. 600. Lu Qing pursed her lips. And many with considerable spiritual power chose you. That many? I'm new here, how could I possibly compare to you established names? Suyu couldn't understand. Lu Qing replied with a hint of exasperation. Who could have predicted you'd single-handedly slay that second-tier heavenly demon? That's the main reason. Plus, your creations, living beings, and even restorative items, you seem to underestimate the sheer terror you instill by conjuring so many things in a single battle. An obscure domain possessing 3 distinct elements? Those uniquely shaped cubes of yours are the ultimate proof of authenticity. Everyone knows they originate from your domain. Suyu stared at the number of applicants on his phone screen and suddenly understood. What he considered routine operations were, in others' eyes, a shattering of convention, a formidable deterrent. So you came tonight because you're curious about me, or rather, my domain, right? If my domain weren't special, I wouldn't possess this combat power. You want to use my strength against your brother, don't you? A flicker of panic crossed Lu Qing's face as his thoughts were exposed. He averted his gaze, staring at the mineral water bottle on the coffee table. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke slowly. Yes. I never intended to get something for nothing. I can compile intel on your opponents for the 100 schools tournament. I can lend you my brother's tactical notes from facing the 10 elite. Even. I could persuade my brother's former subordinates to provide intelligence support when you need it. Alright, I get it, you've got connections. No need for all this beating around the bush with me. Suyu waved him off. I'm helping you for one reason, your combat prowess and character are both solid. You'll make a reliable ally in the future. Chapter 38, New Modules. Song of Ice and Fire. Lu Qing's mouth hung slightly open in surprise. She expected Suyu to press for details or weigh the benefits like a lord, but instead of taking offense at her bluntness, he spoken of her as a reliable comrade. In all her years, aside from opponents on the training grounds, no one had ever so readily accepted her intentions. Worse, no one had ever regarded her as a comrade. Her family constantly compared her to her brother. Others either feared his status or dismissed her as a minor figure relying on her family name. Suyu's words, however, brought an unexpected sense of relief to her heart. Suyu didn't dwell on the topic. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the sofa armrest as she changed the subject. Since you're already here, why not take this chance to step into my domain? It'll give you a first-hand look at the force you're considering partnering with. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow at this. You're just using this as an excuse to avoid meeting those people, aren't you? Suyu froze, confusion spreading across his face. Avoid meeting who? I didn't arrange to meet anyone else. Lu Qing tilted her chin toward the downstairs area, then stood up and walked to the window. Pointing outside, she stared at him with a peculiar look. All those people outside are here for you. Your room must have amazing soundproofing, you didn't hear a thing. Ha! Huh? Only then did Suyu realize why Lu Qing, who wasn't even from this dorm building, had suddenly appeared. The gates of Huaqing Garden required an ID card to swipe through. Hurrying to the window, Suyu cautiously pulled back a corner of the curtain and opened the window slightly. His gaze swept outside, and he froze in shock. The open space in front of the building was packed with people. The once spacious walkway was completely blocked, with some even standing on tiptoes to peer toward the dormitory building. It was a veritable sea of people. Just as he stood frozen in shock, someone in the crowd spotted the figure by the window and suddenly shouted at the top of their lungs, "It's Suyu! Suyu's over there!" Immediately, more people surged forward, waving frantically toward the window. Their shouts echoed through the partially open window, piercing the silence. "Suyu! I want to join your vassal class. My spiritual power is already at the 5th tier. Lord Suyu! I'm a senior mentor specializing in analyzing celestial demon weaknesses. Let me be your instructor. Young Master Suyu, I'm the head of the local Spirit Materials Guild. I'd like to discuss sponsorship. We can provide body-forging elixirs and weapons." Suyu closed the window tightly and drew the curtains, then turned to look at Lu Qing. Lu Qing teased, "Someone should take a picture of your face right now. Why are so many people coming?" Suyu felt a headache coming on. Leaning against the window, Lu Qing's tone carried a hint of teasing. "Students are eager to join your disciple class. The back-end applications nearly hit 400 just now. A few impatient ones decided to come directly. Teachers heard you single-handedly defeated a 2nd-tier heavenly fiend and possess triple-element domain abilities. They're all scrambling to be your mentor. That's a major achievement. As for the parents, most are local dignitaries. They're trying to build connections with you early, either to invest in you or to get their kids on your good side, hoping they can join your class later." At this point, Lu Qing couldn't help but curve her lips. "Suyu, you've become a real superstar now. Only the top 10 get this kind of attention. Who'd have thought that just one display of your skills would draw the entire school and even people from outside to you? I don't want this kind of attention at all. You can have it if you want." Suyu, who just wanted to be invisible, felt even more headache-inducing. Lu Qing chuckled softly at his "can't get away fast enough" expression, the earlier tension from comparing family backgrounds easing considerably. "I don't have your talent. I couldn't get this many people scrambling over me with just one fight. Besides, this celebrity treatment is because of your domain and strength. Making some friends isn't a bad thing. If they can't get in, how did you manage to enter?" Suyu asked. "The people in your dorm recognized me and let me in," Lu Qing replied. "All right." Suyu guessed it was probably because of that rumor. Otherwise, Shan Lingwei wouldn't have left on her own. "So you better figure out how to get through this mess first. We'll talk about entering your domain later. I'm not good at handling situations like this either. Gotta bail." With that, Lu Qing didn't linger, leaving Suyu alone with her worries. Gazing out at the commotion beyond the window, Suyu made her decision. Things have come to this. Might as well open a lucky cube first. He'd put off tackling the difficult problems for now. Opening a lucky cube might bring some good fortune. Perhaps he'd get something so valuable it would make him forget about all this trouble. Luckily, I've saved up 4 infinite lucky cubes from opening them these past few days. Let's see if I can get something worthwhile. Suyu entered the realm and couldn't help but click his tongue. Only 4 infinite lucky cubes. He'd been grinding lucky cubes non-stop these past days, synthesizing at least 500 cubes, yet only 4 infinite lucky cubes had materialized. The drop rate was ridiculously low. If it weren't for the pigment tower, just mining gold by hand to synthesize them, I'd be digging until the cows come home. Suyu chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He opened the 4th quarter of the infinite luck cube, revealing an icon. Mod, Item Explorer JEI. Purpose, used to view items and item recipes. Usage, open the list mentally within your field of view. Finally here? Suyu's face lit up. JEI's purpose was to view item crafting recipes. This was incredibly useful to him. Suyu remembered some items from the vanilla block world, but not many. If he ever acquired mods for crafting gear or tools, figuring it out on his own without JEI's help would take who knows how long. An item list had already appeared on the right side of Suyu's field of view. Clicking any craftable item brought up a clear crafting recipe right before his eyes, making him breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing I got it now. If I'd gotten other mods first, that would have been a real pain. Perfect. Next. Without pausing, Suyu immediately activated the second one. Mod obtained, one-click organizer. Function, organizes items in your backpack or chest. Usage, organize with a single thought. A support type module? Could it be that support modules are actually pretty easy to unlock? This was a module Suyu had long desired. The clutter in his storage always annoyed him, and he'd been eagerly awaiting a one-click organization module. It was one of those support mods that, while not essential, always made him itch to try. Keep rolling. Mod obtained, gold plating. Usage, melt gold in a cauldron to perform advanced enchantments on enchanted gear beyond default limits. Usage, place the alchemy pot over a heat source like fire, campfire, magma block, or lava. Place gold ingots in the pot to refine them into liquid gold. Then, immerse the enchanted equipment needing enhancement into the liquid gold to complete the upgrade. Nice stuff. Suyu immediately followed the recipe to craft one. Watching the molten gold solution, Suyu removed an enchanted item from his gear to test it. The original purple hue gained a layer of gold, and the enchantment list now included Gilded Eye. As expected, the existing enchantments had each increased by one level. Let's see how high it can go. Suyu tried again. The final result, level 3. The highest possible was Gilded 3, and it couldn't be enhanced further. Not bad. A 3-level boost is already significantly stronger than the base version. Just one more to go. Mod obtained, a Song of Ice and Fire. Usage, defeat dragons and monsters spawned in the overworld, then use their drops to enhance yourself. Usage, encounter them while exploring, defeat various bosses, and synthesize weapons using their drops. Chapter 39, New Battle. Slay the Fire Dragon. Suyu's body trembled. A Song of Ice and Fire. This is a classic, long-standing mod. Within this mod, Suyu could encounter all manner of rare beasts and supernatural creatures. Among these marvels, none surpass the mod's most iconic creatures, the Ice Dragon, Fire Dragon, and Lightning Dragon. Visually, they were far more impressive than the Ender Dragon, and in terms of attack power, they were no less formidable. I still have an unused intermediate monster control stone. If I could control just one of these 3 dragons, I'd be over the moon. Suyu couldn't contain his excitement, but then he remembered the other formidable antagonists lurking within this mod. For instance, the monstrous Gorgon, Siren, Cyclops, and Hydra. Among them, the Gorgon and Siren piqued Suyu's curiosity the most. Because they were both beautiful women, Suyu wondered what would happen if he administered the essence potion to them. Would they become mythical beings like the slender ghosts? Whether they'd be powerful or not was another matter, but just having a beautiful snake woman and a beautiful mermaid by his side would be bizarre enough. Ghost. Suyu called softly, and the Gaunt Spectre instantly materialized beside him. Its slender, eerie hands hung at its sides as it bowed slightly, offering a silent salute. Let's go hunt a dragon. After the Ice and Fire mod loaded, the entire domain map synchronized with new creatures and terrain. Since entering the domain, Suyu hadn't explored the map. After finding a village at the spawn point, he'd focused solely on setting up basic machinery. His exploration of the outer regions remained entirely unexplored. This time, neither he nor the Gaunt Spectre wasted a moment, their forms flickering in rapid succession. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they had crested a sparsely vegetated ridge. Suyu's gaze suddenly froze upon the plain stretching before them. There lay the very target of his journey, the dragon's nest. A charred, circular open-air nest, nearly 10 meters in diameter, sprawled across the flat grassland. The stones at its edges were scorched a burnt brown, still radiating the lingering heat of incomplete cooling. Inside, layers upon layers of golden carpet covered the floor. Upon closer inspection, these carpets were formed by countless tiny golden grains piled together. At the nest's center, a fiery red wyvern curled its body in slumber. Its scales glowed with a molten, crimson aura under the light, while the tip of its long tail occasionally swept lightly across the ground, stirring up fine dust. In the lore of A Song of Ice and Fire, dragon lairs are divided into surface and subterranean types, so you observed the fire dragon, his fingers tracing the edges of the Yenma blade he'd summoned. Surface nests house only level 1 to 3 young dragons or subadults. The true treasures lie in the subterranean lairs level 4 and 5 adult dragons. With my current strength, I could defeat a full-grown dragon in a direct confrontation, but playing it safe, it's wiser to start by practicing on this level 3 young dragon. That's definitely a fire dragon's lair. The scorched rocks and piles of gold are telltale signs. Suyu confirmed the target's attributes, his gaze instantly sharpening. Move out. Make it quick. The words quick and decisive barely left his lips before the slender, ghostly figure darted forward like a phantom. Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported directly before the fire dragon. Instantly, 4 pitch-black tentacles erupted from his back. Their tips, taut as blades, sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound as they lunged toward the dragon's vital chest and abdomen. The slumbering fire dragon awoke to the piercing sound of the tentacles tearing through the air. Its crimson vertical pupils snapped open, and a deafening roar erupted from its throat. Before the tentacles could touch its body, it snapped open its massive jaws, bristling with razor-sharp fangs. Blazing sparks instantly gathered within its maw, and a torrent of scorching flame, accompanied by a rolling heat wave, erupted from its mouth, hurtling toward the slender ghostly figure. The slender ghostly figure reacted with lightning speed, twisting sharply backward to evade the direct impact of the flame breath. But the fire dragon's breath had a far greater reach than anticipated. The searing flame spread like an unfurled fan-shaped barrier, and sparks from its edges still grazed the specter's body. The black suit that had always remained crisp and sharp instantly bore several holes scorched by the sparks. Charred fabric curled and fell, trailing black smoke, revealing the body beneath shrouded in a faint black mist. This provocation enraged the slender specter. For the second time, the normally smooth, featureless gray-white face split open to reveal the enormous maw usually concealed within, unleashing a furious roar. A piercing shriek erupted from it, devoid of distinct syllables, carrying only a malevolence sharp enough to shatter eardrums. With each teleportation, it skimmed the very edge of the flames, its gaze fixed intently on the fire dragon, searching for an opening to launch a close-range assault. The fire dragon, clearly enraged by the prolonged struggle, opened and closed its massive jaws. Torrential flames poured forth like cascading waterfalls, forming searing walls of fire that spread around its body. Layer upon layer of blazing heat nearly sealed off all paths of approach. Not far away, so you took it all in. Its attack patterns aren't much different from the game. Then I'll use the Yama blade to finish this quickly. Suyu gripped the hilt of the Yama blade and yanked it from its sheath. In an instant, a solid purple light sword materialized beside him, pointing directly at the fire dragon. With a piercing whistle, it shot toward its target. Yama blade skill, Phantom Sword. With a sharp thud, Phantom Sword pierced precisely into the gap in the fire dragon's neck, where its scales hadn't fully covered the skin. Scorching dragon blood instantly seeped out along the blade's path. The fire dragon, pained, raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Its crimson vertical pupils finally turned toward Suyu, registering the attacker concealed at its side. But its hatred was already firmly locked onto the slender ghostly figure. Even stung by the phantom sword, it merely flicked its tail in irritation, continuing to focus its main assault on the ghostly shadow that kept harassing it with teleports. Not a shred of its attention was diverted to attack Suyu. Suyu did not advance rashly, remaining at a safe distance as his wrists rose and fell in rapid succession. Wave after wave of purple phantom blades coalesced and shot forth, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on the fire dragon. Phantom swords belong to the sword drawing system's special skills, requiring no expenditure of Suyu's spiritual power or stamina as the master. The only cost was the Yenma blade's own soul glow points. Each phantom sword shot cost only 1 point, and soul glow was replenished by slaying hostile entities, a task effortless for Suyu. He could use them freely now. Later, a few swipes at a clustered zombie horde would instantly restore the expended soul glow. Suyu was carefree, but the fire dragon faced a different challenge. Though it too possessed game mechanics, within this domain, the fire dragon was still a somewhat tangible, living creature. Its body was now densely studded with purple phantom swords. The excruciating pain of blades piercing its flesh made standing a struggle. Its once spread wings drooped limply as it dragged its heavy frame along the ground, attempting to tear at the slender ghostly figure. Yet its clumsy movements were like slow motion against the phantom's teleportation. Each lunge missed its mark, and the exaggerated motions only tugged at its wounds, causing it to howl in agony. The time has come. Finish it. A cold gleam flashed in Suyu's eyes as his figure abruptly teleported high above the fire dragon's head, drawing his blade in a sudden strike. Dimension slash. The next instant, the dragon that had been struggling moments before collapsed onto the ground, utterly still. Chapter 40, Dragon Breath Forge, Beast Chronicles. After slaying the dragon, the most crucial task was gathering what it carried. Unlike the Ender Dragon, the dragons in A Song of Ice and Fire transform into dragon corpses upon death. Digging into the dragon corpse with bare hands would yield the items it carried. Final loot obtained: 36 dragon scales, 10 dragon bones, 1 fire dragon heart, 1 flying dragon skull. The flying dragon skull's tag bore an additional line of text: growth stage 3. This confirmed Suyu's assessment: the fire dragon was a level 3 dragon. Let's see what we can craft with this. With JEI, Suyu could directly access the dragon scale synthesis table. The options were limited. Standard dragon scale armor and a dragon scale ingot. Dragon scale armor offered slightly higher strength than diamond armor. Diamond helmet, 3 armor points, 2 armor toughness. Dragon scale helmet, 5 armor points, 2 armor toughness. Diamond chestplate, 8 armor points, 2 armor toughness. Dragon scale chestplate, 7 armor points, 2 armor toughness. Diamond leggings, 6 armor points, 2 armor toughness. Dragon scale leggings, 9 armor points, 2 armor toughness. Diamond boots, 3 armor points, 2 armor resilience. Dragon scale boots, 5 armor points, 2 armor resilience. Except for the chestplate being slightly inferior by 1 armor point, the rest are superior. Moreover, the dragon scale set has another advantage: it effectively resists dragon breath damage. Dragon breath attacks deal immense damage. To evade them, the slender ghost spent nearly the entire battle dodging, except during its initial attacks. With gear that effectively counters dragon breath, the slender ghost could engage dragons far more effectively. In that case, this first dragon scale set should go to the slender ghost. I wonder if it'll fit him. Suyu crafted the dragon scale armor and tossed it to the slender ghost. The gaunt specter picked it up and drew it close to his body. The dragon scale armor fused with him, forming a pattern of dragon scales across his skin. Were it not for his excessively slender limbs, the armor would have looked quite intimidating on a man of about 1.8 meters tall. On the slender ghost, however, it appeared somewhat comical. Next is the dragon bone. There are quite a few things that can be synthesized from this. Suyu scrolled through the inventory list. Combining dragon bone with withered bone could craft dragon bone tools, which surpass netherite tools in both damage and durability. How do you get wither bones? From killing wither skeletons? Suyu couldn't quite recall. If it required killing the wither, that would be troublesome. The wither was arguably the toughest boss to deal with outside of the Ender Dragon, and it required traveling to the Nether to defeat wither skeletons and use their skulls to summon the wither. Without a weapon enchanted with looting 3, obtaining the required wither skull would take ages. Fortunately, JEI can also track item origins. Suyu identified the source item for wither bones. Chicken snake? That's not wither. The chicken snake, a peculiar creature with a snake's tail and a chicken's body, belonged to the realm of a song of ice and fire. Seeing this creature gave Suyu a headache. He recalled. This thing attacks with ranged magic, causing dizziness and nausea. It's the most annoying creature ever. The slender ghostly figure seemed to sense his distress and approached quietly. The dragon scales covering its body glowed a dark crimson, and its originally slender arms appeared thicker and more substantial under the scales. The slender figure raised a hand, gathering a wisp of black mist at its fingertips. Before Suyu, the mist formed the outline of a chicken snake before the figure abruptly clenched its fist, crushing the mist. It was as if the gesture signaled its confidence in handling such creatures. Watching its actions, Suyu couldn't help but smile. You're quite eager. It's no big deal, this isn't hard to deal with. I just dislike its attack style. Closing the JEI panel, Suyu stowed the dragon bone and remaining scales into her player inventory before turning her attention to the final item, the fire dragon heart. This fire dragon heart has only one use, crafting the core for a dragon flame forge. Suyu felt a pang of regret. It couldn't be consumed in the game and offered no special bonuses. Bringing it closer, a thick, pungent smell of sulfur and blood assaulted his senses. Suyu stared at the heart, his brow furrowed. The Dragon Flame Forge core was a crucial item for crafting dragon steel, the pinnacle equipment in the Song of Ice and Fire mod. Suyu immediately looked up dragon steel gear in JEI. The stats made his heart race. Helmet, 12 armor points, 12 armor resilience. Chestplate, 17 armor points, 12 armor resilience. Leg guards, 14 armor points, 12 armor resilience. Boots, 11 armor, 12 armor resilience. That's 2 to 3 times the stats of Suyu's current gear. If I could transfer all these enchantments from my gear to the Dragon Steel set, no boss barring the most absurdly overpowered ones would stand a chance against me. A surge of excitement flashed through Suyu's mind. To achieve this, Suyu knew exactly which mods to use. The Demon Exorcism editing station looked identical to an enchanting table, but with different coloring. The enchanting table featured an obsidian base, diamond corners, and a red cloth center. The Demon Bane editing table, however, featured a quartz base, diamond corners, and red fabric in the center. Its function was straightforward, editing enchantments on equipment. Place enchanted gear on the editing table to freely add or remove enchantments, even conflicting ones. Take Suyu's current armor set, for example. It boasts various protective enchantments, but normally, only one protective enchantment can exist on a single piece of armor. Without the Lucky Cube's intervention, achieving this would require other mods. How did I get Dragon Steel again? I remember needing Dragon Breath to forge the furnace, but I can't recall the process. Suyu frowned, flipping through JEI, when suddenly something caught his eye: the beast lore. Beast lore? Suyu murmured the name a few times, feeling strangely familiar with it. Oh, right. This is the guidebook for the Song of Ice and Fire mod, basically a tutorial. Suyu immediately checked its crafting recipe, which required an item from the Ice and Fire mod, manuscript. 3 manuscripts could be combined to create one beast lore. And Suyu happened to have a source for manuscripts right now. They were scattered within the dragon's nest in those chests. Suyu hadn't opened them yet. The dragon's nest's composition was straightforward, charred soil blocks everywhere. Fire dragon nests contained piles of gold, lightning dragon nests had copper deposits, and ice dragon nests held silver deposits. Inside the chests lay particles of their respective minerals, along with armor crafted from those metals and the very thing Suyu sought, the manuscripts. Sure enough, Suyu found the manuscripts in a nearby chest and quickly gathered the 3 required pages for synthesis. Opening the Beast Chronicles, the full scope of the Icefire mod finally came into view. The journal contains 6 pages detailing all items, bosses, and dragon taming methods within the Icefire mod. Suyu went straight to the information he needed now: the Dragon Breath Forge. He recited the contents aloud. Chapter 41, Seeking Tool People. Archer Experts. Dragon scales and bones carry dragon magic. When combined with stone to form bricks, they resist dragon frost and dragon flame. Dragon Breath Forge bricks can be used in certain structures. Most items tossed into the forge turn to ash or dragon frost crystals. Only when iron ingots and dragon blood are placed together in the forge do blood and fire catalyze a qualitative leap in base iron, forging a more powerful alchemical alloy. This metal, known as dragon steel, is the toughest and most versatile alloy known to man. It can be forged into tools, armor, and even dragon armor. Weapons crafted from dragon flame steel possess fire-based effects and deliver devastating knockback. Dragon frost steel freezes targets upon impact. Dragon thunder steel weapons unleash dragon thunder, dealing bonus damage to both ice dragons and fire dragons. All three weapons possess extraordinary sharpness, capable of piercing even the scales of the mightiest dragons. The notebook listed dragon breath forge bricks, requiring 9 dragon scales to craft 1 scale block. 5 scale blocks and 4 stone bricks were needed to forge 4 dragon flame forge bricks. Suyu suddenly felt a pang of dread. How many dragons must I slay just to build a forge, let alone craft dragon steel? The mere thought of it gave Suyu a headache. Relying on iron golems isn't feasible either. Ground-based ones are manageable, but flying dragons can unleash breath attacks mid-air, decimating my iron golems before they even touch the ground. It's too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Looks like if I really want to get a lot of dragon scales, I'll have to rely on people. Suyu's eyes flickered. If recruiting his minion squad went smoothly, that would mean 50 useful tools at his disposal. Dispatching these tools across the globe to slay dragons would be far faster than grinding it out himself. Seems I can't dodge this round after all. Suyu shook his head with a wry smile, exited his domain, and walked to the window. The crowd outside had yet to disperse. The purpose of the follower class he'd been contemplating took on clearer meaning. It wasn't just about finding a few helpers, it was about building a team capable of slaying dragons for her. But how should he select the members? The students gathered outside seem enthusiastic, but who knows if any of them have real skills? Go ask Ling Wei about it. Shan Ling Wei had been at the school longer than I had and should know these students better. Asking her would definitely be the right move. He found Shan Lingwei in the kitchen, sneaking a bite of the dinner that hadn't been served yet. How much do you know about those students outside wanting to join the familiar class? Suyu cut straight to the point, glancing out the window at the crowd. Any particularly outstanding ones? Shan Lingwei nodded. Of course. There are a few promising ones in the first year. See that boy over there in the blue jacket? His name is Lin Yu. His spiritual energy fluctuations are much more stable than his peers. And that girl with the ponytail? Chen Shui. During the previous tests, her spiritual energy intensity ranked among the top in the grade. As she spoke, she gestured toward the crowd, accurately naming and describing each person she pointed at. As Suyu pondered her words, Shan Lingwei suddenly changed the subject. When selecting students, do you favor certain specialties? Like those skilled in close combat or ranged attacks, or perhaps those better suited for support roles? The question struck a chord with Suyu. His eyes lit up, and he answered almost without hesitation. If there are any skilled in ranged weapons, that would be ideal. The flying dragon maneuvered with incredible agility in the air, making melee combaters utterly ineffective. Only ranged weapons could strike from a safe distance. Archers were undoubtedly the most crucial element in the team. Finding a few skilled archers would give them a better chance against the flying dragon. Shan Lingwei was unaware of Suyu's calculations, but upon hearing the words ranged weapons, her eyes narrowed slightly as if recalling something. She scanned the crowd and quickly made a discovery. What a coincidence! There are precisely 3 skilled archers among us. Their families are renowned archery clans, and they've trained since childhood under their elders. Their foundations should be solid. Suyu's heart surged with excitement at the news. He pressed urgently, who are they? Right over there, the 3 students leaning against that big locust tree. The one in the gray hoodie is Zhao Lei, the one next to him wearing a black cap is Wu Hao, and the girl in the white tracksuit is Fangya. Shan Lingwei pointed them out as she introduced them. Those 3 even took the top 3 spots in the archery competition at our school sports meet before. They're genuinely skilled. Suyu followed her gesture and spotted the trio. Zhao Lei was deep in conversation with Wu Hao, his hands instinctively mimicking the motion of drawing a bow. Fangya stood nearby, holding a folding bow and inspecting the string. A middle-aged man beside her was talking to her, and she looked visibly annoyed. Are you planning to use bows and arrows in your domain? Shan Lingwei asked curiously. Suyu nodded. Although modern firearms existed, they couldn't utilize spirit-infused materials for bullets. Ordinary bullets might still pack a punch against low-tier celestial demons, but starting from tier 3, they became largely ineffective. Arrows made from spirit stones were different. Simple to craft and requiring minimal spirit energy expenditure, arrows fired from heavy bows could inflict substantial damage on celestial demons. That's why many teams now prioritize archers. I'll go talk to them right now. Suyu's arrival instantly quieted the previously noisy crowd. All eyes focused on him. Curiosity mingled with anticipation and a hint of tension. They could tell Suyu had come out to find someone. Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fangya also sensed something was off. They paused their actions and looked up toward Suyu. When they saw Suyu walking toward them, their eyes lit up instantly, their faces breaking into expressions of disbelief. Suyu's coming our way. Zhao Lei instinctively tugged at Wu Hao's arm, visibly excited. Wu Hao was also momentarily stunned. He rubbed his eyes to confirm before nodding vigorously. It really is her. Fangya remained silent, but her grip on the bow tightened, her breathing quickening involuntarily. Suyu soon reached the trio, halting before them. Her gaze swept over them before she inquired, "You 3, are you skilled in archery?" Zhao Lei and the others exchanged glances, excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. They answered almost in unison. Yes. We can shoot arrows. My name is Zhao Lei. My family has been in archery for generations. We started practicing with my grandfather. I've been training with my dad since I was a kid, almost 10 years now. Zhao Lei introduced himself first, his voice brimming with pride. I've won the school archery competition twice. My name is Wu Hao. I used to be a professional archery competitor. I even participated in national competitions and won third place. Wu Hao declared, not to be outdone. After awakening my spiritual power, I discovered that infusing my arrows with it significantly increased their potency. That made me even more determined to dedicate myself to this craft. My name is Fanya. I've loved archery since childhood. At first, it was just for fun, but I gradually developed a passion for it and have kept at it ever since. Fanya's voice was gentler than the other two. After awakening my spiritual power, I experimented with using it to control the arrow's trajectory. Now I can hit targets with much greater precision. The surrounding students held their breath, their faces lighting up with envy. The way Suyu phrased his question made it clear this was a promising lead. Chapter 42, Archery Test, First Familiar. After hearing all three introductions, Suyu felt even more satisfied. A sports dynasty, a professional athlete, and a talented enthusiast who put in the work. Their backgrounds and abilities perfectly matched his expectations. Suyu nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. Excellent. I understand your situations. Now, follow me into the domain. I'll conduct a test for you. Enter the domain? Zhao Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, let us directly enter your domain? Don't want to? No, of course we do. The surrounding students erupted into a frenzy of chatter. Holy crap! Getting to enter Lord Su's domain? That's insane luck. If only I knew how to shoot a bow, maybe Lord Su would pick me too. So jealous. If I could join the retainer class, I'd gladly chug body forging elixir every day and take 10 grand. Listening to the buzz around them, Zhao Lei and his two friends found their excitement impossible to contain. Zhao Lei couldn't help but rub his hands together, his voice trembling slightly. Lord Su, shall we go now? Yes, right now. Suyu spoke decisively, wasting no further time. Give me your hands. Zhao Lei and the others hurriedly offered their hands, placing them atop Suyu's palm, their hearts racing with both excitement and nervousness. Entering the domain for testing was an opportunity so incredible they'd never dared dream of it. Suyu's boldness in bringing them into the domain in plain sight also put the trio at ease. Suyu released his spiritual energy, enveloping the three. In the blink of an eye, all four vanished. Someone couldn't help but sigh, if only I'd learned archery back then. When the light faded, the surroundings had completely transformed. They found themselves in a vast, blocky world. The sky was a pale blue, the ground covered in neatly arranged blocks, and in the distance, they could see the simple structures Suyu had built earlier. Zhao Lei and the others stared at the scene before them, their gasps of awe filling the air. It really is a world made of blocks. How amazing! Zhao Lei marveled. Wu Hao couldn't resist reaching down to touch the grass block beneath his feet. The texture feels so peculiar too, you can really sense it's made of blocks. Fanya was already mesmerized. What a beautiful place. It's practically a paradise on Earth. Once you accepted the blocky setting, the blue skies and white clouds within the blocky realm appear truly beautiful. Only now did Suyu belatedly realize this world had light and shadow. Unlike the rigid visuals of the original block game, the introduction of light and shadow softened the entire block world. Suyu had been so preoccupied with tasks that she hadn't noticed before, but now she finally realized just how beautiful her world truly was. This place is so beautiful, building here is going to be amazing. Suyu walked over to a nearby block chest, opened it, and pulled out 3 bows and a quiver of arrows, handing them to the 3 others. These are bows and arrows from the realm. Take them for now, we'll need them for the test later. The 3 quickly took the bows and arrows. They felt heavy in their hands but looked ordinary. Observing their reactions, Suyu suddenly asked, by the way, try silently repeating backpack in your minds. See if anything happens. The question caught them off guard, but they obediently complied. Seconds later, Zhao Lei opened his eyes first, shaking his head in confusion. I didn't see anything. Wu Hao and Fangya opened their eyes one after another, their faces mirroring the same confusion. We didn't see anything either. Then it's fine. Hearing this, Suyu felt a mix of emotions. Within the block realm, a player's abilities were exclusive to them. Features like the backpack and crafting grid could only be used by the player themselves, and the JEI list was only visible to them. This meant his control within the field remained unshared, offering greater security. The downside, however, was that since others lacked player backpacks, they couldn't carry items themselves. If she brought them into the realm for tasks in the future, she'd have to bring all tools and materials in her own backpack from outside, a significant hassle. Suyu had hoped these individuals could serve as helpers to lighten the burden of gathering materials, but it seemed that expectation would have to be scaled back. Alright, let's begin the test now. Suyu pointed to several square targets nearby. See those targets? Use the bows and arrows in your hands to shoot at them. Don't force spirit power into it, just let me see your basic skill level first. The three nodded, took their bows and arrows, walked to the position Suyu had indicated, and each took their stance. Zhao Lei was the first to raise his bow and arrow. Holding the bow in his left hand and drawing the string with his right, his movements were fluid and natural. His eyes fixed intently on the distant target, he took a deep breath before releasing the arrow. It shot forth like a shooting star. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, striking the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. Not bad. Next. Suyu nodded. Zhao Lei's face lit up with a satisfied smile at the praise, gesturing please toward Wu Hao. Wu Hao wasted no time, raising his bow and adjusting his breath. He drew the string with slightly more force than Zhao Lei. As his fingers released, the arrow shot out faster, also hitting the bullseye. The shaft quivered slightly on the target, clearly driven by substantial power. Last was Fangya. Her movements were gentler than the previous two, yet her arms remained steady as a rock. Her arrow flew straight and landed precisely at the bullseye, nearly overlapping with the other's shots. Excellent. Their fundamentals are solid, Suyu thought with growing satisfaction. Now, try infusing your arrows with spiritual energy. See if you can enhance their power and accuracy. At his words, their eyes sharpened as they began to channel their spiritual energy, slowly infusing it into their bows and arrows. Soon, faint, colorless glows began to emanate from the bows in their hands. Shoot! Suyu commanded. Simultaneously, they released their fingers. 3 arrows, infused with spiritual energy, shot forth. Their speed was more than double that of before, and faint ripples of spiritual energy rippled along their shafts. Bang! 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 3 soft thuds sounded almost simultaneously. Not only did all 3 arrows strike the bullseye, they shattered the target into fragments. This clearly demonstrated how much the power of the arrows had increased with the infusion of spiritual energy. Zhao Lei and his companions watched the scene unfold, their faces lighting up with surprise and delight. They had infused arrows with spiritual energy before, but never achieved such a pronounced effect. Clearly, arrows within the domain could better channel and amplify spiritual energy. This bow is off, its attack power is way too strong. I didn't feel much resistance when drawing it back. Why does it pack such immense force? Could it be related to the glow on it? The bow handed to the trio was enveloped in a layer of purple radiance, clearly no ordinary weapon. Suyu smiled. This bow is imbued with a magic enchantment called Power V, which enhances the attack power of arrows. From now on, this bow belongs to you. So that means... Their hearts tightened as they looked at Suyu expectantly, awaiting his final decision. Chapter 43, Preparing to Slay the Dragon Bone Longbow. Seeing their nervous expressions, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Your performance has been excellent. Your fundamentals are solid, and your control over spiritual energy is commendable. You fully meet my requirements. Now, give me your student ID numbers. I'll enroll you in my personal class first. The trio froze for a few seconds before reacting, their faces erupting with ecstatic joy as they eagerly recited their student ID numbers. After accepting these 3, Suyu focused on one thing. I need to replace these bows. The bows they currently wielded were enchanted with strength V. Even when fully drawn and factoring in critical hits, their damage only reached 25 points. Suyu recalled the 3rd-level dragon they'd fought earlier. A single 3rd-level dragon alone possessed over 1,000 hit points. The base strength V bow was simply inadequate. Moreover, this wasn't a game. Attacks here inflicted real pain, and dragon breath attacks were exceptionally potent. If someone got seriously injured, it would be a huge hassle. Therefore, before leading them to slay the dragon, Suyu must prepare their equipment. Of course, Suyu already had a plan. Within the Song of Ice and Fire mod, there existed a formidable ranged weapon, the Dragon Bone Longbow. In the game, high-tier Dragon Bone Longbows dealt immense damage, ranging from 31 to 46 points, using specially crafted dragon bone arrows. The materials needed to craft the Dragon Bone Longbow were far easier to obtain than the dragon steel Suyu dreamed of forging. Dragon bones dropped from dragon corpses, which could be found everywhere in the wild. 2 dragon bones, 1 withered bone, and 3 strands of silk were all that was needed to craft a Dragon Bone Longbow. As for dragon bone arrows, 1 dragon bone combined with 1 fragment of withered bone yields 4 arrows. Without a mass production method, the cost remains substantial. The strength enchantment grants a 25% damage increase per level. At strength V, that's an extra 150% damage. Calculating from the maximum base damage of 46 points, it ultimately boosts damage to 94 points. And that's with 3 or even 4 people attacking simultaneously, minimum 280 damage. Slaying dragons becomes a breeze. With this thought, Suyu raised his hand, gathering a cluster of particle effect laden spiritual energy in his palm. This is my cube-shaped spiritual energy. Suyu divided the energy into 3 particles, pushing them toward Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fangya respectively. Absorb these. Once you do, you'll gain permanent access to my cube domain. When wielding cube weapons, you'll also unleash greater power. Zhao Lei and the others watched the cube energies flying toward them and absorbed them without hesitation. The moment the particles touched their palms, they transformed into a warm current that flowed up their arms and into their bodies. They could distinctly feel a unique energy within themselves. Fanya attempted to channel the cube energy within her body. Faint green particles immediately appeared at her fingertips. What a peculiar appearance for energy, very distinctive. Suyu observed the delight on their faces and nodded slightly. Alright, it's getting late. I'll take you around the area first so you can get familiar with the cube energy within you. I'll lead you into action first thing tomorrow morning. Operation? Boss, what are we going to do? Zhao Lei asked excitedly. Suyu turned his head, his gaze calm as he looked at the three. His tone held not a hint of emotion. To slay a dragon. Slay a dragon? Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fangya nearly shouted the words in unison. Fangya was the first to recover, cautiously asking, Lord Suyu, are you referring to the celestial demon in dragon form? Not exactly, but you could interpret it that way. Suyu nodded. Yet that single nod sent Zhao Lei and the others into a complete panic. Outside their world, the dragon-formed heavenly fiend was notorious as a high-tier demon of immense power, virtually without natural enemies. Even elementary school students learned in their encyclopedia of known heavenly demons that when a dragon-formed heavenly demon first appeared, it took less than 10 minutes to obliterate an entire city housing 5 million people. The city housed over 10,000 cultivators, yet they proved utterly powerless to resist. In the end, the entire city was reduced to ruins. That battle is remembered as one of the great catastrophes in human history. Zhao Lei, who had been excited moments ago, now felt as if he'd been doused with cold water. Boss, you know how powerful dragon-shaped celestial demons are. With just the 4 of us, isn't going to slay a dragon way too risky? Wu Hao chimed in, yeah, Brother Su. I heard the dragon form heavenly demon scales are thicker than the hardest armor, and its breath can melt steel. With just our numbers, we might not stand a chance. Fangya frowned, voicing another concern. Besides, aren't all beings within a domain created by its lord? How could a dragon form heavenly demon exist in Lord Suyu's domain? Even if it does, why kill it? Wouldn't it be better to keep it as a combat asset for the domain? The 3 of them exchanged words, utterly baffled as to why Suyu would undertake such a risky endeavor. Suyu observed their anxious expressions and understood their concerns, but he refrained from offering detailed explanations. Some matters couldn't be clarified in a few words, and he didn't want them to learn the secrets of the domain prematurely. Suyu merely waved his hand, his tone calm. First, familiarize yourselves with the strength of the cube arrows within the domain. That way, when we move tomorrow, we won't be scrambling. If you feel it's too risky and want to withdraw, you can tell me anytime. Though still uneasy about the dragon-slaying mission, seeing Suyu's confident demeanor, Zhao Lei and the others found it hard to press further. They nodded obediently and exited the block realm. After they left, Suyu hurried to the warehouse and retrieved several sets of diamond armor. A few days ago, while opening Lucky Cubes, he'd pulled the Flame Protection V enchantment book multiple times in a row. The enchantment book alone was underwhelming, but if Suyu was leading a team against a fire dragon, a full set of diamond armor with Flame Protection V would be a significant advantage. Even when facing the scorching flames spewed by a fire dragon, it would absorb most of the damage. There's a catch, though. This armor only works against fire dragons. Against ice dragons or lightning dragons, it's useless. Electric dragons spew high voltage currents, and fire protection armor offers no defense against electricity. No matter how sturdy the armor, it couldn't withstand an electrical attack. Ice dragons, meanwhile, spew frigid breath capable of instantly freezing their victims. Not only is the fire protection armor useless against this, but its materials might actually accelerate the freezing process. Glancing around, Suyu found himself on a green grassy plain. This cluster spawned only fire dragons. As long as he didn't venture into other clusters, he wouldn't encounter other types of dragons. That's enough for today. I've got a dinner meeting to attend. Suyu exited the domain. The crowd gathered at the entrance of Huaqing Garden had dispersed, allowing him to leisurely return to his dormitory. The moment he pushed open the door. Bang! Bang! Several celebratory firecrackers exploded near his ears. Shan Lingwei and the others were laughing and joking as they held the fireworks aloft ahead of him. Welcome to Huaqing Garden, Suyu, for successfully passing the Celestial Demon Trial. Chapter 44, Spirit Elixir Synthesis, Spirit Elixir Barrel? Startled by the sudden burst of celebratory fireworks, Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly and brushed the colorful confetti from his shoulder. Thank you all. Shan Lingwei set down her firecracker tube and grinned. Suyu, not only did you pass the Heavenly Demon Trial with flying colors, but you also demonstrated extraordinary strength during the ordeal. Sponsorships will surely come pouring in now. Just luck, Suyu said modestly, scratching his nose. The group ushered him to a lavishly set dining table. You've already selected 3 followers and specifically chosen them. Seems you have a clear plan for your next steps. We won't pry. Shan Lingwei stuffed meat into her mouth without a care for her image. Zhao Yuchuan chuckled, several alchemy shops have been camped outside the school gates, eager to offer you sponsorship. With your potential, they're practically fighting over you. Once you secure that sponsorship, you'll have no worries about spiritual liquids or pills for your cultivation. Suyu's reaction was less enthusiastic than most expected. He scratched his head, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one gulp. I haven't really thought much about sponsorships. His domain contained vast resources he didn't need to rely on outsiders for cultivation supplies. Accepting sponsorship would inevitably mean dealing with the merchants' various demands and participating in events they arranged. That kind of back and forth would be too exhausting. Zhang Li exclaimed in surprise, seriously? That's sponsorship. People beg for it. Having sponsors is better than not having them, right? Suyu shrugged, showing no interest in elaborating further. Instead, he changed the subject. By the way, aren't there 2 third-year seniors in our dorm? Why didn't they join us for dinner today? You mean Lin and Zhou? They're too busy to join us, Zhang Li chuckled. Lin Xueshu and Zhou Zhangfeng are both members of the top 10 elite. You know how it is, they handle tons of responsibilities on campus and frequently get sent on off-campus assignments. They're swamped, barely finding time to swing by the dorm. The top 10? Both of them? Suyu raised an eyebrow. We have 2 top 10 members right here in our dorm? I had no idea. There's a lot you don't know. As Shan Lingwei spoke, she pulled a palm-sized rosewood box from her bag. Its surface was engraved with intricate cloud patterns, clearly no ordinary object. Although Senior Lin and Senior Zhou aren't in the dorm, they've always taken a keen interest in Yukinjuan affairs. They already knew the results of today's demon trial long ago. She gently slid the box toward Suyu, tapping its lid with a hint of amusement in her eyes. This is a gift they specifically asked me to deliver to you, a reward for your trial. A gift? For me? Suyu gently slid open the brass clasp on the box. With a soft click, the lid sprang open. Inside lay 20 neatly stacked transparent glass vials, each containing a pale golden liquid. The liquid shimmered with a delicate glow under the light. A small label was affixed to each vial, bearing the words Basic Body Tempering Elixir. Basic Body Forging Elixir, 20 vials? All for me? Suyu's lips twitched. He hadn't expected such an expensive gift. A single vial of Basic Body Forging Elixir cost 100,000 yuan. 20 vials amounted to 2 million. Such an extravagant gift, and those 2 seniors just handed it over without hesitation? Suyu instinctively tried to push the box back, but his fingers barely touched the edge before Shan Lingwei pressed his hand down. Dan Lingwei smiled. Don't be so tense. While this elixir is indeed expensive for us, it's practically nothing to people like the 10 elite. Zhang Li nodded in agreement, taking a sip of his drink without a trace of envy in his voice. The 10 elite receive far more sponsorship than we can imagine each month. Just for Basic Body Tempering Elixir, they get 20 to 30 bottles delivered monthly. They've long outgrown this tier for their own cultivation. Many are stockpiled in their dorms. Giving them to you as a reward is no problem at all. Zhao Yuchuan chuckled, go ahead and take it. The seniors won't be happy if you refuse. After a moment's hesitation, Suyu nodded and pulled the box closer to himself. Then I'll accept it. Please thank Senior Lin and Senior Zhou for me, and thank you both for passing it on. I'll repay you tenfold in the future. Seeing him accept, Shan Lingwei's smile broadened. She picked up her chopsticks, placed a piece of braised pork into Suyu's bowl, and said cheerfully, that's more like it. Hurry up and eat, the food's getting cold. During the rest of the meal, the group shared amusing anecdotes from campus life. Naturally, the conversation circled back to Suyu's performance in the Heavenly Demon Trial, with particular focus on his block domain. However, the meal didn't last long. About an hour later, they all put down their chopsticks. Zhang Li and Zhao Yuchuan headed to the cultivation room, while Shan Lingwei returned to her dorm to organize the materials her professor had assigned. Back in the room, Suyu immediately entered his domain with all 20 vials of body tempering elixir. Having suddenly acquired 20 vials of basic body tempering elixir, he pondered how to utilize them more efficiently. Suyu didn't rush to consume them himself. He pondered whether the refined spirit elixir produced by purifying the basic spirit elixir through the brewing station could be applied to other substances. The current function of refined potion essence was to enhance the creatures within the original block domain, turning Endermen into gaunt specters and unlocking unlimited trading for villagers. Could it also alter other aspects? Suyu scanned the surroundings and noticed the farmland within the village. Farmland? Would planting crops yield different effects? Suyu grabbed a vial of refined essence potion, walked over to a patch of tilled land, and poured a full tube of it onto the soil. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Suyu furrowed her brow slightly. Perhaps, it depends on the game's mechanics? In the game, farmland required water to transform from parched land into watered farmland. 1 unit of water can irrigate an area with a 4-square radius. I just wonder how much essence spirit liquid it would take to fill a barrel. Suyu had just distilled another batch of essence potion and was about to pour it directly into the iron bucket when something suddenly occurred to him. Wait, does this also depend on the game's mechanics? Instead of pouring the essence potion into the bucket, Suyu turned and walked over to the workbench. He arranged 9 vials of essence around the bucket, placing it in the center. No reaction. Try a water bucket? Suyu replaced the empty iron bucket with a water bucket and placed it on the workbench. Something appeared on the right side of the workbench. Essence Spirit Liquid Barrel? Suyu immediately took it down and placed it on the ground. Like the original flowing water, it could spread out in all directions. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Could this possibly be used to create infinite water? Chapter 45, Spirit Elixir Farmland. Spirit Energy Food. Infinite water, a signature feature in block-based games. The simplest method is the basic 2-bucket technique. Dig a straight trench 3 blocks long and 1 block deep, pour water into the blocks at both ends, and the middle block will automatically generate an infinite water source. When irrigating large fields, many players opt for infinite water to avoid constant trips to the river. Now, within Suyu's block domain, if spirit liquid barrels could achieve the same effect, it would mean his spirit liquid could regenerate infinitely. This alone, even if he possessed no other skills, even if it were only basic body forging elixir, would make him a global tycoon. Not to mention the rest: endless intermediate forging body elixir, endless advanced forging body elixir, endless refined forging body elixir. This was far more game-changing than possessing triple element domain abilities. And it was a feature that would absolutely invite deadly peril. Suyu exhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement surging within him. Let's see if it works first. 20 vials of basic body tempering elixir, 18 of them would serve as containers for the refined elixir. Suyu carved out a 3-slot wide space, then placed a barrel of refined spirit liquid in each of the left and right corners. The 2 barrels surged toward the center, filling the middle compartment exactly as anticipated. Now we just need to see if the middle compartment can be activated. With a nervous heart, Suyu scooped up the liquid from the middle compartment with a bucket, his eyes fixed intently on the bucket's reaction. If it failed, the bucket would show no reaction. If it succeeded, the bucket would transform into an essence spirit liquid bucket just as before. The next second, the empty bucket transformed into an essence spirit liquid bucket. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly dug another hole nearby, poured the essence spirit liquid from the bucket into it, and then filled another bucket. The elixirs on both sides remained unchanged, while the one in the middle kept generating. Suyu stared fixedly at the seemingly endless pool of refined spirit liquid, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. It worked. It actually worked. Suyu stood frozen for a long while. Once he snapped out of it, he immediately fashioned 3 more iron buckets and scooped up all the essence spirit liquid from the ground. This stuff can't just be left lying around. Even my own followers can't guarantee absolute loyalty. It's best to only make this when it's actually needed. The whole thing was too bizarre. Suyu still couldn't quite accept that it had actually worked. Joy and worry came crashing down like a tidal wave. Now I have 2 choices before me. First, hide it away in constant fear, only bringing it out when needed. Second, recruit no followers at all and display it openly, but that means facing every boss and monster alone from here on out. Suyu's head ached. Even among the most extraordinary domains, his own was exceptionally extraordinary. With this current supply of infinite spirit elixir, he could practically use it like tap water. For ordinary low-tier lords, even a single vial of basic body forging essence was rationed out monthly. With this vast quantity of body tempering spirit liquid, Suyu genuinely doubted anyone could resist such temptation. Sigh, let's see if this refined spirit liquid works on farmland first. Suyu prepared a plot of land using conventional farming methods, then irrigated it with the refined spirit liquid. The earth-toned soil soon underwent a transformation. Instead of the original dark brown hue, it now matched the color of the refined spirit liquid. It'll work. Let's plant something. Suyu retrieved the wheat seeds he had collected earlier and scattered them across the soil, now glistening with the essence's hue. He then retrieved bone meal from the warehouse, a substance made from the bones of skeleton monsters he had slain earlier. In the original game, it served as a potent crop ripening agent. As the bone meal scattered, Suyu's gaze locked intently on the soil, his breathing instinctively quieting. The moment the bone meal touched the soil, tender green wheat sprouts burst through the earth at a visible pace. Stalks shot upward rapidly, and ears of wheat formed. Within mere seconds, the seedlings transformed into golden, plump, mature wheat. The mature stalks no longer bore the ordinary golden hue, instead radiating a faint, luminous golden glow. As the wind swept through, the wheat on swayed gently, as if tiny specks of light danced among the ears, radiating an indescribable ethereal aura. Suyu instinctively reached out. The moment her fingertips touched the awns, she distinctly felt a faint yet tangible fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from them. Jerking her hand back, Suyu tentatively touched another stalk of wheat. The same spiritual energy fluctuation reappeared, softer than that of the basic body forging elixir, yet more stable. Crops infused with spiritual energy? Suyu's voice carried a hint of disbelief as he plucked an ear of wheat and examined it closely in his palm. The grains were plump, as if they might burst with moisture. He leaned in to smell them. Beyond the wheat's natural fragrance, there was a faint, sweet scent reminiscent of the spiritual liquid. This discovery instantly energized Suyu. He immediately rummaged through his backpack, pulling out carrots and potatoes to plant them all. Following the wheat planting process, he sowed each seed into the spirit liquid-enriched soil and used bone powder to accelerate growth. Without exception, every crop underwent the same transformation as the wheat. The carrots became translucent and lustrous, glowing with a faint orange halo. The potato skins gleamed with a bright white sheen. Gazing at this spirit-infused farmland before him, Suyu felt fireworks explode in his mind. This meant he not only possessed infinite spirit liquid but also controlled a stable source capable of continuously producing spirit-powered resources. First, let's see if we can turn this into food. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu hurried to the workbench. Following the recipe from the original game, he placed the spirit wheat into the workbench's slots. 3 wheat placed horizontally could synthesize 1 loaf of bread. As soon as he placed the 3 wheat pieces, a loaf of bread appeared in the synthesis slot on the right. This bread had undergone a transformation too. Beyond the original version, its surface was dotted with fine, star-like patterns. A scent mingling the fragrance of wheat with the sweetness of spiritual energy wafted up, making one's appetite surge just from looking at it. Without hesitation, Suyu took a big bite. The bread was soft and delicate, melting in his mouth without the slightest hint of coarseness. In fact, it could be said to be the most delicious bread Suyu had ever tasted in his 2 lifetimes. After swallowing, a warm current slid down her throat into her stomach. To her astonishment, the spiritual energy she had just stabilized at the initial stage of the first rank had actually increased tangibly. It really works. Suyu's eyes lit up as she quickly devoured the rest of the bread in a few bites. As the bread settled in his stomach, the warm current grew increasingly pronounced, as if a clear spring had been poured into his body. Though the increase was modest, nowhere near the direct effect of drinking basic body-forging elixir, its gentle, sustained nature made up for it. There was none of the searing pain that accompanied elixir intake. This alone made it worthwhile. However, this sensation vanished almost as quickly as it had arrived, leaving Suyu frowning in disappointment. Could it be related to the original version's satiety level? Chapter 46, Farmer no Mi, Autofarm. In the block world, food had satiety and hunger mechanics. Without mods, players directly see hunger points. With mods enabled, satiety is displayed instead. Satiety depletes first before hunger begins to decrease. Suyu's player view naturally displayed a hunger bar, but without the apple peel mod, he couldn't see his satiety level. Golden carrots have the highest satiety rating among vanilla foods. Does that mean they also contain the most spiritual energy? Thoughts led to action. After crafting the spirit golden carrot and devouring it, Suyu felt a completely different sensation. Previously, eating spirit bread was like being parched and given just a capful of water to moisten your lips and throat. It did nothing to quench your thirst. Eating the spiritual energy golden carrot, however, felt like taking a satisfying gulp of sweet, cool, and refreshing water. The scorching heat and restlessness within his heart and body were soothed by this water. What a powerful effect. This way, I don't even need to absorb celestial energy, just eating is enough. It restores stamina and boosts spiritual power. If this were a product from a healing type lord, it'd probably sell like crazy, right? Wild ideas flooded his mind. Suyu even considered using spirit energy apples to craft enchanted golden apples. Unfortunately, the apples didn't grow like cultivated crops and didn't require watering, so he couldn't create spirit enchanted golden apples. Could it be the method is wrong? Suyu calmed his mind and pondered the process for enchanted golden apples. Combining gold nuggets and apples creates enchanted golden apples. At the tree stage, the only interference possible is using bone meal to hasten ripening. Could bone meal be tampered with? He walked over to the workbench and encircled the bone meal with a barrel of refined spirit essence, but no changes occurred. She then encircled the bones with the refined spirit liquid barrel, still no change. Suyu scratched her head, staring at the refined spirit liquid barrel in her hand. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Open this thing's crafting recipe. Swish! A JEI list appeared before Suyu's eyes. 2 icons appeared. One was the crafting icon for a workbench, showing that 9 bottles of essence spirit liquid could be combined with an iron water bucket to craft an essence spirit liquid barrel. The second icon, shaped like a villager's head, represented creature usage. It noted that when consumed by an enderman, it transformed them into a gaunt ghostly shadow, while when consumed by a villager, it unlocked the unlimited trading trait. So only the ones I've done show up? I can't see crafting recipes I haven't discovered yet. Looks like I'll have to figure everything out myself after all. Suyu shook his head regretfully. Never mind. Let's start with the most basic spirit carrot. It restores the highest stamina among vanilla foods, so it must contain a lot of spiritual energy. With that thought, Suyu recruited another follower within his domain, Farmer Noni. Once Noni became Suyu's follower and gained spiritual intelligence, he could help manage the farmland. Unlike the original version, crops wouldn't be harvested immediately upon ripening. Master, would you like me to cultivate the fields? Noni inquired. I can command all farmers within 100 grid squares to till the land and place mature crops into your designated crates. All you need to provide are the appropriate tools, equipment, and seeds. Is there such a thing as free lunch? Suyu pointed to the pre-sorted crop crates in the warehouse and raised the barrel of refined spirit essence he held. Use this essence to irrigate the land. Place a pumpkin head with a torch inside the essence pool for illumination. Understood. Noni nodded and departed, immediately directing the other farmers to begin tilling the fields. Watching the nearly fully automated farmland, Suyu felt deeply satisfied. He didn't even need to build machines for harvesting crops anymore, he could simply have Noni handle it, leaving him to reap the rewards effortlessly. The real concern now is the matter of real-world followers. Suyu still intended to recruit some real-world followers. Most importantly, the 3 candidates he had interviewed earlier had made a favorable impression on him. They would undoubtedly be excellent helpers for slaying dragons. Building a reliable team meant gathering resources would be far more efficient than Suyu grinding away alone in the dark. Soon, a vast field of carrots appeared under Noni's diligent cultivation. Suyu didn't even need bone powder to accelerate growth. He simply stood by watching, waiting for the spirit energy carrots to be boxed. Once ready, he could directly synthesize them into spirit energy golden carrots. After consuming one, the effect was exactly as he'd anticipated. The boost to spiritual energy far surpassed that of spiritual energy bread. This should make early-stage spiritual energy cultivation much easier. Standing at the edge of the farmland within his domain, Suyu watched Noni direct the farmers as they methodically irrigated and tended to the carrots. Yet, his mind was occupied with another matter. Since I'm bringing them in, I should stockpile a batch of these spirit energy golden carrots. In case of emergencies, they might come in handy. Suyu murmured to himself before turning toward the warehouse. He gathered all the stored spiritual energy golden carrots and packed them into a special crate. After carefully checking the contents once more to ensure there were enough, she closed the box lid with a satisfied sigh. Next, his gaze swept over the farmland's perimeter. The area was completely bare, offering a clear view of the crops within. If anyone spotted this unusual planting arrangement, they might well become suspicious. I need to create some cover. Suyu made up his mind, pulling out a stack of oak blocks from his backpack and starting to build a fence along the field's edge. His movements were swift and precise as each block was neatly fitted into place. Before long, a 4-block-high oak fence stood encircling the fields, with only a narrow gate large enough for one person to pass through on one side. From the outside, it now resembled an ordinary matchbox storage shed, concealing the vibrant farmland within. Finishing the task, Suyu brushed the dust from his hands and looked up at the sky. The sky within the domain mirrored the real world, gradually darkening as stars began to twinkle overhead. That should do it. I'll bring them in tomorrow. Best head back to the real world and get some rest. Suyu thought to himself. With a flick of his mind, his figure vanished from the domain and returned to his dormitory. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Suyu awoke. After washing up, he opened his window to air out the room and saw Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fangya already standing by the flower bed downstairs, each carrying a simple backpack. They had clearly arrived early. Suyu pushed open the window and called out to them, "You're here so early? Why didn't you just enter the domain?" The 3 exchanged glances. Suyu sensed something was off and asked, "What's wrong? Did something go wrong?" Zhao Lei sighed and spread his hands helplessly. "We tried entering your domain using the method you described yesterday, but no matter how we tried, it felt like we were hitting an invisible wall. We just couldn't get in." An invisible wall? Suyu frowned. This was an outcome he hadn't anticipated. Chapter 47, Instant Chicken Snake, Withered Decay. Fangya added, "Exactly. It's like there's nothing physically there, but we just can't move forward. It feels like something's blocking us. We tried every direction, but the result was always the same." Suyu felt uneasy. He'd always entered domains without a hitch before, never encountered anything like this. Suyu tried several times. He could enter while escorting others, but others couldn't enter on their own. After pondering for a moment, Suyu suddenly had an epiphany. "I get it now. My domain is like an unconnected server. Only I, the host, can freely enter and exit. Others have to wait for me to go in first before they can follow. That must be what makes my domain different from others. So that's why we couldn't get in," Wu Hao mused, rubbing his chin. "Looks like we can't just wander in whenever we want. We'll have to wait for Brother Su to bring us in." Suyu waved his hand dismissively. "There's nothing we can do about it. Every domain has its own rules, and that's just how it is." The 3 nodded silently, understanding that domain rules weren't something they could influence. This applied even to the domain's ruler himself. Suyu glanced at the trio. "Alright then, since that's the case, let's enter the domain now. Bringing you here this time is mainly to hunt the dragons of the Song of Ice and Fire. But before that, I thought we'd hunt a monster called the chicken snake first, just a little test run before the dragon hunt." Without further words, Suyu focused his mind and led the 3 into the domain. Fully prepared, the 4 set off. Chicken snakes were commonly found in plains and acacia groves. Suyu's starting point was on a plain, so they should find one by exploring nearby. Along the way, the group traversed mountains and valleys for over 10 minutes. Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fangya gradually sensed something was amiss. They had heard that domains had size limitations, and one could usually see the edge after walking for a few minutes. Yet they had walked for so long now, and not only had they not seen the edge, they hadn't even glimpsed a hint of it. Before them stretched an endless, blocky world. Zhao Lei couldn't help but ask Suyu, "Brother Su, we've been walking for so long. Why haven't we seen the edge of the domain yet? Just how big is your domain? This is nothing like the domains we've heard about." Suyu glanced at the three of them, already anticipating their reaction. He smiled, his tone deliberately vague. "My domain is indeed different from others. As for its exact size, I'm not entirely sure myself. Suffice it to say, it's considerably larger than most domains." He didn't reveal the true size of his domain to the three. Firstly, it wasn't necessary. Secondly, he didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. After all, the notion of an infinite domain was already beyond comprehension. Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fang Ye exchanged glances. Though still puzzled, they saw Suyu was unwilling to elaborate and didn't press further, though their curiosity about his domain only deepened. The four continued forward. After walking for another few minutes, Suyu suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening as he stared toward a patch of trees ahead. "Watch out! There are chicken snakes up ahead. Prepare for battle." Hearing Suyu's warning, the trio immediately tensed, gripping the power V bows he had given them and scanning the direction he pointed. Soon, they spotted the chicken snake. It was a monster composed of blocks, with the body of a chicken but the tail of a snake, a bizarre and peculiar sight. "That's a chicken snake? It looks way too weird." Zhao Lei couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, Fang Ye suddenly furrowed her brow, as if remembering something. "Wait," she said, "I think I've seen a demon with this appearance in the Celestial Demon Encyclopedia." Her words immediately sparked recognition in Zhao Lei and Wu Hao. "Right. I remember too." Zhao Lei clapped his hands. The Celestial Demon Encyclopedia does mention a chicken-bodied, snake-tailed demon called the Chicken Snake Celestial Demon. Among low-tiered demons, it's considered one with above-average attack power. Wu Hao nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I recall it too. But the one we're facing now is made of blocks. It looks milder than the description in the encyclopedia, not nearly as terrifying. I just can't figure out why a chicken snake heavenly demon would appear in your domain, Brother Su." Suyu was taken aback. He'd only known the chicken snake as a monster from the Ice and Fire Song mod, never expecting it to be connected to the chicken snake heavenly demon in the Heavenly Demon Encyclopedia. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. The chicken snake had spotted them and was turning its gaze their way. "Stay focused. Prepare to hunt," Suyu ordered in a low voice. The chicken snake reacts quickly. Once you enter its attack range, it locks onto you and fires a wither ray attack. Everyone, be extremely careful. Hearing Suyu's warning, the trio immediately focused their attention, staring intently at the chicken snake and readying themselves for battle. Zhao Lei, impatient by nature, instinctively took a step forward to get a better aim at the chicken snake, wanting to close the distance. But the instant he stepped forward, the chicken snake's eyes suddenly flashed red. Before Zhao Lei could react, a strange energy struck him. Instantly, his vision plunged into darkness, as if shrouded by a layer of black mist. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, accompanied by the sensation of life rapidly draining away. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. "Oh no!" Suyu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Zhao Lei to be so careless, stepping directly into the chicken snake's attack range. He immediately shouted to the other two, "Carry him to the back." Simultaneously, Suyu pulled a bucket of milk from his backpack and tossed it toward Zhao Lei. "Drink this milk. It'll reverse the wither effect." Zhao Lei, dizzy and disoriented from the wither effect, snapped back to his senses at Suyu's voice. Staggering backward a few steps, he caught the milk bucket and began gulping it down without hesitation. Suyu turned and shouted at Wu Hao and Fang Ye, "You two, stay put. Don't move from where you are." With that, Suyu drew the Yanma blade and charged straight at the chicken snake. The chicken snake, seeing Suyu charging, instantly changed direction and launched an attack, a black energy wave toward Suyu. It shot towards Suyu, who had no time to dodge. Hit by the energy wave, the wither effect appeared on his body. But Suyu paid it no mind. He was already accustomed to the attacks of block monsters. This wither effect was nothing to him. Without slowing down, Suyu closed the distance in a few strides, raised the Yama blade, and swung it down with all his might. Chapter 48, Domain Incompatibility, Lone Wolf Designated. Swish! The Yanma blade was razor sharp, slicing cleanly into the chicken snake's body. The creature let out a shrill, piercing scream and staggered. Suyu didn't pause, immediately delivering several more slashes. Swish! 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 With a series of crisp snaps, the chicken snake's body dissolved into countless cubes, leaving behind two black bones on the ground. These were precisely the withered bones Suyu sought. Suyu picked up the withered bones, gave them a quick glance to confirm their authenticity, then turned and walked toward Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fang Ye. Along the way, he sipped milk and munched on spirit energy golden carrots. The wither effect faded, and his lost health points gradually recovered. When Suyu reached Zhao Lei, his brow furrowed deeply. Under the wither effect's influence, Zhao Lei had actually begun to wither. Though only around 10 years old, his body visibly aged before their eyes. His face, which should have been full of collagen, looked withered like an old man's, and even his hair had turned white. Is this what the wither effect does to ordinary people? Suyu glanced at herself. She had also been hit by the wither effect moments ago, yet her body showed no outward changes. It must be due to her player traits. Those negative effects simply vanished without leaving any lingering consequences. In that case, it seems I can't rely on anyone else, Suyu sighed inwardly. Among the monsters in the Ice and Fire Song mod, the chicken snake was the simplest and weakest. Later on, there were gorgons capable of turning people to stone. A single glance from them would petrify their victims, leaving no chance for resistance. Then there were the sirens, whose enchanting songs could strip people of their sanity, turning them into mindless puppets. Not to mention the level 5 dragons lurking underground. A single breath of dragonfire could wipe out entire groups of enemies in an instant, their power utterly terrifying. Facing such monsters, Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Feng Ye would likely be instantly killed before they even had time to react. Wu Hao and Feng Ye also sensed something was amiss. Though they hadn't been attacked by the chicken snakes, they'd witnessed Zhao Lei's gruesome fate firsthand. The chicken snake's attack speed far exceeded their expectations. Merely approaching them slightly would trigger an instant lock-on attack, leaving no chance to defend. They knew all too well that if they had been the ones attacked just now, their fate would likely have been no better than Zhao Lei's. A heavy silence fell over the scene. No one spoke, the atmosphere thick with tension. After several minutes, Suyu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I underestimated the situation. My domain is still too dangerous for you. You shouldn't join my vassal class. As you saw just now, the chicken snake is one of the weakest monsters here, yet you struggled to withstand its attack. How could you possibly handle the stronger monsters that lie ahead? Hearing Suyu's words, Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Feng Ye all fell silent. The chicken snake's attack alone had made them acutely aware of the vast gulf between themselves and the monsters inhabiting this domain. Staying would not only fail to assist Suyu but could hinder him or even cost them their lives. Wu Hao stepped forward, supporting the still weak Zhao Lei, and bowed deeply to Suyu. Brother Su, we're sorry. It seems we won't be able to join your vassal class after all. We failed to meet your expectations. Feng Ye also bowed to Suyu and said, sorry, it's our lack of ability that prevents us from helping you. Zhao Lei tried to say something, but weakness washed over him the moment he opened his mouth. He could only offer Suyu an apologetic look. Even with his body deteriorating, he couldn't blame Suyu. Everyone knew domains were inherently dangerous. When followers entered a lord's domain, they understood they might face life-threatening injuries. It wasn't the lord's fault. Suyu looked at the three of them, feeling a bit helpless. He had only recruited these 3 followers yesterday, and now their relationship was ending so abruptly today. But this was the best choice. Keeping them in the domain would only expose them to greater danger. Suyu nodded. I failed to consider the risks thoroughly, forcing you to take such a great danger. I will send you out of the domain now. With a wave of his hand, the 3 were transported out of the domain. Watching their receding figures vanish, Suyu sighed softly before turning to head back to the warehouse. But after taking just a few steps, Zhao Lei's face flashed back into his mind, and he felt a pang of guilt. Even though his negative status is gone, his body hasn't fully recovered. I should give him something to help him heal. Thinking this, Suyu retrieved a spirit energy golden carrot from his backpack. He reopened the domain portal and returned to the dormitory building in the real world. At that moment, Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Feng Ye sat by the flower bed. Zhao Lei leaned against it, his face still pale and his spirit utterly drained. He looked terribly uncomfortable, appearing at least 30 years older than his years. Suyu walked over, handed the spiritual energy golden carrot to Zhao Lei, and said, Zhao Lei, take this. Eating it will help your body recover. Zhao Lei looked at the spiritual energy golden carrot in Suyu's hand, then glanced at Suyu. He raised his trembling hand to take the carrot and took a bite. The next second, Zhao Lei's eyes suddenly widened. He felt a warm, soothing energy surge instantly from his mouth into his body, spreading to every corner of his being. The previous weakness and exhaustion vanished without a trace. His entire body shuddered as his spirit instantly became vibrant. The signs of aging rapidly faded, and his complexion regained its healthy glow. Zhao Lei abruptly stood straight, flexed his limbs, and exclaimed with delight, I feel so much better. Not weak at all. Wu Hao and Feng Ye watched the scene in stunned silence. Moments ago, Zhao Lei had been listless and unsteady on his feet, yet after consuming just 1 spirit energy golden carrot, he was now vibrant and energetic. The contrast was staggering. It was almost as if his earlier exhaustion had been feigned. What is this thing? The effect is too miraculous. Wu Hao couldn't help but ask. A product of my domain. Suyu offered a brief explanation. While the spirit energy golden carrot can restore stamina, you've seen how devastating the attacks from the monsters in the cube domain are. That was merely the lowest tier chicken snake. If you encounter stronger monsters, you won't even have a chance to react. Therefore, I've decided to dismiss you. You're unsuitable for my vassal class. Or rather, my domain isn't suited for taking on new members. Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Feng Ye felt deeply saddened by Suyu's words. But there was nothing they could do. Suyu spoke the truth, they truly weren't suited for that place. Zhao Lei opened his mouth to protest, but Wu Hao tugged his sleeve. Turning to see the latter shake his head, Zhao Lei understood Su Yu's decision was final. Persisting would be futile. Alright. Brother Su, sorry we let you down. Chapter 49, Dragon Bone Longbow, Enchanted Enhancement. Without further argument, even though only one person had been injured, the other two, witnessing such a bizarre manner of wounding, abandoned any thoughts of becoming Su Yu's followers. They finally understood why Su Yu had grown so powerful. To defeat such a monster, one had to be formidable. That monster could instantly age its victims, yet Su Yu had charged straight at it without even trying to dodge. The same attack had caused Zhao Lei to rapidly age, yet Su Yu showed no effect. This stark disparity alone was enough to make the other two back down. The gap was simply too vast. Oh, right, Su Yu suddenly interjected, instructing them, I'd appreciate it if you could spread the word about what's happening here. Let others know the situation, so fewer people come looking for me. The trio hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. The news that they had become the first members of Su Yu's favored class had spread throughout the entire school overnight. The campus network buzzed with discussions about the trio. With all three of them speaking as eyewitnesses, many were inclined to believe their account. Fanya, the girl among them, was more thoughtful. Hesitating, she said, but that will definitely affect your reputation. If no one joins your familiar class because of this, won't that be a huge loss for you? Her point held weight. Su Yu had already checked with upperclassmen during last night's dorm dinner. Fanya and her friends ranked lower in the school's class rankings, falling into the category of moderately popular students. Their word naturally carried a certain degree of credibility. Su Yu waved it off, unconcerned. It's fine. Just spread the word for me. Seeing Su Yu had made up her mind, Fanya said no more, thus ending their brief interaction. Before leaving, Fanya added one final sentence. Su-ge, we're in the archery club here at school. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to us anytime. Watching them walk away, Su Yu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It's really tough to grind this alone. Unless I find a guardian villager mod. Guardian villagers referred to certain villagers in the settlement who became armed protectors wielding swords or crossbows. These villagers, born to protect the village, could also become combatants if they took up arms, thanks to their innate nature. But the current situation. Wait. There's still the slender ghost. Su Yu thought of that creature, but quickly dismissed the idea. No good. I thought with infinite spirit essence now, I could freely convert Endermen into ghostly shadows, but I completely forgot their control stems from the monster control stone. The monster control stone was the initial reward Su Yu received upon activating the system. The current skinny ghost used a basic monster control stone, and Su Yu still possessed an intermediate monster control stone synthesized from 4 basic monster control stones. Using such a stone to control an Enderman would be an excessive waste. It seems there's only one choice now to control a level 5 flying dragon. Level 5 dragons were the pinnacle of power, boasting the highest health, defense, and attack stats. What would happen if I controlled a level 5 flying dragon and then had it drink the essence elixir? Would it become a real dragon? Su Yu could already envision himself riding a dragon onto the scene in the outside world, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Why not try? I already have the materials to craft a dragon bone longbow. The dragon bone longbow required 1 withered bone, 2 dragon bones, and 3 strands of silk thread. Dragon bone arrows required a withered bone fragment and 1 dragon bone. Su Yu quickly synthesized them. 1 withered bone can only be split into 4 withered bone fragments, yielding just 4 arrows. I wonder if this can be combined with the infinite enchantment? The infinite enchantment, a bow-specific enchantment, allows infinite arrow firing with just 1 arrow in your inventory, eliminating the hassle of constant arrow crafting. Let's try it. Su Yu carried the crafted bow and arrows to the enchanting table. After gaining diamond freedom, Su Yu instinctively crafted one. Before this, his enchanting equipment had only 2 acquisition methods, lucky blocks and trading with toolsmith villagers. My player level's already over 100 now. I can enchant anything. A few days ago, while farming luck chests which spawn monsters and bats carrying experience bottles, he'd easily leveled up to 100 after gathering a bunch of them. First, let's test the base bow's stats. Su Yu placed an iron golem. He could see its health bar above it, 100 points. Su Yu drew his bow and fired. The dragon bone arrow struck the iron golem, dealing over 30 points of damage. Su Yu then tried a critical shot jumping while firing, resulting in 46 points of damage. The base stats are solid, these numbers are quite high. For comparison, Su Yu tested the original bow and arrow, which only dealt 10 points of damage. Looks like this dragon bone longbow really has something special. Let's max out its enchantment. Su Yu placed the dragon bone longbow and lapis lazuli into the enchanting table. Coincidentally, the level 3 enchantment displayed was the infinity enchantment. Su Yu immediately applied the enchantment. The final enchantment for the item is Dragon Bone Longbow. Strength 3, Infinity, Fire Arrows, Durability 3. What a pleasant surprise, it even came with fire arrows and durability 3, Su Yu raised an eyebrow. The endurance enchantment is a classic spell, reducing wear and tear on tools during use. Most noteworthy, however, was the fire arrow. Enchantment arrows fired would ignite into blazing projectiles. Staring at the longbow in his hands, Suyu rubbed his chin, feeling a surge of excitement. In the game, he'd wielded fire arrows countless times, nothing special anymore. But in reality? Most spiritual power cultivators possessed elementless energy. To acquire an elemental attribute, one had to open a life element domain. To imbue a weapon with flame effects, one naturally needed a fire-attributed life domain lord. Now, with the dragon bone longbow enchanted with fire arrows, wouldn't taking it outside make people think his domain also possessed fire attributes? That's way too unpredictable, impossible to standardize, Suyu chuckled, shaking his head. Then he recalled Fangya mentioning the archery club. The archery club. I've heard its members frequently participate in lord battles. Among student clubs, they have the most combat experience and numerous archery-related assessments. I could test my dragon bone longbow's real-world capabilities there. Suyu made up his mind, but before that, he had something else to do. With the gilded mod, both durability and strength can be boosted. Might as well upgrade it all at once. The gilded mod Suyu had acquired previously could be gilded up to level 3, allowing enchantments to be boosted by an additional 3 levels. The Power 6 bonus added 175% damage on top of the base damage. Calculating from the maximum base damage of 46, adding its 175% bonus 81 damage points yielded the final full draw critical hit damage. 127 points. Chapter 50, Longbow Enchantment, Excessive Damage. Even Suyu couldn't help but be stunned by this damage output. Dragon health varies, but for the most common level 3 dragons found on the surface, their health ranges between 600 and 1000. By this calculation, slaying a level 3 dragon would require only 8 or 9 dragon bone arrows. In comparison, Suyu's strongest melee weapon, the Yama blade, required an SSS tier draw to unleash its maximum damage, yet it still fell far short of the dragon bone longbow's 127 damage. Looks like I'll have to make the dragon bone longbow my primary weapon for a while. It's ridiculously overpowered. Does this mean I'll have to train my archery skills? According to the game's mechanics, Suyu's dragon bone longbow only had a parabolic trajectory. As long as the trajectory was calculated correctly, it could hit the target. Suyu stared at the dragon bone longbow in his hands. After some hesitation, he decided to take it out of the realm and head to the school's archery club to see what tests they offered. With his mind made up, Suyu changed into lighter clothes and headed toward the school archery club. Along the way, Suyu experienced the treatment reserved for celebrities. Nearly every 100 meters, someone would greet him, and he was practically developing a professional fake smile. What? The archery club? Just keep going straight for a kilometer and you'll find it, a student he asked for directions pointed out. After Suyu left, a group of people gathered, excited that he had actually asked them for directions. The archery club? Probably just a small range with a few targets. Members take turns practicing. It's likely pretty basic. But watching number 1 high has plenty of big shots and funding, so it should be better than average. Suyu walked the kilometer as indicated, glancing around left and right. There's no archery club here. Spotting a passing student, he stepped forward and stopped him. Excuse me, could you tell me where the archery club is? The person paused, then pointed behind Suyu. The archery club? You're standing right at the entrance. Suyu turned around and froze. A standalone building stood before him, its exterior boasting a strikingly modern design. Silver metal frames complemented transparent glass curtain walls, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. For characters and elegant calligraphy adorned the front, Watching Archery Club. Is this really it? It's huge. The archery club venue before him far exceeded his imagination, giving off the vibe of a space easily capable of hosting a concert for 10,000 people. Suyu walked over to the information board at the entrance. What he saw there astonished him even more. The sign clearly outlined the internal zoning of the facility. Beyond the standard rest areas and equipment zones, it featured distinct sections labeled single rooms, multi-person rooms, and training grounds. The single and multi-person rooms were annotated with reservable, with customized training plans provided, while the intensive training field was marked with accommodates simultaneous training for 100 people, with professional coaching available. A single training ground can easily accommodate 100 people? Suyu murmured to himself. Hucking really knows how to think big. She had assumed the archery club would have at most a few dozen members. But if the training grounds alone could hold 100 people, just how large was the entire club? Upon entering the venue, a faint, woody fragrance greeted them. The interior was sleek and spacious, with polished marble floors. The walls displayed various bow and arrow models alongside award photos of past club members. Green plants dotted the corners, creating a soothing atmosphere. Display cases around the perimeter showcased a full range of bows and arrows, from traditional longbows and recurved bows to modern compound bows. Each piece was polished to a spotless shine, exuding both craftsmanship and professionalism. Suyu didn't rush to any specific area, choosing instead to wander around casually. As she walked, Suyu heard the whistling sounds of arrows flying ahead, punctuated by occasional cheers. Following the sounds, she soon arrived at a door labeled Training Ground 3. The entrance to the training ground wasn't a door but a low railing, allowing spectators to watch from outside. Suyu approached the railing and peered inside. The interior was spacious, with the floor covered in special anti-slip mats. Dozens of targets were arranged around the perimeter at varying distances. The farthest target appeared as small as a black dot. Numerous club members were practicing archery inside the range. Dressed in uniform training attire, they held bows and arrows, standing tall with focused gazes fixed on the targets ahead. Whoosh! A club member released the bowstring. The arrow shot out like a meteor, tracing a graceful arc through the air before striking the center of a distant target with precision. The indicator light on the bullseye lit up instantly. Nice shot! Several cheers erupted from nearby. Suyu raised an eyebrow. That target was at least 100 meters away. To his eyes, it was barely discernible, yet that club member had managed to hit it with a single arrow, his movements fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. No wonder I heard skilled archers are highly sought after in the Lord's retinue. Now I see why. Archery skills like these would be immensely valuable in combat. Whether for ranged attacks or precision sniping, they pose a significant threat to enemies. Just then, Suyu noticed a massive electronic screen mounted on one wall of the training ground. It displayed a ranking board densely packed with names and data. The title read Monthly Archery Club Performance Rankings, with rankings organized by two metrics, distance in meters and ranking circles. Higher distances and more central ranking circles meant higher positions. Suyu's gaze swept swiftly across the rankings, and three familiar names caught his eye: Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fang Ye. Bottom tier of the top 50? Not bad at all. Given the archery club's massive scale and the high caliber of its members, it was no small feat for Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fang Ye to break into the top 50 as freshmen. This alone proved their considerable skill. Most students joined various clubs upon enrollment, striving to enhance their abilities. For Zhao Lei and his peers to stand out among numerous upperclassmen and break into the top 50 placed them far above the average for their age group. Perhaps these three were already the strongest trio among the freshmen. Suyu was lost in thought when footsteps approached from the side, snapping him back to reality. Are you here to tour the campus, or perhaps join the archery club? Suyu? The questioner froze mid-sentence upon recognizing him. Clearly, they had recognized Suyu. With the previous incident fresh in his mind, Suyu was about to force a newly learned fake smile when the other person roared. You're not welcome here. Get out. Chapter 51, Longbow Pressure, Heavenly Demon Bone Control? The inexplicable hostility made Suyu frown as he sized up the boy before him. A second-year student in uniform, carrying a crocodile skin briefcase. Not exceptionally tall, but with broad shoulders. He walked with his back ramrod straight, a hint of arrogance in his expression. Suyu's appearance had already drawn some attention. Now, witnessing this man speak to her so rudely, the club members who had been practicing or chatting nearby all paused their activities. Their gazes instinctively converged on the scene. Recognizing the newcomer, Suyu knew they had never crossed paths before. Why do I keep running into trouble everywhere? Can't I just be a low-key nobody? Suyu muttered helplessly under her breath. Though her voice wasn't loud, the now subdued atmosphere in the archery club meant her words reached many ears, sparking murmurs around them. I bet this is about Fang Ye. It's not probably, it definitely is. Fang Ye joined Suyu's favored class less than a day ago and got kicked out already. Li Shijun adores her, so this must have really pissed him off. Just yesterday, I heard people saying Fang Ye was lucky to become Suyu's follower. Who knew she'd be kicked out so quickly? Wonder what happened. Maybe Fang Ye just wasn't up to par? After all, Suyu is the school's rising star now. His domain must have high standards. Or maybe she did something wrong? Otherwise, why would she be kicked out so fast? Usually, even if someone isn't a good fit, they wouldn't be dismissed so abruptly. Though the murmurs weren't loud, in the relatively quiet archery club, they still reached Suyu and Li Shijun's ears clearly. Especially the negative whispers questioning Fang Ye. They felt like barbed needles piercing Li Shijun's heart. Already furious over Fang Ye's expulsion, hearing these whispers only fueled his rage instantly. Did you hear that? It's all because of you that Shoya is being talked about like this. Get out of the archery club right now, you're not welcome here. Listening quietly to the murmurs around him, Suyu pieced together the situation. Yet his expression remained unruffled as he spoke calmly. What business is it of yours what happens between Fang Ye and me? And you want me to leave? Li Shijun's rage surged even higher. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Suyu observed Li Shijun's uncontrollable rage and threatening tone, finding it rather amusing. How exactly do you plan to be rude? Li Shijun snorted coldly. Fang Ye told me you gave her a fine bow in the domain. Someone without some skill in archery couldn't have that kind of bow. Since that's the case, let's have an archery contest. If I win, you get out, leave the archery club. The moment these words left his mouth, a ripple of murmurs swept through the archery club. A shooting contest? That's ridiculous. During the demon trial, I saw Suyu wielding a sword. He never used a bow. This is bullying. Li Shijun's skill is mid-tier in the guild. No ordinary person could beat him. How can this be fair? Competing with someone at their own strength? Even if I won, I wouldn't feel proud. The murmurs grew louder around them, with nearly everyone convinced Li Shijun's challenge was unfair, an attempt to exploit his own advantage and bully Suyu. Hearing these words, Li Shijun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face alternating between red and white. Then let's just compete in raw archery. I'll suppress my spiritual power to a first-tier level. That should be fair, right? Suyu raised an eyebrow. You're a domain lord too? Li Shijun nodded proudly. A third-tier life element lord. Is that so? Impressive. Suyu's tone was stiff, devoid of any hint of praise. Suyu recognized the term brute force archery mentioned by his opponent. Barbarian shooting referred to drawing a bow with brute strength, primarily testing physical power. At close range, it assessed one's ability to shatter target objects by testing the force they could generate, much like using fist strength to gauge spiritual power levels at the cultivation hall. In contrast to brute shooting was precision shooting, a technique that tested accuracy. It required arrows to hit the bullseye precisely, emphasizing shooting precision and stability, the exact opposite of brute shooting. For those with limited archery experience, the brute force test was the better choice. With sufficient strength, even novices could achieve impressive results. This mention brought to mind the reason Suyu had come. He had come specifically to gauge the caliber of the dragon bone longbow. The realm had recorded an astonishing damage output of 127 points, suggesting it would be even more formidable in reality. Yet Suyu remained uncertain about its true caliber. At that moment, someone from the crowd chimed in. Suyu, Li Shijun uses a Xian grade bow. Accuracy in precision shooting comes from practice, but brute shooting relies entirely on raw strength. A bow that's too heavy might not even draw, let alone shoot. Yeah, think it through. If you can't handle a high poundage bowstring, you could seriously hurt yourself. You really shouldn't accept this challenge. With that Xian grade bow in hand, even if you're shooting by brute force, you'd still have a huge advantage. If we insist on competing, losing later would be embarrassing. Hearing the surrounding club members' murmurs, Li Shijun's smug expression deepened. He feigned regret and said, "You're right. My bow is too powerful. I'll switch to one like yours instead, so you can't accuse me of winning by gear advantage." Suyu observed the bow in his hand, studying it silently. Lord weapons were rated into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. A Mystic tier weapon was indeed top-notch quality. For someone at the 3rd tier to possess such a bow, his family must have spent a fortune. No need. Seeing Li Shijun genuinely about to fetch another bow for him, Suyu waved his hand lightly. Actually, I came here today precisely to test the bow I just finished crafting. With that, Suyu clenched his palm, and the dragon bone longbow shot out of his backpack. He waved it before the assembled crowd. In that instant, a deathly silence fell over the room. The bow's grip was pitch black, while its limbs were entirely pale, appearing as if crafted from some kind of bone. The moment the bow appeared, an oppressive aura spread instantly, making the air in the entire archery club feel heavier. Members standing close enough felt as though something pressed against their chests, making breathing difficult. Is it just me, or? I feel like I can't breathe? The ventilation's working fine. What's going on? I can't shake this feeling. There's something off about that bow Suyu's holding? Like it's radiating some kind of wild, untamed energy? What kind of wood is it made from? It can't be the wood. Wood wouldn't have such a suffocating aura. It feels like the bone of some demonic creature. A bow made from demonic bones? That'd be at least Earth-grade quality. Chapter 52, Natural Assassin. Empty-handed retrieval? The murmurs grew louder and more intense as the guild members' excitement mounted. Some couldn't resist stepping forward to get a closer look at the peculiar longbow. But after taking just a few steps, they were forced back by that oppressive aura, their faces growing even more horrified. After several attempts, they not only failed to approach but retreated significantly. Beyond that, some noticed something truly hair-raising. Suyu conjured this bow out of thin air. His hands were empty just moments ago. The words exploded through the crowd like a bomb. Yeah. I saw it clearly just now. He just raised his hand, closed his fist, and the bow appeared. Impossible. Don't all lords' weapons need to be held in hand or stored in a container? Even if someone keeps their weapon in a domain, they still have to enter the domain to retrieve it. How could Suyu just conjure it out of thin air? Unbelievable. Could it be a domain ability? That defies all logic. During the Celestial Demon trials, I think I saw Suyu conjure a weapon from thin air too. But it was too far away back then, and I couldn't see clearly. I thought I was mistaken. Seeing it up close now, it's actually real. Before the astonished murmurs died down, a bespectacled boy spoke up, his voice thick with suspicion. Did you notice that when Suyu conjured this bow, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy? The surrounding area fell silent. Recalling the moment, everyone felt a sudden chill run down their spines. A series of gasps echoed around them. There truly was no spiritual energy fluctuation whatsoever. Entering a domain to retrieve an item inevitably causes spiritual energy fluctuations. Yet without any spiritual energy fluctuations, a weapon suddenly appeared. A bow still requires drawing and releasing an arrow to be lethal, but what about a sword or a dagger? No one could possibly sense a weapon suddenly materializing in his hand. He's a born assassin. Li Shijun stood frozen in place, the smugness and defiance on his face fading away. Both the sudden materialization of that bone-made longbow and the overwhelmingly oppressive aura it carried left him utterly stunned. He had believed his son's shooting bow to be formidable, yet compared to the longbow in Suyu's hands, it was utterly insignificant. That oppressive aura made him feel intensely uncomfortable, shattering most of his confidence. Amidst the stares and whispers of those around him, Suyu remained expressionless. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the bow's limbs sliced through the air, emitting a faint whistling sound. The oppressive aura rippled slightly in response. The surrounding club members recoiled several steps, too afraid to approach. Observing their reaction, Suyu spoke calmly, "Shall we begin?" Though Suyu's demeanor hadn't changed much, Li Shijun now felt a chill run down his spine. But the arrow is on the string and must be shot. With matters having reached this point, retreating now would mean he could never hold his head high again in the archery club. He steeled himself and nodded. "Begin." Soon. The field was set up. The 10-meter archery range featured specially crafted stone targets at the far end. Scores were determined by shattering stones of varying weights, testing each archer's strength limits. Wonder how many points Li Shijun will score. What was his best score in free shooting before? I think it was over 70 points. With the sun shooting bow in hand this time, maybe he can break 80? That's tough. The 80-point stone is specially made, much harder than before. Many people get stuck at that level. This is just an impromptu contest. It won't count toward his official record, so he probably won't score too high anyway. Li Shijun walked to the starting position on the archery range, turned around, and nodded to the club member responsible for recording scores, signaling he was ready. The scorekeeper immediately picked up pen and notebook, poised to record. Li Shijun slowly raised his bow, gripping the bow arm with his left hand while drawing the string with his right. He placed a specially made arrow on the string, his entire body tensing slightly. Whoosh! With a crisp vibration of the bowstring, the arrow shot forth. A dull thud echoed as the first stone block shattered, sending fragments scattering across the ground with a soft clatter. 1 point. The scorekeeper immediately called out the score, jotting it down swiftly in his notebook. Without pausing, Li Shijun drew his bow again, his movements fluid and swift as arrows flew one after another. Each arrow struck its mark with precision. The sound of shattering stone echoed through the archery club as the score climbed rapidly. 2 points, 3 points, 4 points. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points. Wow! Li Shijun is on fire, every shot is a bullseye. That speed and accuracy so steady. At this rate, he should easily beat his previous best score. His score soared to 70 points, 75 points, 78 points, 79 points. As the arrow shattered the stone block marking 79 points, Li Shijun's breathing quickened slightly, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His gaze fixed on the stone representing 80 points not far away. This stone was a full circle larger than the previous ones, its color darker, clearly indicating extreme hardness. Gritting his teeth, Li Shijun drew his bow once more, his arms trembling slightly. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth once more, cutting through the air toward the 80-point stone. Clang! The arrow struck the stone, sparks flying as it ricocheted away, while the stone remained standing, unscathed. Li Shijun's expression darkened. He drew his bow once more, and the second arrow shot forth like lightning. The result was identical to the first, the arrow bounced off, leaving the stone unmoved. Again! Li Shijun growled, his voice tinged with impatience. This third time, he drew the bowstring back with every ounce of strength, his body visibly trembling. Fixing his gaze on the stone, he released the string. Whoosh clang! This time, the arrow flew faster and with greater force. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The arrow struck the stone, emitting a dull thud before bouncing off. The stone remained perfectly intact, bearing only a faint, shallow mark on its surface. Li Shijun stared at the stone block, still standing tall at 80 points. His shoulders slumped limply as he gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and across his cheeks. The member responsible for recording the results observed this and quietly announced, Li Shijun, final score, 79 points. The surrounding members shook their heads in regret. Ah, still couldn't break 80 points. Such a shame. It's not bad. 79 points is still a solid score on the wild shooting leaderboard. Look, the highest score on the board is only 120 points. His score already surpasses many others. Yeah, the real challenge is that 80th point. That target's rock hard. Most people get stuck there. Getting 79 points is already impressive. 79 points? That's still worse than chicken feathers. How could Suyu, who isn't even an amateur, shoot that score? Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Li Shijun's mood calmed slightly. He turned and called out, Suyu, it's your turn. Chapter 53, Far Ahead. Surpassing the Ordinary. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp whoosh of bowstring vibration suddenly echoed from nearby. A dark shadow streaked across the sky, heading straight for the stone block symbolizing 80 points that Li Shijun had failed to shatter earlier. Bang! A crisp shattering sound exploded. The stone that had withstood 3 of Li Shijun's arrows was instantly shattered into dust by this single shot, sending fragments flying everywhere. Li Shijun's body went numb. His eyes widened as he whirled his head toward the source of the sound. There stood Suyu, still holding the dragon bone longbow with her fingers loosely on the string, which was still trembling slightly. Clearly, that arrow had been fired by Suyu. Suyu's voice rang out among the stunned onlookers. No need to clear the area. Just keep shooting from where you are. With that, he knocked another arrow. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, striking the 81-point stone block with pinpoint accuracy. The stone shattered instantly. Whoosh! Bang! Whoosh! Bang! Whoosh! Bang! Arrow after arrow flew, each striking the stones with pinpoint accuracy. The shattering sounds echoed through the archery club as the score soared from 80 points upward. The surrounding club members were instantly stunned into silence, their mouths agape. The entire archery club fell silent, devoid even of discussion, leaving only the vibration of Suyu's bowstring and the crackling of shattering stones. In just a few minutes, Suyu fired 19 arrows in succession, each shattering a stone target, propelling his score straight to 99 points. As he drew the bowstring to aim at the 100th target stone, Suyu pulled back only to release it immediately. He was now panting heavily, just like Li Shijun had been earlier, his face slightly pale. Clearly, firing so many arrows in succession had taken a toll on his stamina. I can't shoot anymore, Suyu gasped. Let's stop here for now. The surrounding club members stared at the chaotic pile of shattered stones at the end of the archery range, falling into complete silence. Shock had numbed their expressions, leaving them unsure how to react. After a long moment, one member finally snapped out of it, his voice trembling. 99 points. He actually scored 99 points. That statement seemed to flip a switch, instantly igniting the surrounding club members into a frenzy of discussion more intense than any previous moment. Holy crap! 99 points. That's a score rarely seen among all second-year archers. Forget second year, even in third year, who could consistently score 99 points? The club president scored 120, the vice president 115. Every archer above 90 is a third year. Suyu's score could hold its own against third years. Holy crap, if he dedicated himself solely to archery, wouldn't he be even more insane? Li Shijun stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. That 99 score made his body tremble involuntarily. He thought his 79 was pretty good, but compared to Suyu's 99, it was like night and day. He even felt like his earlier taunts and smugness were nothing but a joke. Li Shijun had no idea what to say, how to act, or what expression to wear. He could only feel his cheeks burning hot, the stares around him piercing him like sharp arrows. After several attempts at mental preparation, Li Shijun finally lifted his head to look at Suyu. He opened his mouth repeatedly as if wanting to say something, only to see Suyu staring intently at the longbow in his own hands, lost in thought. I never expected using it in reality would drain my stamina. It feels just like a real bow. Did it lose its game properties once we left the game? Suyu pondered. In the game, archery never drained stamina. But in reality, Suyu could feel the bowstring was stiff and powerful, though still within his strength to draw. If I'd downed that strength potion earlier to boost my power, breaking 100 points would have been a breeze. I might have even topped the leaderboard outright. So it seems this dragon bone longbow is at least Shin grade, maybe even D grade. Suyu sensed that in reality, the true potential of his dragon bone longbow hadn't been fully unleashed yet. Suddenly, the training grounds doors slammed open with a loud clang. 5 boys in black tracksuits stormed in. The leader, sporting a buzz cut, had veins bulging on his temples. His eyes blazed like fire as he scanned everyone present, clutching the broken shaft of an arrow in his hand. His footsteps were heavy, each step thudding like a hammer on the ground, as he quickly reached the center of the field. The buzz-cut boy abruptly raised his hand, pointing at the club members present. His voice was coarse and hoarse, brimming with uncontrollable rage. Just now. Who shot an arrow here? Step forward. His voice boomed, instantly drowning out the murmurs within the archery club. Li Shijun, who had been wallowing in shame over his performance gap with Suyu, stiffened at the thunderous shout. He instinctively looked up at the group and recognized them immediately, swiftly tucking his bow behind his back. A club member spoke up beside him. May we ask what business you have here? This is the school archery club, and we're conducting regular training. The buzz-cut boy's voice nearly boiled over with fury. Normal training? You call this normal training? Do you have any idea that the arrow you just shot nearly killed someone? Go see for yourselves. The arrow pierced right through the wall. We were passing by, and if we hadn't reacted fast enough, that arrow would have nearly shot through one of our thighs. The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Kill someone? How could that happen? We have safety barriers around the entire training area. Exactly. Arrows are supposed to hit the stone blocks at the end of the range. How could they possibly hit someone outside? There's a thick protective wall at the end of the range. Arrows can't possibly fly over it. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? Still playing dumb? The buzzcut guy pulled out his phone and opened a photo, holding it up for everyone to see. See for yourselves. That's the arrow, still stuck in the concrete by the roadside. The tip's embedded. If it had hit someone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing the scene in the photo, everyone's mouths twitched. In the photo, an arrow was deeply embedded in the concrete pavement by the roadside, with cracks radiating out from around the arrowhead. I only have the tail end here. The arrowhead is still out there. If you don't believe me, we can face off right now. Seeing this, the other archery club members said no more. Several of them instructed everyone present not to draw their bows or shoot arrows again, then immediately started running toward the spot where the arrow had landed. The rest, intrigued, followed suit. Upon reaching the far end of the range, they immediately spotted a hole in the protective wall. It wasn't large, but its edges were clean and precise, a clear sign of an arrow's penetration. Moreover, the hole's position aligned perfectly with the direction Suyu had been shooting from moments earlier. This can't be possible. Our protective wall was custom made to withstand high-intensity arrow impacts. Even a direct hit from a Shin-grade bow shouldn't be able to pierce it. Chapter 54, Watching University Anniversary, Club Outcast. The truth was confirmed, and everyone sucked in a sharp breath. What level bow was Suyu using just now? It actually pierced through the protective wall. Lee Shijun stood among the crowd, his eyes first filled with shock, then quickly shifting to relief. He stepped forward, pointing at Suyu while addressing the buzz-cut boy. The archer just now wasn't from our archery club. He should take responsibility himself. The club members around them froze upon hearing Lee Shijun's words, some furrowing their brows. While it was true that the incident had been caused by Suyu's arrow, it was clear that Lee Shijun had provoked the situation first. Now that trouble had arisen, he was attempting to shift all responsibility onto Suyu. Suyu's eyes turned cold at Lee Shijun's words. He didn't immediately retort, merely staring silently at Lee Shijun, waiting to see what else he could say. Oh? So you did it, kid? The man with the crew cut turned toward Suyu upon hearing Lee Shijun's words and began walking toward him. The four boys behind him immediately followed suit, forming a small circle that subtly enclosed Suyu in the center. Standing before Suyu, the buzzcut boy's gaze seemed to devour him whole. I recognize you. Suyu, right? You have no idea how close you came to causing a major incident just now. If my buddy had taken one more step forward, that arrow would have been lodged in his leg. How do you propose we settle this? What do you want? Suyu retracted the dragon bone longbow and spoke calmly. What do I want? The buzzcut guy sneered. You've been making quite a name for yourself lately. What could I possibly want from you? But what you did really scared the hell out of us. Here's the deal, hand over 1 vial of basic body tempering elixir and 5,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. The others gasped. 5,000 yuan compensation was already hard to justify, let alone a vial of basic body tempering elixir. This compensation was simply outrageous. Many turned to look at Lee Shijun, who turned his head away as if oblivious, clearly wanting to avoid the situation. Suyu, the target of the confrontation, showed no sign of panic. Just as he was about to speak, a small commotion suddenly erupted from the crowd. Hold on, this can't be settled like this. A voice rang out from the back rows. He turned his head and saw a young man in a white shirt stepping out from the crowd. The collar of his shirt was neatly buttoned, and his sleeves were rolled up to mid-forearm, revealing a simple mechanical watch on his wrist. He wore a pair of thin-framed glasses, giving him an intellectual and refined appearance. It's Senior Shi Shuejin. Someone in the crowd recognized him and couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Shi Shuejin. 9th seat of the top 10. The big shot in charge of the school's finances. Why would he come to the archery club? Is he here for an inspection? Well, that's it. Caught red-handed by a 10 elite member, Lee Shijun's finished. The murmurs grew louder and Lee Shijun's expression instantly darkened. He never imagined Shi Shuejin would be here and witness everything that just happened. The group of buzz-cut boys who had come to confront him heard the words 9th seat of the watching 10 elite and their anger dissipated considerably. They turned to look at Shi Shuejin, their eyes now tinged with caution. The watching 10 elite held immense prestige on campus. Not only were they highly regarded by faculty, but even students showed them deep respect. Even if they harbored resentment, they dared not act recklessly in front of the 10 elite. Shi Shuejin stepped into the center of the crowd, first offering a slight nod to the buzzcut man as a greeting before turning his gaze to Lee Shijun. His tone carried a bone-chilling coldness. Lee Shijun, did I just hear you say so you should be held responsible for this? Under Shi Shuejin's piercing gaze, Lee Shijun instinctively lowered his head, his voice stuttering slightly. Sure. Senior Shi, he shot his arrow through the protective wall himself, and he's not even part of the archery club, so he should be held responsible? Shi Shuejin cut him off, his tone growing even colder. Then let me ask you this, who provoked Suyu earlier, challenging him to an archery duel? You're capable of such a disgraceful act, no wonder you're now afraid to take responsibility. The words felt like a public slap across Lee Shijun's face. He opened his mouth to protest, but found himself utterly speechless. Shi Shuejin had stated the plain truth. Everyone present had witnessed it, there was no denying it. Sure, Shue Jin didn't look at Li Shijun again, instead sweeping his gaze across the rest of the archery club members. I came to the archery club today to assess how much activity funding to allocate for the upcoming school anniversary. I witnessed the entire incident that just occurred. Club members exhibiting misconduct and bullying the weak. What kind of funding does such a club deserve? With the interests of fellow club members at stake, the crowd instantly erupted in heated protest. Senior Sure. This was provoked by Li Shijun. It can't be blamed on our archery club. Exactly. If he wants to be a bootlicker, that's his problem. We shouldn't have to bear the consequences for the archery club. Li Shijun. What are you standing there for? Apologize to them now. If this messes up our archery club's activities for the school anniversary, you'll be in for it. The school anniversary was a major event at Huaqing First High School, significant not only for the institution itself but also for every club and student. During the celebration, Huaqing opens its doors to the public and students from other schools for visits and learning. The school typically allows students to organize activities under the names of their clubs or classes to showcase their talents. As the city's premier prestigious school, Huaqing First High naturally attracts numerous influential figures. If students can impress these important visitors with their skills, they might be recruited or receive investments, a tremendous boost not just for their student life, but potentially their entire future. Such a grand event relies heavily on the school's funding. While clubs collect activity fees from members, these pale in comparison to the dedicated funding allocated by the school. Anyone who caused this crucial funding to be withheld would be nothing short of a criminal. Li Shijun heard those words and lost all composure, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Sure, Shue Jin's voice followed immediately. You were clearly the instigator of this incident, yet after it happened, you shifted all responsibility onto Suyu. Such behavior not only shows a lack of accountability but also violates our school's motto of integrity and kindness, constituting misconduct. Though I am not the archery club president, as the 9th-ranked member of Huaqing's top 10 scholars, I have the authority to petition the school's moral education office to expel you for unethical conduct. All the club members were stunned. They never expected Shue Jin to propose such a severe punishment. Expulsion was undoubtedly one of the school's most severe disciplinary actions. Once expelled, not only would one be barred from continuing studies at Huaqing, but it would also jeopardize future academic advancement. For a high school student, this was nothing short of devastating. Chapter 55, A Humiliating Defeat, Brothers in Arms. Li Shijun's face instantly turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. He staggered backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, a club member nearby caught him, allowing Li Shijun to steady himself with great effort. His voice trembled with tears. Senior Sure, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't expel me. I'll never dare again. Sure, Shue Jin ignored his pleas and continued. Even if I don't apply to expel you, I can still recommend to the archery club president that you be expelled from the club. I'll publicly expose your actions, posting an announcement on the school bulletin board stating that you were expelled from the archery club for provoking classmates and shirking responsibility. Do you think anyone would oppose such a recommendation coming from the 9th-ranked member of Huaqing's 10 elite? Everyone present witnessed what just happened. Any clear-eyed person can see who was right and who was wrong. Even if the archery club president wanted to protect you, he'd have to consider the feelings of other club members and the school's reputation. At the words public notice, Li Shijun's body trembled even more violently. For Li Shijun, face meant everything. Being publicly expelled from the club and branded with the label of provoking classmates and shirking responsibility. He'd never be able to hold his head up in school again. Wherever he went, people would point fingers at him. Even his friends would distance themselves from him. It would be nothing short of a social death. Given Shue Jin's standing, the archery club president would surely agree if he made the request. Then, not only would Li Shijun be kicked out of the archery club, he'd become the laughingstock of the entire school. The next year and a half of high school would be hell for him. Senior Sure, I was wrong. I truly regret it. Li Shijun collapsed to his knees with a thud, his knees slamming against the concrete floor with a dull thump. He kept banging his head against the ground in front of Shue Jin, his forehead quickly turning red. Please don't make a public announcement or kick me out of the club. I'll be a better person from now on. I'll never provoke my classmates again, and I'll never shirk responsibility. Such an emotional breakdown was heart-wrenching. He's already kneeling and kowtowing. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Is this really necessary? After bowing several times, Li Shijun turned toward Suyu. Crawling on his knees across the floor, he began prostrating himself before her too, tears and snot mingling in a pitifully disheveled sight. Suyu, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have provoked you or shifted the blame onto you. Please forgive me. Please intercede for me. Ask Senior Sure to spare me this time. Shue Jin watched Li Shijun's pitiful state, his brow furrowing slightly. He turned to Suyu, his tone softening somewhat. Suyu, you're the victim here. How do you think Li Shijun should be dealt with? Should we proceed as I suggested earlier, or give him another chance? Suyu felt uncomfortable watching this scene unfold and turned away, frowning. Provoking classmates and shirking responsibilities certainly warrant punishment, otherwise, others might follow suit. However, expulsion or public censure seems overly harsh. We could give him a chance to reform. For instance, have him cover all costs to repair the protective wall, make a public self-criticism within the archery club, and apologize to me and the frightened student. If he re-offends, then we'll impose severe punishment. A flicker of approval crossed Shi Shuajin's eyes as he turned to Li Shijun. Did you hear, Suyu? This is the chance he's giving you. If you want to stay in school and remain in the archery club, do as he says. Li Shijun scrambled to his feet. Though his knees still ached, he paid it no mind, bowing repeatedly to Suyu. Thank you, Suyu. Thank you for giving me this chance. I will do exactly as you say. Suyu ignored him and turned to the buzzcut boy. Sorry, bro. We caused you trouble. He'll make it up to you. You called me brother already, what's there to say? The buzzcut guy suddenly raised his voice, laughing heartily. Why didn't you just do this from the start? No need for all that whining. Honestly, I was pretty pissed at first. That arrow was right by my buddy's foot, anyone would have freaked out. The short-haired guy pointed behind him at a guy in a white hoodie, who still instinctively rubbed his ankle, clearly still shaken by what had just happened. But now that we've cleared things up, your buddy's got guts not to hold a grudge against that kid. We're not the type to rub salt in the wound either. The compensation we demanded earlier was just bluffing, let's just treat the guy to a meal instead. If you're willing to be reasonable, then what else is there to say? Let's just eat and call it even. Suyu appreciated this attitude. Turning to the guy in the white hoodie, he added, sorry for the scare. Li Shijun will handle the compensation details with you. Feel free to discuss any requests with him. The guy in the white hoodie quickly waved his hands, looking far less intimidating than expected, almost shy. It's fine, it's fine. I wasn't hurt, just startled. No need to make a big deal about compensation. Just make sure this doesn't happen again. The buzzcut guy glared at him. What do you mean no need to make a fuss? You must get the compensation you deserve. This isn't about being a hassle, it's about him taking responsibility for his mistake. Stop being so soft-hearted, or people will think we're easy to push around. He then turned to Li Shijun, his tone thick with menace. Got that? My buddy here's easygoing, but you won't get away with skimping on a single cent. Medical bills, emotional distress compensation, and the time we wasted today you'll pay for every last bit. Try pulling any tricks, and we won't be as forgiving as brother Suyu. Li Shijun nodded vigorously. Absolutely, absolutely. I won't pull any tricks. Rest assured, I'll settle everything with this student today. I'll calculate all compensation and guarantee your satisfaction. Shi Shuajin stood nearby, nodding slightly as he addressed the group of short-haired boys. Should any further issues arise, you may contact the archery club president directly or reach out to me. I will oversee the progress of this matter to ensure your rights are protected. The buzzcut guy clasped his fists in a respectful salute toward Shi Shuajin. Thank you, Senior Shi. Hearing that puts our minds at ease. We'll head back now and have Li Shijun contact us later. Suyu, bro, let's grab a bite? Let's eat. Let's go. Suyu nodded and looked at Shi Shuajin. Is there anything else I need to do? Shi Shuajin nodded. If you have no objections, you're free to go. Alright, let's eat. Suyu followed the group of short-haired boys out of the archery club's training grounds. The tense atmosphere that had permeated the training ground earlier vanished completely as they parted ways. Lu Chuang slung his arm around Suyu's shoulder, acting completely at ease. Brother Suyu, I'm Lu Chuang. Just call me Chuangzi. We're all second years. Chapter 56, Spirit Power Infusion, Dragon Bow Roars. Lu Chuang? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Nice name. Are you all lords? Not at all, the man in the white hoodie chimed in. We're all Brother Chuang's followers. So you're a lord, Chuangzi? Suyu asked curiously. A creation system lord, Lu Chuang grinned proudly. No exaggeration, in the entire second year, there are only a handful of creation system lords, and I'm one of them. Plus, my family's equipment company is pretty well known in the industry. Take our school's archery club, for instance, all their bows and arrows come from us. Made to professional competition standards, the quality is absolutely top tier. The guy in the white hoodie leaned in, grinning. Suyu, you have no idea how awesome Brother Chuang is. The bow and arrow components he makes himself are way better than anything you'd find in stores. Last time I was shooting, my bowstring snapped and Brother Chuang personally replaced it for me. It feels super smooth now. Lu Chuang shot the guy in the white hoodie a glare. Stop bragging. I only make simple accessories, nothing compared to professional craftsmen. But Suyu, if you ever need bows, arrows, or parts, just let me know. I'll get you the best stuff at a discount. As he spoke, Lu Chuang rubbed his hands together, his smile suddenly turning a bit stiff. Suyu noticed every little gesture, and he had a pretty good idea what was going on. Just say what's on your mind. We're friends now, no need to be so formal. Hearing this, Lu Chuang took a deep breath. Brother Suyu, I'd like to see that bow of yours, the one you were using at the archery club earlier. As you know, every bow and arrow in our school's archery club comes from my family's company. I know every detail about the materials, craftsmanship, and performance of each model. Even bows and arrows from other brands on the market, I have some understanding of them. After all, as the lord of the crafting department, I'm particularly sensitive to these things. Outside the archery club today, I saw that arrow embedded in the concrete by the roadside, the one that pierced through the protective wall. Something felt off immediately. The material and craftsmanship of that arrow were completely different from anything my company produces, or even any commonly available arrow on the market. After Lu Chuang finished speaking, the man in the white hoodie chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Chuang is crazy about bows and arrows. He can't resist checking out any good ones he sees. Seeing your bow today must have got him itching to take a closer look. It's no big deal. Nothing to see here." Suyu clenched his right hand, and the dragon bone longbow materialized in his grasp. Lu Chuang and the others rubbed their eyes at this display of materialization, scrutinizing Suyu repeatedly. "Brother Suyu, is this some kind of spatial storage equipment? But that can't be right, we didn't see you wearing anything." The only plausible explanation for materializing objects out of thin air was spatial storage equipment. Some powerful creation-type lords could craft equipment capable of containing their domains. They would then carve out a small portion of their domain to fill within these items, ultimately creating spatial storage equipment. But such items were only within reach of the most elite lords or scions of great families. For ordinary students like them, even catching a glimpse was rare. Suyu shook his head and handed the dragon bone longbow to Lu Chuang. "Just a little trick. Let's focus on the bow first." Lu Chuang knew what questions to ask and which to avoid, immediately focusing his attention on the longbow before him. The moment he took it, Lu Chuang felt its substantial weight far heavier than he'd imagined. "Damn, it's heavy. Just the base weight is this much?" Lu Chuang's mouth twitched. "Really? I didn't notice." Suyu genuinely didn't understand. While the dragon bone longbow certainly wasn't light in his hands, it wasn't heavy enough to warrant such astonishment. Could it be the material? Suyu wondered silently, but said nothing more. Lu Chuang continued examining the dragon bone longbow, marveling at it non-stop. Faint energy ripples seemed to shimmer between the grain patterns. Though subtle, Lu Chuang's perceptive abilities as a creation-type lord allowed him to sense them clearly. Could it possibly resonate? Lu Chuang instinctively channeled his spiritual energy toward the bow. Suddenly, a soul-piercing roar exploded within his mind. Lu Chuang froze in place, his face instantly draining of color from its previous excitement and curiosity. The roar reverberating within his mind left Lu Chuang's lips trembling, yet no sound escaped. Only faint, choked ha-ha noises occasionally escaped his throat, as if someone had seized his windpipe. The dragon bone longbow in his hand suddenly erupted with blinding radiance, a powerful energy shockwave exploding outward. The dragon soul within the bow was awakened by spiritual energy, its furious roar spreading outward like a tangible force, radiating from Lu Chuang toward all directions. Within mere seconds, the dragon's roar covered a radius of 5 kilometers. Every person at Huaqing First High School heard this furious bellow clearly. First, the nearby classes engaged in physical education regardless of their activities were struck without warning. Every student caught in the dragon's roar rolled their eyes and collapsed unconscious. The new student lords resting in their dorm rooms were startled by the dragon's roar, their massive bodies trembling as they scrambled out of bed to look out the windows. What the hell? An invasion by celestial demons? Along the tree-lined paths of Huaqing First High School, Shi Shuajin walked at a measured pace. His deputy, clutching a stack of documents, walked beside him. After a few steps, he couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, his voice thick with confusion. "Brother Jin, you clearly spoke with Suyu back at the archery club. Why didn't you recruit him while you had the chance?" Shi Shuajin didn't pause his stride, merely glancing sideways at his deputy, waiting for him to continue. The deputy pursed his lips and pressed on. "Suyu is a prodigy who awakened with a square domain right after his awakening. If someone like that could join our top 10 team, it would definitely help you push for a spot in the top 5 later on. And with such a golden opportunity just now, if someone else snatched him up first, it would be troublesome." Shi Shuajin shook his head slightly. "Didn't you notice Suyu's reaction just now?" The deputy paused, recalling the moment before shaking his head. His reaction? Nothing unusual. He seemed calm. Almost as if seeing you didn't surprise him at all? Exactly. Shi Shuajin nodded, adjusting his glasses as a hint of depth flickered in his eyes. "I hold the 9th seat among the 10 elite. Ordinary students either grow tense or deliberately try to curry favor when they see me. Even teachers show a degree of deference. But Suyu is different. When he saw me, his expression didn't flicker. No surprise, no reverence. A person like that has a much tougher constitution than most. My status as the 9th seed alone won't win his respect. Forcing recruitment would only make him resentful and backfire." "Brother Jin, you've thought this through so thoroughly," his deputy remarked, still uneasy. "But what if we lose our chance later? Geniuses are always in high demand. We'll have plenty of time to engage him later." Shi Shuajin replied calmly. "Recruitment must be done gradually. The best moment is when he genuinely recognizes our worth and chooses to join us. There's plenty of time ahead, no need to rush. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the distance. The sound carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if it had slammed directly into one's chest, making breathing momentarily difficult. His deputy's voice trembled with fear. What was that, Brother Jean? Before he could finish, Shua Jean's figure had already streaked toward the source of the sound, moving so swiftly he left only a blur in his wake. Chapter 57, Mass-Produced Divine Treasures? Heavenly Grade Longbows. At the same moment, the atmosphere in the faculty office of Huaqing First High School was buzzing with excitement, nearly reaching a fever pitch. Li Jianguo stood with his hands on his hips before his desk, his face radiating excitement as he addressed the other teachers in a booming voice. Suyu has been assigned to our class. According to school regulations, the homeroom teacher should serve as the mentor for new students. Therefore, I should be the designated mentor for Suyu. His words immediately sparked opposition from the other teachers. Oldly, that's not right. Suyu being in your class is only a temporary arrangement. Have you forgotten the school's rules? Once a student awakens as a domain lord, they must establish their own vassal class. At that point, not only will they recruit new students, but the mentor teachers will be reassigned too. So what you're saying is pointless. Exactly, Oldly. Another teacher chimed in, adjusting his glasses while cradling a steaming thermos. Who wouldn't want to mentor a promising talent like Suyu? But we have to follow the rules, it can't be decided by your word alone. Li Jianguo frowned in protest, his tone growing more urgent. Rules are rules, but I'm his current homeroom teacher. I know his situation best. I'm the most suitable choice to mentor him. You know him? My experience in domain development far surpasses yours. The first teacher laughed. A genius like Suyu needs professional guidance. Your limited experience won't cut it. Hey, I don't like that. Li Jianguo raised his voice. I may not match you in domain development, but I know how to connect with students. Suyu just awakened, his mindset is crucial. I can help him adjust his perspective. Isn't that important? Give it a rest. We all heard you trying to make Suyu abandon his cube domain the other day. The teachers argued fiercely, each holding their ground. Lesson plans scattered askew across the desk. Soft sunlight streamed through the window, bathing their faces, yet did nothing to ease the tense atmosphere. Just then, a primal roar erupted from outside the window. The sound was so loud it made the entire office tremble. The window glass hummed, and the water glasses on the desks wobbled, nearly spilling over. The office bickering ceased instantly. All the teachers froze, their faces shifting from agitation and discontent to utter bewilderment as they turned to stare out the window. Li Jianguo opened his mouth but couldn't speak for a long moment. He rubbed his ears instinctively. What was that sound? It sounded like a dragon's roar? A dragon? Could it be a demonic invasion? Everyone hurried to the window, only to find bright sunshine outside, no celestial demons in sight. If it's not celestial demons, then it must be a weapon spirit treasure, someone speculated. Another voice chimed in immediately. Not many people in our school possess weapons imbued with beast souls, right? Only those in the top 5 of the 10 elite. Their weapons are all quasi-heaven tier. Could it be one of them testing their weapon? No, Li Jianguo shook his head solemnly. The top 5 of the 10 elite wield weapons with tiger, lion, bear, wolf, and leopard beast souls, none of them dragons. So where is this dragon's roar coming from? His words instantly thickened the atmosphere in the office. The teachers exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. Could it be Suyu again? The words landed like a stone in still water, sending ripples across the surface. After much deliberation, it seemed only Suyu could be capable of such astonishing feats. Whether it's him or not, we should go check it out. Li Jianguo said, already grabbing his coat from the desk. That dragon's roar is way too loud. If something's wrong, we're in trouble. The other teachers nodded in agreement and immediately followed suit. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the incident. The instant the dragon's roar erupted, Lu Chuang froze solid. Though he still clutched the dragon bone longbow in his hands, his body felt nailed to the spot, utterly immobilized. The overwhelming pressure contained within that dragon's roar felt like an invisible giant hand, clutching his heart with deadly force. Lu Chuang now found even breathing an extraordinary struggle. His mind went blank, filled only with fear rising from the depths of his soul. The friends standing beside Lu Chuang fared even worse. Their cultivation was already inferior to Lu Chuang's, making them even less resistant to such overwhelming pressure. The moment the dragon's roar reached their ears, their faces drained of color. Their bodies went limp, collapsing straight onto the ground as they passed out completely, a faint trace of blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Lu Chuang froze so rigidly that the dragon bone longbow slipped from his grasp. Suyu swiftly caught it, gripping the bow's body and clearly sensing a faint, lingering vibration within. It was the lingering aura left behind after the dragon's soul had been awakened. Suyu frowned, knowing full well this was a spiritual treasure resonance. This reaction only occurred when the soul power contained within a spirit treasure was stimulated by external spiritual energy. What astonished Suyu, however, was that he had assumed this dragon bone longbow was merely an ordinary weapon crafted from third-grade dragon bone. He never imagined it contained a dragon soul within, and the power of this dragon soul far exceeded his expectations. If it can contain a beast soul, then it'll skip right past the Xian and D tiers and head straight for the Tian tier weapons. Suyu's heart trembled. The weapons were classified into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow tiers. Those below Heaven tier held no special mystique, merely superior materials and finer craftsmanship. The weapons truly worthy of renown were the Heaven grade ones. Weapons crafted from materials imbued with natural spiritual energy, weapons perfectly attuned to a lord's formidable spiritual power. Suyu gazed down at the bow in her hands, her fingers lightly tracing its grain. She couldn't help but wonder. This bow, crafted merely from the dragon bone of a third-tier dragon, can already produce such a powerful dragon's roar. It has undoubtedly reached the heavenly tier. If it were made from the bone of a fifth-tier dragon, how terrifying would it be? He knew that heaven-tier spiritual treasures were extremely rare across the entire continent. Each one could spark fierce competition among countless people, even igniting large-scale conflicts. Yet within Suyu's block domain, fifth-grade dragons were as plentiful as an inexhaustible resource. Whenever he wished, he could extract fifth-grade dragon bones to craft weapons imbued with even more potent dragon souls. This meant that what others could only dream of heavenly-tier spiritual treasures he could mass-produce? Even more astonishing. This dragon bone longbow isn't even the strongest weapon in the Song of Ice and Fire. There are mightier weapons above it. At this thought, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Well, it seems I've just added another surefire way to court death in the eyes of others. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several whistling sounds suddenly pierced the air from afar. A handful of figures swiftly flashed towards Suyu. Shuejin arrived first. He saw Suyu, holding the dragon bone longbow, looking at him, while Lu Chuan stood frozen in place. The others who had followed Lu Chuan lay sprawled on the ground. Shuejin immediately stepped forward to check their pulses. They're fine, just knocked out. I'll contact the school medic to have them come over. Li Jianguo, having just regained his footing, spotted Suyu standing at the center and remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Suyu. How come I'm not surprised at all to see you here? How does this kid manage to stir up such a commotion wherever he goes? Suyu sighed helplessly. Teacher Li, this isn't my fault. Lu Chuan channeled spiritual energy into my bow, triggering resonance. I never imagined my bow possessed such properties. Your bow? Li Jianguo scanned the dragon bone longbow with curiosity, sighing repeatedly. Just how many surprises do you have left up your sleeve? Chapter 58, Celestial Demon Calamity, rushing to aid. Just as Suyu was about to speak, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Dean Shenbin, accompanied by two teachers, rushed over, shouting from afar. What's going on? What was that dragon's roar earlier? Seeing the fainted student on the ground, Shenbin's expression darkened. Just as he was about to press further, Shuejin spoke up first. Principal Chen, it was caused by the Lingbao resonance. The students were merely overwhelmed by the pressure surge, nothing serious. I've already contacted the school nurse. As he spoke, he shot a glance towards Suyu, signaling her to hold her tongue for now. Shenbin's gaze instantly locked onto the dragon bone longbow. He strode forward, circling the bow twice, his eyes growing brighter with each glance. The material of this bow, dragon bone? And it contains a dragon soul? Suyu, how did you acquire this bow? Suyu scratched his head and replied vaguely, I found the materials in the domain and tried crafting it myself. At this remark, every teacher present sucked in a sharp breath. Found in the domain? Li Jianguo's eyes widened. And you made it yourself? Do you realize this is a heaven-tier spirit treasure? There are barely any in all of North Y City. Suyu remains silent. The dragon bone longbow was forged from cubic particles. Once brought into reality, its appearance transformed into countless microscopic cubic particles. At first glance, its surface seemed smooth, but closer inspection revealed its cubic particle composition. This appearance served as an anti-counterfeiting mark. Even if Suyu tried to make excuses, no one outside would believe him. A momentary silence fell over the scene. Dean Shenbin frowned, his gaze fixed on Suyu, his mind already elsewhere. Dragon bone. His thoughts drifted back to the day of the new student demon trial. They had been frantically searching for Suyu, even dispatching a teacher to pick him up at the entrance of Huaqing Garden. But Suyu had abruptly appeared at the demon trial site. At the time, they hadn't questioned it, but looking back, it was riddled with inconsistencies. For instance, no one saw Suyu enter through the main gate, and the angle from which he had thrown his weapon suggested it came from the sky. The teacher later reported that as he neared Huaqing Garden, a dark figure had suddenly streaked across the sky. The driver hadn't been able to get a clear look due to the car's limited visibility. Upon arriving at Huaqing Garden, he heard that Suyu had just left. Yet there was only one path leading to the heavenly demon trial site, and the teacher had encountered no one along the way. That left only one possibility. That dark shadow that flashed by from the sky. However, they never found an opportunity to ask Suyu whether it was indeed him. But now that Suyu could even produce a heavenly tier spirit treasure, perhaps he possessed a mobile spirit treasure to aid his movements? The principal's unabashedly fixed gaze made Suyu uneasy, and he began scheming in his mind about how to slip away. Finally, the sound of the school doctor's ambulance broke the silence. Lu Chuang and the others were loaded onto the ambulance. The scene drew a crowd of onlookers, including the new student lords who had participated in the freshman heavenly demon trial alongside Suyu. Lu Qing seemed perpetually armed with her long spear. Her arrival automatically parted the crowd, clearing a path towards Suyu. "Damn, it's you again. Did you cause all that commotion earlier?" The voice belonged to Zhang Meng, whom Suyu remembered as the creation-type lord who had built defensive structures during the freshman demon trial. Yes and no, Suyu shook her head helplessly. I didn't expect it to make such a commotion either. This time, I really got caught in the crossfire. Didn't think even you guys would come to gawk. What do you mean watching the spectacle? We're just passing by. We need to leave campus for something. Are you coming? Lu Qing chimed in from the side. Me? Suyu's eyes darted around, instantly grasping why she'd called him over. A celestial fiend appeared? Her quick comprehension saved Lu Qing the trouble of explaining. She nodded slightly. The student council issued a notice about the demon's appearance, asking all available first-year lords to assist. Since we've already passed the freshman demon trial, we can join the battle directly. The student council? A notice? Suyu frowned in confusion. Why didn't I receive any notice? Lu Qing rolled her eyes at him helplessly. You've barely acknowledged anyone since the demon trial ended. I bet the student council members got turned away when they came looking for you. At that, Suyu chuckled wryly. Then I'll go with you. It's better than dealing with this mess. After speaking, Suyu turned to the teachers and added, Teachers, a demon has appeared. We'll handle it first and report back if anything comes up. Ah, alright. Seeing such a legitimate reason, even the dean of students couldn't interfere. Only then did Suyu notice a bus parked nearby, the very vehicle assigned to transport them to the scene. Soon, everyone boarded the bus one after another, and the vehicle immediately set off. The bus traveled smoothly, yet a tense atmosphere permeated the cabin, a stark contrast to the tranquil campus outside the windows. Everyone. A soldier in combat fatigues, exuding sharp professionalism, rose from the front row. Everyone behind him, including Suyu, instantly focused their attention on him. Even as they boarded, they had wondered why a soldier was on the bus. The soldier cleared his throat. Seeing all eyes fixed on him, he continued. Students, I am the escort for this operation. I will now briefly outline the battlefield situation. Without a moment's delay, he cut straight to the point. The invading celestial demon is fire elemental in nature, specifically taking the form of an eagle. It currently holds sway over the western district of the city. Preliminary estimates indicate over 100 civilians are trapped by the flames it unleashed, facing grave danger. As he spoke, the warrior held up 3 fingers. 3 demons have been confirmed so far. They can absorb and spew intense flames, making them extremely difficult to deal with. What's peculiar is that these demons haven't immediately launched lethal attacks on the trapped civilians. Instead, they've confined them within the sea of fire, as if waiting for something. 3 experienced mid-tier lords are maintaining the situation on site and attempting rescue efforts. Additionally, the vice president of Huaqing No. 1 Middle School Student Council is coordinating at the scene. Upon hearing the words Student Council Vice President, Suyu tilted her head curiously toward Lu Qing. Lu Qing, is our school student council also led by the 10 elite? Lu Qing shook her head gently. No, the 10 elite and the student council are 2 completely separate organizational structures. In terms of individual strength and influence, the 10 elite undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle, but their primary responsibility lies in handling the school's external affairs. For instance, the 9th seat present earlier, Senior Shi Shuajin, primarily oversees the school's financial operations and expansion. His capabilities and connections secure immense resources and benefits for the school, granting him an exceptionally elevated status. Even the student council, which manages internal affairs, relies heavily on Senior Shi Shuajin's approval and allocation for its operational funds. Lu Qing concluded, clearly delineating the boundaries between the two. Simply put, the 10 elite handle external affairs while the student council manages internal operations. They operate independently yet intersect. Chapter 59, Ruined Walls, Flames Reaching the Sky. Though their voices weren't loud, Zhang Meng in the front row clearly overheard. He was the creation department leader responsible for constructing defensive structures during the freshman demon trials. Suyu, did I just see Senior Shi talking to you? Zhang Meng's voice carried, drawing glances from nearby students. Unfazed, he leaned closer to Suyu, his urgency palpable. Could it be that the 9th seat has taken notice of you and you're preparing to join his ranks? Others nearby pricked up their ears at the exchange. As the most dazzling new lord among their cohort, Suyu had shone so brightly in the freshman demon trial that he should have been inundated with interviews afterward. Yet Suyu had, holed up in his dorm. He hadn't stepped outside the main gate, let alone the inner gate. His only contact had been with 3 followers skilled in archery. Yet word spread that by the next day, these three students were no longer Suyu's retainers. No matter what questions were asked, the three remained silent. This only fueled others' curiosity. Seeking neither fame nor fortune, he truly seemed to be holed up alone, developing his domain. Faced with this sudden question, Suyu's expression remained unchanged. He noticed the curious stares and those listening in, but only shook his head calmly. It's not what you think. I happened to run into him because of something else, and it just so happened that it was also because of that longbow that he came to take a look. The moment longbow was mentioned, the atmosphere in the carriage grew tense. Almost all the freshmen's attention was drawn to this topic. The chubby boy who had asked the earlier question lit up, unable to resist speaking again. Suyu, I just heard your bow is a heaven-tier spirit treasure? But why didn't you use it during the heavenly demon trial? This question voiced everyone's thoughts. All eyes turned expectantly to Suyu, waiting for his answer. Suyu inwardly sighed wryly. He couldn't very well admit the bow had only just been forged today. So, keeping his expression neutral, Suyu chose the least likely reason to avoid further questioning. A spirit treasure requires time to cultivate its full power. It wasn't convenient to use it earlier. This explanation seemed reasonable, and many classmates flashed expressions of sudden understanding. Sure enough, another bespectacled boy couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out. That heavenly tier spirit treasure, can your domain still? Before he could finish, his companion beside him quietly tugged at his sleeve, silencing him with a warning glance. The bespectacled boy snapped to attention, clamping his mouth shut as embarrassment flashed across his face. A brief silence fell over the carriage. Everyone understood that inquiring about the core secrets within a lord's domain was an extremely offensive and unwise act. In this world, information about a lord's abilities, domain, and the treasures produced within it was strictly guarded. This protection served both to safeguard the lord's personal security and to maintain an element of competitive uncertainty and balance. After all, maintaining sufficient mystery and power was essential to attracting more high-caliber followers. Seeing everyone voluntarily drop the subject, Suyu silently breathed a sigh of relief. His domain was too unique, and its produce was absurdly high quality. Explaining it properly would likely invite endless trouble. This way, he was spared the effort of fabricating excuses. The atmosphere inside the bus fell silent once more, filled only by the rumble of the engine and the faint wail of sirens drifting in through the windows. They were drawing near their destination. The initial ease felt upon boarding the bus began to give way to tension as the surrounding noise grew louder. Even though she had faced the heavenly fiends before and seen them depicted across major media and apps, being in the thick of it once more made her heart race. After an unknown period, the vehicle's speed noticeably slowed. Finally, the bus came to a steady halt at the edge of the chaos and commotion. We're here. The warrior's voice broke the silence, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. Students scrambled to their feet, peering out through the windows. The sight before them made these fledgling new lords gasp in horror. In the distance, flames shot skyward, thick smoke billowing and staining half the sky in ominous crimson. The searing flames writhed and surged like living creatures, crackling and popping. Metal-framed buildings began melting and collapsing like wax figures under the terrifying heat, creating a scene reminiscent of purgatory. Even from hundreds of meters away, the scorching heat wave washed over them, burning their skin and making breathing difficult. More unsettling still, the flames seemed to harbor some frenzied will, radiating an unsettling aura of power. Amidst the churning sea of fire, three enormous bird-like figures could be faintly discerned, circling and screeching, casting terrifying shadows. Fire trucks and ambulances formed a perimeter, their lights flashing frantically, yet unable to advance a single step closer. Countless rescue workers scurried anxiously around the perimeter, shouting and discussing strategies, yet appearing utterly helpless. Suyu and the others quickly exited the vehicle and, following directions, joined the outer rescue team. They soon encountered the three mid-tier lords who had already been there. Heavy fatigue and anxiety etched their faces, each bearing traces of smoke and fire damage. One of them, an elemental lord specializing in wind, rapidly briefed them on the situation, his voice hoarse from inhaling smoke. These three beasts are third-tier eagle-type celestial demons. Their rank isn't exceptionally high, but they're incredibly troublesome. Pointing at the flames that seemed poised to devour everything, the wind element lord frowned deeply. The flames they spew aren't ordinary fire, they contain pure spiritual energy, reaching the level of a yellow-grade spirit beast. I'm wind, he's earth, and this one here is metal, none of us counter fire, another earth elemental lord interjected gravely. Unless we find a water spirit of at least mystic grade to suppress it, we won't extinguish this fire. We might even fuel it further. The most critical issue is that too many civilians are trapped inside, the gold element lord side, adding the greatest obstacle. Even if we somehow manage to extinguish the fire quickly, it would be extremely difficult to safely evacuate all the trapped people under the watchful eyes of the three heavenly fiends. Even under the most optimistic estimates, the casualties from a direct assault could exceed 50%. That price is simply too heavy. Despite the surrounding clamor, Suyu and the others could almost hear the gritted teeth in the Earth Domain Lord's voice. His fists, which had been hanging limply at his sides, clenched tightly. And we have no idea what the situation inside is like now. Every second that passes puts them in greater danger. The wind domain lord's voice grew weaker. Perhaps, the heavenly fiend has already begun feeding. Even though real-time updates had been relayed throughout their journey, witnessing this scene firsthand sent a chill through the young, inexperienced lords. Faced with such horror, their minds went blank, frozen in shock. Forget offering any effective suggestions, even their thoughts seemed to slow to a crawl. Chapter 60, Despair permeates, agony and helplessness. At that moment, Lu Qing stepped forward, her forehead beaded with fine sweat, whether from the heat or anxiety, no one could tell. Is there no high-tier water attribute lord present? Or a familiar skilled in large-scale water attribute spells? The three mid-tier lords exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. The wind element lord representative answered. We three specialize in wind, earth, and metal respectively. None of us can effectively counter this fire. As he spoke, the wind element lord gestured towards several freshmen nearby, dressed in other school uniforms and equally anxious. There are indeed a few water attribute students present, but like you, they're all first-year freshmen. Their meager water elemental power is utterly insignificant against flames of this scale and yellow-tier quality. It's simply not enough to turn the tide. We've already contacted other water element lords for assistance, but the earliest available one won't arrive for at least half an hour. The survivors inside may not last that long. The predicament seemed hopeless, and the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Suddenly, someone nearby whispered a suggestion. Then, could a fire attribute lord cover themselves in their own flame spirit power and charge in to rescue them? Since it's the same element, perhaps it could offer some resistance? This suggestion was immediately dismissed by a more experienced lord. Impossible. That's too naive. Flames aren't all the same. The lord scanned the group and explained quickly. As you surely know, flames come in three types: spirit flame, beast fire, and divine fire. Spirit energy flames are those we fire attribute lords generate through our spiritual power. Essentially, they're not much different from ordinary flames, except they possess greater energy and can be conjured out of thin air at any moment. He then pointed toward the blaze, his expression tinged with apprehension. But what we see here is beast fire. It's the unique flame of these demonic beasts, utterly savage, imbued with their wild nature and will. That's precisely why it instills such a heart-stopping sense of pressure. The others nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the fire site, they had all felt an oppressive suffocation. Initially, they had assumed it was oxygen depletion caused by the flames, but now they realized it must have been the beastly pressure contained within the beast fire. The Lord sighed and concluded. The highest form is the divine flame, born between heaven and earth, profound and mysterious. Some divine flames are of extreme cold, like the mystic ice flame, while others can heal wounds, like the healing spirit flame. Alas, such celestial wonders, how could they possibly appear here? A wave of helplessness washed over everyone once more. The heavenly demon, the fire arena, the hostages. If it were a 3 against 2 scenario, whether demon lord versus fire versus hostages, or demon lord versus hostages, they could have devised a rescue plan. But now, the hostages were trapped, the flames raged uncontrollably, and the heavenly demon lurked within, watching them like a predator. In this situation, they had to extinguish the fire, rescue the hostages, and slay the heavenly fiend. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what to do. Just then, at the perimeter cordon, the crowd erupted into violent commotion and wailing. A dozen men and women, overcome with emotion, tried to break through the cordon and rush toward the fire, only to be held back by rescue personnel. "Let me in. My mother is still inside. She's nearly 80, a middle-aged man screamed, his eyes bulging, his voice hoarse. My child was just inside a tutoring class. Please, save him." A young mother collapsed to the ground, wailing with heart-wrenching grief. "I'm a teacher. My students are still inside. Let me in. I have to be with them." A female teacher in glasses struggled, her tear-streaked face filled with despair, illuminated by the flames. She looked like she had just graduated from school. They wailed, pleaded, and even began angrily berating the surrounding lords and rescue workers. "Aren't you lords? Don't you possess extraordinary powers? Why are you just standing here watching? Get in there and save them. Why just stand by and watch? Why?" Each accusation lashed like a whip across the hearts of every lord present. The lords looked troubled, fists clenched, their hearts torn by immense anguish and self-reproach. Without the right attributes or means to restrain the chaos, rushing in recklessly would only lead to senseless deaths. It wouldn't change anything. At that moment, a young common soldier, clearly pushed to his limit by the cries, snapped. "This!" His eyes blazing red, he clenched his teeth and turned, ready to charge headlong into the inferno. His comrade beside him reacted with lightning speed, grabbing him tightly and barking out a warning. "You bastard! What do you think you're doing? Stop right there!" The restrained soldier's emotions completely shattered, and he bellowed back, his voice choked with tears. "I can't just stand by and watch. I'm wearing this uniform. Yet all I can do is watch them die inside. I can't take it anymore." His anguished, helpless cry echoed the thoughts of many rescuers present, causing their clenched fists to tremble violently. But they all knew the truth, even the lords were powerless. For ordinary men to enter meant being instantly consumed by those terrifying flames. Newly appointed lords like Lu Qing and Zhang Meng watched the scene, hearing the desperate cries, equally consumed by anxiety. Yet they could only feel profound helplessness, rage, and humiliation. Possessing power yet being utterly useless in this moment, this frustration enraged them beyond measure. Lu Qing slammed his fist hard against the door of a nearby fire truck, sending a dull thud echoing through the air. Despair and chaos reached their peak. Su Yu's gaze swept from the tear-streaked faces of the grieving families to the raging flames devouring lives, finally settling on the mother who was nearly overcome by her grief. Finally, he silently stepped forward, walking straight toward that searing inferno. Lu Qing was the first to notice his movement, grabbing his arm in alarm. Su Yu! What are you doing? Her startled, raised voice instantly drew the attention of the other watching newcomer lords accompanying them. Several rushed forward to block him, fearing he might do something rash. Only I can save this fire. Su Yu's voice betrayed no emotion, as calm as ever. Yet, in the flickering firelight, something seemed to flicker within his eyes. Lu Qing froze for a moment, instantly recalling the astonishing techniques and formidable puppets Su Yu had displayed during the trials. She shook her head vigorously, her words rushing out in a flurry of analysis and persuasion. No! Su Yu, this is far too dangerous. The flames are too intense. Even your puppets would melt if they entered this inferno. Even if you can teleport, even if that creature with the long tentacles can help carry them, the fire's center is at least 500 meters away. Over 100 people are trapped inside. How many can you rescue at once? How many teleports would that require? How long can your spiritual energy last? There's simply no time. Her analysis was sound and reasonable. Faced with a natural disaster of this scale, individual strength felt utterly insignificant. Zhang Meng snapped out of it and rushed to block Su Yu. Yes, Su Yu. Don't be impulsive. Let's think of another way. Just then, the wailing mother found an unknown surge of strength. She violently broke free from those supporting her and charged madly toward the fire. The searing heat wave instantly forced her back. Stumbling, she fell to the ground, yet crawled forward on all fours, utterly disregarding her dignity. Soon, people pinned her down. Gazing at the inferno, she could only emit a shrill wail of utter despair. That wail pierced the heart of every person present like a sharp blade. In that very instant, Su Yu violently wrenched free from Lu Qing and Zhang Meng's grasp. Under the stunned gazes of all present, he shot forward like an arrow released from its string, accelerating suddenly and charging headlong into the deadly inferno without a second thought. Chapter 61, Charging into the Inferno, Rescue Plan? The instant before plunging into the flames, Su Yu's figure vanished. Seconds later, he reappeared. In that instant, among the new student leaders of Huaqing First High, a bespectacled boy flung something forward. Su Yu! At least take this. Su Yu caught it steadily before his figure was completely engulfed by the raging flames, vanishing from everyone's sight. Lu Qing's outstretched hand remained frozen mid-air. Zhang Meng's mouth gaped open, his throat unable to produce a single sound. The three mid-tier lords' pupils suddenly contracted. The cries and clamor from the outer perimeter seemed to be silenced in that instant. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, almost suicidal act. They witnessed the extremely brief flicker of Su Yu's form. The more knowledgeable lords surmised that he had likely entered his own domain in an instant. But what could be accomplished in mere seconds within a domain? Summon familiars? Equip gear? Yet when Su Yu reappeared, everyone saw clearly that he bore no conspicuous new gear or powerful attendants. He charged into the yellow-tier beastfire, a force that even mid-tier lords shied away from, almost completely unarmed. What on earth was Su Yu trying to do? Several new Huaqing lords who had just started to move were immediately pulled away by the mid-tier lords beside them. They feared these men might act as impulsively as Su Yu. Outside the inferno, a deathly silence descended, broken only by the relentless roar of the flames and the faint, heart-stopping shrieks of the demonic entity that hung heavy in the air. 4 eyes, what did you just give him? Zhang Meng turned to the boy. My name is Meng Junlin, not 4 eyes. Meng Junlin adjusted his glasses and pulled several pairs of earphones from his backpack, holding them out. These are tactical earphones developed by my family. Put them on. You've got some skills, kid. Zhang Meng, astonished, immediately put the earphones in his ears. Lu Qing stared intently at the blaze, so absorbed he forgot to take the headphones Meng Junlin offered. Only after several shouts did he snap back, reaching out to take them and muttering, "What the hell is that guy planning?" Su Yu charged into the inferno, instantly enveloped by waves of scorching air. The ground beneath his feet radiated extreme heat, searing through his soles. In such terrifying heat, normal rescue operations were impossible. Staying inside for even a moment was a challenge, let alone navigating the thick, choking smoke that severely limited visibility. A faint glow flickered in Su Yu's hand, and a small bottle shimmering with amber light materialized in his grasp. This was his confidence booster. Fire-resistant potion. This potion came from the lucky cubes that had been available throughout the newcomer trial preparation period. Without hesitation, Su Yu pulled the stopper and tipped the bottle back, gulping it down. The potion had a peculiar taste, a blend of sulfur and mint. A wave of coolness instantly spread throughout his body. It felt as though an invisible membrane had formed on the surface of Suyu's skin, making the terrifying heat around him suddenly bearable. Suyu glanced at the empty bottle in his hand, his expression grave. The potion's effects only last 8 minutes, and there are only 2 bottles left. At most, we have 24 minutes to rescue them. Suyu crouched low, using the rubble to conceal his movements as he scanned the depths of the flames. Not far away, the massive silhouette of a demon eagle flickered in and out of view amidst the flames. The once towering building had melted under the intense heat, forming a hideous, charred nest. At the nest's center, an even larger demon eagle lay sprawled. Its head alone was as tall as 3 or 4 people stacked together. Its massive body radiated an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. 2 smaller demon eagles patrolled the nest's perimeter like giant free-range chickens. Their sharp eyes scanned the burning scene warily, as if guarding their leader within the nest. Suyu frowned. The soldier who had provided commentary on the bus had mentioned the hostage's location directly beneath the colossal demon eagle. More precisely, it was a shopping mall, with the roof serving as the demon eagle's perch. The top priority is to locate and rescue the trapped individuals, but how do we do that? Earlier outside, it had been mentioned that water could extinguish the flames, water imbued with spiritual energy. Suyu immediately thought of the water within his domain. Anything within his domain contained at least a trace of spiritual energy. Though Suyu herself wasn't a water attribute domain lord, and the water wasn't particularly special, its sheer volume was its strength. Even if it couldn't completely extinguish the flames, it could still exert some suppressing effect. Once the flames weakened, the rescue team outside could rush in. But the moment this thought surfaced, Suyu dismissed it. No. Releasing water on such a large scale would inevitably require expanding my domain, which would immediately provoke a furious counterattack from the heavenly fiends. Then the trapped civilians would become the first casualties caught in the crossfire. The risk is too great. We can't take chances. There must be a more reliable method. As he racked his brain for solutions, a faint sound caught his attention. It came from inside a partially collapsed shopping mall to his left front. Suyu cautiously approached, pushing aside debris. Through the gaps in the smoke and flames, he glimpsed the scene within. A group of survivors huddled together. A middle-aged man with a determined expression and decisive movements was giving low-voiced instructions. The resolute aura between his brows was one only seen in a certain type of person, a soldier. Quick! Use this metal cabinet to block the front. A young man beside him, clad in a tattered police uniform, immediately helped lift the cabinet. Cover your mouths and noses. Follow us, don't fall behind. It seemed a soldier and a policeman were organizing their own rescue. They used whatever materials they could find, broken metal plates, soaked rags, to create makeshift barriers against the flames, covering their mouths and noses with some of the wet cloth. They were trying to move toward a gap where the flames seemed weaker. Over here. This vent might lead outside. Someone spotted a glimmer of hope, and the crowd immediately began cautiously moving in that direction. Overwhelming fear mingled with the exhilaration of a possible escape, causing many to tremble uncontrollably and stumble in their steps. Amidst this extreme emotional turmoil, disaster struck. A burning metal pipe crashed down beside a young child, and the pent-up tension erupted in a piercing scream. The cry echoed like a chain reaction, prompting several others to join in. The cries rang out clearly in the otherwise quiet environment, filled only with the crackling of flames. Oh no! The veteran's face paled. Almost simultaneously, a piercing screech echoed through the air. A demon eagle patrolling nearby whipped its head around, sweeping its wing to clear away the debris and reveal the rice grain-sized survivors beneath. The demon eagle's vertical pupils instantly locked onto the sudden noise below, its eyes flashing with the excitement of spotting prey. Without hesitation, it swooped down like a domestic chicken pouncing on a worm. A massive shadow engulfed the crowd. Chapter 62, The Lord has arrived, fear not. Scatter! The police officer bellowed hoarsely, trying to push people aside. But it was too fast. There was no time. Despair instantly crept across every face. At that critical moment. Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the air from behind. A bone arrow, trailing faint wisps of air, shot toward them at astonishing speed. It struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the joint of the demon eagle's talon as it lunged toward the crowd. Thud! It wasn't the sound of flesh tearing, but rather the impact against hard metal. The arrow's immense impact momentarily halted the demon eagle's movement, eliciting a pained shriek. It yanked its claw back, glaring furiously toward the arrow's origin. Several dozen meters away, a human stood holding a longbow, still maintaining the relaxed draw position. It was Suyu. Suyu took a deep breath and bellowed at the stunned crowd. Back up! Everyone retreat to the underground parking garage over there. The survivors snapped out of their daze, scrambling and crawling toward the entrance of the relatively sturdy underground parking garage Suyu had indicated. Suyu's arrow had completely exposed his position. The wounded demon eagle let out a furious, piercing screech. The other patrolling demon eagles simultaneously turned, emitting a threatening hiss. The colossal demon eagle leader at the nest center abruptly raised its head, its icy gaze locking onto Suyu. The attention of all 3 celestial demons was now focused entirely on Suyu. Even Suyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Seeking rescue from the shadows, only to find myself surrounded by 3 formidable foes. Screech! The demon eagle leader emitted a piercing, commanding shriek. All 3 demon eagles simultaneously opened their massive beaks as scorching spiritual energy began to violently converge. Their target was Suyu and the group who had just charged into the underground parking garage entrance. Get inside! Suyu bellowed again, his figure flickering repeatedly as he teleported to evade the first wave of fiery breath. Boom! The spot where he had stood moments before was utterly consumed by terrifying flames, the ground melting away. The survivors screamed and rushed into the underground parking garage. Suyu followed closely behind, dashing inside as well. This underground garage remained relatively intact, its ceiling still holding, barely spacious enough to shelter over 100 people. But this was no place to linger. Explosions and scorching heat waves echoed from the entrance as the demonic forces launched a frenzied assault. Rocks and dust rained down in a steady stream. Fear and despair filled the faces of the people. The cries of children and women echoed through the confined space. Suyu leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. It wasn't exhaustion, but the intense strain of nerves. Things were more complicated than he'd anticipated. You okay? The veteran asked anxiously, seeing Suyu panting so heavily. Just as Suyu opened his mouth, his peripheral vision caught several hopeful gazes from the crowd. His sudden appearance had instantly become their beacon of hope. He simply shook his head softly and forced a faint smile. I'm fine. Help is here. I'm Suyu, the first-year lord of Huaqing First High School. Huaqing First High School? The veteran's face lit up with joy as he straightened his posture. I'm Shi Xiqiang from the 5th Company, 7th Battalion, 1st Military Unit. You can call me Big Shi. Big Shi, Suyu nodded, scanning the crowd. What's the current situation with the people? Big Shi immediately replied, there are 103 people total, 65 women, 26 children, and 12 men. Good. You'll handle calming the crowd, Suyu said solemnly. I'll figure out how to get us out. Shi observed Suyu's expression. He opened his mouth to speak but closed it again. He sensed an uncharacteristic composure in the young man's eyes, a steadiness that seemed far beyond his years. This composure wasn't born of certainty, but rather a forced calm in the face of extreme circumstances, a steadiness born of necessity, to avoid showing weakness and causing greater panic. Leave the crowd to me. Dashi declared firmly. It was one of the few ways he could assist Suyu in this situation. As Suyu scanned the others, his gaze met that of several children. Their innocent eyes held a hint of curiosity. Adults nearby whispered softly. The Lord has arrived. There's no need to be afraid now. Big Brother will take care of the monsters. Suyu's hands, hanging loosely at his sides, slowly clenched into fists. He took a deep breath and quickly scanned his surroundings. Space was limited, with only one main entrance and exit, currently sealed off by demonic firepower. The parking lot was a short distance from the exit, and the fallen rocks blocking it provided some degree of fortification. However, the relentless flames spewing from outside were causing the indoor temperature to rise. Suyu could withstand the fire himself, but the 100 people inside couldn't. Suyu now faced 2 difficult choices. One was to charge out himself, drawing the heavenly demons away with all his might. But the 3 heavenly demons possessed considerable intelligence. They would likely split their forces, leaving 1 or even 2 behind to continue attacking those trapped inside. The risk was extremely high. The second was to immediately activate his domain and unleash infinite water. Water could extinguish the flames, but it might also instantly overwhelm the structure of this makeshift refuge, potentially drowning everyone inside. Equally unfeasible. What to do? What to do? What to do? If this were a direct confrontation with the heavenly demons, even a 3rd tier 1 Suyu would dare to fight them head on using the abundance of resources within his domain. But the priority of this mission was rescue. Being good at fighting? Being good at fighting is useless. Suyu's brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat forming on his temples. He needed a defensive structure that could be instantly generated and was absolutely impenetrable. At the very least, we need to get the personnel to safety first. Suddenly, a square block with a faint, dark glow appeared in his mind. Obsidian. A resilient material from the hellish dimension, immune to fire and explosions. A new predicament arose. Suyu scanned the parking lot. The once spacious area was now riddled with damage from the demon eagles, making it difficult to stand anywhere. The parking lot formed a shape, with the exit at the lower left corner. The right half was mostly blocked by debris, leaving only a quarter of the space for them to hide. At this rate, before the demon eagle could even reach them, the fire would engulf the area and consume them all. Just as anxiety gripped him, a vibration repeatedly buzzed in his pocket. Suyu followed the sensation to find the item a schoolmate had tossed to him before he charged into the flames, a pair of earphones. He slipped it on and pressed the button. This is Suyu. I hear you. Thank God. You're okay. The voice on the other end visibly relaxed, then quickly added, I'm Meng Junlin, the one who tossed you the earbuds just now. How are you? What's the situation inside? Zhang Meng's booming voice cut in. No blame, no complaints. This settled Suyu's mind. I'm fine. Found most of the survivors, over 100 people now trapped in the underground parking garage beneath the mall. All three heavenly fiends are targeting us. They're attacking the southeast gate, our only exit. Chapter 63, Plan Initiated, Defensive Works. After he finished speaking, outside the fire scene, the group immediately retrieved the mall's floor plan and flipped to the design blueprint of the underground parking garage. As Suyu had stated, their hearts sank. If Suyu stated the southeast gate was the sole exit, it meant the other exit was now useless. What assistance can we provide from outside? Lu Qing pressed immediately, her question crisp and direct. I need time. Suyu stated bluntly. I need about 3 minutes of uninterrupted time to build a defensive structure inside. Defensive structure? Hearing this familiar term, the group from Huaqing First High School instinctively turned to Zhang Meng, who had been responsible for building defensive structures during the newborn Heavenly Demon trial. Only then did they recall that Suyu had originally been assigned as the defensive structure builder during the freshman Celestial Demon trial. Back then, he had appeared and crushed that group of heavenly demons with sheer numbers and combat power before they could even build anything. Now he wanted to build defenses, but they weren't facing first-tier or second-tier heavenly demons, they were facing a third-tier heavenly demon. Suyu, think carefully. We're facing third-tier demons this time. And the talons of those eagle-type demons can tear through steel. Zhang Meng shouted urgently. There's a way, a new lord from Huaqing University suggested over the channel. Couldn't we make everyone inside become Suyu's temporary followers immediately? Then just pull them into his domain? That'd be the safest option. But before he could finish, Lu Qing's calm, almost stern voice cut him off. No. The demon eagles can smell human scent. They're still outside because they've treated the humans inside as playthings. Given Suyu's current position and condition, she could probably only pull about 20 people into her domain before the entire parking lot entrance gets ripped apart. Then, the people left inside. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood the unspoken implication. Dead silence filled the channel, broken only by the crackling of the fire and heavy breathing. Follow my instructions. My plan doesn't end here. Suyu's voice startled the group, who waited for his next words. Set up the defensive structures. I'll have the survivors take cover inside first, then I'll activate my domain. My domain contains vast water reserves. While it might not extinguish these flames entirely, it can suppress them to a significant degree. Once the flames are successfully suppressed, you can charge in and seize the opportunity to slay the celestial demons. During this process, I will focus on repairing the fortifications. Slaying the demons is up to you. Suyu clearly laid out his entire plan, from defense to counterattack, with each step clearly defined. A brief silence fell over the group as each member rapidly assessed the feasibility of the proposal. The risks remained immense, yet the interconnected plan seemed the only glimmer of hope visible at present. They couldn't think of a better way. Let's do it! Zhang Meng roared first, clenching his fists. Agreed. Lu Qing immediately seconded the motion. Worth a shot. There's no time to waste now. The three mid-tier lords exchanged glances and swiftly reached a consensus. Upon hearing the response from outside, Suyu hesitated no longer and immediately began tactical deployment. Earth Domain Lord, can you swiftly create boulders large enough and heavy enough? Yes, the Earth Elemental Lord replied without hesitation. How do you plan to use it? Have the Wind Domain Lord hurl it. Lift it with wind power and launch it along a parabolic trajectory as far as possible toward the southeast corner of the fire zone. The southeast corner? Are we certain no personnel are trapped there? The Wind Elemental Lord glanced at the map in Lu Qing's hands and cautiously double-checked. The responsibility was immense, he had to be absolutely certain. Confirmed. That area is a row of shops. I checked earlier, no one's there. Suyu answered with certainty. Calculating the trajectory and throwing? That's my specialty. Leave it to me. The Wind Elemental Lord smiled confidently. Metal Element Lord, please assist in creating massive, sustained metallic clanging sounds loudest possible, most piercingly shrill. Got it. Easy. Lu Qing, Zhang Meng, Meng Julin, and all other classmates, Suyu concluded, create as much light and noise as possible. Use every means to create the illusion of chaos. Our sole objective is to draw the attention of all three heavenly demons to the southeast corner of the fire. Sustain it for at least 3 minutes. Buy me those golden 3 minutes. Understood. Got it. Leave it to us. The channel echoed with firm, concise responses. The plan was formulated instantly, without a moment's delay. Outside the fire, the orders were immediately carried out. The Earth Elemental Lord growled, pressing both hands against the ground. Powerful Earth Elemental energy surged, the ground rumbled, and 2 massive boulders, each as large as a small house, burst forcefully from beneath the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. Old Yang. Coming. The Wind Domain Lord's body was swirled by turbulent air currents as immense wind power lifted the 2 boulders, calculating the angle and force. Go! With a sudden, forceful swing of his arms, he executed a perfect throwing motion. The boulders roared with terrifying force, swept by the gale, slicing through the sky above the fire zone and crashing violently toward the open area in the southeast corner. The Gold Element Lord manipulated discarded metal vehicles and components at the scene, directing them toward the fire zone. But instead of attacking inward, they flew into the flames to violently collide with each other. The shrill clanging of metal colliding echoed like deafening gongs and drums. This sudden, fierce attack and harassment from the rear flank immediately took effect. The three demon eagles, poised to continue searching for angles to attack the parking lot entrance, froze abruptly. They turned their heads in confusion, gazing toward the southeast corner. Massive boulders crashed down with earth-shaking roars. It even collapsed half a burning building, sending a cloud of dust and sparks into the sky. Immediately afterward, a cacophony of jarring noises, chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations, and blinding light erupted from that direction. The shockwave from the massive boulder's impact even grazed the wingtip of one demon eagle, causing it to emit an angry shriek. Squeak! The demon eagle leader let out a shrill cry filled with anger at being provoked. Its simple mind couldn't grasp the true intent behind the attack, but instinctively sensed a greater threat and challenger lurking there. All three demon eagles flapped their wings almost simultaneously. Burning with enraged flames and boundless fury, they abandoned the seemingly easy prey at their feet. Like a vast, burning cloud, they plunged toward the southeast corner of the fire. The precious, life or death golden 3 minutes had begun. Chapter 64, Hostage Transfer, Ability Vanishes. Suyu immediately charged out of the parking lot. A slender, ghostly figure flickered beside him, handing Suyu a set of obsidian blocks. The moment Suyu precisely placed the first obsidian cube in the open space before him, the slender ghostly figure beside him moved. For jet black, flexible tentacles abruptly unfurled from its back, each tip firmly coiled around an identical obsidian cube. Like an incredibly efficient construction robot, it followed Suyu's movements, beginning to assemble a massive black matchbox at astonishing speed on the open ground before them. This spectacle utterly stunned all the survivors cautiously peering out from within the parking garage. Gee God! What kind of stone is that? How did it appear? He's building a wall? No, it looks like a house. Could he be trying to get us to hide inside? Can this building withstand those celestial demons? This thing is so perfectly square. It's almost unbelievable how square it is. Wait, his construction method is off too. How can he start building the roof without any support? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, smooth, cold obsidian walls shot upward at a speed defying the laws of physics. The slender ghostly figure built the walls while Suyu constructed the roof. Despite the complete absence of any supports, to onlookers, the black cubes Suyu projected seemed to defy gravity, suspended mid-air. Even for a lord of his caliber, accomplishing such a feat was utterly mind-boggling. How could a cube that appeared to be at least a meter in size simply hover like that in mid-air? Whispers filled the air, voices thick with disbelief and awe, as if witnessing a miracle. This rapidly forming, strikingly conspicuous black square fortress once again drew the attention of the hunters that had just been lured away. The three demon eagles, which had been diving toward the southeast corner, sensed something amiss. They whipped their heads around, their cold vertical pupils instantly locking onto the rapidly growing black cubic structure. And Suyu and the slender ghostly figure standing before it. Screech! The demon eagle leader emitted a sharp, commanding screech. The three demon eagles immediately abandoned their search of the southeast corner. Their massive wings churned scorching air currents as they turned back with furious rage at being toyed with, diving straight toward Suyu and the unfinished fortress. Suyu's eyes narrowed sharply. Without hesitation, he mentally commanded the slender ghostly figure that had been assisting him in construction to halt its actions. The slender specter's form silently blurred, transforming in the next instant into a twisted shadow. With utter disregard for its own life, it charged headlong into the oncoming demon eagles, buying Suyu precious final moments. The slender specter's tentacles whipped frantically, attempting to entangle and lash at the demon eagles. But such attacks proved futile against the thick-skinned, third-tier demon eagles. Only its bizarre movements and relentless, death-defying entanglement briefly disrupted the demon eagle's dive. The ghost won't hold out much longer. We need to move faster. Suyu gritted his teeth, his hands moving faster. Obsidian blocks appeared one after another, piling up. The final wall of the fortress rose visibly before their eyes. Suyu worked as fast as she could, but the power gap between the slender ghostly figure and the demon eagles was immense. Suyu herself was only around the first tier, and no matter how powerful the slender ghostly shadow was, it hadn't broken through the second tier. Just as Suyu had anticipated, the gaunt specter couldn't hold out much longer. Facing three raging third-tier celestial demons simultaneously, it soon found itself overwhelmed. During one swift evasion, its movement lagged half a beat. One demon eagle seized that fleeting opening. Its fiery, razor-sharp talons shot out with precision, tearing through flesh like ripping cloth. Thud! A sickeningly dull thud echoed. The claws, gleaming with an eerie light, pierced through the slender specter's ethereal form without resistance. The slender specter's movements froze instantly. Its body flickered violently several times, like a faulty light bulb. Then, its twisted form began to fade into transparency, ultimately dissipating like smoke scattered by the wind, vanishing completely into the scorching air. Nothing remained. At the same moment, Suyu felt a faint tremor in his consciousness. The monster control stone that had commanded the slender ghostly figure flashed into his hand. The faint glow on its surface faded completely, leaving it as rough and dull as an ordinary pebble. Simultaneously, a familiar power receded from his body like a rapidly ebbing tide. Teleportation, gone. Suyu's heart sank. He instinctively attempted to use the teleportation ability, but his body remained rooted to the spot, proof that the ability granted by the slender ghostly figure had truly vanished. With the slender ghostly shadow vanishing, the obstruction posed by the three-headed demon eagles instantly vanished as well. Their icy gazes scarcely lingered before immediately refocusing on the nearly completed obsidian fortress and Suyu, who seemed almost insignificant beside it. Quick! Into the fortress! Now! Suyu bellowed sharply without turning his head, his voice echoing toward the parking lot behind him. Startled by the sudden commotion and the roar, the surviving civilians snapped awake. They rushed frantically out of the parking lot entrance, sprinting toward the nearly completed black fortress. To buy them those final precious seconds. Suyu spun abruptly, facing the three terrifying demon eagles charging toward him. With a flick of his palm, cube particles continuously expanded outward from beneath his feet. One after another, towering, heavy, iron block-constructed steel golems descended with a thunderous crash onto the open ground before him. A defensive line of dozens of iron golems, gleaming with cold metallic sheen, formed an iron wall. Suyu attempted to replicate the human wave tactic he had used against the goblin heavenly fiend earlier. But this enemy was entirely different from before. The demon eagle let out a mocking shriek. With a mere flick of its enormous wings, it effortlessly gained altitude, hovering deftly mid-air. The iron golems swung their heavy arms futilely, utterly unable to reach the aerial foe. Ground versus air, clumsiness versus agility, the disadvantage was starkly evident. The demon eagle's massive wings beat violently, unleashing terrifying force that flung several leaping iron golems away like swatted flies. The other demon eagle's talons seized one iron golem's body with precision. With a slight tug. Snap. The solid iron skull shattered as easily as clay. The towering iron golem swayed, then crashed to the ground, shattering into two iron ingots. Suyu's face instantly turned grim. These iron golems were utterly useless against this. Suyu instinctively took a step forward, ready to intervene personally. A rough, powerful hand suddenly shot out from the side, gripping his arm tightly. "What are you doing?" The hand belonged to the soldier who had organized their earlier rescue effort, Dashi. His face was smeared with soot and sweat, his eyes betraying unmistakable panic and tension. "My creations won't hold out much longer. I have to intervene." Suyu struggled to break free. Intervene? How exactly? Dashir's grip tightened like iron pincers as he pointed toward the sky. "Look! They're all up there. Even your big steel beasts can't touch them. What can you possibly do alone?" Chapter 65, Nationwide Broadcast, Dragon Wing Youth. "I have a way." Suyu suddenly exerted force, breaking free from Dashi's grip. To the stunned gazes of everyone around him, including Dashi. Without warning, a pair of enormous dragon wings, covered in black scales, abruptly unfolded behind Suyu. The edges of the wings gleamed with a metallic, cold hardness. As they fluttered slightly, they stirred a low, rumbling air current. The sight left everyone who witnessed it utterly stunned. Dashi's mouth fell open, the words of warning stuck in his throat. Suyu hesitated not a moment. The dragon wings beat fiercely. In an instant, he soared skyward, transforming into a dark shadow as he charged toward the three rampaging demon eagles. The dragon bone longbow reappeared in his hands, drawn taut to its full extent. Whoosh! 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 Arrows imbued with the essence of dragon souls flew one after another toward the demon eagles. Though they couldn't inflict fatal wounds, they were enough to enrage the beasts and successfully draw all three demon eagles' attention solely onto Suyu himself. Screech! The demon eagle leader was utterly enraged by this sudden appearance of a flying insect carrying an aura it detested. They immediately abandoned their attack on the ground targets and iron golems, shifting their assault to Suyu in the air. Suyu did not confront the three demon eagles head-on like a hero. His objective was crystal clear. Harnessing the astonishing speed and agility granted by his dragon wings, he darted like a phantom through the burning ruins. During every pause between evasive maneuvers, he swiftly retrieved a pre-prepared water bucket from his domain. Aiming precisely, he poured the water from the bucket without hesitation. Splash! Pools of water instantly appeared on scorched ground and shattered structures, then transformed into trickling streams that swiftly spread outward. 1, 2, 3. In less than half a minute, Suyu had established over a dozen such water points at critical locations throughout the fire scene. Clear streams began flowing everywhere, sizzling upon contact with the flames and releasing vast plumes of white steam. Just as Suyu had initially anticipated. This ordinary water could not completely extinguish the yellow-grade beast fire imbued with spiritual energy. However, it successfully extinguished the mundane flames generated by the burning structure itself, as well as the fires in areas not directly ignited by the beast fire. The overall intensity of the blaze visibly diminished by roughly 40%. The scorching heat was significantly alleviated. The thick smoke was also largely suppressed by the water vapor. Visibility greatly improved. The wall of flames has receded. Suyu actually pulled it off. How did he manage it? Is Suyu okay? As the flames subsided, the figure darting through the air distinctive for the pair of dragon wings on its back became clearly visible to everyone outside the fire zone. The severity of this celestial demon calamity had drawn numerous news helicopters and high-definition long-range cameras to gather beyond the perimeter. Their lenses were locked firmly on the center of the fire. Almost every lens simultaneously captured the breathtaking scene. A youth with enormous black dragon wings spread across his back, a longbow in hand, darted at astonishing speed through the charred ruins of the fire zone, drawing 3 terrifying demon eagles into a circling dance. Each dive and cascade of water brought a burst of white steam and a retreating flame. This scene was instantly transmitted to screens in thousands of households nationwide via live broadcast. Whether at home, on the streets, or in offices, countless men, women, and children following the events witnessed this unbelievable spectacle. Holy crap! What is that? Dragon wings? That man has wings? What is he doing? Is he putting out the fire? And luring those monsters away? Who is he? What kind of power is that? Suyu! It's Suyu! The first-year student from Huaching First High who shone brightly in the freshman celestial demon trial. After the initial shock, an indescribable surge of excitement and fervor began to boil within countless hearts. Alone, dragon wings soaring through the sky, defying the flames, single-handedly battling 3 demons. This scene was etched deep into the memories of countless spectators. And at that very moment, at the edge of the inferno, Lu Qing, the Overlord Spear, who had been intently watching the situation, suddenly flashed a piercing glint in his eyes. The flames had subsided, revealing a passage. Liu Qing thrust his spear forward with a fierce point, bellowing in a voice as cold as ice yet piercingly clear. Now! Rescue the people first! Before the words had fully left her lips, her figure had already transformed into a streak of azure light. She was the first to break through the outer ring of flames, charging relentlessly into the heart of the inferno. Behind her, Zhang Meng, Meng Junlin, and the other new lords of Huaching followed without hesitation. Like tigers released from their cages, they charged in. Almost simultaneously, the 3 mid-tier lords, who had been preparing for this moment for a long time, exchanged glances and nodded. Air element lords, turbulent currents surged around them. The earth trembled beneath the feet of the earth domain lord. A sharp gleam flashed in the eyes of the metal element lord. All 3 fifth-tier lords moved simultaneously. Their speed was so swift that only faint afterimages lingered where they stood. Though they started later, they arrived first, instantly overtaking Lu Qing and the others as they lunged directly at the 3 demon eagles besieging Suyu. The overwhelming pressure of a mid-tier overlord instantly engulfed the battlefield. The wind domain lord arrived first. Instead of attacking directly, he pressed both hands forward. Wind bind. Lock. With his low command, countless strands of intensely condensed air currents materialized like agile green chains, instantly binding the wings and claws of the largest demon eagle leader. The demon eagle leader let out an enraged shriek, struggling frantically as flames erupted from its body. Yet it struggled to break free from the powerful bonds of wind. Ha 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 ha. You're quite fierce, kid. Go rest. We'll handle this. At that moment, the Earth Elemental Lord roared with laughter. Amidst his jovial banter, a demon eagle lunged toward him. With a nasal snort, the Earth Lord stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Earth wall. Boom. A massive, earth-colored stone wall, thick and towering several meters high, surged from the ground like a dragon turning over, perfectly blocking the path of a demon eagle attempting to plunge into the evacuating crowd. Thud. The demon eagle couldn't halt its momentum in time, slamming violently into the solid rock wall. A dull thud echoed, followed by its pain screech. Impressive, young one. Leave the rest to us. You focus on evacuating the people. The final gold element lord unleashed the most direct and ruthless attack. With a wave of his hands, steel bars and other metals from the surrounding rubble flew into the air. Enveloped in golden light, they shot forth like a torrential downpour. The last demon eagle was forced to raise its wings to block, its feathers pierced repeatedly by the metal shards, emitting cries of pain and rage. The 3 lords' words were brief, yet each carried affirmation of Suyu's actions and admiration for his abilities. Their arrival not only lightened the burden but instantly seized battlefield dominance with overwhelming force and seasoned expertise. Hearing these words from the powerful, Suyu felt a faint warmth in his heart, his taut nerves finally able to relax slightly. With a flick of its dragon wings, it descended to the ground. His legs buckled slightly beneath him, and Suyu nearly lost his balance. The relentless, high-intensity exertion had left him feeling an uncomfortable weariness. Chapter 66, Black Obsidian Fortress, astonishing all. Suyu. Are you okay? Lu Qing, Zhang Meng, and the others immediately surrounded him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, fearing he might have suffered serious injuries. Su Yu's expression was grim. The massive loss of spiritual energy was one thing, but what truly pained him was the loss of the slender ghost shadow and the disappearance of his teleportation ability. Yet he waved them off with a slight wave of his hand, his voice sounding hoarse. "I'm fine." Su Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the churning energy within him, and pointed toward the now fully completed, silent, towering black obsidian fortress. "Don't worry about me. Get the survivors evacuated first." Only then did Lu Qing, Zhang Meng, and the others follow Su Yu's gaze, finally directing their attention to the hastily constructed refuge that had emerged from the crisis. The perfectly square, defiantly suspended black stones, assembled with seamless precision into a unified structure, revealed an extraordinary feat. This was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary construction methods. A powerful sense of awe seized her. Zhang Meng sucked in a sharp breath, his mouth falling open involuntarily as his gaze locked onto the mirror-smooth obsidian surface. As a lord of creation, he understood better than anyone the significance of this suddenly appearing black structure. Without any support or auxiliary elements, a perfectly square structure had materialized before their eyes. Could I have done this? Zhang Meng asked himself, then shook his head in self-mockery. In such a short time, it would be impossible to even condense a single block. How could one possibly create something so colossal? The other students shared similar reactions. They stared at the square fortress, its surface shimmering with a cold, eerie glow in the firelight, then abruptly turned to look at Su Yu, whose face had grown slightly pale. Their eyes were filled with utter disbelief. So this was the miracle beyond their comprehension that had emerged from his earlier words about aiming for 3 minutes and building defenses. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Qing was the first to snap out of it. "Stop spacing out. Organize the survivors to come out one by one. Meng Junlin, check if the path to the outside is safe. Everyone else, assist with guiding them out. Move fast." Without Su Yu, Lu Qing would have been the most charismatic figure among the new recruits. Her words carried weight, and the others suppressed their countless questions, swiftly throwing themselves into the tense evacuation efforts. "Wait, this won't open." A palm struck the surface, producing not the expected thud but a dull, echo-less thump. Only the sound of the impact remained harder than anyone could have imagined. "Try forcing an opening," someone nearby suggested, their tone uncertain. Lu Qing frowned slightly at the suggestion, then strode forward, spear in hand. "Stand aside." The others instinctively stepped back, making room for her. Lu Qing took a deep breath, gripping her spear firmly with her right hand. Spiritual energy surged through it instantly, causing the spear shaft to glow with a faint azure light. Lu Qing's eyes sharpened as her arm erupted with force. The spear shot forth like a dragon. With a piercing whistle, the spear thrust toward a single point on the obsidian barrier. Clang! A piercingly sharp, almost ear-splitting clang of metal against metal erupted. There was no cracking of stone as expected, not even the slightest scratch. The instant the spear tip touched the obsidian, Lu Qing's expression abruptly changed. A powerful, icy hard recoil surged back along the spear's shaft like a raging tidal wave. The force instantly surged through her palm, wrist, and arm. A powerful tingling sensation swept over her, nearly numbing her entire right arm in an instant. Gah! Lu Qing let out a muffled groan as the recoil force involuntarily forced her body to stumble half a step backward. She immediately switched the spear to her left hand, her right arm hanging limply at her side. "This thing's actually this hard?" Lu Qing turned to look at Su Yu, gently shaking her still numb, even slightly stinging right palm in an attempt to regain sensation as quickly as possible. She had complete confidence in her spear and her strength. Ordinary steel could be pierced with ease. Yet this black wall hadn't even left a white mark, instead sending a numbing shock through her arm. "What the hell is this made of?" Zhang Meng's eyes widened as he stepped closer, cautiously touching the smooth, almost airy surface of the wall. He tapped it firmly with his knuckles, but the feedback remained that same, utterly disheartening solidity. "I've never heard of any stone this hard." "It's obsidian," Su Yu explained simply, meeting the puzzled and shocked gazes of the others. "Obsidian?" Zhang Meng's voice shot up. "That mirror-smooth, absurdly hard wall was obsidian? You're telling me this is obsidian? Even the largest naturally formed obsidian block couldn't possibly have this kind of hardness. It just doesn't make sense." Su Yu offered no further explanation. This obsidian from his block realm was entirely different from the obsidian known in the real world. Ordinary obsidian, no matter how hard its texture, always contained naturally formed pores or minute fissures within. But the obsidian produced in his domain was a perfect cubic meter cube, regular to the extreme. Its internal structure was densely packed to an unbelievable degree. No air pockets existed, no flaws in its crystalline structure. Such a solid, flawless block of obsidian possessed theoretical strength unmatched by any material in the real world. Su Yu's silence made it clear to everyone that this was due to the unique nature of his domain. "To break it open, you'll need this." Su Yu didn't dwell on explanations. He extended his hand, and a pickaxe materialized in his grasp. A black pickaxe, shimmering with a mysterious purple glow, materialized in his hand. This pickaxe, too, was composed of minute block particles, emitting vibrations that seemed out of place in this world. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Suyu walked to the front of the obsidian fortress. He raised the pickaxe and, seemingly casually, scraped it a few times against the wall that had remained untouched even by Lu Qing's full-force spear thrust. The motion was as effortless as digging into soft soil. Crack! After a few faint sounds, something utterly astonishing unfolded before everyone's eyes. The seemingly indestructible obsidian wall, after just a few seemingly childish scrapes, actually shattered? More accurately, it didn't shatter into fragments but instantly collapsed into a perfect 1 cubic meter cube. It transformed into a fist-sized, faintly glowing miniature obsidian cube, plopping onto the ground with a soft thud. Good heavens! What just happened? It shrank? Let me see. What kind of principle is this? Wait, I can't lift it, it's so heavy. A chorus of gasps and commotion erupted on the scene. The most frenzied of them all was Zhang Meng. Already a size larger than the others, he brutally pushed everyone aside and reached for the obsidian. But the obsidian lay motionless on the ground, as solid as if it had been fused to the earth from the start. Chapter 67, Overwhelmed with excitement, the Lord's vassal. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Suyu stepped forward and effortlessly picked up the miniature obsidian from the ground. The crowd instantly fell silent, speechless. Just a moment ago, they had all genuinely struggled to lift that miniature obsidian. The next moment, Suyu had picked it up. And with such apparent ease? Seeing the scene spiraling out of control, Suyu pressed his forehead in exasperation. This isn't the time to be studying this, is it? Saving people comes first. Only then did the group snap back to reality, remembering their perilous situation. Their faces flushed with embarrassment and sudden realization. Let me try. Let me try. Zhang Meng volunteered, snatching the pickaxe from Suyu's hands. Damn, this thing's heavy. The moment he grasped it, his arms buckled under the weight. How had Suyu managed to chip away at the obsidian so effortlessly with just one hand, holding such a heavy pickaxe? Just chip away below that notch. That should be enough for someone to get through, Suyu advised. Zhang Meng nodded, took a deep breath, and swung the pickaxe, mimicking Suyu's technique. Crack! Another effortless sound. Another block of rock-hard obsidian instantly crumbled into a tiny miniature cube, dropping to the ground. And Zhang Meng himself felt not a single ounce of spiritual energy drained. Nor did his arm feel any recoil. It was as if he hadn't just chipped away at the super-hard substance that had repelled Lu Qing, but rather a soft piece of cake. This defied every law of creation and energy he knew. Zhang Meng froze in place, clutching the purple glowing pickaxe. Several seconds passed before he abruptly whipped his head around, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Suyu. His Adam's apple bobbed as his voice trembled with emotion, uttering a question that caught everyone present completely off guard. Suyu. Can I become your follower? The word struck like a thunderclap, instantly leaving those nearby feeling both scorched and tender. Lu Qing, who had been preparing to organize an evacuation, froze, staring at Zhang Meng in astonishment. Meng Junlin and the other students froze as well, their faces etched with utter disbelief. A lord voluntarily requesting to become another lord's consort? While technically permissible by the rules, it was exceedingly rare in practice. Lords possess their own pride and ambition, pursuing the development of their own domains. Few would willingly relinquish their status as a lord to place themselves beneath another. Zhang Meng. Are you out of your mind? A familiar classmate blurted out beside him, wondering if the earlier tremor had rattled him senseless. Zhang Meng shook his head violently, his expression unusually serious and earnest, even tinged with a kind of pilgrim-like devotion. My family has been a creation-type lord for 3 generations, all dedicated to building defensive structures. My passion for architecture is ingrained in my very bones. Suyu's materials, this construction method that defies all imagination and rules. This completely overturns my understanding. No, it overturns the understanding of all previous lords of the creation system. I truly desperately want to use these extraordinary blocks for construction. The allure and fascination here are hard to convey to those of you who aren't from architectural families, who aren't from artificer lineages. These words poured from Zhang Meng's mouth with genuine fervor, even tinged with a hint of pleading. This sudden, heartfelt plea left Suyu momentarily stunned. Yet he didn't dismiss it as a joke. Instead, he began to seriously consider it. Prior to this, he had never considered recruiting other lords as his vassals. On one hand, he recognized that lords all had their own ambitions and pursuits. Historically, lords had largely developed their own domains independently, without subordination to one another. Yet Zhang Meng's request made him reconsider this approach. If ordinary individuals with spiritual power became vassals, they possessed no domains. Within the cube domain, they lacked Suyu's game abilities, unable to access their inventory. Storing and utilizing supplies would prove troublesome. But a lord was different. They possessed domains of their own, capable of storing vast quantities of supplies. If he wanted to expand his influence, recruiting other lords as vassals would undoubtedly be a highly cost-effective choice. Moreover, Zhang Meng specialized in construction, perfectly aligning with Suyu's upcoming plans to enrich his block domain through building projects. Suyu pondered for a moment, neither immediately agreeing nor refusing. Zhang Meng, I understand how you feel. Let's focus our efforts on resolving everything here first. I need you to make this request after careful consideration in a calm environment, free from the influence of your current emotions, not during this tense and agitated moment. Hearing this, Zhang Meng took several deep breaths, striving to calm his boiling emotions. He knew he was indeed too agitated right now and nodded firmly. All right. I understand. Let's handle the immediate situation first. Each obsidian block measured 1 meter square. Removing 2 created an entrance 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall, ample for anyone to pass through with ease. Soon, the passageway was opened. Under the organization and guidance of Lu Qing and others, the survivors inside the obsidian fortress began to emerge in an orderly, steady stream. Each face bore the dazed relief of having survived a catastrophe. Suyu, standing nearby, accepted everyone's gratitude, though his own attention was entirely focused on those few mid-tier lords. If only the lords I recruited possessed such prowess, breaching the cube realm would be no trouble at all. The clamor on the battlefield gradually subsided. Under the combined assault of 3 seasoned mid-tier lords, the 3 demon eagles let out a series of resentful screeches before being blasted apart mid-air. Their massive bodies crashed to the ground, whimpering their last breaths. The water elemental lord who arrived shortly after immediately began extinguishing the flames at the scene. Other rescue personnel guided the shaken survivors away from the obsidian fortress that had offered them such profound security, toward the ambulances and temporary shelters on the outskirts. Children still clung tightly to their parents' clothing, their cries gradually subsiding, though they still glanced fearfully at the enormous corpse of the demon eagle. The adults' faces bore a mix of relief at surviving the ordeal, and many approached Suyu, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Suyu responded with a hint of exhaustion, slipping his hand into his pocket. The monster control stone, now dull and lifeless, pressed against his palm, bringing a pang of loss. After all, there was no synthesis list for the monster control stone yet. Losing it meant not only losing a valuable aid but also the ability to use the black tentacles and teleportation. This loss was no small matter. Suyu! Zhang Meng's booming voice cut through the air as he sprinted over, his excitement palpable. How are you? That was way too close. Your wings, that obsidian house, holy crap. How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Suyu managed a weak smile but hadn't answered when another cool voice cut in. Let him rest first. Lu Qing approached, handing Suyu a bottle of mineral water already opened. Thanks. Suyu took the bottle and gulped down several mouthfuls. The cool liquid slightly eased the burning sensation in his throat. Chapter 68, One crisis follows another. Just then, the Wind Domain Lord approached, praising, Nice work, kid. I'm Feng Xiao, 5th tier. Those two are Yan Gang and Jin Li. He gestured toward the other 2 lords inspecting the corpse of the magic eagle. You flatter me, seniors. Without your timely arrival, I wouldn't have held out. Suyu responded politely, neither humble nor arrogant. Ha! Modesty. Your courage and skill don't match those of a mere first-tier newcomer, Yan Gang boomed, striding over to slap Suyu's shoulder with such force it sent him staggering. Especially that black stone, damn tough. Jin Li approached as well, his sharp gaze sweeping over Suyu. Your domain is unique. That method of creation. I've never heard of it before. Faced with the praise from the 3 lords, Suyu merely smiled. As he pondered how to respond, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Members of the cleanup crew, clad in specialized protective suits, emerged from the depths of the shopping mall ruins where the largest demon eagle leader had been slain. They carried several giant eggs, each nearly man-sized, covered in grayish-white patterns, faintly radiating heat and spiritual energy fluctuations. Report! Unhatched demon eggs discovered. 3 in total, a team member shouted loudly. This discovery instantly captured everyone's attention. Eggs? They came here to lay eggs? Zhang Meng's eyes widened. Laying eggs in a human city? Have these demonic creatures lost their minds? Meng Junlin pushed his glasses up, a look of confusion on his face. Wouldn't the wilderness outside the city be safer? Just then, a steady voice came from behind the group. Because their original nests are no longer accessible. Turning around, they saw a well-equipped military squad, dusty and weary from travel, had arrived at the scene unnoticed. The speaker was the leader, a middle-aged man in military uniform. His face bore a stern resolve, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, radiating the seasoned aura of a battle-hardened warrior. His shoulder insignia revealed the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Lord Fengxiao recognized the arrival and nodded. Lieutenant Colonel Li, you're here. What's the situation outside the city? Lieutenant Colonel Li's expression was grave. He first glanced at the 3 demon eagle eggs, then swept his gaze over Suyu and the other new recruits before speaking in a solemn tone. Just 3 hours ago, 3 new small demonic rifts opened simultaneously in the west, northwest, and southwest of Beihai City. Though not large in scale, the surging demonic forces have precisely overrun the territory of this region's former dominant species, the clawed demon eagles. Lieutenant Colonel Li paused, his voice growing heavier. They didn't come to the city willingly. They were driven from their homes by something far more dangerous. Outside the city walls, the danger now surpasses that within. These 3 demon eagles likely had no choice but to urgently spawn their offspring in this relatively familiar territory. This explanation silenced everyone. The initial confusion and absurdity gave way to a deeper sense of impending doom. Celestial demons did not invade mindlessly, they too could be driven out by greater forces. Human cities were places celestial demons actively avoided. Yet now, they had become the forced refuge of these demon eagles? Suyu narrowed his eyes, catching a crucial detail overlooked by the others. His voice grew solemn as he asked, majorly, could it be, the fierce tide is coming? The words fatal tide sent a chill through those who heard them. Several students who had been quietly discussing the demon eagle eggs fell instantly silent, staring at Suyu in stunned silence. Even Lords Yen Gang and Jinli, who were examining the demon eagle's corpse, paused in their movements and glanced sideways. Lu Qing's spine instinctively straightened, his fingers tightening slightly around the spear. Major Li was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this youth, after enduring such an intense battle and being physically and mentally exhausted, to so swiftly grasp the most critical information from his brief remarks. Remarkable intuition, Major Li observed, nodding solemnly at Suyu. His voice grew grave. Your deduction is correct. His words fell like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone present. Based on current reconnaissance and energy fluctuation projections, a small beast tide is indeed forming, heading straight for Beihua City. At its core lies the very group of heavenly demons that drove off those flame-clawed demon eagles, confirmed to include at least one 4th-tier individual. Preliminary estimates suggest this beast tide contains at least 100 heavenly demons. Over 100 heavenly demons, including 4th-tier beings. These keywords combined into a palpable chill that instantly swept over everyone present. The students were utterly dumbfounded, their minds going blank. The term fierce tide signified the highest alert level and deepest terror for every lord, indeed for every soul residing in the border cities. It signified countless heavenly demons, driven by some unified will, coalescing into a destructive torrent to launch a coordinated assault on human strongholds. In ordinary demonic breaches, the demons that appeared often fought independently, their types chaotic and their threat limited. But the fiendish tide was different. They were often composed of specific types or coordinated demons, sometimes even presenting the terrifying spectacle of lower-tier demons charging collectively under the command of higher-tier ones. Even when composed solely of first-tier demons, their impact and destructive power increased exponentially once they reached a certain scale. Even a minor fierce tide composed solely of first-tier demons requires at least 5 4th-tier or higher lords working together to stabilize the situation and minimize casualties. And this time, the creatures driven from their lair were 3rd-tier demonic eagles. That even 3rd-tier celestial demons were forced from their lair, venturing into human cities to spawn their young. Then, what force could possibly drive them from their original habitat? How terrifying must its power be? Any force capable of driving away a group of 3rd-tier heavenly demons must be at least 4th-tier in power and likely not just one entity. An attack launched by a swarm including 4th-tier heavenly demons already meets the definition of a fierce tide. A fierce tide involving 4th-tier heavenly demons would require at least an 8th-tier overlord personally commanding the situation to control it, right? Zhang Meng instinctively swallowed, his throat feeling dry. Lu Qing nodded beside him. A single demon might be handled by a same-tier lord, but once caught in a fierce tide, it takes at least a 4th-tier lord higher than the highest-tier beast within the tide to minimize the devastation it brings. The other students swallowed hard. An 8th-tier lord. That was a strategic-level existence, typically stationed to guard a region and rarely deployed. When an 8th-tier lord was required to intervene, it was practically a declaration that a catastrophe had struck. This realization instantly doused the faint sense of accomplishment and excitement felt by the watching first middle school students, who had just endured a brutal battle and saved 100 lives, with a bucket of ice-cold water named Fierce Tide. Even Lu Qing, usually cool and composed, found her breathing slightly quickening. Over 100, starting at tier 4, muttered a first-year male lord from Huaqing who hadn't seen much action during the battle, his face ashen and his legs trembling. They had already exhausted themselves fighting just 3 third-tier demon eagles. Had it not been for the timely arrival of mid-tier lords and Suyu's astonishing performance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hundreds? What did that even mean? It would be a devastating onslaught. Suyu couldn't help but speak up. Things are getting tricky. Chapter 69, The Lord's Retainers, Sharp Spears. It's more than just tricky, my friend. The gap between us is simply too vast. Zhang Meng's face twisted with bitterness. Although Suyu had achieved an astonishing kill record in the newborn Heavenly Demon trial, those were all first-tier Heavenly Demons, and it was within the relatively controlled environment of the trial. 4th-tier Heavenly Demons? That was an entirely different tier of existence. Their strength, speed, defense, and potential special abilities were overwhelming for the current students, utterly impossible to confront head-on. Despair and helplessness crept over them like cold vines, silently wrapping around each heart. Lieutenant Colonel Li observed the students' reactions. He understood their fear, but when his gaze returned to Suyu, he paused in surprise. He saw not a trace of fear on Suyu's face, only a thoughtful expression, lost in thought. Unreadable, unfathomable. Major Lee saw no point in pressing further. He stood with feet together, posture rigid, delivering his final words. Suyu, your actions just now have significantly prevented the city from descending into greater chaos due to these 3 demon eagles. As one of the commanders of the Beihai City Defense Forces, I offer my sincere gratitude on behalf of the military and on behalf of the citizens you saved and their families. Major Lee finished speaking, his expression solemn, his back straight as a board. He raised his right hand, fingers pressed together, and touched his temple in a crisp, military salute directed at Suyu. The gesture was crisp and decisive, carrying the distinctive rigidity and solemnity of a military officer. A seasoned commander bearing the rank of lieutenant colonel saluted a first-year student clad in school uniform, his face still dusted with soot. The scene was profoundly impactful. The surrounding media reporters, who had been constantly seeking opportunities to capture newsworthy moments, now swarmed like sharks sensing blood. The shutter clicks from their cameras erupted into a deafening chorus, so dense it seemed they might ignite. Flashing magnesium lights enveloped Suyu and Lieutenant Colonel Lee, capturing this extraordinary moment. Lieutenant Colonel Lee paid no heed to the blinding flashes. He held the salute for a moment before slowly lowering his arm. His gaze lingered on Suyu's face for a second before he nodded. Without further pleasantries, he turned sharply and strode purposefully with his weary squad toward the bustling cleanup site. Their figures soon vanished amid the rubble and crowd. The weight on Major Lee's shoulders was heavy. The threat outside the city loomed large, and the cleanup here needed to be completed as quickly as possible. A brief silence fell over the scene, broken only by the faint clicks of cameras and the distant clamor of rescue efforts. Suyu withdrew his gaze and slowly turned to face his classmates Lu Qing, Zhang Meng, Meng Junlin, and several other new lords from watching. This matter won't end here. The is coming. This is no longer conjecture but an imminent reality. This matter will ultimately involve us. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing showed no surprise. Meeting Suyu's gaze, she nodded calmly. Zhang Meng gave a heavy grunt, his fist clenching involuntarily. Looks like we're in for a big one. The other students exchanged glances, seeing tension and gravity in each other's eyes, but eventually, they all nodded in turn. They were all lords. From the moment they awoke their domains and became lords, they understood exactly what that entailed. Alongside the privileges of resource allocation and revered status came the corresponding responsibilities. Protecting the city and fighting against the heavenly demons were duties ingrained in every lord's very bones, obligations written into law. On the other hand, for lords, combat was dangerous, yet it was also the fastest and most effective way to enhance their strength. Nothing stirs latent potential, hones one's domain, or refines spiritual power like fighting on the brink of life and death. Great risks often brought great opportunities. Zhang Meng, an impatient soul, abruptly stepped forward, closing in on Suyu. Suyu, if such a crucial event, a demonic surge, is truly imminent, then I want to become your vassal as soon as possible. I want to master your cube ability as soon as possible. Only then can I push my defensive structures to their absolute limit. That obsidian cube of yours is just too god tier. Zhang Meng openly stated his reason for wanting to become Suyu's follower. It's so hard. And it builds so fast. If we could construct defenses with that material, it would definitely hold off a massive wave of heavenly fiends. His mind was now consumed by the indestructible obsidian fortress he'd just witnessed. Having seen its formidable defensive power firsthand and learned of the impending Xiongqiu invasion, his desire had become overwhelmingly urgent. Suyu looked at the eager Zhang Meng. This time, without hesitation or evasion, she nodded and responded simply. All right. Zhang Meng, fearing Suyu might change his mind, pressed urgently, then now. Add me to your vassal list right now. Suyu chuckled wryly and complied. All right, that's settled. Everyone, let's head back to the academy. Zhang Meng, you come with me. I'll take you into the block realm to familiarize yourself with it. Got it. As Suyu turned around, a slender yet firm hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his arm. Suyu halted and turned his head, a hint of confusion in his gaze. The person holding him was Lu Qing. Her expression remained cool and distant, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness. Before everyone present, she spoke. Suyu, I want to become your consort too. The moment those words left her lips, everyone present including Suyu himself stared at Lu Qing in utter astonishment. Who was Lu Qing? She was the undisputed prodigy among this year's freshmen. Had Suyu not existed, Lu Qing would have been the most dazzling star, radiating her own unshakable pride. Yet here she was, voluntarily offering to become another's consort? This revelation struck them even harder than the news of the. Suyu stared at Lu Qing, astonishment written all over her face. Are you serious? We did discuss working together, but I never imagined this kind of collaboration. How could a prodigy like Lu Qing willingly become his subordinate, subject to his control? Lu Qing met Suyu's gaze directly, her eyes holding steady without flinching. Instead of answering his question, she countered with her own. Suyu, can your domain still produce equipment like the dragon bone longbow, or the black dragon wings you used earlier? Suyu fell silent for a moment. Lu Qing's intent was clear, she was proposing a deal. She offered her loyalty and combat prowess in exchange for powerful spirit treasures far surpassing current standards, produced by Suyu's domain. The dragon bone longbow was a heaven-grade spirit treasure. While the exact grade of the dragon wings remained unknown, their ability to grant flight made them undoubtedly invaluable. Suyu's silence caused Lu Qing's eyes to light up instantly. No verbal response was needed from Suyu. His hesitation and contemplation were answer enough. Lu Qing almost instantly confirmed that Suyu's domain truly possessed the capacity to produce equipment of equal caliber, or at least comparable potency. This realization solidified her final resolve. She spoke up. If you agree to forge a spear-type spirit treasure for me in the future, one that rivals the dragon bone longbow in power, I, Lu Qing, pledge to become your subordinate, your loyal follower. I will be your sharpest spear, striking wherever you command. Chapter 70, Life's Exemption, Gathering Followers? Suyu gazed at the girl before him, her eyes burning with fervor and unwavering resolve. But this silence was brief. As a combatant, Lu Qing's fighting prowess was undeniable. Her joining would undoubtedly be a significant boost to Suyu. Come with me back to the dorm later. I'll take all of you to see the cube domain. My domain is different from others. You'll need a one-day trial period first. Only after that trial can I decide if you're suitable to join my domain. No problem. All right. Within mere minutes, Suyu had consecutively recruited 2 lords as her vassals. One of them was none other than Lu Qing, the rising star among the freshmen. This turn of events left the remaining 7 classmates utterly dumbfounded, their minds nearly frozen in disbelief. Zhang Meng's joining could still be understood as his obsession with creation, wanting to learn that mysterious cube ability. But Lu Qing's decision proved beyond doubt the immense allure of the resources and potential Suyu commanded. If even Lu Qing was willing to trade his freedom for a powerful spirit treasure that promised future greatness, what about them? With the impending perilous tide, wouldn't their chances of survival increase if they could align themselves with a powerful overlord, gaining better resources and protection? Would their power grow faster? A thought began to take root in their minds. Shouldn't they too? Lips parted, as if someone was about to speak. But at that very moment, Suyu suddenly raised her hand, making a stop gesture. Her gaze swept over the classmates whose eyes flickered with hesitation, and she answered clearly. Enough. The matter of familiars ends here. Everyone, please return to your quarters and rest. Suyu's mind was clear. More followers weren't necessarily better. They required management, resource allocation, and the building of trust and rapport. Taking in too many at once could backfire. Moreover, today's events had already caused enough of a stir. Accepting 2 lords like Zhang Meng and Lu Qing once word spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire academy, perhaps even the entire city. It was already drawing enough attention, bringing him both benefits and trouble. The students who had just mustered the courage to speak up were silenced by Suyu's words. The atmosphere grew subtly tense and quiet. Suyu said no more, merely nodding to Zhang Meng and Lu Qing. Let's head back to school first. With that, he turned and led the way toward the temporary bus stop outside the campus. Lu Qing and Zhang Meng exchanged a glance, then without hesitation, followed suit. The remaining 7 classmates stood rooted to the spot, watching them depart with mixed emotions, speechless for a long while. Only a faint murmur escaped someone's lips. Things are about to get lively around here. The bus transporting Suyu and the others slowly entered the campus of Huaqing First High School, finally coming to a stop at the designated drop-off point. The doors opened, and the group led by Suyu stepped off one by one. The scene before them caused them to pause in surprise. The area around the drop-off point was packed with people. Students, teachers, and even some school staff. The numbers far exceeded expectations, forming a sea of people. They had clearly been waiting there for some time. The moment Suyu's figure appeared at the door, the crowd erupted into commotion. They're back! They're back! It's Suyu! Dragon Wing Suyu! Excited shouts and murmurs surged like a tidal wave. Countless eyes instantly focused on Suyu, their gazes a tangled web of fervor, adoration, curiosity, and disbelief. Suyu had transformed from a campus celebrity into a true star, even a hero. The scenes of him single-handedly battling a third-tier demon eagle, soaring through the sky with his dragon wings, and extinguishing the fire with water broadcast live nationwide were now deeply etched into countless minds. The crowd immediately swarmed around them, surrounding Suyu and his companions. A cacophony of voices nearly drowned them out. Senior Suyu! You're incredible! Are those wings real? Senior! How did you manage it? Holding off 3 third-tier celestial demons all by yourself. Need a familiar? Pick me. I can do anything. A feverish atmosphere spread through the crowd. Many scrambled to express their desire to become Suyu's follower. Amidst the chaotic clamor, 3 figures pushed through the crowd with particular determination, striving to reach Suyu, Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao. Suyu! Fangya called out to him, who seemed a bit overwhelmed by the crowd. Suyu! I'm here to apologize. Suyu looked at her and instantly understood what she was referring to. It's about that incident with Li Shijun from the archery club, right? That wasn't your fault. You don't need to apologize, and besides, it's already been resolved. It's not just that. The three of us have something more important to discuss with you. Fanya exchanged a glance with the other two before solemnly pulling a document from her bag and handing it to Suyu. The title was clear and bold: Life Liability Waiver Agreement. Suyu, we are willing to sign this life liability waiver with you. The words life liability waiver instantly quieted the surrounding chatter. Those who understood the weight of such an agreement sucked in a sharp breath. A life liability waiver was a legal document typically required only for executing certain extremely dangerous, life-threatening missions. Once signed, the parties mentioned in the agreement would bear no legal responsibility for any accidents occurring during the mission, regardless of whether the individuals lived or died. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The most crucial aspect was that upon signing this agreement, a specific institution would typically intervene, imposing a binding mental contract known as the Spirit Oath upon the Lord and his retainers. The Spirit Oath is a mysterious force of law jointly constructed and maintained by powerful lords within the Life Elementalist faction who specialize in mental and contractual abilities. Once imbued, the Spirit Oath cannot be broken. The three most fundamental and core provisions are as follows. First, under no circumstances may any information concerning the Lord's domain be disclosed in any form. Second, the Lord must never be harmed in any way. Third, the Lord and his vassals must never harm one another. Beyond these three ironclad rules, the Lord and vassal may negotiate additional spiritual oath clauses based on specific circumstances. But what exactly is added is entirely up to the two parties. Should any of these spiritual vows be violated, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the consequences are utterly dreadful. The soul would instantly disintegrate, the spirit would collapse, and death would come violently and without any possibility of salvation. This constituted an extremely severe, yet profoundly effective, means of ensuring secrecy and enforcing discipline. Hearing the word Spirit Oath come from Fangya's mouth, Suyu grew serious. You're doing this for that longbow, aren't you? All three nodded solemnly, their eyes burning with an unusual intensity. I knew it, Suyu sighed, shaking his head. The apology might have been a pretext, but their true objective lay in the formidable dragonbone longbow in his possession. Chapter 71, Shocking Revelations, Earth-Shattering News. After making national headlines, footage of him shooting the third-tier demon eagle with the dragonbone bow was played on repeat. Though it didn't deliver a fatal blow, any discerning viewer could see that the bone arrow had inflicted significant damage and effectively restrained the thick-skinned, tough-as-nails demon eagle. Otherwise, with only a first-tier cultivation base, it would have been utterly impossible to single-handedly delay three third-tier demon eagles for so long. The bow's formidable power had been laid bare for all to see in the most direct manner. Especially Fangya and the other two who understood archery, they understood just how formidable that bow truly was. Suyu fell silent for a moment. The surrounding crowd held their breath, watching him intently, waiting for his response. The atmosphere grew thick and tense. Half a minute later, Suyu slowly nodded. Looking at Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao, he spoke, "All right, I accept. We can sign this life liability waiver. As for the specific terms and the infusion of the Spirit Oath, we'll schedule another time to discuss the details thoroughly before proceeding." As the words fell, immense relief and excitement erupted across Fangya and the others' faces, a heavy weight finally lifted from their hearts. The infusion of the Spirit Oath was no trivial matter. It wasn't something that could be executed immediately after both parties agreed on the terms. Involving the deepest levels of mind control and life assurance, the process was extremely rigorous and complex. It required at least 5 commissioners dispatched by the officially designated Spirit Oath Execution Committee to oversee the proceedings on site. Only after layer upon layer of verification confirming the agreement's contents, both parties' intentions, and their mental states could the formal infusion ceremony commence. Originally, Suyu planned to immediately bring his newly acquired followers, Zhang Meng and Lu Qing, into his domain to assess the situation, familiarize themselves with their privileges, and swiftly discuss strategies to counter the. However, the sudden emergence of Fangya and her 2 companions, coupled with matters involving life exemption agreements and spirit oaths of such gravity, Suyu promptly changed his mind, deciding to prioritize handling the life liability waiver signing with Fangya and her companions. Simultaneously, he turned to look at Lu Qing and Zhang Meng beside him. Lu Qing, Zhang Meng, if you wish to enter my domain, you must sign this life waiver together and subsequently bind it with a spirit oath. All eyes abruptly shifted from Fangya's group to Lu Qing and Zhang Meng, who had stood quietly beside Suyu the entire time. What did he just say? He wanted Lu Qing and Zhang Meng to sign a life waiver? And infuse it with a spirit oath? Lu Qing, one of Hua Qing First High's acknowledged prodigies, came from a family of scholars and possessed formidable strength. Though low-key, everyone knew she had the potential to become a powerful domain lord. Zhang Meng, equally outstanding in their grade, possessed a fierce temperament and solid cultivation. He was destined to become a major figure in the future. Both of them, like Suyu, were lords who had carved out their own domains and recruited followers. Especially since they had just returned from peril alongside Suyu. To everyone else, they seemed more like comrades in arms and companions who had fought side by side. But now, the implication in Suyu's words was that he intended to recruit them both as followers too? Vassals? A junior high student gaped, nearly convinced he'd misheard. Senior Suyu said he wants Senior Lu and Senior Zhang to sign that too? No way. Did I hear that wrong? How could Lu Qing and Zhang Meng possibly do something like that? They're going to become Suyu's vassals too? You've got to be kidding. Aren't they lords themselves? Holy crap, this is the bombshell news of the year. Whispers of shock, confusion, and disbelief spread like a tidal wave. While Fang Ye and the others' request had been within the realm of understanding, the possibility of Lu Qing and Zhang Meng becoming Suyu's followers completely shattered their perceptions. This wasn't mere allegiance, it meant Lu Qing and Zhang Meng would abandon their own limitless futures for independent growth, staking everything on Suyu alone. For individuals of their caliber and talent, this sacrifice and choice were almost unimaginable. Even Fang Ye, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao, who had been immersed in ecstatic joy, froze in shock. They stared blankly at Lu Qing and Zhang Meng, then shifted their gaze to Suyu, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. The smiles on several teachers' faces at the back of the crowd froze, their eyes exchanging stunned glances. They understood better than the students what this meant. Once word spread, it would likely send shockwaves through the entire domain lord circle. Faced with this earth-shattering revelation capable of shaking the entire campus and beyond, the reactions of the two individuals involved were surprisingly subdued. Lu Qing merely lifted his chin slightly, his expression showing no sign of reluctance or coercion. Meeting Suyu's gaze, he nodded decisively, sure. No problem. Zhang Meng scratched his stubble-covered head, flashing a wild grin as he boomed, hey, what's the big deal? Sign it. Of course I'll sign. Wherever you go, boss, old Zhang's right behind you. Not a shred of hesitation. Not a hint of reluctance. They were genuinely willing. And it seemed they'd already reached a consensus. Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. If moments ago there had been whispers and doubts, now it was utter uproar and commotion. They agreed. They really agreed. Senior Lu Qing actually agreed? Zhang Meng called Suyu boss. My worldview just shattered into pieces. This world has gone mad. Two lords willingly offering to become Suyu's followers? Just how powerful is Suyu now? No, what makes his domain so special? All eyes refocused on Suyu once more. This time, the emotions within them were no longer mere admiration and curiosity. Instead, they were a mix of profound awe, intense scrutiny, and indescribable shock. They had thought they'd witnessed Suyu's peak, only to realize now with both terror and excitement that what they'd seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. For figures like Lu Qing and Zhang Meng to willingly submit, abandoning their own paths to lordship Suyu's domain must be far more extraordinary than they could ever have imagined. A breeze swept across the crowd of faces, each wearing an expression of utter disbelief. This revelation was too big. Big enough to shake the entire school and the outside world's assessment of Suyu. Seeing Lu Qing and Zhang Meng respond without hesitation, Suyu wasted no words. Very well. Since that's the case, there's no time to waste. We'll proceed to the Oath Enforcement Committee immediately. Fang Ye, you're coming too. The three newly accepted archers, along with the two lords who were about to sign life liability waivers and had stunned the entire crowd, walked out of the school under Suyu's lead, under the gaze of countless nearly dazed eyes. What remained was a campus utterly ablaze with discussion, the chatter nearly reaching the heavens. And a far more shocking rumor, poised to spread even faster across all corners. Chapter 72, Spirit Oath Enforcement, Encountering Wild Dogs. Half an hour later, Suyu and his group arrived before a solemn and imposing structure in the central administrative district of Northwei City. The structure was entirely built of grayish-white stone, its style ancient and weighty. A badge hung above the entrance. A closed eye, encircled by thorn-like chain patterns. This was the Beihai branch of the Spirit Oath Enforcement Committee. In stark contrast to the bustling traffic and vibrant activity surrounding it, the area felt eerily quiet and still, even carrying a subtle, oppressive weight that made one instinctively hold their breath. This is the place, Fang Ye stated, seemingly the most familiar with the location among them. I came here once before with my elders to handle some family affairs related to Spirit Oath procedures. The others were first-timers. Listening to Fang Ye's words, they followed her as she pushed open the door. Beyond the door lay a spacious yet dimly lit hall, the air carrying a faint scent similar to sandalwood, yet sharper and colder. The hall stood empty, save for a front desk-like station at the far end, where a staff member in a gray uniform sat expressionless. You'll need to fill out a form and submit an application first. Only then will the committee notify the oversight commissioners to come over, Fang Ye explained to Suyu and the others. Surveying the nearly deserted lobby, Suyu inquired, no need for an appointment? He had assumed such a specialized agency would involve cumbersome procedures and long queues. Fang Ye shook her head, her voice lowering slightly. No appointment needed. A spirit oath isn't something to be taken lightly, the cost and constraints are immense. Unless it's an extreme situation or involves major stakes, few would willingly sign one. She gestured toward the empty hall. That's why this place is usually deserted. These oversight committee members are typically occupied with other duties or cultivating within their domains. Only when we submit an application and the front desk issues a notification do they gather here from all corners. Perfect timing, Fang Ye added. We can fill out the paperwork while waiting for them to arrive. It usually doesn't take long. The committee prioritizes spirit oath matters highly. With that, Fangya stepped forward and whispered a few words to the expressionless clerk at the front desk. The clerk lifted an eyelid, casting a cold glance at Suyu and the others before retrieving several thick, hardcover forms from beneath the counter and handing them to Fangya. Fangya returned carrying the forms and distributed them to each person. Here you go. This is the spiritual oath injection application and life liability waiver agreement filing form. Fill it out carefully, no mistakes or omissions allowed. Fangya handed the forms to Suyu and the others. The forms were complex, covering detailed personal information for both parties, domain types, voluntary declarations, specific terms of the spirit oath, scope of liability waivers, and more. The group took the forms, found wooden benches scattered throughout the hall, sat down, pulled out pens, and began filling them out with focused concentration. For a moment, the hall fell silent except for the soft scratching of pens on paper and the occasional low murmur of inquiry. Su filled it out quickly, deliberately obscuring key details about his domain while clearly listing 3 fundamental spiritual oath clauses without adding anything extra. Lu Qing filled hers out meticulously, her handwriting clear and precise. Zhang Meng, however, seemed to be scratching his head in frustration, muttering under his breath, "This is more complicated than building a composite structure." After about 20 minutes, they finished filling out their forms one by one. They cross-checked each other's basic information for errors before standing up to return the forms together to the front desk clerk. Just then, several young male voices carrying distinct tones of sarcasm and mockery suddenly rang out nearby. The voices weren't loud, but they rang out jarringly in the quiet hall. The leader, a young man in fancy clothes, stood with his arms crossed and his chin slightly raised, sweeping Lu Qing with an extremely contemptuous gaze. "Lu Qing, we heard you were becoming someone's consort, so we came to see. Who knew you'd actually be here?" A sidekick behind him chimed in with a sharp, sarcastic tone. "The proud battle spear of our Lu family, the high-minded young miss whose ambitions reach the heavens, has she now sunk so low as to eagerly seek to become someone else's consort?" Another henchman sneered in agreement. "If word of this reaches the family elders, you'll bring utter shame upon them. You'll disgrace the entire Lu family." The leader of the group listened with satisfaction to his companion's support, his face growing even more scornful. Fixing his gaze on Lu Qing, his tone turned icy and harsh, adopting a condescending, commanding edge. "I advise you to abandon these shameful notions immediately and return to the academy to cultivate. If you dare sign that spirit oath and become someone else's lackey, expect to be expelled from the Lu family tomorrow. Our clan will never tolerate such a self-destructive wretch." The vicious, direct insults poured over him like a bucket of icy sewage. Faced with such abuse, Suyu could almost foresee how Lu Qing would erupt. That spear might instantly point toward the insolent speaker. Yet to his surprise, Lu Qing made no move. His body tensed slightly, the line of his jaw clenched tightly as he fought to suppress his rage. "She's actually staying silent?" Suyu's brows instantly furrowed. He knew Lu Qing's temperament well, if not fiery. She certainly wasn't the type to remain unmoved after being insulted like this. At that moment, Zhang Meng leaned close to Suyu, his voice low and rapid as he explained. "That ringleader is Lu Ming. He's from a collateral branch of the Lu family and a staunch supporter of Lu Qing's older brother's faction." Suyu instantly understood. Earlier, Lu Qing had briefly mentioned to him that her relationship with her brother, hailed as the next generation's leader of the Lu family, was extremely strained. Lu Qing had always harbored a fierce determination to surpass her brother and prove herself. But Suyu hadn't imagined the sibling conflict had deteriorated to such a degree that even her brother's supporters would publicly humiliate her with such vicious words. Suyu looked at the 3 young men standing arrogantly in front of her, then shifted her gaze to Lu Qing, who stood silent yet radiating an icy chill. Suddenly, she let out a soft laugh. The sound of her laughter fell jarring in the oppressive hall, drawing everyone's gaze toward her. Suyu, however, paid no heed to the stares. Turning her head, she addressed Zhang Meng in a voice neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for the 3 men across from them to hear clearly. Her brother, Lu Qing, is quite capable indeed. His pet is everywhere, showing great loyalty in protecting its master. The remark instantly darkened the expressions of Lu Ming and his companions. Suyu seemed oblivious, adding slowly. "But then again, not keeping them on a leash is just too much. Letting them run loose and bite people, disturbing others, it's not good. It's also easy to get yourself into trouble. Don't you agree?" Zhang Meng gaped at Suyu, then glanced at the trio, his amusement impossible to hide. The others listening to Suyu also struggled to suppress their laughter. Lu Qing, however, stared blankly at him, utterly surprised that Suyu would speak up for her. Chapter 73, Indirect Insults and Filthy Language. This veiled criticism, delivered with such biting sarcasm, instantly drew the trio's attention to Suyu. The 2 standing behind him instantly twisted their faces in fury, glaring fixedly at Suyu. They clearly recognized him and had seen the recent news that had rocked the nation. Lu Ming's gaze darted back and forth between Suyu and Lu Qing, as if he'd discovered some amusing toy. Finally, the 2 behind Lu Ming spoke up. "Some guy who awakened to a messy, unheard of square domain thinks he's hot stuff now? Do you really think with your laughable abilities and a bunch of second-rate trash, you can accomplish anything? That you can meddle in the Lu family's affairs? Each sentence dripped with contempt. Liu Qing, who had been suppressing his rage, immediately stepped forward when he heard the insults directed entirely at Su Yu. He stood between Su Yu and Liu Ming. Lu Ming, don't take your dirty anger out on innocent bystanders. Lu Qing's intervention did nothing to rein in Lu Ming and his two companions. Instead, it only emboldened them further. One of them, the shrill-voiced lackey, let out an exaggerated snort of derision. He cast a lecherous, vulgar gaze between Su Yu and Lu Qing, then addressed Su Yu in a sarcastic, mocking tone. Oh? Playing the hero already? Nice move, kid. Pretty clever tactics. Could it be you've truly taken a fancy to our Miss Lu? Playing the hero to rescue the damsel in distress, hoping to get close to her and climb the Lu family's high branch for your own gain? Another henchman chimed in immediately with the same sickening tone, his words even more repulsive. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who'd have thought? After all this time, our Miss Lu's airs have vanished and her taste and preferences have become so unique? Or could it be she's become so desperate, so promiscuous, that even some nobody with a tiny bit of fame catches her eye? Ha! The words promiscuous were spat out like the filthiest mud, splattered viciously. Even though the words weren't directed at her, Fang Ye's face turned an ugly shade of crimson beside them. She was so furious her cheeks burned and her body trembled slightly. Zhang Meng's forehead bulged with veins as his fists clenched until they cracked. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao, who had come with them, looked even more grim. Their classmate, their comrade in arms, publicly insulted with such vile language. Who could possibly tolerate that? Zhao Lei nearly lunged forward in a rage, but Wu Hao grabbed his arm just in time. Just before the moment of impulse, he and Fang Ye clearly recognized the origins of the three individuals before them. Not only were they collateral branches of the Lu family, but they were also prominent figures among the first-year students at Beihai's other top high school, Beichen High School, true standouts. Lu Ming stood out as the most exceptional among them, rumored to have already reached the mid-stage of the first rank in strength. Though they attended different schools, the opponent's strength and background were undeniable. They were no pushovers to be trifled with. If a fight broke out here, it was anyone's guess who would come out on top. This frustrating sense of being caught between a rock and a hard place only fueled Zhang Meng and the others' rage further. Yet, they could only suppress it deep within their chests, their faces turning ashen and their breathing heavy. After spewing venomous insults, Lu Ming and his two companions watched Lu Qing and the others, their faces twisted with suppressed rage yet unable to act immediately. A look of smug satisfaction spread across their faces. They burst into arrogant laughter as if celebrating a great victory. Lu Ming sneered contemptuously at the group and declared, "Humph, today is just the beginning. We'll meet again. Next time, you'd better keep your heads shoved up your asses and stay quiet, just like you did this time." With that, Lu Ming turned away smugly, preparing to leave with his two henchmen. The other two snickered and turned to follow. The instant they turned their backs on Su Yu, their guard lowered completely. A sudden change occurred. Su Yu, who had stood silently as if stunned by the insults, moved without warning. Without using any spiritual energy, it was a pure burst of physical strength and speed. His form shot forward like an arrow released from its string, his right leg lashing out with devastating precision almost simultaneously. Two dull, solid thuds of flesh colliding echoed almost simultaneously. The two henchmen who had just hurled the most vicious insults had no time to react. They felt as though their backs had been struck by a heavy iron hammer. An irresistible force surged through them. Both men let out muffled groans of pain as their bodies lost all balance, hurtling forward like punching bags kicked into flight. They landed with a solid thud, face first into the cold, hard ground. Their chin slammed down with a sound that made your teeth ache. This sudden turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming heard the commotion behind him. Before he could turn around, his two henchmen slid forward from behind in a faceplant position, sprawled on the ground in an utterly wretched posture, moaning in agony. "Su Yu! You bastard, you dare to attack?" The two henchmen struggled to their feet, their jaws and chests burning with pain. That single kick had knocked their teeth loose, leaving their mouths filled with blood. Without hesitation, the three unleashed their spiritual energy in an instant, surging forward with fierce killing intent as they lunged at Su Yu in a vicious counterattack. Seeing this, Lu Qing, Zhang Meng, and the others paled, immediately preparing to intervene. The three opponents were formidable, and now, fueled by rage, they attacked without mercy. "Stay back." Su Yu, standing at the forefront, spoke with an unnerving calmness. While seemingly dodging a furious punch from Lu Ming with a dangerous evasion, he addressed his allies who were about to charge forward, "Stay where you are. Watch closely." Not the slightest hint of panic showed in Su Yu as he calmly dodged the trio's attacks, even finding time to continue speaking. "If I can't even defend my own kin when they're called whores to my face, then I'm worthless. Then you lot can forget about following such a useless lord." The word struck Lu Qing's heart like a sledgehammer, instantly halting Zhang Meng and the others in their tracks. They understood Su Yu's meaning. This wasn't a simple altercation, it was the lord establishing his authority, standing up for his humiliated retainers. Lu Qing stared at the solitary figure standing tall against the three of them, biting her lip as an indescribable mix of emotions churned within her. Fangya and the others watching from the sidelines felt their hearts leap into their throats. Fangya, particularly tense, turned to Zhang Meng and asked, "Shouldn't we really go help? 3 against 1, and he can't use those strange weapons. That's a huge disadvantage." Zhao Lei and Wu Hao nodded in agreement, their faces etched with concern. Zhao Lei explained, "These 3 work together seamlessly. Their attacks are methodical punches, palms, kicks, each carrying different elemental energies. They assault Suyu from multiple angles, cutting off his escape routes." Wu Hao chimed in, "1-on-1 or even 1-on-2, he might stand a chance. But 3 against 1, no way. I can't just stand by and watch Suyu get beaten like this." The 2 men nearly stepped forward, but Zhang Meng suddenly reached out and stopped them. "Just watch. Don't cause trouble." Fangya and the others hadn't noticed, but Zhang Meng had. Amidst the seemingly relentless barrage, Suyu's evasive maneuvers remained effortlessly precise. Chapter 74, The Ultimate Ace? Is that it? Suyu's footwork was eerily agile and unpredictable, always evading lethal strikes by the narrowest of margins at the last possible moment. Not only did the opponent's strikes fail to graze his clothes, but in the ensuing exchanges, Suyu seized openings to deliver rapid-fire kicks. Though not heavy, they dealt a crushing blow to the enemy's pride, leaving them utterly humiliated. Lu Ming and his 2 companions grew increasingly alarmed and frustrated with each passing moment. The 3 of them, fighting together, couldn't even take down a mere first-tier kid, and instead kept getting the short end of the stick. The indifferent staff members around them now seemed to be watching intently. This filled them with unbearable humiliation and fury. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with fierce determination and resolve. "This can't go on. We must eliminate this despicable brat immediately." Lu Ming abruptly stepped back, his hands rapidly forming seals. The other 2 immediately understood, simultaneously channeling their spiritual energy. An eerie, unsettling pale purple mist began to swirl around them. Upon recognizing the familiar opening hand seals and the eerie purple mist, Lu Qing's expression abruptly changed. She urgently shouted toward Suyu, "Suyu, be careful. They're using poison." Yet her warning came too late. Or rather, the deadly move Lu Ming and his 2 companions had been plotting for so long was unleashed with blinding speed. The pale purple poisonous mist spread as if possessed by life itself. It didn't drift aimlessly but transformed into several eerie venomous snakes, guided by an unseen force. They coiled toward Suyu like lightning, who seemed to have paused slightly after her rapid movement. "Ha ha ha ha. Lu Qing, your warning comes far too late now." A savage, triumphant grin spread across Lu Ming's face. The other 2 grinned savagely, already envisioning Suyu poisoned, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. "You've got some skill, kid, forcing us to use this move. Too bad it ends here." Under the horrified stares of everyone present, the purple-black poisonous mist struck Suyu with pinpoint accuracy, instantly enveloping him. Suyu's body stiffened abruptly, frozen in place. Then, he began to sway unsteadily, as if drunk, struggling to remain upright. He seemed on the verge of collapsing. Seeing Suyu stricken by the erosion toxin, his body swaying unsteadily, struggling even to stand, Lu Ming and his 2 companions burst into a triumphant, arrogant laugh. Lu Ming crossed his arms, chin lifted high, gazing down at the seemingly weakened Suyu with the air of a victor. "Well, Suyu, this poison tastes awful, doesn't it? Now kneel down, kowtow to us 3 times, and admit your mistake properly. Maybe if we're in a good mood, we'll show mercy and give you the antidote." One of the henchmen beside him immediately added with a vicious grin, "Don't try to tough it out. This poison won't kill you right away, but it'll easily drain your spiritual power, leave you weak and numb all over, and make you suffer in bed for months or even years." Another henchman threatened with a sinister sneer, "Leaving you with lasting damage that hinders your future cultivation path? That's entirely possible too." At these words, Lu Qing's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Without a moment's hesitation, she took a step forward. This whole affair had started because of her. Suyu had suffered this undeserved calamity solely to protect her. She couldn't stand by and watch Suyu's future be ruined because of her. "I apologize. I'll get the antidote." Yet as Lu Qing took her first step, Zhang Meng and Fangya simultaneously reached out, one on each side, blocking her path. Lu Qing struggled desperately to break free. "Let me through. They just want to humiliate me, don't they? I'll take the blame for Suyu. This has nothing to do with him. If something happens to him because he stood up for me, I'll never forgive myself for the rest of my life." Zhang Meng, Fangya, and the others were sweating nervously too. The poison the other side used was insidious, and the consequences sounded extremely severe. But compared to Lu Qing, who was panicking and blaming herself, they still retained a sliver of clarity. They had noticed Suyu's gaze and expression. From the moment he began staggering from the poison, not a trace of panic or fear had ever crossed Suyu's face. His gaze was even calmer than before, so calm it felt eerie. It bore no resemblance to the gaze of someone struck by a deadly poison, about to be at the mercy of others. Instead, it held a near indifferent scrutiny. He even cast a calm glance at Zhang Meng and the others, as if to say, "I'm fine. Stop Lu Qing from coming up." Just as Lu Ming and his two companions laughed triumphantly, Lu Qing grew frantic and Zhang Meng and the others watched nervously. Su Yu, who had been swaying unsteadily as if about to collapse at any moment, suddenly spoke. One question: is this poison your greatest trump card? The question came abruptly and eerily. Lu Ming and his two companions froze, then erupted into even more mocking laughter. Still talking tough when death is upon you? A spent force. Still putting on airs. Whether it's our trump card or not, you'll find out soon enough. We guarantee it'll be an unforgettable thrill. Their mocking laughter abruptly ceased in the next instant, as if severed by an invisible hand. With a casual flick of Su Yu's wrist, a seemingly ordinary iron bucket materialized in his hand, brimming with milk. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Su Yu raised the bucket and tilted his head back. Gulp, 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 gulp. He quickly drained the entire bucket. Su Yu sighed contentedly, even letting out a loud, satisfying burp. The frail, shaky appearance from moments ago vanished without a trace. Glancing at Lu Ming and the other two, whose expressions had frozen in utter bewilderment, Su Yu pursed his lips, clenched and unclenched his fists, and sighed with disappointment. Your poison is so boring. It was so easy to counteract, no challenge at all. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Lu Qing forgot to struggle, Zhang Meng forgot to feel tense, and Fang Ye and the others forgot to breathe. Even the expressionless staff member behind the front desk seemed to lift an eyelid slightly. Lu Ming and the others stared wide-eyed, their pupils trembling wildly with utter shock. Watching Su Yu instantly return to normal and continue critiquing the scene, their minds went blank. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. Lu Ming cried out, his voice sharp and distorted. How could our poison just vanish like that? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. After the initial shock and disbelief came utter rage and refusal to accept the reality. This was their ultimate trump card. If the poison proved ineffective, it would negate their very reason for existing. Again. Increase the dosage. Use that one. Lu Ming screamed frantically at his two henchmen. Their eyes blazed with fury as they channeled their spiritual energy once more. An even denser cloud of poisonous mist, tinged with a hint of black aura, surged toward Su Yu. This time, the poison was darker in color, its stench even more nauseating. Yet Su Yu calmly produced another bucket of milk. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He finished it, looking perfectly fine. Any more? Is that all? Su Yu asked again. Lu Ming and the others were nearly driven mad. Chapter 75, Afraid to cause trouble? Just mediocre talent? They desperately channeled their spiritual energy, recklessly unleashing a secret technique that risked backfiring on them. A pitch-black poison arrow, nearly solidified, shot straight toward Su Yu. This was their ultimate, most devastating poison, one that would cripple the enemy at the cost of crippling themselves. Su Yu sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Once again, he pulled out a bucket of milk and drank it down at the same leisurely pace as before. Still, nothing happened. He even felt like burping again. Silence. Dead silence. Lu Ming and the other two were nearly drained of spiritual energy from continuously using secret techniques and dealing with the poison. Their faces were pale, and their bodies swayed slightly. They stared at Su Yu, who was still smacking his lips, their eyes filled with despair and utter collapse. Their ultimate trump card, their all-out assault in the other's eyes, it was merely a minor inconvenience requiring a few extra glasses of milk? They were utterly out of options. A crushing sense of helplessness and terror instantly gripped them. One of the henchmen pointed at Su Yu, his finger trembling slightly. After a long moment, he stammered, how could you possibly drink that much milk? Hearing this, the others nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in unison. Another henchman clutched his twitching face, his voice trembling. Is that the point? Isn't the point why milk can counteract the poison? The attendant hadn't processed it yet, still staring blankly. 3 whole buckets. He drank 3 huge buckets and is still fine? Is his stomach connected to the endless sea? Lu Ming's face turned ashen. He couldn't be bothered with such nonsense and turned to speak instead. The poison we activated is in him. And all it takes is drinking more milk to digest it? But that's just milk. I smelled it, it's the most ordinary kind of milk. For a moment, the air was no longer thick with the foul stench of poison, but instead filled with an overwhelming, indelible scent of milk. All their ruthless intentions crumbled into a ridiculous farce before Su Yu's ordinary milk. This interpretation was utterly unprecedented to them, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness and dread instantly gripped them. Just then, they watched Su Yu twist his wrists and flex his ankles, joints popping with a crisp crack. Fists clenched, Su Yu advanced toward them step by step. Your turn seems to be over. Having fun, huh? Enjoying the thrill of poisoning others? Well then. It's my turn. Before his words faded, Su Yu's figure abruptly blurred. The next second, he materialized before Lu Ming. His fist tore through the air with a sharp whistle, mercilessly smashing into Lu Ming's face a mask of sheer terror. Ugh! Lu Ming let out a piercing scream as blood gushed from his nose, sending him flying backward. The other two were terrified out of their wits and turned to flee. Their ultimate trump card had failed to intimidate him, and they lost all will to fight. But Su Yu was faster. His legs whipped like lashes, striking left and right. Two sharp cracks echoed as the pair flew sideways like they'd been struck by a speeding truck, crashing heavily to the ground. Their faces flushed a liver like crimson, unable even to scream. They curled up on the ground, trembling violently. Suyu clearly had no intention of stopping there. He stepped forward and unleashed a merciless barrage of punches and kicks on the three men sprawled on the ground. He deliberately targeted the thickest, most painful areas. The hall echoed with blood-curdling screams and the dull thuds of blows landing on flesh. Lu Ming and his two companions tried to fight back, but with their spiritual energy depleted and their minds shattered, they were utterly powerless against Suyu. They could only cower, crying out in pain and looking utterly wretched. The scene descended into utter chaos and brutality. It wasn't until the security personnel in special uniforms from the Spirit Oath Enforcement Committee, who had been coldly observing the entire time, finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. They swiftly stepped forward and barely managed to restrain Suyu, who was carrying out this one-sided violence. Even then, Lu Ming and his two companions lay collapsed on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, bodies covered in footprints. They curled up, moaning in pain, utterly drained of the strength to even crawl to their feet. Lu Qing, Zhang Meng, and the others looked at the pitiful state of the three men. They knew full well that unless these guys spent a month or two in a medical pod, they probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed anytime soon. Lu Qing stood rooted to the spot, staring at Suyu still calm despite being restrained by security overwhelmed by shock and disbelief. She never imagined Suyu would resort to such a direct, violent method to stand up for her. Even more astonishing was how effortlessly he had neutralized the deadly poison. Suyu turned his head, his gaze meeting Lu Qing's still dazed expression. His voice was as calm as when he'd first entered the room. "We don't go looking for trouble, but we don't fear it either. Once you've been with us long enough, you'll gain the same calm confidence I have." His words poured into their hearts like a surge of scalding heat. An indescribable surge of fervor and a powerful sense of belonging surged up from their very souls. Not a word was spoken. Instead, they all nodded firmly towards Suyu in unison. The commotion here came to a temporary halt as the Lingshi Enforcement Committee's security intervened, and Lu Ming and his two companions were dragged away for treatment like dead dogs. The Lingshi Enforcement Committee naturally took charge of the aftermath, the medical treatment and dispute resolution for Lu Ming and his two companions. The committee appeared to have established procedures for handling such internal conflicts, adopting a strictly professional stance without unduly pressuring Suyu and his companions. After all, the other party had initiated the conflict by using insidious poison. Suyu's actions could, to some extent, be deemed a forced counterattack and an attempt to control the situation. Suyu and his companions did not linger. Guided by a staff member, they entered the formal Spirit Oath injection hall. The infusion process was solemn and dignified, presided over by 5 supervisory committee members whose auras were deep and whose faces remained expressionless. They meticulously verified the agreement's terms and the party's intentions, particularly the 3 fundamental Spirit Oath clauses. Finally, channeling a mysterious and vast power, they deeply imprinted the constraints of the Spirit Oath upon the soul origins of Lu Qing, Zhang Meng, Bangya, Zhao and Wu Hao. Simultaneously, an unbreakable connection was established with Suyu's Lord Core. The entire process proceeded with surprising ease, without a single hitch. When they stepped out of the oppressive building of the Oath Enforcement Committee and stood once more beneath the sunlight, everyone felt a momentary daze. Gazing at the bustling traffic on the street, breathing in the fresh air. Recalling everything that had just transpired inside Lu Ming and his two companions' provocation, vicious insults, bizarre poison attacks, Suyu's absurd milk-based antidote, and the final one-sided violent suppression. It all felt utterly unreal. Zhang Meng rubbed his face hard, flexed his arms as if to confirm his own wakefulness, then smacked his lips, breaking the silence first. "We really gave those 3 Lius a beating back there." Zhang Meng looked at Suyu. "Their boss, Lu Qing's brother Lu Qing, that guy's no pushover. You beat his henchman like that, and he won't let it slide. He'll definitely come looking for trouble." Chapter 76, Being targeted isn't necessarily a bad thing. The name Lu Qing carried significant weight among the young lords of Huaqing First High School and throughout the entire city of Beihai. What's there to fear? Zhao Lei straightened his chest defiantly. Having just signed the Spirit Oath, formally becoming Suyu's vassal, he now brimmed with a sense of belonging and bold defiance. "When the enemy comes, we'll meet them head-on. If they dare come, we dare meet them. Are we afraid of them?" Wu Hao pushed his glasses up, appearing far more composed than Zhao Lei as he analyzed the situation. "If it's only someone of Lu Ming's caliber, we naturally have nothing to fear. But if it's Lu Qing's brother, Lu Qing, coming personally..." Wu Hao paused, his gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Suyu and Lu Qing, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Lu Qing is ranked 7th among Huaqing's 10 elite, a 3rd-year student. Rumor has it his strength solidified at the 6th tier right after entering 3rd year. Now he's at least 7th tier, maybe even approaching 8th tier. That's just too far beyond our current capabilities. If we actually clash head-on, there's no chance we can win. We might not even have room to resist. This gap isn't something courage alone can bridge. Wu Hao's words poured cold water over their rising fervor, dousing the flames of their newly ignited passion. The weight of reality pressed down heavily upon them. A 6th tier 8th tier lord was indeed an unattainable, unopposable entity for these newcomers who had only just stepped into the first tier. Even Suyu was barely at the first tier. A brief silence fell over the group, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, Lu Qing slowly shook her head. The gap Wu Hao mentioned is undeniable, but the situation might not be as dire as it seems, or rather, the severity lies elsewhere. Precisely because the gap is so vast, not just in raw power, but in status as well, it creates a chasm between us. Lu Qing holds the 7th seat among the 10 elite, a prominent figure in the 3rd year. While Suyu has gained considerable fame, he is still, on the surface, merely a first-year freshman. If he were to disregard his status and attack us directly over something as trivial as a subordinate collateral descendant being disciplined, it would only diminish his own standing. He'd become a laughingstock among the other 10 elite and the entire school. A man so obsessed with saving face wouldn't commit such a foolish act. Lu Qing's words brought a slight sense of relief to Zhang Meng, Zhao Lei, and the others. But her next words made their hearts leap again. He won't strike directly, but that doesn't mean he'll swallow his pride. Lu Qing's gaze swept over each person who had just become part of Suyu's inner circle. Given his temperament and influence, any of us who participate in collective activities from now on, whether it's campus assignments, competitions, resource battles, or off-campus internships, expeditions, or even entering certain secret realms, will likely face endless harassment and obstruction from his faction or those seeking to curry favor with him. Petty sabotage, tripping us up, malicious competition, or even underhanded tactics within the rules. He has countless methods at his disposal, and he wields them with consummate skill. Lu Qing emphasized with added gravity, don't forget the influence of the 10 elite extends far beyond campus. Lu Qing's analysis unfolded like a clear strategic map. This felt far more troublesome and oppressive than direct threats of force. Direct confrontation with a powerful enemy might still allow for a desperate fight, but this pervasive suppression from all sides left one feeling trapped in a quagmire, utterly powerless to struggle. All eyes instinctively turned back to Suyu. The excitement and fervor from signing the spirit oath gradually faded under the harsh weight of reality. They now faced the potential hostility of one of the 10 elite. Suyu felt the collective gaze upon him, yet his expression betrayed little surprise. He had anticipated this outcome. He simply gazed calmly at the distant street traffic, his eyes deep and unfathomable, lost in thought. After a brief silence, he withdrew his gaze and turned to the 5 companions beside him, the corners of his mouth lifting in an almost imperceptible curve. That curve held no fear, but rather a hint of anticipation. This is actually quite good. The remark left everyone stunned, their puzzled gazes turning to him. Zhang Meng scratched his head and asked in a muffled voice, "Huh? Fine? Boss, being targeted by one of the 10 elite, facing potential trouble at any moment, and you call that fine?" Zhao Lei and Wu Hao looked equally bewildered, clearly unable to grasp what was so good about it. Standing nearby, Lu Qing and Fangya, 2 girls with more perceptive and sensitive minds, seemed to suddenly grasp something. Lu Qing's frown eased slightly, a flash of understanding lighting up her cool eyes. Fangya blinked, then couldn't help but curve her lips upward, revealing a smile tinged with sudden understanding and amusement. The two exchanged a glance, seeing the same meaning reflected in each other's eyes, and both let out soft chuckles. Their laughter felt somewhat jarring in the otherwise heavy atmosphere. Zhang Meng grew even more confused, shifting his gaze between Suyu, Lu Qing, and Fangya. "What are you laughing about? Could there be some good news hidden in this?" Suyu didn't beat around the bush or feign profundity. She explained plainly and straightforwardly, the oppression from a member of the 10 elite is, of course, pressure and trouble. Suyu paused, making sure everyone was listening. "Think about it. If Lu Qing, the 7th-ranked member of the 10 elite, starts deliberately targeting us first-year freshmen, what does that mean?" The boys felt their brains freeze, unable to respond immediately. Suyu stated bluntly. "It means we'll be thrust into a very conspicuous position. Everyone watching Lu Qing, everyone who collaborates or competes with him, even teachers and administrators who wouldn't normally notice us, will start paying attention because of Lu Qing's interest in us. It's true that Lu Qing has partnerships with companies and chambers of commerce outside the school. But this is an ancient imperial autocracy, and those partners aren't his vassals or servants. The foundation of these partnerships is mutual benefit, value, and potential. If, amidst these obstacles and targeting, we not only avoid being crushed as they expect but repeatedly demonstrate strength and resilience beyond their projections, even showcasing talent and potential that outshine what Lu Qing displayed at the same stage of his career, what would happen to those profit-driven partners?" Suyu posed the question, his gaze sweeping across the group. Zhang Meng seemed to grasp a hint of the answer, but hadn't fully processed it yet. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao also fell into deep thought. Lu Qing and Fangya exchanged another knowing smile, clearly having grasped Suyu's meaning long ago. Suyu didn't wait for them to ponder too long before providing the answer. Those who were originally collaborating with Lu Qing will begin to waver, start to watch and wait, and start to think. They'll start wondering, is there a better option out there? Chapter 77, Fear not finding fault, but fear having none. Investing in Lu Qing is safe, but investing in a rapidly rising star with potentially broader horizons, wouldn't that yield higher returns? Therefore, Suyu concluded with unwavering certainty, what we must do is not fear those who come looking for trouble. Quite the opposite, we should welcome them to find fault. What we fear is no one coming to find fault, no stage for us to showcase ourselves. Every challenge, every attack, is an opportunity to prove ourselves to the world. These words cut through the fog like a ray of sunlight, instantly dispelling the confusion and heaviness weighing on Zhang Meng, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao's hearts. Their eyes lit up, and their faces broke into expressions of sudden clarity. So this was another way to interpret it. Pressure instantly transformed into motivation. Fanya chimed in with a smile, her voice crisp. Suyu is absolutely right. As long as we emerge victorious from each of their attempts to find fault, or even just demonstrate a stunningly resilient stance in the face of opposition, we can steadily elevate the outside world's evaluation and expectations of us. As their influence wanes and ours grows, some will inevitably begin to waver. They'll consider shifting resources our way or even directly partnering with us. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement, adding the most crucial point. But all of this hinges on one thing: we must possess truly formidable strength ourselves. It must be genuine victory or impressive performance, not luck or clever tricks. If our own capabilities are lacking, if we can't hold our ground against constant attacks, or if we keep failing, then the outcome won't be growing stronger. Instead, we'll gradually fade away in a cycle of struggle and attrition, becoming nothing but a laughingstock. That's right. We see the opportunities, but how do we seize them? What's needed is genuine, hard-earned strength. Do they possess that strength now? And how can they rapidly improve in the future? Just as everyone fell into deep thought again, pondering specific countermeasures and where to begin strengthening their capabilities, Suyu suddenly smiled again and asked casually, come to think of it, there should be a ready-made opportunity soon, one that's easiest to use against us. At her words, everyone lifted their heads, their expressions thoughtful. Lu Qing blurted out, the Vassal Challenge Tournament. Zhang Meng slapped his thigh. Right. How could we have forgotten that? The Vassal Challenge was a traditional event for all new Lord recruits. Typically held about 2 weeks after new lords recruit their first batch of followers, primarily students from within the academy, following an initial period of adjustment and training. Its primary purpose is to showcase the strength, coordination, and growth potential of each lord's retinue through an open competition format. The results and performance in this challenge are of paramount importance. They directly determine the subsequent recruitment of vassals on a larger scale. The first cohort of retainers will primarily come from familiar student circles within the academy. However, after the challenge tournament, lords will be able to openly recruit individuals from society who aspire to become followers, seeking power and protection. These individuals come from diverse backgrounds, potentially including retired soldiers, capable individuals from other fields, and even ordinary people with unique skills. Their addition will significantly enrich and strengthen the lord's power. The Vassal Challenge Tournament is the most crucial stage, specifically designed to showcase a lord's power to these potential societal vassals. The more outstanding one's performance in this challenge, the more likely they are to attract exceptional societal followers to pledge allegiance. Conversely, a poor performance risks causing even existing vassals to become restless. If Lu Qing wanted to hinder Suyu's development by making things difficult for him within the rules, then this Vassal Challenge Tournament, which determined the foundation of the future, was undoubtedly an excellent point of entry. He could leverage his influence to manipulate team assignments, opponent pairings, or even the referee's judgment. Alternatively, he could directly deploy powerful followers under his command to pay special attention to Suyu's team during the competition. Suyu observed the sudden clarity in everyone's expressions, knowing they had all grasped the significance of this contest. Seems we're all on the same page. Well, we'll have our hands full over the next fortnight. The group left the oppressive atmosphere of the Lingshi Enforcement Committee without immediately returning to Huaqing First High School. Suyu led the way. After a moment's thought, he guided them into a bustling commercial street nearby, stopping before a grand building. Spirit Cultivation Hall? Zhao Lei glanced up at the signboard, then looked at Suyu in confusion. Why are we here? Couldn't we just go back to the school's cultivation room? The school's practice rooms were basic but free for students. This place has better equipment. We'll be staying here for a few days. We even signed the life liability waiver. I need to thoroughly familiarize you all with my cube domain. It'll take more than a day or two. Suyu led the way inside. The others following him hadn't yet grasped what exactly Suyu meant by it'll take a few days, but they followed him inside regardless. Suyu walked straight to the front desk and said, one multi-person training room, top configuration. The front desk staff wore crisp uniforms and sported professional smiles. Hearing this, the smile on the staff member's face grew even warmer as they politely confirmed, Sir, our highest spec multi-person room is priced at 500 yuan per hour. 500 an hour? Zhao Lei, hearing the price from behind, couldn't help but whistle in surprise. That's so expensive. That's enough for half a month's living expenses for me, Wu Hao couldn't help but add. Fanya tugged gently at Suyu's sleeve and whispered, that's so expensive. The free practice rooms at school are actually sufficient, right? It was clear the three of them weren't from wealthy families. Such an expense was too much for them. Suyu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and calmly produced his ID card. Confirmed. Book 5 hours first. He hadn't touched much of the 100,000 yuan prize money he'd won in the Heavenly Demon trial, so he was willing to pay such a high fee now. Moreover, the absolute silence here could shield them from many troubles. Who knew what they might encounter back at school? After the payment processed, the attendant handed him a faintly glowing access card. Room A09. Enjoy your training session. Following the directions, they quickly located room A09. Swiping the card to open the door, the interior left them in awe. Rather than a cultivation room, it resembled a high-end esports suite or luxury lounge. Spacious and bright, the room boasted futuristic decor. 6 ergonomic, supremely comfortable high-end cultivation chairs stood side by side, each equipped with the latest model of spirit energy interactive screens and sensor devices. In the corner, several soft single beds provided rest areas. Beside them stood a snack table laden with high-energy spiritual energy-boosting snacks and beverages. A double-door refrigerator was embedded in the wall, its interior chilled with an array of similarly pricey functional beverages. Now they understood why this place was so expensive. Alright, no time to waste. We're entering the domain now. Chapter 78, Tactical Team Positioning. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and spatial transition, the 6 of them materialized within the cube-shaped domain. Neat grass blocks lay beneath their feet, emitting a fresh, grassy scent. Zhang Meng hurried to a tree made of wooden and leaf blocks, then pointed at a suspended wooden block beside it, exclaiming incoherently. This defies the laws of physics. It completely violates structural mechanics. Look at that. No support whatsoever. Just suspended mid-air. How is that possible? Won't they fall? As a creation-type lord, Zhang Meng possessed an extraordinary understanding and sensitivity to the structure, stability, and load-bearing capacity of materials. Seeing that wooden block suspended mid-air felt utterly unbelievable to him. Though Lu Qing didn't react as dramatically as Zhang Meng, the look of astonishment on his face as he scanned the surroundings was unmistakable. Sharp-edged towering mountains, square clouds in the sky, and not far away, creatures made of blocks bustling about everywhere. Seeing this for the first time, the impact was simply too overwhelming. Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao, though entering for the second time and thus less overwhelmed than before, still couldn't help but look around curiously, pointing and whispering to each other. Clearly, this world held endless fascination for them too. Alright, everyone, gather around. With the absolute assurance of Ling Shi's 3 ironclad rules, so you felt much more at ease now, daring to speak more freely. At his call, the group immediately gathered around him, each face still bearing traces of wonder as they continued to look around. First, welcome to my domain. Su Yu's gaze swept over the group as he spoke slowly. As you can see, everything here is fundamentally composed of these standard blocks. And the first characteristic of this world you need to know is, it is an infinite world. The word infinite struck them like thunder, sending a chill through Lu Qing and the others. Even Fangya and the others, who had already been here once, were stunned to hear this for the first time. This utterly overturned their understanding of domains. The foundational theories of mainstream domain knowledge studies explicitly stated that a domain's scope and power were directly tied to the domain lord's spiritual cultivation, intimately intertwined. The more powerful the domain lord, the greater the domain scope could gradually expand and extend. This was an unquestionable law instilled in all lords during their early studies. If word of Su Yu's infinite domain were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause an unimaginable uproar. Zhang Meng snapped out of his utter shock, his pragmatic mindset as a creation-type domain lord immediately seizing upon a crucial point. His voice trembled with excitement. Infinite? If the scope is infinite, then doesn't that mean this place could theoretically accommodate countless inhabitants? Build cities of limitless size? Possess infinite resources? Su Yu's nod sent Zhang Meng's eyes blazing with fervor, as if he'd glimpsed the paradise of a creation-type lord. But Su Yu's single word brought everyone back to their senses, waiting for his continuation. Once night falls in this world, or when one enters areas with insufficient light, all manner of aggressive monsters will spawn. Day after day, year after year, without end. Weaker monsters like zombies, skeletons, and spiders are manageable. But, Su Yu emphasized, this world also harbors monsters of extreme power and terror. They typically possess enormous size, terrifying strength, or bizarre special abilities. If you spot one in the wild from afar, turn tail and run immediately. Never even consider confronting them head-on at close range. To Lu Qing and Zhang Meng, such dire warnings seemed exaggerated. It can't be that bad, right? We can't even engage them head-on? Zhang Meng was skeptical. Zhao Lei, standing nearby, seemed to recall an extremely unpleasant experience, his expression darkening. Fangya, Wu Hao, and I once encountered a monster called the chicken snake. I was personally attacked by it. Chicken snake? Zhang Meng repeated the name, frowning. The name doesn't sound particularly terrifying. What kind of creature is it? Lu Qing speculated, judging by the name, could it be a venom-using monster? A look of relief washed over Zhao Lei's face, like someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. He emphasized, yes, the chicken snake. It doesn't attack by biting or using venom. It fires a gray beam fast, impossible to dodge. It locks onto you completely. The moment you're hit, there's no pain. But you feel your vitality draining away like crazy. Your skin instantly withers and wrinkles, your hair turns gray and white, and your body becomes weak and powerless. It's like rushing through a decade or more of life in mere seconds. Rapid aging? For the first time, disbelief flickered in Lu Qing's usually composed eyes. Fangya beside him gave a bitter smile. The reason we briefly became Su Yu's followers before was because we accidentally trespassed into the chicken snake's territory and were attacked. That's how we truly witnessed the horror of this domain. That's why this time, we returned so resolutely with the life waiver, requesting to become familiars once more. Wu Hao added softly from the side. The three men's description plunged Lu Qing and Zhang Meng into a momentary silence. This unimaginable method of attack elevated their understanding of the domain's danger to an entirely new level. This danger isn't confined to a single realm anymore. It's more like a genuine demonic breach. Lu Qing and Zhang Meng stiffened. Domains originate from the body of their lord, and theoretically, everything within the domain belongs to the lord. Yet the beings within this cube-shaped domain could attack others. This was simply too baffling. Yet framing it as a demonic rift made perfect sense. But looking around at this cartoonish, blocky domain, did it resemble a world where demons existed? Lu Qing's right hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, as if weighing the spear in his grasp. His words, however, betrayed no fear. In that case, our ranged attacks will become crucial. Training archers takes priority over warriors. If we form an assault team, Fangya, you three will be the primary damage dealers. This arrangement stunned Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao. Incredulous expressions spread across their faces as they exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes. Zhao Lei even instinctively pointed at himself, then at Fangya and Wu Hao beside him, as if confirming whether Lu Qing's mention of core truly referred to the three of them. In terms of combat prowess, innate talent, and reputation among the freshmen, Lu Qing was undeniably the standout. She was the strongest among them, second only to the prodigy Su Yu. Her moniker, Battle Spear, was earned through sheer combat prowess. Yet here she was, during their first team role assignment, voluntarily placing herself in a support and secondary damage role while assigning the primary damage output to them, three archers whose current roles seemed relatively narrow and more functionally specialized? This stark reversal left them momentarily bewildered, even uneasy, as they instinctively turned to look at Su Yu. Su Yu didn't object, instead standing aside with keen interest. Let's follow her lead. I'll learn from this too. Chapter 79, Domain Traits, Synthesis System. As the domain lord, Su Yu only needed to oversee the grand scheme. Once the domain's followers were sufficiently established, many tasks required their own initiative and resource allocation. Su Yu couldn't follow every step, but he could delegate authority to his subordinates. Now was the perfect opportunity to observe how Lu Qing would handle these challenging tasks. At least in multiplayer combat, Su Yu believed he couldn't match Lu Qing. Lu Qing paid no heed to such notions of status or hierarchy. Her sole focus was on devising the most efficient strategy to accomplish the mission and defeat the enemy. Meeting the puzzled gazes of the three, Lu Qing continued her explanation in her cool, detached tone. Serving as the secondary attacker doesn't mean I'm abandoning damage output. It's about maximizing our team's overall damage potential. My spear excels in close to medium-range combat, offering superior mobility and crowd control. Your bows, however, are the ideal tools for sustained long-range fire suppression and precise targeted kills. Especially against those massive bosses with obvious weak points, your firing positions are far superior to mine, and your damage output is more consistent and reliable. Lu Qing's tone grew intensely serious as she looked at Fangya and the others, making a crucial promise. I will serve as your secondary attacker and protector. I guarantee that while you focus on aiming and dealing damage, no monster will breach my defenses and threaten your safety. Any obstacles attempting to reach you, whether stray minions or the residual effects of a boss's area of effect attack, will be preemptively cleared and blocked by me. Your only task is to trust my protection, then focus entirely, unleash your full power without restraint. Hurl every arrow you have, striking the boss's weak points with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Qing's words served as a reassuring tonic. Not only did it clarify their roles, but it also bestowed immense trust and significant responsibility upon Fangya and the others. He wasn't belittling himself, he was building the most efficient team structure. The surprise and confusion on Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao's faces gradually faded. Replacing it was a surge of excitement at being trusted and valued, along with a weighty sense of responsibility. They understood Lu Qing's intent. This wasn't modesty, but the optimal tactical allocation. Lu Qing had positioned herself as the strongest shield, enabling these three bows to fire their sharpest arrows. Zhao Lei took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I understand, Lu Qing. Rest assured, my arrows will never miss their mark. Fangya gripped her bow tightly. We'll unleash everything we've got. Wu Hao gazed into the distance, his voice unwavering. We must calculate the trajectory and lead time precisely. Su Yu watched quietly from the sidelines, deeply satisfied as Lu Qing swiftly and naturally completed her first tactical deployment in team cohesion. Lu Qing was indeed a promising captain candidate, clearly understanding how to maximize the team's potential. Now there's a problem, Suyu thought. If they can't use game items, that means they can't access the Ice and Fire Song's introductory manual, The Beast Chronicles. Does that mean I have to explain everything to them individually? That's a bit troublesome. Before the thought had fully formed, a system notification suddenly echoed in Suyu's mind. Ding! Player domain membership has reached 5, unlocking player commonality. Player commonality: those joining the domain can acquire player traits like players themselves, gaining knowledge of how to use all items within the game. Suyu's eyes lit up as he asked. Silently say backpack to see. The question felt strangely familiar. When Suyu first brought Fangya, Xiaolei, and Wu Hao into the domain, she had asked them the same thing. Back then, after Fangya silently repeated it, nothing changed before her eyes. But this time, Fangya instinctively murmured it along with the others. The next second, Fangya gasped in surprise, reaching out to tap the air. Ha! A gray panel with lots of grid squares popped up. Right in front of me. Is this the backpack you mentioned before? Mine appeared too. Zhao Lei exclaimed immediately. Zhang Meng and Lu Qing murmured the incantation almost simultaneously, and before them too, the game backpack interface materialized, visible only to themselves. The others reacted similarly, all having unlocked their backpacks. Suyu watched their varied reactions and chuckled, shaking his head. He hadn't expected this feature to unlock once the number of participants reached a certain threshold. So it seems I might not need to deliberately recruit those lords with their own domains as followers after all? Suyu's mind began to race. I was thinking that recruiting domain lords as followers would at least give me a mobile backpack thanks to their innate domains. But now it seems that advantage isn't essential after all. Of course, Suyu reconsidered, having other lords join would still be better. After all, lords possess both spiritual power and domains, making their combat strength and developmental potential far superior to ordinary followers who only have spiritual power but no domains. For now, unlocking this function solved the major problem of item storage. Zhao Lei rubbed his hands together, his face glowing with eager excitement. He turned to Suyu and asked urgently. Boss, should we head out to hunt monsters right now? I can barely contain my excitement. This time, I'm going to slaughter that chicken snake for sure. Suyu heard this and slowly shook his head, raising a hand in a calm-down gesture. No rush. There are still many fundamental and essential things about my domain that I need to explain to you first. Suyu estimated the time required. This will likely take at least a full day for explanation and practical training. At least a day? Lu Qing's curiosity was piqued. He'd expected combat training to begin soon. What exactly do you plan to tell us? Come, gather around. Suyu led everyone to a nearby oak tree composed of blocks. He patted the rough trunk and began his explanation. My domain is highly unique. Many of its rules resemble, well, a game. While this place is filled with all kinds of dangerous monsters, defeating them often drops certain materials. These drops can be used in specific ways, what I call synthesis, to create all sorts of useful items, such as weapons, armor, tools, or even devices with peculiar functions. Some monsters themselves drop powerful weapons or tools as loot. Suyu paused, his gaze sweeping over the attentive crowd. We'll cover the advanced content later. For now, I'm going to explain one of the most fundamental and core rules of this realm, the synthesis system. Speaking, Suyu aimed his empty hand at the tree trunk and mimicked a digging motion. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, a perfect block of raw timber was planed off the tree trunk by his bare hands, transforming in his grasp into a miniature model the size of an apple. Open your inventory, Suyu instructed while demonstrating. Notice the top right corner of the inventory interface. Do you see 4 small slots labeled crafting? Chapter 80, Rule Explanation, Equipment Quality. The 5 immediately complied, discovering the 4 inconspicuous crafting slots in their backpack interfaces. Yep, 4 slots, Fangya confirmed. Excellent, Suyu demonstrated by virtually placing the log model into one of his synthesis slots. Like this, place a single log into any synthesis slot. 1 piece of wood can synthesize 4 wooden planks. As soon as the words left her mouth, the log model in Suyu's hand vanished, replaced by a deep yellow wooden plank model. Most blocks can be stacked in your inventory, grouped in sets of 64. And with 4 wooden planks, Suyu continued, placing the 4 wooden plank models into the crafting grid, you can craft the most basic and essential tool, the workbench. The deep yellow planks transformed, morphing into a compact, apple-sized square platform. Its surface was etched with a 9-grid pattern, while faint, particle-like outlines of tool saws, hammers floated around its edges, radiating an uncanny sense of creation. Oh, right, Suyu seemed to recall something suddenly. When you open your inventory, besides the inventory slots, have you noticed anything else on the right side of the interface? Like icons and lists of items? Lu Qing carefully scanned her backpack interface and replied uncertainly, items, you mean this list of icons showing different types of wood, stones, and such? Excellent. Suyu nodded approvingly. That's called the item manager. It records nearly all known crafting recipes. Since you have this feature too, it makes things so much easier. Suyu guided the group through the operation. Now, focus your attention. Find the search bar below the item manager and mentally think workbench to initiate the search. The 5 immediately concentrated on the task. It's changing. Zhang Meng, most fascinated by machinery and creation, exclaimed excitedly first. The list refreshed. It shows 4 wooden planks can craft a workbench. Amazing. Su Yu nodded. Yes, just as I demonstrated and as the search results show. With that, he focused his mind. He casually placed the apple-sized workbench model in his hand onto the ground. The instant it touched the ground, it rapidly expanded and grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a tiny model into a workbench block half a person's height, standing firmly on the grass. Wow! It grew bigger. It went from being so small in his hand. Is this what they mean by for use on the ground? Zhang Meng was the first to rush forward, circling the suddenly materialized workbench and examining it intently, his eyes brimming with fervent curiosity. So you watched their reactions and smiled faintly. Exactly. In this realm, most crafted tools, devices, and even certain blocks require being placed on the ground like this to fully activate their true functions. And this is merely the most fundamental starting point. Suyu observed the group's astonishment at the workbench's sudden appearance and transformation. Only after their surprise subsided did he continue. You now have a basic understanding of how items are synthesized. As for what exactly can be synthesized into what, that primarily relies on the item manager built into your inventory for checking and experimentation. Next, I need to explain another crucial concept to you: item quality. Suyu gestured for the group to follow him. He led the group across the grass to a relatively neat hut constructed of cobblestone and wood. Inside, numerous chests were arranged, and iron golems constantly moved in and out. Suyu opened one of the crates and pulled out several swords. They looked identical in shape but differed in material. He planted them one by one into the ground before the group. From left to right, a somewhat crude wooden sword, a silver-gray iron blade gleaming with metallic sheen, a golden sword radiating brilliant light, a diamond sword glowing blue throughout. And finally, a sword with a blade of an eerie black-purple hue and abyssal alloy blade. Observe carefully, Suyu pointed at the row of swords as he began his explanation. Within my domain, items, especially tools, weapons, and armor, exhibit distinct tiers of quality. From lowest to highest, the most common quality sequence is wooden, stone, iron, diamond, and the highest grade netherite. Remember this quality system from wood to netherite, which I call base quality, is the most fundamental and widely applied. As he spoke, Suyu deliberately pointed to the gleaming golden sword. Gold tools are an exception, Suyu remarked with a hint of teasing. They look splendid, but their durability is extremely low. They break very easily and are practically unusable for combat or prolonged labor. Therefore, gold materials are generally not used for forging primary tools or weapons. One of its key uses is in synthesizing certain special foods or potions. Potions? Zhang Meng asked, puzzled. Exactly, Suyu nodded. Many foods and potions in this world possess various magical effects. For instance, the strength potion that dramatically boosts your power for a short time, the night vision potion that lets you see clearly in the dark, and Suyu's gaze swept across the group as he continued slowly, the fire resistance potion, which grants complete immunity to fire damage for a set period. These words ignited a spark, instantly reigniting everyone's memories. Lu Qing snapped his head up, a flash of realization lighting his eyes. So that's why you dared to charge alone into that sea of fire and face 3 demon eagles, because you'd taken this fire-resistant potion? Precisely, Suyu admitted frankly. Without the fire-resistant potion, I wouldn't have lasted that long, let alone extinguish the fire and rescue people. This world encompasses far too many things. Alchemy is merely one profound branch of it. It would be difficult to fully explain everything to you in such a short time. For now, just know that alchemy exists. The specifics, well, time will tell. We'll need to learn and accumulate knowledge gradually. Then, Suyu steered the conversation back to equipment. I want to emphasize the critical importance of equipment quality. High-quality gear not only delivers sharper attack power, but more crucially, it provides higher armor value. Armor value is the most direct, intuitive, and fundamental form of physical protection we possess. It directly reduces the damage we take. Another equally important, though perhaps more abstract, attribute is called armor resilience. Suyu paused to gather his thoughts, striving to explain it in the simplest terms. The function of armor resilience is a bit complex. You can simply understand it as reducing the damage enemies inflict on your armor's durability. Or put another way, it makes armor less likely to fail under massive impacts, allowing it to maintain its protective effect longer. Chapter 81, Dragon Breath Forge, Preparing to Slay the Dragon. The deeper, more intricate principles behind it, I can't fully explain them either. Just remember one simple conclusion: armor toughness the higher, the better. Zhang Meng stood nearby, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he tried to draw parallels with his knowledge of creation science. Sounds somewhat like the impact absorption layer in advanced composite materials? Higher toughness means greater efficiency in dispersing and absorbing impact energy, offering stronger protection to the main structure. Is that a fair comparison? Suyu nodded approvingly. You can draw that analogy. While the underlying principles might differ, the effect is similar. After explaining the fundamental original quality equipment system, Suyu shifted her focus. However, in this infinite world, original quality isn't the end goal. There exist even more powerful equipment systems originating from certain exceptionally potent entities. For example, the equipment from A Song of Ice and Fire. The group's curiosity was instantly piqued. When we successfully defeat a dragon, we can harvest precious dragon bones and dragon scales from its carcass. Dragon bones can be used to craft immensely powerful dragon bone weapons, like the dragon bone longbow you saw earlier. Lu Qing was deeply impressed by the bow's power. You mean the longbow you used to shoot the demon eagle, the one that dealt effective damage to a third-tier heavenly fiend? Its material comes from that powerful flying dragon? Exactly, Suyu continued. And that's just the basic application. Dragon scales, on the other hand, can be used to craft complete sets of dragon scale armor. In terms of base armor value and toughness alone, dragon scale armor doesn't offer earth-shattering improvements compared to top-tier diamond sets. Wu Hao analyzed calmly, meaning, unless facing dragon kin or energy breath attacks, diamond sets offer better cost-effectiveness. Dragon scale armor is highly specialized, purpose-built protection. Absolutely correct. Suyu gave Wu Hao an appreciative look. However, it possesses one crucial additional effect. It provides significantly enhanced resistance against dragon breath damage. That's the dragon scale set's greatest value. Against dragon-type creatures or similar energy breath attacks, it offers irreplaceable survivability. Fanya drew a quiet breath and murmured, irreplaceable survival assurance. No wonder it's worth challenging such terrifying beings. Zhao Lei, already excited, clenched his fists, envisioning himself clad in dragon scale armor, facing a colossal dragon head-on. Suyu's explanation flowed steadily. However, neither the netherworld alloy nor the dragon scale and dragon bone represent the pinnacle of power in this realm. The universally acknowledged pinnacle, surpassing all known equipment, is called the Dragon Steel set. Dragon Steel? Zhang Meng repeated the name instinctively. The mere combination of those two characters evoked an indescribable sense of weight and power. Suyu synthesized 5 copies of the Beast Chronicles and distributed them to the group. Turn to the chapter on the Dragon Breath Forge and focus your attention there. Soon, they located the relevant section. Dragon Breath Forge. It is widely known that the magical essence of flying dragons permeates their scales and bones, endowing them with extraordinary properties. For instance, bricks forged by combining them with stone possess resistance to both dragon frost and dragon flame. According to records, Dragon Breath Forge bricks can be used to construct specific structures, categorized into dragon flame and dragon frost types based on the dragon species. Once constructed, a Dragon Breath Forge cannot begin operation immediately. It requires a special energy dragon breath. There are only 2 ways to make a flying dragon work for you. First, build the forge near a tamed dragon, and it will breathe fire of its own accord. The second is to chain a wild dragon and force it to labor for you. Most items tossed into the forge turn to ash or dragon breath ice. However, when iron ingots and dragon blood are placed together in the forge, the union of blood and fire transforms ordinary iron into an alchemical alloy of immense power. This alchemical alloy is known as dragon steel, the most resilient and versatile metallic substance. It can be forged into tools, armor, and even dragon armor. Different types of dragon steel possess distinct abilities. Dragon flame steel engulfs enemies in scorching flames and delivers powerful knockback. Dragon scale steel instantly freezes foes, and dragon thunder steel unleashes thunderous strikes upon adversaries. After Lu Qing, Fanya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao, the 4 newly recruited members of the strategy team carefully studied the heart-stopping descriptions of the Dragon Breath Forge in the Monstrous Creatures Manual. Closing the notebook, shock at the dragon's breath energy lingered on all 4 faces. You've seen what the book says. The Dragon Breath Forge is our essential path to dragon steel and one of our greatest challenges. Right now, the most crucial and urgent task for our team is to find a way to build that very first Dragon Breath Forge. This means we must hunt flying dragons relentlessly. Suyu briefly outlined the objective to give the team a clear understanding. According to records, flying dragons are roughly divided into 5 tiers. Most of those we encounter on the surface where we currently operate are Tier 3 dragons. Later, I'll bring a level 3 dragon here for everyone to practice with, familiarizing yourselves with the dragon slaying process and teamwork. Level 3 dragons aren't too difficult to handle, especially with our numbers. As long as we coordinate well, the hunt should be straightforward. Lu Qing removed the spear from his back, weighing it repeatedly as his fighting spirit surged. Fanya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao felt both nervous and excited. Dragon slaying. It sounded absolutely incredible. Amidst this atmosphere of eager anticipation and readiness for action, suddenly, someone noticed that Zhang Meng, standing nearby, didn't seem as excited as the others. Instead, his brows were furrowed, his expression pensive, as if deep in thought. Zhang Meng? Zhao Lei couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's up? What are you thinking about? Dragon slaying. Aren't you excited?" Zhang Meng snapped out of his reverie at being addressed. He scanned his eager teammates, then surveyed the surroundings, a grassy plain that was practically empty except for a few crates, a workbench, and some makeshift matchbox-like structures. He gestured around with a finger, his face clearly troubled. His voice was heavy as he replied. Excited? Of course I'm excited. Getting to study dragon materials? I'm more excited than anyone. But it seems you've overlooked one crucial issue. What issue? The others exchanged confused glances, momentarily lost. Zhang Meng continued. If we plan to use this place as a long-term base for research, forging, and even storing precious dragon materials in the future, then the defenses around us right now are far too rudimentary, barely any defenses at all. Have you considered what happens if, while we're out, or even while we're forging, another flying dragon happens to be drawn here and attacks? It wouldn't even take a powerful dragon, just a level 3 dragon breathing fire at our completely unprotected area. All the materials we've painstakingly gathered, the workbenches we've built, and these makeshift shelters, could be obliterated in an instant by dragon fire. The losses would be catastrophic. Chapter 82, Teaming Up to Slay Dragons, First Victory. This is a wide-open plain with no proper cover. It's practically a natural shooting range. Zhang Meng's words sent a chill through the group. Surveying the surroundings, it was indeed true. They'd been so preoccupied with figuring out how to slay the dragon and obtain materials. They'd completely overlooked the fact that dragons themselves were supremely dangerous creatures. They could fly and unleash devastating dragon breath. Without a sturdy base capable of withstanding such attacks, all their efforts could be wiped out in an instant by a sudden dragon assault. The previously charged atmosphere instantly turned oppressive and heavy. Just then, Suyu laughed. Her laughter broke the brief silence, drawing puzzled glances from everyone. Under their puzzled gazes, Suyu turned to Zhang Meng, his eyes radiating the conviction that he had indeed found the right person. Zhang Meng, you're absolutely right. That's precisely why I insisted on bringing you along. If you were like the others, thinking only of slaying the dragon, that would have been a real headache for me. Suyu's words were clear and straightforward. It turned out that bringing Zhang Meng along was also for the tasks he often handled outside building defensive structures. My plan for developing the domain is this: first, establish 2 special task forces, the raiding team and the power generation construction team. The assault team is straightforward, led by Lu Qing, tasked with defeating all manner of monsters and bosses. Suyu's gaze fell upon Lu Qing, Fangya, and the other 3. Your primary mission going forward is to continuously grow stronger, research and develop strategies to defeat powerful monsters, and secure the most valuable loot and resources for us. Understood. Lu Qing accepted decisively. Next is the bioelectric construction team. Suyu turned to Zhang Meng. I'll teach you some of this world's special rules, or you could call them properties. You must harness these properties to lead your team in designing and constructing various automated or semi-automated machines, what I call power-generating machines, to efficiently and nearly infinitely acquire essential resources like cobblestone, wood, food, and even rarer materials. At the same time, Suyu pointed at the relatively flat grassy area beneath their feet. We need a main city worthy of this infinite world. A fully functional, well-fortified, core stronghold that belongs to us. Our current dwelling is too makeshift. The task of planning and constructing this main city is also entrusted to you and your construction team. Zhang Meng's breathing quickened as each point hit his excitement sweet spot. It was the perfect job he'd always dreamed of. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll make it impregnable. Machinery running like clockwork. The main city will be absolutely badass. Zhang Meng pounded his chest emphatically, itching to start surveying and planning immediately. Before we begin construction, we face a critical issue: materials. Suyu cut off the group's excitement and assigned specific tasks. According to the Beast Chronicles, only dragon scales can be synthesized into materials strong enough to withstand dragon breath. We must hunt dragons first. During the early development phase, construction must be postponed. If we want to build a truly secure sanctuary, the best building materials can only be obtained from dragons. This statement made the others keenly aware of a problem, and Lu Qing was the first to voice it. Using dragon scales as building materials will be horrendously wasteful. I just checked: 9 dragon scales make 1 dragon scale block, and 5 dragon scales plus 4 stone bricks make 4 dragon scale bricks. How many dragon scales can we even harvest from 1 dragon? Suyu replied, dragons are divided into 5 tiers. The tier 3 dragons we most commonly encounter yield around 35 scales. 35. Hearing this number, everyone's heart sank. After some calculations, they concluded that the dragon scales required just to craft the dragon breath forge were already staggering, let alone the plan to build the main city using dragon scale bricks. One more question: are dragons infinite? Lu Qing asked. Suyu replied, yes. The world is infinite, and the generation of creatures is infinite. There are even more powerful 5th-tier dragons beneath the earth, but with your current skill level, you should start with the 3rd-tier dragons on the surface. Now, let's go find a dragon to test our skills. With the decision made, Suyu immediately led the expedition team forward. The team advanced in a specific formation. Suyu led the vanguard, with Zhang Meng and Lu Qing as secondary attackers in the 2nd echelon. The 3 archers, serving as the core damage dealers, formed the 3rd echelon. The 3 individuals at the front also carried bows. Since flying dragons initially attack from the air by breathing fire, wielding melee weapons would make them perfect moving targets. Thus, even those equipped with melee weapons had to use their bows first. Those wishing to use melee weapons would have to wait until they were equipped and their melee weapons were capable of doing so. Within 400 or 500 paces, they quickly spotted their target. The dragon's appearance was blocky and angular, almost comical in its appearance. Is that it? Zhao Lei couldn't help but chuckle softly, lowering his bow slightly. It doesn't look all that terrifying. In that instant, Suyu bellowed, "Duck!" The seemingly clumsy fire dragon suddenly spread its wings. Intense red light flared from between its blocky scales as it opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames, hurtling straight toward the group. The group scattered instantly. Zhang Meng and Lu Qing, acting as aggro drawers, were the first to draw their bows and fire arrows at the fire dragon. Just as Suyu had predicted, the first two attackers became the dragon's targets. "Run! Don't engage!" Suyu bellowed. Zhang Meng and Lu Qing immediately turned and fled. Boom! Sparks flew behind them. Wave after wave of scorching air surged toward them from behind. Lu Qing and Zhang Meng dared not relax for a moment, focusing entirely on evading. At that very moment, Suyu commanded Fangya and the other two, scattered across the remaining 3 positions, to launch their attack. No need to aim for the head, any hit deals equal damage. Fire! Before the words had even faded, the 3 archers, already locked onto their targets, unleashed their arrows. 3 arrows shot forth almost simultaneously. The arrows left their bows, streaking through the air like streaks of light, and struck the fire dragon with pinpoint accuracy. The fire dragon roared, twisting its body to locate the nearest attacker, only to have 3 or 4 more arrows whistle in from behind the next second. Just as it turned its head, the same tactic was repeated from behind. The poor dragon met its end through the coordinated efforts of the group. A flawless dragon slaying. Well done! The group erupted in delighted cheers. Suyu walked toward the dragon's corpse and demonstrated to the others, harvesting materials from the dragon's body doesn't require any special tools. Just scrape it with your bare hands. Everyone followed her instructions with confusion, only to discover to their astonishment that after scraping the dragon's body a few times with their hands, the materials actually separated and fell off on their own. Dragon bones and scales piled neatly aside, no bloodstains, no foul odors. The efficiency was beyond imagination. Chapter 83, Bioelectric Engineering, Understanding Properties. If this were outside, Zhang Meng picked up a dragon scale, marveling, not only would the smell be unbearable, but processing it would take a lot of effort. So convenient. Wu Hao couldn't help but marvel. In reality, who knows how many knives it would take or how much blood would be spilled. But this efficiency is still too low. Lu Qing murmured, dousing everyone's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. She turned to Suyu and asked, "Isn't there a more efficient way to process dragon scales?" "Not at present, and I don't know when there might be." Suyu shook his head. "None at present?" Fangya caught the subtle nuance in his phrasing and exchanged a knowing glance with the others. This phrasing felt peculiar, as if the task were feasible, yet beyond human capability. So where exactly was the bottleneck? Was it a matter of requiring vast quantities of materials? Or an overwhelming number of workers? If neither, then what could it be? All present were intelligent individuals. Seeing that Suyu had no intention of elaborating further, they tacitly refrained from pressing him. They understood that if a viable solution truly existed, Suyu would have revealed it. His silence often signaled a path currently impassable, and pressing further would only add to the guide's burdens. Suyu remained silent because it involved a mod caged creatures. This mod allowed players to collect biological samples using a collection needle. By crafting a creature cage and injecting the sample into it, the cage would activate, continuously generating the creature's loot. This mod was crucial. To use a specific mod creature's drops as building materials, one had to either employ this mod or use equivalent exchange, which allowed setting values on items for infinite exchange. If possible, Suyu preferred the latter equivalent exchange. This mod is incredibly easy to play but packs immense power. Just the ability to set item values on a conversion table, allowing you to endlessly exchange that item for as long as you have item points, is enough to drive anyone mad. If he could acquire this mod in the domain world, Suyu would be unstoppable. "I understand." Lu Qing, as the leader of the strategy team, broke the silence first, bringing the conversation back to reality. "So now, our primary task is dragon hunting. We need to thoroughly understand this world's combat mechanics and the habits of the flying dragons." Suyu agreed with her assessment, then handed each of them a crucial item, a compass. "You'll lose your bearings if you stray too far. Here, take this. Its needle will always point home." Fortunately, their spawn point was close to the village, so following the compass would guarantee their return home. "Oh, and if you see any yellow blocks with question marks on them along the way, don't go breaking them open. Those are called lucky blocks. When you break one, it randomly drops some items from this world. The good stuff isn't great, but the bad stuff? It could trap you in a tiny room with a massive iron anvil dropping from above to crush you, or plunge you into a vertical trap leading straight to the void at the Earth's core. Given those two risks, don't open them. Thinking of the lucky blocks, Suyu sighed inwardly. He had only avoided the traps inside the lucky cube by relying on the Enderman's teleportation ability. Now that the Enderman's teleportation ability was gone, Suyu felt a newfound fear toward those traps. After all, if he died inside, he couldn't be revived and that would cause the entire world to collapse. Afterward, Suyu instructed Lu Qing to lead the assault team to continue hunting the dragon. Before that, they had discovered a new communication method, the world chat window. That's right. A chat window identical to the games had appeared within the realm. With a mere thought, they could type messages that instantly appeared as sentences with their respective avatars within their field of vision. This feature allowed them to chat in real time even when separated by great distances. Although they had brought their phones from the outside world, the domain had no signal, making communication impossible. Fortunately, the phones could still display the time. Suyu instructed Lu Qing to report the team's status on the public chat every half hour. If she failed to report, another team member would take over. Guiding 5 newbies through this game is quite a hassle, Suyu thought to herself. From his seasoned player perspective, Lu Qing and the other 4, no matter how talented they might be, were essentially 5 complete beginners who needed to be taught everything from scratch at this stage. For most of the day, he spent nearly all his time guiding them through the map, constantly pointing out the characteristics of various monsters, the dangers of the terrain, and the distribution of resources. He repeatedly emphasized how bizarre and unreasonable the fundamental rules of this world were. Hours later, Suyu finally sent the guide team out to level up temporarily. Though he'd established a half-hour reporting system, a lingering worry remained in his mind, fearful that one of them might make an operational mistake or underestimate the monster's strength. Alright, our time is even tighter now. Suyu shook off his distractions and addressed Zhang Meng, who stood beside him, already brimming with impatience, eyes gleaming as he scanned the surroundings. Come on, I'll show you our current assets and the place where you'll make your mark. With that, he led Zhang Meng toward the village, a simple settlement constructed from round stones and wood. The village remained rudimentary, a few box-like houses, several busy iron golems, and a large pile of boxes filled with miscellaneous items. But to Zhang Meng, a creation-type lord, everything here brimmed with thrilling irrationality. Boss, you mentioned earlier, this domain has many peculiarities? Zhang Meng practically threw himself beneath a suspended tree block, craning his neck upward to study the scene that defied all structural mechanics with fervent eyes. Like this one? Exactly. That's just the most basic phenomenon. Suyu nodded, casually dispatching a zombie that had sprouted from the nearby grass before continuing. What we're going to utilize, however, are the deeper rules, ones that can be planned and harnessed. Watch closely. This is called redstone. Pulling out several redstone items, Suyu laid out a simple redstone circuit on the ground while speaking, connecting it to a lever and a sticky piston. He flipped the lever. Click. The piston extended, pushing a grass block 1 block forward. Zhang Meng's eyes widened. This is energy transmission? Mechanical linkage? There's no spiritual energy fluctuation at all. How is this possible? Here, it is possible. These are the rules, Suyu said calmly. Using this stuff, we can build fully automated farms, mines, monster processing towers, and even more complex machines that can automatically craft items, enchant, and brew potions. Countless creative ideas surged through Zhang Meng's mind, yet the sheer volume of information left him overwhelmed and excited, his lips trembling slightly. Infinite resources? Automated production? Chapter 84, Cobblestone Machines, Bomb Generation. That's why I called you here. Suyu smiled with satisfaction at his reaction, patting Zhang Meng on the shoulder. The assault team handles acquiring top-tier resources. But you, Zhang Meng, you and your bioelectric construction team, you're responsible for making our basic resources endless. You're building us an impregnable steel stronghold. Your mission is heavier than theirs. You need to master these rules as quickly as possible. Just then, a chat window flashed in the lower left corner of his vision. It was a message from Lu Qing, accompanied by coordinates. Lu Qing, target acquired level 3 fire dragon. Preparing to execute plan A for containment. Fangya in position. Suyu, copy. Safety is paramount. Keep me updated. Closing the chat window, he turned to Zhang Meng, who was still processing the overwhelming information. Look, they've already begun, Suyu said calmly. We can't fall behind either. Starting now, I'll teach you your first lesson, how to become a qualified electricity engineer. Our first task is to build an efficient, reliable stone generator and wheat farm to address the most fundamental needs, food and building materials. The principle behind the stone generator is simple: flowing magma reacts with water sources to produce cobblestone. Suyu spoke as he walked toward the pond beside the village. He dug 2 blocks by the pond's edge and skillfully placed a bucket of water. The water flowed steadily forward. Then, 1 block away from where the water flowed out, he carefully placed a bucket of lava. The crimson lava met the clear water with a faint hiss, and a fresh cobblestone instantly formed at their junction. See? That's how it's done, Suyu said. Zhang Meng stared intently at the miraculous scene, eyes wide and unblinking, murmuring to himself, elemental contact, creation from nothingness, rules forming, this is nothing short of the power of the creator. Suyu chipped away at the newly formed cobblestone with his pickaxe. Another cobblestone appeared in its place. But this is too slow. We need automation. You dig a 2-block wide, at least 10-block deep vertical shaft here as a collection channel. I'll set up the lava and water sources above, along with the piston-driven mechanism. The two immediately split up. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Meng pulled out his diamond pickaxe and began digging the shaft with a steady, labored rhythm. Suyu planned the layout on the ground. He first enclosed the water source and lava source with blocks to prevent accidental overflow, then began laying out the redstone circuitry. This is a redstone repeater. It delays and amplifies signals. This is an observer. It detects block updates. Piston pushes blocks. Suyu explained each component's function to Zhang Meng as he worked. Zhang Meng, who had been digging the underground passage, climbed up just as Suyu finished connecting the final circuit. A complex yet methodically organized contraption composed of stone, redstone dust, repeaters, observers, and sticky pistons unfolded before his eyes. Is this for triggering the mechanism? Zhang Meng scrutinized the observer block positioned at the junction of lava and water flow. Yes, Suyu replied. When the observer detects newly generated cobblestone, it sends a redstone signal to activate the piston. The piston extends, pushing the cobblestone to one side where it drops. Once the cobblestone is removed, the block regenerates. The observer detects this, and the cycle repeats. Suyu explained, then flipped the master switch. Click, sizzle, pop. The device sprang into action. Each time the observer's little face detected cobblestone generation, it flashed, sending a signal. The piston extended, precisely pushing the newly formed cobblestone into the vertical shaft Zhang Meng had dug. Success! Fully automated. Zhang Meng watched the pebbles continuously being pushed out and falling. But we're not done yet. The cobblestones are being generated, but they haven't become dropped items. This means the funnel can't collect them, and they can't be placed into chests. Next, we need to build a collection device. We still need one final step to blast it away. Blast it? Blast it? Zhang Meng froze. Such good cobblestone, wouldn't it be a waste to blast it? Exactly. Blow them up into drop items. Next, we need a collection device. Explaining the principle is complicated. I'll just show you how to make it. He pulled out some obsidian, slime blocks, redstone torches, detectors, pistons, and TNT. Though it was clearly a product of the block realm, Zhang Meng instantly recognized the red block labeled TNT as the real-world explosive. A cubic meter of explosives. Zhang Meng's mouth twitched. If this were taken to the outside world, how terrifying would that be? Suyu began assembling the explosive device. Obsidian formed a sturdy core to withstand the blast, slime blocks provided elastic thrust, redstone torches and detectors generated an extremely precise high-frequency pulse signal, and pistons were used for precise pushing and pulling. Within mere minutes, a compact machine with a certain dangerous beauty was assembled beside the stone grinding machine's exit. Watch closely. Suyu pulled the lever. From the machine's core, new TNT blocks were cloned and launched out almost every second, landing precisely on the cobblestone blocks just pushed out by the pistons. A continuous roar of explosions erupted instantly. Before each newly formed cobblestone could pile up, it was precisely detonated by the following TNT. The cobblestone blocks shattered into tiny cobblestone fragments, cascading like dumplings into the depths of the shaft Zhang Meng had dug earlier, a shaft connected to a funnel and a chest at its base. The deafening explosions filled the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. It was brutally efficient, yet possessed a suffocating mechanical beauty. The masterful exploitation of rules displayed in these mere minutes was more shocking, more insane. It was mesmerizing. The soul of Zhang Meng, a master of creation, trembled wildly. An indescribable fervor and thirst for knowledge instantly overwhelmed him. Big boss. This. Teach me this. Zhang Meng grabbed Suyu's arm violently, his voice hoarse with extreme excitement, his eyes burning with near madness. No, teach me all of this. What else is powerful? Teach me everything. Please. This is incredible. Zhang Meng had initially come in just to build with blocks, but once inside, everything had surpassed his wildest expectations. Suyu watched his near-frenzied state and smiled, knowing he'd fully ignited this guy's potential. Of course, I'll teach you. That's exactly why I brought you here. His curiosity made Suyu secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He'd feared Zhang Meng wouldn't take to it. These machines demanded relentless effort, and Zhang Meng's dedication proved he could endure it. Someone like him was perfect to lead the power generation construction team. Chapter 85, Monster Control, Black Jade Explosion Proof. Zhang Meng went off to handle the power generation construction matters. Suyu explained the principles behind a few machines to him, but didn't tell him the specifics of how to build them, leaving him to figure it out on his own. Figuring out the rest on your own will be more interesting. Zhang Meng hummed an acknowledgement, surprisingly asking no further questions. He walked silently to a corner, sat cross-legged on the floor, propped his elbows on his knees, and stared motionless at the partially completed machine, his gaze intense enough to pierce through it. Suyu glanced at him a couple of times but didn't disturb him, turning away to attend to his own tasks. The most urgent task now was to get the chicken farm up and running. Chickens have become absolutely crucial now, Suyu muttered to himself as he sorted through the materials in his bag. Relying solely on exploring the map to find chicken snakes is too inefficient and too much of a gamble. Fortunately, they can be mass-produced. Besides spawning naturally in specific biomes, there was another, more controllable way to obtain chicken snakes: smashing eggs. Among eggs laid by ordinary chickens, there's a minuscule chance of encountering a variant, rotten eggs. These seemingly useless rotten eggs have a chance to hatch into chicken snakes. Even better, a chicken snake born this way would recognize the player who cracked it as its owner and obey their commands. Of course, Suyu wasn't interested in the mere amusement of owning a chicken snake. The key lay in establishing a stable egg-laying production line. This would mean mass-producing rotten eggs, enabling systematic mass production of chicken snakes. Then, from these chicken snakes, he could obtain the precious wither bones. First, he needed to craft enough dragon bone longbows for several people. With his plan clear, Suyu sprang into action. He retrieved the prepared cobblestone, glass, funnels, trapdoors, and a bucket of water from the chest, then found a spacious corner to begin construction. The process itself wasn't complicated, but the tedious details demanded constant attention. Nearly half an hour later, a compact and efficient semi-automated chicken farm began to take shape. Its original blueprint had been for a typical roast chicken farm, but Suyu couldn't care less about the chicken meat profits. He decisively removed the final slaughtering mechanism, retaining only the core chicken lays eggs, eggs hatch chickens cycle. This isn't a server, so I don't have to worry about lag from too many entities. Might as well max out the creature count. With the chicken farm now operational, Suyu brushed the dust off his hands and turned his attention to the next pressing challenge: finding a monster to replace the Enderman. Having utilized various monster abilities in combat these past days, Suyu increasingly realized how invaluable the slender specter converted from an Enderman had proven. Their ghostly teleportation, devastating damage, and that oppressive presence that seemed to warp reality itself had given him far greater tactical flexibility. Consequently, after unexpectedly losing it, Suyu's immediate thought was, he must find another Enderman and transform it once more. But the moment that thought surfaced, he suppressed it. He had only one monster control stone left, and it was merely intermediate grade. Such a rare item couldn't be squandered lightly. Even using it to control an Enderman for its teleportation ability felt extravagant. Right. Now that I have JEI, I can check what this monster control stone is crafted from. Suyu immediately opened the monster control stone synthesis table. Intermediate monster control stone, crafted from 4 basic monster control stones. And the crafting recipe for a basic monster control stone: 9 nether stars arranged in a circle plus 1 emerald? Suyu stared at the synthesis formula, a headache setting in. This is going to be tough. Nether star, the only monster drop from the original mob, Wither. Nether star is immune to the looting enchantment. Even if Suyu attacked with a weapon enchanted with looting, the drop would still be a single nether star. The upside was that wither skeletons reliably dropped nether star upon death. What troubled Suyu now was that wither skeletons were incredibly difficult to defeat. Its difficulty level surpassed even that of the Ender Dragon. Upon summoning, it enters a blue-hued invulnerable state. After charging, it unleashes an explosion capable of devastating damage. Following this, it continuously fires projectiles called wither shards in all directions. Not only do these deal immense damage, but they also inflict the persistent wither effect that steadily drains health, making them extremely troublesome. Would it be easier to fight now? The incident where the chicken snake struck Zhao Lei had genuinely made Suyu sweat bullets. He hadn't expected the monsters here to inflict such significant harm on real-world individuals. But might things be different now? Within this realm, they possessed the traits of players. This meant that even if struck by the wither effect, it wouldn't directly erode their life essence like in reality. Instead, it would manifest as a continuous health bar depletion, just like in a game. If that's the case, dealing with wither might be much easier. Suyu's confidence stemmed from the dragon bone longbow. Compared to the original bow, the dragon bone longbow stats were borderline overpowered. If every member of the team wielded a dragon bone longbow with strength V, knockback, infinity, and fire arrows, equipped with a full diamond armor set and supplemented with a few golden apples, defeating wither would be a simple task. We must prepare every possible contingency. As the raid team set out, Suyu gave each member a set of enchanted diamond armor obtained earlier from lucky chests. In vanilla Minecraft, this gear would be considered in-game tier, but in a world fused with mods like Song of Ice and Fire, it was merely basic protection. Seems the fastest way to get stronger quickly still relies on the lucky cube. While the fortune cube did have its share of unlucky drops, its benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. With their current playstyle primarily ice and fire, supplemented by vanilla, the loot obtained through the fortune cube was simply too valuable to ignore. Suyu shook off his reliance on the lucky cube. The immediate priority was resolving the monster control stone issue. Without a stable high-level monster companion, one always feels less confident when facing unknown dangers. We must defeat the wither, and quickly, Suyu resolved. With a full set of enchanted diamond armor and a dragon bone longbow, defeating the wither wouldn't be difficult if they coordinated properly. First, he needed to prepare a large quantity of milk buckets to counteract the wither effect if it struck. Healing potions and enchanted golden apples were also essential. Next was the location for summoning the wither. It absolutely couldn't be just anywhere in the village. The wither's explosion and the wither skulls it launched would cause massive environmental damage, and nearby machines couldn't be harmed. Perhaps we could excavate a massive underground chamber? Line the walls with blast-resistant materials like obsidian to create a makeshift wither arena? Though I recall the wither's spawning explosion can shatter even obsidian. Zhang Mang. Suyu approached Zhang Mang, who was still deep in thought, staring at the machinery. Zhang Mang looked up, his delayed reaction still tinged with intense focus on the mechanical structures. Set that aside for now. We have an urgent task. We need to construct a secure combat arena. The main requirements are ample space and walls capable of withstanding high-intensity explosions. Prioritize obsidian for the materials. The sooner, the better. Chapter 86, Exploring the Nether, Sudden Encounter with Wraiths. Upon hearing the specifics, Zhang Mang snapped back to attention. Explosion-proof site? Got it. Any location requirements? Beneath the base, as deep as possible. Avoid critical infrastructure. The blast protection should ideally consist of 3 layers of obsidian. You handle the specifics. I'll have Tie assist you. Suyu snapped his fingers. The puppet Tai stepped beside him and bowed to Zhang Mang. This. Understood. Leave it to me. After a momentary surprise at the giant's intelligence, Zhang Mang wasted no time diving into the construction. Suyu began counting the emeralds in his backpack. Acquiring emeralds is the simplest part. Nothing to see here. Let's wait for Zhang Mang to finish the arena first. Soon after, Zhang Mang relayed the news. The combat arena was complete. Though rudimentary, it met the requirements. Suyu gathered the prepared supplies, summoned the raid team members, and concisely outlined the objective. There's a target we need to prioritize. I require its drop item. Stronger than the flying dragon? Fong Yat asked the crucial question. Gathering the entire team meant this target would be anything but easy. Everyone, our next target won't be a relatively conventional dragon. Instead, it will be one we must synthesize ourselves. Once successfully synthesized, it will break free from all constraints and become a mobile natural disaster. Its name is Wither. Wither? Fong Yat immediately questioned. The chicken snake's rays contained wither effects before. Does that mean all those wither effects originated from this wither? Suyu nodded. Exactly. Wither is the true boss wielding wither attacks. Once spawned, it will frantically destroy every block it sees. This time, we can't rely solely on bows, we'll need melee combat too. It sounds so dangerous, then why are we still? Fong Yat asked instinctively, her voice trembling slightly. Because defeating it grants us the Nether Star. Suyu replied immediately, though he concealed his true intentions. It's the core component for crafting the beacon. The beacon provides a powerful, wide-area buff aura granting benefits like increased speed, strength boosts, health regeneration, damage absorption, and more. Building our main city absolutely requires the beacon. Lu Qing was the first to recover from the shock and posed the crucial question, are its movement patterns and attack wind-ups obvious? After synthesis, it briefly immobilizes before hovering and moving at considerable speed. Before attacking, its head visibly tilts back to gather dark energy, Suyu answered. Wu Hao rubbed his nose. Is there a potion to immunize or remove the wither effect? Milk can instantly remove it, but it's impractical during combat. The core strategy is dodging and blocking, avoid direct hits at all costs. I've prepared milk, everyone should bring some. Suyu gestured toward the crate in the corner. Fong Yat pressed, does it have any obvious weaknesses? Its 3 heads are both attack points and points of vulnerability. There are no elemental resistances, it's purely a battle of firepower and survival. After answering all questions, Suyu stood up. Alright, theory session over. Crafting the wither skeleton requires 3 wither skeleton heads, we still need to acquire those first. And those monsters only exist in one place, the Nether. The Nether? The group exchanged bewildered glances, this term was entirely new to them. Correct. Within my domain lies another nested dimensional world, the Nether, Suyu declared with startling revelation. You may think of it as hell. Within the domain, there's another domain? The group was utterly stunned. This involves the laws of planes. How is your domain even constructed? It's beyond belief. Zhang Meng couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. There are still many unknowns. You'll have plenty of time to explore them in the future, Suyu cut off his excitement. For now, the entire expedition team, check your equipment. Bring ample arrows and spare melee weapons. We depart immediately. Suyu led them to a corner of the main city where a bizarre doorframe of obsidian stood. The netherworld portal, a sinister purple glow rippled like water across its center. Stay close and don't fall behind, Suyu instructed one last time before stepping into the light barrier first. The others took deep breaths and followed suit. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and spatial disorientation, they found solid ground beneath their feet. Yet the sight before them made them gasp in shock. No sun, moon, or stars graced the sky. Rough, sharp red rocks scraped their feet. Not far away, a vast sea of bubbling magma stretched endlessly. Colorful yet grotesque fungal plants twisted and grew in bizarre shapes. The air was scorching, thick with the pungent stench of sulfur. Each breath brought a searing, stinging pain. Is this the netherworld? Zhao Lei's voice was dry. The scene before him was more terrifying than any demonic realm he'd ever heard of. It's like the world turned inside out. Fangya murmured, tightening her grip on her bow. Lu Qing drew a deep breath of scorching air, spear already in hand, scanning the surroundings warily. Stay alert. Stay close to me. Suyu's low command snapped the group out of their shock. The terrain here is treacherous. One wrong step and you're plunging into molten lava. Our target is the nether fortress. Withered skeletons only spawn within that kind of structure. Suyu clearly knew this environment well. To isolate the original iron golem work area, he'd deliberately chosen a distant location for the nether portal, ensuring their arrival in the pristine zone while also testing the squad's mettle. The group set off. Suyu led the way, guiding the team across a narrow rock bridge barely wide enough for one person. At times, they had to sidestep along steep cliff paths, loose nether rock fragments tumbling beneath their feet and plunging into the molten lava below, vanishing instantly. Every step demanded extreme caution, while the air thick with sulfur fumes and scorching heat relentlessly assaulted their senses. Keep your distance. Watch your step. Suyu's voice echoed from ahead. Just then, an ethereal yet bone-chilling wail, like the sound of weeping, echoed from the distance. Watch out. It's a wraith. Suyu immediately warned. Before the words faded, a massive, pallid creature, a fusion of jellyfish and specter, floated slowly from behind a giant mushroom cap. Its enormous white face wore a sorrowful expression, its hollow eye sockets staring vacantly at them. The mere sight sent chills down their spines, raising goosebumps all over their skin. The next instant, that sorrowful expression twisted into a savage grimace. It opened its massive jaws, and a clearly visible, enormous fireball rapidly coalesced within its mouth. Roaring with scorching heat waves, it hurtled straight toward the narrow rock bridge where the team stood. Scatter! Take cover! Lu Qing barked sharply, simultaneously diving sideways to hide behind a protruding rock formation. Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao reacted with lightning speed, immediately seeking cover. The fireball grazed the edge of the rock bridge, slamming into the distant rock wall behind them with a deafening explosion. Shards of lower realm rock flew everywhere. Long-range attack. Suppress it. Lu Qing peered out from behind cover, pointing his spear. No words were needed. Fangya and the others had already drawn their bows and nocked arrows. Chapter 87, Gold-Plated Gear, Nether Fortress. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows tore through the air. The evil spirit seemed to try to move, but the arrow struck its massive form with pinpoint accuracy. The specter let out an even shriller wail, its body shuddering before instantly dissolving into a wisp of mist. That's it? Fangya, who had just knocked a second arrow, watched the evil spirit vanish with surprise. Suyu explained beside her, that's how evil spirits work: high attack, low defense. They can spit fireballs from great distances, but their health is extremely low. You could even kill them with a few bare-handed blows. The only real trouble is their ability to spit fireballs from afar. Before they could catch their breath, furious snarls erupted from the flank. Zombie pigmen. Their close-range attacks deal massive damage. Suyu's voice boomed like thunder beside them, calmly relaying the attackers' details. 3 pig spirits, each as tall as a man and wielding golden axes, charged toward them with bloodshot eyes, their rage palpable. Fangya, fire! Everyone else, cover! As the raid leader, Lu Qing reacted in an instant, gripping his spear and charging forward. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao also drew diamond swords, raising their shields to flank Fangya. Fangya focused her mind, her arrow already knocked and drawn taut. Whoosh! An arrow struck the nearest pig spirit with pinpoint accuracy. Squeak! The pig spirit let out a sound of impact. Before it could retaliate, a spear sliced through the air and pierced its chest. With a puff, it dissolved into a wisp of white mist. The following pig spirits met the same fate, swiftly eliminated one after another. The entire ambush was over in less than 3 minutes. Clap clap clap. Applause erupted from Suyu's hands. Watching their seamless coordination, Suyu was both deeply satisfied and genuinely surprised. I never imagined that in just half a day, your coordination could gel so seamlessly. Truly, I must say, no wonder you're students from a prestigious school. Lu Qing swept her gaze around with her spear, confirming the coast was clear. She flicked the spear tip and slung it back onto her shoulder, easing the alertness of the 3 archers behind her. She rolled her eyes at Suyu's praise. That sounds like you're just backhanded complimenting yourself. Not at all. It's sincere praise, Suyu replied with a smile. Alright, let's keep moving. After this minor skirmish that ended without serious trouble, the team's coordination had improved significantly. The journey to the lower realm fortress brought many more incidents like the one just experienced, but the group now handled them with ease. Among them, Fangya astonished Suyu the most. On multiple occasions, she'd suddenly draw her bow mid-stride and fire at a target. Only a split second later, when the others turned to look, would they see either a malevolent spirit dissolving into mist or a pig spirit being knocked back, the latter swiftly finished off by another arrow from Fangya's bow. I really underestimated you all at first, so you admitted sincerely, a hint of apology even creeping into his voice. Fangya drew back her longbow and teased with a playful smile, is that so? Well, as compensation for underestimating me, how about sponsoring me with your dragon bone longbow? Her eyes crinkled with amusement, her tone half joking, half testing. She didn't truly expect Suyu to agree, intending to laugh it off afterward. To her surprise, Suyu's hand flickered, and the dragon bone longbow, the very one Fangya, Jiaolei, and Wu Hao had coveted for so long, actually materialized in his grasp. He then extended it directly toward Fangya. Here. Those two simple words left Fangya utterly speechless. Staring at the coveted weapon now within reach, then glancing up at Suyu's earnest expression, Fangya felt utterly flustered. For me? Really? Suyu nodded firmly. Of course it is. Your archery skills are the best among us. You're the one who can truly unleash its power. Me holding it would be a complete waste. Fangya instinctively reached out, but hesitated just as her fingers were about to touch the bow. She repeated this several times, her face a mix of conflict and disbelief. I said it's yours. Just take it. Why all the hesitation? Suyu watched her expression, shaking his head with a wry smile. Without waiting for her response, he thrust the dragon bone longbow into her arms and began giving detailed instructions. This dragon bone bow is different from other bows. It can only fire dragon bone arrows. I've enchanted it with a spell called Infinity. As long as you have a dragon bone arrow in your inventory, you can shoot endlessly. Also, this one was specially gold-plated. The gold-plated version of the dragon bone longbow breaks through the enchantment limits of the original. While the dragon bone longbow will eventually be mass-produced, this gold-plated version is one of a kind just for you. At Suyu's words, Fangya saw gold-plated 3 displayed on the dragon bone longbow's data panel. And those familiar enchanted attributes, whether strength, impact, or durability, all far exceeded the conventional limits she knew, universally boosted by an additional 3 levels. This was undeniably an enormous enhancement. Holding the dragon bone longbow, Fangya finally snapped back to reality as Jiaolei and Wu Hao rushed over to gawk. Taking a deep breath, she gripped the bow tightly and solemnly vowed, I won't let you down. Suyu nodded with a smile. What he didn't mention was that the gold plating could actually be mass-produced. I'll keep some secrets to myself. Gold plating can be made into a limited edition item, which helps boost the initiative of my followers. If everyone's gear is identical, it's hard to maintain motivation. Holding onto this little lordly scheme, Suyu remained impassive as he turned to address the eager-eyed Jiaolei, Wu Hao, and Lu Qing standing nearby. Come on, once the future domain develops further, I'll find a way to get you all some gold-plated gear too. Everyone will get their share. This promise acted like a shot of adrenaline for the group. Even the usually aloof Lu Qing felt a flicker of anticipation. The team's morale soared as they pressed forward. Before long, a massive, gloomy, and oppressive fortress complex finally came into clear view at the horizon's edge. Massive load-bearing pillars, fashioned from dark red nether bricks, rose from churning seas of molten lava, supporting the intricate network of corridors and bridges above. Even from their distant vantage point below, the group could faintly discern dark, towering figures moving slowly along the lofty fortress walkways, emanating an ominous aura. From below, Suyu and the others could already make out faint movements above. That's the nether fortress, Suyu pointed ahead. The wither skeletons are roaming inside. Inside the fortress, 2 types of monsters demand extreme caution. The first is the flame man, a creature suspended in midair, composed of fire and smoke, spinning rapidly while continuously spewing fireballs. Suyu produced several vials of potion glowing with an orange-red light and distributed them to each person. These are fire-resistant potions. Drink them immediately upon entering the fortress. They'll ensure the fire elemental's fireballs can't ignite you and significantly reduce burn damage. After finishing, Suyu shifted her tone abruptly, her voice growing stern. But remember this clearly. The potion only grants immunity to fire. As high-velocity projectiles, fireballs carry substantial physical impact force. A direct hit will still inflict injury. So never get overconfident. Rely on positioning, use the terrain, block with your shields, do everything to dodge. Got it? Understood. The group responded in unison, promptly tilting their heads back to drink the potions. A cool, soothing force spread throughout their bodies, dispelling the surrounding heat. Good. Suyu nodded, his gaze shifting toward the fortress's dark entrance, gaping like a giant maw. Operation commences. Target, withered skeletons. Chapter 88, Unique Terrain, Volley of Arrows? Keeping Suyu's warning firmly in mind, the group immediately employed the most direct method to build height. They stacked blocks beneath their feet and climbed upward, swiftly reaching the walkway. Besides the sulfuric stench, the air carried a faint, peculiar odor reminiscent of ashes and decay. In the lower realm fortress, treasure chests are often found at corridor corners. They contain minerals. If you find any, feel free to take them. Before long, a crackling sound like burning flames, mixed with a metallic hum, emanated from a corner ahead. Suyu immediately raised his hand to signal the team to halt, whispering, "Careful. That's the sound of a mob spawner ahead. Likely a blaze spawner." Peering cautiously around the corner, Suyu quickly withdrew and confirmed, "Yep, it's a firekin spawner. 3 of them have already spawned around it." In the center of a small chamber ahead stood a cage, constantly rotating and flickering with flame patterns. Surrounding it were 3 flames composed of swirling fire and smoke, wandering aimlessly. Suyu glanced at Lu Qing. A single exchange of looks was enough. Lu Qing understood immediately, reacting with clear decisiveness as she swiftly executed several simple hand signals. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao, having honed their coordination with her, drew their bows to full draw almost the instant the command was given. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows tore through the air, striking their targets with precision. Though they failed to kill outright, they successfully drew the attention of the 2 flame men. Their spinning suddenly accelerated, and fireballs began to coalesce. In that split-second window, Lu Qing moved. Her spear traced a silvery arc through the air as she charged forward like an arrow released from its string, aiming directly at the 3rd fire-breathing creature standing with its back to her. The spear shot forth like a dragon. A flash of cold steel. A thrust and a stab. Thud. The spear pierced the flame creature's core with pinpoint accuracy. Before it could even utter a cry, it instantly dissolved into a cloud of vapor, leaving only a fallen flame rod on the ground. Behind her, Fangya drew her bowstring taut but held fire, merely bracing her position. In the briefest instant as Lu Qing withdrew her attack, one of the first 2 flame men struck had already completed its fireball. The searing energy sphere was about to erupt toward Lu Qing's back. Whoosh! An arrow, accompanied by a peculiar whistling sound, flew even faster, arriving before the fireball. The arrow had been fired by Fangya, who had remained steadfastly in the rear, observing the entire battle with the sharp gaze of a hawk. This? Even Fangya herself was taken aback as she watched the flame man dissolve into white mist. She knew the gold-plated dragon bone bow was powerful, but this effect was beyond belief. The second arrow had instantly killed it? Was the flame man just too fragile, or did this bow's power exceed her comprehension? Captain Lu, fall back. Let me test the true power of this dragon bone longbow. Fangya shouted immediately. She needed to confirm whether this was a fluke. Before her words had even faded, Lu Qing showed no hesitation. His feet pushed off the ground and his body swiftly drifted backward. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao reacted with astonishing speed, responding almost the instant Fangya spoke. Their bows vanished instantly, replaced by heavy shields. Zhao Lei lunged forward to position himself diagonally in front of Fangya, shielding her as she prepared to fire. Wu Hao shifted sideways, his shield covering Lu Qing's flank as she retreated. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, without a single hitch. Watching this display, Suyu's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but nod in admiration. Fangya drew a deep breath, focused her mind, and once again drew her dragonbone longbow to its fullest. The moment the bowstring reached its full moonlight tension, 2 dragonbone arrows, each gleaming with a cold, icy light, materialized simultaneously on the bowstring. Startled, Fangya blinked in disbelief and instinctively released her grip. The bowstring's vibration was deeper and more powerful than before. 2 dragonbone arrows shot forth like dragons breaking free from their bonds, flying side by side with blinding speed. Each struck its mark with deadly precision, piercing the final 2 flame men who had just turned to face them. There was no suspense. The 2 flaming men exploded instantly as if struck by invisible hammers, disintegrating into billowing clouds of white mist and scattered flaming rods. A brief silence enveloped this corner of the fortress. Everyone present, including Suyu, stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in utter astonishment. One draw of the bow, 2 arrows fired simultaneously? Use pickaxes to dismantle the spawning cage. Otherwise, the fire elementals will keep respawning. Suyu snapped out of his shock first, immediately issuing orders, his voice slightly raised in surprise. I'll handle it. Zhao Lei responded instantly, stowing his shield and switching to his diamond pickaxe. With Wu Hao shielding them vigilantly and Fangya still somewhat dazed but holding her bow on alert, he swiftly moved forward. With a few swings of the pickaxe, he dismantled the constantly rotating monster spawning cage, which emitted fiery patterns, into an experience orb. After confirming the area was temporarily safe, Suyu turned to Fangya and voiced the question on everyone's mind. Fangya, how did you shoot 2 arrows just now? Shouldn't only 1 arrow appear on the bowstring when you draw it? Under the rules of the block realm, as long as arrows were in the backpack, drawing the bowstring would automatically cause 1 arrow to appear on it, ready for firing. This was an ironclad rule, ingrained in everyone's subconscious as the absolute truth for a single shot. Yet just now, Fangya had undeniably fired 2 arrows in a single shot. Fangya herself looked utterly bewildered. She stared at the dragonbone longbow in her hands, then glanced at her own hands, shaking her head blankly. I don't know either. I just wanted to take out both flame men at once, so I needed 2 arrows simultaneously. Then I drew and released the bow. Normally I never expected 2 arrows to fly out at once. Is that even possible? Suyu was equally curious, murmuring in wonder, seems. I'd been stuck in my own mental dead end. Dead end? What do you mean? Fangya pressed, puzzled. Suyu paused to gather his thoughts before explaining. My previous understanding, or rather, my experience restricted my imagination. I subconsciously assumed this bow functioned like any bow I knew under certain rules. Drawing the string once could only fire one arrow. That was an ironclad rule within that framework. But I overlooked, or rather, sometimes forgot that this is a realm with its own unique laws, a realm that truly exists. Though it shares many similarities with the world from my memories, it absolutely cannot and should not follow that world's trajectory and limitations. It will branch out into its own unique possibilities. Just like now. So it seems, if your intent is strong enough and your control over power is precise enough, even firing 3, 4, or even more arrows at once isn't impossible? Chapter 89, Doubting Oneself. Withered Summoning. This bold conjecture made everyone's heart skip a beat. The dragon bone longbow itself possessed extraordinary performance. If it could unleash such a volley of arrows, it would deliver terrifying firepower. Fanya furrowed her delicate brows slightly, shook her head slowly, and raised the dragon bone longbow in her hand, feeling it carefully. It's probably not that simple. Recalling her recent sensations, Fanya spoke with solemn conviction. When I drew the bowstring for those 2 arrows, I distinctly felt the force returning from the string was noticeably heavier than when drawing a single arrow. It demanded far more physical and mental energy to maintain and control. As she spoke, she attempted to draw the bowstring again, this time concentrating intensely on the thought of 2 arrows. Sure enough, the phantom forms of 2 dragon bone arrows slowly coalesced on the bowstring. Yet the process was far less fluid and natural than the first time. Fanya's arms trembled slightly from the effort. She quickly released the bowstring, causing the arrow images to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, she stated with certainty. Each additional arrow requires exponentially greater force and energy to draw the bowstring. This isn't an infinite stacking without cost. With my current strength and the bow's durability, 2 arrows might be the stable limit. 3 arrows might be possible, but the power and accuracy would likely suffer greatly. It could even damage the bow or myself. Fanya's explanation was crystal clear, revealing not only her exceptional archery talent but also her meticulous understanding of weapon mechanics. Upon hearing this, Suyu not only felt no disappointment but nodded in sudden realization, chuckling self-deprecatingly. This bow is truly wasted in my hands. The others merely smiled before refocusing their attention on the task at hand. Though the lower realm fortress's interior was vast, its main thoroughfares were not overly complex. Soon, the path opened up before them, revealing a relatively spacious platform area connected to bridges leading in different directions. Upon the platform, a pitch-black figure, nearly indistinguishable from its surroundings, came into view. The creature was charcoal black, as if scorched by raging flames, with only faint, grayish-white bone patterns visible on its face and joints. It dragged a rough yet unusually heavy stone sword in its hand, aimlessly wandering along the edge of the platform. That's a withered skeleton, so you stopped and confirmed for the others, who were seeing this creature for the first time. It doesn't seem particularly difficult to deal with? Fanya carefully observed the withered skeleton's somewhat sluggish movements and made a preliminary judgment, comparing it to the flame men and wraiths they had encountered earlier. In terms of its attack patterns and health alone, it's not the toughest, Suyu nodded, acknowledging part of Fanya's observation. But its real challenge lies in its attack properties. Melee strikes always inflict the wither effect. You all know how terrifying that effect is, no need for me to elaborate. There's only one rule, never let it get close. Don't give it any chance to touch you. Everyone, prioritize taking it down with ranged attacks. Use your bows. Understood. Fanya, Jiaolei, and Wu Hao immediately responded in unison, their voices hushed as they drew their bows and sought optimal firing angles. Beside them, Lu Qing's fingers tightened slightly around her spear. Her handsome brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as she let out a soft sigh, a hint of worry flickering across her features. What's wrong? Suyu keenly picked up on her emotion. Just feeling a bit melancholy, Lu Qing murmured softly. Since entering your domain, I don't seem as capable as I imagined. In fact, I feel rather useless. Before entering the block realm, Lu Qing had envisioned herself as a frontline warrior, charging into battle at the forefront. Yet whether confronting the flying dragon or now within the lower realm fortress, she had been forced to remain in the relatively safe rear, performing support and covering duties. When facing close-range targets, she was often forced to rely on her bow, a weapon she wasn't particularly skilled with. This left her feeling stifled, as if she had strength with nowhere to channel it. Her core strengths and values seemed completely constrained within this peculiar domain. So that's why, Suyu understood the unspoken weight behind her silence, not complaint, but a deep-seated doubt and anxiety about her own worth. Don't overthink it. This isn't because you're not capable, quite the opposite. Precisely because you and everyone else are so exceptional, such vital teammates, I dare not risk exposing you to close combat before you fully grasp this domain's bizarre rules. Suyu's gaze swept over the withered skeletons lurking in the darkness ahead. Many monsters here possess instant kill abilities or extremely troublesome negative effects. Close combat has too little margin for error. One mistake could mean an instant kill. I can't afford that risk. Lu Qing nodded silently, her fists clenching involuntarily. Wasn't this still denying her value? But I've thought of a spear-type weapon that would absolutely suit you. Really? Lu Qing perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Suyu nodded. Just wait. No more than half a month. For now, focus on being a great leader for the strategy team. After that, you'll have plenty of opportunities to shine. The last trace of gloom vanished from Lu Qing's heart. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "All right, I'll be waiting." With that, she hesitated no longer. She secured the spear firmly on her back, drew her bow and arrows, and refocused her attention squarely on the enemy before her. With bows and arrows, withered skeletons, fire goblins, and wraiths were no challenge, especially with 3 highly skilled archers among them. The only complication was the drop rate for wither skulls. Suyu required a substantial quantity, so the group hunted wither skeletons for nearly 2 hours. By the time they emerged from the nether, they possessed 24 wither skulls. We can only summon 8 wither skeletons, just enough for 1 basic monster control stone. Still, we'll need to equip them with weapons enchanted with looting 3 or efficiency won't improve. Suyu pondered, planning to farm a villager with looting 3 later. But first, they needed to deal with the wither skeletons. In the obsidian arena Zhang Meng had constructed, Suyu finalized the battle plan with the team. We'll engage the wither here. Those of us who can aim arrows, me, Lu Qing, and Zhang Meng will each protect 1 archer. If anyone gets hit by the wither effect, immediately leave the battlefield, drink milk and the healing potions I gave you, and eat a golden apple before the fight starts. Visibility might be low here, so I'll work on making wither easier to spot. Just focus on dealing damage. Over and out. Roger. Everyone nodded and immediately entered combat mode. Suyu drew his melee weapon, the Yanma blade. To make wither more visible, phantom sword is the best option. Chapter 90, Assaulting Withered, Blade-Wielding Instant Step. Suyu took a deep breath, suppressing the slight tension that lingered within him. Wither was no easy boss to handle for him either, even though he'd only fought it a handful of times in the game. If not for the lure of the monster control stone, he wouldn't be considering fighting Wither now the beacon held 0 appeal for him. With this thought, Suyu walked to a relatively open area in the center of the obsidian platform Zhang Meng had constructed. He retrieved the prepared materials from his backpack and swiftly arranged the soul soil into a standard T-shaped base. He then retrieved 3 wither skulls. Placing the first 2 caused no reaction. The instant Suyu placed the final, 3rd wither skull onto the right-hand soul sand slot. Boom! The T-shaped base formed by the soul sand instantly shattered as if torn apart from within by an invisible force, exploding violently and dissipating into dust. At the explosion's epicenter, a grotesque figure abruptly coalesced into form. It was a monstrous creature bearing 3 hideous heads. The main body was a pitch-black skeleton, with 3 skulls constantly twisting and turning, emitting bone-chilling creaks. The colossal form emerged, instantly enveloped in a brilliant azure glow. This monstrous creature was none other than Wither. Lu Qing, Fangya, Zhaolei, and Wu Hao, witnessing this synthesis process for the first time, instantly tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. Though they had long heard of its terror from Suyu, the sheer, palpable pressure emanating from the creature as it materialized before them instantly seized them with primal fear and tension. Lu Qing instantly raised his spear before him, while Fangya and the others almost instinctively drew their bows to fire. "Don't act rashly," Suyu shouted to stop them. "A newly summoned withered one cannot be attacked. It's in its initial state. You should be able to see its health bar within your field of vision." Health bar? Only then did everyone notice a distinct purple health bar slowly rising above their field of vision. The bar was steadily climbing from 0. At his warning, they suppressed their urge to attack and fixed their gaze on the expanding purple bar and the monstrous creature undergoing terrifying transformations in the arena. Before their very eyes, the withered one, which had been only half a head taller than an average person at its birth, began inflating at a visible, frenzied pace, as if being pumped up. The blue energy aura on its body flickered violently, flickering on and off, while the bone-stretching crackling sound sent chills down everyone's spine. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal being hovering several feet above the ground, possessing 3 enormous heads. The oppressive sense of doom surged exponentially. "Get ready. It's about to attack." Suyu's warning shot up in pitch. Everyone's hearts lurched, muscles instantly tensing. Just as the purple health bar was about to fill completely. Boom! A deafening, terrifying explosion erupted violently, centered on Withered Blossom. A massive shockwave, carrying blue-black energy, swept across the surroundings, blowing away all the dust and debris on the ground. As the blinding light of the explosion faded, the transformed form of Withered was revealed. A restless darkness swirled around its form, its massive body now suspended entirely in midair. Without pause, 3 withered heads launched like hellish projectiles, trailing eerie blue trails of flame as they hurtled violently in different directions. Withered One had awakened. And its first move was a merciless, devastating bombardment. "Spread out. Keep moving. Evade first." Suyu's voice strained to be heard above the roar of explosions. "Find cover. Don't try to withstand the blast." Lu Qing barked sharply, her combat instinct swiftly overriding her initial shock. With a roll, Lu Qing dove behind a massive nether brick pillar. Where she had stood moments before, a wither skull had blasted a charred crater into the ground. Fanya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao reacted with lightning speed. Drawing on the evasion skills honed against the firemen, they moved with difficulty through the deafening explosions and flying debris, searching for openings to fire. Damn it, it's too dark around here. I can't see a thing. Zhao Lei held his bow, the arrowhead moving futilely in the dim light. The withered one blended almost seamlessly with the pitch-black surroundings, making precise targeting nearly impossible. The arrow remained unshot. The light's too dim. Wither's color is perfect natural camouflage. Wu Hao shouted anxiously. Aiming at a moving target and anticipating its path required clear visibility, yet now the creature was nearly lost in the darkness. Though torches were lit around them for illumination, the wither's color blended too seamlessly with its surroundings. Facing this severely limited visibility, Fanya didn't attempt to find a shooting angle nearby like her companions. Instead, she swiftly retreated to the relatively safer outer edge of the platform. First, she took a deep breath to forcefully steady her slightly ragged breathing from constant evasion. Then, she nocked an arrow, drew her bow, held her breath, and locked her focus dead center on that restless patch of darkness. She waited. Waiting for Suyu to create the perfect shooting opportunity for her. Whoosh! A crisp, dragon-like blade cry rang out. The instant Suyu gripped the Yanma blade, his gaze sharpened considerably, and his entire aura abruptly settled. In an instant, 6 translucent blades, formed entirely of pure blue energy, materialized out of thin air, hovering and circling around Suyu. Go! With a flicker of intent, Suyu's gaze shot like lightning toward the withered one, which continued to spew destructive attacks from the darkness. Whoosh! 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 The 6 phantom blades instantly transformed into 6 sapphire blue meteors, tearing through the gloom as they shot forth at astonishing speeds. Their purpose was not to inflict massive damage, but to mark. The phantom blades struck the withered one's massive, pitch-black form with pinpoint accuracy, one after another. They did not vanish immediately, but instead, as if possessing physical substance, they deeply pinned themselves into the withered one's body. Originally fused with the darkness, Wither's outline was now starkly defined by these continuously glowing phantom blades. Like a pitch-black hedgehog coated in fluorescent dye, it stood out starkly and conspicuously in the dim obsidian chamber. Now! Fanya's heart jolted, and without hesitation, she released her finger from the bowstring. The long-charged dragon bone arrow shot free, piercing the air with a shrill whistle, its body enveloped in a spiraling vortex of air. Trailing a faint light trail, it shot toward Wither in midair with unprecedented speed and force, striking with pinpoint accuracy. The central head of the withered one let out a piercing shriek, a mix of agony and fury, as the immense impact jolted its massive frame. All 3 heads twisted simultaneously, 6 points of icy white light locking onto Suyu below as they roared in pursuit. Excellent! Everything is unfolding as planned. Suyu, far from alarmed, was delighted. He bellowed, I'll draw its hatred. You focus all your firepower. Aim for those glowing markers. Before his words faded, he gripped the Yanma blade, his form suddenly blurring. One of the special techniques only achievable with the Sword of Extraction. Blade Dash. Chapter 91, Prize Acquisition, Star of the Lower Realm. Suyu's form blurred into a mere afterimage under the technique's acceleration. Just as the 3 withered heads twisted to spew several gray-black attacks, Suyu had already flashed several meters away. Those attacks could only futilely scatter the afterimages he left behind. Suyu effortlessly manipulated Withered's aggro. Withered screeched in rage, spinning frantically through the air, perpetually unable to grasp Suyu's true trajectory. Whenever it attempted to shift its focus elsewhere, a barrage of razor-sharp phantom blades would strike its bones with pinpoint accuracy, ringing out crisp, marking sounds that kept it firmly locked in Suyu's rhythm. With Fanya, the precise marksman wielding the dragon bone longbow, the entire battle's rhythm became exceptionally clear. Fanya remained in the safest position, each twang of her bowstring accompanied by an arrow of devastating penetration, striking Withered with pinpoint accuracy. I feel like we're all useless now, Wu Hao remarked from a short distance away, offering a bitter smile. Beside him, Lu Qing and Zhao Lei fell into a brief silence upon hearing this, then nodded helplessly, their expressions complex. Monster aggro was firmly locked onto Suyu alone, with the withered one's furious attacks all converging on the area where he darted and weaved. Meanwhile, the lethal damage output was handled entirely by Fanya, wielding her gold-plated dragon bow longbow. Her arrows never missed, dealing staggering damage. The 3 of them stood there now, seemingly reduced to mere spectators, unable to intervene. Just as a flicker of self-pity began to surface, Suyu's voice rang out clearly. The rest of you, don't just stand around. Get ready. When Withered's health drops below half, it gains withered armor. All ranged attacks, including arrows, will be completely ineffective against it. Lu Qing. It'll be up to you then prepare for close combat. Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, support from the flanks with melee weapons. Lu Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. His head, which had been hanging low, snapped up instantly, all traces of disappointment swept away. There was actually something for her to do? And it was the crucial melee finishing phase. Got it. Lu Qing responded loudly, his hands already itching to grab the spear strapped to his back. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao's spirits soared as well. They immediately sheathed their bows and drew their gleaming diamond swords, their eyes fixed on the rapidly diminishing purple health bar above Wither's head. They stared intently at the rapidly declining purple health bar, silently counting down in their minds. Soon, after Fangya's powerful dragon bone arrow struck once more, Withered's health finally plunged below the critical 50% threshold. Withered let out a deafening roar filled with agony and fury. Its massive frame could no longer sustain its levitation, as if pulled down by an invisible giant hand. With a thunderous crash, it slammed onto the platform floor, its height now indistinguishable from that of ordinary people. Now! In that instant, Lu Qing, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao, already poised for action, charged forward from 3 different directions. Pierce the heart! Lu Qing shrieked, her spear transforming into a silver lightning bolt as it stabbed viciously toward Withered's central head. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao arrived a split second later, their diamond swords slashing mercilessly into the withered, pitch-black body. Suyu spun instantly, her Yama blade tracing a flawless, deep blue arc through the air. Dimension slash! Several crescent-shaped, ghostly blue blade lights shot from the blade, tearing through the air. Though launched later, they arrived first, slashing viciously at the main body of the withered. Having just landed, Wither hadn't even begun to adjust to ground combat or recover much health when it instantly found itself surrounded on all sides. Under the relentless barrage of close-quarters attacks from the 4 assailants, the withered one's remaining half-health plummeted like an avalanche. In the blink of an eye, Withered could only emit a final, bitter howl filled with resentment and venom before its pitch-black body abruptly disintegrated like a sand sculpture scattered by the wind. Where it had stood, a fist-sized 4-pointed cross-shaped object landed. It was the item dropped upon Wither's demise, the star of the Netherworld. Withered. Defeated. Suyu bent down to pick up the trophy. The star of the lower realm felt heavy in his hand, still warm to the touch. He stowed it away before turning to face the others. Not as hard as we thought, huh? Not at all, Fangya chuckled as she stowed her longbow. It felt surprisingly easy. Lord, I think we could completely change our strategy. Oh? How so? Suyu looked at her with interest. First, the location. There's no need to fight in such a dimly lit room, Fangya stated frankly, sharing an observation she'd made long ago. I understand your reasoning for choosing this spot to avoid damaging the terrain. The environmental destruction caused by decay is indeed significant. But we could choose a location farther from the main city, somewhere with ample visibility. We'd perform much better there. Fangya's words struck a chord with Suyu. During several evasive maneuvers mid-battle, he too had distinctly felt the clumsiness imposed by the environment. Choosing this location had indeed been ill-considered. No problem, Suyu readily agreed. We'll do it that way next time. With unanimous agreement, they swiftly relocated to an open plain on the surface. Before formally beginning, Suyu specifically confirmed one thing with Fangya: have you tested your maximum effective range? Before commencing, Suyu asked Fangya, have you measured your effective range? Yes, Fangya nodded firmly. My effective range is 500 meters, but to maintain extremely high accuracy against fast-moving targets under pressure, keeping a distance of around 450 meters is ideal. Suyu swiftly adjusted the plan. Excellent. Then we'll position ourselves at 400 meters. Have Taiyi lead the other iron golems to protect you, ensuring you operate from the safest possible distance. No problem, Fangya weighed the dragon bone longbow in her hands. This way I can unleash my full power without any worries. On the open plain, the sun shone brightly, offering excellent visibility. Freed from the constraints of dim lighting, the group faced Withered with renewed composure. Fangya positioned herself on high ground 400 meters away, shielded by a solid defensive line of several iron golems led by Taiyi. This distance allowed her to focus entirely on aiming and firing. Get ready. I'm releasing them. Suyu set down the final withered head. The moment the withered appeared, the very heavens shifted. The sky visibly darkened, as if shrouded by a ring of cloud-like blackness enveloping the surroundings. What's happening? Zhao Lei instinctively cried out in alarm. Don't panic. This is normal when withered is summoned. We just couldn't see it earlier because we were underground, Suyu reassured the others. Hearing Suyu's explanation, the others finally understood, forcing down their shock and unease. So it was merely a normal phenomenon, though this normal was terrifying indeed. Chapter 92, The Heavenly Prodigy, Architectural Master. It proved to be the right choice to fight Wither on the surface. Before long, the 8th nether star fell into Suyu's hands. Suyu carefully stowed this precious trophy into his backpack, exhaled a long breath, and turned to face his followers. Alright, all the materials I needed have been gathered. Thank you all for your hard work. Lu Qingying's elegant brows were slightly furrowed, with traces of sweat still glistening on her temples. Fangya gently rubbed her slightly sore arms. The continuous bow drawing had taken a real toll on her. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao collapsed directly onto the grass, panting heavily, clearly drained from the immense exertion. Everyone, you've worked hard. That's all for today. Go back and rest well to recover your strength and energy. We'll continue tomorrow. After such intense combat, adequate rest was far more crucial than pushing on. Lu Qing propped her spear against the ground to steady herself, nodding in agreement. We definitely need a break. That howling roar of decay is still ringing in my ears. Fong also sheathed his dragon bone bow, his gaze turning concern toward Suyu. What about you? Aren't you coming back to rest? Suyu shook his head and explained, I won't be returning just yet. The materials I gathered earlier are just enough to synthesize something very important. I'll make it now while I can, to avoid any complications later. He didn't specify what it was, but the solemn tone made it clear to everyone that this item about to be born was far from ordinary. Need help? Lu Qing asked again, habitually offering to shoulder more responsibility. Suyu gave her a reassuring smile, no need. The synthesis process is quick. I can handle it alone. Your task now is to go back, get some rest, or grab something to eat and replenish your energy. Seeing his firm stance, Lu Qing relented. She motioned for Zhao Lei and Wu Hao to rise. Alright, we'll head back then. Don't work too late, Lord, Fang Ye reminded him before following Lu Qing out of Suyu's domain. Watching the team members' figures disappear, the faint weariness on Suyu's face instantly gave way to intense focus. He immediately headed to the temporary forging point in the main city. Just as he pulled out his materials to begin crafting, a figure suddenly leaned over beside him. What are you doing? Holy crap, you scared me. Zhang Meng, you're still here? Suyu jumped at the sudden voice and the head that appeared out of nowhere. Nope, not yet, Zhang Meng replied, his face still glowing with excitement, even more energized than those who had just defeated Wither. I've been tinkering with redstone machines non-stop, it's awesome. The stuff in your domain is so fascinating. Suyu finally understood, shaking his head with a wry smile. During the earlier battle against Wither, Zhang Meng hadn't joined the fray. After helping construct a makeshift combat platform with obsidian, he watched for a few moments. Seeing no need for his electro-architect skills, he'd wandered off to tinker with his redstone projects. Later, as the battle intensified, Suyu became fully absorbed in commanding and fighting, momentarily forgetting about him. Lu Qing and the others have all left. What about you? Are you still planning to stay? Suyu asked. Can I stay? Zhang Meng sounded reluctant to leave, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading, like a child afraid of being sent away. Of course you can. But I have my own work to do, just don't come bother me, Suyu replied. No problem. Zhang Meng agreed immediately. I just figured out something interesting. If you interrupt me now, I'll be really upset. Suyu, who had been about to immerse herself in her own tasks, paused. This piqued her curiosity. What did you make? Come on, follow me. The mention of his new invention instantly energized Zhang Meng. He forgot all about his promise not to be disturbed and grabbed Suyu's arm, pulling her toward another corner of the workshop area. They arrived at the underground space directly beneath the stone brushing machine. Zhang Meng had already made some initial modifications here. Beneath the simple collection funnels and boxes for dropped items, a new space had been carved out. What met Suyu's eyes were 2 rows of 10 furnaces, each neatly arranged. Each furnace was connected to hoppers above and below. The upper hoppers were clearly for feeding items to be smelted, while the lower ones served as outlets for finished products. Rail tracks were laid behind and above the furnaces, carrying box minecarts moving back and forth. All the furnaces were operational. Though the entire setup still appeared somewhat crude and rudimentary, it had already taken shape and was operating autonomously. It's a high-speed furnace, Suyu murmured, staring at the automated setup that felt both familiar and strangely unfamiliar. High-speed furnace? Zhang Meng froze, repeating the name several times. His expression instantly grew incredibly complex, a mix of disappointment at "so you knew all along" and excitement at "that name is spot on. You knew all along how to build this kind of fully automated burning machine? Yes, I understand the principles. Suyu nodded, inwardly astonished. I just never had an urgent need for it before, and never found the time to work on it. I never imagined you'd figure it out on your own and actually build it. You're impressive. This contraption did exist in the game, but Suyu was absolutely certain he'd never shared any design concepts for an automated furnace with Zhang Meng, not even hinted at related ideas. In other words, Zhang Meng had independently conceived, designed, and successfully implemented this automated smelting assembly line based solely on his own understanding of components like redstone, hoppers, and minecarts. I was just messing around. Zhang Meng scratched his head sheepishly upon hearing Suyu's praise. What made you want to build this? Tell me your thought process, Suyu asked. Zhang Meng replied, for our upcoming large-scale construction, one of the materials we need is stone bricks, right? To make stone bricks, you first have to smelt cobblestone into stone, then craft the bricks from that stone. But the stone generator only produces cobblestone. I figured if we had to manually smelt each one in a furnace, it'd take forever. Way too inefficient. Go on, Suyu urged, noticing Zhang Meng growing more animated as he spoke. Zhang Meng grinned, his voice growing more animated as he pointed to each component. See, the stone generator collection setup you built earlier already uses a hopper connected to a chest for auto collection. I built on that idea. I realized that placing one hopper above the furnace could automatically feed items into it as smelting materials, while another hopper behind the furnace could automatically add fuel. This is actually the core foundation of what you called the high-speed furnace. Then the question is, how do we ensure a constant supply of fuel and items to the furnace? Zhang Meng's eyes lit up as he reached the crucial point, gesturing toward the moving minecart. For this step, I was inspired by your iron golem mining team. Chapter 93, Still Moving Blocks? I'm here to collect you. While you guys were grinding wither skulls outside, I scouted the whole area and spotted those iron golem miners. They actually load the minerals they mine into a minecart with a chest, then send the cart along the rails up here for the iron golems above to sort and store. That's when it hit me. Zhang Meng gestured excitedly. I wondered, could we replace the blocks under the tracks with hoppers? If so, when the box carts pass over the hoppers, wouldn't the contents automatically drop in? If it worked, wouldn't that mean I could build a system that automatically replenishes the furnace with fuel and raw materials? So I tried it. It worked. Look. He pointed at the box minecart in operation. This one carries cobblestone. As it shuttles back and forth, the materials drop automatically into the corresponding hoppers, keeping the furnace burning non-stop. After he finished speaking, both fell silent. Only the crackling of flames in the furnace, the clatter of minecarts on the tracks, and the rustling of items flowing between hoppers echoed through the workshop area. During this brief silence, Suyu's gaze swept over the automated system once more, and he couldn't help but speak again. Observing the iron golem's transport, connecting the dots between minecarts and hoppers, then independently designing and implementing this automated logistics system. I've hit the jackpot here. Zhang Meng blushed at Suyu's blunt, enthusiastic praise, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. I didn't take you on for nothing, did I? Suyu smiled back. Did my field disappoint you? The two exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter, their laughter carrying the feeling of a discerning eye meeting a rare talent, a melody resonating with a kindred spirit. There's just one more problem now. As they laughed, the excitement on Zhang Meng's face gradually faded. Suddenly, a trace of worry appeared, and his brows furrowed. While the efficiency of firing things has improved, our fuel reserves are insufficient. The coal I found in the warehouse earlier is a considerable amount, but it won't last long in the long run. If only there were a way to generate fuel continuously. Before he could finish, Zhang Meng glanced at Suyu. The latter's ambiguous smile instantly made his eyes widen as he stared at that meaningful expression on Suyu's face. Could it be like how stone grinders endlessly produce stones? Could we generate fuel infinitely? Watching Zhang Meng practically jump out of his skin, Suyu's smile deepened. Do you want me to build the machine outright, or should I explain the principle behind it? The principle, of course. Having tasted the thrill of creating machines, Zhang Meng was now hooked on exploring the unknown laws of the world. Understanding the principle will help me develop new machines better. Suyu chuckled. Excellent. Let's begin. Grab these materials, 2 slime blocks, 1 detector, 1 sticky piston, 1 lever, and 1 wool carpet. Zhang Meng nodded vigorously and immediately dashed to the warehouse, frantically rummaging through its contents. Minutes later, he returned breathlessly, carrying everything Suyu had requested. Suyu couldn't help but praise the lucky cube. After intensive mining sessions recently, it had already discarded most of the original items. Redstone components were relatively common drops from the lucky cube. Though it had only occasionally provided a full set of redstone items, it was now sufficient for building simple machines. Wool blankets? Are you planning to use wool blankets as fuel? But their burning duration is far too short, not even comparable to coal. Zhang Meng, clearly familiar with the burning times of various items, instantly grasped Suyu's intention in asking for woolen blankets. Suyu replied, a single wool blanket might not compare to coal, but don't forget we're building something that regenerates infinitely. While one blanket burns quickly, imagine having thousands burning endlessly? Then that's essentially creating an infinite fuel resource. Zhang Meng exclaimed excitedly. How do we do it? Teach me quickly. It's not really a principle, think of it more as exploiting a game glitch. Suyu began constructing the machine while explaining. The bug works like this: when wool is placed on a piston linked to a slime block, pulling the lever should drop the wool. Instead, the wool stays on the piston as it moves away, and a new wool blanket spawns at the original spot. When you release the lever, the blanket carried away by the slime block returns to its place, pushing out the extra blanket. This cycle repeats, giving us numerous extra wool blankets out of thin air. These are our fuel. After finishing his explanation, Suyu pointed to the redstone components on the ground and added, that's the principle. How you implement it is up to you. I can give you one hint: the machine is vertical. With that, Suyu said no more. Watching Zhang Meng sink into thought, he saw no need to disturb him further and went about his own business. Synthesize monster control stones. After arranging the materials on the workbench according to the synthesis list, the rightmost box predictably displayed the primary monster control stone awaiting synthesis. Suyu immediately took it. Its texture felt exactly like the one gifted by the system. Time to hunt down an Enderman to control. That teleportation skill is just too useful. Suyu slammed the door open and rushed out. Spotting an Enderman wasn't difficult. Soon, he found one in a jungle, dazed in moving grass blocks. The basic monster control stone bounced in Suyu's hand. Still moving blocks? I'm taking you. Suyu instantly took control of it, then downed a vial of refined body-forging elixir. The slender ghostly figure reappeared before Suyu. Simultaneously, the abilities of teleportation and black tentacles returned to Suyu. Gazing at the basic monster control stone in his hand that controlled the slender ghostly shadow, Suyu suddenly produced another monster control stone in his other hand, this one intermediate. Who should I control with this intermediate monster control stone? The question alone made Suyu's heart race with excitement. If the basic monster control stone granted him such formidable power, surely upgrading it meant controlling even more powerful creatures? More powerful creatures. Suyu's first thought was the Ender Dragon, but he quickly dismissed the idea. As a game-ending option for many players in the original block-based game, the Ender Dragon wasn't particularly formidable as a boss. While its dragon breath dealt substantial damage, Suyu felt using an intermediate monster control stone to subdue it would be somewhat underwhelming. Then, controlling a flying dragon? Pick one: ice dragon, fire dragon, or lightning dragon? This choice stirred excitement within Suyu. Fire dragons were out of the question. Fire attributes were already commonplace and unremarkable. Ice dragons? Ice abilities were relatively uncommon among overlords, but still not exactly rare. Finally, the lightning dragon. Electric dragons possess truly impressive abilities. Chapter 94, Mad Schemes, Withered Storm. Thunder crackling all over, descending from the heavens. But it still feels like something's missing. Suyu rubbed the cold intermediate monster control stone in his hand, his brow furrowed as he remained undecided. The core reason for his hesitation lay in the exorbitant synthesis cost of the monster control stone. The withered skeletons themselves weren't difficult to deal with. With their current tactics and gear, farming them was highly efficient. But the key material, withered skeleton skulls, was extremely difficult to mass produce. Those things only dropped with extremely low probability from wither skeletons in nether fortresses, and their respawn rates were unstable. Crafting a single basic monster control stone requires a full 8 wither skulls, plus a single emerald, a common item, but essential as a catalyst. Emeralds are practically everywhere, so let's set that aside for now. But those 8 wither skulls meant he'd have to make repeated trips to the nether fortress, spending vast amounts of time hunting and clearing wither skeletons, a tedious and time-consuming process. And this was merely the cost for a single basic control stone. What was even more troublesome was that 4 basic monster control stones were required to craft a single intermediate monster control stone. That meant a single intermediate monster control stone cost a staggering 32 wither skeleton skulls. 32! How long would it take to farm that many? The mere thought of it made Suyu's scalp tingle. Therefore, Suyu clenched the control stone in his hand tightly. Precisely because it's so precious and the cost is so enormous, this intermediate monster control stone absolutely cannot be wasted on ordinary monsters or bosses with mediocre potential. We must target the most powerful, highest potential, and best value top-tier boss. Suyu's mind immediately sprang into action, zeroing in on the famed bosses within the A Song of Ice and Fire mod. He swiftly sifted through and compared them in his mind. The siren, singer of the sea nymph song, could move with extreme speed and agility underwater. She also possessed a powerful area of effect enchantment skill, capable of causing confusion and even turning allies against their masters. The Gorgon, whose gaze could turn living beings to cold stone. Even its basic attacks carried potent poison effects, combining control and sustained damage. Cyclops, a brute with sheer strength and thick armor, but seemingly lacking any special abilities beyond stomping the ground. Eliminated first. The Hydra possesses near monstrous regenerative abilities: cut off one head, and 2 more grow back. It cannot be truly slain without fire damage, and it spews corrosive venom over a wide area, making it an extremely troublesome foe. There were other miscellaneous bosses, but upon closer examination, their abilities either overlapped or lacked versatility. None seemed to possess the unique and formidable capabilities of the aforementioned bosses. Suyu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Looking at it this way, the fire dragon's abilities still feel the most straightforward and visually impressive. Its flight, dragon breath, and combat prowess are absolutely top tier. But somehow, it still feels like something's missing. The Gorgon's petrifying gaze is truly god tier. Anyone she stares at turns to stone. That ability would be an absolute game-changer outside this realm, completely unstoppable. The thought did make Suyu's heart flutter momentarily. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. But using a mid-grade control stone worth 32 withered heads, an incredibly precious resource to control a Gorgon, it still feels like a bit of a loss. Its offensive capabilities aren't particularly outstanding. Suyu grew increasingly conflicted, his mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. It felt like 100 claws were scratching at his heart, leaving him restless and unable to sit still. An unprecedented wave of choice anxiety swept over him. If only there were an EMC conversion table. I'd set the monster control stone's EMC value and toss it into the table, then dump all that junk cluttering my warehouse in there too. Even high-grade or top-tier control stones? I could craft them myself. Then, with 1,000,000 divine armies descending upon the world, who could possibly stand in my way? Ha 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 ha. This glorious fantasy intoxicated him like the finest wine, sending his heart racing with wild excitement for a moment. Soon, the intoxication faded, and cold reality reared its head once more. Fantasies remained just that, fantasies. The reality was that he possessed only one and for now, could only obtain this one incredibly precious intermediate monster control stone. He could only choose one boss to control. A one-time deal with no room for second thoughts. Despite his usual ruthless decisiveness, he now found himself caught in unprecedented turmoil and anxiety, a feeling more agonizing than facing 10 withered monsters in succession. Which one? Which one should I choose? This is so agonizing. Suyu rubbed his temples in frustration. After endless deliberation and feeling completely stuck, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself and shake his head. Amidst his turmoil, Suyu chuckled wryly. Fighting withered ones hadn't been this agonizing, making a simple choice now felt unbearably painful. Seriously, fighting withered blossoms never felt this agonizing. Now, making a simple choice is killing me. Suyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, trying to relax her tense nerves. Dio Ling? In that very moment of self-mocking relaxation, an incredibly bold, even reckless thought struck him like lightning splitting the night sky. This idea didn't originate from any mod he knew, but from another direction entirely. What if Wither consumed the essence elixir? A more concrete, more terrifying image sprang from the depths of his memory. Wither Storm. The ultimate calamity from Block World, Story Mode. Its power was thousands, even tens of thousands of times greater than that of a regular Wither. In Story Mode, a regular Wither transformed into this nearly unstoppable monstrosity after coming into contact with a command block. The initial form of a Wither Storm bears some resemblance to a regular Wither, but at the center of its chest where the energy core should be a command block now resides. In-game, researchers originally intended to use command blocks to control the Wither, but the experiment clearly failed catastrophically. Instead, the command block granted the Wither unimaginable power and a malevolent will. However, this also meant that the exposed command block became its sole and deadliest weakness. Yet the Wither Storm possessed a terrifying self-preservation mechanism, devouring. It can absorb all surrounding blocks to continuously strengthen and enlarge itself. A fully evolved Wither Storm transforms into a monstrous, twisted colossus over 100 meters tall. It possesses 3 enormous heads and multiple tentacle-like appendages composed of chaotic blocks, resembling those of an octopus. Each head bears a single cold, emotionless giant eye, beneath which gapes a terrifying maw filled with sharp fangs. Chapter 95, Controlling Wither. Wither Power. The fully evolved Wither Storm's single eye can fire a purple tractor beam, lifting any object and forcibly pulling it toward itself as nourishment for its growth. Simultaneously, it retains the original Wither's ability to unleash even more numerous and powerful Wither skulls imbued with Wither effects for long-range bombardment. Moreover, the Wither Storm possesses a terrifying ability to split. Even when decapitated or dismembered by powerful external forces, as long as its core command block remains intact, the Wither Storm can resurrect and split into 3 triple clones possessing identical strength to the original. Truly indestructible. What terrifying power. What a hopelessly monstrous creature. If only I could master, if only I could control such a Wither Storm. Just imagining that scenario made Suyu Guan's blood boil, his excitement overwhelming him. This single existence alone would be enough for me to walk tall in the outside world. No, it would make me invincible. Truly invincible. But after the extreme excitement, a very practical question immediately surfaced, dousing his fevered mind with a bucket of cold water. But the Wither Storm is a monster from Block World, Story Mode. Strictly speaking, Story Mode isn't a mod, it's more like an independent game spin-off. My domain, while it incorporates various mods, I don't know if Story Mode's content is included. If I actually try feeding Essence Elixir to a regular Wither, could it truly mutate and evolve into the legendary Wither Storm? The immense temptation and immense uncertainty plunged Suyu into deep thought once more. This time, however, the allure of the Wither Storm concept swirling in his mind was simply too overwhelming. So immense it began to erode the calm and rationality Suyu had always maintained. The terrifying, world-shattering power, the nearly unstoppable growth potential and splitting ability, it made it incredibly difficult for Suyu to let go of this idea. Risk and reward swung violently on opposite ends of the scale, and Suyu's heart had already tilted toward the reward. Roll the dice. Suyu clenched his fist. Worst case, I waste 1 intermediate control stone and 32 withered heads. But if it succeeds? The potential rewards of success made his breath feel scorching hot. If the Withered Storm could truly be created in this domain, its terrifying power would easily reach a staggering 9th tier in this world's strength ratings, perhaps even surpassing it. 9th tier. Or even higher. The concept made Suyu's heart race wildly. Currently, his own domain lord rank was merely tier 1. Even leveraging his domain's unique properties to far surpass peers in actual combat strength, even allowing him to easily fight opponents of higher tiers, he still couldn't hold a candle to the true high-tier domain lords outside. But if he could command a domain-born being of 9th tier or higher, just imagining that scenario sent an indescribable thrill and excitement coursing through Suyu. Let's do it! Resolved, Suyu sprang into action. Among the intermediate monster control stones he retrieved were those from monsters he had slain over the past period. Suyu selected Wither directly. Within the intermediate monster control stone in Suyu's hand, a small, faint silhouette clearly materialized in the previously empty confinement space. Wither! Intense joy surged through Suyu, but he immediately suppressed his emotions. Testing was the most important thing now. Wither! Intense joy surged through Suyu, but he immediately suppressed his emotions. Testing was paramount now. Test Wither's abilities. Suyu stared intently at the formidable war machine before him, his thoughts racing. First, Wither's head. As this thought formed, Suyu suddenly paused. Wait, how do I use the withered head? Am I supposed to open my mouth and spit it out like it does? Driven by intense curiosity, Suyu concentrated, imagining channeling that withered energy from within himself, gathering it at his mouth. What happened next stunned him. The surrounding air seemed to grow slightly colder. Strands of energy, black as ink, actually seeped out of the void, rapidly gathering and compressing before his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a skull roughly the size of an apple completely formed from withered energy. The withered skull took shape before his eyes. A distinct and powerful sense of control surged from within Suyu's heart. He felt clearly that he could unleash this condensed mass of death energy at any moment. Go! With a thought, the withered skull hovering near his mouth shot forth like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. It slammed into an innocent iron golem in the distance. A dull thud echoed as the decaying energy exploded. The iron golem's hardened body was instantly corroded, leaving scorched black marks that spread into several gray cracks resembling shattered porcelain. Damn, Suyu touched his lips, feeling no discomfort. This sensation kinda feels like a tail beast ball. Just then, as if compelled by some unseen force, he raised another palm, staring intently at its center. If my mouth can do it, what about my palm? Can I fire from here too? The thought barely formed before the same phenomenon erupted again. The pitch-black energy of decay instantly responded to his call, surging from the void and rapidly coalescing above his open palm. Another complete withered head, radiating deathly fluctuations, abruptly hovered above his palm. My palm can form one too? Suyu stared at the withered head spinning quietly above his palm. This was far better than forming it with his mouth. Suyu clenched his fist abruptly. The newly formed withered head instantly burst like a punctured bubble, dissolving into wisps of black smoke that vanished without a trace. Summoning and dismissing at will, as effortless as moving one's own arm. Suyu gazed at her hands, then glanced at the withered core floating quietly nearby. A smile she couldn't suppress finally spread across her face. The intermediate monster control stone, it hadn't been wasted. The intermediate monster control stone's effects far exceeded expectations. Not only did it grant perfect control over Wither, but it also allowed him to directly access its core abilities. This seamless command felt well worth the cost to Suyu. But that's not the most important part. This surge of excitement didn't cloud Suyu's judgment. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve for that maddeningly tempting plan. Create a wither storm. Once this thought took root, it could no longer be contained. Suyu took a deep breath, his gaze settling on Wither, which floated quietly nearby. At this moment, it was quiet and docile, a stark contrast to its earlier world-shattering fury, simply floating peacefully beside Suyu. Essence Spirit Elixir. Suyu hurried to the pool of infinite essence spirit liquid with it, filling a glass vial with the liquid. Just as he turned, he hesitated upon seeing Wither. 3 heads. Does it need 3 bottles? Thinking this, Suyu immediately retrieved 2 more glass bottles, filled them with essence, and instinctively offered them to Withered. The 3 heads of Withered looked at each other, then turned to Suyu, and all shook their heads in unison. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Withered had no hands to take the essence and drink it. Fly lower. Chapter 96, The Withered Storm Success or Failure? Withered obediently flew lower. Simultaneously, Suyu stacked a block 1 level higher. Standing on the block, she poured every last drop of the refined spirit liquid into the mouths of Withered's 3 heads. The instant the last drop vanished into Withered's body. Boom! An indescribably terrifying energy shock erupted violently from Withered's body. It was no longer the deathly energy of before, but a chaotic force more turbulent, more frenzied, as if it sought to tear everything apart and rebuild it anew. Roar! Withered let out a howl unlike any before, a wail of agony and fury intertwined. Its 3 heads twisted and writhed frantically, its pitch-black skeletal body swelling and contracting violently. Suyu stepped back, his gaze fixed on the rapidly transforming Wither, his heart pounding in his throat. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Wither's form swelled at a visible pace. Its body, originally over 3 meters tall, ballooned to 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters in the blink of an eye. From the spot where its energy core had been, a blinding, unsettling pink light erupted. The light grew increasingly intense, gradually coalescing into a constantly rotating cubic phantom. Meanwhile, the rest of its body began undergoing bizarre transformations. Its once pure, pitch-black skeleton began uncontrollably absorbing surrounding grass blocks, soil, stones, even fragments of wood and cobblestone from the distant workshop district. Like iron filings drawn to a magnet, these blocks clung frantically to Wither, swelling its form into a bloated mass. It was devouring blocks. It was evolving into that legendary form. Suyu held her breath. Success? Could it truly be happening? However, as Wither's form surpassed 15 meters and rudimentary tentacles composed of chaotic blocks began sprouting from its body, a sudden mutation occurred. The chaotic energy within Wither seemed to reach a critical threshold, or perhaps it collided and became unbalanced. Boom! A deep, muffled roar like a core collapse echoed through the air. The bloated, colossal form of Wither halted abruptly. All the foreign blocks attached to its body were instantly blasted away, turning to dust in the blink of an eye. The swirling cube phantom on its chest emitted a wail of overwhelming strain before shattering abruptly and dissipating. The raging chaos energy receded like a tide, leaving only utter devastation in its wake. As for Wither itself, its form rapidly shrank, eventually returning to its original height of over 3 meters. It floated there silently, as if the earth-shattering transformation moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. The aura surrounding Wither seemed slightly more condensed than before, its energy a deeper shade, and a faint pink trace now faintly visible on its chest. But that was all. The anticipated Wither storm never materialized. Suyu stared blankly at the now calm Wither, then glanced at the control stone in her hand, its temperature gradually dropping as the runes stabilized. For a moment, she couldn't quite process what had happened. Failed? She sensed the connection to the Wither within the control stone. It still existed. But Wither remained Wither. The Wither storm had indeed not materialized. A wave of profound disappointment washed over Suyu, only to be swiftly replaced by a strange, unfamiliar sensation. Through the deep link of the control stone, he vaguely sensed that this failure was not entirely meaningless. The energy of the essence spirit liquid hadn't been entirely wasted. A portion had been absorbed and fused by Wither, causing some subtle, unknown transformation within it. Yet it was nowhere near sufficient to trigger a qualitative change to evolve into the Wither storm. As if it lacked a more crucial key, or perhaps the quantity was insufficient? Suyu gazed at the faint pink mark on Wither's chest, lost in thought. The command cube. Could it be because the true command cube is missing as its core? The essence spirit liquid might have provided energy and a catalyst, but the core that gave the Wither storm its signature infinite growth and terrifying power was the command block. It seems my hunch was right, and the path forward is clear. Suyu's eyes regained their sparkle. The sense of loss vanished, replaced by a clearer direction and a burning desire to explore. The essence elixir can indeed bring about a certain degree of change to Wither. The trajectory of this change aligns with the transformation of the Wither storm. If I can obtain a command block and place it beside the Wither spirit elixir when administering it, perhaps I can fuse the Wither storm. This attempt, though it didn't directly create the Wither storm, validated the possibility and pointed the way forward. Acquire a command block. Suyu gazed at the quietly suspended Wither, a faint smile curving his lips. No rush. We'll take it slow. Now that he had regained the Enderman's teleportation ability, Suyu could resume mining lucky blocks. Lucky chests were the true treasure enabling his limitless growth, and within them lay the potential to obtain command blocks. Right. Suyu suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling a crucial detail. Lucky chests themselves can be processed. I remember you can craft them to add luck attributes, greatly increasing the chance of getting better loot. How do you craft them again? Suyu retrieved a long-forgotten lucky block from his storage chest and activated JEI on it. As his focus locked onto the lucky block in his hand, a clear 3x3 crafting grid instantly projected into his field of vision. Emerald none diamond. Gold ingot lucky cube none. Diamond gold ingot emerald. Following the synthesis chart's instructions, Suyu immediately arranged the materials on the workbench, finally placing the ordinary lucky cube at the very center. Buzz. A synthesis glow flashed. The materials on the workbench vanished instantly. The placed luck cube remained unremarkable, but glancing at its information panel revealed a line of text. A line of text appeared. Luck plus 52. Plus 52 luck points. Suyu's heart leapt with delight. Not bad. That's a substantial boost. This meant that when activating this cube, the probability of obtaining rare or even epic tier items would be a full 52 percentage points higher than activating a regular luck cube. While it still couldn't guarantee obtaining legendary items like command blocks, the odds were undoubtedly much better. Suyu crafted several more of the same luck cubes. Currently, in his inventory, aside from diamonds which couldn't be mass-produced, both gold and emeralds were already mass-producible. Fortunately, he had obtained several sets of diamond gear and tools from previous lucky cube openings. These diamonds, mined underground by iron golems, were stored in his warehouse, with Suyu having used very few. Right then, next. Suyu's figure vanished instantly from the workshop area. Utilizing the Enderman's teleportation ability, he appeared directly in a specially cleared safety zone outside the main city, a designated area for activating the lucky cube. It's time to welcome fate's gift once more. Chapter 97, Troubles Coming, Life and Death Together. On the open ground, Suyu carefully placed the luck plus 52 lucky block onto the level grass block surface. He stepped back several paces, ensuring he was at a safe distance. Whether he could obtain the command block might hinge on whether this batch of luck blocks would yield results. Here goes. Suyu's fingers couldn't resist rubbing the palm of his hand as his other hand dug into the lucky block. Without any earth-shattering noise, the luck block merely trembled slightly. A soft sound followed, accompanied by the crisp clatter of items dropping. A small pile of glittering items lay scattered where it had been. Gold ingots, redstone dust, ender pearls. Nothing bad. Is this the bonus from the plus luck stat? An indescribable sense of disappointment and absurdity instantly flooded Suyu's heart. A plus 52 luck bonus, and this is what it yielded? I know the lucky block can drop anything from legendary artifacts to junk, but this is just too much of a letdown. Could the luck bonus be fake? Suyu shook his head. He was an experienced player after all. He wouldn't let this affect his mindset. He immediately placed the second luck-boosting lucky cube. Just as he was about to open it, a figure suddenly rushed to his side. It was Fangya. Fangya's figure hurriedly reappeared within the cube domain, her steps even slightly unsteady. Lord! It's bad. Fangya practically lunged at Suyu, her breath uneven. Something's happened to Lu Qing. Suyu's brows instantly furrowed. What happened? Calm down and tell me. The Lu family. More of them have come. They're cornering Lu Qing in the main hall of the Spirit Cultivation Pavilion. Fangya spoke rapidly, struggling to steady her breath. Several of them arrived, looking fierce. They're here to pick a fight again. Suyu's expression darkened. He wasn't surprised at all that the Lu family had sent people. He just hadn't expected them to return so soon and to come straight to the Cultivation Pavilion. Zhang Meng. Suyu typed in the chat window. Get out of here. That Lu family is causing trouble again. Zhang Meng was holding a piece of red stone as he gestured. At the news, his thick, dark eyebrows immediately knotted into a frown, his face betraying unmasked irritation. Damn it! Again? When will it end? Do they really think we're pushovers? He shoved the red stone component back into his backpack and grumbled in a deep, muffled voice. Let's go. See what they're up to this time. Suyu nodded without another word, his gaze turning slightly cold. The trio swiftly exited the block realm. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, their consciousness returned to reality. They found themselves back in the expensive multi-person cultivation room at the Spirit Cultivation Pavilion. Without pausing, Suyu pushed open the chamber door and strode toward the Spirit Cultivation Hall's main lobby. As soon as they approached the lobby, an oppressive and tense atmosphere hit them like a wave. Whispers filled the spacious hall. In the center of the hall, two groups faced off against each other. On one side stood Suyu's entourage. Lu Qing stood slightly behind them, her face pale, her lower lip tightly clenched. Her sharp eyes flashed with anger and humiliation. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao stood side by side in front of her, glaring unflinchingly at the people ahead. Their bodies were slightly leaning forward, muscles taut. Anyone could see at a glance that these two were already primed for battle. Opposite them stood a group of 7 or 8 young men of similar age. Dressed in flashy clothes and exuding an air of arrogance, they radiated distinct spiritual energy fluctuations, clearly indicating formidable strength. Suyu immediately spotted several familiar faces, none other than the 3 collateral descendants of the Lu family who had previously caused trouble for them and received a sound thrashing from him. Now, they stood behind a young man who appeared to be their leader, their faces twisted with schadenfreude and venomous hatred. Clearly, they had brought in reinforcements this time. Oomph. The foremost Lu family member swept a look of contempt and mockery over Zhao Lei and Wu Hao, sneering. How remarkable. Since when did 2 mere dependents dare to obstruct the Lu family's affairs? He deliberately raised his voice so everyone in the hall could hear clearly. Seems becoming that Suyu's lackeys has truly made you think you're above your station. His words immediately drew agreement from the crowd behind him. Exactly. Sister Lu Qing, you're being foolish. How could you lower yourself to become the retainer of a first-year freshman? This is nothing short of a disgrace to our Lu family. It's shameful to even speak of it. Break that ridiculous spirit oath immediately. Come back with us to apologize to young Master Qing. Exactly. Where's that Suyu brat? Hiding? Make him come out. Let us see what he's made of. Does he even deserve to have someone from the Lu family serve him as a slave? The words were harsh, the tone fierce, brimming with condescending accusations and threats. Lu Qing's chest heaved as he fought back his rage, trying to explain. I take full responsibility for my choice. Becoming Suyu's consort is my own decision. It has nothing to do with the Lu family, and certainly nothing to do with you. Suyu. Shut up. The eldest Lu heir cut her off without mercy. Lu Qing. Don't forget your surname. Your actions reflect the Lu family's honor. Becoming another's consort is self-degradation, a stain on the family name. Young Master Qing's meaning is clear. You must immediately dissolve the spirit oath and return with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being harsh. The eldest brother is like a father. You must obey young Master Qing's orders, another voice chimed in, attempting to wield familial authority. The atmosphere instantly grew more tense, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. Lu Qing's face drained white with fury, yet the weight of their status and the invocation of family duty left her momentarily speechless. The helplessness of being pressured by her own kin cut deeply. Seeing Lu Qing cornered like this, the anger in Zhao Lei and Wu Hao's eyes flared even brighter. Just then, two burly Lu family members in the crowd seemed to lose patience. Exchanging a glance, they abruptly stepped forward, attempting to force their way past Zhao Lei and Wu Hao to grab Lu Qing. "Get out of the way! Sister Lu Qing, forgive us, but you must come with us!" Seeing this, Zhao Lei and Wu Hao roared in unison, unleashing their spiritual energy without restraint. Two powerful ripples of spiritual energy instantly spread out, forming faint barriers that forcibly blocked the two men's path. "You want to take Lu Qing?" Zhao Lei's eyes blazed crimson, his voice hoarse with fury. "You'll have to step over our dead bodies." Wu Hao pushed his glasses up, his eyes behind the lenses unusually calm. "We're comrades in arms. Taking her away face to face? Not happening." Seeing the two risk direct confrontation with the Lu family's young masters for her sake, Lu Qing felt both touched and anxious. She hurriedly tried to stop them. "Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, don't be rash. You're no match for them. Don't do this for me. Lu Qing." Zhao Lei cut her off without turning his head, his tone unwavering. "From the moment we signed the spirit oath, we became comrades in arms, bound by life and death. With the Lord absent, your cause is our cause." Chapter 98, Massive Boost? Battle erupts. "That's right," Wu Hao added in a deep voice. "If they want to touch you, they'll have to get past us first." This unyielding, even audacious declaration left Lu Qing's faction momentarily stunned before erupting into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Did you hear that? Life and death together? Responsibility? Two useless fools daring to spout such nonsense? They've been brainwashed pretty thoroughly. Looks like that Suyu may be useless at everything else, but he sure knows how to spin a yarn." The two Lu family members who had tried to forcibly take the person laughed, their faces twisting into vicious grins. "Since you're courting death," one cracked his neck with a loud pop, "don't blame us for cleaning up this blind trash for young Master Qing." Before the words faded, spiritual energy erupted from their bodies. Their robes billowed without wind, radiating an oppressive aura as they lunged to shove Zhao Lei and Wu Hao aside. Almost instinctively, Zhao Lei and Wu Hao instantly summoned all their spiritual energy. The moment their spiritual energy fully erupted, not only their opponents, but even they themselves froze in shock. Everyone present distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy fluctuations erupting from Zhao Lei and Wu Hao were far stronger than they had anticipated. "Ha!" The expression of the leading Lu family disciple shifted slightly, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "This fluctuation? Spirit power at the 8th star? How is that possible?" The others behind him also dropped their mocking expressions, replaced by stunned looks. Before arriving, they had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of Suyu and her followers. Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao had all previously been around the 5-star level. While respectable among watching First High's freshmen, it was utterly insignificant compared to the offspring and dependents of major clans individuals cultivated with all resources thrown at them. The gap between 5-star and 9-star spiritual power, or even between the first tier and the next, was enormous. So what was going on now? How long has it been? 1 day? 2 days? How did these two reach 8-star spiritual power? Their rate of progress is utterly staggering. What on earth did they experience within Suyu's domain? Did they consume some kind of miraculous elixir? Even Zhao Lei and Wu Hao themselves, after unleashing their full spiritual power, suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. They exchanged glances, seeing nothing but utter disbelief in each other's eyes. 8-star spiritual power? How is this possible? They'd barely spent a day in the domain, most of that time spent familiarizing themselves with the environment and learning the rules. They hadn't deliberately cultivated their spiritual power at all. This terrifying rate of progress completely defied their comprehension. Yet shock aside, the gap in reality remained stark. After a momentary daze, the Lu family members snapped back to reality. Even if the other party had inexplicably reached 8 stars of spiritual power, so what? Their side had at least 9-star spiritual power, and their leader had long since solidified his position at the early stage of the first tier. If it came down to a fight, the gap in strength and experience was not something this sudden surge could bridge. Oomph. Even if you got lucky and gained a couple more stars, it doesn't change the fact that you're all useless trash. The first stage Lu family member snorted coldly, hesitation gone, and struck first. He slammed his palm forward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that slammed straight into Zhao Lei's face. The other man simultaneously attacked Wu Hao. The battle erupted instantly. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao gritted their teeth and fought back, desperately holding their ground. In the initial exchanges, fueled by their suddenly heightened spiritual energy foundations and sheer determination, they managed to barely parry the opponent's attacks, trading blows back and forth. This left the observing Lu family disciples visibly stunned. But as expected, the gap in absolute strength and skill soon became apparent. Within 10 exchanges, Zhao Lei and Wu Hao found themselves scrambling to defend, steadily losing ground. Their opponents' strikes grew more cunning, their spiritual energy wielded with greater mastery. Each collision sent shivers through their arms, their blood surging violently. Zhao Lei's reaction was a split second too slow. Though he dodged the stray punch, he was caught by a treacherous palm strike that sliced his arm. Instantly, his entire limb went numb and tingling, leaving him wide open. Serves you right for blocking my path. A flash of vicious intent flickered in the eyes of the first-tier Lu family retainer. Seizing this fleeting opening, his other hand formed a claw, its palm gathering immense spiritual energy. With a sharp whistling sound, it slammed mercilessly toward Zhao Lei's crown. Spectators from the nearby cultivation pavilion couldn't help but gasp in horror. That's just too vicious. If that strike connects cleanly, given the gap in their strength, he'll be critically injured at best at worst, brain damage with lasting complications. What kind of grudge is this? Zhao Lei. Lu Qing saw it all clearly, horrified beyond words. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her spiritual energy, ready to rush forward and shield Zhao Lei with her own body from this deadly blow. At the very last moment, a figure darted into the fray like a ghostly apparition, appearing without warning. The speed was so blindingly fast that most couldn't even discern how he appeared. With a seemingly casual flick of one hand, a deft force instantly propelled the off-balanced Zhao Lei to safety behind him. Simultaneously, his right leg whipped through the air like a black steel whip, cutting through the air with astonishing speed and a fierce gust of wind. Moving faster than the initial attack, it struck with pinpoint accuracy, snapping the wrist of the Lu family member who had lunged forward. What? The first-tier subordinate had no time to adjust his stance. He felt an overwhelming, terrifying force strike his wrist as if hit by a speeding truck. Snap! A bone-chilling crack echoed clearly. Ugh! The man let out a piercing scream, his body flying backward like a sand soaring through the air by the immense force packed into that single kick. Thud! Crash! The man crashed back into the crowd he had come from, looking utterly disheveled. Two people beside him instinctively reached out to catch him, but the immense impact sent them stumbling backward too. In the end, all three of them fell into a heap, sprawled on the ground, unable to get up for a long while. The entire hall fell into an instant, deafening silence. Every pair of eyes, filled with shock, fixated on the figure who had suddenly appeared. Slowly retracting his leg, he stood tall and straight where he was, expression serene, yet his eyes held a hint of icy coldness. Su Yu! Lu Qing and the others exclaimed joyfully. Su Yu waved his hand dismissively toward them, then swept his gaze over the Lius sprawled in a heap. He glanced at Zhao Lei and Wu Hao, who were still shaken but unharmed, before moving again. In an instant, he materialized beside the Lu family member once more, his fist already raised for another strike. The onlookers gasped in shock. Su Yu clearly had no intention of letting this person off. The Lu family member hadn't even regained their footing yet, forced to watch helplessly as Su Yu's fist closed in. Stop! How dare you! Shouts of shock and fury erupted from the Lu family members. Two instinctively lunged forward to intervene. But their speed was no match for Su Yu's. Thud! The dull thud made hearts skip a beat. The first-tier subordinate felt an indescribable force slam into his face. Su Yu's fist never truly touched the man's face, halting abruptly an inch before his nose. Yet the piercing fist wind concentrated at its tip struck like a solid hammer, slamming through the air. Wah! The first-tier subordinate felt an indescribable force collide with him head-on. His head jerked violently backward, his feet left the ground, and he was hurled once more, crashing solidly into the smooth, hard wall of the spirit cultivation hall with a heavy thud. Only then did he slump limply to the floor, utterly unconscious, a vivid crimson fist-shaped indentation etched across his face. The entire hall fell silent once more. This time, the silence carried not just shock, but a palpable layer of dread and terror. A fist strike delivered through the air possessed such devastating power? Just how powerful had Su Yu become? Chapter 99, Voluntary Withdrawal, Demanding Conditions. The entire spirit cultivation hall was utterly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the tall, dark-haired youth standing there. They watched as he slowly withdrew his fist, his expression impassive, as if he had just casually swatted away a fly. The remaining Lu family disciples turned deathly pale. The one at the front swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he trembled, his voice a hollow threat. Su Yu! How dare you strike so viciously? Young Master Qing will never forgive you. The Lu family will never. Su Yu lifted his eyelids slightly, his icy gaze sweeping over them. A single syllable, a single glance, and the leader of the Lu family's young men felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. All the threats that followed were forcibly choked back, leaving only heavy, terrified gasps and an even heavier flow of cold sweat. You speak without thinking, Su Yu's voice was flat. You were the ones looking for trouble. You were the ones who started it. And you're the ones screaming when you can't win. How come all of Lu Qing's men are brainless, useless trash like you? The words were merciless, like a series of slaps across the faces of the Lu family members. Their complexions shifted from pale to crimson, yet they dared not utter a word in anger. Su Yu shook his wrist, the chill in his eyes deepening as he stepped forward once more. Since you all came looking for trouble, don't expect to walk out of this gate upright. At these words, the remaining Lu family members paled visibly, instinctively taking half a step back as they huddled together, bracing for battle. Judging by the power Suyu had just unleashed in an instant, even all of them combined probably wouldn't stand a chance. This completely surpassed their comprehension. Su Mingming still sensed the aura of a first-tier lord, but this level of power was absurdly strong. Typically, the gap between a lord and ordinary vassals manifested primarily after deploying their domains, granting absolute home field advantage and rule enhancements within their own spheres. Yet this Suyu before them showed not even a hint of domain activation. Merely relying on his own speed, strength, and those bizarre attacks, he had crushed their strongest first-tier follower. This could only mean one thing: his innate combat prowess and tactical awareness far surpassed his tier. Fighting opponents of higher tiers was as easy for him as eating and drinking. What kind of monster is this? The once arrogant Lu family scions now looked ashen-faced, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Not a single threatening word escaped their lips. All they wanted was to flee this terrifying place. The tension hung thick in the air. Just as Suyu was about to act. Hold on. A steady, middle-aged male voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the hall, shattering the frozen atmosphere. The words were accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy, instantly freezing Suyu in his tracks. Mr. Su is correct. Our people were indeed overly abrupt and disrespectful this time. I apologize on their behalf to Mr. Su and the others. I humbly ask for your forgiveness and mercy. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man approaching with measured steps. He wore a perfectly tailored dark suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and carried an air of scholarly refinement tempered by shrewdness. A perfectly measured apologetic smile graced his face. At the sight of him, Lu Qing's expression darkened instantly, turning even paler than when pressured by her own people moments before. She instinctively clenched her fists. Fangya immediately leaned close to Suyu, lowering her voice and speaking rapidly. Lord, be careful. That man is one of the Lu family's stewards. Everyone calls him Steward Zhou. Don't be fooled by his friendly demeanor. He's a genuine 6th-tier vassal. What's more, he's the confidant specifically tasked with handling all matters for senior Lu Qing. In a sense, his words represent Lu Qing's will. His standing within the family surpasses that of many Lu family members who hold little sway. His personal arrival means senior Lu Qing is already aware of this matter and is adamant about sending Steward Zhou to bring sister Lu Qing back. Suyu's gaze flickered as she reappraised the butler. His presence had drawn many uncertain, whispering glances from those around them. Ignoring the crowd, Steward Zhou walked straight to a spot not far from Suyu and stopped. Adopting a notably humble posture, he bowed slightly once more. My name is Zhou. I serve as the steward of the Lu household. My junior staff acted out of line and offended Mr. Su and your companions. I offer my sincere apologies. His tone was sincere as his gaze swept over the Lu family member being supported by others. The latter flinched violently, immediately lowering his head, utterly unable to meet Zhou's eyes. Turning his attention back to Suyu, Zhou's smile remained unchanged as he addressed the matter at hand. Mr. Su, our young mistress, Lu Qing, acted impulsively in choosing to become your consort. We must admit this decision was ill-considered and far from rational. After a pause, he observed Suyu's expression. Seeing no reaction, he continued. Of course, the spirit oath ceremony has already taken place. We are well aware of its binding nature. Forcing our young mistress to break her vow would indeed be unreasonable. Therefore, we hope to resolve this matter through alternative means. A more sincere expression appeared on Zhou's face. We propose that you, as the Lord, voluntarily dissolve the spirit oath with Miss Lu Qing. Naturally, this would entail certain losses for you, be it physical, mental, or in cultivation. For this, the Lu family is prepared to offer our deepest apologies in compensation. As he spoke, he slowly extended 2 fingers. First, a 10-year unlimited access annual pass to the highest grade Heaven Cultivation Chamber at the Cultivation Pavilion. Second, all resources required for your personal cultivation. Until you reach the rank of 8th-tier lord, every expense shall be borne entirely by the Lu family. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in a collective gasp. What? A 10-year annual pass for a Heaven grade room at the Cultivation Pavilion? How much would that cost? It's not just about the money. That's a privilege money alone can't guarantee. All cultivation resources covered until reaching the 8th rank? Holy crap! The Lu family is really going all out here. These terms are outrageously generous. It's practically guaranteeing Suyu reaches 8th rank lord status with a decade of top-tier cultivation facilities thrown in. Climbing onto the Lu family's high branch, especially through young master Lu Qing's connections. This kid hit the jackpot. The surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy, unable to contain their astonishment. Every face wore expressions of shock and envy. The Lu family was a renowned clan throughout Northwise City and its surrounding regions, boasting profound heritage. Their young leader, Lu Qing, had already reached the rank of 8th-tier lord at a remarkably young age, his fame spreading far and wide. Rumors even swirled that the patriarch of the Lu family, already at the king realm, might soon break through to the emperor realm. To be connected to such a family and receive their full support was, for the vast majority, a dream come true, a chance to rise to the top in one fell swoop. Steward Zhou smiled at Suyu, seemingly satisfied with the reactions around him. He believed no one could refuse such terms. Mr. Su, what are your thoughts? This is merely our first gesture of apology and sincerity. Should you have any other requests within reason, we are open to discussion. All eyes were fixed on Suyu, awaiting his response. However, Suyu did not respond immediately to Butler Zhou, nor did he even glance at the man's confident smile. Instead, he turned calmly to face Lu Qing behind him, pale-faced and biting her lip. Lu Qing, Suyu's voice was steady, clear to every ear. What do you think? Do you want to go back? Chapter 100, Withered appears, fear descends. Lu Qing was taken aback. She hadn't expected Suyu to ask for her opinion. By conventional logic, this matter should have been entirely within the domain lord's sole discretion. Though vassals could offer suggestions, the final authority always rested with the lord. Lu Qing remained silent. For the first time, the woman who never bowed her head lowered it, sinking into quiet contemplation. Suyu spoke again. If you yourself don't want to return and refuse to break the spirit oath, then I'll bear the burden with you. As long as you don't give up, as long as you don't nod in agreement, no one can take you away from here today. The air seemed to freeze solid at these words. Those around them exchanged bewildered glances. What did he say? He refused? He's actually asking Lu Qing for her opinion? Has he lost his mind? Turning down such favorable terms? To offend the entire Lu family over one subordinate? Is it worth it? Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao, who had been watching nervously from the sidelines, had their hearts in their throats. While they didn't want Lu Qing taken away, they knew how tempting the Lu family's offer was. Deep down, they even worried Lord Suyu might cave in. Becoming a vassal of the Lu family wasn't inherently bad, but it left a bitter taste in one's mouth, like being second-class citizens. Now, hearing Suyu's words spoken without the slightest hesitation, an indescribable warmth surged through the trio, stinging their eyes and noses. Exchanging glances, they saw the same flicker of excitement in each other's eyes. Without a word, they stepped forward almost simultaneously, resolutely positioning themselves beside and behind Suyu, their actions declaring their allegiance. None spoke, all eyes fixed on Lu Qing as they waited silently for her response. Beside them, Zhang Meng couldn't help but chuckle, his face wearing a look of pride that seemed to say, I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Lu Qing abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Suyu's. She saw clarity and unwavering resolve in his eyes, no calculation, no hesitation, only straightforward inquiry and unyielding responsibility. She saw the unreserved support of the companions standing beside him. The half-minute of silence felt like an eternity. Finally, Lu Qing took a deep breath, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. A faint flush returned to her pale face. She shook her head, her voice quiet yet crystal clear. I don't want to go back. Those 5 simple words instantly tightened the atmosphere in the entire hall once more. The smile on Butler Zhou's face finally faded slightly, though he maintained his composure. Miss, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. This matter is not subject to your consent. Today, you must accompany me back. This is young Master Qing's command, and it is for the sake of the Lu family's reputation and your own future. He took a step forward. This step was a clear display of intimidation. Suyu sidestepped, positioning herself in front of Lu Qing and facing Zhou directly. Mr. Zhou, my words were perfectly clear just now. No one is taking her away today. The smile faded from Zhou's face. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone growing noticeably colder. It's commendable for a young man to have pride, but one must know when to assess the situation. What if I insist on taking her away today? The moment the words fell, a colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted from Zhou's body. The powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy seemed to freeze the air throughout the entire hall. Behind him, the shadowy form of a colossal, ferocious lion materialized, its entire body forged from dark steel. The lion roared silently toward the heavens, radiating a terrifying aura of ferocity. The azure steel mad lion. This was the formidable spirit form that Steward Zhou had cultivated over many years using the power of Lu Qing's domain. Though not yet fully materialized into a physical form, nor having forged its own unique domain, the emergence of this spectral form signified that he had already set one foot into the realm of a domain lord. The terrifying might of a 6th-tier vassal was laid bare. This was a force utterly beyond the capabilities of a group of young lords and familiars hovering around the first rank. The sheer spiritual pressure alone caused Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao's faces to turn pale. Breathing became difficult, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Zhang Meng also felt immense pressure, yet he gritted his teeth and stood firmly behind Suyu, refusing to bow his head under the opponent's oppressive aura. Facing an aura powerful enough to shatter an ordinary first-tier lord, Suyu's spine remained perfectly straight. His gaze showed not a flicker of emotion as he calmly looked at Steward Zhou. Then go ahead and try. Unless you kill me right here today, I guarantee you won't walk out of this door unscathed unless you subdue me instantly. Arrogant. Zhou's eyes flashed with fury. The ethereal form of the azure steel mad lion behind him solidified further, poised to pounce. But just as he was about to strike, his movements abruptly halted. His pupils contracted sharply. Not only him, but everyone in the grand hall seemed to witness something utterly unimaginable. Eyes widened in disbelief as gasps of astonishment filled the air. Behind Suyu, without warning, a sinister, twisted black specter materialized silently. It radiated an intense aura of death and destruction. The specter possessed 3 hideous skull heads, its entire form composed of pitch black bones. It hovered silently behind Suyu, emanating a soul-chilling aura of decay and death. What is that? 3 heads? What a bizarre specter. What kind of battle spirit is this? Never heard of it. That aura is terrifying. I feel my life force draining away. The surrounding crowd erupted into chaos. Murmurs and whispers filling the air. Not a single soul could identify what this was. Lu Qing, Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao were utterly stunned beyond belief. Having spent half the day battling Withered in the cube domain today, they knew this monster's appearance and aura all too well. But Suyu had clearly stated within the domain that while his domain contained numerous creatures and monsters, only a handful could be slightly influenced or controlled by him, and none of them were combat-oriented. So how could this withered specter now appear so solidly behind him? For the first time, the composure and authority on Butler Zhou's face vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and alarm. His eyes fixed intently on the eerie 3-headed phantom behind Suyu, sensing the pure and advanced aura of death laws emanating from it. Zhou's brows knitted tightly together. With all his knowledge and experience, he couldn't identify what kind of being this was. Instinct told him this was an utterly terrifying, ancient existence, one that might even transcend his comprehension. For a moment, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Zhou slowly receded, and the ethereal form of the steel-fanged lion grew faint. Standing rooted to the spot, his expression shifting between shadow and light, he realized for the first time that events seemed entirely beyond his control and expectations. The atmosphere in the hall once again fell into an eerie stalemate. Chapter 101, Mechanism Specialization, Domain Weapon. Behind Suyu, the eerie 3-headed creature's phantom hovered silently, emanating a heart-stopping aura of death. It formed a subtle standoff with Zhou's fierce azure steel mad lion phantom. This summoned entity, beyond anyone's expectations, instantly became the new focal point of the entire room, temporarily overshadowing the previous tense conflict. A buzz of murmurs rippled through the crowd as people whispered, trying to identify what it was. What kind of creature is that? With 3 skull heads? Looks downright sinister. Never heard of it. I don't think the encyclopedia records any battle spirits or domain creatures with this form. Doesn't feel like an auspicious creature. That aura sends chills down my spine. A young man wearing glasses, who appeared somewhat knowledgeable, stroked his chin thoughtfully as he analyzed. My guess is this creature isn't a straightforward stat-based type, but rather more specialized as a mechanism type. Mechanism? What do you mean? The topic drew quite a crowd. What I mean is, the bespectacled man seemed to relish the attention, clearing his throat as he explained. This creature's raw power and defense might not be top tier, but its attacks likely carry some extremely troublesome special effects like potent toxins? Curses? And these effects are often incredibly difficult to dispel or resist. That's what makes its mechanics powerful. It compensates for any shortcomings in raw statistics. More often than not, enemies with these bizarre mechanics are tougher to deal with than those relying purely on brute strength. While raw power might overpower 10 opponents, these insidious tactics are impossible to guard against. These words sparked murmurs throughout the crowd, and the gaze directed at Suyu grew tinged with a newfound respect. Several people had already pulled out their phones, snapping repeated photos of the bizarre creature in an attempt to identify its origin. Never seen a creature like this before, muttered a student-looking youth, flipping through his phone's encyclopedia database and shaking his head in confusion. Nothing matches in any of the major classifications. I seem to recall a similar description in some ancient text, murmured an older man, stroking his beard. But the specifics escape me for now. Amid the crowd, a young woman holding her phone live streaming stood out conspicuously. Cheng Yu was a moderately well-known online streamer on a certain platform, boasting over 200,000 followers. She specialized in interviewing extraordinary individuals and documenting bizarre phenomena across various fields. She had originally come to the Spirit Repair Pavilion to record footage for an episode, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this delightful surprise. Guys, look. This is the mysterious summoner I was just talking about. Cheng Yu whispered excitedly into her phone camera, pointing it at Suyu and the creature behind him. Does any expert viewer know what kind of familiar this is? It's so bizarre. The live chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! What the hell is that thing? Gives me the creeps. Looks like some kind of mutated deep-sea creature. Wait, this form. I think I've seen something similar in the ancient demon compendium. Kind of resembles a variant of the mind-bending fiend from the lower-tier heavenly fiends? Impossible. How could a heavenly demon be bound by contract? Aren't they humanity's mortal enemies? Factoid, historically, there was indeed one instance of a heavenly demon being bound Shu Tians, the lord of the underworld, over 3 centuries ago. Shu Tians? The legend who single-handedly sealed the Abyss Rift? Come on, there's only one such god in history, and he's still active on the front lines. His abilities have no successor. How could he possibly appear in this tiny city of Beihai? Chungyu watched the rapidly climbing view count in heated discussions with both excitement and unease, carefully focusing the camera on Suyu and Butler Zhou. In the center of the arena, the standoff between Suyu and Steward Zhou had persisted for a moment. The surging spiritual energy around Zhou Steward gradually subsided, yet his piercing gaze never left the dark purple creature lurking behind Suyu. Finally, Steward Zhou exhaled slowly, breaking the silence. You truly are extraordinary. No wonder you possess such confidence. I'm still new to cultivation, nothing special. Nothing like those who bully others with their power, Suyu replied pointedly. Ignoring the barb in Suyu's words, Zhou the steward chuckled lightly. As Lord of Luqing, you have earned my respect. We were presumptuous today. We shall discuss this matter further later. With that, he turned and walked away. The beaten Lu family member protested, he struck me, and you just let him go? Zhou cast him a glance, and the youth immediately fell silent. Zhou then said coldly, if you had the ability, you would have settled this. Do you really expect me to lay a hand on him in front of all these witnesses? The man reluctantly shut his mouth, daring not to say more. He shot Suyu a resentful glance before slinking away. Suyu frowned as he watched the man leave, sighing inwardly. This is such a hassle. People come looking for trouble every other day. I can't possibly follow them around constantly. Recalling the last two incidents where trouble had been stirred, he knew things wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly if he hadn't been there. Chengyu seized the moment and stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Chungyu from the Adventure Live channel. I witnessed the entire incident just now. Our viewers are very curious about your summoning of the spirit. Could you briefly explain it? Suyu turned to face Chengyu and her phone camera, frowning slightly. Sorry, I don't do interviews. Chengyu pressed on, undeterred. Many viewers want to know, is your domain connected to the legendary Lord of the Underworld, Shu Tians? After all, he's the only one in history who successfully contracted a celestial demon-type familiar. Suyu merely glanced at her, offered no reply, and turned away, his refusal unmistakable. Ignoring the probing stares around her and not even glancing at the still streaming host, Suyu turned to face the four people behind her. The tension on Lu Qing's face gradually faded as she nodded solemnly to Suyu. Thank you. Suyu waved dismissively with a smile. Looks like you'll have to work harder from now on. Otherwise, I'll be making enemies for nothing. Lu Qing didn't respond with banter, but answered earnestly, I absolutely won't let you down. Suyu smiled without speaking, her thoughts turning inward. Perhaps he should prepare the weapon he'd promised Lu Qing before the family challenge began. The weapon he planned to craft for Lu Qing was a trident. In the game, tridents didn't deal high damage, but their advantage lay in their enchantments, and these enchantments were quite decent. Loyalty made it return after being thrown, piercing increased damage against aquatic creatures, torrent allowed forward thrusts when used in water or rain, and lightning rod summoned lightning when thrown during storms. As a transitional weapon, the enchanted trident performs admirably. I cobbled this together tonight after entering the realm. Chapter 102, Building a Home in the Realm, Management Methods. The base trident might be a bit underwhelming. Suyu recalled that in A Song of Ice and Fire, there was also a trident named the Tidebringer. Unlike the base trident, it boasts greater offensive power and grants a piercing effect when thrown. Alright, we'll make this one tonight. The surrounding chatter felt jarring. Seeing no further need to linger, Suyu and the others quickly departed this trouble spot. Walking along the road, Zhao Lei asked in astonishment, why did our spiritual power increase so rapidly? This doesn't feel right. Wu Hao nodded. I was stunned when I sensed my own spiritual power just now. Jumping from 5 stars to 8 stars? That's unbelievable. Fanya frowned slightly as she looked at Suyu. What's going on here? Could there be something special about the block domain? Suyu listened to their words and already had an answer in mind. When he sent them to hunt the flying dragons, Suyu had provided them with basic supplies, armor, weapons, and food. Without exception, every single one of these food items was made from golden radishes cultivated in fields irrigated with refined spirit essence. Having consumed a considerable amount over the past half-day while constantly engaged in battle, they hadn't yet sensed the subtle shifts in their spiritual energy, a delayed realization. Observing the trio's expressions, a mix of confusion and excitement, Suyu smiled faintly. Those golden carrots you ate within the domain, they weren't ordinary food. Golden carrots? Zhao Lei froze, then snapped to attention. No wonder they tasted so exceptionally sweet. And after eating them, I felt this warm glow throughout my body. Wu Hao also caught on, so that's why our spiritual power increased so rapidly, all because of those carrots? Fanya pondered thoughtfully, no wonder today's cultivation felt unusually smooth, it wasn't just my imagination. Suyu nodded. Those were radishes cultivated with special spiritual elixir. Long-term consumption accelerates spiritual energy accumulation, but there are drawbacks. The trio tensed immediately. What drawbacks? Spiritual power increases too rapidly. If your foundation isn't solid, it can easily lead to unstable spiritual energy, hindering future breakthroughs. Lu Qing picked up the thread, keenly aware of the issue. Suyu nodded approvingly and continued, that's precisely why you must engage in high-intensity combat. Nothing solidifies your foundation better than real battle experience. Only then can you truly harness that surging spiritual power. Then why don't we just stay here in the domain instead of going home? Zhang Meng blurted out unexpectedly. The others didn't seem surprised. Instead, they looked at Suyu with hopeful expressions. Clearly, they genuinely wanted to do just that. Zhao Lei spoke with eager anticipation. Honestly, I kinda want to just hole up in there. If we don't fight, wouldn't it be nice to carve out a section for houses and farmland? His words drew several murmurs of agreement. Yeah, while exploring today I saw some really beautiful scenery. There was even a field of flowers. If I could, I'd love to live in a place like that. Fong Ye couldn't help but say. I feel like our Lord's domain isn't just for battling monsters, it could be a place to retire. Wu Hao declared. Suyu understood their excitement. From the very beginning, her domain had possessed light and shadow effects. The luminous glow bathed the entire world in a unique, blocky aesthetic beauty. As long as one could accept the blocky appearance, the world truly felt incredibly beautiful. Living in a place like this feels like escaping reality, Lu Qing murmured softly, her voice tinged with longing. Her words prompted silent nods from the others. If even Lu Qing felt this way, it spoke volumes about the domain's allure. Indeed, living in such a place meant only having to watch out for those monsters, no complicated intrigues to navigate. Suyu listened to his companion's enthusiastic discussion. He had always viewed the realm solely as a place for cultivation and combat, never imagining it could be seen as an ideal refuge in their eyes. Theoretically, it's possible, Suyu mused. Resources within the domain can be freely utilized, so constructing dwellings shouldn't be an issue. However, Suyu's tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning serious. Remember, the domain is ultimately a place for cultivation, not some utopian escape from reality. We can build dwellings, but they should serve to enhance our training, not merely indulge us. This is how it will be, Suyu decided. Tonight, we'll select a suitable location within the domain and begin constructing our temporary base. But there's a condition: each day, you must complete the assigned combat tasks and provide me with a certain quantity of resources. Only then will you be allowed to choose the size of your dwelling, participate in the construction, and remain within the domain. Great, the four cheered in unison. This condition wasn't difficult to meet, and it served as a rather effective incentive. With agreement reached, the group immediately entered Suyu's block domain. Suyu now needed to return to the dormitory before re-entering the domain. Suyu planned to create a form of currency using server management methods. Members could purchase desired weapons, equipment, and land plots using this currency. Choosing the currency proved a momentary stumbling block for Suyu. Emeralds? No, emeralds aren't scarce at all. Villagers can easily trade large quantities of them. Although I haven't mentioned this to them yet, discovering that emeralds can be obtained through villager trades isn't difficult. It's not something that needs to be restricted either. What else could it be? Unless it's something currently in high demand? Suyu immediately thought of one thing: dragon scales. Dragon scales are absolutely the most urgently needed item right now. They're not overly difficult to obtain, but they're not exactly easy either. The more Suyu thought about it, the more suitable it seemed. Using them as currency means we'll need to engage in a lot of combat. We won't be able to focus solely on building and leisure activities. This design ingeniously intertwined cultivation with construction. To secure a better living environment within the domain, one must earn dragon scales through combat. And enhancing combat prowess would, in turn, boost the efficiency of acquiring dragon scales. Suyu could already envision the future prosperity within the domain. Each resident would have their own distinctive dwelling, expanding and decorating their homes through diligent combat to earn dragon scales. A dragon scale-driven economic system would gradually take shape, propelling the entire domain's development and ensuring Suyu's followers all possessed formidable combat prowess. It's settled then. A faint smile touched Suyu's lips as he felt quite satisfied with this sudden inspiration. That evening, when the five gathered again within the domain, Suyu announced the plan. As expected, everyone endorsed the idea of using dragon scales as currency. Their eyes blazed with determination, especially when Suyu demonstrated the array of special items and construction privileges available for exchange. Chapter 103, Tactical Arrangements, Bait Placement. Lu Qing, Suyu called out to her, take your squad to hunt the sea serpent and collect its drops. Its tusks and scales can craft a trident. Forge one, and I'll gold plate and reinforce it for you. Actually, I think you should handle it yourselves. You can craft any weapon within the domain, whatever proves strongest. The most I can offer is the gold plating and reinforcement. Got it. Lu Qing's eyes lit up instantly, realizing this was the weapon Suyu had promised to help her obtain earlier. The group simultaneously pulled out the beast manuals Suyu had given them earlier, flipping to the page on the sea serpent. Sea serpent, a ferocious aquatic creature distantly related to flying dragons. Sea serpents harbor hostility toward all lifeforms, attacking any creature within sight without hesitation, even fellow sea serpents. Possessing not only immense strength but also absurdly swift speed, they primarily target creatures aboard ships or near shore. Once locked onto a target, they attempt to kill it outright, even leaping out of the water at any cost. For nearby prey, the sea serpent will charge and tear into its target. For distant prey, it will unleash a stream of explosive bubbles, inflicting severe damage. This brutally vicious creature cannot be tamed by any means. Unlike dragons, it lacks strong parental instincts, making it impossible to forcibly establish a friendly relationship through incubation. This seems tougher than dealing with flying dragons, Zhao Lei remarked. Should we use the same approach as against the flying dragons? If we're going that route, we'll need to replace the arrows, Fangya pointed to the back page of the book. Everyone looked. Sea serpent fangs and scales can be fashioned into a unique type of arrow. These arrows travel freely underwater, never being swallowed by waves like ordinary arrows. Suyu explained from the side. Ordinary arrows and dragon bone arrows lose at least half their power underwater. They also sink vertically, causing little harm to aquatic creatures. If we're using bows, we must use these sea serpent arrows. But sea serpent arrows require materials from sea serpents. If we obtain any sea serpent drops, our priority remains crafting tridents. The four exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. To craft specialized arrows for hunting sea serpents, one must first obtain serpent materials. But hunting the sea serpent would be far easier with the specialized arrows. Perhaps we could try conventional methods first? Wu Hao suggested. Though ordinary arrows lose half their power underwater, if we concentrate our fire, we might still. Too risky, Fangya shook her head, interrupting. The books say the sea serpent moves absurdly fast. We'd likely only get one shot. Silence fell once more as each person pondered deeply. There might be another way, but it requires our lord to take a risk, Lu Qing suddenly spoke up. The group gasped in surprise, their eyes darting between Lu Qing and Suyu. How? Suyu asked. Your black dragon wings can let you fly. You could paddle a boat close to the sea serpent, then fly away using your wings. When the serpent lunges at you and leaps out of the water, Fangya and the others can attack it with dragon bone arrows. Lu Qing elaborated further. The sea serpent's attack pattern is predictable upon spotting its target, it leaps from the water to strike. That moment is its most vulnerable, its entire body exposed in the air, unable to move swiftly. If we time it right, we can concentrate our firepower the instant it leaps. A stationary target mid-air is nothing but a simple task for 3 skilled archers like us. After Lu Qing finished speaking, the others pondered for a moment, their eyes lighting up. That's brilliant! If it stays suspended for just 3 seconds, even if we too aren't as skilled as Fangya, it'll be plenty of time to shoot. But that would put Suyu at too great a risk. Fangya and the others all instinctively avoided looking at Suyu, keeping their eyes fixed on their noses and their noses on their hearts. At a moment like this, even a glance could feel like a silent pressure. They didn't want to do that. Having the Lord act as bait himself felt deeply unsettling, no matter how you looked at it. Seeing his companion's expressions, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He understood their concerns, yet he also knew this was the most viable option available. Alright, Suyu nodded with a wry smile. It is indeed a good plan. Let's proceed this way. An excellent tactical plan luring the enemy, timing, and focus points are all well thought out. I originally planned to handle this alone, but having everyone follow along is already cutting corners. This bit of persuasion is no challenge for me, and anything that strengthens our team's capabilities is worth the risk. So let's move. The group roared in unison, building momentum. Lu Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't held out much hope earlier, after all. This sort of thing was far too dangerous. Using someone as bait wasn't just risky, it also felt disrespectful. That Suyu would agree to this showed he genuinely wanted to help her. With that thought, Lu Qing addressed Suyu. Once I have my weapon, I won't let you down. Suyu chuckled. You've said that before. How come the dashing battlegun Lu Qing now seems like a delicate little flower? You're the delicate one, Lu Qing flushed slightly but quickly regained her composure, refocusing on the task at hand. We need to find a suitable location first, a relatively open stretch of sea where we can ambush and fire. I know a spot, Zhang Meng's voice suddenly chimed in from nearby. The eastern stretch of water, there are 3 points along the shoreline where we can launch boats. How do you know that? Zhao Lei asked, puzzled. Zhang Meng chuckled. As the city's chief architect, I naturally have a general understanding of the surrounding area. If there's anything you need help with in this battle, just say the word. No need. You should focus on your own work, Suyu declined decisively. This made Zhang Meng, who had just started walking over, curl his lips in disappointment. He turned and headed elsewhere. Fine. I'll just focus on my architecture then. With the plan set, the 5 immediately began preparations. Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, and Fangya were tasked with inspecting the bows and arrows. Lu Qing and Suyu discussed every detail of the operation and potential contingencies in depth. When everything was ready, the 5 arrived at the east coast. There it is. Over there. Before the others could even settle and survey their surroundings, Fangya, possessing the keenest eyesight, pointed toward a spot on the sea surface. The others followed her gaze and spotted the target of their mission. A monstrous serpentine creature swam through the water, surrounded by several fish that were struck down instantly after swimming by. Is that the sea serpent? A colossal sea serpent burst through the water, its body stretching at least 10 meters long. Covered in deep blue scales, its gaping maw revealed razor-sharp teeth. Chapter 104, Lightning Fast Strike, Slaying the Sea Serpent. Lord, please begin your performance. Lu Qing bowed slightly, gesturing with an inviting hand. You bastard. Suyu shook his head helplessly. With a flick of his thoughts, a pair of massive dragon wings, black as ink, suddenly unfurled behind him with a whoosh. A cold, faint glow flickered along their edges, stirring a gentle breeze with each light flap. This was the second time he'd revealed these extraordinary wings before his companions. Wow, Fangya couldn't help but whisper in awe, her eyes fixed on the impressive wings, her face radiating unabashed envy. Every time I see them, I'm blown away. Yeah, Zhao Lei clicked his tongue, gesturing with his hands. This thing is so convenient. If you can't beat him, you can just fly away. If we could get a pair, chasing monsters or making a quick getaway would be so much easier. Wu Hao nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming. More than just easier, it's a strategic advantage. Lord, these dragon wings, will we ever have a chance to get them? Though Lu Qing remained silent, her gaze lingered on the dragon wings for a long moment, unable to hide the envy in her eyes. Suyu watched their envious expressions and couldn't help but find it amusing. He gave the dragon wings on his back a light shake. You will. Since I managed to obtain them, it means there must be ways to acquire them within this domain. Once our strength grows and our resources increase, I might just be able to equip each of you with a pair. The group grew visibly excited, each lost in fantasies of what it would be like to possess dragon wings. Alright, let's get down to business. Suyu's smile faded as he walked to the workbench and began working with practiced ease. Soon, a small yet sturdy wooden boat was complete. He carried the boat to the shore and launched it into the water. The vessel, which had been no larger than a palm, instantly transformed into a large boat capable of carrying 2 people. I'm going. Watch for the right moment, Suyu called back to the 3 archers lying in wait on the shore. Fangya had already drawn her dragon bone longbow, an arrow knocked and ready. Holding her breath and focusing intently, she gave Suyu a firm nod. Without another word, Suyu grabbed the oars and began paddling steadily across the water. The boat glided slowly toward the area previously scouted where sea serpents were known to lurk. The sea was initially calm, broken only by the ripples the boat created and the splashing sound of the oars cutting through the water. Suyu's focus was intense, his eyes fixed on the deep blue water below the boat. Soon, he spotted his target. A massive, blurry shadow raced through the depths, sending smaller aquatic creatures scattering in panic wherever it passed. Unlucky fish were torn apart effortlessly, leaving faint trails of blood spreading through the water. The sea serpent clearly reveled in its slaughter. Soon, this underwater tyrant noticed the uninvited guest on the surface. Its trajectory shifted instantly. With a speed utterly absurd for its massive frame, it locked onto Suyu's small boat without hesitation, charging straight toward it like a deep-water torpedo. It's coming! A warning bell rang in Suyu's mind as he watched the shadow rapidly grow larger and sharper. He immediately discarded the oar, planted his feet firmly on the boat, and propelled himself into the air. Almost the instant he left the boat, a thunderous splash erupted as water shot skyward. The colossal creature, carrying immense force and seawater, violently smashed through the spot where the boat had just been. The wooden boat shattered instantly into fragments, reduced to its miniature form. In midair, Suyu swiftly unfurled his black dragon wings. With a powerful flap, he soared higher, narrowly evading the towering spray and the force of the impact. It all happened in the blink of an eye. SSSSHHH. The sea serpent's attack missed its mark, eliciting a sharp, furious hiss. Its fearsome head, covered in deep blue scales, rose above the surface. Its cold, vertical pupils instantly locked onto the tiny insect soaring through the air. Just as Lu Qing had anticipated, this ferocious creature displayed extreme aggression toward any living thing within its field of vision. Without hesitation, the sea serpent arched its massive body the instant its first strike failed. Like a compressed spring, it released its power in an instant, its enormous head hurtling toward Suyu in the air with terrifying speed. In that instant, nearly half its body was exposed to the air, revealing its relatively vulnerable belly and torso. Its movements also slowed slightly as it left the water. Now! Fire! On the shore, Lu Qing, who had been intently watching the battle, seized this fleeting opportunity and shouted sharply. Zhao Lei, Fangya, and Wu Hao, already poised and ready, released their bowstrings almost simultaneously. 3 arrows infused with spiritual energy tore through the air with piercing whistles, tracing 3 icy trajectories as they struck their target with pinpoint accuracy, one after another. The arrows sank deep into the sea serpent's exposed flesh. Fangya's arrow, in particular, struck with deadly precision, piercing the creature's eye. The sea serpent let out a piercing, agonized hiss. Its momentum halted abruptly as its massive body convulsed violently. Blood gushed from the wounds, staining the surrounding sea red. It crashed heavily back into the ocean, sending up a massive spray of water. The intense agony plunged it into a brief frenzy, thrashing wildly in the water. At that moment, Suyu locked onto its descent point. With an elegant spiral in midair, he retracted his dragon wings and dove headfirst like a hawk striking its prey. The instant it touched the water's surface, a gleaming long blade appeared in his hand. Using the momentum of his descent, Suyu thrust his arm forward, driving the blade deep into the sea serpent's vulnerable head, a vital spot left unguarded by the creature's pain. Thud! The dull thud of blade meeting flesh echoed. The sea serpent's final convulsions abruptly ceased. Its body stiffened momentarily before losing all life, floating limply on the surface. The massive sea serpent exploded into a cloud of white mist with a loud boom, scattering a few scales and teeth where it had fallen. Suyu immediately dove underwater to retrieve it, then swiftly paddled away in his boat. The sea gradually returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. The first sea serpent had been successfully slain. The entire process seemed lengthy, yet from the moment Suyu set out to the serpent's demise, it had taken only a few short minutes. Returning to shore, Suyu's shoes sank into the damp sand. No sooner had he steadied himself than a figure swiftly approached. It was Lu Qing. Lu Qing immediately scanned Suyu from head to toe, her voice slightly faster than usual. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Suyu shook his head and retrieved the spoils from the sea python from his backpack. Several scales, each about the size of a baby's palm in a deep ocean blue, lay in his hands, their surfaces naturally glistening with a moist sheen. Next came several sharp, elongated fangs, nearly as long as a forearm, their menacing shape gleaming with a chilling, heart-stopping coldness. The blue scales and crimson-gummed fangs lay silently in Suyu's palm, the drops from their target, the sea serpent. Chapter 105, Ambush and Surprise Attack, Increased Intelligence? So these are the sea python's scales and fangs? Fanya leaned in curiously, tentatively touching the icy scales with her fingertip. "Wow, they're so hard. And that sheen is gorgeous." Zhao Lei picked up a fong and weighted in his hand, whistling in admiration. "If you made a dagger or arrowhead out of this thing, it'd be terrifyingly effective. Probably comes with armor-piercing and bleeding effects, right?" Wu Hao, more focused on the details, pushed his glasses up and analyzed. The scales appear to have high hardness and toughness, excellent material for lightweight armor. As for the fangs, their structure seems hollow inside? Perhaps they still retain some residual toxin or possess properties that could channel spiritual energy. Lu Qing took a scale and a fong from Suyu, examined them carefully, and nodded. "Excellent quality. Far superior to ordinary sea beast materials." Returning the materials to Suyu, Lu Qing continued. "The first one's done. We're moving faster than expected. At this pace, we should easily gather enough materials for everyone today." Suyu nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's keep going. There are plenty of sea serpents in this stretch of water. We should be able to gather enough for a full set of armor. This method works well. Killing sea serpents is surprisingly easy. Sea serpents weren't particularly difficult monsters to kill. As long as one controlled the distance, they posed no special threats and could be easily lured away for a one-on-one kill." After a brief rest to confirm the surrounding waters were temporarily safe, Suyu returned to the workbench. Skillfully placing the wood into the machine, he soon held another brand new miniature wooden ship in his hands. Returning to the shore, he lowered the small vessel into the water and watched it instantly grow to full size. "I'm off. Be careful," Lu Qing cautioned. Fanya drew her dragon bone longbow taut once more, the arrowhead gleaming coldly as she aimed at the sea surface, and nodded to Suyu. Suyu inhaled the sea breeze, picked up his oars, and set off for the deep blue waters for the second time. The hunt began anew. With the success of their first attempt, the team's coordination was even tighter. Suyu skillfully guided the small boat toward the marked waters once more. Soon, another massive shadow was drawn to the boat, charging toward them at high speed with undisguised hostility. "Here it comes!" Suyu growled, timing his leap perfectly as he abandoned the boat and soared into the air, dragon wings unfurling. Splash! The second sea serpent, mirroring its predecessor, violently smashed the wooden boat to pieces. It reared its monstrous head, letting out a furious hiss. "Fire!" Lu Qing's command came just in time. 3 arrows, drawn and ready, once again struck their targets with pinpoint accuracy. Though the sea serpent seemed slightly more alert, twisting its body in an attempt to evade, it was still struck by the sharp arrows in its body and neck, convulsing wildly in agony. Seizing the moment, Suyu dove downward once more, his long blade striking directly at the vital spot. Thud! The blade sank into the vulnerable junction between the sea serpent's head and neck. The second sea serpent's struggle ceased abruptly. Its massive body went limp, dissolving into white mist, leaving behind a few blue scales and sharp fangs. "Nice work!" Zhao Lei on the shore couldn't help but pump his fist. Getting more and more skilled. Suyu deftly scooped up the spoils and flapped his wings back to shore. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking even less time than the first attempt. At this rate, it won't be long before we have everything we need. Suyu stowed the new materials into his backpack. The team's vigilance slipped slightly amid the string of smooth successes. After a brief rest and some hydration, Suyu crafted the third small boat. "Once this one's done, we should have enough materials for a preliminary attempt at synthesizing armor," Suyu remarked, launching the boat into the sea once more. The sea surface seemed unusually calm. After a long while, a familiar massive shadow finally emerged from the deep waters. Yet it moved more slowly than the previous two, and with greater caution, not launching an immediate attack. This one seems smarter? Fanya observed, murmuring softly. It's actually smart? Suyu noticed this too, deliberately slowing his rowing and even lightly tapping the water with his oar to provoke it. The sea serpent seemed provoked by this taunt, accelerating its pace as it began circling Suyu's small boat, searching for an angle to strike. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the cautious sea serpent below the surface, a sudden change occurred. About 10 meters behind and to the side of Suyu's boat, another shadow larger and faster burst up from deeper waters without warning. This sea serpent was clearly more cunning and experienced. It seemed to have been lurking in the depths all along, waiting for its companion to draw the prey's attention before launching a deadly ambush. Suyu, watch out. There's another one behind us. Lu Qing's startled cry rang out first. Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao paled in shock. They tried to redirect their arrows, but the cunning sea serpent moved too swiftly and at an awkward angle, nearly concealed behind the wake of the first serpent. Effective aiming was impossible. The instant Lu Qing screamed, Suyu felt the terrifying water pressure and intense killing intent emanating from behind. At the critical moment, Suyu's figure blurred violently. Swish! Almost exactly where he had vanished. A gaping maw, bristling with fangs and reeking of putrid stench, snapped shut only to bite air. The immense force of the bite produced a bone-chilling crack, sending water spraying like bullets in all directions. The fourth sea serpent that had launched the ambush clearly hadn't anticipated its prey vanishing in such a bizarre manner. Its immense momentum propelled its entire head out of the water, revealing a hideous visage covered in emerald green patterns. SSSSSHHHH? The emerald sea serpent let out a confused and furious hiss. Meanwhile, Suyu's form solidified again several meters away, his dragon wings fully spread behind him to maintain balance. Interesting. It actually possesses a hint of sentience? That moment had been far too perilous, leaving Suyu feeling a lingering chill of fear. But upon reflecting on the emerald sea serpent's behavior, Suyu found it rather amusing. It actually hid behind other sea serpents to attack. I must find an opportunity to deal with this emerald sea serpent first. No prompting was needed. The moment Suyu dodged and revealed the emerald sea serpent, the trio of archers on shore seized the fleeting opening. Their arrows, drawn taut for this moment, flew first. Thud! 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 3 arrows struck the emerald sea serpent almost simultaneously. Especially Fangya's arrow, it pierced straight through the sea serpent's eyes, tearing from the left eye socket to the right. The emerald sea serpent let out a shrieking scream far more agonized than the previous two, its massive body thrashing wildly on the surface in excruciating pain, churning up towering waves. The initial sea serpent, startled by this sudden turn of events and the frenzy of its kin, momentarily fell into disarray, its attacking instincts dulled. In that moment of hesitation, 3 arrows followed in quick succession. Another arrow followed shortly after. Without needing Suyu to deliver the finishing blow, the original sea serpent was instantly killed by the arrows. Looking up, Suyu saw that the 4th arrow had been fired by Lu Qing, who was providing support from the shore. On the sea surface, the sea serpent, blinded in one eye, still thrashed wildly. Blood stained vast stretches of the ocean, and a thick, pungent stench of blood began to spread. Suyu immediately pivoted, signaling to the shore team. Before he touched down, several follow-up arrows struck the sea serpent, ending its life. Chapter 106, Extreme Danger, Extreme Opportunity. After retrieving the spoils, Suyu returned to shore. Damn it, they actually ambushed us? Feels like these things are getting smarter? Zhao Lei gasped, still trembling from the cold sweat that had washed over him moments ago. Fanya patted her chest, her pretty face still pale with lingering fear. I agree. Didn't the field notes say sea serpents are ferocious creatures that even attack their own kind? Why would they do what they just did, one distracting us while the other ambushed us? It's almost like... Fanya hesitated, wanting to say like well-trained soldiers, but felt the comparison too exaggerated to voice aloud. The group huddled together, discussing the unusual scene from earlier. The atmosphere grew considerably heavier compared to their earlier relaxed mood during the harvest. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Suyu remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. Eyes lowered, he stared intently at his open palm, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fist as if sensing something. What's wrong? Lu Qing noticed his unusual state and hurriedly asked, did you get hurt dodging earlier? Internal injuries? His words drew tense glances from the others. Suyu shook his head. No. I broke through. Second stage. Ha! The group froze in unison before immediately focusing their senses on the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Suyu. Indeed. The previously distinct aura of a Stage 1 Lord had now solidified, undeniably crossing the threshold into Stage 2. Holy crap! That's awesome. You broke through during combat. Zhao Lei was the first to recover, his face lighting up with delight. That's incredibly fast. You've already broken through to the second tier? But with such a unique domain, it's not entirely surprising you'd advance so quickly. Though Wu Hao said this, the astonishment in his eyes was impossible to hide. Congratulations, Lord. Fanya smiled as she offered her congratulations. As he listened to their congratulations, Su Yu's mind wandered elsewhere. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward the stretch of sea that had just witnessed a perilous ambush. My cultivation breakthrough occurred before this sea serpent ambush. After breaking through, nearby sea serpents began acting strangely. Could it be? Could my advancement have influenced these domain creatures? Granted them a measure of sentience? This audacious, almost maddening conjecture spread like wildfire within Su Yu's mind, instantly igniting all his thoughts. The established knowledge system of domain lords clearly stated that creatures within a domain, while influenced by the lord in their behavioral patterns and strength, primarily existed based on the domain's inherent rules and the concepts infused by the lord. Essentially, they were extensions and manifestations of the domain's power, lacking true independent and evolving intelligence. If Su Yu's conjecture were true, then the mystery and terror of this cube domain would far exceed his initial imagination. This would completely overturn the existing understanding of lords. Consider this: if the monsters within this infinite world, zombies, skeletons, creepers, endermen, even more formidable entities like wither skeletons and ender dragons, even the terrifying bosses from A Song of Ice and Fire or other unknown mods that he had yet to encounter, all of them would gradually awaken true intelligence as his power grew. They were no longer mere programs following fixed patterns, they became sentient beings capable of thought, learning, cooperation, and even devising tactics and ambushes. What a terrifying sight that would be! Skeleton archers moving in packs, coordinating their attacks? An army of creepers capable of setting traps and executing coordinated ambushes? Or even wither skeletons capable of commanding entire hordes of monsters? Just imagining such a scene sent a chill up Su Yuguang's spine, making his scalp tingle. This was no ordinary disaster a lord could handle. It could even send shockwaves through the entire domain world. Su Yu took a sharp, deep breath, forcing himself to shake off that fear, only to grasp another possibility. Extreme danger often brings extreme opportunity. This might not be a bad thing. Since the domain's birth originated from him, he was the very foundation and core of this block-based world's existence. If the monsters here truly gained sentience as he grew stronger, then fundamentally, everything about them, including this newly sprouted wisdom, was born because of him and existed because of him. As long as they can understand this. Su Yu's heart pounded wildly as the outline of a grand, unprecedented plan rapidly took shape in his mind. If only they could realize that their very existence, their ability to think, their capacity to grow stronger, all of it stems fundamentally from me. Then I can bypass the monster control stones entirely. By guiding them, by demonstrating my power as their creator, I can make them acknowledge me from the depths of their souls and follow me. Subjugate a vast horde of powerful, intelligent monsters without shedding a drop of blood, compelling them to serve me willingly. Imagine it, an undead guard composed of withered skeletons awakened to intelligence? A squad of Enderman elite troops capable of coordinated combat and even devising their own tactics? The mere thought of it sends a thrill through my veins. This holds far greater potential than merely binding minions with monster control stones and aligns far better with the rules of this infinite realm. Lord? What's wrong? Your face keeps changing. Fanya's voice snapped Su Yu out of his excited reverie. Su Yu snapped back to reality, noticing Lu Qing, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao all staring at him with puzzled and concerned expressions. His earlier flushing had clearly not escaped their notice. Nothing, Su Yu suppressed the surge within him and shook his head. Just suddenly thought of some possibilities for this realm's future. This earth-shattering conjecture, Su Yu had no intention of sharing with his teammates just yet. It was too terrifying, and it needed more evidence to substantiate. Yet within Su Yu's heart, a quiet shift had already taken place. From the simple goals of acquiring resources, leveling up, and defeating enemies, it was shifting toward deeper aspirations, understanding the rules, guiding living beings, and controlling the source. Gazing out at the vast ocean before him, Su Yu felt as though he could see the subtle transformations occurring within the living beings around him. I've rested enough. Su Yu stood up, stretching his limbs as second-tier spiritual energy coursed through his body, bringing a greater sense of power than before. We've gathered enough materials. I'll head back to craft the trident. You all return to the main city first and build your own houses. It's unacceptable for our main city to remain so makeshift. Let's add some buildings with your personal touches. Got it. I can't wait. As the others departed, Su Yu remained standing in place. Not far ahead, Lu Qing glanced back at Su Yu. Seeing him still staring at the sea, she lowered her eyelids for a few seconds before turning away without another word, catching up to Fangya and the others. Chapter 107, Theory Validated, Experiment Achieved. Watching Lu Qing, Fangya, Zhao Lei, and Wu Hao disappear from sight, the relaxed expression on Su Yu's face slowly faded. Light spilled over the vast expanse of the sea, and the hypothesis forming in Su Yu's mind demanded urgent verification. He didn't actually return. Instead, he walked back toward the shore. This time, he made no small boat and had no companions to back him up. He intended to act alone, using a more direct and dangerous method to test the limits of those sea serpents' intelligence. The armor Suyu wore had long been imbued with 2 spells advantageous for underwater combat. Underwater breathing, extending the duration of submerged respiration. Underwater speed digging, accelerating excavation speed beneath the waves. Deep sea explorer, increasing underwater movement speed and reducing resistance by 1/3 per level. Additionally, before setting out on this journey, he had brought several bottles of scuba potion to extend his underwater breathing duration. This is foolproof. The pitch-black dragon wings on Suyu's back flared open with a whoosh. Fluttering gently, they lifted him off the ground and carried him toward the sea surface. Flying along the coastline, Suyu scanned the waters intently, searching for those massive shadows below. Soon, a lone sea serpent entered his field of vision. It drifted aimlessly in the shallows, unaware of the uninvited guest above. Suyu descended, hovering several meters above the sea surface. His gaze sharpened as his thoughts stirred. A surge of spiritual energy, carrying the imposing aura of a second-tier lord, spread outward like invisible ripples, radiating from him toward the sea serpent below. It was both a provocation and a test. If the sea serpent were merely a low-intelligence beast, it would instinctively be drawn or provoked by this powerful energy, launching an immediate attack. If it possessed greater intelligence, it would react differently, though Suyu had no idea what that might entail. The spiritual energy reached the sea. Beneath the surface, the sea serpent's movements abruptly halted. Clearly sensing the oppressive force descending from above, its massive body curled slightly. Its raised head bore a pair of vertical pupils, gazing warily at Suyu in the air. Instead of attacking immediately, it began slowly retreating toward deeper waters. Simultaneously, its body twisted into a distinct defensive and alert posture. It's assessing, judging the threat? Suyu's heart stirred. He maintained his spiritual pressure while gradually lowering his altitude, adopting a diving posture to exert even greater pressure. Seeing this, the sea serpent abruptly accelerated its retreat. With a fierce flick of its tail, it turned without hesitation and shot into the deeper, darker depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. It fled. Faced with clear provocation and threat, this sea serpent chose evasion over mindless combat. Suspended mid-air, Suyu's eyes flashed with astonishment and excitement. Indeed, it's no longer a beast relying purely on instinct. To further verify this, Suyu moved to another area and found another sea serpent, this one even larger in size. This time, he took more direct action. Suyu suppressed most of his spiritual pressure, gliding silently low over the sea surface before suddenly hurling a stone infused with his faint spiritual energy into the water. The stone hit the water with a splash, carrying a distinct energy fluctuation. The massive sea serpent was startled, its enormous head breaking the surface. Its cold eyes instantly locked onto Suyu gliding low overhead. Just as Suyu expected it to retreat and evade like before, the sea serpent made a surprising move. Instead of attacking immediately, it tilted its head slightly, as if scrutinizing Suyu, particularly the pair of jet-black dragon wings on his back. A trace of something, hesitation, flickered in its beastly pupils. Seconds later, it emitted a low, threatening hiss. Its massive body slowly submerged, choosing not to pursue but instead maintaining a distance. It began circling Suyu slowly, its gaze fixed on him with wary vigilance. If the dragon bone longbow contains a faint dragon soul, might my dragon wings also react to spiritual energy? Suyu concentrated, attempting to split off a thread of the spiritual energy that had just ascended to the second tier within her body. She carefully guided it toward the pitch-black dragon wings on her back. At first, the spiritual energy flowed into the dragon wings like stones sinking into the sea, eliciting no response whatsoever. As if these dragon wings were mere lifeless objects. Suyu persisted, continuously infusing them with spiritual energy. Gradually, a transformation occurred. A dark crimson glow, like flowing lava, began to slowly course through the veins of the dragon wings. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanating from the pinnacle of life itself began to spread outward, radiating from Suyu as its center. This was not the spiritual pressure of his own second-tier lord status, but something far more ancient and pure, the might of a dragon. The effect was immediate. The massive sea serpent below, which had been slowly gliding along while maintaining vigilance, suddenly stiffened its colossal body. Its vertical pupils instantly contracted to their absolute limit. All traces of scrutiny, hesitation, and ferocity were irrevocably replaced by the most primal fear, utterly defenseless against this overwhelming force. Hiss. Wah! The colossal sea serpent could barely muster a complete hiss, instead emitting a broken, wailing sound from its throat, almost like a mournful cry. Its massive head involuntarily bowed low, nearly touching the sea surface. The body that had been gliding slowly began to tremble violently, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. It dared not meet Suyu's gaze in the air, nor did it dare to dive deeper. Where was the majesty of the sea's ruler? It resembled nothing more than a terrified little loach. And it wasn't just this one. Within a 100-meter radius centered on Suyu, every aquatic creature sensing this faint dragon's aura, from tiny fish and shrimp to several sea serpents gliding farther away, displayed varying degrees of agitation and terror. The immediate, palpable effect before his eyes sent a chill down Suyu's own spine. I merely tested a fraction of the potential pressure contained within my dragon wings, and the effect is this terrifying? This completely confirmed Suyu's conjecture. Sea serpents, considered minor bosses among monsters, possessed rudimentary sentience. Yet on the hierarchy of life, they still belonged to the realm of snakes and pythons. Dragons, however, were the supreme beings among scaled creatures. They were the ultimate apex predators at the very top of the food chain. This profound hierarchical suppression, rooted in bloodline, was an instinctive terror etched into their very genes, something their newly sprouted intelligence could never overcome. This not only proved that Suyu's wings also possessed dragon souls, but also confirmed that these monsters had indeed gained sentience due to his growing strength. Yet simultaneously, they still adhered to this world's fundamental rules of the food chain and bloodline hierarchy. Not only did Suyu stand at the pinnacle of this realm as its creator, but he now wielded the power of the dragon. This meant he could potentially harness the innate deterrence of this superior bloodline to subdue, suppress, and even command these gradually awakening mid to low-tier monsters. No complex control rituals were needed, nor did he have to pay a huge price to synthesize monster control stones. Simply displaying sufficiently pure and elevated bloodline pressure was enough to instill awe and obedience at the soul level. Chapter 108, Aura of Deterrence, Sea Beast Heavenly Fiend. This is perfect, even better than I imagined. Suyu suppressed his excitement and slowly withdrew the spiritual energy infused into his dragon wings. The suffocating dragon aura receded like a tide, the crimson-red glow gradually fading as the dragon wings returned to their original pitch-black form. Below, the colossal sea serpent's massive body still trembled faintly. Only after a long moment did it cautiously lift its head, inch by inch. Its eyes remained filled with terror, yet now held an added hint of confusion. It couldn't comprehend why the terrifying pressure had suddenly appeared and vanished just as abruptly. It couldn't comprehend why it felt fear either. After all, in its world, it had appeared out of nowhere, never experiencing growing up or ever seeing a dragon. This emotion of fear felt utterly inexplicable to it. The sea serpent dared not linger. It cast one last, lingering look at Suyu in the sky before lashing its tail violently and fleeing frantically into the depths at breakneck speed, never daring to look back. Suyu made no attempt to stop it, merely watching silently as it vanished. His test was complete. The outcome far exceeded expectations. If that's the case, then within my domain, wouldn't all equipment or items crafted from those powerful creature materials naturally carry a trace of the original owner's soul pressure? This discovery held significance far greater than merely scaring off a sea serpent. Imagine facing hordes of enemies, without lifting a finger, merely activating the dragon aura within a piece of armor crafted from potent dragon materials could strike terror into the hearts of weaker-blooded foes, shattering their resolve before battle even began. Or, when confronting certain monster types, wielding weapons crafted from materials that counter their bloodline could inherently grant a suppressing effect. It's practically like having a switchable aura of intimidation. The more Suyu contemplated this ability, the more absurdly practical it seemed, prompting him to delve into more detailed analysis. The sea serpent reacted so violently earlier partly due to dragon's innate dominance over snakes and pythons, but also likely because it wasn't a top-tier opponent. Its intelligence was still nascent, making it more susceptible to primal fear. But what if it were a higher-tier creature with more developed intelligence, or one with inherently powerful bloodlines like another dragon? Or those elemental beasts from A Song of Ice and Fire? The effect of this dragon's aura would likely be greatly diminished, and might even provoke the opponent. Moreover, sustaining this pressure would undoubtedly drain my spiritual energy and mental strength. Suyu had just infused spiritual energy and felt the drain not only on his energy reserves but also on his mental fortitude, the fatigue setting in faster than he'd anticipated. Suyu no longer lingered on the sea surface but turned and flew back to the beach. He retrieved several items from his backpack, sea serpent scales and venomous fangs. Suyu intended to conduct a test. The raw material should also contain traces of the beast's soul. Suyu first picked up the sea serpent scale, focused his mind, and attempted to infuse a thread of spiritual energy into it. He guided it with his thoughts to emit the ferocious aura inherent to the sea serpent itself. Soon, a faint blue glow appeared on the scale's surface, and a cold, violent aura characteristic of ocean predators began to spread. But its intensity was weak, and its range limited. Suyu carefully assessed the effect. The intensity is average. It might scare off small fish and shrimp, or make other sea serpents feel slightly uneasy and wary, but it's nowhere near enough to make them flee in terror. Still, this might just be the result of a single scale. If combined into a chestplate, it should produce a stronger effect. Still, the immediate priority is to secure the core weapon for underwater combat. Suyu opened the workbench. The materials needed to craft the tidal trident were already prepared. He didn't need to worry about arranging the materials. The synthesis formula from the item manager was already clearly displayed. Python fawn. Scale, diamond, scale. Air dragon bone air. As he confirmed the synthesis, a flash of light erupted from the workbench. A sapphire blue trident materialized on the workbench. The shaft bore the grayish-white hue of dragon bone, while the secondary blades flanking it and the central main blade gleamed with a sickly white, icy light like venomous fangs. A palpable aura of savagery emanated from it. Tidal trident. Information flooded into Suyu's mind, not just its name, but its fundamental properties as well. Attack power 13. Attack speed 1.1. Passive ability, capable of being thrown to pierce multiple enemies. Suyu nodded slightly. Even an ordinary lower realm alloy sword only dealt 8 damage. Gripping the spear shaft, Suyu felt its cool weight in his hands. It was substantial yet perfectly balanced for his current strength. It seems to possess a natural affinity with the surrounding water elements. With the weapon in hand, Suyu hesitated no longer and walked toward the sea. As the water rose over his ankles, calves, waist, until it completely submerged his head, a strange sensation washed over him. The expected suffocation never came. The underwater breathing enchantment on his helmet silently activated, forming an invisible membrane across his face. With each natural breath, cool, abundant air filled his lungs, no different from breathing on land. There was no need to surface frequently for air, truly enabling unrestricted movement underwater. So this is the effect of underwater breathing. Pretty impressive. Simultaneously, the deep-sea explorer enchantment on his boots began to manifest. The immense water pressure and resistance were significantly reduced, as if he had several inflated basketballs strapped to his feet. While he could still sense the water's presence and a slight drag, it was minimal. Suyu tried taking a step and found movement far easier than imagined. He slightly channeled his spiritual energy, infusing it into his legs, and the last trace of resistance vanished instantly. Not only could he walk steadily underwater, but he could even begin to jog and accelerate. Her movements were fluid, without the slightest lag, truly as if running on land, only the environment had shifted from air to seawater. This is incredible. Suyu marveled inwardly at the extraordinary experience this spell combination afforded him. The seawater within the domain is real seawater. Does that mean I can do this in the actual ocean too? Suyu shuddered. After the revival of spiritual energy, the ocean had become an even more challenging frontier for humanity to explore. Human exploration of the deep sea has always been limited. After the spiritual energy revival, the ocean has rapidly transformed into a terrifying ecosystem utterly beyond human comprehension. Countless deep-sea creatures absorb spiritual energy far more rapidly than their terrestrial counterparts, evolving into increasingly bizarre and dangerous forms with heightened capabilities. And these were merely the native sea beasts. What truly strikes fear into the hearts of military forces and elite awakened organizations worldwide is another existence: the sea beast celestial fiends. Not only do they possess the formidable physique and water manipulation talents of sea beasts, but they also carry the inherent traits of demons. Existing within the sea, they proved nearly impossible for humans to defeat. Sea beast demons grew ever more powerful, devastating several coastal cities. Even those that weren't destroyed had long since been evacuated. Chapter 109: Deep Sea Threat, Bloodline Suppression. Moreover, according to scholarly research over the years, sea beast demons possess 2 terrifying traits absent in their land-dwelling counterparts. First, nearly unstoppable mental corruption. Perhaps stemming from the unique communication methods of marine life, even low-tier sea beast demons can emit mental fluctuations that induce confusion and madness. Mild cases result in splitting headaches and vivid hallucinations. In severe cases, it can trigger complete mental collapse, turning victims into raving lunatics consumed solely by the urge to kill. In extreme cases, victims might deify the sea beast as a holy entity, frantically worshipping it and becoming its enslaved minions. To resist this mental corruption, one must either possess psychic resilience bordering on the abnormal, wield an extremely rare psychic defense artifact, or be a life domain lord specializing in mind manipulation. This scarcity makes those capable of confronting the heavenly fiends at sea truly 1 in a million. Second is their terrifying adaptability and evolutionary capacity. The immense pressure beneath the ocean's surface meant that before the revival of spiritual energy, humans could only rely on probes for exploration. These probes revealed that the ocean depths harbored many marine creatures humanity had never seen before. It is precisely these marine creatures that possess terrifying evolutionary capabilities. Adapted to the extreme pressures of the deep, they absorb the newly emerged spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Some sea beasts can even accelerate their evolution by devouring other creatures. Not only could they absorb the flesh and energy of their prey, but they could also plunder and integrate superior genetic traits from their victims. If you severely wounded one today with high-temperature energy weapons, the next time you encountered it, its body's surface might have evolved biological scales capable of reflecting or absorbing energy attacks. Freeze another with cryogenic projectiles, and soon its kin may develop resistance to extreme cold. Combined, these traits make oceanic creatures humanity's mortal enemies. And this is all happening in the ocean, their absolute home turf. Depths of tens of thousands of meters bring terrifying water pressure, absolute darkness, complex currents, and extreme environments where human resupply is nearly impossible. Most of humanity's heavy weaponry loses its effectiveness here or becomes unusable altogether. Fleets and air forces have limited reach against threats lurking beneath the deep sea. Yet the sea beasts and celestial demons can appear and vanish at will, launching attacks from any angle. They excel at coordinated hunts, possessing remarkable intelligence that includes feints, luring enemies deeper, and disrupting supply lines. A submarine protected by powerful awakened guardians could be breached in an instant by tens of thousands of small fish driven by demonic will, launching suicide attacks to breach its hull. Then, lurking in the shadows, the colossal master species would tear it apart in one fell swoop. So if I could control the celestial demons underwater in reality, that would be incredible. Suyu's goal was now crystal clear. First, master underwater combat within the domain's ocean to gather more intelligence and resources. Then, confront the real world. Kicking his legs, the deep-sea explorer's spell took effect, propelling Suyu through the ocean currents. Though he could walk underwater, swimming was also an option. This feeling is truly wondrous, almost like flying. With a single kick, Suyu could float effortlessly. Unless he deliberately descended, he drifted downward as if gliding through the air. Feeling the gentle buoyancy of the seawater, Suyu's purpose was clear. He needed combat practice to adapt to the underwater environment, and that sea serpent that had just fled was the perfect test subject. It was also the key source material for crafting the Tide Guard set. First, I need to find it. Suyu recalled the general direction the sea serpent had fled, then thrust his legs forward with all his might. The enchantment effect of the deep-sea explorer on his boots manifested perfectly. A powerful thrust erupted instantly, propelling him forward like a torpedo. His speed far surpassed ordinary swimming, and he barely stirred up any significant turbulence. This sensation of high-speed underwater movement felt utterly novel and exhilarating, far more liberating than running on land. With a slight adjustment of his angle, Suyu effortlessly carved elegant arcs through the water, tracking the faint trail of the sea serpent's lingering scent and the disturbed currents it left behind. The sea tide trident in his hand seemed to sense Suyu's fighting spirit, its blades glowing with a visible azure light. The fierce aura it emitted sent nearby small fish and shrimp scattering in panic. Soon, a faint disturbance stirred within the depths of a vibrant coral reef ahead. The massive sea serpent curled beside a cave, its body still trembling slightly from its earlier fear, attempting to conceal itself. Found you. Without hesitation, Suyu gripped the trident tightly in his right hand, gathering all his strength in his arm. Using the momentum of his forward charge, he hurled it forward with all his might. Whoosh! The trident sliced through the water like a cold, white lightning bolt. The passive ability of the tidal trident activated. It pierced through the enemy. The giant sea serpent's scales shattered like tofu as the tidal trident pierced through, driving straight from its head to the lower abdomen. Hiss! The sea serpent twisted its body, its massive form violently springing upward, churning up vast swaths of mud and sand. Its gaping maw, unable to utter a single roar, opened wide toward Suyu. Visible whirlpool currents coalesced within its jaws. The sea serpent's ranged attack. Whoosh! Soon, a whirlpool of rushing water, churning with bubbles, shot forth, hurtling straight toward Suyu. Suyu remained unflustered, channeling his spiritual energy to effortlessly sidestep the assault. Underwater, his movements remained exceptionally agile. The advantages granted by deep-sea explorer and underwater breathing allowed him to focus entirely on combat. The instant he landed, Suyu planted his feet with all his might, propelling himself forward. His figure vanished, reappearing behind the sea serpent the next second as he yanked the tidal trident from its flesh. The secondary damage from the trident's withdrawal made the sea serpent grimace in pain once more. But as it turned, a sudden surge of overwhelming presence froze it in place. It was that terrifying aura he had sensed before. Suyu spread his dragon wings in the water and infused them with spiritual energy. Though unable to fly, he could still radiate the imposing aura of a dragon soul. The sea serpent, which had been thrashing wildly moments ago in agony and rage, froze instantly. Within its enormous vertical pupils, the newly ignited ferocity was utterly drowned by primal, bloodline-driven terror. It even forgot the tearing agony from its wounds. Its massive body trembled violently in the water, struggling to even twist. Suyu had been waiting for this very moment of paralysis. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the water as he closed in on the sea serpent's head in an instant. The sea tide trident in his hands was no longer a projectile. Clenched tightly in both palms, he channeled every ounce of his strength and the kinetic energy of his charge into the spearhead. Break! Suyu growled inwardly. The trident tore through the water with a piercing shriek, its blades carrying a vicious aura that amplified the damage. The sea serpent's massive body convulsed violently several times. The light in its eyes rapidly dimmed until it finally lost all signs of life. Impressive! Infusing it with spiritual energy significantly enhances its power. I'd completely forgotten about that before. Chapter 110, Precious Weapons, The Strange Seahorse. When Suyu crafted weapons before, he'd only treated them as in-game tools, overlooking their true nature as creations of the domain. They should be able to channel and amplify the user's power. Suyu scanned his surroundings. Several larger strange fish, drawn earlier by the sea python's blood, were now stirring restlessly, attempting to approach. These seem like the original fish species mutated? Due to increased sentience and absorbing domain spiritual energy? Suyu's eyes narrowed. You'll be my test subjects. Instead of retreating, Suyu charged forward toward the strange fish. This time, he didn't throw with full force. Instead, he channeled a stream of pure spiritual energy through his palm into the trident. The The spear's shaft emitted a faint hum as the azure glow that had merely rippled along its blade suddenly erupted. The entire spear was enveloped in a dense, water-blue aura, its energy fluctuations causing the surrounding seawater to ripple with subtle distortions. A monstrous fish lunged forward first, its massive jaws gaping wide. Suyu flickered his wrist, thrusting the spirit-infused trident forward with apparent nonchalance. No thunderous clash echoed, only a razor-sharp blue spear beam shot from the blade. Like slicing through tofu, it effortlessly pierced the monstrous fish's resilient skull. Instant kill. Moreover, the spear beam showed no sign of slowing after piercing the first creature. It pierced through the second monster fish following closely behind before slowly dissipating in the water. The piercing effect has been enhanced. Suyu observed the results carefully. It consumes far less spiritual energy than activating dragon might, yet the increase in power is remarkably significant. The remaining monster fish possessed only rudimentary intelligence. They charged forward relentlessly, one after another, seeking their own demise. They became perfect test subjects for Suyu to evaluate the piercing capabilities of the sea-tide trident. After several rounds of testing, Suyu gazed at the floating corpses of the strange fish before him, his astonishment still palpable. Against sea beasts with hard shells or special physical resistance, this attack often proves remarkably effective. Its penetration power is incredibly strong. Savoring the sensation of that disembodied spear beam tearing through the sea and piercing two monstrous fish in succession, it wasn't merely physical sharpness, it contained a peculiar energy-tearing quality, as if it could bypass certain defenses and strike directly at the core. If this were available outside, the price would be astronomical, wouldn't it? Following the revival of spiritual energy, the war between humans and celestial demons fueled an extreme demand for powerful weapons. Sharpness stood as one of the most crucial benchmarks for a weapon's worth. For the vast majority of celestial demons, whether land-dwelling or sea-dwelling, possess skin and bone armor far exceeding that of ordinary creatures, with some even shielded by peculiar biological energy. Ordinary bullets fired from firearms might not even leave a white mark on a high-tier celestial demon. A cold weapon capable of reliably piercing the defenses of high-tier celestial demons holds value sufficient to drive countless awakened mad. I recall a black market sword forged by a master craftsman, infused with demon-shattering gold, barely capable of nicking the skin of a 7th-tier gargoyle. It fetched a staggering 2.56 million. Suyu recalled the information he had seen. And that blade only had a certain probability of breaking through defenses, nothing like the stable piercing effect of mine. As for weapons with built-in special effects like pierce or armor break, Suyu drew in a sharp breath. Those were items beyond the reach of ordinary awakened individuals. Each one could be considered a strategic-level resource, typically tightly controlled by major factions or appearing at top-tier auctions. Their transaction prices routinely reached tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, and they were often available only at exorbitant prices. Those weapons are all crafted from extremely rare, extraordinary materials, forged through the painstaking efforts of master smiths or enchanters. But my title trident. Suyu lowered his gaze to the weapon in his hands, still radiating a water-blue aura, his eyes burning with intensity. It required no complex forging techniques, no search for legendary enchanters. With the right materials, it could be reliably produced on any workbench within this domain. Moreover, it was born with the powerful passive ability Pierce, and when infused with spiritual energy, its penetration power skyrocketed. What if I could bring this weapon into reality? Suyu could scarcely imagine the uproar it would cause. This wasn't merely about possessing a divine weapon. It meant he might have discovered a way to mass-produce top-tier armor-piercing weapons. Its implications were profound enough to upend the existing weapons landscape. Once exposed, countless factions would swarm in, desperate to obtain it or the method to create it. What followed would be immense opportunity and colossal risk. Possessing a treasure invites trouble. Suyu quickly regained his composure, suppressing the excitement surging within him. Until we have sufficient strength, not a single word of this secret can be revealed. After giving this weapon to Lu Qing, they must be sworn to secrecy. After capturing and slaying over a dozen more sea serpents on the ocean floor, Suyu pulled out his workbench to craft a tide guard set. But when he opened the synthesis table, he froze. Synthesis requirements: sea serpent scales and glittering scales? There's that too? Suyu sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. He only crafted the tide guard set once in the game purely for collection purposes. After completing it, he placed it in his self-built exhibition hall and completely forgotten the recipe. He hadn't expected that besides sea serpent scales, other scales were also required. Suyu clicked on shimmering scales. A tag above it displayed which creatures dropped this item. Seahorses and sirens? Suyu opened the beast compendium and found the seahorse entry. The seahorse is a peculiar hybrid creature possessing characteristics of both equids and fish. They possess extraordinary underwater swimming speed, with no known creature capable of matching them in the depths. However, their mobility is drastically reduced on dry land. Seahorses come in 6 texture colors, each with distinct fin hues: blue-green fins, orange-blue fins, turquoise-yellow fins, green-orange fins, red-pink fins, yellow-red fins. Seahorses are docile passive creatures that can be tamed or ridden, possessing no offensive capabilities. Hippos with low health regenerate their health very slowly. Seahorses move very clumsily on land, but in water they move faster than rowing players or sea serpents. Players riding seahorses do not lose oxygen while mounted. After quickly scanning the seahorse's stats, Suyu was stunned. If taken to the surface, this would be an utterly unbeatable mode of transportation. Though Suyu now possessed the armor enchantments Deep Sea Explorer and underwater breathing, they still had limitations. Deep Sea Explorer didn't completely negate underwater pressure. The oceans in the block world weren't particularly deep, so the difference wasn't significant. But the oceans of reality were terrifyingly deep. If the pressure continued to decrease, the Deep Sea Explorer might become largely ineffective. Similarly, underwater breathing might also face practical limitations. But riding a seahorse grants the perk oxygen does not deplete while riding a seahorse, which will revolutionize human exploration of the underwater world. It's essentially infinite underwater breathing. As for the darkness of the deep sea, night vision potions can easily overcome it. Then, the ocean depths will be laid bare before our eyes. Chapter 111, Taming the Seahorse, Swift as the Wind. The Deep Sea Explorer and underwater breathing enchantments, at their core, are about countering the oceanic environment using the rules to adapt to the deep sea. The endless oxygen during riding granted by the seahorse is more like a rule-level exemption. It directly bypasses the physiological constraint of needing to breathe. This means that in the real world, as long as he rides the seahorse, the despair-inducing water pressure and oxygen-deprived environment of the deep sea will no longer pose a lethal threat to him. Not to mention the descriptions of unparalleled diving speed, and no known creature can race them underwater. Whether executing lightning strikes, long-range raids, or emergency evacuations, the seahorse would provide unparalleled strategic mobility. As for the origin of the other shimmering scales, Suyu gave it little thought. It belonged to one of the bosses in A Song of Ice and Fire, the Siren. This was also documented in the Beast Chronicles. A mermaid with the appearance of a beautiful woman from the waist up and a captivating song, yet when attacking, she sheds her lovely disguise to reveal a monstrous, terrifying, lustful nature. The scales on the siren's tail shimmer in blue-green hues, and its fair skin becomes covered in verdant scales when revealing its predatory nature. Based on appearance, 3 hair colors can be distinguished: red, light yellow, and black. They maintain extremely swift and agile movement underwater, circling around their targets. In their usual mermaid form, sirens appear harmless. However, upon detecting players within sight, they sing an enchanting song that dismounts players and forces them to rapidly move toward the siren. As the player nears, both the siren and all nearby sirens transform into their succubus form. Players affected by the siren song find it extremely difficult to escape. Their screen view turns pink. Suyu's gaze lingered on the entry about the siren in the Beast Chronicles, his brow slightly furrowed. In stark contrast to the docile, passive seahorse, the description of the siren exuded a spine-chilling eeriness and danger. Seemingly beautiful and harmless, yet a deadly trap. Enchanting song, forced attraction, group attacks, form shifting. If this existed in reality, it would be utterly terrifying. However, the effects only manifest upon close proximity. To deal with them, simply maintain distance for a while and shoot them directly with arrows to blow them apart. This siren bears a striking resemblance to the sea beasts of reality. While the sea beast demon's spiritual corruption induces chaos and madness, the siren's song directly targets the mind with enchantment and coercive control. Both target the mind, posing a more insidious and deadly threat than physical attacks. We'll deal with the siren after we've taken care of the seahorse. The sea-type trident Suyu currently wielded possessed some ranged power, but lacked a recall function. He needed to return first to Enchanted with Loyalty, and while he was at it, see what other enchantments could offer. Putting the siren threat aside for now, Suyu began pursuing his primary objective: finding the seahorse. According to the Beast Chronicles, seahorses came in various colors and likely inhabited different ecosystems. Like a true fish, Suyu glided silently through the vibrant coral reefs. This stretch of ocean teemed with life, home to all manner of peculiar fish, shellfish, and crustaceans living in contented harmony. Suyu took care not to disturb them while remaining vigilant for potential predators. Beside a forest-like cluster of dark green seaweed, an elegant figure slowly swayed its dorsal fin, its slender snout curiously probing a glowing coral. A seahorse. Its body glowed a gentle blue, while its dorsal and caudal fins were vivid green. Streamlined scales covered its form, shimmering faintly in the dim light. As Suyu approached, he recalled the notes in his journal: seahorses are docile passive creatures, can be tamed or ridden. Tameable usually requires specific items or methods, Suyu pondered. In the original game, taming animals often needed corresponding food. What does a seahorse eat? Seaweed and sponges? Does this thing even eat sponges? Suyu couldn't find any sponges now. Sponges only existed in one place, the Undersea Temple. However, the Ocean Temple harbors troublesome sea creatures, guardians and elder guardians. These creatures fire lasers that inflict digging fatigue on anyone hit. Those afflicted cannot mine blocks and suffer reduced attack speed. Such troublesome sea monsters constantly roam the Ocean Temple, yet the temple itself holds little of value, just a few gold nuggets and some sponges. Suyu wasn't keen on searching the Ocean Temple either. Guess we'll just have to focus on the kelp. Seaweed, on the other hand, was abundant. The deep sea was teeming with it. It's an endless resource. Suyu soon gathered a large pile of seaweed and quietly approached the seahorse. The seahorse sensed his presence, halting its feeding. It turned its head, its large, gentle eyes studying Suyu, this uninvited guest, with curiosity. It didn't flee immediately, merely shifting its posture slightly, appearing somewhat wary. Suyu pulled out a bundle of seaweed and extended it forward. The seahorse hesitated, then slowly swam closer, nudging the seaweed with its snout as if sniffing it. Moments later, it opened its tiny mouth and began nibbling gently. It worked! Suyu felt a surge of joy. As the seahorse finished the seaweed, the look in its eyes toward Suyu visibly softened, losing some wariness and gaining a touch of familiarity. It even rubbed its head against Suyu's palm, sending a cool, slick sensation through her fingers. Suyu tentatively reached out to stroke its neck, and the seahorse accepted the touch with docility. A strange connection seemed to form between them. A burst of hearts instantly appeared around the seahorse. This was the result of successful taming. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu gently straddled the seahorse's back. The seahorse's body proved far stronger than it appeared, steadfastly bearing his weight. The moment he mounted the seahorse, the surrounding seawater seemed to transform entirely. The faint pressure of water that normally required enchantments to resist, and the deliberate effort needed to maintain breathing, vanished completely. Suyu felt as comfortable as if he were on land, breathing deeply and naturally, as though an invisible habitable field had formed around the seahorse. This is incredible. Even though he had long known the wonders of his domain, witnessing it firsthand still left Suyu in awe. Immediately, Suyu sent a mental command to the seahorse, forward. Whoosh! The seahorse's slender body whipped sharply, instantly transforming into a blue streak of water that shot forward. Its speed far surpassed the limits Suyu had previously achieved relying on the deep-sea explorer, enchantment and her own spiritual energy. The surrounding scenery whizzed past, and the sensation of water flowing over her body became unusually clear and gentle, without the slightest hint of resistance. This speed, it's too fast. Suyu clung tightly to the seahorse, savoring this lightning-fast underwater journey. The note said no known creature can race them underwater truly lives up to its reputation. After galloping freely through the deep sea on the seahorse for a while, Suyu tested various maneuvers, turning, sudden stops, surfacing, and diving. The seahorse performed exceptionally well, responding with lightning-quick reflexes and effortless control. Possessing the seahorse meant he had truly gained the authority to traverse both this deep sea and the real deep sea freely. Since underwater movement was now guaranteed to be unimpeded. Then next, it's time to deal with the sirens. Chapter 112, Enchanting Song, Combo Strike. Suyu gently patted the seahorse's neck, covered in fine scales. The seahorse seemed to understand his intent, emitting a soft hiss before its slender body arched. Carrying Suyu, it shot toward the distant sea like an arrow released from a bow. Riding the seahorse, Suyu truly grasped the creature's aquatic advantage. The speed advantage was overwhelming. Large predatory fish that once required careful evasion now couldn't even keep up with the seahorse's wake, forced to watch helplessly as a flash of blue-green light streaked past. Not only was the seahorse swift, but it was also incredibly agile, accelerating or stopping abruptly at Suyu's slightest thought. We must have covered over 1,000 grid squares by now. Suyu estimated the distance. Gazing out at the hazy sea, a small rocky islet came into view. Calling it an island was a stretch. It was merely a rocky mound no longer than 10 grid squares in any dimension. Dark basalt, grayish granite, and some dark stones with faint mineral sheen were haphazardly piled together, forming a mound rising above the sea surface. Even from this great distance, without drawing near, Suyu spotted the target he sought. A siren. Her upper body was fair-skinned and curvaceous, while her lower half was a slender fishtail covered in blue-green scales, elegantly dipping into the water. Occasionally, it would gently sway, stirring up delicate ripples. Raising her gaze, the creature's appearance was truly astonishing. Though still composed of blocky pixels, it was clear that even within the confines of a blocky face, this was undeniably beautiful. Suyu's attention was completely captivated by that unique blocky beauty. Instinctively, she urged the seahorse forward a bit closer, trying to see more clearly. Completely unaware, she had already crossed some invisible boundary. Suddenly, without warning, the entire world before Suyu was shrouded in an eerie pink filter. Simultaneously, an ethereal, enchanting melody so melodious it stirred the soul pierced through the seawater and lingered in his ears. In that moment, Suyu felt as though he had fallen into a profoundly beautiful sensation. Free from worry, free from pain, free from sorrow, it was an intoxicating sensation that drew him irresistibly toward the source of the song. The seahorse Suyu was riding suddenly jerked, letting out a piercing cry. Suyu's consciousness snapped back into focus for an instant, followed by a sharp bite on his tongue. The piercing pain jolted Suyu from his brief trance. No! It's the siren's enchantment. Looks like this enchantment only affects players. Suyu tried to steer the seahorse backward, but an invisible force held him and his mount firmly in place. No matter how fiercely the seahorse thrashed its tail, they couldn't retreat. Instead, they were being dragged inch by inch toward the rocky islet. As they drew nearer, Suyu could see the red-haired siren more clearly. She maintained her beautiful posture, but the curve of her lips, now bathed in a pink filter, looked utterly sinister. Beneath that smile, a savage, murderous intent was clearly lurking, ready to burst forth. Forced attraction, unable to dismount? It's exactly as the journal described. After a moment of surprise, Suyu quickly regained her composure, her mind racing. Resisting this pull head-on was clearly unwise. He had to harness this force, turning passivity into initiative. The distance rapidly closed 50 squares, 30 squares, 10 squares. Suyu could even see her own reflection mirrored in the siren's square eyes. In that instant, with a thunderous boom, enormous black dragon wings unfurled behind Suyu. He channeled spiritual energy into them, awakening the dragon soul within. Though the siren was not a dragon-type creature, the overwhelming pressure and awe emanating from the high-grade dragon soul, a force rooted in the very essence of life, still radiated outward like a shockwave. The melodious song abruptly halted, transforming into a shrill, furious screech. The siren's body visibly stiffened for an instant. The beautiful smile she had been wearing vanished completely, replaced by a flash of furious indignation. This instantaneous shock disrupted the ongoing channeling of the enchantment skill, causing its powerful pull to abruptly weaken. Opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu seized this fleeting opening. With a powerful thrust from his arm, he hurled the sea-tied trident already switched into his hand like a spear. The trident, propelled by surging currents, transformed into a streak of azure light, striking the red-haired siren with pinpoint accuracy as she froze in shock. Thud! The trident blade pierced her flesh. The siren let out a piercing scream of agony. Her once pale skin instantly began to erupt with unnatural, scaly green patches. Her eyes turned bloodshot, her face contorted, revealing the true, lustful visage described in the notebook. Its monstrous nature was laid bare. But Suyu's attack flowed like clouds and water, uninterrupted. As the trident struck, he leapt from the seahorse's back. The brief suspension granted by his dragon wings propelled him like a hunting falcon. The Yanma blade shot from its sheath, its icy blade slicing through the sea. A rapid-fire barrage of strikes poured relentlessly onto the freshly wounded siren. Each strike whipped up torrents of water, sending the siren staggering backward, even hurling her skyward. Like a raging storm, the siren could neither mount an effective counterattack nor dive underwater to evade. Her health plummeted rapidly as she let out piercing screams, attempting to strike back with her claws. Yet beneath Suyu's relentless blade, all her struggles proved futile. As the siren neared critical health, Suyu's gaze sharpened. Spiritual energy surged within him, channeling every ounce into the Yanma blade. Dimension slash. A crescent blade of energy, condensed to its absolute limit, whistled through the air, silently slicing past the siren's body. All movement ceased instantly, her hideous expression frozen on her face. After the crescent blade flash, over a dozen more blade lights erupted around the siren. In the next instant, her body dissolved into specks of experienced light and several dropped items, vanishing into the sea. The melodious yet deadly song fell utterly silent. Suyu landed lightly back on the seahorse's back and exhaled slowly. The Yanma blade sheathed itself, and the dragon wings vanished. Well, that wasn't too difficult. This method works against a single siren, but it wouldn't hold up against more. Suyu's gaze shifted elsewhere. Several dozen tiles away, another stone bulge appeared. But this time, not one siren sat atop it. 3. My armor offers decent defense, but facing so many sirens at once is risky. After all, there's no resurrection, every move must be calculated. For these 3 sirens, I'll call in the strategy team to help. It'll be good experience for them. With that thought, Suyu didn't return. Instead, he opened the chat window, sent his current location as indicated by his compass, and added a single sentence. Strategy team assemble. Take down the sirens. Chapter 113, Team Strategy. Suyu's message had barely appeared in the channel when Lu Qing and the others quickly arrived. When they saw Suyu riding leisurely atop a majestic blue-green seahorse, they all unconsciously slowed their pace, their faces betraying unmistakable astonishment. Fanya approached first. Spotting the seahorse beneath Suyu, she immediately identified it. Is this the seahorse mentioned in the Beast Chronicles? The records say they possess unparalleled underwater speed, the kings of the ocean's depths. You've actually tamed one, Lord? It wasn't difficult to tame. First, I'll take you to find a seahorse of your own, then we'll deal with the sirens, Suyu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing, as the team leader, immediately recognized the strategic value of this mount. The records also mentioned no known creature can race them underwater. If that's true, our underwater mobility would become terrifyingly enhanced. Fanya inquired, how does it feel to ride? How's the handling? It feels great, perfect for combat. Suyu patted the seahorse's neck with a smile, and it responded with a gentle low murmur. Not only is it incredibly fast and agile, but most crucially, riding it completely nullifies the pressure of the deep sea. Breathing becomes as natural as it is on land. It really provides unlimited oxygen? Fanya's eyes widened. Infinite oxygen? What are you talking about? Zhao Lei and Wu Hao clearly hadn't caught up yet, apparently not having read the beast manual thoroughly. Lu Qing explained for them. The beast manual records that riders of the seahorse can breathe underwater without any breathing apparatus. They gain the ability to breathe underwater spontaneously. Even as she spoke, Lu Qing still looked utterly incredulous. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't fathom the principle behind it. Could it be that seahorses have some special organ that connects to humans, granting them the ability to breathe underwater? Curiosity piqued, Lu Qing scrutinized Suyu from head to toe, yet found no trace of any connection to the seahorse. Which meant this extraordinary effect was generated out of thin air. Unbelievable. Lu Qing's confusion mirrored the thoughts of the others. The seahorse's ability transcended conventional biological explanation, leaning more toward a rule-level bestowal. Observing their puzzled yet curious expressions, Suyu chuckled. I don't know the exact mechanism either, but the effect is undeniable. Stop overthinking it, just experience it for yourselves. Follow me, I know of a nearby seahorse colony. Guided by Suyu, the group soon discovered other seahorses amidst a vibrant expanse of coral reefs and seaweed forests nearby. These seahorses displayed varied hues, some a gentle yellow, others a steady brown, and one nearly silver-white in color. Here, this is what you use to tame them. Suyu handed over the seaweed he'd gathered earlier. The taming process went smoother than expected. These seahorses were indeed docile creatures, accepting the offered seaweed without hesitation. Lu Qing selected a deep blue seahorse with sleek lines, approached it cautiously, and offered the seaweed. The seahorse quickly accepted her gift, affectionately rubbing against her palm. Fanya, however, headed purposefully toward the white seahorse, her eyes brimming with affection. She approached with great patience and soon tamed it. Zhao Lei set his sights on the most imposing, muscular reddish-brown seahorse. With a hearty laugh, he swam over carrying a large bundle of seaweed, radiating confidence. The seahorse initially recoiled in surprise, but perhaps sensing Zhao Lei's straightforwardness and strength, or perhaps unable to resist the temptation of the abundant seaweed, it ultimately accepted taming. Zhao Lei smugly patted its chestplate. Wu Hao, meanwhile, selected an unassuming gray-green seahorse with an exceptionally alert gaze, calmly completing the taming process. The moment everyone successfully mounted their respective seahorses, the entire team's atmosphere transformed instantly. Wow! This feels incredible! Fanya exclaimed from her white seahorse, reveling in the smooth rush of water against her skin and the effortless ease of breathing. It's just like riding on land. No, even more agile than riding a horse on land. Zhao Lei galloped his towering seahorse back and forth several times, kicking up strings of bubbles as he roared with excitement. Ha! This is awesome! The speed, the power. From now on, old Zhao's the vanguard in the water. Lu Qing and Wu Hao focused more on testing tactical maneuvers. Lu Qing executed sharp turns and rolls with the seahorse, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The response is incredibly responsive, almost instantaneous to my thoughts. The speed and agility far exceed expectations. This will completely transform our underwater combat tactics. Wu Hao silently tested diving depth and silent movement, adding, stealth is also excellent. The water turbulence noise during high-speed maneuvers is far less than that of natural swimming. It's perfect for ambushes and reconnaissance. Suyu watched his teammates adapt swiftly and grow visibly excited, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. With the seahorse mounts, the assault team's overall strength, especially their combat effectiveness in aquatic environments, had received an immeasurable boost. Alright, test rides complete. Suyu's smile faded as his gaze returned to the faintly visible rock formations where the three sirens lurked. Now it's time to show those sea sirens what a true sea night charge looks like. The group exchanged glances, each seeing the same fierce fighting spirit in the other's eyes. In the next instant, 5 seahorses of varying colors simultaneously lashed their powerful tails, transforming into 5 arrows tearing through the water. With overwhelming force, they launched a silent yet ferocious assault toward their target. First ocean interception battle, commence. 5 water trails pierced the deep sea like sharp blades. Suyu and Lu Qing charged ahead as close combat specialists. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao spread out to the left and right flanks, drawing their bows to target the sirens flanking the sides. Fanya held slightly back. As the core marksman, her single arrow could decide the outcome, making her the team's linchpin. The 3 sirens perched atop the rocky outcrops clearly sensed this unusual approach. Instantly, their songs reached the ears of the 4 charging ahead, pink ripples appearing in each pair of eyes. The pink ripples swirled within their eyes, attempting to entangle their wills. Proceed as planned. Zhao Lei, Wu Hao, engage the flanks from range. Fanya, prepare to snipe. Lu Qing, break through the front with me to draw the main attention. Suyu shouted. Roger, the team responded in unison. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao released their bowstrings almost simultaneously. Both bows were enchanted with impact, and the arrows crashed into the left and right sirens, creating an opening for Suyu and Lu Qing to break through the center. Suyu clamped down hard on the seahorse's flank, accelerating another third. His Yanma blade was already half an inch drawn from its sheath, its cold gleam sharp and menacing. Lu Qing followed suit, her spear thrusting straight toward the central siren. They closed in swiftly, striking simultaneously, one blade, one spear. Chapter 114, House Construction. Simultaneously. Fanya, positioned at the rear of the group, moved. Holding her breath, Fangya locked onto the siren, now stiffened from its first hit. She released the bowstring. The arrow flew, weaving past Suyu and Lu Qing's silhouettes ahead, piercing the siren's throat in an instant with an impossibly precise angle. This shot, its timing, angle, and force was executed with flawless precision. The arrow struck true. The siren let out a pained whimper, instantly transforming into a frenzied state. Yet the fury lasted but an instant. Fangya fired another arrow, and the siren, barely entering its rage state, was instantly killed. On both sides, the scattered sirens were constantly harassed by Wu Hao and Zhao Lei's repelling bows. They were shot down by arrows the moment they surfaced, plunging back into the sea. Meanwhile, Suyu and Lu Qing split their forces. Without a word, they parted ways to the left and right, each selecting a siren. One engaged in close combat, the other maintained long-range fire, while a third waited for the perfect moment to unleash a sudden arrow from afar. The sirens proved formidable foes, yet under such coordinated assault, they offered no resistance. Before long, the sea surface glistened with scattered orbs of light and several faintly glowing dropped items. The most conspicuous among them were the blue-green shimmering scales dropped by the siren, the glimmering scales. We won! We won! Zhao Lei sheathed his bow and excitedly rode his seahorse over. Lu Qing and Wu Hao also guided their seahorses closer. Lu Qing said, "Fangya, those 2 arrows of yours were crucial, perfect timing." Fangya smiled shyly. "It was all thanks to everyone working together. Without you drawing attention and creating distractions up front, I wouldn't have found such a perfect shooting angle." So you reached out to gather several shimmering scales and other dropped items. Our coordination was exceptionally seamless this time, especially for our first seahorse operation. Taking down 3 sirens so cleanly and efficiently is outstanding. Share your thoughts. Wu Hao analyzed calmly. The mobility advantage the seahorse provides is decisive. We can advance to attack, retreat to defend, and execute tactical maneuvers swiftly. Traditional maritime warfare thinking needs a complete overhaul. Exactly, Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Before, underwater we were mostly passive defense or slow advancement. Now we can launch lightning-fast raids, even execute complex encirclement and isolation tactics. This Sea Knight squad has immense potential. Once we have more personnel, not only must everyone master seahorse tactics, but we must also cultivate a specialized squad. This is merely the beginning. The deep sea is far vaster and more mysterious than we ever imagined, Suyu said, stowing the spoils of battle. He intended to share his broader vision with them now. Only with the seahorse do we truly possess the capability to explore the deep ocean. Our ultimate objective, however, lies in the real world's waters. The assembled team members were all intelligent individuals. Hearing Suyu's words, they immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure. Even the most composed Lu Qing couldn't hide the shock on his face. The real seas. Where sea beasts and celestial demons dwell. What modern humans call the absolute dead zone. A place modern humans could scarcely set foot in. These terms represented the azure territories humanity had been forced to abandon since the Great Cataclysm. All human activity is now strictly confined to coastal defenses and inland waterways, while the open ocean has long become a term confined to ancient textbooks. Even seafood has become a precious commodity rivaling gold in value. After a brief, deathly silence, Zhao Lei was the first to gasp, his voice stuttering slightly. Lord. Are you saying we're going to fight those sea monsters and demons that devour aircraft carriers like snacks, for territory? As the words left his mouth, Zhao Lei instinctively clenched his fists. He felt both profound shock and utter absurdity, yet an unstoppable surge of fervor roared through his chest. Fangya covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling. My goodness, if we succeed, we'll rewrite human history. Lu Qing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. As the team leader, she had to consider the most practical issues. Captain, this goal is both incredibly ambitious and extremely dangerous. The harsh conditions of the real sea far exceed our imagination, and the power of the sea beasts and heavenly demons is unfathomable. Can the power we've gained from this realm be fully utilized in the real world? Will the seahorse still possess such extraordinary rule abilities in reality? Wu Hao's mind had already shifted into tactical analysis mode. His brow furrowed slightly as he murmured. Combat in the real sea is entirely different from here. First, the depth is different. Intelligence is severely lacking, the environment is complex and ever-changing, and the types, abilities, and habits of the sea beasts and celestial demons are all unknown. The seahorse may be key, but it is by no means everything. Suyu had anticipated the team's reactions. I know this is difficult, almost like a fairy tale. There's no rush. Within the block realm, it's ultimately just a dreamlike trial. Our battlefield is the real world that Azure Sea Line shrouded in fear for over a century. If one day humanity truly achieves the miracle of defeating the sea beasts and celestial fiends, I hope it begins with us. I believe my domain can instill that same confidence in you. His words rang out with conviction. Indeed, Suyu's domain was nothing short of astonishing. Had it not been for the binding spirit oath, the mere rumor of such a terrifying domain spreading could have. Suyu could become a legend overnight or meet his end just as swiftly. If even they couldn't reclaim the seas with such power, humanity might forever remain trapped on land. Lu Qing was the first to straighten his spine. Understood, Lord. Since this is our goal, from this moment onward, every training session and every battle we engage in within this world must be conducted to the exacting standards of combat in the real seas. Wu Hao nodded silently, already beginning to construct tactical models of the real seas in his mind. Fang Ye and Zhao Lei also gave firm nods, mentally preparing themselves. Seeing this, Su Yu nodded with satisfaction and continued. Alright, no need to be too tense. Everything is just beginning. Let's return to the main city first and see how your houses are coming along. 5 seahorses carried their riders back to the main city, like triumphant knights returning from battle. After dismounting, Su Yu surveyed the area and remarked. This place could be developed into a port. We could build a seahorse center here dedicated to breeding them. Excellent idea. Fang Ye and the others all agreed. Come on, let's see how your houses are coming along. Su Yu and the others walked over. The first area they saw was the one chosen by Lu Qing. Her house stood on a relatively open plain, its architectural style mirroring her own personality, simple, orderly, and radiating strength. The main structure was a square, 2-story building constructed from sturdy stone and dark wood, its edges sharp and defined. The most striking feature was a small watchtower beside the house, built with rounded stones. Its height allowed a commanding view over the surrounding area, and the top even had a designated spot for placing a light source or signal flags. Typical Lu Qing, Su Yu murmured with a nod. The site selection is meticulous, the structure practical, combining both residential and tactical value. Chapter 115, Rest and Relaxation. The choice of materials, however, left Su Yu itching to complain. The entire structure was made of stone, essentially a stack of matchboxes. His gaze then shifted to the other side. That was Zhao Lei's territory, its style starkly contrasting with Lu Qing's. Zhao Lei had built his house directly beside a massive undersea rock wall, with part of it even carved into the rock itself. The main structure used heavy stone blocks and boulders, giving it the appearance of a sturdy fortress. The windows were small, while the doors were unusually thick. A small fenced-off area stood in front of the house, its purpose unclear. Then, he saw Fang Ye's home. Fang Ye had chosen a spot where coral clusters were particularly lush and vibrantly colored. Her house was cleverly built against several massive staghorn corals, making extensive use of glass and light-colored wood to create an airy and bright structure. The structure wasn't perfectly symmetrical, featuring gentle curves and even a small viewing platform extending outward, facing the most beautiful stretch of coral reef. Finally, Su Yu found Wu Hao's dwelling. His house was almost entirely concealed by dense seaweed and natural rock formations. The entrance was nearly impossible to spot without careful observation. The structure appeared the smallest, with an extremely simple layout and materials predominantly in dark or neutral tones that blended seamlessly with the surroundings. There was no superfluous decoration, everything prioritized concealment and efficiency. After seeing all 4 houses, Su Yu chuckled and shook her head. Well, I suppose it makes sense. What kind of combinations could you come up with at the start? Matchbox-sized dwellings are the norm. I beg to differ. Before she could finish, Zhang Meng's voice drifted over from the side. He strode over with an air of smug satisfaction and addressed Su Yu and the others. Saw you guys building houses, so I thought I'd show you mine. You've actually built a house? Su Yu asked curiously. Zhang Meng wasn't part of the strategy team, and Su Yu had never paid attention to what he was doing. I saw a few of them building houses, so I figured I'd relax and build one too. It's passable, I guess. Zhang Meng said, leading them over. As Zhang Meng led them around a low hill to his chosen construction site. What stood before them was no simple matchbox or functional fortress, but a villa that could be called magnificent. The villa cleverly utilized a naturally formed, gently sloping elevated area. The main structure still employed common stone and timber, with dark basalt for the foundation and walls alternately laid with light granite and sandstone. Extensive glass was used for windows and viewing walls. The villa's design far surpassed the boxy styles common at this stage. Rather than a simple rectangle, it features an artfully staggered L-shaped layout. A semicircular tower even extends from the main structure, its pointed roof clad in dark wood for a distinctive touch. The roof eschews monotony with its sloping, angular design, even incorporating stairs leading to a spacious open-air terrace. Here, several tables and benches crafted from sea crystal stone are already arranged, presumably for relaxation and viewing the underwater scenery. The surroundings weren't barren either. A pebble-paved path wound from the entrance toward the sea. Compared to the previous dwellings, it resembled a luxury resort villa airlifted directly from civilization into this pristine ocean realm. Its design, aesthetics, and comfort were on an entirely different level. Holy crap! Zhao Lei gaped, circling the villa. Zhang Meng, how did you even come up with this? It's too gorgeous. Fang Ye's eyes sparkled as if she'd discovered a priceless treasure. Goodness! How did you achieve this curve? And the proportions of these windows? The combination of materials. Zhang Meng, you're incredible. This is pure artistry. Zhang Meng beamed with pride at their astonished expressions. What do you think? Not bad, right? Building with blocks is all about proportions, materials, and details. Lord Su, see? My skills were worth inviting you in, weren't they? Suyu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this luxurious villa standing out like a sore thumb among the rustic buildings. He had expected Zhang Meng to build something impressive, but never imagined it would be this outstanding. The stark contrast felt like a merciless mockery of the other's matchbox aesthetic. It's more than just passable, Suyu chuckled. You've set a whole new standard for our main city. Looks like everyone's houses will have to measure up to yours from now on. The competition's on. The others, who had been quite satisfied with their own functional shelters, now stared at Zhang Meng's villa, a veritable work of art, then glanced back at their own square, plain matchboxes or fortresses. Suddenly, their own creations seemed downright pitiful. Zhao Lei scratched his big head, staring at his own cave-like entrance embedded in the rock. Compared to Zhang Meng's place, mine looks like a bear's den, he grumbled. Can this even be fixed? Even Lu Qing, who usually prioritized practicality, couldn't help but study the villa's layout and structure a few extra times. Thoughtfully, he remarked, an aesthetically pleasing and comfortable environment can actually boost rest efficiency. Zhang Meng, when planning public buildings for the base in the future, we might have to rely more on your professional eye. Wu Hao remained silent but quietly noted aspects of the villa design he felt could be adapted for his own base. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhang Meng grew even more smug. He patted his chest and declared, no problem at all. We're all family here. If you have any architectural questions, just ask me. I can't promise much else, but when it comes to making a house both sturdy and attractive, I've got some tricks up my sleeve. Honestly, blocks are like building blocks, it all comes down to how you assemble them. Zhang Meng's villa wasn't just a beautiful structure, it served as a catalyst. It subtly strengthened their sense of belonging and enthusiasm for building this underwater home. This kind of internal competition was exactly what Suyu wanted to see. Alright, Suyu's voice carried a hint of light-hearted amusement. After taking down that siren, everyone's nerves are pretty frayed. For the next few days, let's ease up on the hunting and exploration pace. Suyu's gaze swept over the slightly surprised group as she continued. Constant high-intensity combat leads to mental exhaustion, making our efforts less effective. So I've decided to give everyone a short break. Our primary tasks during this period will be rest and construction. Rest and construction? Zhao Lei blinked, not quite catching on. Exactly, Suyu affirmed. Those interested in renovating their homes, like Fang Ye did, should seek guidance from Zhang Meng. Make your little space more comfortable. Those interested in farming can clear a plot and try growing something tasty. Or simply go fishing, swim near the base, and familiarize yourselves with seahorse habits. In short, relax however you like, do whatever makes you happy. Chapter 116, The Family Challenge. Hearing this, surprise and relief washed over everyone's faces. The relentless battles and survival pressures had indeed kept their nerves on edge. Hearing they could temporarily set aside their burdens brought an immediate sense of relief. Fang Ye was the first to cheer, this is great. I'll finally have time to figure out how to expand my little viewing platform. Zhang Meng, you have to teach me. Zhang Meng lifted his head proudly, leave it to me. I'll turn your little hut into a paradise. Zhao Lei chuckled, vacation's great. Perfect chance to spruce up my bear den, dig it out bigger, make it brighter. Might even see if I can grow something in that empty patch by the entrance. Though Lu Qing was accustomed to a relentless pace, she understood the importance of balancing work and rest. Moderate rest is essential for sustained effort. I can use this time to plan upgrades for the base's defenses and discuss the layout of the common areas with Zhang Meng. Fang Ye eagerly pulled Zhang Meng aside to discuss architectural details. Zhao Lei was already itching to get started on his cave expansion project. Lu Qing and Wu Hao each pondered how to leverage this respite to enhance specific aspects of the base. Within Suyu's domain, time seemed to pass with unusual swiftness. Several days of leisurely rest passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, the main city underwent significant changes. Under the guidance of Zhang Meng, the professional consultant, Fang Ye's already spiritually resonant coral cottage gained many exquisite new details. The viewing platform was widened and reinforced with clearer glass railings, adorned with glowing berries that created a dreamlike, ethereal glow at night. Zhao Lei's bear den also underwent a major transformation. He took Zhang Meng's advice to open windows to let in light and stubbornly carved several proper-looking windows into the solid rock wall. Though small, they did indeed brighten the interior considerably. The fenced-off area near the entrance now features common plants, officially dubbed the experimental field. Lu Qing's small building showed little outward change, as she spent more time discussing other matters with Zhang Meng. Everyone savored this rare tranquility, focusing on building and improving their homes, and their mental exhaustion was effectively alleviated. Until this day, when Lu Qing was discussing the arrangement of a public lighting facility with Zhang Meng. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she looked up at the seemingly constant yet subtly suggestive sky within the domain, her brow furrowing slightly. Lord, she addressed Suyu, who was testing new skills on the seahorse, if my timing is correct, the vassal challenge should be starting soon outside. Shouldn't we head out? Suyu slapped his forehead at her words. I almost forgot about that. I was so caught up in relaxing. You're right, the tournament is important. We need to head out immediately. Hearing they must leave the domain for the tournament, the group who had just grown accustomed to the leisurely pace felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet their eyes swiftly sharpened. The days of rest hadn't sapped their fighting spirit, they'd merely been gathering strength. Is everyone ready? Suyu surveyed the group. Always ready. Zhao Lei boomed, pounding his chest with a dull thud. Fang Ye and Wu Hao nodded firmly, their eyes resolute. Lu Qing had already inspected her gear, gripping the sea-tied trident Suyu had given her. Alright, let's go. When Suyu and his group hurriedly arrived at the designated gathering point for the vassal challenge, the outer plaza of the massive arena in the city center, they instantly became the center of attention. The reason was simple, they were the last team to arrive, and they were a full 5 minutes late. The vast plaza was already packed with dozens of teams from different universities, their uniforms creating a sea of color. The organizing committee staff looked increasingly displeased, glancing repeatedly toward the entrance. Dozens of teams in uniforms, a sea of black. The organizing committee staff looked increasingly displeased, glancing repeatedly toward the entrance. When Suyu and his group appeared, nearly every pair of eyes turned toward them. Curiosity, discontent, scrutiny, and unabashed mockery, a tangled web of emotions swirled around them. I'm going to fill out the registration form, Lu Qing said before hurrying away. TSK finally showed up? Thought some people were too scared to come. A sharp, biting voice rang out, grating on the ears. Turning, they saw a group of shaven-headed youths glaring at them defiantly. The leader, a short-haired, lanky youth with a sinister glint in his eyes, stood arms crossed, a blatant sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. The Xianling High students, still fuming over their earlier clash with Suyu, seized this chance to rub salt in the wound. Exactly. Making everyone wait for just your team? What a big shot you think you are. Bet you knew you weren't good enough, so you dragged your feet until last minute hoping to save yourself some embarrassment? Several other Xianling High members joined in the taunts, their voices loud enough for many nearby to hear. Suyu merely gave them a dismissive glance, ignoring such low-level provocation. Suyu could ignore it, but the three behind him, Wu Hao, Zhao Lei, and Fang Ye, could not. Almost the instant the Xianling High students finished speaking, three icy gazes sharp as tangible blades suddenly locked onto them. Without a word, they stared silently and in unison at the Fengling High School group. This silent stare radiated overwhelming confidence and a faint aura of menace, more potent than any verbal retort. The earlier clamor from the Xianling High students abruptly ceased, as if their voices had been strangled. The sneer on the sinister captain's face froze instantly, replaced by an unmistakable shock and a hint of barely perceptible panic. The other members who had been egging him on instinctively ducked their heads, their eyes darting nervously, no longer daring to meet Lu Qing and his group's gaze. The surrounding murmur of discussion instantly quieted. Many keenly sensed this unusual shift in the atmosphere. Ha! Suyu's team feels kinda different now? Yeah, that look just now was pretty intimidating. Why did the wind chime guys suddenly go quiet? Scared off by a single glare? Whispers spread through the crowd. Many began to re-evaluate this late-arriving team. Previously, Suyu's team had been known for their individual skill. Especially Suyu, whose recent news coverage made her a household name. But as a whole, they had always seemed somewhat loose and weak. The sudden burst of cohesion and fierce momentum they displayed just now completely overturned that impression. Where have they been all this time? They seem like completely different people. No clue. Seems like it's been ages since they last appeared in public. Could they have been secretly training? Someone speculated. Rumor has it they've been holed up in Suyu's domain. Chapter 117, Lu Qing's Little Fangirl. This theory piqued many people's interest, but objections quickly followed. Unless it's some extremely special creation-type domain that can generate its own resources, ordinary domains simply can't sustain prolonged stays. Food and water would be major issues. I haven't heard of Suyu's domain having that capability. The voice was quiet but logically precise, hitting the nail on the head. The air around them seemed to grow slightly thicker with the weight of this reasonable doubt. At that moment, another voice chimed in, tinged with a sense of enlightened clarity, as if alone among the drunken crowd, attempting to draw a seemingly perfect conclusion to the mystery. I know what's going on. Haven't you forgotten? Suyu and Lu Qing were at such odds with Lu Qing. Do you think the Lu family would give them a warm welcome? My guess is they've gone into hiding to avoid trouble from the Lu clan. If this competition weren't mandatory, they probably wouldn't have shown their faces at all. This theory of evading the Lu family sounded perfectly plausible, instantly resonating with many people's notions of internal strife within powerful clans. It quickly gained widespread agreement among those present. Makes sense. That must be it. Sigh, it's no easy feat to cross the Lu family. But hiding isn't a solution either. They'll have to face the competition eventually. Looks like they're in trouble this time. Amidst the murmurs, sympathy and regret mingled with a touch of schadenfreude from those watching from the sidelines. Amidst the commotion, one team deliberately parted the crowd and strode directly toward Suyu and his group. The members wore simple yet elegant white uniforms trimmed with blue, their presence commanding attention. Leading them was a tall, slender girl. Her features were delicate yet striking, her eyes carrying an undeniable air of command. Her long hair was pulled back into a sleek ponytail, secured by a simple blue hair clip that accentuated her gracefully slender neck. Her gaze fixed squarely on Suyu, the look far from friendly, laced with clear hostility and a cautious scrutiny, as if searching for some flaw in her. This left Suyu feeling baffled. She had never crossed paths with these people before, let alone incurred any grudges. Suyu? Mu Qingyu spoke, her voice crisp yet tinged with coolness. I've heard much about you. Suyu furrowed her brow slightly. Do we know each other? Mu Qingyu scrutinized Suyu from head to toe, her brow furrowing deeply. Just then, Lu Qing finished handling some registration details and walked back. Spotting Mu Qingyu immediately, a look of obvious surprise flashed across her face. Xiao Yu? You came too? Sis Qing. At the sight of Lu Qing, the coldness and hostility on Mu Qingyu's face instantly melted away like ice and snow. In their place appeared a bright glow bordering on adoration. She hurried forward and wrapped her arms around Lu Qing in a big hug, her voice brimming with excitement. I finally get to see you again. Taken aback by the embrace, Lu Qing gently patted Mu Qingyu's back. Yes, it's been ages. I never imagined you'd be representing Xianlan in the consort challenge. Mu Qingyu released Lu Qing, lifting her chin proudly like a child awaiting praise. That's right. Sister Qing, I'm a lord now too. Though I can't compare to what you used to be. I've always strived to be like you. I was actually hoping we might meet in this challenge tournament so we could have a proper showdown. Her tone dipped as she spoke, her gaze shifting to Suyu with a mix of resentment and hostility. But Sister Qing, how could you become his follower? What gives him the right? Lu Qing gave a helpless smile, glancing at Suyu beside her, who wore an innocent expression, before explaining to Mu Qingyu. Xiao Yu, it's complicated. Choosing to become Suyu's consort was my own decision, and besides. Lu Qing glanced at Suyu and explained for him, this is my childhood friend, Mu Qingyu, a student at Xianlan Academy. After finishing, Lu Qing turned her gaze back to Mu Qingyu. By becoming his consort, I've grown stronger. I'll still be able to give you a proper showdown and won't disappoint you. Mu Qingyu froze. Such a statement was undoubtedly the most direct compliment, and it also spoke for Suyu. In the end, Mu Qingyu didn't press the issue with Suyu anymore, only muttering under her breath, anyway, I don't think anyone is worthy of being Sister Qing's consort. Suyu finally understood the situation. So the captain of Xianlan Academy was actually Lu Qing's little fangirl. Her hostility stemmed purely from the fact that her idol had become her subordinate, a realization that left Suyu both amused and exasperated. Just then, the event organizer stepped onto the makeshift platform, grabbed the megaphone, and captured everyone's attention. Attention all participating lords and vassals, please quiet down. The organizer's booming voice gradually silenced the scattered murmurs. Welcome to this year's Retainer Challenge. Before the official competition begins, we must conduct the first preliminary assessment of physical fitness and adaptability test. All teams must now assemble at the northward lookout station at the northernmost tip of the city within 1 hour. Specific competition details will be announced there. The announcement was met with a lone murmur of astonishment. South to north. Across the entire city. 1 hour? Those familiar with the city's distances immediately calculated in their heads, even running non-stop, ignoring fatigue and urban obstacles, it would take at least 50 minutes. This meant they had virtually no time to spare. When does it start? Someone in the audience shouted immediately. The organizer flashed a meaningful smile, offering no direct reply. Most of the audience remained in a state of confusion, waiting for clear instructions. Suyu's eyes narrowed sharply. She instantly turned her head, exchanging a look with the four beside her: Lu Qing, Zhao Lei, Fangya, and Wu Hao. Without uttering a single word, the five instantly reached a silent consensus through their shared glances. Run! Suyu barked the command. Like arrows released from a bow, the five spun on their heels without hesitation and sprinted toward the northern exit of the square. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their reactions astonishingly swift. Ha! Why are they running? The race hasn't even started yet, has it? What's going on? The other teams, still waiting for a clear signal like ready, set, go, froze in place, staring in confusion at Suyu's team as they vanished into the distance. Mu Qingyu froze for a moment too, but her reaction was lightning fast. She instantly grasped the crucial detail, her expression darkening. No! Now is the command. Quick, follow them! She immediately rallied her teammates and charged out second. With Xianlan Academy leading the way, the other teams gradually caught on. Damn it! We've been tricked! Run! Hurry up and chase them! Time is running out. Damn it, how did they react so fast? Chaos erupted across the plaza as hundreds of teams scrambled toward the north exit, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Winchim Academy and others who had mocked Suyu earlier were caught in the middle of the crowd, their reactions half a beat too slow. Their faces turned ashen with rage. Chapter 118, Emergency Mission. Suyu's team seized the lead from the start with their lightning-fast reflexes and exceptional stamina. 5 figures darted through the city streets at breakneck speed, drawing stares from passers-by. However, after nearly 20 minutes of relentless sprinting, having already distanced themselves significantly from the main pack, the universal communicators they wore suddenly blared simultaneously with an urgent announcement. Emergency notice. All teams currently participating in the Dependent Challenge Preliminary Assessment, please take note. Severe flooding has occurred in Qinghe Town, north of the city, due to sudden torrential rains. Several buildings have collapsed, trapping numerous civilians. Nearby competing teams are being temporarily reassigned for rescue operations. Repeat, emergency rescue mission. Suspected sea beast demon intrusion. Please provide support immediately. Repeat, please provide support immediately. The news exploded like thunder among all the teams still running. Many teams instantly slowed their pace, their members visibly hesitating and wrestling with indecision. The rules of the Consort Challenge were extremely strict. Voluntarily abandoning the competition would incur severe penalties. Not only would they be disqualified from this event, but they would also face a 5-year ban. For 5 years, not only would they be barred from participating in any form of the vassal challenge, but even recruiting new vassals would be restricted. For any lord aspiring to grow their domain, this would be a near devastating blow. On one side lies a major tournament crucial to future prospects, on the other, an urgent humanitarian rescue. How to choose? Most teams found themselves in agonizing hesitation. Some proposed continuing the competition, arguing that relief efforts were the responsibility of specialized agencies. Others felt rescue was imperative, yet feared the severe penalties. What should we do, Lord? Lu Qing glanced at Suyu while maintaining his running pace, awaiting his decision. Zhao Lei, Fangya, and Wu Hao also turned their gazes toward him. Suyu's pace didn't waver in the slightest. He abruptly veered off in another direction. Rescue them. Ha ha ha. That's laughable. A shrill voice of mockery rang out from behind. The sinister-looking captain from Xianling Academy, panting heavily as he caught up with a few others, had just heard Suyu's words. Suyu, have you gone mad trying to be a hero? Abandoning the family challenge for a few civilians? Do you know what a 5-year ban means? You could ruin your entire life. You really don't know how to prioritize. Suyu couldn't be bothered with such taunts, not even glancing back at the Xianling High Group. He simply turned to his own team members and asked again, what about you guys? Lu Qing answered without hesitation, save them. Zhao Lei boomed, let's go save them. Fangya and Wu Hao nodded in unison, let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 members of Suyu's team abruptly changed course. They broke away from the main group's route to the competition assembly point and sped toward Qinghe Town, the location marked on their communicators, at an even faster pace. Their actions once again caught the attention of the other teams. They really went? They're insane. Sacrificing their future just to play the hero. Foolish. They can't tell the difference between priorities. Maybe they know they have no chance in the competition and are just looking for an excuse to withdraw? A chorus of whispers and derisive snorts echoed from behind them. Most spectators deemed Team Suyu's decision utterly unwise. Only a handful of teams, watching Suyu and the others' resolute backs, revealed complex emotions in their eyes. Ultimately, however, the vast majority of teams chose to continue rushing toward the competition assembly point. Suyu and his teammates had no time to spare for the whispers and stares behind them. As they sprinted relentlessly, reaching the outskirts of Qinghe Town, the scene that met their eyes was one of utter devastation. Turbid floodwaters submerged vast swaths of houses, low-lying areas transformed into vast pools, and many old timber-framed structures collapsed under the force of the rushing water. Cries and pleas for help echoed faintly from within the town. Even more alarming, strange black shadows that didn't belong to normal aquatic creatures seemed to be swimming within the currents. Sea beasts and celestial demons. The group felt a chill run through them. These were low-level sea beasts and celestial demons swept in from the river by the floodwaters. And there were many of them. The situation was more dire than anyone had imagined. On a higher embankment, an old man was shouting himself hoarse, directing the chaos. Soaked to the bone and covered in mud, he still struggled to maintain order. Move! Over there! Suyu waved his hand, leading his team swiftly through the water toward the target. A brick and tile building that had once been a general store now stood partially collapsed. One entire wall had caved in under the relentless floodwaters and relentless pounding. Heavy beams, bricks, stones, and shelves lay tangled together, burying most of the interior space. Through the cracks, faint moans and cries for help could be heard. Hurry! Push harder! There's someone in there! A young man named Jia, clad in a faded t-shirt, shouted hoarsely. Veins bulged on his forehead as he and 3 companions strained to lift the massive beam pinning the top section. This beam was the key obstacle to rescuing those trapped inside. 1, 2, 3, lift! The 4 young men strained with all their might, their faces flushed crimson, bodies trembling violently from the exertion. Yet the beam, made heavier by waterlogging, merely swayed slightly, splashing droplets before remaining stubbornly immobile. The relentless floodwaters pounded against their waists, making the already arduous task even more difficult. We can't. Jia. It's too heavy. We can't lift it. A tall, thin youth gasped, his hands raw and bleeding from the friction. Damn it! How can it be this heavy? Ajia roared in frustration, slamming his fist hard into the water's surface, sending up a spray of droplets. He couldn't even remember how many times they tried. Just then, a young man nearby, who had been trying to clear away broken bricks, suddenly cried out in pain, "Ah!" Everyone turned to see him stumbling backward. A sharp piece of broken rebar had sliced deep into his calf, exposing bone. Blood gushed out instantly, quickly staining the surrounding floodwaters red. "Danyu! Are you okay?" Ajia and the others rushed over, fumbling to help stop the bleeding. Dania's face was deathly pale as he gasped in pain. Watching the blood pour from his leg and mix with the murky floodwaters, his eyes filled with terror. His voice trembled as he grabbed Ajia's arm. "Blood, blood! Ajia, no! I'm bleeding! The monsters in the water will be drawn to it. We have to leave immediately. If we don't go now, it'll be too late." His words felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over everyone's heads. The rumor that sea beasts and celestial demons were drawn to blood made their already taut nerves snap. Fear coiled around each heart like a cold, venomous snake. But what about the people inside? A bespectacled youth stared at the pile of rubble, his voice faint. "If we leave, they'll truly have no way out." Chapter 119, Disaster Relief. Ajia stared at his injured comrades, then at the hopeless pile of rubble. The faint cries for help from within pierced his heart like needles. His eyes reddened as an internal battle raged within him. Reason told him Dania was right, staying might mean certain death for all. But these were neighbors he saw every day. He simply couldn't bear to abandon them. In that moment of desperate stalemate, a voice suddenly pierced the despair. "Move aside, I'll handle this." Ajia and the others whipped their heads around to see a figure swiftly wading through the water. The figure gently pushed aside Ajia and the others, blocking the way, stepping forward to the beam. Unlike Ajia and the others, who chanted slogans while straining together, he merely took a deep breath. Visible cubes of light surged across his body's surface before channeling into his arms. "Lift!" To the stunned gazes of Ajia and the others, the heavy beam, one that had defied their combined strength, was single-handedly lifted from the rubble by this lone figure. Suyu braced his waist and flung the beam violently to the side. Crash! The beam slammed into the water, sending up a massive spray. The obstacle was cleared. "What are you standing around for?" Zhao Lei urged the stunned Ajia and the others. "Get in there and rescue them. It's not safe here." Only then did Ajia and the others snap out of their daze, jolted back to reality by overwhelming shock and joy. "You're the reinforcing Lord squad?" Suyu nodded without further explanation, plunging deep into the rubble. Soon, they dragged two barely alive elderly people out from the cracks in the ruins. Watching the rescued elders, Ajia trembled with emotion. He looked at Suyu, his voice choked with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we really..." "Don't get too excited yet," Suyu waved his hand, cutting off their thanks. "Where are the others? Tell me their exact locations." Suyu's question snapped Ajia out of his emotional daze. He quickly pointed to another courtyard diagonally ahead, nearly completely submerged, and spoke rapidly. "There's more. Old Lee's place up ahead. Their yard's the lowest point, so the water rose fastest. We heard a child crying inside earlier, but the water was too deep and half the wall collapsed. We couldn't get in. We tried several times and nearly got swept away." Suyu followed his gaze. The courtyard had become an island of sorts, encircled by rushing currents. The remaining half of the wall was covered in weeds and silt, while the murky floodwaters completely obscured the scene within. "Lead the way." Suyu cut straight to the point. Ajia and another young man with lighter injuries hurried ahead to lead the way. The injured Danio and the other two followed instructions, escorting the two rescued elders to the safety zone first. The closer they got to Old Lee's house, the more turbulent the current became, the water now reaching the chest level of an adult man. Ajia and his companion had to support each other just to stay upright, each step an agonizing struggle. The icy floodwaters relentlessly drained their strength and stole their body heat. "This is it," Ajay gasped, pointing at the gap in the half-collapsed courtyard wall. Inside, we can't see a thing." A faint, intermittent cry of a child drifted faintly from within the courtyard, confirming Ajia's words. "I'll go check." Ajia gritted his teeth, ready to charge through the gap. "Stop." Suyu grabbed him by the arm. "The current is too strong. Going in is suicide." Suyu carefully assessed the surroundings. The water flowed most violently at the breach in the wall, forming a small whirlpool, and the conditions beneath the surface were unknown. Seeing this, Suyu's eyes narrowed. Spiritual energy surged within him once more, but this time it wasn't to amplify his strength, it concentrated in his legs. He took a few steps back, then accelerated forward with a sudden burst of speed. As he neared the breach, he leapt, planting his feet on the remnants of the wall. His body soared like a graceful swallow, clearing the most treacherous whirlpool and landing steadily on the debris in the relatively calmer waters within the courtyard. The fluid sequence of movements left Ajia and the others gaping once more. The situation inside the courtyard was equally dire, higher water levels and debris piled everywhere. Suyu quickly pinpointed the source of the crying. A partially collapsed outbuilding, its roof partially caved in, its door blocked by fallen cabinets. Someone's inside. The door's blocked. Suyu shouted to a Jia outside, his voice cutting through the rain and the roar of the water. Outside, a Jia shouted anxiously, "We're coming to help." He and his companions tried again to force their way through the gap, but the raging whirlpool acted like an invisible wall, violently pushing them back once more. They even swallowed several mouthfuls of murky floodwater, coughing violently as they choked. They had the will to save, but no power to breach the barrier set by nature in disaster. "Hold your ground. Secure the perimeter." Suyu halted their reckless attempt. "Forcing our way through could trigger another collapse." As he spoke, he noticed a small window in the side room. Though partially blocked by debris, its frame appeared relatively intact. Wading through the water, Suyu approached. Through the blurred glass, he could faintly make out a small figure curled up atop a wardrobe high above. Floodwaters had already submerged most of the cabinet. The child clung to the vertical bars of the wardrobe top, crying until nearly exhausted. "Little brother, don't be afraid. Big brother is coming to save you. Move back a little, away from the window." Suyu knocked hard on the window, trying to make the child hear him. The child seemed to hear the sound, his crying pausing momentarily as he shrank back into the wardrobe in terror. Suyu braced both hands against the window frame, channeling spiritual energy into his arms once more, and gave a mighty heave. The window, already weakened by the relentless pounding of the floodwaters, was torn open by sheer force. Suyu deftly slipped through the opening. The side room was even darker, the murky floodwaters reeking of a foul, fishy stench. "Here, little brother, give me your hand." Suyu's voice was as steady and gentle as she could manage as she held out both hands to him. The child appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old. He stared at Suyu, seemingly slow to react. Only after she called out a second time did he snap out of it, trembling as he reached out his hand. But the moment he reached out, the wardrobe beneath couldn't bear the weight. The old, waterlogged piece of furniture collapsed with a thunderous crash. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. Seizing the moment, he pushed off the bed frame submerged in water, yanked the child in front of him into a tight embrace, and shielded him with his body from the rainwater and debris pouring through the hole in the roof. Then, holding the child in one arm, Suyu grabbed a beam that hadn't yet collapsed with the other hand and burst out of the house. In that moment, the house collapsed like a person who could no longer stand, engulfed by the floodwaters. Suyu paused. A strange feeling welled up from deep within her heart, as if the house had possessed a spirit that had been struggling to hold on, waiting for someone to come and rescue this little child. Suyu murmured to the house, "Thank you." Without pausing, Suyu rushed toward the gap in the courtyard wall, cradling the child. Landing steadily beside a Jia, she handed the child over. "Hurry! Get the child out of here." A Jia snatched the child from her arms. The little body was ice cold, still trembling slightly. Suyu didn't linger, intending to continue searching for the next household to rescue. Within his line of sight, he could still see several indigenous families rescuing people trapped beneath other collapsed houses who hadn't escaped in time. Just as he turned, a small hand grabbed the hem of his clothes. Suyu turned to see the child he had just rescued staring intently at him, speaking in a childish voice. "Thank you, big brother." Chapter 120, A New Rescue Method. Suyu ruffled the child's hair, then without further delay, turned and plunged back into the murky floodwaters. His figure swimming against the current stood in stark contrast to the ordinary townspeople around him, struggling to support each other and move forward with great difficulty. At a relatively elevated crossroads not yet fully submerged, he encountered Lu Qing and the other three taking a brief rest and exchanging information. Zhao Lei was wringing water from his clothes, while Fangya and Wu Hao kept watch over the surrounding waters. Lu Qing frowned deeply, clearly indicating the situation was far from optimistic. "Lord!" Seeing Suyu return safely, Lu Qing visibly relaxed and stepped forward immediately. "How is the situation on your end?" "Rescued 2 households," Suyu replied concisely, his gaze sweeping over the group. "What about you?" Lu Qing reported quickly. "Wu Hao and I cleared 3 houses in the middle section of Old Street, rescuing 5 trapped residents. One was seriously injured and has been transferred with the help of villagers we encountered." Zhao Lei chimed in, his tone tinged with irritation. "Fangya and I rescued 4 people. Fangya said she spotted dark shapes gathering on the water in the distance." Fangya nodded and added, "Plus, the villagers we encountered said at least 20 households are still unreachable. Their locations are scattered." At that moment, Wu Hao pulled a crumpled, rudimentary town map from his pocket and spread it out on a stone slab exposed above the water. On the map, the original street outlines had been roughly marked with charcoal circles. Based on villager reports and our reconnaissance, Wu Hao tapped the map. "The most likely missing areas are currently here, here, and here." He pointed out over a dozen scattered areas across different corners of the map. The straight line distance between the nearest and farthest points exceeded hundreds of meters. Navigating through the floodwaters meant the actual distance and time required would be even greater. The group stared at the isolated circles on the map, their hearts sinking. Lu Qing took a deep breath and voiced the most pressing concern: "The locations are too scattered. If the 5 of us focus our efforts on clearing them one by one, we won't have enough time. The flood won't wait, and those trapped can't afford to wait." Zhao Lei boomed out a suggestion, then let's split up and rescue them. No. Lu Qing immediately objected. We must work in pairs for mutual support. Conditions underwater are unpredictable. Though we've glimpsed shadows of sea beasts and celestial demons, they haven't attacked yet. Going solo is too dangerous. If you encounter a troublesome demon or a pack, you could easily get trapped or worse. Suyu stared silently at the map, his brow furrowed. Lu Qing's concerns were entirely valid. With 5 of them, splitting up theoretically allowed them to attempt rescues at up to 5 locations simultaneously, the most efficient approach. But the risk would be greatest too. If anyone failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. But if they split into pairs like before, they could only cover 3 areas simultaneously at most, drastically reducing rescue efficiency. On one side lay extreme efficiency accompanied by extreme risk, on the other, a relatively safe but potentially inadequate solution that might fail to rescue everyone. What about the seahorse? Zhao Lei blurted out instinctively, then shook his head immediately. No, the water's too shallow here. The seahorse probably can't even swim properly. Fangya studied the map, calculating the time. It's been nearly 10 minutes since we arrived. The floodwaters are still rising. For those trapped, time is truly running out. All eyes turned to Suyu, awaiting his final decision. Should they take the risk of splitting up to save more people? Or play it safe by splitting into groups to ensure team safety, potentially abandoning those trapped farther away? Give the order, Lord. We came here prepared for this, Lu Qing said, looking at Suyu without hesitation. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Give the order, Lord. Suyu's gaze swept once more over the town swallowed by floodwaters, where faint cries of distress still echoed. He looked at his team members beside him, soaked to the bone, yet their eyes remained resolute. There's no time for hesitation. Suyu clenched his fists, his mind racing through the calculations. Every second of delay could mean another life lost. Use your current location as a base. Rescue the nearby households first. I'll return to the domain and craft each of you a pair of boots imbued with Deep-Sea Explorer. They'll offer some protection in the real world. Ha! The others froze. Enchantments from the domain? They work outside too? Zhao Lei asked instinctively. Suyu nodded. The group sucked in their breath. If enchantments from the domain could be used in reality, that would be utterly game-changing. Enough talk. Let's move. At Suyu's command, the others wasted no time and sprang into action. Understood. Lu Qing responded first, scanning the map of the closest markers to the rendezvous point. Wu Hao, you and I will handle the 2 households on the east side. Zhao Lei and Fangya, the 3 locations on the west side are yours. Keep communication lines open, sound the alarm immediately if danger arises. Yes. The team responded in unison, instantly splitting into 2 arrows shooting toward their respective target zones. Suyu wasted no time, immediately focusing his mind to communicate with the mysterious cube domain within his body. Within the domain, Suyu swiftly retrieved his stockpiled diamond boots and lapis lazuli to begin enchanting them. His current level was 139, high enough to enchant the attributes needed for 5 people. Lord, do you require our assistance? The toolsmith, seeing Suyu's urgency, immediately stepped forward to ask. You? Suyu froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Right. What did he lack in his domain? Manpower. The iron golems all obeyed his commands. Iron golems felt no pain and stood 3 meters tall. With that height, all they needed to do was raise their arms to allow the disaster victims to escape. You don't need to go. Iron 1, you come with me. Suyu's figure reappeared in the murky floodwaters. The moment he materialized, he snapped his fingers and barked. Domain, activate. Countless square particles radiated outward from him, transforming the surrounding area into a blocky cartoon landscape. Simultaneously, the Iron Golem army, with Tai Yi at its core, began appearing one after another on the land where the domain unfolded, standing in perfect formation before Suyu. Search every house. Ensure nothing is missed. Bring all survivors to safety. Pair up in teams of 2. The iron puppets before him flashed crimson eyes and immediately turned to carry out Suyu's orders. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and Wu Hao had just worked together to rescue an elderly person stuck in an attic window. They were struggling to maintain their balance in the turbulent currents as they moved towards safety. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei and Fangya encountered a minor setback. A warped iron gate blocked their path to the trapped individuals. Zhao Lei was attempting to force it open with brute strength, but progress was slow. Just as each group felt stumped, 2 towering shadows appeared behind them. The 4 instinctively turned to attack, but upon recognizing the familiar iron automatons, they froze in surprise. Then, wild joy flooded their minds as they realized Suyu had found a new way to rescue them. Chapter 121, The True Purpose of the Challenge Tournament. Zhao Lei stared at the immovable iron gate before him, sweating profusely with frustration. Just as he prepared to gather strength for another charge, a massive shadow loomed over him. He whipped his head around to find an iron golem standing silently behind him. Its square head tilted slightly downward, its gaze fixed on the obstructive iron door. Iron lump? Did the Lord send you? Zhao Lei was startled at first, then overjoyed. The iron golem offered no reply, merely advancing with heavy, steady steps through the murky floodwaters. The floodwaters barely reached its lower body, posing little challenge to its massive frame and weight. Its hands, forged from pure iron, reached out and plunged directly into the gap between the iron gate and its frame. No roar, no build-up of force, only the teeth-grinding creak of metal twisting. Zhao Lei watched the warped iron door, the very obstacle that had left him helpless, twitching at the corners of his mouth. Like a fragile sheet of paper, it was torn from its frame by the iron golem. It casually tossed the twisted door into the nearby floodwaters like discarded trash, sending up a spray of water. Behind the door stood a pale-faced mother and daughter, clinging to each other. The iron golem didn't linger. After completing its task of breaching the door, it stood silently to the side, as if awaiting Zhao Lei's next command. Zhao Lei swallowed hard. That strength is insane. Muttering to himself, he hurriedly reached out to the mother and daughter. Quick! I'm here to save you. Come with me. Meanwhile, Wu Hao looked up ahead. An elderly man was trapped on the second-floor balcony of his home. The staircase below had been washed away, and the floodwaters below had formed a raging whirlpool. The old man clung tightly to the railing, frozen in fear. Hold on, old man. I'm coming to get you. Wu Hao shouted to reassure the man, but found no way to reach him. Just then, two iron golems approached side by side, stopping beneath the balcony where floodwaters reached their chests. One raised its massive arm, pointing toward the old man on the balcony. The other crouched slightly, extending its massive palm to form a sturdy metal platform above the floodwaters. They couldn't speak, but their intent was crystal clear. Wu Hao instantly understood and used them as stepping stones, leaping up to the balcony in a few swift bounds and successfully rescuing the old man. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the town. Some iron puppets used their broad shoulders to smash through collapsed walls, rescuing survivors half buried within. Others stood chest-deep in raging currents, using their bodies as barriers against the torrent to shield evacuating residents. Others reached their massive hands through narrow windows, allowing trapped children to climb out. Possessing immense strength, they feared neither floodwaters nor danger, rigorously and efficiently executing Suyu's order to search every house and ensure no one is left behind. Their arrival instantly reversed the critical shortage of rescue personnel. The villagers' reactions evolved from initial terror to astonishment, then to ecstatic joy and profound gratitude. As one relative and neighbor after another was pulled back from the brink of death, many were moved to tears. A miracle. This is a miracle, murmured an elderly woman lowered from the rooftop by an iron golem. It's those awakened ones. They summoned these helpers. Ajay, supporting another survivor, watched an iron golem clearing the road nearby with palpable excitement. Suyu stood at the center of the deployed domain, feeling a sense of relief as wave after wave of mission complete messages flowed back through the domain link from the iron golems. With the iron puppets joining us, rescue efficiency has made a quantum leap. Suyu scanned the scene and issued new commands to all the iron golems through his domain. Speed up. Prioritize evacuating all trapped personnel. The crimson glow in the iron puppets' eyes seemed to intensify as their movements grew even more rapid. But Suyu's expression remained tense, his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface. Where are the sea beast demons? Intelligence and others said they were here. Why haven't they shown up? Wangbei Station, the northernmost assembly point at the city's northern edge. Though elevated and untouched by the floodwaters, the area was crowded with more people than anticipated. Several arriving lord squads froze upon seeing the throng. Noticing their attire, many realized the truth. These are the disaster victims from that emergency mission? But how did they end up here? They all seem to be watching something? Unconsciously, everyone's gaze was drawn to several large screens hastily erected in the center of the square. Most screens remained dark, with only 3 illuminated, each displaying different footage. Just then, several more lord squads burst into the Wangbei Station compound, panting heavily. Their faces bore the exhaustion of having pushed themselves to the limit, mixed with a hint of relief at finally arriving. We made it. We made it. The time, it shouldn't be over yet, right? We made it just in time. Yet, instead of staff registration and further instructions, they were met with a complex gaze mingled with contempt, bewilderment, and even anger. These gazes made the young lords and their retinues, who had just endured a grueling trek, feel utterly uncomfortable, as if being pricked by needles. One panting participant glanced around, sensing the tense atmosphere, and couldn't help but shout at a staff member maintaining order. Hey! We're here! What's next? When does the competition start? Several other teams that had just arrived gathered around, chiming in with a chorus of complaints. Yeah, we practically ran our guts out getting here. Didn't they say latecomers would be disqualified? We're not late. What's going on here? Facing this group of agitated young people, the staff member merely shook his head expressionlessly and pointed to a lit screen nearby. Clearly displayed in large characters were the words, "Those who abandon rescue missions shall be deemed to have automatically forfeited their competition eligibility." Withdraw our eligibility? The group froze in shock. How dare they? When did we ever abandon the mission? We just came to the assembly point as instructed. Where's the person in charge? Get the person in charge out here. At that moment, a middle-aged supervisor in a dark uniform, exuding a calm and composed demeanor, strode over. His gaze swept over the agitated teams. As soon as he spoke, his voice infused with spiritual energy instantly drowned out all the commotion. Quiet. The scene instantly fell silent as all eyes turned to him. The supervisor surveyed the crowd. Beneath his calm expression, a hint of disappointment seemed to linger. I know you have many questions. I will now explain why you have lost your eligibility. He pointed toward the illuminated screens. Do you see those 3 screens? What's displayed there is the true live footage of this family challenge tournament. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to them. Each screen displayed a distinct scene. Chapter 122, Convinced. One screen displayed the emblem of Huaching First High School's team. The scene depicted a small town submerged in floodwaters, with the background filled with the clamor of rain and voices. Another screen bore the emblem of Xianling University. The image shook as if moving rapidly, occasionally revealing moments where team members used their abilities to repel shadowy figures in the water. The final screen showed Xianlan Academy, whose team appeared to be assisting with evacuations and establishing defensive lines. Is that the rescue squad led by the Lords? A team member recognized the teams and scenes on the screens, realizing something as their face paled. The supervisor's voice was grave. Correct. This challenge began the moment I uttered the words "depart now." The true objective was never about reaching Wangbei Station within the allotted time. All eliminated team members felt their hearts sink. The true competition lies in how you choose to respond to this sudden emergency disaster. The organizer's piercing gaze swept across every young, stunned face. Will you continue racing toward the so-called finish line for personal glory and qualifications? Or will you turn without hesitation toward where you are truly needed? To fulfill the most fundamental duty of an awakened one, a future lord, to protect the people and save lives. The moment you receive a distress call and choose not to respond, you have already failed in this true competition. The words struck like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The supervisor's voice still echoed in their ears. How could this happen? You're joking, right? Just because of this? That's a 5-year ban. How could we dare disobey? Just because we didn't handle a sudden rescue mission? What else could it be? The supervisor's voice suddenly rose, the previous calmness replaced by a chill. Lord. Vassal. Do you understand what these 4 words represent? They signify not only power and privilege, but also responsibility and duty. The official pointed at the terrified civilians surrounding them, his voice swelling with passion. These ordinary people. They respect you, they support you. Is it because they expect you to compete fiercely in peacetime, to show off your prowess in the arena? No. It is because when disaster strikes, when demons run rampant, when dire straits like today arise, they count on you to step forward. They count on you to use your extraordinary strength and abilities to protect them, to save them. People are the most vital foundation. If you can abandon lives in desperate need of rescue, mere inches away, for the sake of a tournament qualification, then what meaning is there in investing immense resources to cultivate such lords and squads? To cultivate a bunch of self-serving, self-interested, refined egoists? A barrage of questions struck like heavy hammers, pounding relentlessly into the hearts of every eliminated team member. Many bowed their heads in shame, unable to meet the piercing gaze of the supervisor or the stunned, disappointed, and faintly reproachful stares of the surrounding citizens. Some opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to defend themselves, but upon seeing the figures battling the floodwaters on the screen and the expressions of the surrounding citizens, they ultimately said nothing. Their faces flushed alternately pale and crimson before they took a defeated step back. An eerie silence descended upon the entire Wangbei Station square, broken only by the howling wind and rain and the muffled sounds of battle emanating from the screen. The teams that had been brimming with grievances moments ago now wilted like frostbitten eggplants. They finally understood that what they had lost was not merely the qualification for a race, but a deeper recognition and belief on a higher level. The true contest had never been on the track, but on that battlefield shrouded in floodwaters and peril. After delivering these stern words, the official turned and walked away without another glance. A deathly silence fell over the square, so thick you could hear a pin drop. Then, whispers spread like a rising tide, growing louder until they erupted into heated discussions and gasps of astonishment. So this is the true nature of the family challenge, murmured a girl from an eliminated team, all defiance vanishing from her face. We were so wrong, focused only on the competition, we forgot the most fundamental thing. A boy beside her responded with a bitter smile, his voice heavy with regret. Yeah, looking back now, when we heard the rescue call, our first thought was, will this affect the competition, and the punishment is too harsh. We didn't put those in need of rescue first. We truly didn't deserve this qualification. Their conversation resonated with many other eliminated participants nearby. Many bowed their heads, faces burning hot. The leader's words, selfish individuals, lashed at their consciences like a whip. But more attention was focused on the 3 teams still battling. Look! That's Xianling Academy. They're moving so fast. That bald leader may have a foul mouth, but he's genuinely skilled. That water explosion spell just cleared out a whole swath of water demons. Xianlan Academy is holding steady too. Leader Mu Qingyu commands with precision. That makeshift water barrier they built is proving invaluable. What about Hua Qing number 1 high? What are they doing? They seem to be coordinating and commanding the whole time? Just then, someone gasped, pointing at the screen displaying Hua Qing number 1 high school's team. Wait! Look at Hua Qing number 1 high's feed. What is that? All eyes were instantly drawn to it. The screen, which had previously shown Hua Qing number 1 high school members analyzing maps at a temporary command post, seemed to shift perspective. It now offered an aerial view of part of the disaster zone. Amidst the murky floodwaters, several towering, dark metal-clad steel giants moved silently through the chaos. Like rocks in the turbulent currents, they effortlessly moved collapsed beams and walls aside, rescuing trapped residents from danger zones and escorting them to safety routes. Holy crap! Are those robots? No! Those are iron puppets? Suyu's domain creations? How did he bring creations from his domain into reality? How is that even possible? And there are so many of them? Shouts of astonishment, incredulous questions, and gasps of disbelief instantly erupted across the entire plaza. The gloomy, oppressive atmosphere that had hung over Wangbei Station Square originally caused by the mass elimination of teams. I remember. Suyu summoned this puppet army during the freshman demon trial at Hua Qing First High. One person, seemingly familiar with Suyu, slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly. Another person chimed in. From the very start, Suyu's team was the first to turn around without hesitation and head straight for Qinghe Town. They prioritized saving lives above all else. If the challenge had been combat-based, with the sheer number of constructs he created, it wouldn't have been a breeze, but he could have passed without much pressure, right? Chapter 123, Key Focus. The scene of Suyu's team turning without hesitation toward Qinghe Town upon receiving the rescue call sent shockwaves through the crowd. For the ordinary spectators in the plaza and some eliminated contestants, this decisiveness first brought disbelief, followed by deep admiration and a sense of shame at their own hesitation. They charged in without a second thought. A young spectator in glasses adjusted his frames. Everyone else was still waiting for explicit orders or calculating whether they had enough time. A middle-aged woman beside him wiped away tears, her voice choked with emotion. Now that's what I call good kids. They truly care about us common folk. Her words resonated with many townspeople who had fled here. Dozens of them watched the figures of Suyu's team on the screen, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Meanwhile, the recently eliminated team members felt even more conflicted. A lanky young man smiled bitterly to his companion. See that? That's what true instinctive reaction looks like. While we were still weighing pros and cons, calculating gains and losses, they'd already made saving lives second nature. We lost fair and square, truly fair. His companion nodded silently beside him, his gaze fixed on Suyu's figure on the screen. Any lingering resentment had vanished without a trace. For the challenge's organizer, Suyu's team embodied the perfect realization of his philosophy. Earlier in the backstage monitoring room, the stern-faced organizer had been glued to the main screen displaying Hua Qing High School's feed. When he witnessed Suyu and his team turn without hesitation, the corners of his tightly drawn mouth relaxed ever so slightly. It's them, the organizer declared to his staff in a deep voice. This is precisely the kind of talent we aim to select and cultivate through the Guardian Challenge, not robots who merely follow rules and compete for victory on the field, but guardians who, in moments of crisis, dare to step forward guided by their conscience and sense of duty. Issue the order, closely monitor Team Hua Qing number 1 middle school, especially all data and performance metrics of their leader, Suyu. Document everything in detail. Meanwhile, at higher levels, influential figures monitoring the arena through special channels were also observing the scene. In an antique tea room, several elders with profound auras sipped tea. Projected onto the wall before them was the live feed from Northward Post Plaza. Lu Air, your young one is performing quite well. A white-haired elder with a youthful complexion sipped his tea, glancing at the imposing middle-aged man across from him with a faint, ambiguous smile. To actually become someone else's follower. I've seen that little girl before. Back then, I never would have thought she was the type to do something like this. The middle-aged man was one of the Lu family's power brokers Lu Qing and Lu Qing's second uncle, Lu Shanming. Lu Shanming watched Lu Qing commanding with unwavering composure on the screen, and Suyu charging at the forefront of the battle. His gaze grew complex, and he let out a low hum. The girl's grown wings and developed her own mind. But this lad she's following does possess some real grit. In critical moments, he knows what must be done and what absolutely must be done. That kind of resolve surpasses many so-called geniuses. Another elder, clad in military uniform with shoulder insignia indicating high rank, spoke slowly. The Family Challenge Tournament is nominally a competition, but in reality, it's a selection process for the future backbone of our forces to resist the heavenly demons and protect the human race. What we need are commanders who can lead their troops forward amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, not potted plants competing to see whose blossoms are the most vibrant in a greenhouse. This Suyu is promising. His squad's response was the perfect answer. Old sure, could it be you wish to recruit him into the military? The first elder nodded. Strength can be cultivated, skills honed, but this sense of duty and responsibility ingrained in one's very bones is the most precious seed. The future of humanity needs such pillars of strength. The reactions from all sides converged on the same conclusion. As time passed and more details of Suyu's team's rescue efforts streamed in via the screens, especially when those towering, iron puppets, moving with precise precision, appeared in formation amidst the floodwaters, the murmurs reached a new crescendo. Those iron things, don't they ever get tired? How many people have they rescued already? Wait. I swear I've seen these iron things somewhere before. A spectator's eyes widened suddenly as he slapped his companion's shoulder. I remember now. The newborn heavenly demon trial. It was all over the news back then. He summoned these exact same iron golems. Identical. Yeah. I remember too. We thought it was some special one-time skill or item back then. Who knew he could summon so many? How much spiritual energy and resources must that consume? The news spread like wildfire through the crowd. Amidst the crowd, several well-dressed businessmen exchanged puzzled glances. One of them, a portly man with gold-rimmed glasses, stroked his chin and murmured to his companion. "Oldly, did you see that? Those iron puppets, judging by their material and construction, the main body is iron, mixed with some other spiritual materials, but the key is iron. Massive amounts of iron." A flash of sharpness lit up the eyes of the tall, thin man called Oldly. Exactly. Such a massive quantity, and they appear remarkably sturdy. The iron ore consumed here is no small amount. Suyu's records show he comes from an ordinary background. Where did he get so much high-quality iron? Could it be supplied by the school? He glanced at his accompanying secretary. The secretary immediately offered an explanation. "Mr. Lee, our investigation shows Suyu hasn't received significant resources from Huaching First High School, and there haven't been any large-scale iron purchases on the market recently." None? Could he possess some special refining or synthesis technology? The tall, thin man frowned in thought. The heavy-set man took a deep breath and grinned. Whatever the reason, the business opportunity here is enormous. If we can figure out his iron supply source, or just partner with him directly. Think about it, if these iron golems could be mass-produced, even in a simplified version, for use in construction projects, hazardous area exploration, or even auxiliary defense, the market potential would be staggering. A merchant's instincts were always the sharpest. They had already detected the scent of immense profit in this rescue operation. The tall, thin man had already anticipated the fat man's thoughts and immediately chimed in. "Dispatch personnel immediately to investigate. Focus on all recent bulk iron ore transactions involving Suyu or his associates. Also, find a way to make contact with someone from Huaching First High School to sound them out." Understood. Within the rustic tea room, the elders had naturally noticed the chain reaction triggered by the iron golem. The elderly man in military attire, known as Old Shur, fixed his eagle-like gaze on the screen showing Suyu coordinating the iron golem's movements. His voice was measured as he spoke. To conceive and execute the deployment of domain creations on this scale within such a short timeframe, his mental power and domain control are extraordinary. More crucially, what is the logistical foundation behind this capability? If mass production becomes feasible. Old Lu, if your Lu family has no plans, our military headquarters won't hesitate to step in. Frontline fortifications, supply transport, even as assault vanguards, we desperately need such self-sacrificing, highly efficient units. Chapter 124, The Sea Beast Appears. Lu Shanming raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this and set down his teacup. He too had considered the source of the iron ore, but this only elevated his estimation of Suyu further. To quietly resolve such a massive resource demand was itself a testament to capability and depth. However, he was well aware of the rivalry between Suyu and his own son, Lu Qing. A man like Suyu might not necessarily become a retainer of the Lu family. Soon after, Lu Shanming spoke, his tone still steady, yet his attitude had shifted. "General Sure, young men have their own paths and secrets. Our Lu family would never resort to coercion or plunder. However, when it comes to cooperation and support, your military command might not outbid us after all. Someone from our family has already become his ally." "Is that so? Yet I hear he and your family's Lu Qing are not on good terms?" General Sure remarked with a forced smile. The white-haired elder who had spoken first chuckled softly, interrupting the subtle tension between the two. "Enough. It seems this youngster's surprises extend far beyond mere character. His abilities impact more than combat and rescue missions. Possessing such a treasure invites trouble. He's revealed too much today, too dazzlingly so. Those hyenas who've caught the scent of blood will likely find it hard to restrain themselves. Suyu's performance today was too dazzling, his abilities too extraordinary. It was bound to set off countless nerves, drawing the attention, enticements, jealousy, and even ruthless covetousness of various factions." General Sure snorted. "So what? If our military wants to protect someone, there's no one we can't protect. Who dares touch such talent? I'll flatten their entire family." General Shure's declaration, thick with the scent of gunpowder, made the atmosphere in the tea house even more tense. "Ha ha ha, General Shure, what a bold spirit you have. Lu Shanming's smile remained unchanged as he gently stroked the warm teacup, his tone calm yet laced with subtle barbs. General Shi's devotion to nurturing talent is admirable. However, some storms need not be resolved by flattening everything in their path. At times, quiet, unobtrusive support might allow young shoots to grow strong without premature exposure to excessive scrutiny. What do you think? General Shi's thick brows knitted together, clearly not buying this diplomatic evasion. Oomph. Lu Air, spare me the nonsense. True talent must be tempered in storms. What great achievements can come from sheltering someone in a greenhouse? Our military headquarters may not be perfect, but we can provide a fair environment where merit speaks for itself. Better than some families where one must grovel and endure inexplicable humiliation. Lu Shanming's expression remained unchanged, though the fingers gripping his teacup tightened imperceptibly. General Shi's words struck a nerve regarding the Lu family's current predicament with Suyu, their internal disunity. Lu Qing was now the rising star among the younger generation. While it wasn't that he ignored his elders' words, he had gained significant influence within the family. If he insisted on clashing with Suyu and Lu Shanming insisted on protecting him, it could easily lead to conflict within the family. As the atmosphere grew thick with tension, the white-haired elder spoke again, stepping in as peacemaker. Enough, both of you. Talent is rare. Arguing serves no purpose. Whether it's the military's crucible of iron and blood, the Lu family's resources and connections, or other opportunities, the final choice ultimately rests with the young man himself. If he were driven by fame and fortune, he'd be standing with the defeated side right now. The white-haired elder's words poured like lukewarm water, slightly dousing the tense, confrontational atmosphere between General Shi and Lu Shanming. Both fell silent, their gazes returning to the projected images on the wall. On the screen, Suyu's iron puppet army continued its efficient operations, rescue efforts proceeding in orderly fashion. Yet within the context of the challenge tournament, this order seemed to lack something. If he were driven by fame and fortune, he'd be standing with the defeated now. The old man's words echoed in both their minds. Indeed, Suyu had already proven his original intent through action. What remained to be tested now was the limits of his capabilities and his adaptability under extreme pressure. Lu Shanming broke the silence first, steering the conversation back on track. Given that, it's time to ramp up the intensity. While the current rescue is efficient, it relies heavily on that unexpected iron puppet and the team members' individual skills. The real crisis hasn't surfaced yet. General Shi nodded, a grim determination hardening his rugged features. Have them unleash that thing. In this environment, protecting civilians while confronting genuine threats is the true highlight of this challenge. It will reveal this kid's true mettle. The white-haired elder gave a slight nod, offering no objection. He merely added, the balance must be maintained. The test is real, but casualties must be kept to an absolute minimum, especially among civilians. Notify the field commander, prioritize creating pressure and observing adaptability, not slaughter. Lu Shanming nodded, then issued instructions via encrypted communication to the hidden tournament control department. Activate 3 deepwater divers units. Deploy them in the waters between Qinghetown's Old Dock and the midsection of Old Street. Release pheromones to lure targets. Avoid densely populated civilian areas. Primary objective, create chaos to test the contestants' emergency response and teamwork capabilities. The 3 leaders' gazes sharpened as they fixed their attention on the screens. The real show was only just beginning. Meanwhile, in Qinghetown, ravaged by floodwaters, Suyu had just directed 10 iron golems to evacuate a family of 5 from a precarious attic and was preparing to move to the next marked location. Suddenly, his communicator crackled with the urgent voices of Lu Qing and Wu Hao simultaneously. Lu Qing, Commander. Anomaly detected in the midsection of Old Street. Severe water turbulence, large creature approaching rapidly. Wu Hao, same at the Old Dock. Something's underwater. Moving fast. Suyu also sensed several obscure yet vicious auras rapidly rising from the depths of the water. His eyes narrowed sharply as he looked up at the murky water surface. Finally, they've come? Sea beast heavenly fiends. The reason this mission was so rushed was precisely because of these sea beast demons, creatures incredibly difficult to deal with. How many people remain to be evacuated? Suyu immediately asked through his earpiece. 4 locations still await rescue. Lu Qing's reply came swiftly. 4 areas. Suyu's heart sank. So even with all-out rescue efforts, there are still 4 areas left? His hands, hanging at his sides, gradually clenched into fists as Suyu spoke in a deep voice. All of you continue the rescue. I'll handle those sea beasts and celestial demons myself. Understood. Others tried to dissuade him, but Suyu spoke again. Of course, you could say I'm merely buying time. If I can handle them alone, that's ideal. But if not, once you've rescued everyone, come support me immediately. That's the best course of action. Chapter 125, Advanced Tier 1. The Stealth Master. Suyu's command came through loud and clear over the communicators to every member of the team. Lord! This is far too dangerous. Lu Qing immediately protested. Those are sea beast demons, not ordinary low-tier monsters. And their numbers are unknown. Zhao Lei's booming voice chimed in, right, Lord. Let me go with you. More hands make light work. Though Fang Ye and Wu Hao remained silent, the heavy breathing audible over the communication channel betrayed their own deep concern. Execute the order. Su Yu's voice suddenly rose, rare in its severity. Our primary mission is rescue. People in 4 locations still face uncertain fates. Speeding up is the greatest support you can give me. Trust me, I can hold them off. His decisive tone and unwavering stance instantly silenced all dissent. The others understood, Su Yu wasn't playing the hero. He was making the optimal choice given the situation, using the strongest point to contain the threat while the rest focused entirely on the core objective. Understood. Lu Qing responded first, his voice regaining its composure. Everyone, accelerate the rescue pace. Zhao Lei, Fang Ye, you two handle the last 2 locations on the west side, move as fast as possible. Wu Hao, come with me to clear the remaining targets on the east. Don't hold back on spiritual energy, speed is paramount. Roger. Copy that. The communication channel echoed with the urgent sounds of splashing water, demolition, and battle cries. Su Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the surging spiritual energy within him, and looked ahead. Iron 1 through Iron 5, follow me. The rest of the Iron Golems, continue executing your original rescue orders. Prioritize civilian evacuation. Su Yu issued the command again, simultaneously shifting his stance and surging forward, racing across the flood-submerged streets. The 5 largest iron golems he had called out immediately adjusted their direction, following him closely with heavy, deliberate steps. We cannot allow these sea beasts and celestial demons to breach the core rescue zone. We must contain the battlefield to the relatively outer perimeter. With this thought, Su Yu ran while deliberately making noise. In a few bounds, Su Yu reached a relatively open, abandoned square near the old docks. Once a place where townspeople dried fishing nets and gathered, it was now submerged in murky floodwaters reaching waist deep, though the view remained relatively unobstructed. Almost the moment he arrived, the water ahead violently erupted. 3 massive black shadows burst through the water, sending a torrent of murky spray skyward. They were 3 hideous sea monsters. Each over 5 meters long, they resembled grotesquely enlarged fish, yet their heads bore a twisted resemblance to lizards. Covered in dark, slick scales, their massive jaws were lined with jagged, dagger-like teeth that glinted coldly. Most unsettling were their 6 compound eyes, glowing with a sickly green light. Their pectoral fins were abnormally developed, their edges sharp as blades, clearly not just for swimming, but terrifying weapons. First-tier advanced sea beast, the stealth walker. Su Yu's heart sank. Not just 1 high-tier first-stage creature, but 3. The moment they appeared, their 6 ghastly green compound eyes locked onto Su Yu and the 5 iron puppets behind him. Roar! The lead stalker let out a low, raspy growl, its voice like sandpaper scraping against bone, piercingly harsh. Northbound Station Square. A tidal wave of shrieks erupted from the crowd, a mix of terror, shock, and disbelief. Holy crap! What kind of monster is that? It's huge. Much scarier than those little sky demons before. It's these monsters. We saw dark shapes in the river before, but never imagined they'd be this huge. Oh no! Those children have to face these monsters? They won't be safe. What are we going to do? Even the eliminated members of the Lord's squads couldn't help but sweat nervously. High-tier level 1 stealthers. A bespectacled man swallowed hard. 3 of them. This isn't something our level should be facing. Has the organizing committee lost their minds? No wonder the rescue mission was treated as the real test. Under this kind of pressure, forget about rescuing anyone, just staying alive would be an achievement. A team member who had previously been somewhat defiant now swallowed hard, his voice thick with emotion. I'm actually kinda glad we got eliminated. I wouldn't have stood a chance against even one of these things. 3 of them underwater, and only Su Yu's there. The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air. Many eyes turned to the young figure on the screen, facing 3 colossal beasts alone. The look of contempt had vanished from their gazes. Among the crowd, the businessmen shed their earlier shrewdness, their expressions turning grim. High-tier level 1 aquatic species, their combat effectiveness is significantly boosted in flood conditions. The heavy-set man frowned deeply. This spells trouble. Su Yu's iron puppets might handle ordinary building debris and low-tier celestial demons, but against these sea beasts, renowned for defense and brute strength, they're in grave danger. The tall, thin oldly spoke in a low voice, judging by the sheen of their scales and their size, their defense is absolutely staggering. Those iron puppets may be powerful, but their speed in water is completely inadequate. And with 3 against 6, the situation looks grim. The 2 men exchanged glances, seeing equal concern in each other's eyes. If Su Yu were to meet his demise here, all their plans for cooperation and market expansion would become nothing but empty talk. The tension was equally palpable in the monitoring room. The supervisor stared intently at the main screen, his face expressionless. Yet his slightly leaning posture and tightly gripped armrests betrayed his inner turmoil. Still 3 stealthers, sir. Isn't this intensity a bit excessive? A staff member beside him murmured. The supervisor offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. In the rustic tea room, the 3 bigwigs reacted differently. General Sure suddenly slapped his thigh with a loud smack, startling the attendant standing beside him. Excellent. Now that's more like it. What's the point of a soft, cushy rescue? Only a situation like this, dancing on the edge of a knife, can bring out true skill. Lu Shanming's brow furrowed slightly as his fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. 3 high-tier first-stage sea beasts? In an aquatic environment, they could pose a lethal threat to a fully equipped rookie subordinate squad. This should have been anticipated before the rescue began. That he dared come alone, is he choosing to stall with hit-and-run tactics, or does he have another ace up his sleeve? The white-haired elder sighed softly, shaking his head without reply. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. On the screen, the 3 lurking beasts' ferocious forms created a stark visual contrast with the relatively petite Suyu. In the brief moment of their exchange, the stalkers launched their attack on Suyu. One lurker's thick tail smacked the water's surface, propelling its massive body like a torpedo toward Suyu. Its gaping maw was large enough to swallow a person whole. Chapter 126, Miracle Creation. Bring it on! Suyu's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Spiritual energy erupted within him. Visible cubes of light enveloping his entire body, especially his legs and arms. He drove his feet hard against the water, propelling himself forward instead of retreating. By the narrowest of margins, he evaded the deadly bite. Simultaneously, Suyu clenched his right fist. Cubic energy rapidly condensed, accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air, slamming viciously into the lurker's scaled flank. Boom! A dull, thunderous impact echoed, as if striking the resilient rubber tire of a heavy truck. Suyu felt a tingling numbness from the recoil in his fist, while the stalker merely swayed slightly. A faint white mark appeared on its scales, yet it suffered no substantial damage. Damn! That defense is rock hard. Suyu's heart sank. The physical strength of this sea beast demon far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, the other 2 stealthers weren't idle either. Flanking him from both sides, their razor-sharp pectoral fins sliced through the water like the Grim Reaper's scythe, slashing towards Suyu's waist and throat. Protect the Lord! Tiei emitted a dull electronic beep. His massive metal frame instantly positioned itself to Suyu's left, raising his thick arm to brace against the oncoming pectoral fin. Clang! A shrill clang of metal rang out, sparks flying everywhere. A deep gash carved into Iron One's arm, yet it stood utterly unmoved. On the other flank, Iron 2 and Iron 3 struck simultaneously. 4 massive metal fists, each carrying immense force, slammed into the lurking assailant on the right, forcing it to twist its body and evade the onslaught. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Suyu clashed fiercely with the largest stealth creature leader. Boom! Another punch, infused with cube energy, slammed into the thick-scaled side of the lurker's neck, snapping its head to the side and drawing a furious roar. The lurker lashed out with a claw aimed at Suyu. Each claw alone was as long as a ballpoint pen. If it truly clawed into human flesh, it would likely rip through intestines and gut in an instant. Suyu had little experience in real combat. His only prior encounter had relied on the Iron Golem Legion's overwhelming force, a shortcut, if you will. But here, the Iron Golems were useless. The slender ghostly figures likely retained the Enderman's passive fear of water. Thus, Suyu had to handle this alone. Giving it his all, Suyu sidestepped the sweeping claw. The Stalker Chieftain's attack didn't stop. Though its claw missed, it closed the distance, its gaping maw snapping open to bite fiercely at Suyu. Damn it! Suyu's pupils contracted as he crouched low, narrowly evading the gaping maw. His knee shot upward, striking the creature's relatively soft jaw. The seemingly feeble strike carried surprising force, sending the Stalker Chief flying 4 or 5 meters away. This ferocious sea beast was now utterly enraged. Its 6 compound eyes flashed with manic green light as its massive body thrashed wildly. Its thick tail lashed the water like a steel whip, sending waves several meters high crashing down in an attempt to trap Suyu. Simultaneously, it swung its claws, tearing through the air with a shrill screech, as if determined to tear this annoying insect before it to shreds. Suyu always found a narrow gap to dodge at the last possible moment, drawing the leader's full fury and leaving it no time to spare for anything else. Meanwhile, the battle between the other 2 stealthers and the 5 iron golems unfolded in a completely different style. Clang! 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 The razor-sharp pectoral fins struck the iron golem's thick chests and arms with brutal force, erupting in a series of shrill clangs as sparks flew everywhere. Deep gashes instantly appeared on the iron golem's bodies, forged from strange metals, yet they felt no pain, abandoning defense for offense as they relentlessly swung their fists in furious strikes. Roar! A stealth assassin attempted to outmaneuver Iron 2 with speed, lunging towards Suyu at its rear. Iron 3 and Iron 4 immediately stepped forward, like 2 mobile fortresses. Their 4 massive metal arms closed in with overwhelming force, forcing the stalker back. Another stealth unit opened its massive jaws, aiming to bite into Iron 1's arm, only to be met by a brutal punch from Iron 1's other fist smashing into its snout. eliciting a pained whimper. The iron golems silently and efficiently executed Suyu's defensive commands. They knew no evasion, only the most direct method of brute force blocking. Despite accumulating fresh scars and occasionally having tiny metal fragments torn off, their formation never faltered. They were Suyu's most solid shield. At Wangbei Station Square, all eyes were fixed on the intense battle unfolding before them. The crowd gasped at the sight of the iron golems absorbing the assassins' attacks. These iron men are incredibly formidable. Don't they feel pain? They don't even retreat when slashed like that. Yet, those with keen eyes gradually furrowed their brows. They saw the gashes on the iron golems deepening, the dents multiplying. "This doesn't look good," murmured a well-dressed middle-aged man, shaking his head. "While these iron golems are sturdy, they clearly can't match the sharpness of that sea beast's claws and fangs. If they keep taking hits like this, they won't hold out much longer." The person beside him nodded in agreement. "Yes, the toll is too heavy. Once these iron hulks are dismantled, Suyu will be left alone against 3 sea beasts. The consequences are unimaginable." Among the crowd, the business tycoons watched with hearts pounding in terror. The heavy-set man clenched his fists tightly and whispered to his companion, "It's over. It's over. The damage to these iron puppets is piling up too fast. At this rate, they'll last only a few more minutes. Once the iron puppets fall, Suyu will be in grave danger." Old Lee's expression was equally grave. "Unless another squad rushes to provide backup now, then, sigh, what a waste of such talent." Everyone was gripped with anxiety over the iron golem's condition and Suyu's safety. Some even turned away in distress when the battle on the screen suddenly took an unexpected turn. Suyu, who had been engaging the stealth leader, executed a swift dodge before abruptly flinging his arm. A silver streak of light shot from his hand, not toward the enemy, but toward the iron golems locked in fierce combat behind him. What was that? Sharp-eyed spectators immediately noticed this unusual move. The nearest iron puppet, Tai-E, caught the silver streak with steady precision. Only then did the crowd see clearly. It was nothing more than ordinary-looking silver ingots, seemingly devoid of any special properties. Iron ingots? That big? Where did they come from? Weapons? So many of them, where did he keep them all this time? The crowd was puzzled as to why Suyu had thrown an ingot during the fierce battle, but an even more jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Iron E, holding the ingot, hesitated not a moment. He spun around and slammed the iron block down onto his own battered body, his arm nearly severed. No sparks, no deafening crash. Only a faint yet distinctly visible, peculiar halo composed of countless tiny squares flickered across Tai-E's body. The bone-deep gash and the twisted, deformed metal arm were smoothed out as if by an invisible hand within that glow, rapidly healing and reshaping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, Tai-E's severely damaged body was restored to its original state, smooth as if freshly forged, leaving not a single trace of the battle behind. Chapter 127, effortlessly breaking through defenses. Without pausing, Tai-E repeated the process, swiftly repairing the horrifying injuries on Tai-Er and Tai-San with that seemingly inexhaustible iron ingot. Silence. A deathly silence descended upon the entire Wangbei Station Square. Every expression froze on every face. Repaired? They repaired themselves. Good heavens, what am I seeing? That iron. Is that iron some kind of divine elixir? A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. Suyu must be a deity descended from heaven. A creation capable of self-repair. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. The eliminated contestants stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Some turned to their own creation lords. "Boss, could you pull something like this off?" The creation-type lord shook his head with a bitter smile. Repairing a creation outside the domain at that speed? Impossible. Even within the domain, a puppet that size would take me at least half a day. That Suyu is terrifying. The business tycoons were so excited they nearly jumped out of their seats. Repair. Instant repair. Zero wait time. The heavy-set man grabbed Old Lee's shoulders and shook him violently, shouting incoherently, "Old Lee, did you see that? This technology. No, this miracle. It means infinite possibilities, infinite value." Old Lee had completely lost his composure. His face flushed crimson. Quickly contact headquarters. Mobilize every available fund and resource. At any cost. We must secure a partnership with Suyu. This is power capable of reshaping the world order. In the rustic tea room, General Sure roared with laughter, his voice shaking the roof tiles. "Ha ha ha ha, good lad, you've done it. I knew you weren't ordinary. This skill, on the battlefield, would be a lifesaver for countless soldiers. This kid, our military headquarters will protect him." Lu Shanming took a deep breath, slowly setting down the teacup he'd been holding. The last trace of hesitation vanished from his eyes as he instructed his attendant, "Issue the order. No one within the family is to cause trouble for Suyu or his team in any way. As for Lu Qing, I'll handle that personally." The scene, The Iron Golem's instantaneous restoration not only sent the Wingbei station square into an uproar but also caused the 3 stalkers on the battlefield to visibly hesitate. Their 6 sickly green compound eyes fixed intently on the fully restored Iron Golem, filled with the alertness and agitation of beasts encountering something beyond comprehension. Suyu had been waiting for this very moment of hesitation. Now, Suyu shouted inwardly, not retreating but charging forward instead, deliberately rushing toward the leader of the stalkers, who had been stunned by the sight of its own repair. His feet stomped repeatedly in the water, sending up a series of splashes as his speed surged. His target was the leader's massive jaws, slightly parted in shock and suspicion. The leader remained composed despite the shock. Seeing Suyu dare to approach, savagery instantly overrode its bewilderment. Its thick tail swept out like a battering ram, whipping up a vicious gale towards Suyu. Suyu anticipated this, halting his forward momentum abruptly. His body arched backward at an angle that seemed to defy physics, narrowly avoiding the bone-spiked tail that grazed past his nose. Simultaneously, he slammed his palm onto the water's surface, using the recoil to flip himself over. His legs lashed out like a scorpion's tail, channeling concentrated cube energy into a vicious kick aimed at the leader's exposed flank, the vulnerable spot revealed by the tail's swing. Thud! Amid the muffled impact, the leader let out a pained growl as its massive body staggered sideways from the blow. Suyu landed and pressed forward relentlessly, clinging to it like a flesh-eating ulcer. This wave of attacks abandoned sweeping, heavy blows in favor of pinpoint strikes. The 6 constantly rotating compound eyes of the stalker. Clang! The Yanma blade instantly materialized in Suyu's hand as he thrust it toward the stalker's eyes. The leader of the stalkers let out a low growl, a mix of rage and caution. Its massive body lurched backward violently, while its thick tail swept out once more, attempting to use offense as defense to drive Suyu back. But Suyu was faster. As the tail lashed out, his feet shifted in an elusive step, his body gliding weightlessly across the water's surface. Not only did he evade the tail strike, but he spun with the momentum, the demon blade tracing a cold, dark purple arc straight for the leader's top left compound eye. SSSSH. The blade scraped against the tough eyelid scales, producing a bone-chilling sound as green fluid spurted out instantly. Roar! The leader roared in pain. Its remaining 5 compound eyes instantly bloodshot as savagery erupted within. Its massive body reared up, the claws on its 2 front limbs bearing a momentum to tear through anything, descending upon Suyu like a raging storm. The claws sliced through the air with such ferocity that they carved ripples into the surrounding water. Suyu pushed his spiritual energy to its absolute limit, weaving, rolling, and dodging through the gaps between the claws. The Yanma blade transformed into a dark purple streak of light in his grasp, occasionally parrying unavoidable claw strikes with clanging metallic clashes. Clang! Parrying a claw aimed at his face, Suyu flickered his wrist, the blade's tip sweeping upward to slice through another compound eye. Put! Dodging another claw to the side, the blade whirled back, slicing deep into the soft tissue where the stalker leader's forelimbs met its torso, spurting a spray of green blood. The stalker leader went completely berserk. Its vaunted defense and strength proved useless against this seemingly insignificant human before it. The opponent's bizarre footwork and that terrifying blade made it feel a death threat it hadn't sensed in ages. It began attacking recklessly, even charging with its body, attempting to trade wounds for wounds, life for life. Such suicidal assaults forced Suyu to evade relentlessly. But it won't last much longer. Suyu watched as green blood flowed incessantly from the stealth leader's body. The more reckless its movements became, the faster the blood gushed forth. At the northbound station plaza, some team members knowledgeable about sea beasts and celestial demons sensed something amiss. Is something off with Suyu's blade? A young man wearing tactical goggles pushed his frames. The stealther scales are renowned for their toughness among low-tier sea beasts. Ordinary blades might even chip before breaking through their defense. But his knife, it seems to slice through with surprising ease? Beside him, an older teammate frowned deeply, staring intently at the trajectory of the Yanma blade on the screen. His voice was grave. It's not less effort, it's too effortless. Look how it sliced through the soft tissue under his armpit and his eye with almost no resistance. That's impossible with ordinary sharpness. That blade's got something strange about it. Their conversation drew the attention of those around them. More and more eyes began to focus on the dark purple glowing katana in Suyu's hands. We know how resilient stalkers are. Our squad once focused fire on a low tier 1 and barely broke its defense after half an hour. But with Suyu's blade, it's like slicing tofu. Is it the blade's unique material? To achieve this level of sharpness, it must be at least Earth-grade quality. Earth-grade? How did Suyu get his hands on such a top-tier weapon? Chapter 128, The Slaying. Speculation swirled. On the battlefield, the stalker chieftain's frenzied attacks grew increasingly violent. Yet, as Suyu had anticipated, its reckless assaults, coupled with massive blood loss, were rapidly depleting its stamina and vitality. Though its movements remained ferocious, They lacked the earlier coordination, instead carrying the chaotic desperation of a dying beast. Green blood streamed like a creek from wounds around its eyes and gashes under its armpits, staining the surrounding waters an eerie hue. Its roars grew weaker and hoarser. Suyu dodged and maneuvered through the storm of attacks. He waited for the one chance to strike the decisive blow. Another attack struck, sending the massive body of the stalker chief hurtling forward several meters by sheer momentum, exposing its relatively vulnerable spine and the back of its head to Suyu. Moreover, exhausted and bloodied, its movements faltered for an instant. Now, Suyu's spiritual energy surged through his body at an unprecedented speed, channeling every ounce into his arms and the Yanma blade. The blade's hum sharpened into a piercing whine, its dark purple glow nearly solidifying into tangible light. The blade slid back into its scabbard, resting against his left side. Suyu's eyes narrowed as he abruptly drew the blade. Dimension slash. A crescent-shaped blade of energy detached from the blade of the Yama blade, silently streaking forward. It tore through the air, striking the leader of the stealthers in an instant. Taking that initial blade energy as its source, a sudden transformation occurred. Dozens of dark purple blade lights erupted from the surface of the stealth leader's body. These dimensional blade lights crisscrossed wildly. One blade of light erupted from his left shoulder blade, slashing diagonally downward across his chest. Another erupted from the back of its neck, spreading upward, slicing open its monstrous head layer by layer like peeling an orange. The third, fourth, fifth, a dense swarm of blade lights blossomed like death flowers, instantly covering its massive body. The stalker leader couldn't even utter a complete howl. Before its green blood could spurt forth, it dissolved along with the disintegrated tissue into a swirling cloud of microscopic particles. The once ferocious leader of the stealthers vanished completely within a mere breath or two. All that remained was a patch of water-stained pale green, and several large skeletal fragments, not yet fully decomposed, slowly sinking to the bottom. The two remaining stalkers froze in place, their 6 compound eyes fixed on the spot where their leader vanished. Their primitive nervous systems were utterly incapable of processing the horrifying spectacle before them. Suyu slowly sheathed his blade, his breathing slightly labored as he swept his gaze over the two frozen stalkers. Woo! Two shrill, wailing cries, distorted beyond recognition, erupted almost simultaneously. The two stalkers had completely broken. Forgetting everything else, they frantically whipped their tails and plunged headfirst into the deep water like stray dogs. They fled at the fastest speed they could muster, leaving only 2 streaks of water rapidly disappearing into the distance. Trying to get away? Suyu was about to pursue. 4 streaks of light, like meteors tearing through dark clouds, sliced through the air with piercing whistles. Dividing into 2 paths, they shot toward the fleeing stalkers at astonishing speeds. One streak was terrifyingly fast, nearly beyond visual capture. Though launched later, it arrived first, tracing a near-perfect straight white line through the air to instantly catch up with the fastest fleeing stealth creature. Thud! The dull thud of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Not only did it pierce through the resilient muscles, but it also pinned the creature firmly to a partially submerged brick foundation below. The pinstalker let out a roar of agony and despair, its massive body thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to break free. But in that instant it was pinned. Another arrow followed, driving the other side of its body firmly into the ground. Almost simultaneously, 2 more streaks of light struck the other lurker. This sudden barrage of precision strikes utterly extinguished any hope of escape for the 2 lurkers. Suyu halted, gazing toward the direction from which the arrows and sword chi had come. Not far away, 4 familiar figures were racing toward them. Lu Qing and the others came riding the waves, instantly arriving beside Suyu. Without a word to Suyu, the 4 immediately rushed to the 2 stalkers. Only after confirming their targets were dead would they have time to chat. The stalker pinned to the ground by 2 specially crafted arrows thrashed wildly, struggling to break free. Zhao Lei charged forward like a human tyrannosaurus, closing the distance in an instant. Without even drawing a weapon, he roared, muscles bulging as earth-colored spiritual energy enveloped his fists. He leapt forward. His fist, as large as a bull, carried the force of 1,000 pounds. Like a pile driver, it slammed down on the stalker's relatively vulnerable head. The dull thud echoed like a drumbeat. Under Zhao Lei's frenzied barrage of blows, the creature's hard skull cracked under the strain. Green blood and brain matter spurted from its mouth, nose, and eyes as its struggles grew feeble. Each time it tried to seize a moment to struggle and attack Zhao Lei. Wu Hao, who had been standing behind, watched intently and shot an arrow to halt its movement. The other lurker, still pierced by an arrow, grew even more terrified at the sight of its comrade's fate and desperately tried to dive into the deep water. But Lu Qing's Si-Tai Trident and Fang's freshly knocked arrows had sealed off all its escape routes. Lu Qing moved with agile precision, her Si-Tai Trident flashing like a cold blade, targeting the wounded pectoral fin roots and joint connections to further restrict its movement. Already stripped of their will to fight, The two lurkers offered almost no resistance under the trio's perfectly coordinated assault. Then, after enduring one more piercing thrust each from Lu Cheng and Fangya through its flank, the massive body finally crashed down with a thunderous splash. It twitched a few times before going completely still. Only after confirming both stalkers had completely ceased breathing did Lu Cheng and his companions relax their taut nerves, swiftly retreating back to Su Yu's side. Lord, are you alright? Lu Cheng immediately turned to Su Yu, noticing his slightly pale complexion and labored breathing. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Glancing around, the buildings lay in shambles, not from floodwaters, but from the recent battle. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Su Yu waved dismissively, his gaze sweeping over his four companions. Though each was soaked and disheveled, their spirits remained high. Did you handle your side? Everyone safe? Yep. Zhao Lei wiped water from his face, grinning widely. We pried the last few families out. The town mayor and everyone else evacuated to higher ground, not a soul missing. Fangya nodded and added. We encountered a few scattered waves of celestial fiends along the way, but we cleared them all. They didn't affect the rescue. Hearing that all residents had been safely evacuated, Su Yu felt the last heavy weight lift from his heart. A weary yet relieved smile touched his lips. Well done. The five exchanged smiles. A shared sense of survival and relief at completing their mission flooded through them all. Let's go. Su Yu took a deep breath, gazing at Qinghe town where floodwaters still lingered. This place is temporarily safe. We should meet up with the town mayor. Then, head back to Wangbei Station. Chapter 129, and scathed in battle, wounded after. Seeing his companions, disheveled yet their eyes shining brightly, the guilt that had surfaced when he abandoned the competition resurfaced in Su Yu's heart. Su Yu pressed his slightly parched lips together, his voice hoarse from battle as he addressed Lu Cheng and the others. This time, because I chose to come to your rescue, you all had to abandon the family challenge tournament too. The 5-year ban penalty, I'm sorry. It was my decision as the Lord. Before he could finish, Lu Cheng cut him off decisively. Lord, there's no need to say more. Lu Cheng replied, his voice devoid of regret. None of us regret coming to save people. Competitions can be held again, but lives lost are truly gone forever. If we had to do it all over, we'd still make the same choice. Zhao Lei nodded vigorously, bursting into hearty laughter. Exactly. Stop overthinking it. Lord, what's the point of fighting on that crappy arena? Nothing beats the thrill of saving lives. Seeing those villagers safe means more to me than any championship title. Fangya wiped the water from her face and glanced at the rescued villagers nearby. That's right, Lord. This was our shared decision. Saving so many lives means more than any reward. Wu Hao simply uttered 2 words, worth it. Their words, devoid of any complaint, prompted Su Yu to nod with satisfaction. I truly chose the right people. Alright, let's handle the aftermath. Then we'll head to Wangbei Station to check things out. When Su Yu and her 4 companions dragged their weary feet to the high ground where the villagers had gathered, the mayor and dozens of survivors who had been waiting for hours immediately rushed forward. Saviors, thank you all so much. The elderly mayor, tears streaming down his face, clutched Su Yu's hand tightly, refusing to let go, his body trembling slightly with emotion. If not for you, this old body would have been done for today. Young man, thank you for saving my child. Heroes, you are the great benefactors of Qinghe town. The crowd instantly surrounded the 5, leaving no space to move. Words of gratitude poured in like a tidal wave from all directions. Countless hands reached out to shake theirs, and some even attempted to kneel and kowtow. Su Yu, who had faced ferocious sea beasts on the battlefield without flinching moments before, now appeared flustered and visibly embarrassed. He tried to help those kneeling to rise, only to have his hands pulled away by others. All he could do was repeat, no, please, this is what we should do. Really, please get up. Lu Cheng, too, had lost her usual cool composure, facing an elderly woman clutching her arm and weeping with gratitude. She stood stiffly, unsure how to comfort her. She could only awkwardly pat the old woman's back, repeating, it's okay now, it's all over. Zhao Lei was surrounded by a group of emotional middle-aged people patting his shoulders. With nowhere to hide, he could only grin awkwardly, muttering, it's nothing, it's what we should do. Fangya was surrounded by several rescued women and children, listening to their heartfelt thanks. Her eyes grew slightly red, both touched and a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head, unsure what to say. Wu Hao quietly slipped to the edge of the crowd, clearly uncomfortable with such an enthusiastic scene. Yet, seeing the faces of those who had survived the ordeal, filled with gratitude, the tight corners of his mouth softened slightly. After finally extricating himself from the enthusiastic crowd, Su Yu didn't leave immediately. After regaining her composure, she addressed her team. The floodwaters haven't fully receded yet. We can't rule out the possibility of any elusive demons lurking in the water or the ruins. We need to conduct another thorough sweep to ensure the town is absolutely safe. Understood, the 4 replied without hesitation. Thus, the 5 set out once more. Working alongside the iron golem, they conducted a thorough grid search of every area in the town, using the high ground as their central point. This process consumed considerable time, only as the sun dipped below the horizon. After confirming no celestial demons remained within Qinghe town, did Suyu and the others finally relax. Alright, the threat has been eliminated. Suyu exhaled deeply. Only after truly confirming the danger had passed did a wave of intense fatigue wash over him like a tide. The others felt the same, their stances unsteady. Not only had their physical strength been depleted, but their mental energy had also reached its limit. Now that they relaxed, they found themselves leaning on each other for support, only then realizing how much energy they had expended. Seeing Suyu and the others preparing to leave on foot, the elderly town mayor, who had been bustling about all along, hurried over with several townspeople and stopped them in their tracks. Saviors, wait! The mayor pointed to a medium-sized truck nearby, covered in mud but still seemingly intact, and said urgently, "You've worked so hard all this time, how could we let you walk back? This truck still runs. It's a bit beat up, but it'll get you to Wangbei Station just fine. Let us escort you this stretch. It'll ease our minds a bit, consider it a small token of our gratitude. You can also rest your feet on the ride." Other villagers nearby chimed in agreement. Yeah, look how exhausted you all are. Let us escort you. It's one of the few ways we can show our gratitude to our benefactors. Suyu glanced at his equally exhausted companions. Indeed, the relentless battles and high-intensity rescue efforts had drained everyone's physical and mental reserves. Now that the crisis had passed and the outcome of the competition was irreversible, it seemed pointless to fight over these few extra minutes. He exchanged glances with Lu Qing and the others, seeing the same nod of agreement in each other's eyes. Alright, Suyu nodded, offering the town mayor a gentle smile. We'd be grateful for your help. Not at all. Not at all. The mayor and villagers were overjoyed, hastily ushering them toward the truck. As Suyu and the others approached the truck to board, someone called out, "Our benefactors must be starving. We don't have much, but take these provisions for the journey." This caused a momentary silence among the crowd, which then erupted like a bomb had been lit. The surrounding villagers instantly sprang into action, rushing to their makeshift shelters or partially intact homes. They brought out all sorts of food and water, some salvaged from the floodwaters, some from their original stores, carefully wrapped plastic bags of dry rations, fruit that still looked fresh, boxes of bottled water and drinks, and even several heavy-looking cans of meat. "Savior, take this. Eat on the road. Don't go hungry. Just a token of our gratitude. Please take it." Seeing this, Suyu and the others waved their hands in refusal. "No, don't be like that. You've suffered a disaster, keep this food for yourselves. Rebuilding the town will take strength. We truly don't need it. We'll have food once we get back." The villagers' stubbornness exceeded their expectations. Seeing Suyu and the others refuse to accept it, some villagers simply jogged up to the truck and started tossing the items they held through the window without further ado. Others watching followed suit. Chapter 130, A Sea of People. Suyu instantly recognized the young man who had started tossing the food and shouted urgently, "Ajie! Stop throwing it!" This young man, the first villager Suyu had encountered during the relief effort, was none other than Ajie. Ajie grinned widely, not only continuing but also snatching food from others' hands to toss into the truck bed. "Ha ha ha, benefactor, just take it already." In an instant, packaged foods in jars and bottles rained down onto the truck bed like hail. Ouch! Just as Zhao Lei leaned his head out the window to try and stop them, a flying fruit can landed squarely on his forehead with a dull thud. He clutched his forehead, where a small bump instantly formed, grimacing in pain. Yet he couldn't muster any anger, only a helpless mix of laughter and tears. Suyu, Lu Qing, Fang Ya, and Wu Hao weren't spared either. Despite their best efforts to dodge and block, the villagers' barrage of food was too dense, and several bottles of drink and loaves of bread still struck their shoulders and backs. The Suyu squad, who had emerged unscathed from battles against sea beasts and celestial demons, now found themselves hit one after another by the villagers' enthusiastic projectiles. Many villagers even ran alongside the slowly departing truck for quite a distance, waving tearfully and shouting, "Safe travels, our heroes. Thank you. We'll always remember you. May good people always be safe." The truck finally pulled away from the crowd, traversing the muddy road toward Wangbei Station. Inside the cargo hold, the truck was piled high with food and drinks the villagers had insisted on stuffing inside, nearly burying the 5 men beneath it. Zhao Lei rubbed the bump on his forehead while picking up the fruit can that had caused all this trouble. His expression complex. Silence filled the cabin, contrasting sharply with the fading yet still distinct cries of gratitude outside. Fang Ya gazed out the window at the figures still waving frantically, refusing to leave until they became tiny black dots. She could no longer hold back, her eyes reddening as she began to sob softly. Lu Qing gently patted her shoulder, her own eyes also growing moist. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Looks like we didn't come for nothing." Zhao Lei set down the canned goods and nodded firmly. "Worth it. Totally worth it. Worth getting hit with 10 bags. Wu Hao stared at the bottle of water and packet of biscuits in his arms. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Yeah." Suyu's gaze swept over the mountains of thank you notes piled inside the carriage. She murmured softly, "This is exactly why we gave up everything to rush here to rescue them." Silence fell over the car once more. Only the faint sound of someone quietly sniffling could be heard. The truck jolted along, finally nearing the high ground where Wangbei Station stood. Inside, Suyu and the other 4 had regained some energy after a brief rest. Yet the impending prospect of elimination and the potential stares of doubt weighed heavily on their hearts, stirring complex emotions. They had even mentally rehearsed their responses, preparing to accept failure with composure. As the truck climbed the steep slope and the vast plaza of Wangbei Station came fully into view, all 5 passengers along with the town driver behind the wheel froze in shock. The scene they had imagined, desolate, with only a handful of staff and defeated teams, did not materialize. Before them lay people, a sea of people, densely packed and stretching as far as the eye could see. Not only were there dozens of Lord's squads in varied uniforms, but also many times more common folk from surrounding areas. They filled every corner of the plaza, standing on tiptoes and craning their necks, their gazes fixed uniformly on the approaching truck. The moment Suyu's squad appeared at the truck's window, a voice erupted from the crowd. A thunderous roar of cheers, shouts, and applause exploded, instantly engulfing the entire sky and earth. "They're here! They're back! It's Suyu's squad! They're back! Heroes! Our heroes have returned!" The sound waves reverberated like tangible shockwaves, making the truck windows hum with vibration. Countless arms waved in the air, countless faces beaming with excitement, admiration, and gratitude. People instinctively parted to form a corridor, their eyes burning as they followed the slowly advancing truck. "Suyu, way to go! Watching first high, you rock! Thank you for saving Qinghe Town! Congratulations!" A flood of cheers and praise poured in, with the word congratulations appearing with remarkable frequency. Suyu and the other 4 were utterly dumbfounded. Crammed inside the carriage, they stared at the completely unexpected grand scene unfolding outside, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhao Lei gaped, doubting his own ears. "Did I hear that right? Are they congratulating us?" Fanya was equally puzzled. "What's going on? Didn't we withdraw from the competition?" Lu Qing remained relatively composed. "Things seem different from what we expected." Suyu took a deep breath, seeing the genuine smiles outside and hearing the praise directed at them. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. The truck struggled through the crowd, finally coming to a halt near the makeshift podium erected in the center of the square. As soon as they stepped out, a middle-aged man hurried over. Suyu recognized him as the very official who had announced the mission from the elevated platform earlier. "Lord Suyu, and everyone else, thank you for your hard work." The man's voice boomed as he extended his hand. "Welcome back." Suyu hesitated before shaking his hand, unable to contain the question on everyone's mind. "Sir, what exactly is going on? Shouldn't we have been eliminated for abandoning the competition? Why is everyone?" The supervisor laughed heartily at this. "Eliminated? Who said you were eliminated? Not only were you not eliminated, but you completed the most crucial and important assessment of this year's Vassal Challenge with near-perfect execution." "The core assessment?" Lu Qing asked in surprise. "Exactly," the organizer declared loudly. "From the very beginning, the task of reaching Wangbei Station within an hour was merely a decoy, a smokescreen. The real competition began the moment I uttered the words 'depart now' in the square. And the true test wasn't about speed at all. It was about the choices you would make when confronted with a major emergency while rushing toward that so-called finish line. Would you cling to convention, prioritizing your personal qualification and meaningless rankings over the cries for help and impending disaster right before your eyes, continuing toward that false finish line? Or will you heed the true calling and duty of an awakened one, a future lord, and without hesitation change course, placing the salvation of lives above all else?" The supervisor's voice swelled with passion. "And you, Team Suyu, you made the most righteous choice, one worthy of the title Lord. Through your actions, you proved that the true meaning of power lies in protection, and that the weight of responsibility outweighs fame and fortune. Therefore," the leader turned to Suyu once more, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face, "congratulations to you all. Not only have you not been eliminated, but through your outstanding performance on the real battlefield, you've earned everyone's respect and won the preliminary round of this spouse challenge." Chapter 131, The Truth is Revealed. The truth is revealed. The stark contrast and sudden surprise left Suyu and the others momentarily dazed. Zhao Lei slapped his thigh hard, the sound echoing loudly as his face instantly lit up with wild joy. I knew it. Saving people couldn't possibly be wrong. So this is what the competition was really about. Fantastic. Fanya clutched her chest and exhaled a long breath of relief. Lu Qing and Wu Hao exchanged glances, seeing joy reflected in each other's eyes. So you felt the last heavy weight on his heart finally lift. Looking around at the cheering crowd, he finally understood where all those congratulations were coming from. The event organizer observed the look of profound relief on Suyu and her team's faces. Raising a hand, he gestured for the roaring crowd to quiet down. Now, I officially announce that based on their outstanding performance, selfless spirit, and formidable strength during the Qinghe Town emergency rescue mission, Team Suyu from Huaqing First High School and Team Muqingyu from Xianlan University have successfully passed the first stage of this year's concert challenge. Though there were no traditional trophies or flowers, the thunderous applause and cheers erupting once more across the square served as the finest coronation. The organizer continued. Teams that pass this stage will qualify for the next round of competition. Additionally, based on your overall performance during the rescue mission, you will receive corresponding resource rewards. Detailed information will be sent to each Lord's communicator shortly. The next phase, however, will no longer be an internal assessment. After a day of rest, the day after tomorrow, we will officially commence the Inter-City Lords competition. Clash? Suyu raised an eyebrow. He knew this term well, it signified real competition in combat. Exactly, the organizer affirmed. Then, you won't just face students from this city. You'll compete against newly selected Lord teams from several surrounding cities who've also passed rigorous screening. This will be the stage where you truly demonstrate your strength. Fighting for honor, both for the school and for yourselves. Inter-city competition. Competing against new lords from other cities. Zhao Lei rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. Ha! Sparring with masters from other cities? That sounds awesome. Lu Qing analyzed. In an inter-city competition, our opponent's intelligence and tactical styles are unknown. We need to prepare thoroughly. Wu Hao nodded silently, beginning to contemplate the types of opponents they might face. The organizer addressed Suyu's team. Alright, the first phase concludes successfully. Congratulations to the two advancing teams. You've earned a day of rest. Recover well, review your strategies, and prepare for the real challenge the day after tomorrow. Dismissed. As the announcement echoed, the crowd on the plaza began to slowly disperse. Yet many remained gathered around Suyu's team, chattering excitedly in a lively buzz. Amidst the clamor, two figures stood out as they pushed through the crowd toward the pair. It was the two business tycoons, one plump, one lean. Suyu, everyone, congratulations. The plump man's voice preceded his arrival. I'm Lu Fugue from Xingyuan Trading. This is Li Mo from Li Mining. Witnessing your heroic deeds in Qinghe Town earlier was truly breathtaking. We're utterly impressed. As he spoke, he smoothly handed each of the 5 Suyu members a well-crafted business card. The tall, thin man did the same. Suyu paused slightly before accepting his card, while Lu Qing and the others also took theirs. Except for Lu Qing, this was the first time Suyu and his companions had been approached so enthusiastically by businessmen who clearly held high status. Mr. Lu, Mr. Li, hello. Suyu maintained basic courtesy, though he didn't believe their visit was purely congratulatory. Lu Fugue's wary smile remained unchanged as he continued. Mr. Suyu, your remarkable ability to turn the tide, that astonishing puppet army, truly opened our eyes, and those masterful restoration techniques, nothing short of divine craftsmanship. Li Mo chimed in from the side. Might you be willing to share? Suyu, how much iron ore is required for maintaining and repairing those iron puppets? While Li Mining may not boast about everything, we do possess channels and advantages in supplying premium iron ore and various metal raw materials. We hope to become your exclusive supplier. So that's what this was about. Becoming a supplier to a lord wasn't just a financial transaction, it was a trade in prestige. Many large enterprises rely on the backing of one or even several powerful lords. On one hand, the enterprise and the lord mutually enhance each other's prestige, achieving mutual success. On the other hand, the enterprise relies on the lord's protection. In this era, demon corpses commanded high prices, leading to demon slaying becoming the primary business for many enterprises. That's precisely why they sought out lords for partnerships, not only to obtain demon corpses from them, but also to provide the lords with funds to purchase cultivation resources. But Suyu had never experienced such matters and didn't know how to respond to him. At that moment, Lu Qing stepped forward from the side. Mr. Lu, Mr. Li, thank you both for your consideration. Regarding the specifics of our cooperation, including resource types, quantities, pricing, and delivery methods, our team must first discuss internally and evaluate our next competition phase before finalizing our requirements. Lu Fugue chuckled heartily. Of course, I was being too impatient. You've just come off a major battle and received wonderful news. You certainly need time to process it all and rest. Here are our company's detailed materials and a preliminary draft of the cooperation agreement. Feel free to review them when you have a moment. Lee Mo added. The ore supplied by Lee Mining guarantees absolute purity and can undergo preliminary processing according to your specific requirements. Regarding pricing, we will certainly offer the most competitive terms. Alright, we'll give it serious consideration. Thank you both for your generosity, Suyu said, accepting the documents and nodding. The two business tycoons knew when to quit while they were ahead. After exchanging a few more words of congratulations and encouragement, they tactfully took their leave. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, restoring the square to its previous emptiness. Only Suyu and his four companions remained, along with a few students in the distance still excitedly discussing the news. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. Zhao Lei dramatically wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead. Who'd have thought we'd become celebrities overnight? And now big shots are offering us money and resources? Feng Ye smiled wryly. With our lord's abilities, it's hard not to attract attention. Wu Hao studied the business card in his hand thoughtfully. Exclusive supplier. Establishing a stable resource channel would indeed be highly advantageous for our future development. Lu Qing carefully tucked away the business card in documents, analyzing the situation calmly. But we must tread carefully. We can't let short-term gains cloud our judgment. We need to thoroughly evaluate their qualifications, credibility, and cooperation terms to ensure it doesn't compromise our future plans. They're seasoned players. They won't do things solely for our benefit. Their primary motivation for these actions is self-interest. Chapter 132, Tactical Planning. Suyu nodded in agreement. Lu Qing is right. We can discuss cooperation, but there's no rush. Our immediate priority is to make the most of this day's rest period. We need to review the lessons learned from the Qinghe Town battle, replenish our losses, adjust our tactics, and prepare ourselves in the best possible condition for the cross-city competition the day after tomorrow. Oh, right. Suyu recalled the other team mentioned by the organizer and glanced around. Speaking of which, where's Mu Qingyu's squad? I heard they passed too, but I haven't seen them anywhere. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Qing's phone buzzed. She pulled it out. It's a message from Mu Qingyu. Sis Qing, congratulations on advancing. We suffered heavy losses during the rescue operation, and some members were injured. We've returned to the academy early for treatment and rest. Please forgive us for not being able to congratulate you in person. We look forward to competing against you in the match the day after tomorrow. Also, be wary of the Rock City team. They're renowned for their defense and endurance tactics. They're likely to be your first-round opponents. Lu Qing relayed the message to her teammates. They had injuries and had to leave early. She also warned us to watch out for a team called Rock City. They specialize in defense and endurance battles. Injured? How serious? Suyu asked. The message didn't specify, but since they're returning early to rest, it probably isn't too serious. Lu Qing put away her phone. Rock City. I've heard of it. Feng Ye mused. It's a city in the neighboring province known for heavy industry. Their leader's style does lean toward stability and defense. Mu Qingyu specifically warned us, so this team clearly shouldn't be underestimated. Zhao Lei clenched his fist, his fighting spirit soaring. Who cares if it's Rock Solid City or Iron Plate City? We'll find out once we fight them. We're the squad that took down both the Celestial Demon Swarm and the mutants. Suyu smiled and patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder. Confidence is good, but never underestimate your foe. Come on. Let's head back to school first. We need to thoroughly review our strategies and then prepare for the battle 2 days from now. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Suyu and his four companions arrived at the school gates to find the area packed with people. They're back. They're back. Suyu, Zhao Lei, Lu Qing, Feng Ye, Wu Hao. The heroes are back. The roar of voices washed over them like a tidal wave, completely engulfing the five. Inside the gates, the road was lined on both sides with excited classmates packed tightly together, waving their arms vigorously. The school's dean of students and several homeroom teachers also approached with beaming smiles. Good, good, good. The principal exclaimed 3 times in succession, giving Suyu a hearty pat on the shoulder. You five have truly brought honor to Huaqing First High School. Turning the tide and rescuing people from danger, this is the responsibility and spirit our Huaqing students should embody. With the guidance of teachers and student leaders, the crowd finally parted, allowing Suyu and his group to make their way toward Huaqing campus. But the cheers behind them lingered long after they were out of sight. Suyu's room. The group brought in a small table and convened an impromptu meeting. First, let's assess our current situation. Suyu, as the leader, spoke up. The battle at Qinghe Town exposed several issues. Our formation transitions weren't fluid enough. Zhao Lei and Wu Hao faced excessive frontal pressure, and Feng Ye's ranged support occasionally had gaps. My fault, Zhao Lei sighed. Sometimes when I get too fired up, I push too deep and get separated from the team. I need to stay more composed next time. Suyu then turned to Fangya and Lu Qing. Fangya, your archery is formidable, but you must strengthen your footwork. If we face numerous powerful opponents and no one is there to protect you, should you fall behind, it would put us in a very passive position. Fangya nodded, committing Suyu's words to memory. Suyu fetched several sheets of scrap paper. Based on Mu Qingyu's crucial insight that Rock City excels in defense, they simulated various potential battle scenarios and discussed countermeasures. Draft paper spread across the table was covered in formation diagrams and skill activation sequences. Knock knock knock. After an unknown period, the knocking interrupted their discussion. Suyu got up to open the door and found their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, holding a large insulated bag. I knew you lot would be working overtime here, Teacher Lee said with a smile as he walked in and placed the cooler bag on the small table. The school cafeteria specially saved these nutritious meals for you. Eat while it's hot, your health is your most important asset. Don't get so caught up in discussions that you forget to feed yourselves. The rich aroma of the food wafted through the room, instantly whetting everyone's appetite. Only then did they realize they hadn't had a single drop to drink since the afternoon. Thank you, Teacher Lee, the five of them hurriedly replied. Alright, get back to it. But remember to balance work and rest. After offering a few words of advice, Teacher Lee turned and left, gently closing the door behind her. The simple dinner break became a moment of respite. While enjoying the delicious meal, Zhao Lei mumbled, speaking of which, they didn't say much about how badly Mu Qingyu and the others were injured. Will they be able to make it to the competition the day after tomorrow? After all, we're from the same city. Since they expressed eagerness to compete alongside us, it shouldn't be too serious, replied Lu Qing. Probably just energy depletion or minor injuries requiring rest and recovery. Let's hope so, Suyu said, swallowing his food. All we can do now is prepare thoroughly. Whether our opponents are from Rock City or other strong teams, we must face them at our absolute best. After the meal, the simple table was cleared, and the meeting resumed. Under the lights, not a trace of fatigue showed on the five young faces as they debated every possible scenario. This included compiling a list of required cultivation resources, and a targeted tactical drill plan began to take shape. Before they knew it, the group collapsed onto the floor, drifting into a deep, restless sleep. Suyu's eyelids fluttered. As consciousness returned, he felt the hardness of the floor beneath him and a slight ache throughout his muscles. Suyu pushed herself up and scanned the room. Her teammates lay scattered across the floor, still deep in slumber. Zhao Lei was even emitting soft snores. Lu Qing curled up, clutching her electronic notepad. Fang Yet and Wu Hao leaned against the wall, fast asleep. They just passed out like that? Suyu rose quietly, sat at the desk, and retrieved the sketchbook from the night before, intending to make final adjustments. Lu Qing stirred awake, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. Spotting Suyu seated at the desk, she paused in surprise. Morning, she murmured. Morning. Suyu looked up and pushed a cup of warm water toward her. How did you sleep? Not bad, though the floor was a bit hard. Lu Qing took the cup, her gaze also falling on the sketchbook. Still working on tactics?